Qin Changsheng unexpectedly traversed to another realm, devoid of any aptitude for cultivation. Disheartened, he yearned to experience the pangs of love, thus embarking on one romantic entanglement after another. It can be said that within 100 miles, he was sure to have an ex-lover. Millennia later, the system finally arrived, granting him the title of emperor. However, weary of his past life, he sought only to refine the Qin family. Yet unforeseen events continued to unfold. Legend has it that the Ice God Palace's saintess is strikingly beautiful, untouched by the mundane world. Have you heard of her esteemed ancestor? Qin Changsheng paused, pondering. Ah, it seems she might be my former lover. It is said that the Yaochi Empress possesses unparalleled grace and beauty. Did you have any encounters with her esteemed ancestor? Qin Changsheng reflected. She too appears to be an old flame of mine. Rumor has it that the princess of the fox tribe is as graceful as a startled swan, captivating as a fish sinking or a wild goose falling. Have you ever laid eyes on her, esteemed ancestor? With tears unshed, Qin Changsheng lamented. Another ex-girlfriend? When will this end? As his former lovers continued to emerge, the label of a scoundrel spread throughout the realm. Faced with the world's criticism, Qin Changsheng shrugged helplessly and remarked, "You might not believe it, but I am visually impaired and uninterested in women. In fact, I am the victim here." The crowd collectively recoiled in disbelief. Chapter 1. The Ancestor of the Qin Family and His Peculiar Preferences. In recent days, the Qin family was abuzz with joy and excitement. Even the reclusive second ancestor emerged from seclusion, while the third ancestor, who had been eliminating demons in the central domain, returned with great enthusiasm. The reason was simple. The long-lost ancestor of the Qin family had suddenly returned. Qin Changsheng got a name inscribed at the top of the Qin family genealogy, one that even the youngest members of the family recognized. The first book for the enlightenment of Qin children was the Ancestor's Survival Chronicles, which guided the second and third ancestors through the tempestuous times of survival. At last, they saw the real person within the main hall. Qin Changsheng, feeling numb, nodded as he dealt with the last group of juniors paying their respects. He then reclined on a lounge chair, feeling utterly exhausted. What a tiring day! Yet, this sensation is rather pleasant. Observing the affluent and flourishing Qin family, Qin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, finally feeling a sense of belonging. After drifting for millennia, it was time to rest. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. With a flicker of his storage ring, an array of fragrant sachets and jewelry appeared in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of guilt and nostalgia crossed his eyes, but he shook his head, making the objects vanish. I wonder how they're doing now. Qinshuan, Xiahong, Qianqian, Yaoyao, Zhuo, Shirhan, Yanran, Xiaoi, Aoshue, Qinsheng. Omitting thousands of words. Are you all well? With your talents, you must still be alive. However, even if you are, most have probably married and have children by now. Possessing memories of my past life, I am not so narcissistic as to believe that those extraordinary beauties are still waiting for me. Alas, perhaps this way, I will feel less guilt. Reflecting on the past, Qin Changsheng's expression darkened. He was once an ordinary worker on Earth, who, through a twist of fate, traversed to this world. Unlike many fortunate transmigrators, his existence here was tragic. He lost his parents at a young age and had no cultivation aptitude whatsoever. He was both brother and father, struggling to survive with two younger siblings, enduring beatings from ruffians, scavenging for scraps, and competing with feral dogs for food. Fortunately, on the day his younger brothers reached adulthood, they were discovered to possess saint-level aptitude. For their future, he sent them to a cultivation sect. Despondent and disregarding his brother's pleas, he embarked on a journey across the world shortly after the Qin family was established. Unable to cultivate, surely engaging in romance would suffice. It wasn't excessive to taste the bittersweet essence of love, was it? Thus, utilizing his extraordinarily handsome visage and the poetic talents from his past life, he captivated numerous women, leaving them enamored and devoted. Initially, he resisted, feeling disdain for his own reckless behavior. Nevertheless, as a man, faced with the untainted beauty of this world, he found himself irresistibly drawn in. Truly delightful. As if empowered, he transformed his frustrations over his inability to cultivate into a fervor for romance. And so, he frantically sought love. Date discard. engage again, discard once more. The reasons for breakups were varied and peculiar. You are a celestial being, while I am but an ordinary person, was the most basic excuse. There were also, your feet have an unpleasant odor that I cannot tolerate, and you belong to the demon race while I am human. Interracial love is unfeasible. You share the same surname as me, and in our culture, those of the same surname cannot be together. You and your twin sister look identical. I often confuse you, and it is quite bothersome. You are too gentle and docile. I prefer someone fiery and alluring, and so on. There were those who were adamant about not breaking up, wanting to elope with him. Naturally, he refused, having fled with his belongings on multiple occasions. In summary, his reputation as a scoundrel was well earned. During that tumultuous period, by mere chance, he even had clandestine encounters with beauties from the demon, divine, and beast clans. Yet, he was no time management master. He would never juggle multiple relationships. Moreover, he maintained a final boundary. None of his relationships ever crossed the ultimate threshold, for he understood that he could not offer them a promise. Although he had mistakenly ingested an elixir of immortality in his youth, granting him eternal youth and a lifespan of 10,000 years, he remained an ordinary man in a world where strength reigned supreme, unable to protect them, and even harder to persuade their elders to accept their union. Fortunately, having been given a second chance at life, Qin Changsheng cherished this existence, remaining low-key and under the protection of various treasures gifted by his former lovers. He had never encountered danger. However, as time passed, he gradually grew weary of such a life. Thus, for the past few centuries, he had refrained from pursuing women, choosing instead to wander the world alone. Sensing that his life was nearing its end, he returned to the Qin family, preparing to spend his final years there, visiting his two brothers and experiencing the feeling of being a virtuous son and a doting grandfather. Are you certain you have seen correctly? A middle-aged man could not help but ask again, his demeanor betraying his high status. Reporting to the head of the family, I am absolutely certain. The steward replied decisively. The ancestor has been lost in thought these past few days, staring at various sachets and jewelry, even some personal belongings. Based on my experience, these are all items belonging to women and are likely tokens of affection. However, the styles and designs of the items he showcases daily vary significantly, suggesting they cannot all be from the same woman or a handful of women. Thus, I suspect. The steward hesitated, seemingly reluctant to speak, glancing at the middle-aged man's expression. Speak freely. You have my permission? The middle-aged man nodded. With the green light, the steward exhaled, continuing, reporting to the head of the family. It is not that I disrespect the ancestor, but I suspect he has developed a serious obsession with foreign objects. His fascination with these women's belongings is quite extraordinary. It appears to be a condition. And what do you propose we do about it? The solution is not difficult. The root of the old ancestor's ailment ultimately lies in his yearning for companionship. His prolonged solitude may have led to such a condition that in my humble opinion, all that is required is to arrange a few matrimonial proposals for him, allowing him to experience the delights of intimacy, and this affliction shall surely be cured. The head of the Qin family nodded thoughtfully, seemingly in agreement with the steward's suggestion, and spoke in a deep tone. You have overseen the Qin family for nearly a century, and with your discernment and experience, this matter is bound to be handled well. However, considering the esteemed status of our ancestor, even as a concubine, an ordinary woman would not suffice to enter the Qin household. At the very least, she must be a saintly maiden or a legitimate daughter. Here is what we shall do. Extend invitations widely to our affiliated families and nearby factions, announcing the return of our venerable ancestor and the celebration of this momentous occasion. Given his prolonged bachelorhood, we shall seek a woman to serve as a concubine during the festivities. Let it be so. Those who understand will comprehend. Understood, master, replied the steward, bowing as he prepared to depart. Wait. The head of the Qin family suddenly recalled something and quickly halted the steward, instructing. This matter must not be publicly broadcast within the family. It should be kept discreet. I wish to present a surprise to our ancestor. Additionally, I must inform our second and third ancestors. Very well. You may go now. Once the steward had left, the head of the Qin family let out a deep sigh, murmuring to himself, Alas, our ancestor has suffered greatly. Though he possesses longevity, He lacks the aptitude for cultivation. In this world where strength reigns supreme, he cannot even find a companion. An eternity of solitude. How lamentable. It is truly unexpected that our ancestor, who appears so dignified, harbors such a peculiar and unmentionable desire in private. Chapter 2. The Concubine. The demoness Su Ma in the land of Qingzhou. Within the Su family, a robust man sat in the principal seat, exuding an air of authority. Xiaoyu, the Qin family has posted news indicating the return of their ancestor, and they are seeking a suitable match. You should go and investigate. If we can forge a bond with the Qin family, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. He gazed affectionately at the young girl before him, though a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Su Xiaoyu, his youngest daughter, was a cherished blessing in his later years. Father, how old is that ancestor of the Qin family? I refuse to marry an old man. I want to stay by your side. The girl protested vehemently. Rushing over to massage Su Baishan's back, playfully pouting. Be obedient, don't be angry. In our path of cultivation, age has never been a concern. The Qin family ancestor lacks cultivation, much like an ordinary person. I believe there might be common ground between you two. It was said that in his youth, the Qin ancestor mistakenly ingested a celestial elixir, rendering him extraordinarily handsome, of noble lineage, and he had never married. Thus, marrying into the Qin family would not be a loss. Given their current stature, they could ensure your safety for life. I absolutely refuse. Su Xiaoyu pouted defiantly, her discontent palpable. Listen, Su Batian's tone turned unexpectedly serious. You must understand. Although our Su family stands among the 8 great families of the northern region alongside the Qin family, our strength has significantly diminished since our ancestors and the elder vanished. Many forces now eye us with covetousness. This is merely a contingency. Whether the Qin ancestor takes a liking to you remains to be seen. The perils facing the Su family were far graver than he had conveyed. One wrong step could lead to irreparable ruin, unless absolutely necessary. He did not wish to burden his daughter. This was merely an option. Fine, father, I shall go, if only for the sake of it. Upon hearing that marriage was not obligatory, her tone lightened, finding joy in the prospect of an outing. By the way, do take Aunt Moreau along with you. It will serve as a diversion and a chance to unwind. At that moment, both their gazes turned towards the striking beauty seated nearby, lost in her thoughts. Su Moreau, the younger sister of the head of the Su family, was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou of her era. Time had not diminished her beauty. Even after 3 millennia, the passage of time had only enhanced her allure, bestowing upon her a unique charm. Though her name suggested gentleness, she bore a fearsome title, the Demoness. The term Demoness referred to her actions, while Fairy denoted her ethereal beauty. It was said that in her youth, she was gentle and amiable, adored by countless suitors. Yet, she fell for an inconspicuous scoundrel, only to be heartlessly abandoned when he vanished overnight. From that moment, love turned to hate, and her temperament transformed entirely, vowing to eradicate all faithless individuals. Her cultivation soared, and over the years, countless unfaithful men had met their demise at her hands. Su Batian watched his sister's cold demeanor, which seemed to repel others, with a heavy heart. He understood that this was merely a facade she wore to shield herself from the world. Sister has never forgotten that person, even thinking of him day and night. Perhaps still deeply in love with that scoundrel. Countless times in the dead of night, he heard the sound of her weeping emanating from her room. Moreover, the ink set gifted to her by that scoundrel has been cherished closely for 3,000 years. In solitude, she often gazed at this ink set, her eyes filled with profound sorrow and longing. Despite his relentless inquiries, she has never divulged a single detail about that man. Contemplating this, Su Batian felt a surge of unnameable fury ignite within him. 3,000 years have passed, yet that man has never reappeared, causing his sister endless days and nights of heartache. Damn it, if only I knew who he was, I would ensure his dismemberment to alleviate my pent-up resentment. Aunt, please accompany Xiaoyu for a stroll to brighten her spirits, would you? At this moment, Su Xiaoyu approached her aunt, playfully tugging at Su Muru's delicate hand. The cold expression on Su Muru's face vanished. Her fondness for this mischievous and adorable niece was unmistakable. Over the past 20 years, this unexpected addition to the family has indeed brought much laughter and joy. Unable to refuse, she affectionately stroked Su Xiaoyu's forehead and forced a smile, saying, "Very well. Let us go with Xiaoyu and take a look. Hooray, Aunt has agreed. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, and thus the plan was set in motion. At the Qin residence. Congratulations to the Qin family, for the return of their esteemed ancestor heralds a new era of prosperity. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Qin family on the successful addition of a concubine, ensuring the expansion of their lineage. The place was teeming with people, a steady stream of guests arriving. This was the grandest celebration the Qin family had seen in centuries, commemorating the safe return of their ancestor and the welcoming of a new concubine. As the most formidable power in Qingzhou, the surrounding affiliates and other factions naturally showered them with respect and lavish gifts. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that, aside from the gifts, each guest was accompanied by a young and beautiful woman. The implication was clear to those who understood. Grandfather, the main hall of the Qin family is truly magnificent. Look at the furniture, all crafted from golden silk rosewood. That vase appears to be a spiritual artifact. Those paintings are the work of the esteemed master Wen Lianggong from the central domain. A young girl could not contain her astonishment. Being an avid painter, she immediately recognized the origins of the exquisite landscape paintings adorning the walls. Upon witnessing the scene, the elder swiftly covered his granddaughter's mouth and whispered earnestly, "Lower your voice. Do not make a fuss. This is the Qin family, as you can see. If you can win the favor of the family's esteemed ancestor, we shall prosper immensely." It is said that the ancestor symbolizes the very spirit of the Qin family and remains unmarried. Although the current intention is to take a concubine, becoming the main matriarch is not beyond the realm of possibility. The elder could not help but indulge in a daydream, then return to the matter at hand, continuing, "Therefore, you must perform splendidly and strive to capture the ancestor's attention. Even if the ancestor is an exceedingly unattractive, decrepit old man, you must feign admiration. Do you understand?" "Yes," the young girl replied, already beginning to envision herself as the matriarch of the Qin family. For some lesser factions, there was little knowledge of the true nature of the ancestor, leading them to believe he was merely a frail old man with white hair. "Yuru, the future of our family rests in your hands," the elder urged. "Xiao Shui, remember, you are the most beautiful among us. Do not falter, be bold and gracious. Even if you do not become the ancestor's concubine, merely serving him would ensure a life free of worries." Such dialogues unfolded repeatedly within the grand hall that day. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng was concerned that his descendants would intrude upon him once again, so he discreetly slipped away early in the morning, seeking refuge in a corner of the hall where he could indulge in delicacies without interruption. Chapter 3. The long-awaited encounter. Dining at one's own feast, my dear brother. Do you know why today is so lively? Qin Changsheng inquired of a nearby young man, who appeared somewhat puzzled. Is there a momentous occasion in the Qin family that I was not informed of? You are not aware? Are you not a guest invited by the Qin family? The young man retorted, but quickly realized that this was the heart of the Qin clan. It was improbable for outsiders to infiltrate. He assumed Changsheng was simply a minor member of another faction, brought along to broaden his horizons. Thus, he patiently explained, "Young brother, your status may not afford you the knowledge of certain matters. The ancestor of the Qin family has returned today, primarily to receive guests and be introduced to various influential factions. However, the most significant purpose is to select a concubine for the ancestor. Just think about it, the esteemed position of the Qin ancestor. Should you be fortunate enough to become the matriarch, it would be a meteoric rise. Look around. So many young and beautiful women have gathered for this very reason. It is truly enviable." As he spoke, he gestured for Changsheng to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, the delicacies in Changsheng's hand slipped from his grasp as he stared incredulously at the young man. "What is this? A matchmaking gathering? I am unwittingly partaking in my own feast." Such a colossal surprise had fallen upon him, and yet he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Moreover, whose misguided idea was this? Taking a concubine? What nonsense! I do not even have a wife, and they speak of concubinage. "Master, it is dire news. The ancestor has gone missing," a breathless servant reported. "What?" Qin Zhen exclaimed in astonishment. The ancestral figure was the centerpiece of this banquet, and their status within the Qin family was of utmost significance. If the second and third ancestors were to learn that the venerable elder had vanished right under their noses, the consequences would be dire. A chilling thought crossed Qin Zhen's mind, prompting him to urgently command, "Hurry and search." Mobilize all resources of the Qin family to find them. However, before he could finish, another servant hastily arrived. We found them. The elder is located in a corner of the banquet, indulging in food and drink. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng finally exhaled in relief. Fearing further complications, he strode purposefully towards the grand hall. When he laid eyes on the elder in the corner, he was entirely reassured. Thank heavens. As long as the elder was unharmed, all would be well. Next came the moment of delight for the elder. Observing the lively gathering, Qin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. The elder, being an ordinary person, had likely never encountered such a multitude of enchanting maidens. He hoped they wouldn't become overly excited. Clearing his throat, Qin Changsheng approached the main seat in the grand hall and addressed the assembly. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all fellow friends for your presence. As you are all aware, today's theme is to find a knowledgeable and understanding concubine for our venerable elder. Now, allow me to formally introduce our esteemed guest of honor, the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng. Instantly, the attendees perked up, eager to engage with the legendary symbol of the Qin family. Yet, as Qin Changsheng directed his gaze and gesture towards the elder, he was met with only a few young individuals, glancing at one another in confusion, appearing utterly at a loss. Where was the esteemed elder of the Qin family? Seeing that the elder remained silent, Qin Changsheng let out a resigned sigh and approached the young man who was still engrossed in his meal. Respectfully bowing deeply, he implored, Elder, it is your time to shine. Are you satisfied with today's arrangements? Satisfied, my foot. You ungrateful descendant, I shall reprimand you later. Who gave you the authority to arrange a matchmaking event for me? Qin Changsheng shot Qin Changsheng a disapproving glare, reluctantly rising to his feet. Nevertheless, recognizing the burdens of his position as the family head, Qin Changsheng bore it with grace, mindful of the decorum expected in public. After all, the dignity of the Qin family must be upheld. At worst, he could claim that none were to his liking. Marriage and concubinage were out of the question. At the moment Qin Changsheng stood, the assembly caught a clear glimpse of his visage. So youthful. Is this truly the ancestor of the Qin family? Though he exuded an extraordinary demeanor and remarkable presence, he starkly contrasted with the ethereal image of the elder they had envisioned. The young women present were utterly captivated, their gazes fixed on Qin Changsheng. How handsome, truly exquisite. They had anticipated that the ancestor of the Qin family would be an elderly man, and had braced themselves to serve him with humility. Little did they know that fortune had smiled upon them, for the Qin family patriarch was, in fact, a strikingly handsome man. How to describe his aura? It was one of profound experience, charming nonchalance, and the carefree spirit of a roguish wanderer. Many young women felt their hearts flutter, even contemplating that, should he not be the ancestor of the Qin family, they would still willingly pursue him. Qin Changsheng was acutely aware of the fervent admiration in the eyes of those women, and he sighed deeply within. Alas, I too yearn for modesty. Yet, circumstances deny me that luxury. Despite being merely an ordinary man, the allure of my presence draws admirers like moths to a flame. After years of unflattering experiences with women, he was well aware of his remarkable romantic appeal. His eternally youthful visage, combined with the weight of life's tribulations, crafted a unique charm that held a lethal allure for some inexperienced young ladies. Look, Aunt. The ancestor of the Qin family is so handsome. In another corner, Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, having become an infatuated admirer. However, she failed to notice her aunt, Su Muru, breathing heavily, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the young man across the room. Could it be him? The very person she had longed for. The one who had haunted her dreams countless times. That unforgettable face. Su Muru could scarcely believe her eyes. Waves of heartache crashing over her as if the entire world had crumbled. She had envisioned their reunion countless times, once believing he had silently perished. She had repeatedly told herself that should she encounter this scoundrel again, she would resolutely shatter him into 1,000 pieces. Yet, time had passed, and especially after vanquishing so many unfaithful men, she thought her heart had turned to stone. But now, faced with this moment, she hesitated. Her rebellious heart pounded fiercely, seemingly attempting to quell her murderous intent. She longed to cry out, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. The world around her blurred, and sorrowful tears began to well in her beautiful eyes, finally cascading down her exquisite features. Chapter 4. The encounter at the concubine selection, confronting the ex-girlfriend aunt. Why are you crying? Su Xiaoyu finally noticed Su Miru's unusual demeanor and hurriedly inquired. This ice-cold beauty, known to the world as the Demoness Fairy, was weeping. It's nothing, just a pesky insect that accidentally flew into my eye. Su Miru gently wiped away her tears, rubbing her eyes as she spoke softly. Su Xiaoyu, being young and innocent, did not suspect a thing. How could a practitioner at the law phase be bothered by a mere insect? Yet, Su Miru continued. And hasn't he kept up with worldly affairs these years? Do tell me about the ancestor of the Qin family. Upon mentioning the venerable ancestor of the Qin family, Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, likely invigorated by the celestial visage she had just witnessed. She fervently exclaimed, "Aunt, you have indeed inquired of the right person. In recent days, I have diligently sought information regarding the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng, and I must say, he is a remarkable individual. Despite lacking any aptitude for cultivation, he laid a solid foundation for the rise of the Qin clan, serving as an unequivocal symbol of its spirit. He single-handedly raised the second and third ancestors of the Qin family, acting both as elder brother and father. His educational influence during their youth shaped their lives profoundly. The second and third ancestors held him in great esteem, especially the third, who, at the time of Qin Changsheng's disappearance, embarked alone with a sword on a quest across the continent, even daring to venture into forbidden lands, though alas, fate conspired against him, and he was never able to find him. The mystery remains as to how the ancestor, in the guise of an ordinary man, eluded the Qin family's notice. Before his disappearance, he composed the family rules and virtues that the Qin family continues to uphold to this day, one of the reasons for their rapid ascendance. The initial enlightenment of the Qin family's young ones begins with an introduction to their ancestor, with tales crafted by him for the second and third ancestors. According to whispers, the reason Qin Changsheng has lived so long is due to inadvertently consuming a longevity elixir in his youth, granting him a lifespan of millennia. Observing the ancestor appearing so youthful today lends credence to the rumor. However, after so long, it is feared that he may now be in the twilight of his years, with his end drawing near. Upon hearing this, Su Mu felt a sudden constriction in her heart, a jolt of realization. Is he about to die? After abandoning me for so many years, without so much as an apology, he is to depart this world just like that? No, he cannot be allowed to die so easily. The conclusion should be my hand that ends his life. Reflecting on the pain she had endured over the years, her resolve hardened as if she had made a firm decision. Yet, the world is vast. What if they merely share a resemblance? Is he truly Xiaolang? Currently, he is the ancestor of the Qin family. What if I were to strike down the wrong person? My own life in exchange for another matters little. But such an act could spell disaster for the already declining Su family. Furthermore, even if he is indeed the one, what if there were dire circumstances that compelled his actions back then? Within her heart, Su Mu grappled with her conflicting emotions, beginning to waver in her resolve. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and deliver a few sharp blows to the back of the head of his unfilial descendant, Qinjin. Nearing death, he found his circumstances absurd, taking a concubine, no less, and one that is youthful and beautiful. Should this news spread, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed as a lecherous old man, feasting upon the tender youth. While his own indulgences were a matter of personal choice, being burdened with such a disreputable label by others was indeed disheartening. He would rather face destruction than tarnish his name, and thus he resolved to clarify matters, preserving his reputation. Coughing softly, Qin Changsheng cleared his throat and addressed the gathering. Esteemed guests, you have traveled far. Today, let us indulge in fine food and drink. As he spoke, his magnetic voice captivated many young admirers. With his striking appearance, enchanting voice, and noble status, he was undeniably a treasure of a man, if not an old sage. However, for Su Miru, it was akin to being struck by lightning. This voice, it belonged to him. There was no mistaking it. When Qin Changsheng uttered the words taking a concubine, she could no longer contain herself. A surge of unnamed fury coursed through her, mingled with a complex array of emotions. Taking a concubine? Scoundrel! After abandoning me for so many years, how can he so brazenly speak of such a thing? If he wished to take a concubine, why did he not take me back then? Furthermore, he, on the brink of the grave, still yearned for younger maidens. Not only that, but he dared to utilize the Qin family's influence to openly select a consort. as she glanced around at the multitude of beautiful young women, including her own niece. Su Xiaoyu, her anger intensified. He was nothing short of a beast, a scoundrel. Xiaoyan, you heartless wretch. A clear and resonant voice pierced through the atmosphere, interrupting Qin Changsheng's speech. The crowd gasped. Who would dare to cause a ruckus at the Qin family banquet? Everyone turned in unison toward the source of the voice. There stood a stunning beauty, her frosty visage and furious gaze captivating all. With delicate fingers raised, she pointed ahead. The demonist swordmaster. Someone recognized this renowned female swordsman from Qingzhou. It was said she had been forsaken by a scoundrel. Could it be that she had encountered him here? What a twist of fate. Was Xiaoyan that very scoundrel? Wait, who was Xiaoyan? The crowd's interest peaked. They had stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. A juicy tale to savor. Gossip was innately human, and they all yearned to know what manner of man could abandon such a celestial being. However, as they followed the direction of Su Muru's finger, it became apparent that the person in question was none other than the ancestral patriarch of the Qin family. Qin Changsheng. The assembly collectively gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Xiaoyan was the patriarch of the Qin family? Was he truly the legendary Heartbreaker? This revelation was monumental. Those with quick wits began to contemplate discreetly vacating the premises, fearing the wrath of the Qin family. As for Qin Changsheng, it felt as though he had been struck by divine thunder. Xiaoyan was one of his aliases for courting women. Naturally, when traversing the world, one would not use their true name while engaging in morally dubious endeavors. In the realm of martial arts, the importance of aliases could not be overstated. The more, the merrier. Gazing at the familiar face of Su Muru, Qin Changsheng found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. What in the world was happening? Was this karma catching up to him? Taking a concubine. What a predicament. He shot a fierce glance at Qin Zhen. Though he had never entertained the thought of taking a concubine, at this very moment, he felt as if he had been caught in the act of infidelity. It was a pure social demise. Family, I urgently seek advice. What should I do now that my ex-girlfriend has shown up at my concubine ceremony? I await your counsel with utmost urgency. Despite having envisioned various scenarios of encountering his former lovers, he never anticipated that the first one he would meet would be at his own concubine banquet. Moreover, it seemed that the one he was being matched with was a descendant of his ex. Even with Qin Changsheng's thick skin, he wished he could simply vanish into the ground. Chapter 5. Astonishment. The ancestor of the Qin family is a scoundrel. At this moment, the entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if struck by an overwhelming stillness. Observing the fluctuating expression on Qin Changsheng's face, everyone had come to a grim realization. The one who had abandoned the Rakshasa fairy, leading to her drastic change in character, the scoundrel responsible, was none other than the esteemed ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng himself. The members of the Qin family were rendered incredulous, their entire worldview collapsing. The very symbol of the Qin family, their most revered ancestor, who had left a resplendent plaque bearing the family motto, had taught them the virtues of love and integrity. The ancestor they held in high esteem, who stood as a paragon of virtue, was, shockingly, a scoundrel. How they wished their ancestor would step forward and justify himself, to reveal the burdens he bore. Yet, the demeanor of the ancestor suggested nothing but guilt and shame. Su Muru, witnessing Qin Changsheng's silence and lack of apology or intent to explain, felt a surge of anger that drowned out her rationality. Scoundrel, pay with your life. Summoning her autumn water sword, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her being, infusing the sword with formidable strength. The autumn water sword blazed with brilliance, its sword aura soaring into the heavens, illuminating the grand hall. Transforming into a colossal sword energy, it hurtled towards Qin Changsheng. Although Qin Changsheng was an ordinary man, the treasures amassed over the years, living off others, allowed him 100 ways to evade danger. Yet, he thought to himself, let it be. If death is to come, then so be it. After all, he did not have much time left to live. Moreover, he could not practice cultivation in this fantastical realm of soaring skies and shifting mountains, so continuing to exist seemed rather meaningless. Perhaps this was his retribution. Perishing at the hands of a former lover might be a form of liberation. With this thought, Qin Changsheng closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Perhaps sensing the end, as he shut his eyes, visions of various beautiful faces flashed through his mind. Lawless, elegant women, gentle souls, fiery spirits, and alluring figures, each distinct and vivid. Would they mourn for him after he was gone? Su Muru, initially filled with resentment, prepared to strike, but in that fleeting moment, she suddenly found herself in a daze. Witnessing Qin Changsheng close his eyes, resigned to his fate, her heart softened inexplicably. The sword that was meant to pierce his heart deviated by 3 inches, its fierce energy cleaving toward the wall behind. With a thunderous crash, a gaping hole was instantly carved into the grand hall of the Qin family banquet. The sword's path left chaos in its wake, shattering all in its vicinity, even rendering some objects into nothingness. Audacious! How dare you harm my Qin family's ancestor? Qin Jin bellowed, stepping protectively in front of Qin Changsheng. The suddenness of the incident had plunged him into a state of disbelief, and he had momentarily failed to react. Even if their ancestor was at fault, as descendants of the Qin family, they could never allow anyone to lay a hand on their forebear in their presence. Not even if the assailant was an old companion of the ancestor, nor despite the ancestor's culpability. Step aside. What does this have to do with you? Go away. Qin Changsheng glared at Qin Jin, pushing him aside, his heart seething with silent curses. You little brat, do you think I need your protection? Were it not for your reckless actions in taking a concubine, would I find myself in this predicament? Who dares to act against my Qin family? Just as Qin Changsheng was organizing his thoughts to fabricate a lie, a thunderous voice resonated through the skies above the Qin family estate. Subsequently, a figure clad in white, an ethereal middle-aged man, descended from the heavens. It was the white-clad supreme, Qin Changsheng. Among the crowd, someone could not help but exclaim in astonishment, realizing they were witnessing the infamous harbinger of death. Who is it? Which fool dares to make a move at my elder brother's banquet? Have they a death wish? Qin Changsheng inquired, his face a mask of fury. Even without employing his divine sense, he had sensed the earlier commotion. Today was his elder brother's banquet. He had preferred to remain in the shadows to avoid overshadowing his brother. Yet, he was taken aback that someone would dare to act so brazenly within the Qin family's domain. He could disregard the lives of others, but if even a single hair on his elder brother's head were to be harmed, he would never forgive himself. Get lost. If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. Qin Changsheng retorted, infuriated, and delivered 2 slaps to the back of Qin Changsheng's head. It was merely a familiar gesture, a habit formed from childhood. He felt no need to hold back from his younger brother, whom he had raised. Qin Changsheng shrank his neck, momentarily perplexed about what he had said wrong, and dared not evade, allowing his elder brother to strike him. This spectacle left the banquet attendees in utter shock. The white-clad supreme, the very specter of terror that sent chills through the hearts of foreign clans on the battlefield. Yet here he was, like a docile child, receiving slaps to the back of his head without retaliation. The crowd averted their gazes, keen to observe yet too fearful to look directly, uncertain of the potential repercussions. As for Su Muru, she remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Changsheng, for since the moment she had seen him, he was the sole inhabitant of her world. Auntie, Su Xiaoyu timidly called out, tugging at Su Muru's sleeve. Everything transpired too swiftly for her to react. Her aunt had already drawn her sword, and the 3 ancestors of the Qin family had made their appearance. Even though her aunt harbored deep-seated animosity towards the elder of the Qin clan, it was impossible for any resolution to arise in such a public setting. Fearing that her aunt might act irrationally in her fury, she considered offering a word of caution. However, Su Muru stood like a statue, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, fixated on Qin Changsheng, lost in her thoughts. Qin Changsheng, disregarding all else, advanced directly towards Su Muru. Alas, having squandered his life, he had intended to fade away quietly within the Qin family, only to find that retribution arrived with astonishing swiftness. This was his due. He must confront it. Whether it be a blade or a punishment, he would accept it. As Qin Changsheng approached Su Muru and was about to speak, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Ding! The essential golden finger for traversers in Huaxia has been delivered. The system detected the host's current predicament. The broken mirror reconciliation system has been bound. For every ex-girlfriend encountered, should her affinity for the host reach 90 once more, the host shall receive substantial rewards. Please bestow a 5-star review, dear. What the hell? A system? Is it true that my mundane existence has come to an end? Can I finally soar through the skies on a sword and achieve immortality? Qin Changsheng momentarily froze, overwhelmed with joy. only to be swiftly overtaken by a surge of inexplicable anger. 5-star reviews. What a farce. I demand a refund. You have been overdue for a millennium. A millennium? Do you comprehend how I have endured this millennium? A negative review is imperative. What I, Qin Changsheng, declare holds weight even against the Jade Emperor. Ding. Upon system inquiry, it appears that the host has indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, meandering among various beautiful women over the past millennium. Quite the delight. Qin Changsheng felt somewhat embarrassed, but soon became infuriated, exclaiming in his mind, that is merely surface level, that is only superficial. Deep within, I am profoundly lonely, utterly discontented, masking my true self with romantic pursuits to numb my pain. The system fell silent. You ought to reflect on what you just said. In Qin Changsheng's mind, an enormous middle finger materialized, pointing skyward, its meaning unmistakable. Just as Qin Changsheng was about to lose his composure and unleash his wrath, the system's voice echoed once more. To compensate the host, a generous reward package has been prepared. Would you like to claim it now? Yes. Qin Changsheng was filled with exhilaration. Everything that had just occurred was merely a prelude to claiming compensation, and now that his objective was achieved, he was indeed thrilled. However, he declined, stating that the time was not right to accept it. He must first address the immediate situation. Yet, with the system's arrival, a glimmer of hope for cultivating his path emerged, and suddenly, the desire to live surged within him. Moreover, the prospect of reconciling with his ex-girlfriend seemed to promise substantial rewards. Though the duration of Qin Changsheng's mental exchange with the system was brief, it appeared quite differently to the onlookers. To them, as he approached the Rakshasa fairy, his expressions morphed from daze to delight, then to fury, followed by embarrassment, returning once more to anger, and ultimately settling into tranquility. His countenance was a kaleidoscope of emotions, leaving everyone bewildered as to what was truly transpiring. Su Muruo, too, felt a twinge of confusion. However, observing Qin Changsheng's prolonged silence, her emotions became a tumultuous sea. Ultimately, her ire temporarily suppressed the other sentiments, and she raised the autumn water sword to his throat, seemingly intent on dismembering him. Yet, the slight tremor in her hand betrayed her inner turmoil. Ah, Xiaoyan, what a long time it has been! Su Muruo exclaimed bitterly, unsure whether to be incensed at his concealed identity or at his abandonment. Qin Changsheng initially gestured behind him, halting the intentions of the 3 ancestors of the Qin family and the onlookers. Then, gazing deeply into Su Muruo's eyes, he spoke with profound affection. For you, it has indeed been a long time. Yet for me, it has been 110,395 days and nights, feeling longer than my entire existence. Go ahead and slay me. After all, my time is limited. I suffer from a terminal affliction, the ailment of longing. Among the myriad of human ailments, only longing remains unhealable. As he gazed at the woman before him, his expression softened. Qin Changsheng continued earnestly. Once, a sincere love was laid before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon losing it did I realize my grave miscalculation. There is no greater sorrow in this world. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would utter 3 words to that girl. I love you. Should a time limit be required for this love, I would wish for it to be 1,000,000 years. His tone was steady, his gaze as profound as an abyss, holding Su Muruo captive, stirring feelings within her that she had thought long extinguished. How poignant! The patriarch of the Qin family possesses such depth of feeling. I am eager to uncover the tale that binds them. Undoubtedly a saga filled with passion that lingers in the heart. Alas, the elder must have had his reasons, compelling him to forsake his love. One is the revered ancestor of the Qin family, the other the most stunning fairy of the Su clan, a perfect match. Reactions varied among the crowd, with many women moved to tears, quietly wiping their eyes. It was unexpected to witness such a tender side of the Qin patriarch, and surely, lovers destined for one another will ultimately unite, provided they hold each other in their hearts. Love will surely find a perfect resolution one day. Some even called out, Rakshasa fairy, forgive the elder of the Qin family. I believe he must have had his reasons. The chance for their union began to swell. As for Su Muruo, she gasped, her limbs turning weak, and the autumn water sword clattered to the ground. Gazing into Qin Changsheng's affectionate eyes and hearing his heartfelt words, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart began to race. Had she truly hated him? Yes, she had indeed felt hatred. Yet, when the person from my dreams truly stands before me, my heart softens, and the desire for vengeance dissipates. Remembering the blissful moments we once shared, Sumuru unconsciously trembles her lips, at a loss for words. Observing her demeanor, Qin Changsheng recognizes her moment of weakness and understands that he must seize the opportunity to press forward. Chapter 7. Misunderstanding. I merely purchased grapes with that lady. Thus, Wanner, I love you. Let us return to the past. Wanner? Who is Wanner? Sumuru, whose gaze had been clouded, suddenly regains clarity, her expression shadowed by frost. Her eyes narrowing as she fixates on Qin Changsheng. With a swift motion, the fallen autumn water sword returns to her grasp, poised once more against Qin Changsheng's neck. Just as before, I am Muru, Sumuru. Speak, who is Wanner? Her voice quivers slightly. Is it this vixen named Wanner who led him to forsake me? Qin Changsheng's heart sinks. He internally berates himself, wishing he could slap himself twice for his blunder. The slip of the tongue, a consequence of the striking resemblance between Muru and Wanner, causes him to momentarily confuse their names. After all, with so many ex-girlfriends, it is not surprising to misname one. What had been a promising situation now teeters on the brink of disaster. Who can save me from this calamity? Online inquiries flood in. What to do when one mistakenly calls their ex-girlfriend's name in front of their current partner? The onlookers stand with mouths agape, struck dumb by the rapid turn of events. What began as a beautiful love story has swiftly morphed into a revelation of a scoundrel. Can one truly misname their beloved? Some, already moved to tears, are now at a loss, uncertain whether to continue weeping or to cease. How utterly despicable, Qin cannot help but think. However, this incident concerns the dignity of the Qin family, and he resolves to keep it under wraps, casting a wary glance around. My elder brother is formidable. It seems I shall soon have 2 sisters-in-law. The third brother, Qin Changsheng, silently nods, fully aware of the unfolding drama. Yet it does nothing to diminish the esteem in which he holds his brother. Eureka! In this critical moment, Qin Changsheng's mind races, and he devises an ingenious explanation. Despite the sword at his throat, he remains unperturbed, gazing tenderly into Sumuru's eyes, and softly declares, I did not err, in my heart. You are both Muru and Wanner. Wanner, in our hometown, signifies a gentle and graceful woman, the most endearing term for one's beloved. My mother once told me that she hoped my wife would bear the name Wanner. Though your name is not Wanner, in my heart, you embody that name. Only you are worthy of it. If the title Wanner causes you discomfort, I shall revert to calling you Muru. The crowd stands in stunned silence, their minds utterly bewildered. Is this truly possible? Can this truly be reconciled? Scoundrel wretch! Those with discerning eyes in attendance immediately recognized this as nothing more than a deceitful charade, their hearts seething with silent indignation. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, for this was the Qin family, and that was their esteemed ancestor. They could only cast their hopes upon Sumuru, wishing that her innate wisdom would prevent her from falling for Qin Changsheng's honeyed words once more. Oh, enchanting fairy, open your eyes and see clearly. The man before you is nothing but a rogue. The fact that he could misname her in front of so many speaks volumes of the multitude of women he has encountered. Even the third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, found it difficult to bear, muttering to himself, Brother, if you must lie, at least make it plausible. Is this a custom from our homeland that I am unaware of? Besides, while our mother left us after giving birth to me and my brother, you have claimed she was mute. Although the crowd wished for Sumuru to remain vigilant, some even attempted to catch her eye with subtle gestures, and even Su Xiaoyu discerned Qin Changsheng's true nature, tugging at her aunt's sleeve in a bid to awaken her reason. Yet, Sumuru's heart was already in turmoil, ensnared in confusion and trepidation. Despite the passage of 3 millennia, she remained unworldly. These years had been spent solely in cultivation and avenging the treacherous. Her experiences in love were singular. Aside from Qin Changsheng and her family, she had never interacted with another man, having also shunned external information, which rendered her understanding of romantic encounters even less sophisticated than that of her niece, Su Xiaoyu. What should I do? What should I do? Does Qin Lang intend to marry me? Am I to be his future wife? Sumuru's emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety and fear, suddenly recalling something. She said, But after you left, I searched for you tirelessly, and later, my maid swore she saw you on the same street. A young lady was linked to your arm, and you both purchased lychees, appearing very much like a love-struck couple. I hurried there, yet you were nowhere to be found. If you profess to love me so dearly, then who is that girl?" As she spoke, Su Muru's countenance fell, as if the heart-wrenching scene from the past had resurfaced. Upon hearing her words, Qin Changsheng recalled that indeed, such an incident had occurred. Shortly after he had initiated their separation, in a state of aimlessness, he had fortuitously encountered another true love, akin to a whirlwind, had struck him unexpectedly, and this new affection was fond of shopping. Yet, this sudden passion was not within his control. Misunderstanding, injustice. "Muru, please let me explain," Qin Changsheng implored hastily. It was indeed a grave misrepresentation of his character, completely disregarding objective reality, fabricating rumors against him. "Misunderstanding? Impossible. My personal maid would never deceive me. Will you allow me to explain?" "Fine, go ahead and explain," Su Muru replied, her gaze sharp and piercing, hoping against hope that this was all a fabrication. Qin Changsheng paused for a moment, as if he were weighing his words with great care, before he slowly said, "We purchased grapes, not lychees. You are well aware that how could lychees possibly be sold on the ordinary streets of the northern regions? Thus, this is nothing but a baseless rumor." Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the gathering, their impact profoundly significant. How beastly! No, it was even worse than that. It was downright despicable. Grapes, lychees, are these truly the crux of the matter? Lady Rakshasa, do take action. Show us the fierce manner in which you dispatch other unfaithful men. Did you not once declare your intent to eliminate all treacherous souls? Before you stands the most despicable of them all. However, observing Su Muru's hesitance, a collective sigh arose from the crowd. Alas, everyone had realized that this Lady Rakshasa was indeed consumed by love before her beloved. Her mind was utterly vacant. There was no hope for her. No wonder she had been forsaken for millennia, yet remained so entranced, unable to forget. TSK. It truly elicits pity for those unfaithful souls she had previously slain. They died unjustly. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Changsheng stepped forward, stroking her silken hair, and gently said, "Yet, grapes or lychees are inconsequential. I was not mature enough back then, but now, I have ripened. Muru, the peach blossoms bloom but once a year, and my heart blossoms only once in a lifetime. I believe that encountering you again is my greatest fortune. This is heaven's way of granting me a second chance, Muru. Let us start anew, shall we?" Su Muru quivered, her cheeks flushed crimson, on the verge of responding. Suddenly, a communication jade pendant at her waist emitted a series of urgent beeps, startling her. As her consciousness probed, her expression shifted dramatically, casting a lingering glance at Qin Changsheng. Her eyes filled with profound reluctance. She grasped Su Xiaoyu's hand and soared away on her sword. It appeared that a grave matter had arisen within the Su family. Alas, Qin Changsheng sighed as he gazed at Su Muru's departing figure. So close, so very close to success. The rewards from the system were almost within reach. What a pity. By the way, the system. Qin Changsheng suddenly recalled that he had yet to claim his compensation gift pack and needed to find a quiet place to delve into the system. Qin Town, you handle this. I shall return to my quarters. He then strode directly toward the door, completely disregarding the peculiar gazes of those present, as if to assert, "What are my transgressions? Am I not proud of it?" Witnessing Qin Changsheng's brazen demeanor, the crowd felt their limits of shamelessness being thoroughly tested. Truly despicable and utterly inhumane. In such a public setting, was there not a shred of shame within him? Chapter 8. Shamelessness, exploiting the system. Qin Town, you manage this. Even the esteemed Ancestor, Qin Changsheng, could no longer withstand the multitude of strange glances directed at him. Oh, ancestors, what is this? If this spreads, the illustrious reputation of the Qin family, built over millennia, will be tarnished. You have conveyed one of the teachings of the Qin family, never to forsake one's principles, yet you engage in such nefarious deeds. While slander may linger as mere slander, the influence of Qin Zhen, the current patriarch of the Qin family, has long resonated throughout Qinzhou. Under his admonition, the crowd unanimously vowed to refrain from idle gossip before gradually dispersing. Once they had departed, Qin Zhen turned to a nearby young man and delivered 2 sharp slaps to the back of his head. It must be said, the act was rather gratifying. However, Observing how effortlessly and artistically his ancestor had dealt with his forebear made him ponder why he could not replicate that finesse. "Father, why are you hitting me?" The young man protested, cradling his head in discontent. "What is wrong with that? Look at you, at your age, without even a partner. You ought to take a page from your ancestor's book." Though he may have been a touch more handsome, the essence lies in his eloquence. Write down that heartfelt confession from earlier. If you could emulate even a fraction of it, finding a wife would be a breeze, ensuring our family lineage continues. Was he merely a touch more handsome? He was stunning beyond belief. If I inherited even a tenth of my ancestor's looks, coupled with my status as a direct descendant of the Qin family, I would have no trouble wooing women, even the Holy Maiden of Yaochi, the young man mused, inwardly cursing his father for being an old-fashioned man, devoid of aesthetic sensibilities. Yet, he understood the futility of reasoning with his father, shook his head, and exited the room. As the members of the Qin family gradually departed, Qin Zhen approached the ruins that had been shattered by Su Muru, his heart aching as he lamented. "My precious map of the vast rivers and mountains, the magnificent seven-colored glazed walls I commissioned, my treasured vase, once used by the legendary Eternal Emperor, all gone, alas. Judging by the state of my ancestor, it's clear that a former lover must have been involved. I can only hope that those who remain are few, for the Qin family cannot endure much more turmoil." Suddenly recalling the butler's earlier words about the numerous fragrant pouches and ornaments held by his ancestor, he gasped in shock. Murmuring, "It is said that the Empress of Yaochi was once abandoned by a scoundrel. Could it be that it was my ancestor? If that is indeed the case, the Qin family is doomed." Meanwhile, upon entering his room, Qin Changsheng could hardly contain his excitement as he called out into the void, "System? Are you still there? Brother System? Brother?" Ding. Warning. The host should refrain from making unnecessary connections. A mechanical voice echoed in response. Upon hearing the system's voice once more, Qin Changsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that the voice he had heard during the banquet was not a figment of his imagination. For a millennium, while other transmigrators had long since ascended to immortality, his own golden finger had only just arrived. With this thought, Qin Changsheng felt a surge of indignation and could not help but question, why did it take you 1,000 years to deliver? As soon as the question was posed, the system's voice took on a tone imbued with emotion, even tinged with excitement. "This is exhilarating. On my way here, I encountered a few smaller systems, and I couldn't resist engaging in a battle with them. I executed a monkey picking peaches followed by a black tiger stealing heart. And then an old man pushed a cart. Stop, stop, stop. Just tell me the result." Qin Changsheng could no longer contain himself and interrupted the system's incessant chatter, internally questioning the seriousness of the system. "In any case, I emerged victorious. I am the most splendid system of all realms. Though I was momentarily delayed, a millennium has already passed here. The system seemed to still crave more. Now, allow me to introduce my functions." Ding. This system is a positive energy system, designed to guide the host along a path of righteousness and harmony. In light of the host's past actions, the function of mending broken relationships has been established. It is hoped that the host will provide a home for every girl encountered. For each ex-girlfriend whose affection for you exceeds 90, the host will receive substantial rewards, including but not limited to cultivation, mental techniques, divine abilities, treasures, and divine weapons. "Is that all?" Qin Changsheng inquired, unable to hide his skepticism. "That's all. Wait. This seems to have a bug." An idea struck him, and he sheepishly scratched his head, saying, "If my ex-girlfriend's affection for me exceeds 90, and I then abandon her, causing it to drop below 90, and subsequently win her back, can I claim multiple rewards through this back and forth?" The system fell silent. "Shameless. Do you even hear what you're saying? You dare to exploit the system's generosity. Furthermore, how could you be so callous? Do you think the girls can withstand such relentless torment? It would be a wonder if they didn't succumb to depression, and those with fiery tempers might not take it lightly." Ding. Host, please be advised that this is a positive energy system. Please refrain from committing acts that would incite public outrage. Additionally, each ex-girlfriend can only yield one reward. Upon hearing that he could not exploit the bug, Qin Changsheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He paced back and forth in his room, mulling over the system's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he addressed the void. "System, have you considered that most of my ex-girlfriends are from thousands of years ago, when I was dating them? I didn't care about their qualifications or family backgrounds. Now, after so many years, what if they have all passed away? Even if some have managed to survive until now due to their cultivation, the numbers are too few, and the rewards would not suffice to elevate me to the pinnacle of martial arts. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to you, system? After a moment of silence, the system's voice resonated slowly. Indeed, as the most splendid entity across all realms, my host cannot be lacking. However, once the main storyline of the system is established, modifications are challenging. Here's what I can do. Within my authority, I will significantly enhance your rewards. For each ex-girlfriend you win back, you will start with celestial artifacts. Celestial artifacts from the start? Qin Changsheng was left astounded. This was truly a monumental leap. In this world, anything even remotely associated with the celestial realm bears but two words: invincible. His mind could scarcely contain the fantasies of himself adorned with divine artifacts, unmatched in all the earth, shattering barriers, and subduing the heavens with his extraordinary presence. Halt! The system abruptly interrupted his fantastical musings, dousing his aspirations with cold reality. Host, cease your daydreaming. It would be prudent to consider how to elevate your ex-girlfriend's favorability towards you to above 90. Hastily enhance your cultivation. Do not tarnish this system's reputation. Is Su Murwa's favorability still not at 90? I believed I had already won her over, but it seems her family matters unexpectedly intervened. Qin Changsheng queried in confusion. You, unprofessional system, wouldn't be deliberately sabotaging me, would you? Ding. A reminder. Host, do not indulge in excessive self-admiration. This system operates under a fair evaluation standard. In the future, the host may inquire about favorability in real time. Currently, Su Murwa's favorability is at 88. At the banquet, she was momentarily deceived by the host. However, once she realizes the host's despicable behavior, her favorability may plummet once more. Deceived? Despicable? You, system, should refrain from personal attacks, Qin Changsheng thought with dissatisfaction. Alas, the pursuit of romance appears to be a daunting endeavor. Chapter 9. Mortals for Millennia. One day to become an emperor, by the way. There is also a compensation gift pack, he suddenly recalled. System, I would like to claim the compensation gift pack. With your sagacious and formidable assistance. Although belated by a millennium, the compensation gift pack should be quite generous, yes? Ding. Rest assured, host, this system is not stingy. Would you like to claim it? Yes. Before him, radiant orbs of light emerged from thin air, and his mind was instantly flooded with detailed information about the rewards. The pinnacle of imperial cultivation and comprehension. The Void Emperor's Sutra, 10 supreme imperial weapons, and numerous exquisite elixirs. Wow. After living for 10,000 years and gaining extensive knowledge, Qin Changsheng was momentarily left speechless. This is a direct ascent to the heavens. No, it is outright invincibility. The system is extraordinarily generous. System, you are the best. Is this reasonable? Indeed. It is exceedingly reasonable, Qin Changsheng rejoiced. Other transmigrators had long since achieved enlightenment in the primordial realm and became invincible across myriad worlds within a millennium. He, however, had spent 10,000 years as a mortal, merely receiving a compensation of imperial cultivation, surely not excessive, not in the slightest. In this world, the path of cultivation is generally divided into 13 realms: Qi induction realm, acquired realm, innate realm, foundation establishment realm, divine concealment realm, purple mansion realm, primordial spirit realm, cave void realm, dharma form realm, saint realm, supreme realm, quasi-emperor realm, and emperor realm. It is said that above the emperor lies the celestial, yet for 1,000,000 years, no one has ascended to become a celestial, nor has anyone ever encountered one. Thus, the celestial has gradually become a mere legend, with the emperor realm representing the pinnacle of this world. However, in this era, destiny has yet to unfold, and with no new emperor having emerged, the quasi-emperors walk as the zenith of existence in this world. Even the ancient emperors, bound by the heavenly laws, are mostly living in a state of decline or have chosen to seal themselves away or enter secluded meditation. Unbeknownst to him, he had directly disregarded the celestial laws of this realm and ascended to the status of an emperor. After living as an ordinary mortal for 10,000 years, he could finally stand proudly above the world, effortlessly declaring to all clans, "I am invincible. Do as you please." The mere thought of that scene ignited a fervor within Qin Changsheng, compelling his finger to instinctively point towards the grandest orb of light. In an instant, the orb transformed into countless radiant points, surging into his being. A formidable surge of profound cultivation power manifested within him, fortifying his internal organs, his purple palace divine spirit, and even every single cell. His aura continuously escalated, first to the first level of Qi gathering, then to the first level of innate, advancing through the 10th level of divine concealment, and peaking at the initial stage of supreme, finally halting at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. As Qin Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, he noticed a tremendous transformation had taken place within him. The purple palace divine spirit had been unveiled, enveloped in an enigmatic purple aura. The flow of the wind, the ripples of water, the growth and changes of flora and fauna 1,000 miles away, all were vividly clear to him. Even the fluctuations of spiritual energy and the intricate transformations of the Tao were now under his command. Is this the Emperor realm? How astonishingly powerful! Qin Changsheng mused, astonished by the swiftness of his ascent from a mere mortal to the heights of the 9 heavens in a single day. From this moment forth, the world lay open before him. With a mere thought, a mysterious force emanated from within, contained within the confines of the room under his control. This was the exclusive domain of the Emperor, the Imperial Tao domain. Upon sensing it, Qin Changsheng's face lit up with joy. His domain power was that of time. The most enigmatic of all the 3,000 great paths, the power of the time law. Now he was truly invincible. Do as you please. I am invincible, he thought gleefully. Yet, a frown soon creased his brow, as he felt something was amiss. I have become an emperor. Where is the celestial acknowledgement? The thunderous applause of the heavens? The cosmic phenomena? The veneration of myriad saints? Why was it all so quietly accomplished? What a splendid opportunity for divine revelation, now lost. It seemed the system sensed his thoughts, and its voice resonated at the opportune moment. Host need not express gratitude. This system transcends the celestial laws, shielding all information from perception, allowing you to rest assured. Thank you, but before he could finish his thought, Qin Changsheng suddenly realized that perhaps this was for the best. He had almost been swept away by the grandeur of it all. Remaining low-key was indeed wise. His survival to this point was due to his discretion. Furthermore, the current ethos and momentum of the Qin family were flourishing, rooted in a mindset of caution. If they were to learn of an ancestor at the Emperor realm, it could very well breed arrogant and reckless descendants, gradually cultivating his abilities, revealing them only when stability was achieved, and then quietly astonishing everyone. The most crucial matter at hand is the sheer number of ex-girlfriends. One cannot venture out to dispose of the trash without potentially encountering one. Having committed numerous transgressions in my earlier years, it is perhaps prudent to maintain a low profile for the time being. My primary focus henceforth shall be to discreetly assist the Qin family in their development, striving to elevate them to the pinnacle of all realms. As for rekindling relationships with former lovers, what even is that? Pray tell, do I, now a formidable emperor, still require the allure of past romances as a reward? Is solitude truly so undesirable? Is it the mobile device that has lost its charm? Or has the allure of performances waned? Women merely serve to impede my swiftness in drawing my blade. Upon this reflection, Qin Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, as memories of past loves surged forth in his mind. With his newfound emperor-level clarity, long-forgotten faces and voices materialized vividly. Are they faring well? Perhaps out of guilt, perhaps out of trepidation, he found himself resisting these thoughts. Shaking his head, he banished such musings from his mind, opting not to dwell on them further. Let it be. One step at a time. Ding. According to this system's investigation, the world is no simple matter. Having birthed some terrifying figures, the Emperor is not the terminus. It is hoped that the host will swiftly complete the main quest and gain mastery over all. The system's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Are you not weary? I shall ask you this. Am I invincible at present? Yes, but that suffices. Spare me the lengthy discourse. Qin Changsheng impatiently concluded the dialogue. For now, his invincibility sufficed. And as for reconciling with past loves, he would simply let nature take its course. After enduring a millennium of hardship, should I not be allowed to revel in life as pleasures? Why not indulge and enjoy the music and dance? He then proceeded to claim other rewards. The Void Emperor's scripture, mediocre at best, It encapsulates the lifetime teachings of the Void Emperor, encompassing numerous foundational techniques, martial arts, and secret arts. Yet, even at its pinnacle, it merely leads to the level of Emperor, which is of little use to him now. He intends to allocate it to his second and third brothers at an opportune moment. The Supreme Emperor's weapon, splendid indeed, and in a state of complete revival. It is noteworthy that currently, there are no more than 20 such weapons among the human race, most of which are in a state of disrepair. Primarily held by the Emperor families of the Central Domain, the Undying Lineages, and the Supreme Sacred Grounds. Should these 10 weapons circulate, they would likely incite chaos across the world. Thus, he decides to keep them hidden, leaving 2 at the ancestral grounds of the Qin family to silently safeguard their legacy. As for the exquisite elixirs, upon seeing these, Qin Changsheng felt a surge of joy. They possessed the potential to significantly accelerate the overall strength of the family. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to reward the family's outstanding disciples with these opportunities. Having tidied everything up, he sank into a recliner, his mind wandering far beyond. Yet, unbeknownst to Qin Changsheng, even the system cannot conjure something from nothing. All that he has acquired has been plundered from other realms. What he has gained is inevitably tied to what others have lost. At this moment, in the myriad realms, an unfamiliar world awaits. In the vast expanse of the void, the Kanglan Demon Emperor gazed serenely at the multitude of so-called righteous individuals intent on slaying demons. With an air of indifference, he declared, "Merely ants. Even if I bear the burden of the abyss and cradle the 9 nether demon domain in my palm, I, Kanglan, remain invincible in this realm." Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and his body plummeted uncontrollably downwards as he cried out in despair, "Impossible. My cultivation." Thus, before the astonished eyes of many, the once invincible Kanglan Demon Emperor, who had suppressed the world for 50,000 years, met an inexplicable demise from the heights above. This event left a multitude of righteous individuals in stunned silence and became the greatest enigma of that world. Chapter 10. The patriarch of the Fong family seeks to marry Su Muru. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng felt an unsettling anxiety as he lay there. Su Muru had departed in haste, her countenance grim. Could something be amiss? In the past, I was powerless to assist, but now I possess the strength to resolve any situation. I must go and check on her. With a flicker, he vanished from sight. Although he had previously been unable to cultivate, he had been exposed to various techniques. Now, under the enlightenment of the Emperor's power, he swiftly integrated the techniques he had once studied, transcending them to an extraordinary realm. When Qin Changsheng reappeared, he hovered above the Su family, quietly observing below. In the grand hall of the Su family, the current patriarch, Su Batian, sat in the main seat, his expression grim, while Su Muru wore a face of frost, wishing she could slay her adversary. In stark contrast, the 2 opposing figures appeared calm, seemingly certain that the Su family would inevitably yield. Particularly, a middle-aged man among them frequently cast furtive glances at Su Muru's enchanting figure, especially her ample bosom, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent, stirring within her a fierce desire to draw her sword and gouge out his eyes. The middle-aged man spoke leisurely. "Patriarch Su, my request is not excessive. I have long admired Muru and wish to take her as my partner. A union between our families would undoubtedly establish us as the foremost power in the northern region. Moreover, Patriarch Su, consider this, with each passing day, the peril to your ancestors and esteemed elders intensifies. I have prepared the betrothal gifts. All that is needed is a word from you and Muru." Though filled with fury, Su Batian inhaled deeply, suppressing his urge to strike. He replied, "Brother Fong, as the head of a family, you have little connection with my sister. To call for Muru at this moment seems rather reckless. While I cannot consent to taking my sister as a concubine, I assure you that if you can guarantee the safe return of our ancestors and esteemed elders, any treasures of the Su family are yours to claim. Even my life, if necessary." Fong Wenqing scoffed dismissively, sneering, "It appears that you cherish your sister greatly, Patriarch Su. However, your family's treasures do not interest me, nor do I covet your life. I simply wish to marry Muru as my concubine. Do the lives of your ancestors and esteemed elders not hold more value than your sister's happiness? Master Su, have you truly thought this through? This can be deemed as a betrayal of your mentor and an affront to your ancestors. Furthermore, it is rumored that the fair maiden Mu Ro has been forsaken by a scoundrel, and it seems she is no longer untouched. I do not even hold your sister's tarnished reputation against her. Marrying her as a concubine would be a significant elevation for her. Upon hearing this, Su Batian could no longer contain his fury. With a resounding crash, the nearby table shattered into splinters. Fong Wenqing, your words are utterly excessive. Steward, see our guests out. Su Batian bellowed, fearing that if he were to behold that loathsome visage again, he might be compelled to resort to violence. Brother Su, do not take such offense. I shall be residing in your guest quarters for the next few days. Think carefully and come find me, but only within 3 days. With that, Fong Wenqing and his companion sauntered out, exuding confidence, as if they were certain the Su family would acquiesce to their demands. Scoundrel! Despicable wretch! Once they had exited the Su residence, Su Batian could no longer restrain his anger. In the past, I once saved that old rogue Fong from peril on the battlefield. What a disgrace that he treats my family in this manner. Had I known this would transpire, I should have allowed the Tianling clan to tear him apart. With her brother in such distress, Su Mu Ro's heart ached for him, and she sought to console him. Brother, our ancestors and the esteemed elder are the pillars of our family. Now that we have received news, how can we, as their descendants, turn a blind eye? If I must become a concubine, let us concede to their demands. Though her tone was calm, the tremor in her hands betrayed her inner turmoil, revealing her unrest. She had resolved that once news of the rescue of their ancestors and the esteemed elder arrived, she would perish alongside Fong Wenqing. Yet, having just encountered Qin Lang, was she truly destined for eternal separation? She never imagined that their meeting at the Qin family banquet would be their last. Overwhelmed by this thought, Su Mu Ro could no longer contain her tears, which flowed like a dam that had burst. Mu Ro, what troubles you? Su Batian, noticing her distress, cast aside his anger and expressed his concern. In his ignorance, he remained unaware that his sister wept for the prospect of never seeing her beloved again, mistakenly believing her sorrow stemmed from the prospect of marrying that aged beast Fong Wenqing. Alas, it is all my fault, Su Batian lamented, striking his own face in frustration, blaming his own inadequacy for their inability to save their ancestors and for causing his sister such heartache. Brother, do not act this way. Fate governs all, and we are but pawns in its game, Su Mu Ro urged, stopping his self-reproach. After a moment of reflection, Su Batian regained his composure and declared, Mu Ro, I shall never allow you to wed that old rogue. I have come to a realization. There may be truth in Fong Wenqing's claims. Yet his audacity suggests that our ancestors are indeed trapped in the abyss of Tianyuan. However, I have no faith in the Fong family's ability to rescue them. They speak of the ancestral patriarch of the Fong family, who, by a twist of fate, has lived a second life in the Abyssal Valley, unexpectedly gaining control over a portion of authority. Such claims seem utterly ludicrous to me. Given that we are aware of the patriarch's whereabouts, it is imperative that I, along with several elders, take the family's sacred artifacts to rescue him. Time is of the essence. We must prepare to depart immediately. To guard against the possibility of this being a scheme by the Fong family, Muru, you shall remain at home. Should I fail to return, you may temporarily assume the position of head of the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Muru, whose previously dim gaze now glimmered with resolute determination, boldly declared, Brother, I wish to accompany you. If death awaits, let us meet it together. Seeing his sister's resolve, Su Batian did not refuse. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Very well. Let us, as siblings, venture into this legendary forbidden zone together. The Abyssal Valley, one of the 10 forbidden zones for humanity, is said to have been the site of a peak cultivator, an unknown emperor, who was grievously wounded by an extraterrestrial race. In his desperate attempt to defy fate and achieve immortality, he ultimately failed, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Within the valley, the rules are incomplete, the spiritual energy is scarce, and dark matter permeates the area. No one below the rank of quasi-emperor has ever exited alive, yet those nearing the end of their lifespans often enter, seeking a glimmer of hope to live a second life, transforming into something neither fully human nor ghostly. As the two from the Su family arranged various matters, Qin Changsheng above listened intently. Observing Fong Wenqing and his companion depart, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. They were now marked for certain doom. Although Su Muru was my former lover, she is not someone to be desecrated by others. However, To end her life would be too simple. I shall allow you to perish slowly in fear. The matter of the Abyssal Valley must be resolved, lest Muru be saddened for an extended period once more. With a flicker of thought, Qin Changsheng vanished from sight. Chapter 11. One of the 10 Forbidden Zones, the Abyssal Valley. Deep within the Abyssal Valley, several elders sat cross-legged on the ground, their faces ashen, breaths weak, their eyes reflecting only endless despair and fatigue. Their bodies trembled violently, seemingly resisting some unseen force. Suddenly, one elder moved his lips, faintly uttering, "Patriarch, I feel I can hardly endure any longer. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Before I perish, I wish to transfer my remaining energy to you, hoping you can hold on a while longer until the moment the clouds part and the truth is revealed. The Su family cannot be without you." The elder, referred to as the patriarch, slowly opened his eyes, filled with sorrow, and spoke painfully. "Xiao Wu, blame me. I never anticipated that it was a random teleportation array that brought us to this place. What face do I have to accept your spiritual energy to sustain me until I can escape alive? Patriarch, do not speak thus, or I shall take my own life immediately." The elder known as Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed deeply, then fell silent, closing his eyes to conserve any remaining strength. At this moment, Qin Changsheng had arrived above the Abyssal Valley, surveying the dark expanse below with a piercing gaze. The time has come to eradicate this forbidden zone. The 10 forbidden zones are inhabited by parasites that, in their desperate struggle for survival, willingly immerse themselves in darkness. Yet, they never contribute to the great battlefield of myriad races. Periodically, they incite dark upheavals, devouring the vital essence of countless beings to prolong their own existence. The ancient ancestors of humankind, lacking in strength and beset by the covetous gaze of foreign tribes, dare not unleash their full power to suppress these forbidden zones. Consequently, since the time of the primordial age, the interior of these zones has remained eerily silent, devoid of life, not even a whisper of wind, only an expanse of unending darkness. Occasionally, chilling howls pierce the silence, heightening the atmosphere of terror. Qin Changsheng's gaze narrowed, his eyes reflecting the celestial bodies as if they could rend the very fabric of the void, peering into the depths of the abyss. Slowly, everything beneath began to reveal itself, a desolate wasteland with shattered walls, collapsed halls, fractured earth, and countless skeletal remains. Strangely, at the center of the bones lay an empty space, within which sat a blurred figure. Sensing Qin Changsheng's scrutiny, the shadowy figure, shrouded in darkness, raised its head to meet his gaze, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes brimming with a thirst for blood and desire. "Who dares to invade my forbidden zone?" A deep roar erupted from its mouth, reverberating throughout the Abyssal Valley. The creatures within the valley, already tainted by darkness, turned their attention toward the source of the voice, puzzled by what could provoke such a response from this formidable entity. Even the Su family's ancestors and elders, who were strenuously resisting the encroachment, opened their eyes and exchanged glances, questioning whether a significant event was unfolding. In the skies above, Qin Changsheng smirked disdainfully. To his astonishment, this low-ranking abyssal forbidden zone harbored a fallen quasi-emperor. Though he had not actively concealed himself, the fact that this quasi-emperor could detect his probing suggested that, before his fall, he had been an extraordinary powerhouse. However, that was where the limitations lay. Today, the Abyssal Valley shall meet its end. Sensing that the members of the Su family had already set in motion, Qin Changsheng ceased his hesitation. A colossal finger materialized from thin air, slicing through the heavens, shattering space in its wake and generating terrifying black ripples, unleashing a tempest of spatial energy that devoured everything around it as it advanced toward the forbidden zone. Though he had not cultivated any techniques, the finger conjured by his imperial might already adhere to its own laws, the surrounding Tao rhythms flowing with abandon, disregarding all obstacles. Beneath the emperor, all are but ants. Since the dawn of the universe, only a handful have dared to defy the emperor, targeting those who are already in their twilight years. "You dare!" The roar from the darkness echoed through the sky, brimming with fury. He was the strongest of his era. Yet the heavenly Tao's constraints prevented him from ascending to emperorhood, leading to his self-corruption and slumber in this place, awaiting the arrival of a golden age to seize a fleeting opportunity for ascension. In his current predicament, he was reluctant to act unless absolutely necessary. Each exertion drained the essence of his very life, requiring the consumption of countless blood essences to replenish. However, as he witnessed the celestial finger poised to descend, he had no choice but to channel all his energy in defense. With a thunderous roar, the moment of collision unleashed a dazzling brilliance, causing the entire abyssal valley to tremble as if the apocalypse had arrived. The nameless quasi-emperor, already reduced to little more than a head, exclaimed in a state of disbelief. "Imperial might? Are you truly an emperor? Impossible. Impossible. The world has yet to undergo a profound transformation, and no one has borne the heavenly mandate in this era. How could anyone defy the heavens to become an emperor? You must merely be at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, employing some means to exude a hint of imperial might. Am I right?" The nameless quasi-emperor appeared frantic, seemingly desperate for an explanation. Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. This quasi-emperor of the Forbidden Zone was remarkably powerful, able to withstand even his casual fingertip strike. Such a feat would place him among the ranks of the strongest quasi-emperors throughout history. However, the dignity of the emperor cannot be insulted. If the emperor decrees death, one must perish. To survive is to provoke the majesty of the emperor. He then brought his right foot down with great force, emanating divine authority. Countless laws entwined beneath his foot, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction as it surged downward. This time, it was not merely imperial might, but also the exclusive domain of the emperor. The emperor cannot be insulted. At that moment, myriad lamentations arose, as if the very fabric of existence were being suppressed by the intimidation of the emperor's domain. As he planted his foot, a fearsome presence rippled across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, causing countless powerful beings to gaze in astonishment towards him, sensing the dread that accompanied this aura. Numerous ancient entities either awoke from their slumber or emerged from their seclusion, all casting solemn expressions towards the northern domain. Is this the emperor? How could it be? Their gazes pierced through endless space in an attempt to discern the truth of the situation, yet it seemed as though someone obscured the heavenly mystery, shrouding everything in a haze that rendered clarity elusive. The world had yet to undergo a grand transformation. At this moment, the heavenly path should not possess the capacity to give birth to an emperor in this era. The soil of rules remained incomplete, and in such circumstances, no one ought to ascend to the path of the emperor. The golden era was on the horizon, and if, at this critical juncture, someone were to secretly circumvent the heavenly path to become an emperor, it would shatter the hopes of all under heaven, rendering everyone mere accomplices to this new emperor. Moreover, it was said that the heavenly mandate of this era bore the most potent mark in 100 millennia, and that 100 millennia ago, the celestial calculator foresaw in his final moments that the ancient path among the stars would open in this era, allowing for ascension. Thus, countless prodigies, sons of emperors, monstrous talents, and youthful supremes sealed themselves, awaiting the great transformation of heaven and earth to emerge once more, embarking on the unparalleled path of the emperor, to determine a singular victor amidst countless confrontations, ultimately achieving the status of emperor. The emperor of this era possessed the advantage, standing as the most likely candidate for ascension. Who could have anticipated that someone would stealthily ascend to the throne? Chapter 12. A single misstep in the Forbidden Zone leads to a revelation. No. Countless entities have merged their consciousness into the void, silently perceiving. This cannot be. The mark of destiny still lingers. And this is certainly not the great emperor of this era. It could be an ancient emperor nearing the end of their life, striving in their final moments to unleash a brilliant strike, venting their grievances against the injustices of the heavenly path. Alternatively, it may be a peak quasi-emperor concealed within the annals of time. In any case, it is impossible for this to be the current great emperor. Speculations arose among the crowd. Even an ancient being well-versed in the ways of fate attempted silent calculations, yet yielded no results. Some, unwilling to relent, forcibly utilized sacred artifacts for divination, only to suffer backlash and spit blood, as if confronted by great terror. Within the ancient dark zones that have existed since time immemorial, numerous consciousnesses intertwined, seemingly engaged in heated debate. This unfamiliar aura was fraught with potential peril. Should none of you dare to investigate? With the impending upheaval of the world, the emergence of prodigies is only natural. Let us remain composed and await the destined moment. After countless epochs, We are finally nearing the time of our ultimate harvest. Let there be no unforeseen occurrences. Retreat now." As the ancient voice resonated from the depths of the forbidden zone, many consciousnesses withdrew, falling into silence. The rulers of the various races, including the divine, demon, and beast races, were equally astonished by the aura emanating from the human realm. However, the distance rendered them unaware of the events at hand, prompting them to send messages at any cost to ascertain the truth from their spies within the human ranks. In the central region, within the eternal immortal dynasty of Yaochi, the Empress of Yaochi reclined lazily upon her bed, suddenly sitting upright and gazing toward the northern domain. It was hard to believe that the usually unyielding Empress could display such a look of astonishment. Yet, after merely a glance, she reclined once more. As the pinnacle emperor of her past life, now unexpectedly reborn, she felt no fear, confident in her ability to suppress all adversaries in the world. Shifting her gaze back to the ink and brush, she murmured to herself, "If love is to endure through time, does it truly matter whether in morning or evening?" What a splendid poem, imbued with profound sentiment. Before her memories awakened, was she not in love with such an extraordinary man? It seems so. Yet if you do not seek me, given my stature, I shall naturally not pursue you. As she gazed, enchanting images surfaced in her mind, unbeknownst to her. A faint blush had crept onto her porcelain cheeks. In the south wilderness, atop a mountain peak blanketed in eternal ice and snow, a breathtaking woman sat cross-legged, her white garments billowing, merging seamlessly with the surrounding storm. Her countenance was frigid, evoking no sense of irreverence, a true frost beauty. She suddenly opened her eyes, directing her gaze toward the northern domain, a look of puzzlement crossing her features, her brows furrowed slightly, and an ethereal voice escaped her cherry lips. "Am I succumbing to madness? Why do thoughts of him suddenly arise?" With a sense of unease, she rechecked her cultivation, only to find her technique flowing without obstruction. Ultimately, she let out a long sigh, closed her eyes once more, and her voice, filled with confusion, echoed upon the mountain summit. The Heart's Sutra of Supreme Forgetfulness. I have cultivated to the pinnacle of its essence, yet why can I not forget him? Is this what my master spoke of, the greatest calamity destined for me? Meanwhile, on Qin Changsheng's side, as he stepped forth, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked, the skies darkening ominously. The nameless quasi-emperor from the Forbidden Zone sensed the overwhelming force of this strike, despair enveloping him entirely. No, he let out a desperate roar that echoed through the abyssal valley. However, having wielded invincible power for countless years, he would never resign to fate. Fellow Taoists, lend me your strength. Should the abyss be annihilated today, you shall also face extinction. With his anguished cry, from the depths of the Forbidden Zone emerged fallen saints and supreme beings, raising their arms to gather dark energies, forming a colossal black beam. Their intention was to obliterate Qin Changsheng entirely while he underestimated them. The two terrifying forces did not collide. Instead, they diverged, each sweeping towards the other. Qin Changsheng, perceiving the quasi-emperor's treachery, remained indifferent. Mere ants, regardless of their numbers, were still but ants, a fitting opportunity to test the resilience of a peak emperor's physique. His foot descended with imperial might, annihilating everything in its path with unparalleled force. The realm of imperial Tao stirred ripples in the void, enveloping the abyssal valley, suppressing all within, including the dark laws. The shockwave, a fusion of realm and spiritual energy, surged forth like a tide, silently dissolving everything it touched. Akin to snow melting away. Impossible. The realm of imperial Tao, are you an emperor? A voice filled with dread arose from the nameless quasi-emperor below, his gaze reflecting sheer terror, as if he beheld the most horrifying sight in existence. The realm of imperial Tao is the exclusive domain of the emperor. When it manifests, all laws retreat, which is why all beneath the emperor are deemed mere ants. At this moment, how could an emperor possibly appear? Moreover, a living emperor capable of unleashing their full might. Ha ha ha. The nameless quasi-emperor chuckled bitterly. Who says there are no great emperors among the human race? The greatest variable in the cosmos had emerged, and it seemed the Forbidden Zone's plans spanning 1,000,000 years would be brought to ruin. The destiny contested by myriad races had been preordained by humanity. In this era, humanity reigns supreme. After all, who could have anticipated that an emperor would emerge so abruptly? In the final moments of his life, The terror in the nameless quasi-emperor's eyes morphed into scorn, mocking all hidden hands in the world. Each believed themselves to be the players, orchestrating the game of heaven and earth. But alas, the board had already been stealthily overturned. Though his primordial spirit trembled within the realm of imperial Tao, he struggled to raise his gaze towards the mysterious figure above, longing to discern the true visage of this emperor. Alas, he was destined for disappointment. His head, his spirit, slowly dissolved, until he was utterly obliterated, never having glimpsed the face of the one who had brought about his end. Beneath the foot of Qin Changsheng, the entire abyssal valley was reduced to ruins. The ominous darkness, suppressed within the domain of the emperor's path, swiftly dissipated, giving way to radiant sunlight that bathed the land. The true visage of the abyssal valley's forbidden zone was unveiled before the world. Though this transformation seemed to unfold slowly, it occurred in an instant. As the dust settled, influenced by the temporal laws of the domain, the formidable strike, uniting all beings of the forbidden zone, finally approached Qin Changsheng. He neither dodged nor defended, instead observing the attack with keen interest. Unfortunately, its residual force was insufficient. The dark beam merely scattered the protective spiritual energy surrounding Qin Changsheng before vanishing entirely. Yet, in that fleeting moment, those present caught a glimpse of Qin Changsheng's true appearance. What a strikingly handsome man. Chapter 13. One of the leaders of humanity. Yaochi. At this moment, in a corner of the abyssal valley, several elderly men stood trembling, resembling ants in their insignificance, at the brink of death and suddenly saved. Would you not feel moved? They dared not move, not even a little. The elder of the Su family and several high-ranking elders remained completely still, fearful of disturbing the esteemed figure above. Though they could not fathom why the entire forbidden zone had succumbed to ruin beneath the elder's foot, they, as saints and sovereigns, had miraculously survived unscathed. Nevertheless, survival was preferable, yet the thought of provoking the elder's ire and being extinguished in an instant left them feeling utterly despondent. Recalling the moment they had dared to glance upward and caught sight of the elder's true face, they trembled anew, lowering their heads further. They dared not look, fearing for their lives. Qin Changsheng uttered softly, casting his gaze towards the void beside him. He then conjured a hand that shattered the void, revealing a figure that fell into his grasp. To his surprise, it was a quasi-emperor well-versed in the ways of space. Misunderstanding. Esteemed elder, it's a misunderstanding. I was merely passing through. I saw nothing. The quasi-emperor, perceiving the murderous intent in Qin Changsheng's eyes, hastily exclaimed, wishing he could slap himself for his misfortune. How could he have encountered a hidden great emperor on such a casual outing? In this era, who could disregard the heavenly path and act with impunity but the ancient shadows? Qin Changsheng coldly scrutinized the quasi-emperor, seemingly awaiting a compelling reason for sparing his life, as the previous explanation was woefully inadequate. Noticing that Qin Changsheng did not immediately strike, the quasi-emperor felt a surge of hope. The elder appeared to be of the human race. Could he be part of the ancient schemes of humanity? A flicker of doubt crossed the quasi-emperor's mind. Yet his words flowed incessantly, fueled by a desperate will to survive. Esteemed elder, I am Yaochi, the headmaster of Yuanshu Mountain, currently one of the leaders of humanity. I have devoted myself to the human race, shedding blood and sacrificing my life on the battlefield against myriad foes, accumulating countless merits. Esteemed elder, I have poured my heart and soul into humanity. If you do not believe me, you may inquire of the young human juniors below. All I speak is the truth. The eloquence of the discourse was infused with profound emotion, and in jest, it was clear that none desired an untimely demise. Qin Changsheng, possessing remarkable cultivation, discerned that the words spoken were not mere fabrications. Furthermore, he was not a man prone to indiscriminate slaughter. However, the secrecy of his identity could not yet be revealed. Thus, he released his grip and coldly declared, "My existence is a secret for the time being. You should know how to proceed. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences." "I understand and would never speak a word that might betray this secret," replied Yaochi, who then unleashed the full force of the spatial path, vanishing in an instant. Fearful that the elder might change his mind. Yet, deep within, he felt a sense of relief. It turned out that the elders of the human race had long been strategizing, and a great emperor had emerged in this world. It appeared that the human race was on the verge of resurgence. He cursed under his breath. Previously, He had hesitated and held back. But now that the human race had the support of an emperor, he resolved to seize the opportunity for a celebratory drink. Perhaps even to remove the horns of that old bull. After Yi Qiubai departed, the elders of the Su family felt a chill in their hearts. It was over. Yi Qiubai had rendered immense contributions to the human race and had barely managed to leave. As one of the 3 titans stationed at the battlefield of the myriad races, proficient in the spatial path, he had significantly reduced casualties for humanity over the years, despite the lack of major conflicts among the races. They, mere minor players who had seen the battlefield and slain some demon foes, had no substantial achievements to boast of. Witnessing the true countenance of the elder had left them utterly despondent. Such a master of eternal schemes and ancient calculations would not allow insignificant figures like themselves to survive. Even for the sake of concealing heavenly secrets, they would likely meet their end. The Su clan might not endure this calamity either. Then, they sensed the presence of their fate looming before them, their faces ashen and trembling with fear. Nevertheless, the elder of the Su family mustered the courage to speak. Esteemed elder, we are aware that death is inevitable. Yet we of the Su family were unaware of these matters. We implore you to show mercy and spare our clan. Qin Changsheng, filled with confusion, pondered whether he truly appeared so cruel and heartless. At what point had he declared an intention to annihilate the Su family? Amused, he realized that they were likely frightened and had conjured up wild imaginings. Their thought processes were indeed peculiar. Suddenly, he recalled that they were the predecessors of Su Mu Ro, and the Su family was considered a venerable clan in the northern region, of a generation older than his own. He found himself at a loss for how to address them. After a moment of silence, witnessing the atmosphere grow increasingly oppressive, he decided to break the tension. Do not refer to me as elder. Simply call me fellow cultivator. I am not one who revels in bloodshed. Just keep my identity concealed. We need not face death. The group, initially resigned to their fate, exchanged glances filled with joy and tears. Moreover, this esteemed emperor seemed rather benevolent, even inviting them to address him as a friend. Goodness, I have achieved something remarkable, addressing a contemporary emperor as a peer. The elder of the Su family thought, momentarily reminded of his mother who had passed away 2 millennia ago. They nodded eagerly, vowing to remain tight-lipped, not to divulge a single word. I took my leave, hoping for a future reunion. Qin Changsheng had already sensed that Su Mu and the others were about to arrive. Having spoken, he vanished without a trace. All that remained were the Su family members, who stared at one another in wide-eyed disbelief. Seemingly unable to comprehend the events of the day, was the esteemed elder truly speaking of a future reunion? The grand elder, in a tone of incredulity, remarked on the improbability of someone of his saintly stature having the opportunity to meet with the unparalleled emperor again. He even questioned whether the pressure had driven him to hallucinations. Chapter 14. Seeking Justice for Su Mu Ancestor, Grand Elder. Before the elder could respond, a voice from the distance interrupted their thoughts. It was Su Batian and Murua. Though puzzled as to how they had located this place, they were filled with joy at having survived the calamity and encountered their younger kin. Su Batian and Su Murua, upon sighting their revered ancestor and the esteemed elders, were overjoyed. However, as they approached and beheld the desolate ruins of the Abyssal Valley, they were utterly shocked. The terrifying Abyssal Forbidden Zone, as legendary as it was, had been annihilated. What being possessed such overwhelming power? Even the illustrious Empress of Yaochi, who had reigned supreme for nearly a millennium, could not have accomplished such a feat. Gulping, Su Batian turned his gaze toward the remaining elders. Ancestor, before he could finish, he was interrupted. No questions now, we must leave this place first. As expected, once they departed, countless powerful beings arrived, astonished by the sight before them, only to hastily retreat. The Abyssal Forbidden Zone, which had existed for countless years, had been eradicated in a single day. Moreover, no one could deduce even the faintest clue regarding the event. This was a momentous occurrence. The entire world fell into a hushed silence. Even the battlefield of myriad races ceased its clamor, bracing for what was to come. Numerous factions withdrew, fearing they might provoke forces beyond their reckoning. On the eve of monumental changes in the world, a time typically rife with conflict, an unusual calm had descended. The Su family was swiftly departing the Abyssal Valley, a place fraught with peril, filled with joy and laughter. After all, the ancestors had believed they were doomed. while Su Batian and his companions had approached with a resolve to rescue them at the cost of their own lives. With everyone safe, it was indeed a cause for celebration. Along the way, the Su ancestors explained the events surrounding the Abyssal Valley, omitting details about Qin Changsheng, merely stating it was a mysterious elder. Ancestor, I have a request, Su Batian suddenly said as they neared the Su family estate. What is it? The Su ancestor inquired. Puzzled, Su Batian then recounted how Fong Wensheng had attempted to take advantage of the chaos to propose marriage to Su Mra. The Su ancestor fell silent for a moment, then retrieved the Su family's sole supreme artifact from his purple mansion and handed it to Su Batian. Just don't kill him. How could Fong Wensheng, the current head of the Fong family, be so recklessly slain, as it would undoubtedly provoke a fierce conflict between our two clans? Su Batian, having received tacit approval, was overjoyed and subsequently took hold of the supreme artifact. Old thief Fong, I have endured your insolence for far too long. If I do not bring you to the brink of death, I shall not bear the surname Su. His thunderous roar echoed across hundreds of miles surrounding the Su residence. Old thief Fong, come forth and meet your demise. Fong Wensheng, who had been daydreaming about how to possess Su Muru, was suddenly jolted awake. He soared into the air, gazing at his adversary with confusion. What do you intend to do? Su Batian offered no reply, instead launching a spear imbued with boundless fury towards him. Damn! The supreme artifact. Aware of his disadvantage and unarmed while away from home, Fong Wensheng could only passively endure Su Batian's onslaught. Ultimately, he was forced to employ a self-harming secret technique to narrowly escape the confines of the Su family estate. Ha ha ha, delightful. Su Batian laughed heartily upon witnessing Fong's disheveled retreat, finally relieving his pent-up frustration. Following this, he began to arrange various matters, as the safe return of the ancestor warranted a grand welcome. In the great hall of the Su family, Su Batian was taken aback, not expecting to hear such shocking news so early in the welcome banquet. Su Xiaoyu, in a moment of haste, inadvertently revealed that her aunt had encountered that scoundrel, the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng, a rogue. Once, the Qin family boasted a commendable reputation, and I held you in high regard despite never having met. Who could have imagined you to be such a wretch? Gritting his teeth, Su Batian erupted in a tirade. How is it that after all these years, I finally uncover who abandoned my sister? It is worth noting that the ancestor of the Qin family was over 10,000 years old, 3,000 years prior. He had courted my sister when she was merely in her 20s, while he was already over 7,000 years old. Rogue. Lothario. This situation transcended the mere description of an old bull courting a tender calf. You, a man of over 7,000 years, deceived a girl just awakening to love, leaving my sister to suffer in solitude. Are you even human? Observing Su Muru's silent demeanor nearby, Su Batian's fury intensified, and he brandished his spear, ready to confront the Qin family to seek justice for his sister. Brother, no? Su Muru hastily intervened, fearing that Su Batian might act recklessly and create chaos. Although she had harbored resentment for 3,000 years, her recent encounter with Qin Changsheng rekindled feelings within her long-barren heart, and his sweet words had somewhat eased her animosity. Wait, Batian. At this moment, the ancestor of the Su family spoke up. The Qin family has recently been on the rise. Although you are also a head of your clan, charging in recklessly may prevent you from even seeing their ancestor. How about this? We shall accompany you. Our seniority is appropriate, and we can inquire about the circumstances surrounding Qin Changsheng's disgraceful abandonment. This matter must yield an explanation for the Su family. Su Muro, after all, is the most outstanding woman of the Su family, cherished by her elders. Given her current predicament and having identified the parties involved, it is only natural that she seeks justice. Thus, a grand procession made its way towards the Qin residence. Observing the situation, Su Muro could only reluctantly follow, anxious to avoid any turmoil. Chapter 15. The Heavenly Melody Pavilion, a venue for musical delights as the Su family approached to demand retribution. Qin Changsheng wandered listlessly at the foot of the mountain in the main city. The bustling streets were alive with the ebb and flow of people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng halted, captivated by the resplendent small building before him. The Heavenly Melody Pavilion. What a splendid name, instantly evoking thoughts of a premier venue for musical performances. The Heavenly Melody Pavilion had mysteriously emerged 5,000 years ago, establishing an impressive reputation throughout the human realm thanks to its exquisite singers and dancers, whose extraordinary talents flourished in a mere few millennia. The pavilion emanated an aura of luxury and mystery, if one listened closely. The melodious strains of instruments flowed through the air, enveloping visitors in a serene and harmonious ambience. It was said that the performers within were well-trained courtesans, masters of poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, who upheld the principle of selling their art and not their bodies. Alas, it was a public establishment. Qin Changsheng sighed softly. Despite having engaged in romantic pursuits over the millennia, his lack of cultivation kept him exceedingly low-key, and he had always shunned places rife with rivalry and jealousy. However, now that he had ascended to the rank of emperor and was invincible, it seemed only reasonable to visit this establishment for a cup of tea and some music. After much contemplation, he resolved to enter and explore. Yet, as he crossed the threshold, he was promptly intercepted. "Esteemed young master, might I kindly request you to present your identification or demonstrate your financial standing? I apologize, but this is an upscale venue, not one to be entered casually. Though you possess remarkable looks, we cannot allow you to partake without due compensation." Though the tone was gentle, the underlying message was unmistakable. The impoverished were not welcome. Verification of funds? Qin Changsheng stood momentarily stunned, as if transported back to a previous life, recalling a time spent purchasing property in a luxurious community. Was it truly fashionable to require proof of wealth just to visit an establishment of this nature? His identity as the ancestral figure of the Qin family would undoubtedly grant him entry, yet revealing such information might render him a target for skepticism. Moreover, the notion of the ancestral figure of the Qin family frequenting such a place, what a source of embarrassment. Instinctively, Qin Changsheng glanced at his storage ring. Having ascended so suddenly to the rank of emperor, he had yet to adapt to storing his belongings in the Purple Palace and remained accustomed to using the storage ring. However, it was filled with items gifted by former lovers, while mundane currency and spirit stones were likely left at the Qin residence. All that remained were a few supreme imperial weapons and several elixirs. Was it not excessively extravagant to use supreme imperial weapons as collateral for a mere visit to a brothel? Would they even accept it? Alas, indeed, poverty has rendered me virtuous. With a deep sigh, Qin Changsheng was about to depart when his gaze fell upon the poetry displayed at the entrance. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, recalling various scenarios from the novels of his past life. Pray tell, if one were to compose an exquisite poem, might one gain entry? Certainly. If the young master can craft a poem that satisfies the division master, not only will you gain entrance, but you shall be treated as an esteemed guest. It is well known that the purpose of our Tianyin Pavilion is to forge connections with the gifted from all corners of the world, the guard replied. Delighted, Qin Changsheng exclaimed. Indeed, happiness derived from expenditure is but a fleeting joy. True delight lies in the art of free expression. As scholars, we must impress others with our talents. Swiftly, he seized a brush and ink from the side, penning his work with fervor. Upon completion, he presented it to the guard and patiently awaited the outcome, confidence swelling within him. The words he inscribed were destined for posterity, and in this world, where martial prowess held sway and literary finesse was not yet fully appreciated, he felt assured of his success. On the third floor of the pavilion, Meng Xianyuan reclined upon a soft bed, draped in delicate gauze, her alluring figure partially concealed, evoking desire. With her eyes half closed, she appeared lost in thought. "Miss, what a splendid poem." A breathless maid rushed in, holding a freshly inscribed piece of poetry. "Why, little Chuyer, what has you so flustered? Perhaps you have encountered a charming suitor?" Meng Xianyuan teased with a melodic laugh. Having managed this division for centuries, she had seen countless so-called masterpieces, most of which were mere attempts at self-aggrandizement. "Miss, it truly is a remarkable poem. Do take a look," Chuyer replied. Her cheeks flushed from embarrassment as she handed over the poem. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers for beauty, Meng Xianyuan began to recite, her voice abruptly halting as disbelief washed over her, the charm of her demeanor vanishing. Grasping Chuayer's shoulders with urgency, she inquired, "Who penned this? Where is he?" Chuayer, taken aback by her mistress's sudden fervor, hesitated before responding. "Miss, it was written by a handsome young master outside, who is currently awaiting your presence." Realizing her behavior was overly intense and had startled her maid, Meng Xianyuan gently stroked Chui's hair in a gesture of reassurance, murmuring, "As long as he has not left, all is well." Then, as if propelled by a sense of urgency, she commanded, "Quickly, bring that young master into room 1. And instruct Li Shue and Lioli to attend to him diligently. Ensure he is entertained and time is prolonged." Once the maid departed, Meng Xianyuan retrieved a communication talisman from her bosom, sending a message before exhaling deeply. Her gaze then returned to the unfinished poem, continuing to recite, "Clouds yearn for garments. Flowers for beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing, heavy with dew. Had I not seen you atop the Mount of Jade, I would seek you beneath the moonlight of the Yao Terrace." She could never forget this poem, for it was one that their master had instructed them to engrave in their hearts. Strictly speaking, Tianyin Pavilion served as an intelligence organization, established to provide refuge for those unfortunate girls, like themselves, who were homeless and destitute. Moreover, this locale attracts a myriad of individuals from diverse backgrounds, rendering it an exceptional place to gather intelligence. However, the inception of the Tianyin Pavilion was driven by a singular purpose: the quest for a man, a figure of profound significance. It is said that this man was the beloved of the founder, who, before departing, left behind a poem that ensnared the founder's heart, rendering her incapable of loving another. His sole distinguishing trait was his unparalleled talent and eloquence. Oh, and one additional characteristic: according to the founder, he possessed an extraordinary beauty, the kind that captivates at first glance. The founder had decreed that should she ever encounter the author of that poem again, she must be promptly informed, no matter the distance, for she would hasten to his side with unwavering dedication. The younger generation had once inquired of the founder why, having been lovers, she did not create a few portraits of her beloved, thereby aiding their search. Yet, upon witnessing her create and subsequently tear apart numerous paintings, she would adamantly declare that the brush and ink of this world could never encapsulate even a fraction of her beloved's spirit. From that moment on, they comprehended her madness. The founder, indeed, had lost her sanity, driven to folly by love, ensnared in its delirium. This was nothing short of a quintessentially romantic obsession, though they often felt indignation on her behalf and harbored resentment towards the scoundrel who had abandoned her as her juniors. They found themselves powerless to persuade her to let go. They could only hope that this time, the founder might finally achieve her heart's desire. Ming Xian murmured to herself, since the man outside was familiar with the poem, he must surely possess some connection to that scoundrel of yore, regardless of whether the original man still walked the earth. She fervently wished that the founder's emotional knots could be untangled at last. As for Qin Changsheng, he remained blissfully unaware, trailing behind Chui'er towards room number 1. He was still basking in his own satisfaction, reveling in the notion that his poetic prowess had indeed conquered all, allowing him free access to such an elegant establishment. Although he possessed the cultivation of an emperor and could discern everything around him with a mere thought, his soul still bore the remnants of his past life's mentality, which regarded such intrusions into privacy as somewhat invasive. Thus, he usually endeavored to shield his divine sense, refraining from prying into others' affairs unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Chui'er chattered animatedly as they walked. "Young master, due to the immense satisfaction your poetry has brought our young lady, we have arranged for the courtesans Luoxue and Lioli to perform for you. Our courtesans are not only of exquisite beauty, but also possess one or several unique talents. For instance, Sister Lioli's dancing is unparalleled, and as for Sister Luoxue, her flute playing is second to none." Flute playing? Qin Changsheng's interest was piqued instantly. Is it the kind of flute playing I am imagining? How serious could it be? And second to none. It seemed an opportune moment for an engaging exchange and artistic discourse, especially since I, too, possess unique insights into such arts. Perhaps I could invite Luoxue to witness the acrobatics of my family's cat this evening? Chui'er, oblivious to the whimsical thoughts of Qin Changsheng behind her, suddenly turned to him, admonishing, "Young master, here we engage in the art of performance, not in the trade of the flesh. You must remember this. It is permissible to look, but do not touch recklessly. The consequences could be dire." Upon hearing the maid's dismissive tone, Qin Changsheng instantly retracted his lewd thoughts, adopting an expression of righteousness, resembling a paragon of virtue. "Touch recklessly? How absurd. I am a man of integrity, a scholar, a student of the spring and autumn annals. My exquisite former lover surpasses the number of individuals you have encountered. Your unwavering gaze upon me borders on disrespect. The maid, however, was not overly contemplative. After a brief look, she hurriedly diverted her eyes, silently reflecting, "What a handsome man. Being touched by such a figure seems not so intolerable." As Qin Changsheng entered the chamber, the two stunning beauties within were already prepared. With the sound of a flute resonating, one of the women began to dance gracefully to the melody. In that moment, Qin Changsheng savored the pleasures akin to those of ancient sovereigns. A splendid performance, a worthy reward. The music continued, and so did the dance. While he reveled in the melodies, he remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was being closely observed by those with ulterior motives. This was the domain of the Qin family, and it was impossible to conceal matters from their watchful eyes. An urgent message was dispatched to the higher echelons of the Qin clan. Meanwhile, the Su family stormed into the Qin residence, seeking answers from the venerable ancestor of the Qin family. Qin Jun, upon witnessing the furious assembly of the Su clan, understood that they would not depart without an explanation, and a throbbing headache began to form. With the second ancestor and several esteemed elders in seclusion, and the third ancestor mysteriously absent, Qin Jin found himself alone to confront the inquiries of the Su family. While Su Batian was somewhat manageable, the sudden reappearance of the long-absent Su family ancestor and the elder left him in a precarious position, making it difficult to placate them. Most troubling was the inexplicable disappearance of the ancestor within the confines of the room. Truly, what a calamity! Ancestor, the tribulations you have wrought, you have silently slipped away, leaving me, your descendant, to face this alone. How burdensome! Steward, we are indeed in the wrong. How am I to handle this? Qin Jin lamented. Do not conceal the truth. Qin Jin, I am aware that your family holds filial piety in high regard, but given the scandalous actions of your ancestor, should he not personally come forth to provide my sister with an explanation? Su Batian bellowed, his disbelief palpable at the coincidence of the ancestor's disappearance upon his arrival. Moreover, how could a mere mortal, the ancestor of the Qin family, vanish without a trace among so many formidable beings? The only conclusion was that the ancestor lacked the courage to confront them. Not only was he a scoundrel, but a coward as well. The more Su Batian pondered, the angrier he became. How could his sister possibly be enamored with such a wretch? Brother Su, the ancestor truly is missing. I have dispatched individuals to search diligently. There have been instances of this nature before. It is likely that the ancestor possesses a concealed artifact that masks his presence, perhaps seeking solitude. He will be found shortly. Su Batian was filled with disbelief and was about to voice his thoughts when a figure entered, interrupting his words. Master, the ancestor has been found and is currently at the Tianyin Pavilion listening to music. The conversation abruptly ceased, as he evidently noticed the presence of others. Qin Jin shot him a fierce glare, reproaching him for his lack of discretion. Such matters should have been reported quietly. With trepidation, he glanced at the members of the Su family, and indeed, even the elder's face had darkened, internally lamenting. It's over. Completely over. Ancestor, you truly make it impossible for your descendants to live. You are always causing trouble. At such a crucial juncture, you choose to frequent a brothel? Is this a fitting place for someone of your stature? If you truly desire entertainment, I can immediately summon 100 courtesans to perform at the Qin residence for you. Moreover, the Su family had overheard. They were here to seek an explanation, and now it had devolved into a scene of catching someone in the act. As expected, the faces of the Su family elder and Su Batian were grim, clearly taken aback by the shamelessness of the Qin ancestor, who neglected Su Muru while indulging in frivolities. Such behavior was utterly despicable. Su Muru's eyes glimmered with fury, her chest heaving with indignation, evidently reaching the peak of her anger. Batian Muru, we must go to Tianyin Pavilion together. I am eager to see what sort of person Qin Changsheng is, that he would treat my Muru so. With that, he led the members of the Su family into the air. Sighing, Qin Jin realized he could not prevent this, and sent an urgent message to the three ancestors before following suit. After all, he was still their ancestor, as descendants. They could not allow any harm to come to him. Chapter 17. A Great Misunderstanding. Su Batian was bewildered. At Tianyin Pavilion, in Room 1, Qin Changsheng was utterly captivated. The exquisite dance and the melodious sound of the flute enveloped him in an ineffable beauty, bringing him immense joy. Although some of his former lovers had performed private shows for him, And even surpassed this, the allure of watching a stranger's performance held its own charm. Beside him, Miss Chui observed the performance nearing its end and grew anxious. Why hasn't the young lady come out yet? How long will this take? In a moment of distraction, her hand trembled while pouring tea, accidentally spilling the scalding liquid all over Qin Changsheng's lap. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Chui quickly apologized, grabbing a towel to assist her guest. However, her crouching position and the area she was attempting to wipe were unavoidably suggestive. Qin Changsheng had not even had the chance to refuse her help. Bang! Just then, the door was kicked open with force. Su Miru, Qin Jun, and others appeared at the entrance, witnessing the entire scene. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. It was as if the world itself had gone mute. Only Chui, filled with a singular intent to rectify her mistake, hurriedly wiped the spilled tea. In the gaze of Su Miru and the others, they beheld a young maid, accompanied by two breathtaking beauties dancing in merriment. Such a scene was inevitably prone to misinterpretation. How depraved! Qin Jun's mood plummeted to the depths. Ancestor, in broad daylight. How could you indulge in such frivolity? Furthermore, being caught in the act by an ex-girlfriend and her elders. What a calamity. Soon, I may not be able to save you. Third Ancestor, I implore you to hasten here upon receiving this message. Otherwise, I fear today will bring suffering upon our Ancestor. At this moment, no one could fathom the turmoil within Su Miru. Though she struggled to maintain her composure, she could not suppress her violent tremors. For 3 millennia, she harbored hatred and longing. Heaven knows how she endured all these years. Over the span of 3,000 years, her world had been consumed by enmity, bloodshed, and yearning. Upon encountering Qin Lang yesterday, she had hoped for bitter trials to yield sweet rewards, for misunderstandings to be dispelled, and for them to soar together, but in the end, this was the outcome. Qin Lang, how could he be such a scoundrel? Perhaps it would have been better to have perished sooner, living only in the confines of her memories. Scalding tears could not help but cascade down her cheeks. At this moment, Qin Changsheng was also stunned, astonished by how Su Miru and the others had discovered this place. Upon seeing Qin Jun beside him, he appeared to comprehend something. Yet it was evidently not the time to reprimand Qin Jun. However, their gazes were peculiar, as if they were looking at a scoundrel. Fury? Disdain? Contempt? Scorn? Was it merely for a tune? Qin Changsheng glanced beneath the table at Chui and then at the group by the entrance, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. Good heavens! What a monumental misunderstanding. If this were to spread, how could I show my face? Especially upon witnessing Su Miru's tears, he felt a pang of panic. Though he was indeed a scoundrel, he could not bear to see his beloved weep, particularly someone as tender-hearted as Su Miru. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Look, it was merely an accident. Chui was simply helping to clean up the spilled tea. I was unwilling in my heart. Qin Changsheng hastily rose, pointing to the tea on the floor. However, as he gazed at Su Miru, he appeared somewhat guilty, and no one responded, plunging the atmosphere back into silence. Just as he stood, the Su family ancestor's pupils dilated dramatically, his breath halted, as if time itself had frozen. His face was blank, as if he had witnessed the most unfathomable event. Am I hallucinating? I must have been too hasty. I should sleep a little longer. He rubbed his eyes and focused again. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his lips quivering incessantly, his mind engulfed in chaos. Straining to turn his head, he looked towards the esteemed elders, hoping someone would assure him that this was not reality. The expressions of the esteemed elders were remarkably uniform as they exchanged glances, grappling with an astonishing truth that defied imagination. They had previously believed that the emperor they encountered was a concealed ancient sovereign, yet to their utter astonishment, it was none other than the ancestor of the Qin family, a newly ascended emperor capable of exerting immense power in this realm. He had evaded the heavenly path, had not borne the mandate of heaven, and yet had attained enlightenment. Could it be that he had achieved the legendary path of power? The method of validating one's path through sheer strength, as chronicled throughout history, had been exceedingly rare, with only a handful of extraordinary individuals ever accomplishing it, each one a paragon of their time. Even those who had validated their path through strength had done so only after the celestial mandate had been conferred upon them, allowing for a slight weakening of the heavenly barriers. Yet now, the established laws had been shattered. Someone had managed to forcibly validate their path through strength before the mandate was bestowed. This was unprecedented. And most crucially, this individual stood before them, their former prospective son-in-law from the Su family. At this moment, they were witnessing an act of betrayal firsthand. The fate of the Su family hung precariously in the balance. "Scoundrel, your life shall be forfeit." Su Batian was the first to break the silence, his fury boiling over as he prepared to unleash a punch. His animosity toward the man who had abandoned his sister for 3 millennia had already been strong, and witnessing this scene only intensified his rage. Though he struck with remarkable speed, another individual surpassed him in swiftness. Before he could fully execute his punch, he was interrupted by the elder of the Su family. With a resounding slap to the back of his head, he found himself unceremoniously kicked aside. "What the devil? Did you not see it was your elder? Is this how you treat a senior? Such a lack of respect." He fumed. "This is sheer madness. Did you not hear Elder Qin state it was a misunderstanding? What a time to resort to violence. Not only would it be wrong to harm a person, but even to damage the flowers and plants is unacceptable. Although Elder Qin is indeed your sister's husband, we cultivators are all independent in our own right. How about this? Elder Qin is significantly your senior. You should approach him, greet him respectfully, and apologize for your earlier recklessness." The elder of the Su family initially smiled with a degree of reverence toward Qin Changsheng, then turned to Su Batian, who lay on the ground. What is happening?" Su Batian exclaimed, bewildered as he rose, rubbing his head. "Ouch, that hurt. Why did the elder strike me so harshly? Were we not here to seek justice? Why am I being beaten and then asked to apologize? Moreover, referring to him as brother-in-law is absurd. He merely had a brief romance with my sister. And as for treating each other as equals, this is hardly the way to go about it. He calls me brother-in-law, and I am to call him elder?" Chapter 18. Master of the Tianyin Pavilion. Meng Ruyan, there is no need for apologies. You may all simply address me as fellow practitioner. The head of the Su family acted out of concern, which is entirely understandable. Qin Changsheng waved his hand, fully aware of the reason behind the ancestral intervention from the Su family. "Ancestor, I still do not comprehend," Su Batian remarked. With a resounding slap, the ancestor retorted, "If you cannot articulate anything sensible, then remain silent." Understanding Su Batian's temperament, the ancestor, fearing further indiscretion, interjected hastily. "As I previously stated, it is merely a misunderstanding. Moreover, with Qin Daoist's status, even having 3 wives and 4 concubines, or even 3 palaces and 6 courtyards with 72 concubines, would be entirely acceptable. Indeed, it has always been misunderstandings, and Mu Rou has been endlessly preoccupied with these thoughts," they concurred. "However, Mu Rou's disposition must undergo a transformation. Where has the gentle and virtuous demeanor gone? If she truly intends to marry." The several elders of the Su family chimed in, adding to the absurdity of the situation. Seeing the Su family ancestors' increasingly ludicrous remarks, Qin Changsheng swiftly interrupted, Stop. This is a matter between Mu Rou and myself. I would appreciate it if you all refrained from meddling." Upon hearing this, the Su family ancestor and the esteemed elders nodded in unison. "Very well, we shall not interfere." Their eager agreement suggested that they would acquiesce to whatever was said. Not only were Su Mu Rou and her brother taken aback, but even Qin Zhen was left with a plethora of questions. Had the Su family ancestor and elders lost their senses? Rumors of their long absence had circulated. Could it be that they had suffered some mental affliction? Their obsequious demeanor towards the ancestor was perplexing, especially since they were of higher standing than Qin family's ancestor. No. Prior to their arrival, they had appeared quite rational, resolute in their quest for justice on behalf of the Su family. Yet upon encountering the ancestor, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Could it be due to the ancestor? After a millennium of absence, did he harbor some secret? Had he aligned himself with formidable female leaders? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Zhen felt invigorated, scrutinizing the ancestor's handsome visage with keen interest. Indeed, he was striking. How had he failed to notice this before? There was certainly a possibility of him being associated with powerful figures. Yet, if the ancestor of the Qin family were to rely on a powerful woman, would it bring honor or disgrace to the Qin family? While Qin Zhen was lost in contemplation, Qin Changsheng gazed at Su Mu Rou, feeling utterly at a loss. He recognized she awaited an explanation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Although he had numerous former girlfriends, most had pursued him. or their relationships had blossomed naturally through mutual affection. It could be said that his previous romantic endeavors relied heavily on his looks and poetic prowess, with genuine charm being secondary. He realized that all he needed was to placate Su Mu Ro to navigate this predicament, yet he struggled to conjure the right words of comfort. After all, it was true that he had come to Tianyin Pavilion to indulge in music. How exasperating! Even as an emperor, if it weren't for the allure of celestial artifacts, he wouldn't be ensnared in such romantic dilemmas. Qin Changsheng lamented inwardly. Although he coveted the rewards from the system, he could never become a simpering fool forever orbiting around women. With no thoughts of romance, his swordsmanship would naturally shine. As he grappled with his inability to formulate a plausible excuse, Su Miru interjected. What? Are you now too lazy to utter even a single word of explanation? Ultimately, her heart softened. Besides, Qin Lang had not committed any transgressions against his principles. All she sought was a simple clarification. A bit of coaxing. Was that truly such a difficult request? Though her acquaintance with Qin Lang had spanned merely a few years, she felt she knew him well enough. He was certainly not a debauched man. Otherwise, she would have long since succumbed to temptation and could not possibly have preserved her virtue. Thus, Su Miru gazed silently at Qin Changsheng, awaiting his response. However, before he could utter a word, an enchanting voice floated through the air. Dear sister, why should a man feel compelled to explain himself to a woman? After all, he merely visited a brothel to listen to some music. What is there to explain? A man who is overly controlled may well stray, don't you think, Shiman? As the crowd turned to see the source of the voice, a stunningly seductive beauty sauntered towards them. Enchantress? The term echoed in the minds of the onlookers in unison. What a bewitching, soul-stirring woman she was. Her figure was gracefully alluring, each step perfectly measured, adorned in a gown of gossamer that swept gently across the floor, exuding an ethereal fragrance. Her silhouette was tantalizingly obscured, a slender waist sculpting an exquisite curve, her brows arched like a crescent moon, and her eyes resembled deep autumn waters, captivating all who beheld her. Even Qin, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not suppress a gulp of anticipation. A celestial being. The entire room seemed to freeze as they watched her glide to Su Miru's side. Sister? Who is your sister? Su Miru instantly became alert, casting a wary glance at the woman before her. The instincts of a woman warned her that this sultry enchantress was certainly entangled with Qin Changsheng. Unfazed by Su Miru's hostility, the captivating woman turned towards Qin Changsheng, offering a seductive smile. The corners of her lips turned upwards, forming an alluring arc, and the words that escaped her cherry-red lips were utterly enchanting. Shiman. It has been too long. Shiman. The crowd gasped in surprise. A pseudonym, a moniker, he chuckled awkwardly. It was merely a name I used while traversing the martial world. My full name is Shiman Piaoxua. After all, I am without cultivation. Safety is paramount. Amidst the crowd, though no one dared voice their thoughts, disdain simmered beneath the surface. Safety? Perhaps he merely feared creditors coming to collect. The implication was clear, another romantic entanglement. With two breathtaking beauties standing side by side, they resembled twin pearls, dazzling in their brilliance, both having once belonged to him. Yet at that moment, Qin Changsheng had no inclination to admire. His thoughts spiraled into despair. Alas, I never anticipated encountering this enchantress, Meng Riyun, here. The convergence of these two women is nothing short of a battlefield. Initially, he held no affection for Meng Riyun. It was entirely due to her relentless pursuit that he found himself ensnared by her charms. His initial disdain transformed into genuine admiration, and he became utterly captivated by her allure. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his principles, clinging to the last vestiges of his clarity, preserving his integrity. Ultimately, on a dark and tempestuous night, he experienced a moment of awakening and discreetly fled, leaving behind the enchanting temptress who had turned his life upside down. Shimen, you once bewitched me with your intoxicating scent in bed, and then vanished without a trace. I searched for you for 5,000 years. Was your departure truly for this girl? Meng Riyun gazed at Qin Changsheng with sultry eyes. Bed? Intoxicating scent? How exhilarating. Qin Jun's ears perked up. The ancestral gossip was simply too scandalous. Chapter 19. Ancestral revelations and rivalry among women despite their apprehensions about potential repercussions. The Su family elders were torn between leaving and witnessing the unfolding drama. as such spectacles were rare. Who wouldn't want to hear about the love and hate of a contemporary emperor? Since Qin Changsheng had yet to speak, they hesitated to depart, their eyes glued to the scene before them, though they dared not meet his gaze. The only one disinterested was Su Batian, who glared at Qin Changsheng with barely contained fury, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. However, as the lowest-ranking individual present, he could only seethe in silence, waiting for the elders to take the lead. Who is she? Su Muro asked Qin Changsheng, suddenly feeling a strong sense of urgency. Ah, little sister, I am your senior. The founder of Tianyin Pavilion, Meng Riyun. You may call me Sister Meng, she interjected, not waiting for Qin Changsheng's response. Meng Riyun. A jolt of recognition swept through Qin Zhen and the others. It was she, rumored to have an enigmatic origin. She single-handedly established the now prevalent Tianyin Pavilion throughout the human realm, becoming a legendary figure few had seen in person. To their astonishment, she was here today. Moreover, it was said that Tianyin Pavilion rarely encountered trouble due to her unparalleled strength, rumored to be at least at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, surpassing even the three ancestors of the Qin family by 2 minor realms. Who would have thought this legendary woman once shared a romantic history with the ancestral head of the Qin family? This was monumental news. At that moment, Qin Zhen couldn't help but exclaim, "Old ancestor, you are incredible." Su Muro, having paid little attention to external affairs in recent years, found the name unfamiliar. She furrowed her brows and coldly remarked, "Who are you calling little sister? You can't even recall my husband's name and yet dare to claim seniority?" Typically gentle, she suddenly grew bold, stepping beside Qin Changsheng and wrapping her arm around his, as if to assert her claim. A faint blush crossed her cheeks when she mentioned the term husband, only to vanish moments later. In the absence of rivals, she would undoubtedly not have reached this point. Yet now, she is acutely aware that she cannot afford to lose. Her words exude a hint of superiority, oblivious to the fact that not long ago, she was unaware of Qin Changsheng's true identity. But what of it? I care not for his genuine self. What matters is that he once was my Shi Min Shui Shui, belonging solely to me. Dream Ru Yan, undeterred, stepped to the other side of Qin Changsheng. Resting her delicate hand upon his shoulder, the atmosphere thick with tension. Upon hearing her words, Qin Changsheng felt a pang of guilt. In his recollection, the name Shi Min Shui Shui had deceived at least 7 or 8 women. Surrounded by 2 stunning beauties, he would typically be overjoyed. However, at this moment, he felt akin to an ant on a hot stove, overwhelmed with despair. What a predicament! Neither could he retaliate nor rebuke, for it was ultimately his own doing. Noticing Su Muro's silence, Dream Ru Yin pressed on. You claim Shi Min is your husband, but what proof do you possess? He once composed a timeless poem for me. Clouds evoke garments, flowers evoke beauty, the spring breeze caresses the balustrade. Dewdrops are rich with fragrance, which depicts me. Have you anything of the sort? With those words, the room fell into an eerie silence. Even those who were not well-versed in poetry felt a shiver run down their spines, captivated by the poem's allure. The brilliance of this ancient masterpiece was undeniable. Who would have thought that the elder possessed such talent? No wonder Dream Ru Yin remained infatuated with him. This poem, a pinnacle of beauty, would render any woman helpless in the presence of a gifted poet who crafted it for her. Su Muro's complexion drained of color, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Having a profound understanding of poetry, she realized she had lost. Although Qin Changsheng had previously composed verses for her, none could compare to this. However, relinquishing her claim on Qin Changsheng was out of the question. Qin Changsheng, compose a poem of similar caliber on the spot, or else she faltered. Fully aware that producing a poem of such quality was a feat that could immortalize a person in history. To request an impromptu creation of equal merit was an almost impossible task, even for a poetic genius resurrected. In her frustration, she pinched Qin Changsheng sharply, venting her inner turmoil. Ouch! Qin Changsheng feigned discomfort. In his current form as a sovereign, he felt no pain. He shot a glance at Dream Ru Yan. This little sprite, ever eager to stir chaos, still provoking Su Muro despite the situation. Unfazed by Qin Changsheng's reproachful gaze, Dream Ru Yin puffed her chest and pressed closely against him, inciting a peculiar sensation within him. He understood Dream Ru Yan's nature well enough to realize that at this moment, he need only comfort Su Muro. As for Dream Ru Yin, she was not to be concerned with. All right, let me ponder, Qin Changsheng said, swiftly distancing himself from the two women, pretending to pace around the room while deep in thought. After all, being flanked by two enchanting beauties was indeed quite overwhelming for him. In such circumstances, one can only draw inspiration from the masterpieces of predecessors. A sudden epiphany struck Qin Changsheng, prompting him to halt his steps. In the northern realm resides a fair maiden, unparalleled and independent. A single glance can captivate an entire city. A second glance can enthrall a nation. Sumu Ro was momentarily taken aback, initially believing that Qin Changsheng was merely indulging her with empty words. To her astonishment, within mere moments, he crafted a poem of eternal significance. Although this poem diverged in focus from the one Dream Ru Yin had previously recited, it resonated with a similar essence, achieving an ethereal quality in its depiction of beauty. Is this poem truly a gift for me? Does he perceive me as such a beauty? Sumu Ro's enchanting eyes sparkled, and an indescribable thrill permeated her heart. Beside her, Qin Jin gasped in astonishment. This poem was truly formidable. He gazed at Qin Changsheng, as if beholding a celestial poet. Heaven is indeed just. While it may have denied the ancestor the aptitude for cultivation, it bestowed upon him a handsome visage and unparalleled literary talent. With mere mortal form, the ancestor could capture the heart of the supreme beauty. Truly, he possesses remarkable ability. As for the Su family elder who was aware of Qin Changsheng's cultivation level, he was equally astounded. What an extraordinary prodigy. His looks are strikingly handsome, his martial prowess unmatched in this era, and his literary prowess likely surpasses all others. If I were a woman, I too would surely be captivated. A single glance can captivate an entire city, Dream Ru Yin echoed, savoring the words, when suddenly, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Changsheng, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Qin Changsheng, feeling somewhat abashed under her scrutiny, averted his gaze, aware that he was merely standing on the shoulders of giants in crafting this poetry. Ding! Congratulations, host. Dream Ru Yan's affection for you has surpassed 90. Congratulations on receiving a random reward of celestial grade or higher. Would you like to claim it now? Chapter 20. Just a kiss and a sleep what? Qin Changsheng was taken aback by this unexpected delight, momentarily bewildered. How is it possible that the affection level has reached 90 so swiftly? Is it truly that simple? Does this count as a windfall? Moreover, this poem was composed for Sumu Ro. Why is Dream Ru Yin's affection rising so rapidly? No, I shall claim it later. Qin Changsheng resolutely declined, recognizing that this was clearly not the right moment for rewards, especially since he hadn't even washed his hands. However, he chuckled inwardly, thinking, this little enchantress must be captivated by my literary flair. Yet, I must tread carefully with Ru Yin. Her clinginess could lead to unforeseen troubles. Unaware of Qin Changsheng's thoughts, Dream Ru Yin beamed with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with her chosen man, remarking, truly, you are my man. When you once claimed that among all talents, you alone possessed the most, I was skeptical, but now it appears your words hold truth. This poem is truly remarkable. Sumu Ro, having emerged from her reverie, cast a disapproving glare at Dream Ru Yin, thinking, what right does this vixen have to evaluate the poem crafted for her by my Qin Lang? The dream, like smoke, was unwilling to be outdone. With a slight lift of her elegant head, she, already half a head taller than Sumuro, appeared even more imposing. All right. Qin Changsheng attempted to ease the tension between the two. He had no desire to linger in this dismal place for even a second. Muro, my past with Yun Yan is just that, history. In truth, there is nothing between us, he declared to Sumuro. In this situation, it was essential to maintain clarity regarding their roles. He understood Dream Union's temperament well and prioritized stabilizing Sumuro first. However, he needed to separate the two. Remaining in this scenario could lead to unforeseen chaos. If Dream Union were to inadvertently reveal the playful antics they had engaged in, he would be left utterly embarrassed. Given her nature, she might very well do so. Ah, Sister Su, look at men, they're all such boorish creatures. When things were good, they called us sweethearts, but now, with a new face in the picture, they dismiss the past, claiming it means nothing. Oh dear. Dream Union's tone was laced with melancholy. Yet the mirth in her eyes suggested she was not genuinely upset. Qin Changsheng chose to ignore her and discreetly signaled to Qin Jin. Understanding immediately, Qin Jin stepped forward. His tone urgent. Not good, Ancestor. There's a fire at home. Ancestor, we must return to extinguish it. Qin Changsheng was speechless, wishing for a more credible excuse. However, at this moment, he could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. He nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. We must return to put out the fire. Everyone. The Qin family has urgent business. We must take our leave. Until we meet again. Without waiting for a response, he grasped Qin Jin's arm and departed hastily. Once Qin Changsheng had left, the Su family followed suit. It seemed justice would remain elusive, especially since the Su family's elder had just escaped peril, leaving them with a multitude of pressing matters to address. In the blink of an eye, only Dream Union and a few from Tianyin Pavilion remained. Is there truly nothing between us? After 5 millennia, do you still wish to evade me? But now that I have uncovered your true identity, let us engage in this game slowly, hee. Dream Union murmured to herself, her gaze filled with intrigue. After 5,000 years of searching, she had finally discovered the answer, and she was not one to relinquish it easily. Qin Changsheng continued to feign the guise of a mere mortal, with Qin Jun guiding him in flight on their swords. Ancestor, is it true that you and Senior Dream Union share nothing at all? Qin Jun could not help but inquire. Qin Changsheng cast him a sidelong glance, bemused by his youthful curiosity. Such gossip was hardly a commendable habit. Yet he replied casually, there really is nothing. It was merely a kiss and a brief dalliance. Nothing of great significance. What? The flying sword trembled violently, nearly causing Qin Jun to lose his composure, his spiritual energy almost dissipating. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound enough to stabilize the sword in time. Youthful hearts are often unstable. Such trivial matters should not provoke such astonishment. Qin Changsheng continued. Little Jun, you've been the family head for over 2 centuries. Why are you so careless? And to fabricate a tale of a fire at home? Could you not conjure a more plausible excuse? You risk becoming the subject of ridicule. Master, you cannot blame me. Qin Jin sighed. I was indeed interrupted by an urgent message from home that disordered my thoughts, and time was of the essence, so I hastily concocted an excuse. What urgent matter? You could simply speak the truth, he replied. I cannot divulge it, master. It concerns my eldest son, Qin Yu. His fiancée has come today to annul their engagement. If I were to reveal this, it would be utterly disgraceful for the Qin family. Ah, an annulment? Qin Changsheng's interest was piqued. This annulling has come to our family today. Could it be that our Qin family is destined to give birth to a fated child? Furthermore, I am already an emperor. Rounded off, our Qin family may also be considered an imperial clan. How audacious to break an engagement with one of the imperial lineage. Let us proceed, Qin Changsheng urged, eager to witness such a classic spectacle. Master, steady yourself. Qin Jin commanded as he propelled the flying sword, doubling their speed. The small town was not far from the Qin family mountains, and soon they arrived at the Qin residence. Chapter 21. What? The annulment comes to the Qin family. In the main hall of the Qin family stood a young man clad in a long robe, seemingly indifferent to everything before him. This was Qin Yu, the current heir of the Qin family. Although Qin Jun was not particularly old, his late marriage resulted in his 3 children being quite young. Once a prodigy who outshone his peers, an unfortunate incident during a previous trial had impaired his original essence, leaving his cultivation stuck at the foundation establishment stage, with no hope for further advancement. The second ancestor of the Qin family had traveled to the central domain regarding this matter, but the cost was too great, a burden the Qin family could not bear, leaving many within the family lamenting the fall of this once promising talent. Opposite him stood a slender woman clad in a blue gown, her expression one of haughty disdain, accompanied by an elderly man. Qin Yu, you waste of space. Have you lost even the courage to leave a fingerprint? No matter how you procrastinate, the annulment is set in stone today. My bloodline has returned to its ancestral roots, and my cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds, while you remain forever a mere foundation establishment. You must recognize the reality. The gap between us is akin to that of a true dragon and a mudloach. You, a toad, should not aspire to consume swan flesh, the woman declared imperiously, not even deigning to glance at Qin Yu. At this, the Qin family steward raised his head, his gaze filled with indignation. He had watched Qin Yu grow up. Although his cultivation had stagnated, as the rightful heir of the Qin family, he was not someone to be casually humiliated. In his memory, the engagement had been initiated by the other party when she was merely an ordinary offspring of an imperial clan, while his young master was the celebrated prodigy of the Qin family. Yet now, with Qin Yu's original essence severely diminished and the other party unexpectedly returning to her ancestral bloodline. Her eager demand for an annulment was utterly shameless. Such a blow to the Qin family's honor would have repercussions. How could they stand firm in the future? Miss Duanmu, this is the Qin family. I urge you to mind your words, the steward said coldly. And what of the Qin family? Merely a newly risen clan. I am now designated as the family's Holy Maiden. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? My future is boundless. How could I allow myself to be delayed by Qin Yu? Quickly, sign and imprint your seal, declared Duanmu Qingya with an air of pride. Qin Yu cast a bland glance in her direction, his eyes betraying no emotion, as if gazing upon a stranger. A decade of silence had dulled his brilliance, yet imbued him with a newfound composure and serenity. He never anticipated that the once vivacious little girl who affectionately called him brother you would transform into such an unfamiliar figure. He spoke in a measured tone. I cannot unilaterally decide on a marriage arrangement decreed by our elders, especially one that concerns the honor of the Qin family. Such matters must await my father's arrival. Humph. I see you as nothing but a waste. Can't even take charge of your own affairs. Has your cultivation stagnated, along with your wits? Duanmu Qingya pressed relentlessly. Qin Yu, upon hearing her words, chose to disregard her, closing his eyes and retreating into silence. The steward, standing nearby, felt a flush of anger rise to his face. His fists clenched tightly, wishing to deliver a sharp reprimand, yet ultimately restrained himself. After all, the young lady's background was formidable. One reckless impulse could spell disaster for the Qin family. At that moment, the grand door creaked open, and Qin Changsheng and Qin Zhen entered. Patriarch, father, ancestor. The steward and Qin Yu greeted them, puzzled as to why an engagement matter concerning a junior had summoned the ancestor himself. Qin Zhen merely nodded in acknowledgement, then bypassed them to approach Duanmu Qingya directly. His countenance darkened, and his eyes flared with rage. He had overheard their earlier exchange at the doorway. He had not anticipated such blatant disregard from the other party, a mere fallen imperial clan, now lacking even a quasi-emperor. Could it be that someone had ascended to that level? The initial engagement had been predicated on the other side's imperial bloodline, yet now, in the wake of their rise, they displayed such arrogance. I merely wish to ascertain whether the request for annulment originates from you or your elders. Qin Zhen suppressed his fury. Yet years as the family patriarch had endowed him with an undeniable authority. For a moment, Duanmu Qingya felt the weight of his presence and took a step back, her gaze tinged with trepidation. However, she quickly realized he would not dare to harm her, and thus summoned her courage to retort, Humph. Does it matter whose intention it is? I am worlds apart from this waste now. Qin Yu is utterly unworthy of me. Abandon your illusions and sign the annulment without delay. With her incessant taunts of waste, it was clear that she held the Qin family in disdain. Oh, this is precisely the sentiment. How fitting. Qin Changsheng observed her performance with keen interest. Despite her insults toward the Qin family, he felt no trace of anger. After all, he was already an emperor, while she was merely a scion of a disheveled imperial clan, an insignificant insect, unworthy of stirring the emperor's emotions. An annulment, a half-baked cultivation, coupled with surnames like Qin, Yi, Xiao, Long, and Chu, among others. This is undoubtedly the configuration of a destined child. Qin Changsheng scrutinized Qin Yu once more. Indeed, a fine specimen. Faced with the humiliation of a broken engagement, he maintained his composure and rationality, which was commendable. It seems that a decade of silence has not hindered Qin Yu's resolve. Rather, he resembles a dragon lurking in the depths, awaiting the winds to rise before soaring into the heavens. With the golden age approaching, the Qin family ought to possess a person capable of overcoming calamities, one who can strike down youthful sovereigns and trample ancient oddities, suppressing all adversaries across the cosmic ancient paths, rendering himself invincible in this era. It is he, indeed, who fits the bill, Qin Changsheng silently mused. The damage to his essence is not a significant issue before the emperor. Meanwhile, Qin Zhen was seething with rage, veins bulging, his palm raised only to fall helplessly. As the head of the family, he could not act on impulse. He had to consider the countless members of the Qin clan and their allies. Moreover, the Qin family was not solely governed by him. There were elders and ancestral figures to consider. At that moment, he wished fervently that he were not the head of the Qin family, but merely Qin Yu's father, free to act without restraint. To endure such humiliation upon his son was unbearable. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng's displeasure was evident. How could one act as the family head when they allowed such disgrace to occur at their doorstep? It appeared that the Qin family's strength was still inadequate, allowing even a mere fallen imperial clan to behave so audaciously. Though he wished to keep his own cultivation discreet for the Qin family's stable development, it was clear that enhancing their power swiftly was imperative to instill confidence in the clan. Chapter 22. A lesson. Just a fallen imperial clan. Qin strike. Qin Changsheng's dissatisfied voice resonated. Yes, Ancestor. Qin exclaimed with delight. With the Ancestor's endorsement, everything would be secure, even if the second and third Ancestors inquired. The Ancestor would bear the burden. Damn it, let us do it. I have long harbored disdain for that wretched woman. What of the imperial clan? If it comes to blows, my Qin family is no pushover. The sound of crisp slaps echoed, and with the final strike, Qin infused a modicum of spiritual power, delivering a fierce blow. With her cultivation, Duanmu Qingya was unable to resist, like a kite severed from its string, sent 3 zhang away before crashing to the ground, her fair face marred with handprints. How dare you? The elder beside her finally reacted, bellowing, as Duanmu miss as protector. How could he stand idly by and witness such an affront? He raised his palm and launched an attack at Qin. Humph. Qin scoffed, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power that crashed toward the elder with an overwhelming force. With a thunderous roar, the elder was reduced to nothing but a gory mess. Blood and flesh scattered across the ground, a scene of utter devastation. Qin coldly observed. He had rarely acted in recent years, but it seemed the world had forgotten that he once bore the title of a ruthless butcher. Duanmu Qingya was temporarily untouchable, but could a mere protector truly escape his wrath? At this moment, Duanmu Qingya gazed at the elder's dire predicament, her face etched with terror, her eyes utterly vacant. She never anticipated that Qin would strike with such ferocity, killing without hesitation. Summoning the last vestiges of her courage, her voice, stripped of its earlier bravado, quivered as she proclaimed, I am the saintess of the Duanmu clan, my bloodline having reverted to its ancestral roots. You cannot kill me, otherwise it will incite a war between our two families. Strike if you must, who fears whom? Do not overestimate yourself. Fallen geniuses and living ones are worlds apart. At this juncture, Qin Changsheng had already taken his seat at the head of the table, nonchalantly responding, moreover, it is premature to draw conclusions about who is a dragon and who a mudfish. In my view, it is not Qin Yu who is unworthy of you, but rather you who are unworthy of my esteemed Qin family, as young men. Merely an ignorant woman, killing you would only reflect poorly on my family. How about this? Qin Yu, write her a letter of divorce and announce it to the world, making it clear that the Qin family has no desire for her. Henceforth, the doors of the Qin family shall not be opened to just anyone. Qin Changsheng concluded his remarks with a measured tone, solidifying the decision. As per the Ancestor's decree, Qin Yu responded respectfully, a newfound reverence in his gaze. Though he appeared calm on the surface, the humiliation stirred a flicker of anger deep within him. Being the legitimate heir of the Qin family, he understood the need for composure and the importance of preserving the family's dignity. He had anticipated that the Qin family might endure disgrace for the sake of the future, sacrificing his own pride, and ultimately yielding to the dissolution of the engagement. However, to his astonishment, the Ancestor had intervened, not only commanding his father to deliver a few slaps to the opposition, but also instructing him to draft the divorce letter, severing ties with this venomous maiden. The distinction between a voluntary divorce and a forced dissolution of engagement was stark, sending a message to the world that even if he were deemed a failure in the Qin family, he would not be subjected to humiliation. He bowed deeply to the Ancestor, tears streaming down his cheeks unbidden. From now on, you shall remain by the Ancestor's side, attending to him. Qin seized the opportunity to say. The Ancestor had only returned a few days prior and had inexplicably vanished twice. Should anything happen, he feared the elders at the ancestral hall would flay him alive. It was imperative to appoint someone to remain steadfastly by the Ancestor's side. Considering the potential complications of a beautiful woman, given the Ancestor's notorious flirtations, Qin concluded that Qin Yu was the most suitable candidate. Resigned to follow the Ancestor since his own cultivation was beyond hope. Very well, father, Qin Yu agreed without a moment's hesitation. Qin Changsheng, far from objecting, welcomed the idea, contemplating the opportunity to nurture Qin further. To his surprise, the arrangement had materialized effortlessly. Nodding, he declared, "Let it be so. Qin, I shall visit the ancestral grounds shortly. You must summon the elders, as I have some announcements to make." The mention of those old men made Qin break into a cold sweat. Only the ancestor would dare to address them in such a manner. "Esteemed ancestor, is there an urgent matter at hand? Most of the elders and the second ancestor are in secluded meditation. Is it not rather inappropriate to summon them so abruptly? Why do you ramble so? If I instruct you to call, then call. Quickly." Qin Changsheng replied impatiently. "Understood." Recognizing the ancestor's displeasure, Qin dared not linger, swiftly vanishing from sight. Though awakening the elders might lead to his own reprimand, with the ancestor's presence as a shield, he believed the risks were minimal. In the ancestral grounds of the Qin family, within the hall of worship, an elderly gentleman occupied the main seat. His hair was as white as snow, the marks of time evident upon his visage, exuding an aura befitting one of high station, yet still radiating wisdom and composure. This was none other than Qin Changsheng, the second ancestor of the Qin family, an undeniable architect of its rise, who diligently transformed the family from a mere handful into its current prominence. Yet, he had been ensnared at the pinnacle of the sage realm for centuries, unable to break through, and with his lifespan dwindling, he had spent recent years in seclusion. Nevertheless, upon hearing that his elder brother Qin Changsheng had matters to discuss, he unhesitatingly emerged from his retreat. "Qin, you have summoned us all. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, this matter shall not end today," an elder spoke with evident ire. "Esteemed fourth elder, this cannot be laid at my feet. It is the ancestor's request, stating there is something to announce," Qin replied. "Do not invoke the ancestor to justify your actions. If he cannot cultivate, what pressing matter could arise? Could you not inquire further and contemplate? After all, you have served as head of the family for many years. Do you not possess the discernment of priorities?" Qin pursed his lips, opting for silence. How could he provoke any of them? They would merely chastise him. Yet he thought, once the ancestor arrived, they would not dare question him so boldly. Enough, our elder brother is unparalleled in wisdom. He surely has his reasons and would not awaken us without cause. Let us await his arrival. The second ancestor Qin Changsheng gestured, requesting silence. He and the third ancestor had been nurtured by Qin Changsheng since childhood and harbored deep admiration for him. Although their elder brother had not participated in the family's affairs in recent years, many matters continued to follow his original plans. "Indeed, let us await our elder brother. Ceaseless prattling is unbecoming," interjected the third ancestor Qin Changsheng, a staunch supporter of Qin Changsheng and the sole supreme of the Qin family, known for his decisive nature. With his words, the hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 23. The Void Emperor Scripture, the Qin Family, in Shock Creek. As the grand doors of the hall swung open, Qin Changsheng made his entrance with measured grace. "Is everyone present?" "Yes, all are gathered, elder brother. Why have you only just arrived? Had I known, I would have come to escort you," the third ancestor Qin Changsheng exclaimed, rushing to support Qin Changsheng's arm, and then directing a reprimand at the second ancestor. "Old too, are you feeling restless? Have you not noticed elder brother's arrival? Clear your seat. Do you intend to let elder brother sit beside you? Have you lost your wits after lingering too long at the peak of the sage realm?" The second ancestor was momentarily taken aback by the rebuke, gazing at the two with an expression of innocence. "Is it not the case that I am of advanced age and require a moment to process? Nevertheless, I shall promptly rise," he replied, complying with decorum. "Enough of this bickering from childhood to old age. How tiresome it is." Qin Changsheng waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to take the seat vacated by the second ancestor, doing so as if it were his rightful place. The second and third ancestors flanked him on either side, and upon witnessing this, the others took their seats accordingly. "Brother, what matters require us all to gather for discussion?" inquired the second ancestor. "Well, there are a few matters at hand. First and foremost, I wish to annihilate the Fong family, particularly Fong Wenqing. However, I prefer not to make it an easy endeavor. Rather, I seek to let them languish in despair until they gradually fade away. What do you think? Brother, has the Fong family wronged you? Not directly, but they have offended a former lover of mine. Although our bond was fleeting, she was once my woman, and they dared to force her into becoming a concubine. Furthermore, I suspect the Fong family has clandestine ties to the dark forbidden zone. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a deep contemplation. The Fong family, being a long-standing aristocratic lineage in the northern domain, possessed hidden strengths that likely surpassed even those of the Qin family, making them a formidable opponent. To rashly incite a war with the Fong family over such a matter would evidently be unwise. The actions of the ancestor appeared to lack prudent consideration. Enough. To offend my sister-in-law is to court death. Second brother, offer some counsel on how we should proceed, the third ancestor boldly declared, showing no restraint in his audacity. The second ancestor shot him a glare, yet internally he pondered how best to articulate his thoughts. Even if they were to seek destruction, it must be done with a meticulous strategy, as such matters could not be resolved overnight. Oh, Qin Changsheng had not anticipated that the ancestor would drop such a bombshell right from the outset. As the current head of the family, he had some understanding of the complexities involved, and he cautiously remarked, "Ancestor, we must deliberate this matter thoroughly. After all, we have just offended the Duanmu clan. If we hastily provoke the Fong family as well, it could lead to dire consequences." "What? How did you offend the Duanmu clan?" "Qin Changsheng, after 2 centuries as the family head, have you become so arrogant? You stir up trouble without consulting us." Before Qin Changsheng could finish, the hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, all berating him. The elders silently thought, "We cannot afford to offend the ancestor. Yet who dares to chastise Qin Changsheng? Enough of the scolding. This was my decision. The Duanmu clan has gone too far, daring to annul our family's engagement. If they wish to offend us, then let them. I have instructed Qin Yu to sever ties with the Duanmu clan's betrothed." With these words, silence once more enveloped the hall. While it was permissible to scold Qin Changsheng, who among them would dare to speak against the ancestor? Well done. The annulment was indeed justified. They are merely a decrepit imperial clan, daring to strike at the face of our Qin family. The ancestor's commanding presence ignited fervor among the elders, who began to rally with spirited enthusiasm, seemingly forgetting their earlier grievances against Qin Changsheng. How absurd. Did you not just speak differently moments ago? Am I the only one whose lineage makes me the target of your scorn? Qin Changsheng gazed at the faces of the esteemed elders, feeling despondent and at a loss, his lips twitching in frustration. Being the family head was indeed a challenging endeavor, especially when faced with ancestors one could not dare to offend. Qin Changsheng gestured for silence and continued, "Over the years, during my travels, I have made some discoveries, having stumbled upon a few items. I am uncertain of their value to you." The elders' words elicited skepticism among the high-ranking cultivators present. They silently scoffed, pondering what a mere mortal like him could possibly find of significance. They resolved to lavish praise upon whatever he might present, regardless of its worth. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng retrieved a tome from his storage ring, leaving the assembly momentarily dumbfounded. The aura emanating from the book was profound, even seemingly infused with elements of spatial law. Truly a remarkable item. Though the tome appeared unassuming, its title was audacious, The Void Emperor Scripture. Qin Changsheng spoke slowly. "What? The Void Emperor Scripture?" The crowd gasped at the name, their breaths quickening as they fixated on the book. Could this be the culmination of the knowledge of the legendary Void Emperor, the mightiest of humanity from 1,000,000 years ago? Wasn't he a thought to be lost? I lack the aptitude for cultivation and cannot comprehend it. Here, take a look and see if it is genuine. Qin Changsheng casually tossed the scripture to the second ancestor. Startled by his nonchalance, the second ancestor accepted it with trembling hands and began to peruse its contents. Moments turned into half an hour, during which the assembly remained motionless, holding their breaths in fear of disturbing the second ancestor. At last, he closed the book and delicately retrieved an exquisite wooden box from his purple mansion, placing the scripture within it with the reverence of a holy pilgrimage. Once he completed this task, he lifted his gaze to the crowd, whose faces were alight with anticipation, and declared, "The scripture is authentic." With this proclamation, the ancestral hall erupted in fervor. The Qin family was poised for resurgence. This was the legacy of the Void Emperor, the most formidable sovereign of the past 1,000,000 years, encompassing the domain of space. Aside from those who mastered the laws of time, within the same realm, they would be invincible. "Second ancestor, can we cultivate it?" they inquired eagerly. "All can." The second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, asserted emphatically. Observing the elders, some of whom were moved to tears, he felt a surge of emotions. He understood that for many, old age approached, and if their cultivation did not advance, their time would be limited. This imperial scripture would not only significantly bolster the core strength of the Qin family, but also bring hope to those nearing the end of their lifespans who had yet to break through their current realms. Especially for him. With this scripture, he was confident he could achieve the supreme level within a year and greatly extend his life. However, how could his elder brother, a mere mortal, have come into possession of such a treasure? Brother, you say you found this? He asked cautiously. Indeed, I found it. What of it? Can one not find such things? Qin Changsheng retorted without hesitation. That is the beauty of being an ancestor. No need for extensive explanations, believe it or not. Chapter 24. The Exquisite Elixirs. Ancestor faces old tribulations, of course. There are also various gifts from others, assorted elixirs that I find unnecessary. I shall bestow a portion upon you. Qin Changsheng continued, nonchalantly and somewhat theatrically retrieving a handful of vividly colored elixirs from his ring. Each elixir was perfectly rounded and crystalline, resembling exquisite pieces of art, exuding an enchanting fragrance, and upon closer inspection, intricate Tao patterns were discernible upon their surfaces. As soon as the elixirs made their appearance, they began to soar in all directions, as if liberated from confinement. Do these elixirs possess sentience? These are elixirs imbued with spirit, at least of the 7th grade or higher. The expression of the second ancestor transformed drastically as he pointed forth his hand, summoning the protective formation of the ancestral land to ensnare the elixirs attempting to flee, and then with a swift motion, he reclaimed them into his grasp. Once subdued, the elixirs radiated a resplendent aura of 7 colors, each ring of light representing an extraordinary divine medicine. Is this the pinnacle of quality? The elder's pupils constricted sharply, their eyes betraying disbelief. Such quality elixirs are a rarity, appearing once in a millennium. It is likely that even the renowned alchemists of the central domain could scarcely produce but a few in their lifetime. Yet, here they are, casually presented by the ancestor. As they approached to examine the elixirs closely, someone could not contain their astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this the 9th grade mirror-breaking elixir? The one that guarantees 100% ascension upon consumption for those at the peak of the sage realm? Haha, and there's the 8th grade. My ascension to the sage realm is now within reach. This is the 9-turn purple gold elixir, and also the yin-yang eternal life elixir that extends one's lifespan by 1,000 years. There is no mistaking it. I have had the fortune to witness this divine elixir, the 9-pattern clear spirit elixir, said to induce a state of enlightenment, enabling one to cultivate at an extraordinary pace. The fragrance of the elixirs filled the air, their pure medicinal essence washing over their bodies, even their souls, bestowing upon everyone an unparalleled sense of comfort and vitality. Their faces all unconsciously displayed uncontainable joy. They understood the monumental advancement and elevated status these elixirs could bring to the Qin family. The 8th elder could not help but step forward, extending a trembling finger to touch the elixirs in the second ancestor's hand. Slap! The second ancestor swatted his hand away, his expression darkening. You impudent brat, what are you touching for? What if you damage the elixir? Can you compensate for it? Chastised by the second ancestor, the 8th elder dared not retaliate, offering only a sheepish smile. Is this truly real? Am I not dreaming? An elder pinched his own face, incredulous at the sight before him. Of course it is real. Do you not feel the medicinal power emanating from these elixirs? The second ancestor replied with displeasure, indignant at the doubt cast upon the elixirs brought forth by his elder brother. Initially, he was confident of advancing to the supreme level within a year with these elixirs. He was certain he could achieve it within 3 months, thereby ensuring the Qin family would have 2 supremes guarding them. Furthermore, with the void emperor scriptures, the realm of the pseudo-emperor is not beyond reach. However, he hesitated slightly and said to Qin Changsheng, "Brother, you should keep the longevity elixirs for yourself. Your lifespan is not extensive. There is no need for that. I have inadvertently consumed the elixir of immortality, and such longevity potions hold no efficacy for me anymore. Furthermore, I possess a considerable quantity of these potions. You may keep them for now." Very well. In a flash, the second ancestor swiftly secured the potions within the purple mansion, inciting a wave of disdain among the elders present. They even overlooked the fact that Qin Changsheng had mentioned possessing many more, dismissing it as mere bravado. Such divine elixirs, Even a few dozen were unprecedented in history. How could there possibly be more? I shall safeguard these potions on your behalf. Should you require any, simply submit a request. Or they may serve as rewards for those who have made significant contributions to the Qin family, the second ancestor stated with righteous conviction. TCH. The elders harbored their contempt, but dared not openly refute him, merely gazing enviously at Qin Changsheng. Brother, did you also find these potions? The second ancestor could not resist inquiring further. Well, some were found, some were given. Why are you so inquisitive today? Speak less and act more, Qin Changsheng replied impatiently, weary of the incessant questioning. Seeing this, the second ancestor refrained from further inquiries. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and beneath Qin Changsheng's very gaze, a web of thoughts began to intertwine as they commenced their mental exchange. Qinzhen, you have been quite close to the ancestor lately. Are you aware of the origins of these items? In response to the second ancestor, I am uncertain. However, it seems that the ancestor may be entangled with certain women. Currently, I know of two, the Rakshasa fairy and the master of the Tianning pavilion. Moreover, judging by the number of fragrant pouches and ornaments adorning the ancestor, it is likely not a trivial amount. Could it be that the ancestor is trading his body for these gifts? A collective gasp echoed through their mental exchange. The ancestor was indeed formidable. Yet, given the identities of the Rakshasa fairy and the master of the Tianning pavilion, they likely lacked the standing to present such treasures. Could it be that some ancient relics were involved, and the ancestor willingly submitted to such arrangements? Another round of gasps resonated through the mental dialogue. As thoughts of the ancestor's handsome visage intertwined with images of him alongside a throng of elderly women, the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. Alas, the ancestor has silently borne such a heavy burden for the Qin family. How remarkable he is. Ancestor, for the sake of the Qin family, you have indeed endured considerable tribulations. Forgive me, ancestor. Previously, I thought you to be fickle-hearted and even cursed you as a scoundrel. Now that I understand your true intentions, I wish I could chastise myself. A chorus of lamentations echoed in their minds, deeply moved by the ancestor Qin Changsheng's actions. Enough of the weeping. Maintain your previous demeanor and do not reveal any unusual behavior in front of brother. The second ancestor's thoughts resonated with urgency, halting their lamentations. After a brief pause, he continued, brother values his reputation greatly. Such matters must never be mentioned in his presence again. We shall keep this knowledge among ourselves. However, it must be said, brother has endured great hardships. These potions should be distributed according to need, as they are the fruits of his labor. We must strive diligently in our cultivation to elevate the Qin family and honor brother's heartfelt intentions. Understood, second ancestor. Rest assured, the others responded in unison within their minds. Unbeknownst to them, their mental exchanges could not escape the perception of Qin Changsheng, the emperor. A twitch of irritation danced at the corners of his mouth, as he yearned to reveal his true prowess and deliver a resounding thrashing to this group of ungrateful descendants. What a spectacle of absurdity they conjured in their minds. However, after a moment's contemplation, he restrained his impulse to act. The Qin family required a trajectory of positive development. Revealing his strength recklessly might induce lethargy within the clan. It was far wiser to silently protect and guide them, awaiting the opportune moment to unveil his abilities and astonish all. With these thoughts in mind, he pondered the gradual dismantling of the Feng family. Was there truly no issue in that? Qin Changsheng inquired, observing the peculiar glances flitting across the faces of those before him. He had no desire to linger in this wretched place. No problem, absolutely no problem, came the resounding assurance. Ancestor, rest assured. I can already discern that there is not a single virtuous soul in the Feng family. Brother, shall we fry Feng Wensheng or roast him? The crowd responded eagerly, without a hint of hesitation. Surely, failing to eradicate the Feng family would not honor the sacrifices of their ancestors. Then it is settled. I shall take my leave. You may deliberate the specifics among yourselves. By the way, does anyone possess items that could enhance fortune, preferably in liquid form? Qin Changsheng suddenly recalled. The group exchanged glances. Seemingly devoid of such rare treasures, such items were beyond the reach of the Qin family's power, typically existing only within transcendent holy lands, employed to augment one's chances in the pursuit of destiny. Suddenly, the third ancestor, Qin Chang'an, smacked his forehead as if struck by inspiration. He retrieved a porcelain vial from his celestial abode, proclaiming, "Brother, I have a small amount of million-year stone milk, a serendipitous find, distilled from the essence of heaven and earth. It can purify impurities and invigorate the mind. It should be beneficial for enhancing fortune." Excellent. Qin Changsheng accepted it without hesitation, weighing it in his hands. Satisfactory, approximately half a pound. "Brother, may I inquire about your intended use for this precious substance?" "It was not easily acquired. To wash my hands," came the collective response from the crowd. This extravagant ancestor. Without a backward glance, Qin Changsheng departed. Before leaving, he casually tossed a storage ring, containing over 100 exquisite elixirs. "There are additional elixirs within the ring. Feel free to distribute them. They are all compensation from the system, absolute masterpieces. A total of 3,000 elixirs. Let us allocate a few hundred for the Qin family's advancement." More? The second ancestor effortlessly caught the ring, choosing not to inspect it immediately, but rather joining the others in watching Qin Changsheng's retreating figure, filled with deep emotion. Once Qin Changsheng had vanished from sight, the group eagerly probed the contents of the ring with their minds, which had yet to bind to a master, thus allowing them to see. However, upon discovering the hundreds of elixirs within, they were momentarily stupefied. The quality was on par with the elixirs previously presented. Yet, an immediate thought arose in their hearts. Just how much suffering did our ancestor endure to procure such a bounty? In unison, their gazes turned toward the direction in which Qin Changsheng had disappeared, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Chapter 25. The Supreme Law of All Realms. The primordial creation scripture. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Changsheng exhaled deeply. The day's affairs had finally concluded, and it was time to unveil the grand rewards. He cautiously poured the million-year stone milk from the porcelain vial, rinsed his mouth, and meticulously washed his hands 10 times. It was all about the sense of ritual. Once he completed these preparations, Qin Changsheng silently intoned, "System, claim the rewards." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task of reunification. As this is the inaugural attempt, the rewards will be significantly enhanced. According to the rules, the system shall randomly select a reward for the host. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique, the primordial creation scripture. This technique's level far exceeds that of this world, rendering it unmanifestable. And only one individual across all realms may cultivate it. Would you like to begin cultivation now? Yes. With Qin Changsheng's affirmative response, a stream of light flashed and entered his mind. Ha! Qin Changsheng could no longer contain his exhilaration and burst into laughter. Indeed, this must be the protective period for newcomers. The first lottery must yield great rewards. Primordial creation, just hearing those words exudes an air of grandeur. Anything associated with them is of the highest caliber. With the information in his mind, Qin Changsheng instantly comprehended the technique and gained a preliminary understanding. The primordial creation scripture. The foremost scripture of all realms has origins that are untraceable. It is said to encompass all things. In the primordial chaos, one day, this solitary book appeared amidst the heavens and the earth, even before the emergence of the 3,000 avenues. It is the source of all techniques in the world. Once grasped, one can perceive everything, perfectly replicate others' techniques, and surpass the original. It contains the essence of the 3,000 avenues. All rules and orders of the universe can be traced back to it. After cultivation, one will continuously generate primordial purple qi and creation power within, overpowering all elemental forces in the world. Steady now. The more Qin Changsheng delved into it, the more exhilarated he became. Initially, he thought he was merely invincible among mortals, having reached the pinnacle of the great emperor realm, yet lacking profound techniques. If tens of thousands of great emperors were to converge upon him, he would feel a sense of trepidation. Now, with the primordial creation scripture, it was no longer as simple as being invincible within the same realm. He could easily dispatch his peers with a single strike. Moreover, it resolved his previous lack of qualifications, allowing him to transcend the limits of the great emperor realm and no longer solely rely on system rewards. He could cultivate normally. He could advance to the legendary immortal, even the immortal king, the immortal emperor, and beyond. At this moment, he could proclaim, "Beneath the immortals, I am invincible. Above the immortals, it is one for one. System, you are eternal." Qin Changsheng could not help but give a thumbs up to the system. acknowledging that his 10,000 years of waiting had not been in vain. As for the task of reunification and rekindling his former romance, Qin Changsheng felt no motivation whatsoever. It was inconceivable for him to grovel. Let fate decide. In retrospect, I may have been somewhat excessive in the past. Perhaps it is time to assist those I have wronged and make amends, Qin Changsheng contemplated. He glanced at the 8 supreme imperial weapons adorning his person, feeling a hint of disdain. 2 of them had been discreetly placed in the ancestral land, silently guarding the Qin family. With the comparison to the Hongming creation scripture, although the supreme imperial weapons are coveted by even the greatest emperors, they seem rather lackluster to him now. With a newfound sense of leisure, he contemplated pursuing his former love, acquiring an immortal artifact or a divine beast to truly reflect his status. And what of young Qin Yu? With the Hongming creation scripture at his disposal, the slight damage to Qin Yu's essence is merely a trivial matter. This generation of the Qin family is surely destined for greatness. Having sorted through his thoughts, Qin Changsheng reclined on his bed. After a day filled with so many events, he felt a tinge of fatigue. Though his cultivation did not require rest, he maintained the habit of sleep. Before long, he slipped into a tranquil state and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, early in the morning, Qin Yu was already waiting outside Qin Changsheng's room. "Come in, Xiao Yu," Qin Changsheng's languid voice called out. "Yes, Ancestor," Qin Yu replied as he entered the chamber. "Why are you up so early, little one? There are matters to attend to that do not require your assistance." Qin Yu bowed respectfully and responded, in reply to Ancestor, "After so many years, I have grown accustomed to rising early. I simply cannot find rest. Moreover, my father has instructed me not to interfere with the family's affairs. From today onwards, I shall remain by your side to care for you and lend a hand." "Very well," Qin Changsheng regarded the once proud scion of the Qin family, feeling a mix of emotions. Unable to sleep? Perhaps it is a sense of reluctance. A prodigy who once had a boundless future was now forever trapped at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage due to an unforeseen event, unable to progress further. Even his younger brother, Qin Tian, who once looked up to him, had now ascended to the Purple Mansion realm, flourishing and seemingly poised to become the foremost youth of the northern region. While he adeptly managed the mundane affairs of the Qin family, he could not help but feel discontent at being reduced to a mere mortal when his dreams once spanned the stars and the peaks of martial arts. Yet, he understood that the Qin family had labored tirelessly for him, investing greatly in his well-being. They could not concentrate all their resources and strength solely on restoring his body. Thus, he harbored no resentment, only a solitary youth gazing at the stars during the quiet of the night. Qin Changsheng observed Qin Yu for a long while. With his cultivation, the entirety of Qin Yu's past unfolded before him. He nodded in approval, acknowledging, "Indeed, this child, Qin Yu, possesses merit. Even in the depths of despair, he holds fast to hope." The valleys of these years had not broken him. Deep within, a flicker of perseverance and hope remained. In the eyes of Qin Changsheng, from youth to adolescence, Qin Yu had never relinquished his efforts. During solitary moments, he diligently practiced, awaiting the day when the Qin family would rise to greatness, allowing him to restore his own body. He was perhaps the sole individual within the Qin family to have perfected all the foundational techniques to their utmost refinement. The decade-long trough had not led him to despair. Rather, it had polished him into a more exquisite gem. The desire to transform and ascend, to soar like a dragon into the heavens, need not await. "I shall provide it," Qin Changsheng silently vowed, moved by Qin Yu's tenacity. Chapter 26. The Birth of the Supreme Bone in the Qin Family. Little Yu, have you ever contemplated restoring your martial essence and embarking on the path to the pinnacle of martial arts once more? Qin Changsheng inquired slowly. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "I have thought about it, but merely in passing. The current state of the Qin family cannot afford to be hindered by my singular desires. My priority now is to care for our ancestors." "Oh, still not being entirely forthright. Do you practice your swordplay in the stillness of night solely for my sake?" Qin Changsheng chuckled, observing the calluses on Qin Yu's hands. "How can you care for an old man like me?" Instead of exposing the young man's thoughts, he beckoned him closer. "What does it matter about delays? I ask you now, do you wish to restore your essence and resume your cultivation?" Qin Yu obediently approached Qin Changsheng, though a profound confusion lingered within him. Why was the ancestor posing such a question? Could it be that he possessed a means to restore Qin Yu's essence? Unthinkable. How could an ordinary man accomplish what the entire Qin family could not? Yet, what if? After millennia of wandering, what if he had discovered some extraordinary method? With such thoughts, Qin Yu's breath quickened, his hands trembling, as his once quiet heart began to race uncontrollably. The opportunity for rebirth lay before him. How could he not feel exhilarated? Clenching his fists, he lifted his gaze to meet the ancestors, no longer shying away, and declared emphatically, "To answer you, Ancestor, I wish for it every moment." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than warm tears streamed down his cheeks. After all these years, he had finally articulated his yearning. The accumulated emotions erupted at that moment, a profound longing, regardless of whether the ancestor could indeed restore his essence. He simply wished to cry in that instant. Ha ha ha, splendid. The desire itself is enough. Qin Changsheng laughed heartily. Letting it out is beneficial. Prolonged suppression can lead to troubles. Moreover, it is quite natural for descendants to weep in the presence of their ancestor. Extend your hand, he commanded. Qin Yu was taken aback. Could it be that the ancestor truly possessed a means? Wiping away his tears, he obediently extended his hand, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. Qin Changsheng gently tapped, channeling a strand of primordial purple energy and the force of creation from the previous day. He had resolved to prioritize the cultivation of Qin Yu, considering him a hidden asset of the Qin family, capable of undertaking tasks that the family found inconvenient or unseemly to engage in directly. After all, he is the emperor. He cannot be expected to handle every matter personally. It is essential to have some aides for various tasks, and having a familiar face among his subordinates makes it much more convenient. This force is immensely powerful and terrifying, far surpassing the primordial energies of this world. Upon entering Qin Yu's body, it surged forth with overwhelming intensity. Fortunately, this power was not destructive. Rather, it was the primal force of creation, capable of reshaping meridians and granting a rebirth of sorts. The force of creation coursed through his meridians, spreading throughout his entire being, even reaching his internal organs and cells, dissolving every power it encountered along the way. The foundational spiritual energy that Qin Yu had painstakingly cultivated vanished in an instant, and even the remnants of his martial essence were absorbed, illustrating the extraordinary level of this power. Qin Yu felt as though his body might disintegrate. Despite the gentle nature of the creation force, the agony of reconstructing bones and reshaping meridians overwhelmed him. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, which paled in comparison to the dark, sunless years he had suffered. At last, the reconstruction of his meridians was complete, with the previous energies eradicated. A refreshing power akin to a spring emerged from every cell, nourishing his newly formed corporeal vessel. A violet essence coiled within his yet-to-be-opened spiritual abode, continuously nurturing his nascent spirit, solidifying the foundation of his path. Exhilaration surged through him, prompting an involuntary shout of joy. He felt an unparalleled comfort, as if he had been reborn. His aura began to ascend once more, progressing through the stages of qi gathering, postnatal, innate, until it reached the pinnacle of the spiritual realm. Unexpectedly, from misfortune came fortune. Accumulating strength allowed him to leap beyond 2 realms of his previous cultivation. Tears of joy streamed down Qin Yu's face as he felt the immense power within his body. After more than a decade, he had finally returned to normal, ready to face the world's prodigies once again. Although he had lost so much time, he was confident that he was by no means inferior to anyone. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he knelt down with a thud. With fervor, he bowed deeply before Qin Changsheng, expressing profound gratitude for the favor bestowed upon him. "Enough, rise," Qin Changsheng said with satisfaction, nodding. However, his expression soon turned serious as he added, "It is still not enough. While the pinnacle of the spiritual realm is commendable for a young man, Qin Yu, as my representative, must occasionally confront challenging matters. This level of cultivation is far from adequate for someone like me, who prefers to avoid complacency." "Very well, let us hasten his growth," he decided. With his guidance and the constant infusion of creation force, any concerns about a shaky foundation would be moot. Qin Yu lifted his head, puzzled. What is insufficient? Without further ado, Qin Changsheng conjured a drop of imperial blood, which he directed into Qin Yu's body in an instant. The imperial blood was extraordinarily precious. coveted even by those at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, as it contained a fragment of the emperor's power and insight. In the realm of the small primordial spirit, only Qin Changsheng could withstand the burden. Otherwise, even a peak quasi-emperor would hesitate to dissolve a single drop of imperial blood. Before Qin, you could comprehend the situation. An overwhelming sensation of burning engulfed him. The pain was excruciating. Yet, amidst the agony, there was an exhilarating thrill. His momentum surged once more, ascending from the early stage of the cave ruin realm to the mid-stage of the sage realm, akin to a meteoric rise to the heavens. It is worth noting that the elder of the Qin family is merely at the sage realm, while only the three ancestors possess the status of a supreme being, with the second ancestor nearing that pinnacle. Moreover, Qin Yu felt his bloodline boiling, becoming increasingly restless, as if reverting to ancestral traits. A potent force surged within his blood, seemingly the essence of an imperial lineage. Beside his heart, an undeniable power radiated, revealing a translucent bone that exuded an inexplicable majesty. This was the legendary Supreme Bone, which Qin Yu, well-versed in various records, instantly recognized. He touched his heart and glanced at his hands, feeling an overwhelming strength, as if lost in a dream. Imperial bloodline. Supreme Bone. How could this be possible? Such treasures were beyond the aspirations of a mere descendant of the Qin family. Chapter 27. Qin Yu's astonishment at the ancestor's identity as an emperor suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Qin Yu cast an incredulous gaze at his ancestor. A terrifying thought quietly took root in his heart. Could it be that his ancestor was a hidden powerhouse? The imperial bloodline and the essence of an emperor were surely not accessible to ordinary cultivators. It was said that his ancestor had numerous old acquaintances. Yet the blood of an emperor was likely unattainable even for a peak quasi-emperor. Ancestor, what is your cultivation level? Qin Yu could not help but inquire, his heart brimming with excitement, not for himself, but for his ancestor. He had initially believed that his ancestor was nearing the end of life, even going so far as to participate in the planning of a tombstone and jade coffin, merely awaiting the ancestor's passing to make arrangements. Little did he expect that his ancestor was actually a hidden titan. Xiao Yu, how do you feel? As for my cultivation, take a guess? Qin Changsheng replied with a grin. To answer my ancestor, I feel unprecedentedly well. Your cultivation must be at the Supreme Realm, Qin Yu candidly responded. As Supreme Realm was the highest level he could fathom, considering even the extraordinarily gifted third ancestor was merely at the Supreme Realm. Guess again. Quasi-Emperor early stage? Too shallow. Your perspective is limited. Quasi-Emperor late stage? Still requires a touch more prowess. Qin Yu's mouth fell agape, suddenly rendered speechless. Could it be that his ancestor had reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor? Only a handful of individuals within the entire human race could attain such a level, all of whom were renowned names, guarding their respective territories. Could it be that my ancestor, after merely 10,000 years, could rival those titans who stand at the pinnacle of the world, the realm of the quasi-emperor? At last, Qin Yu spoke, his lips trembling with excitement. However, Qin Changsheng merely shook his head, lamenting the narrowness of Qin Yu's perspective. Come now, take a guess. That's not right. Qin Yu was utterly stunned, his breath quickening as if his throat were being constricted, his entire body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. A terrifying thought emerged from the depths of his soul. The great emperor. His ancestor is a great emperor. No, this cannot be. How could anyone ascend to such heights in silence? If the heavenly mandate's mark had been bestowed upon my ancestor, how could the entire human race, or even all the myriad races, remain so tranquil? Seeing his reaction, Qin Changsheng chose to reveal the truth, fearing that if he delayed any longer, this young descendant of the Qin family might suffer a fatal shock from his excitement. Your gaze tells me that you have guessed correctly this time. Indeed, my ancestor has reached the pinnacle of the great emperor realm, just a step away from becoming an immortal. Bang! Qin Yu could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing onto the ground in shock. He was genuinely terrified. In today's world, the quasi-emperor stands as the apex, yet it was insufficient to give rise to a great emperor. Yet every reaction from his ancestor affirmed the truth of this revelation. His ancestor was not only a great emperor, but had reached the peak of that realm, mere moments from transcending to immortality. Was that essence he had witnessed earlier truly his ancestors? The Qin family had indeed become one of the imperial clans. Qin Yu felt as though the entire world had turned surreal. Surely this was a dream. Nothing could be this outrageous. Observing Qin Yu's reaction, Qin Changsheng shook his head, reflecting on the inadequacy of his mindset. To be so frightened by a mere great emperor. Yet a wicked thought crossed his mind. What would the entire Qin family's reaction be if they were to discover my cultivation level? Returning to the present, Qin Changsheng patted Qin Yu's head and handed him a copy of the emperor's scripture, which he had replicated. Get up, stop embarrassing yourself. You cannot cultivate using my methods. This is the Void Emperor scripture. Study it diligently, and do not bring shame upon the Qin family. The upper echelons of our clan have all begun to adopt this text. The Void Emperor scripture? Qin Yu was once again taken aback, though this time his reaction was notably subdued. Compared to the revelation of his ancestor being a great emperor, this felt trivial. Very well, Ancestor, he replied, trembling as he accepted the scripture. Look at you. I thought you were composed, yet you cannot even digest such a small matter? You are already at the sage realm. Qin Changsheng chided. A small matter? Qin Yu dared not retort, his mind swirling with unspoken protests. If a great emperor were to emerge quietly from obscurity, surely it would take days and nights for anyone to recover from the shock. I consider myself resilient, but one with a weaker heart might very well perish on the spot. My path to enlightenment was serendipitous. My heavenly mandate's mark still lingers. Now that you have reached the sage realm and possess the supreme bone of the Void Emperor scripture, along with my guidance, what aspirations do you hold for this era's great emperor? Rest assured, esteemed ancestor, in this lifetime, the heavenly mandate will undoubtedly remain within the Qin lineage. I shall strive to secure the position of the great emperor for the Qin family. Qin Yu, brimming with ambition and confidence, felt an invincible force quietly germinating deep within him. How could one utter a word of doubt before the revered ancestor? Furthermore, with the ancestor's protection in this era, and receiving guidance at all times, one can only ponder, throughout history, which emperor has ever enjoyed such privileges, having a peak emperor as a mentor and protector. If I lack confidence in this, it would be a grave disservice to myself. Do not boast recklessly, for this lifetime is destined to be a golden era, undoubtedly giving rise to youthful supremes and ancient prodigies. At that time, do not weep in defeat. Allow me to advocate for you, Qin Changsheng jested. Fear not, ancestor. In this lifetime, I shall crush all enemies and seize the heavenly mandate. Now, you should focus on your cultivation. The weather is splendid today, a perfect day for a stroll. Remember, my cultivation must remain undisclosed. No one must speak of it. With that, Qin Changsheng departed without a backward glance. Ancestor. Qin Yu instinctively wanted to call him back, for his father's directive was to always stay by the ancestor's side, safeguarding him to prevent any further instances of his disappearance. However, upon reflection, what could protect an unparalleled emperor? Moreover, should the ancestor wish to leave him behind, he might not even catch a glimpse of the ancestor's silhouette. Never mind. Focusing on cultivation is of utmost importance. Should father inquire, I shall fabricate an excuse to appease him. Having already attained the saint realm, I must delve deeply into the profound meanings contained within that drop of imperial blood. This thought led Qin Yu to recall his younger brother, who had once trailed closely behind him. Now, he was honing his skills in various secret realms. Given his talents, he must have few rivals among the younger generation. Qin Tian, do strive diligently. In this lifetime, let us, as brothers, ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, ensuring that the name of the Qin family resounds throughout the world. In the following days, the ancestral grounds of the Qin family summoned core members scattered across various locations for an unprecedented secret meeting. The specifics of the meeting remain undisclosed. However, judging by the excited expressions of the clan members, it is evident that significant gains were made. After the meeting concluded, the senior members of the Qin family unanimously declared a retreat, with the exception of Qin Zhen, the current head of the family, who needed to oversee upcoming matters. Thus began a grand battle against the Feng family. As for Qin Changsheng, he enjoyed his leisurely days, tending to birds, admiring flowers, and occasionally guiding Qin Yu's cultivation. Under Qin Changsheng's close mentorship and the occasional infusion of primordial transformative power, Qin Yu's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, nearing the edge of supremacy. One day, after concluding his training, he heard a voice. Little Yu, what thoughts occupy your mind? Qin Changsheng reclined in his chair, swaying gently as he regarded the hesitant Qin Yu. Elder ancestor, You are now invincible under heaven. Why not reveal yourself and sweep away all obstacles, thus elevating the renown of the Qin family and the human race? Qin Yu appeared somewhat perplexed by the elder ancestor's reticence. Instead of responding immediately, Qin Changsheng leisurely lifted a teacup from beside him, took a sip, and said contemplatively, "In my 10 millennia of existence, I have witnessed too much. The world is not mine alone, nor is the Qin family solely mine. Prosperity arises from adversity, while complacency leads to ruin. This applies to the human race as well as to the Qin family. One does not become a gem without being polished. Take this incident involving the Fong family. I could effortlessly obliterate them with a mere wave of my hand, but what significance would that hold? Destroying one family merely paves the way for the likes of the Li and Wang families. It is far more prudent to view this as a stepping stone for the Qin family's resurgence. The Qin family must thrive through the collective effort of its members. Rather than relying solely on my protection, I need only ensure that the overarching direction remains sound. Of course, the most crucial reason is that I am simply lazy." A dark line appeared on Qin Yu's forehead. The elder ancestor's final remark was indeed candid. In my opinion, the preceding statements were merely excuses, with the truth of his laziness standing out starkly. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng's gaze shifted toward the ancestral land, a smile gracing his lips. "It seems that my second brother is on the verge of a breakthrough. The Qin family will welcome another supreme. How delightful. To celebrate, I must indulge in music and dance for at least 5 hours." Qin Yu was left speechless, still unable to fathom how the elder ancestor, with such a laid-back demeanor, had managed to cultivate himself to the level of an emperor. Laughter erupted throughout the Qin family as the second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, emerged from his seclusion. The moment he stepped forth, the very heavens seemed to change. A terrifying and immense power erupted from within him, spreading rapidly. The previously cloudless sky was suddenly adorned with a purple cloud, streaked with lightning, as if to congratulate the world on the emergence of a new supreme. With his breakthrough, his appearance transformed as well. The once frail and white-haired visage vanished, replaced by that of a robust middle-aged man. "Congratulations, second ancestor." Voices of congratulations resonated from every corner of the Qin family. The second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze toward Qin Changsheng. In an instant, he appeared beside him. "Elder brother, I have broken through," the second ancestor proclaimed, almost childlike in his eagerness to share his achievement. "Breakthrough is a breakthrough. Why make such a commotion? You're becoming increasingly like the third brother," Qin Changsheng chided. Noting the normally composed second ancestor had taken on traits reminiscent of the more flamboyant third brother. "Rest assured, elder brother, my strength has significantly increased, and I shall certainly procure an elixir of immortality for you," the second ancestor declared with unwavering determination. "Understood. It suffices to possess such intent. I have no need for your assistance. Do you think elixirs are as common as cabbages? Even the great emperor lacks such capabilities. You have also made a breakthrough. Hasten to replace that insolent lad, Qin Zhen. I have noticed his recent grievances are rather excessive." Qin Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, displaying an expression that urged departure. "Humph. That wretched boy Qin Zhen dares to complain while serving our ancestor. I shall teach him a lesson. Now that I have achieved my breakthrough, coupled with the Void Emperor scripture, I can hold my own even against those two ancient beings of the Fong family. Wait for me to seek vengeance for you, my elder brother." "Very well. Off you go." After the second ancestor departed, Qin Changsheng turned to Qin Yu and said, "Little Yu, the conflicts with the Fong family are intensifying. Conceal your identity and keep a watchful eye on matters to minimize casualties for our Qin family." "Understood, ancestor." Qin Yu responded respectfully before turning to leave. In the northern region, at the Fong family estate, bang! With a resounding crash, a square wooden table was reduced to splinters. Fong Wencheng, filled with fury, exclaimed, "It is one thing for the Su family to oppose us, but can someone enlighten me on the situation with the Qin family? They have raided our merchant convoy, incited our subordinate forces, and spread rumors of our ancestors' allegiance to the dark forbidden zone. Now they have even resorted to killing members of our family. This is utterly intolerable. After a month of investigation, and you have unearthed nothing? A bunch of useless fools." All present bowed their heads in silence, too fearful to speak. One individual, resembling a vassal, mustered the courage to say, "According to rumors, Su Muru of the Su family had a past connection with the ancestor of the Qin family, which may explain the situation. Which ancestor? The mortal ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng. Bang! Fang Wensheng struck the speaker, sending him flying several yards, and with a sardonic laugh, he retorted, "You simpleton! Knowing it is merely a rumor, how can you take it seriously? To use such a ridiculous excuse to placate me? He is but a mortal ancestor. Can he command the entire Qin family? The Qin family is merely a newly established clan, without any vested interest. They would not engage in conflict with my Fang family for no reason. There must be some dark secrets at play, were it not for the calamity in Tianyuan Valley, leading to the disappearance of our ancestor and the seclusion of the other two. With only a few supreme elders holding the fort, we would surely teach them a lesson. Furthermore, continue your investigations. You have 3 days. If you find nothing, you shall all face dire consequences." "Yes, master," they responded hastily and departed in a flurry. Chapter 29. The ancestor of the Su family becomes a matchmaker. At the Su family estate. Ha ha ha. The Fang family has suffered greatly this time. A loss in wealth, resources, and practitioners. Wealth ranks paramount, and I foresee the Fang family gradually losing its secular foundation. How will they ever develop further? An elder of the Fang family stroked his white beard, laughing heartily. "Ancestor, delivering a lesson to the Fang family is sufficient. Our conflicts have escalated to the point of causing fatalities. Does this not seem somewhat inappropriate? Should we not pause? Su Batian, as the head of the family, must also consider the well-being of our kin. He does not wish to provoke a life-and-death struggle with the Fang family due to his own personal matters with his sister." The venerable ancestor of the Su family cast a meaningful glance at him and remarked, "Batian, the Fang family has brought this upon themselves. Like grasshoppers after autumn, they shall not leap for long, facing imminent destruction. Moreover, have you not noticed that the Qin family is also taking action against the Fang family? Indeed, ancestor. The territories of the Qin and Fang families do not intersect, and I have never heard of any conflict between them. Why then is the Qin family so recklessly targeting the Fang family?" Su Batian inquired, puzzled. "Ah, it is undoubtedly the notion of the patriarch of the Qin family. Seeking to avenge your sister," the Su ancestor replied, gesturing slightly with his lips. In his heart, he believed that although the forced marriage and concubine incident involving Fang Wensheng occurred within the Su family, the emperor, being all-powerful, could not possibly keep such matters hidden from Qin Changsheng. In an instant, all eyes converged upon the quietly seated Su Muro. Upon hearing this, Su Muro wore an expression of astonishment, raising her gaze towards the ancestor. "Qin Changsheng? Surely not. He is but a mere mortal. How could he command the entire Qin family? Furthermore, it has been over a month since I last saw him, and he has not come to apologize to me. How could he possibly think of avenging his sister?" When Qin Changsheng was mentioned, Su Batian's countenance darkened with resentment. This scoundrel not only had an ambiguous relationship with the esteemed Dream Ru Yen of the Tianyin Pavilion, but he had also failed to seek out his sister during their month-long separation, as if she were a stranger. Although Murua had never voiced her feelings, he, as her brother, was acutely aware of her longing for his visit. Just moments ago, while discussing matters, her eyes had flicked towards the door no less than 10 times. Her thoughts laid bare. "Humph, Batian, how many times must I remind you not to address the patriarch of the Qin family by name? He is still your elder. And even if you and your sister are to become partners, you must not call him by his name," the Su ancestor admonished sternly. After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, the patriarch of the Qin family is occupied with myriad affairs. It is only natural that he cannot spare the time to seek out Murua. Ancestor, you once cherished Murua dearly. Why now do you speak in defense of that scoundrel? He is merely a mortal. How could he be so busy?" Su Batian's words were cut short by the furious gaze of the Su ancestor. Turning his attention back to Su Murua, the ancestor's face broke into a broad smile as he said, "Murua, it is entirely normal for love to flourish between men and women. The patriarch of the Qin family is indeed busy. Cannot you take the initiative to visit the Qin family? Such matters need not always require the man to take the lead. Moreover, do not harbor resentment over past misunderstandings. Men, after all, often have multiple partners. The patriarch of the Qin family is quite charming, and you two are well matched. I have heard that he has never formally married. You should strive for the position of his primary wife, which would bring honor to our Su family. Even if one cannot become the primary wife, Holding the esteemed position of the Qin family's ancestor and serving as a concubine is still a favorable prospect. Miru, you must seize this opportunity. Do not wait until it is lost to regret it. Deep within Su Miru's heart, confusion swirled. In recent days, the ancestor and the esteemed elders appeared transformed, as if they had received benefits from Qin Changsheng, acting as matchmakers, ardently persuading her to marry into the Qin family. Moreover, she sensed, perhaps mistakenly, a notable absence of the elder's usual gravitas, replaced instead by an air of sycophancy. Ancestor, have you lost your senses? In my opinion, Qin Changsheng is utterly unworthy of Miru, let alone for her to become his concubine. Su Batian could no longer contain his discontent, perceiving that the ancestor and several esteemed elders had become bewitched. Their minds clouded with folly. Begone! What concern is this of yours? The Su family ancestor retorted angrily. Hurry away and arrange the next phase of our counteroffensive against the Fong family. Understood, I shall do so at once. Su Batian dared not retort further and left, disgruntled. Miru, your brother lacks understanding, but you ought to be wise. We shall not interfere in your matters with the Qin family's ancestor. Yet as someone who has been through similar experiences, let me offer you a piece of advice. Some individuals and situations require proactive engagement. Passivity seldom yields results. Having said this, the ancestor spoke kindly before turning to depart. Ancestor, what do you truly mean? Su Miru gazed at the ancestor's retreating figure, her heart restless. Did the Qin family's aggressive actions against the Fong family truly serve to vindicate me? Qinlang, does he genuinely care for my well-being? As thoughts cascaded through her mind, she involuntarily recalled the days of 3 millennia past. He was eloquent and articulate, showering her with care, never allowing her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Perhaps this time he truly seeks to avenge me. Yet, if that is the case, why does he not seek me out? Should I take the initiative? But if he does not come to find me, should I then pursue him? Or is he currently entangled with that vixen? With this thought, Su Miru felt a surge of unease. No, I cannot let that vixen benefit from this. I must investigate further. In a flash, Su Miru vanished from her spot. In the ensuing days, Qin Changsheng frequently noticed Su Miru lingering at the outskirts of the Qin family's mountains, observing from afar, though she did not enter. He found himself quite content with this arrangement. Meanwhile, Tianyin Pavilion unexpectedly abandoned its previous neutrality, opting to ally with the Qin family, much to Qin Zhen's delight. With intelligence from Tianyin Pavilion, the Fong family struggled to withstand the pressure from 3 fronts. Particularly, as the upper echelons of the Qin family concluded their seclusion and joined the campaign against the Fong family, the latter faced successive defeats. Their allied forces were either eradicated or largely swayed, leaving their secular foundation utterly severed. Only the core members of the Fong family and a few loyal retainers remained. The second and third ancestors of the Qin family arrived together, joining forces with the 2 venerable elders of the Fong family and numerous esteemed elders to ignite a supreme battle. They inflicted severe injuries upon the members of the Fong family, laughing thrice before departing with great flair. The Fong family was left utterly humiliated, their centuries-old reputation shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, the Qin family gained even greater renown from this confrontation. No one had anticipated the formidable strength of the second and third ancestors of the Qin family. Although the most powerful ancestor of the Fong family had recently gone missing, the Fong family was a long-standing aristocracy of the northern region, boasting 5 ancestors of supreme realm and several venerable guardians. To everyone's astonishment, the Qin family's 2 ancestors effortlessly defeated the 5, turning the Fong family into a mere stepping stone for the Qin family's rise to prominence. The northern region was abuzz with speculation. Chapter 30. The conspiracy emerges. The extreme path emperor's weapon. Have you heard? One of the 8 prominent families of the northern region, the Fong family, is facing ruin, having been so severely suppressed by the rising Qin family. Don't listen to the rumors. It was the Tianyin Pavilion, the Su family, and the Qin family acting in concert. How could the mere millennia-old Qin family possibly rival the Fong family on its own? Brother, your information is outdated. The 2 ancestors of the Qin family have already attacked the Fong family, almost breaching their ancestral temple. A passerby shook his head, speaking enthusiastically. Indeed, it is as such. Yet the Qin family has always been unremarkable, with only the 3rd ancestor having made a name for himself on the battlefield of myriad races. Who would have thought that the usually low-key second ancestor possessed such formidable power? Could the Qin family have come into some new opportunity? It's hard to say. However, the Qin family and the Fong family do not share a border and have had no prior grievances. One wonders why they are targeting the Fong family so aggressively. Another passerby, displaying a puzzled expression, inquired. It is said that the Fong family covertly allied with the Dark Forbidden Zone. There have been sightings of their ancestors entering the Abyssal Valley. Is that true? Even so, the higher-ups of the human race have yet to speak. How could a mere Qin family take action? Upon hearing these comments, the first passerby shook his head, waving his fan with a rather lewd expression, and remarked, "You are all mistaken. You know not the full story. While allying with the Dark Forbidden Zone is indeed contemptible, it is not the primary reason. According to a rumor I gleaned from the housekeeper of my neighbor's son's classmate's sister-in-law's cousin's nephew, the root of the issue lies with the Qin family's mortal ancestor, entangled in deep-seated love and hatred." The Qin family's mortal ancestor? Surely not. How could a mere mortal, who spends his days consuming longevity elixirs, become an ancestor? Many in the northern region are unaware of the incident involving Qin Changsheng mistakenly consuming celestial medicine. I cannot say for certain, but according to the housekeeper I mentioned, there is indeed some truth to it. However, the specifics are, "Brother, may I borrow a moment of your time? Brother, dear brother, here are 3 high-grade spirit stones. Please accept them." The first passerby beamed with delight, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of being sought after. "Come, let us find a discreet location, and I shall regale you with the tale." The group furtively vanished into a corner of the street. Fong family, ancestral temple. Fong Wensheng gazed upon the desolation before him, his face contorted with malice. Why? Why does the Qin family and the Tianyin Pavilion conspire so fiercely against the Fong clan? Why are the second and third ancestors of the Qin family endowed with such formidable power? As for the subordinates who had recently ventured to gather intelligence, they had long since met their demise at his hands. It is truly laughable. This band of inept fools perished, yet still claiming it was due to the jealousy of an ancient mortal ancestor from the Qin family, a mere woman, to be the spark that ignited the downfall of the Fong clan? How absurd. It is likely that the news of my clan's alliance with the Forbidden Land has been exposed. Yet, even so, it ought not to be their prerogative to act with such impunity. There are countless individuals who have aligned themselves with the Dark Forbidden Zone. Why, then, do they fixate solely upon the Fong family? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Fong Wensheng was driven to a frenzy, unable to restrain his anguished screams. Cackling, "Since the Qin family seeks their own demise, let me assist them." He slowly extended a hand, retrieving a rusted suit of armor from his purple mansion. The armor, seemingly ravaged by fierce assaults and the relentless passage of time, had lost its luster, yet retained an aura of ancient power. This was, in fact, an imperial weapon of unparalleled might, a rarity among the human race throughout the ages, once deemed invincible. Though it had decayed to the point of fragility, it remained an imperial artifact. The ancestor had unexpectedly acquired this nameless armor, once harboring hopes of its revival, yet here he was, compelled to use it promptly. Cackling, "Alas, it is a protective imperial weapon. Otherwise, with the full force of the Supreme, even if it could only unleash a final strike, it would suffice to obliterate the Qin family. Nonetheless, this shall suffice." Cackling, "Qin family, since you have dared to overstep your bounds, prepare for annihilation." Cackling. After muttering to himself, Fong Wensheng's gaze grew increasingly sinister and frenzied, as if he could already envision the moment of the Qin family's downfall. Suddenly, he turned his head towards the void beside him, declaring, "Fong Yi, you possess the highest mastery of the shadow body technique. This task shall be entrusted to you. Strive to activate this imperial weapon with all your might, particularly near the ancestral grounds of the Qin family, so that its aura may resonate throughout the entire human realm. Fong Air, relay a message to the Duanmu family. Their ancestor has just broken through to the early stage of quasi-emperor. Surely, they would be intrigued by the Qin family's offense and the sudden emergence of this imperial weapon. As for the others, employ every means to disseminate the news, proclaiming that the Qin family harbors an imperial weapon and monopolizes an imperial-level secret realm, thus explaining their sudden surge in power." "Yes, I shall obey." A chorus of responses echoed from the void, followed by figures flashing into existence, dispersing in all directions. These were the secret forces cultivated by the Fong family. The Fong family's death guards. Once they had departed, Fong Wensheng fixed his gaze toward the direction of the Qin family, his expression darkening with increasing venom. Qin family. Huh. After your demise, we shall leisurely deal with the Tianjin Pavilion and the Su family. In recent days, while Qin was brimming with ambition, a momentous piece of news suddenly emerged from the northern domain. The Qin family's recent surge in strength was attributed to their unexpected acquisition of an imperial-level secret realm, along with the possession of an extraordinary imperial weapon. This news spread rapidly, causing a stir throughout the northern domain, even catching the attention of certain factions in the central domain. Initially, Qin scoffed at this information, dismissing it as a lowly conspiracy that only a fool would believe. After all, what sort of secret realm or imperial weapon could simply be claimed as one's own? However, he underestimated the insatiable greed of humanity. In the days that followed, a multitude of unfamiliar faces began to appear around the Qin family. The saying 3 men make a tiger held true, and some indeed chose to believe the rumors. This development heightened Qin's vigilance. Could there be some hidden agenda at play? Only the Fong family would expend such effort to spread falsehoods. It seemed prudent to consult the ancestors regarding the eventual downfall of the Fong family. Otherwise, this situation was akin to a ticking time bomb. In the Qin family's courtyard, Qin Changsheng was entertaining a koi fish. Recently, he experienced a whimsical thought inspired by the age-old tale of the koi leaping over the dragon gate. He wondered if he could experiment by infusing a koi fish with transformative energy over time, potentially birthing a dragon in this world. Under his influence, while the koi showed no signs of transforming into a dragon, it astonishingly developed intelligence and began to autonomously absorb the natural energies of heaven and earth, even evolving into a demon species. However, it was not cultivating demonic power, which greatly astonished Qin Changsheng. He contemplated teaching the koi the Void Emperor Sutra. Ancestor, do you see? Should we clean up the situation? Qin Yu indicated towards the periphery of the Qin estate, making a gesture reminiscent of execution. Not to worry. They are merely a bunch of insignificant rascals. Moreover, this presents an excellent opportunity for the Qin family's reputation to resonate throughout the world. It is time for the Qin family to take a step forward. Qin Changsheng replied nonchalantly, his hands continuing to play with the little koi. Nevertheless, the recent rumors posed a significant threat to the Qin family. The notion of possessing an imperial weapon and secret realm was absurd. If such things existed, only the ancestor Qin Yu would have them. Still, Qin Yu harbored some concerns. Despite the presence of the ancestor, it appeared that he did not intend to reveal himself. And given the current strength of the Qin family, casualties were inevitable. Little Yu, my years of experience tell me that when others slander you with claims of possessing powerful artifacts capable of intimidating the world, it is wise to ensure that you indeed have such power. Qin Changsheng remarked to Qin Yu, his words imbued with significance. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the northwest, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an inexplicable joy. Look, while some are dozing off, others are eager to provide them with pillows. Qin Yu, perplexed, directed his sage-level consciousness towards the direction his ancestor was observing. Chapter 31. The Eruption of Imperial Weaponry. Humanity in shock in the northwestern direction of the Qin family. Waves of disturbance rippled through the void as an old man appeared, shrouded in secrecy. He wore an expressionless face as he cast a fleeting glance towards the ancestral grounds of the Qin family, silently calculating the distance. He murmured to himself, "This distance is sufficient. Qin family, your doom approaches. If you cannot produce the imperial weapon, brace yourselves for the wrath of the entire northern region." His eyes shimmered with determination and resolve. As a loyal warrior of the Fong family, he possessed unwavering fidelity to his clan. With utmost care, he retrieved the armor, its dilapidated state still emanating an ancient and terrifying aura that sent a shiver down his spine. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled his entire spiritual power into the ancient guardian imperial weapon. In an instant, the surrounding air became oppressive, and a surge of immense energy was poised to erupt from within the imperial artifact. The violent fluctuations distorted the very fabric of space, as if the world itself trembled in response. Boom. At last, the elder concentrated all his strength, and the imperial weapon unleashed a blinding radiance that soared towards the heavens. Wherever its light passed, the space appeared to be cleaved, unable to restore itself for an extended period. The entire realm descended into chaos, the winds and clouds shifting ominously. Every cultivator's soul in the northern region quivered involuntarily, drawn to the direction of the imperial weapon's eruption. However, once this terrifying force had spent itself, the once decayed armor was utterly shattered, scattering into countless fragments, beyond the possibility of repair. How could this be? Wasn't this the guardian imperial weapon? How could it possess such catastrophic destructive power? The elder was taken aback by the scene before him. It seemed that both he and the head of the Fong family had grossly underestimated the might of the ultimate imperial weapon. Nonetheless, there was little time for contemplation now. He inhaled deeply, hastily gathering the scattered shards before vanishing into the void, seeking an opportunity to escape. He understood that only by leaving no trace behind could he fulfill his final mission. At the moment of the imperial weapon's eruption, countless cultivators of the Dharma manifestation realm, saints, supreme beings, and even quasi-emperors simultaneously turned their heads towards this spectacle, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Was this the aura of the ultimate imperial weapon? How could it be that unknown ultimate imperial weapons still existed within the realm of humanity? This scene sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of the human clan. However, those with experience in confronting imperial weapons, particularly the higher-ranking quasi-emperors, quickly deduced from the aura that this was the final self-destructing strike of the imperial weapon, and thus lost interest almost immediately. Yet, the majority of cultivators were oblivious to this, especially those in the northern region who were closest and most profoundly affected, marveling in astonishment. The direction of this formidable aura pointed towards the ancestral grounds of the Qin family. This terrifying fluctuation was undeniably that of an imperial weapon. It appeared recent rumors were not mere fabrications. The Qin family truly harbored an imperial weapon. A mere newly established family of 10,000 years possesses an imperial weapon? Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Some shook their heads, evidently skeptical of the Qin family. Is it a mistake to possess an imperial weapon? This is their opportunity. It seems that envy drives others, wishing to seize what they cannot attain themselves. Others stood up for the Qin family, advocating for them in the face of such sentiments. Without strength, one is indeed at fault. The Qin family has recently been brazenly oppressive, recklessly suppressing the Fong family. I believe their fortunate days are numbered. At most, they will attain supremacy, yet even the possession of an imperial weapon cannot guarantee their safety. In an instant, the entire human realm is abuzz with speculation. Many are curious about this unfamiliar imperial weapon. What is its nature? Is it for attack, defense, or perhaps something of a spiritual essence? Meanwhile, in the northern domain, within the solitary superpower, the Yinyang Holy Land, a voice reverberates within the confines of a secret chamber. The aura of an imperial weapon. Could the rumors hold truth? However, even should it be an imperial weapon, it is one that has long lain dormant. The cost of its full revival is substantial. Nevertheless, a partially awakened imperial weapon would suffice for my purposes. The master of the Holy Land, who has held dominion over the northern domain for millennia, glimmers with a hint of greed in his eyes. Subsequently, a cold voice issues forth, "Relay my command." The Qin family's arrogance and their wanton oppression of other forces in the northern domain must not go unchallenged. The imperial weapon is foundational to humanity. The Qin family, lacking the capability to revive an extreme imperial weapon, should voluntarily present it to our Holy Land. In return, we shall cease our pursuit. Those worthy shall claim their due. Only a designated emperor is fit to wield an imperial weapon, thus elevating our northern domain's prestige and asserting the might of our race. All present knelt in submission, trembling in fear. It was unexpected that this sole quasi-emperor of the northern domain harbored such avarice for the imperial weapon. Yet, preserving a semblance of dignity, he refrained from confronting the matter directly, choosing instead to leverage his influence to seize the opportunity from the Qin family. "Indeed, Holy Master," responded an elder with utmost respect, promptly leading a cohort of Holy Land guards towards the Qin family. Simultaneously, in the central domain, within the Duanmu clan, an elder opened his eyes, glancing at the message and then towards the northern direction. He erupted into laughter, exclaiming with sheer joy, "Heaven has favored my Duanmu clan. I have just broken through to Quasi-Emperor, and the Qin family has conveniently prepared an extreme imperial weapon for me." He scoffed. The Qin family dares to publicly cast aside their wives, slapping my Duanmu clan in the face. Now I have justifiable grounds to seek retribution. Even if I seize the imperial weapon, the high-ranking officials of humanity will have no grounds to protest. A flicker of doubt crossed his face as he murmured, however, this seems rather fortuitous. Could there be some hidden scheme? Regardless, he dismissed such thoughts, for the aura of the imperial weapon was undeniably genuine. If he delayed, the Qin family might surrender the weapon before he could act, leaving him at a disadvantage and vulnerable to ridicule. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. At the moment the imperial weapon's aura erupted, the other forces in the northern domain, particularly the 5 families among the 8 great clans, underwent significant changes in countenance, their apprehension intensifying. They had ruled the northern domain for countless years. Apart from the Yinyang Holy Land, none desired another superpower looming over them, especially one that belonged to the Qin family, which had recently exerted its full might against the Feng family. No one dared to assert that they would not become the next Feng family, although this opportunity rightfully belonged to the Qin family. If they could not wield the imperial weapon, then neither should the Qin family retain control over it. Let us proceed, accompanied by the esteemed elder of our clan. Towards the Qin family, countless similar commands resonated across various families and factions, assembling a formidable force that darkened the skies as they advanced towards the Qin residence. Chapter 32. Crisis. An urgent meeting at the Qin family. As for Qin Changsheng, although Feng Yi's presence was fleeting, Qin Yu had already directed his attention there under Qin Changsheng's guidance, witnessing the entire process of Feng Yi's sinister machinations. He was astonished to discover that the Feng family possessed an imperial weapon, albeit on the brink of destruction. Nonetheless, it was a symbol of unparalleled might. Used against their Qin family, Qin Yu sought to intervene, but was halted by Qin Changsheng. Never mind, let the bullets fly for a while. Qin Yu was perplexed by his ancestor's words, his expression fraught with anxiety. Ancestor, this imperial weapon is of great significance. It might incite insatiable greed in countless individuals. How can our Qin family withstand the onslaught of numerous factions? Do not fret, I am still here. Just observe. Qin Changsheng cast a glance at him, reassuringly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's anxious demeanor vanished instantly. He obediently retreated behind Qin Changsheng, watching in silence. Indeed, even if things escalated, it was merely a minor disturbance. It could not topple the heavens. He even began to envision a scene where his ancestor revealed his true prowess, suppressing all opposition, leaving the world in awe of the Qin family's might. Hurry, notify all personnel of the rank of steward and above, as well as the direct descendants, to convene an emergency family meeting. Forget it. I will seek out the second ancestor directly, Qin Jin exclaimed, his face a mask of panic. At the moment of the imperial weapon's aura erupting, a sense of foreboding had washed over him. After fruitless searches, he erupted in frustration. Damn it! Who possesses such audacity to use an imperial weapon to frame our Qin family? With such capability, they could have obliterated our clan 100 times over. Gazing at the desolate ground, he understood that the perpetrator had undoubtedly fled. Now was not the time for pursuit, but rather for strategizing how to weather this impending storm. As the head of the family, he was acutely aware of the greed that an imperial weapon could incite. Even he fantasized about the day he could lay hands on such a weapon, savoring its aura, fulfilling his life's ambition. Let us go and see for ourselves. Qin Changsheng and Qin Yu had also received the urgent meeting summons, and the two ambled leisurely towards the ancestral assembly hall. Their relaxed demeanor suggested they were unperturbed by the unfolding situation. In the Qin family's council hall, all core members gathered, including various worshippers and senior stewards, their faces grim as they awaited the second ancestor's pronouncement. It had been a long time since such an urgent meeting had convened, and they all understood that this moment was critical for their survival. Second ancestor, I have received word that the major factions of the northern domain are en route to our Qin family, demanding the surrender of the imperial weapon. One elder could no longer contain himself and spoke up, his face etched with anxiety. It can be said that this is undoubtedly the most critical juncture the Qin family has faced in millennia. If there truly existed imperial weapons, surrendering them would be one matter. However, as they are the core figures of the Qin family, they are undoubtedly aware of the reality of their existence. Moreover, the factions that have come to usurp power may discern that this is a poorly conceived attempt at framing the Qin family. Nevertheless, even with such awareness, They will seize this opportunity to suppress the Qin family. Human nature is inscrutable, and everyone harbors hidden agendas. Who can fathom the true intentions of these factions? Furthermore, they are incapable of relinquishing the imperial weapons, which only provides other factions with an excuse to strike. Humph, at worst, we shall perish together. The Qin family is not to be trifled with. If it comes to confrontation, they should consider this. If the Qin family truly possessed imperial weapons, we could easily subdue them with a mere flick of our wrist, and they would not dare to flaunt their power. Recently, my cultivation has surged. Let them witness whether the blade of the Qin family remains swift. A group of clan elders sharpened their blades, brimming with the fervor to engage in battle. The Qin family knows no cowardice, especially the direct descendants of the Qin family, who, having recently practiced the Void Emperor scripture and, with the aid of medicinal elixirs, have seen their cultivation soar, are eager to engage in a grand confrontation. However, they are outnumbered and face interference from the sacred grounds of Yin and Yang. To rashly declare war would bring about their own destruction. Even if it brings them momentary satisfaction, the Qin family may cease to exist. Some prudent elders cautioned. Upon hearing these words, the previously fervent elders instantly calmed down. Indeed, although the Qin family has recently gained strength, they still lack the ability to overturn all obstacles, especially in the face of a sacred ground with quasi-emperors. Such impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences. But how shall we navigate through this predicament? In this precarious situation, even the slightest misstep could spell disaster. Have you all reached a consensus? I would like to hear your thoughts. That earlier aura was truly terrifying. My heart raced uncontrollably. It nearly frightened me to death. A voice echoed as Qin Changsheng slowly entered the grand hall. Qin Yu, who had been respectfully following behind, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, barely managing to suppress his expression. Ancestor, you truly are a performer. Even at such a critical moment, you still put on a show before this anxious assembly of elders. Greetings, Ancestor. The crowd in the hall bowed in unison, paying their respects to this spiritual symbol of the Qin family, who, though merely a mortal, commanded their profound reverence. No need for that. Qin Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. Then, his gaze swept across the hall, taking in the overall strength of those present. This was the first time since his return to the Qin family that he had seen so many high-ranking members in one gathering. The Qin family's power is still too weak, with only 2 supreme beings, 6 sages, and a dozen in the Dharma aspect realm. This level of assembly, aside from the younger direct descendants, even includes those in the cave abyss realm. At the very least, everyone must elevate their cultivation by a significant realm. It appears that we must procure additional elixirs and seek rare treasures from the heavens and the earth. In due course, the entire Qin family shall migrate to the central domain, for the northern domain remains too barren, with spiritual energy far too sparse. Qin Changsheng's visit this time is also to observe several foreign elders and stewards. The Qin family, being vast and prosperous, cannot expect all matters to be handled solely by its own members. There exists a cadre of loyal followers. He understands that with his presence, the future of the Qin family promises to be resplendent. In this critical juncture, it becomes imperative to discern the resolve of those wavering followers. Brother, your arrival is most fortuitous. The Qin family is facing an unprecedented crisis. With your lack of cultivation, you may be adversely affected. I have already arranged for some of the more gifted young members of our clan to depart first, ensuring a path of retreat for the Qin family. The second ancestor paused before continuing in another direction. Elder Zhao, Elder Sun, and Steward Gao, though you are not of the Qin lineage, your years of hard work and merit have been significant. This calamity may prove insurmountable. Thus, it would be prudent for you to leave with my brother. Please take care of my family during your journey. However, before the second ancestor could finish his words, he was interrupted. An elderly man with graying hair, visibly enraged, pointed at the second ancestor and exclaimed, Qin Changsheng, what do you mean by this? Are you implying that I am afraid of death? In my youth, I was saved by the Qin family, and I intend to spend my life within its fold. Furthermore, my descendants are bound by marriage to the Qin family. In such dire times, how could I possibly seek to preserve my own life? Indeed, second ancestor, we have served the Qin family for many years, considering ourselves a part of it. How could we abandon it now? Second ancestor, do not say any more. We shall live and die together with the Qin family. We have lived a full life, and that is enough. We are willing to face any peril for the Qin family. The foreign elders and stewards vehemently countered, leaving the second ancestor momentarily speechless. Exactly. Qin Changsheng nodded in silent approval. The virtues of the Qin family are commendable, and its vision is astute. None among those who have allied with the Qin family appear to be cowards. With this in mind, let us together brace for the impending storm. Together welcome the rainbow that follows the rain, and ascend to the clouds. Very well. If that is the case, let us unite. The third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, felt a surge of bloodlust, eager for battle. Shall you quickly assist the ancestor in joining our kin? Do not waste any time. The second ancestor, seeing Elder Zhao and Elder Sun's resolute refusal, chose not to press further and instead addressed Qin Yu. Yet again, he was interrupted. Report. The elder of the Su family arrives with their kin and members of the Tianyin Pavilion, seeking an audience to lend their support. Declaring their intention to stand with the Qin family, a member of the clan rushed into the hall, breathless with urgency. The Su family? The Tianyin Pavilion? Considering the earlier rumors, they could not possibly be unaware of the impending crisis facing the Qin family. Why would they come now to offer assistance? To wade into this turbulent waters? Moreover, the Qin family has not shared any profound ties with the Su family or the Tianyin Pavilion in daily affairs. Thus, the only reason they could provide timely assistance was the ancestral lineage. All eyes were instantly drawn to Qin Changsheng, their hearts awash with complex emotions. They paid particular attention to matters concerning the ancestors, fully aware of the profound bond that once existed between the ancestor, Su Muro, and Meng Ruyan. They were astonished by the ancestors' immense charm. It was remarkable that both families, risking their very existence, chose to align themselves with the Qin family. Who could have anticipated that, in the face of life and death, the ancestor would emerge to lend support? With no cultivation to speak of, the ancestor relied solely on their visage to bring tremendous aid to the Qin family. As they pondered this, smiles crept onto their faces. With the support of the Su family and Tianyin Pavilion, as long as the central domain refrained from interference, they might very well navigate the intricacies of the northern domain's other factions. Although there was a hint of relying on the ancestors' goodwill, preserving the family was the paramount outcome. Moreover, this form of reliance was not something just anyone could partake in. At the very least, in their long lives, they had never heard of anyone like the ancestor, a mere mortal who could partake in the favor of a supreme realm female cultivator. Furthermore, it was a favor that was not easily won. Ancestor, forever our idol. Quickly, let us invite them. The second ancestor, realizing the urgency, hastily urged everyone on. With renewed confidence, the presence of their allies provided the Qin family with much-needed breathing space. Qin Changsheng was taken aback. Why had both of them come together? Should they hide? Yet, a warm feeling coursed through her heart as she realized that both stood resolutely by her side, despite their ignorance of her circumstances. Outside the Qin family's mountain gate, two groups awaited, the members of the Su family and the Tianyin Pavilion. Ancestor, why would you mobilize the entire clan to assist? The situation of the Qin family is evidently perilous, and regardless of whether they possess imperial weapons, I have no desire to get involved. Su Batian expressed his dissatisfaction. He was vehemently opposed to aiding such a scoundrel who had abandoned his sister, especially since there had been little interaction between the Su and Qin families. Many in the Su family shared his sentiments, but when they voiced their reluctance, they were met with a severe reprimand from the clan's ancestors and the Elder Council. No one expected the usually benevolent clan elder to be so harsh. Ultimately, under the intimidating influence of the elder and the clan head, they reluctantly consented to assist. You know nothing. Regardless of the existence of imperial weapons, we must stand by the Qin family in this battle, the Su clan elder retorted impatiently, delivering a sharp reprimand to Su Batian for his incessant complaints about the choice of clan leader. Su Muro, on the other hand, maintained a serene demeanor. Whether the Su family came or not was beyond her concern, but she had resolved to be present today. In recent days, she had come to terms with her feelings. No matter the situation with Qin Changsheng, she had to confront her own heart honestly. After thousands of years, it was time for a resolution. Even in death, she yearned to remain with Qin Changsheng. However, upon encountering Meng Ruyan at the entrance of the Qin family, her resolve instantly crumbled. This seductive vixen, was she once again attempting to entice Qin Lang? Could it be that when Qin Lang spoke of a preference for alluring and sultry women, he was referring to her? Naturally, Meng Rian discerned the animosity in Su Muru's gaze, yet she paid it no heed. To her, Su Muru was merely a naive young girl, woefully inexperienced. Men, after all, do not favor overly clingy women, nor do they wish to regard their partners as possessions. Thus, in response to Su Muru's hostility, she proudly accentuated her voluptuous figure, swaying her curves to convey an unmistakable message. Su Muru trembled in fury, utterly at a loss. Clearly, any attempt to compete in physical allure would be nothing short of self-degradation. That vixen. Unable to contain her frustration, Su Muru turned away, preferring to ignore the scene. Hee. Meng Ruyan chuckled softly, realizing that Su Muru had ceased to engage, and feeling somewhat bored, patiently awaited the arrival of the Qin family. The covert rivalry between the two women did not escape the notice of those around them, yet no one dared to speak, for such matters were best left untouched. Moments later, the Qin family member who had been sent to summon others returned, respectfully addressing the assembly. Esteemed guests, the second ancestor has responded. We are grateful for your presence. Please follow me. The members of the Qin family await you in the conference hall. With that, the Qin family representative gestured for the gathering to accompany him to the hall. Chapter 34. The gathering of forces at the Qin family, thunderous sovereign at that moment. The sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbled across the heavens, and ominous clouds enveloped the Qin estate. Qin Changsheng, come forth. A thunderous roar echoed across the land for miles, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Though the speaker was not yet visible, his voice heralded his approach. Those familiar with the sound recognized it as the renowned thunderous sovereign, Lei Tianjia. As the thunder subsided, a vast and formidable crowd appeared in the sky, painting a breathtaking scene. This assembly comprised various factions from the northern domain, evidently gathered for the matter of the imperial weapon. At the heart of the throng stood a man clad in resplendent robes, his gaze piercing with an undeniable intensity. Clearly not one to be trifled with. Behind him followed a cadre of powerful cultivators in black armor, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Unmistakably the guardians of the sacred land. His voice reverberated through the air. Qin Changsheng, surrender the imperial weapon, and you may spare your life today. The members of the Qin family emerged from the conference hall, seething with anger, their eyes filled with hostility as they glared at the various factions above, particularly at the leading thunderous sovereign. The audacity was astounding. They had not even conducted an investigation before attempting to pressure the Qin family, especially Qin Changsheng, the third ancestor, whose reputation as the white-robed sovereign resonated across the myriad clans. When had he ever endured such indignity? He bore the stance of one ready to draw his sword at the slightest provocation. The second ancestor waved his hand, signaling the crowd to remain calm, indicating that if a conflict could be avoided, it should be, for the lives of the Qin family could not be sacrificed in vain, especially since elder brother Qin Changsheng had yet to retreat. Taking a deep breath, the second ancestor endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. Lord Lei, it is evident that someone has conspired against us. You're discerning, I must surely see this. How could our humble, newly ascended Qin family possess such a formidable treasure as the imperial weapon? Oh, is that so? Then you must surrender the individual who has framed your Qin family. Time was of the essence, and the thief had already fled. Grant me 3 days, and we shall surely unravel the truth behind this matter. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Lord Lei displayed a scornful expression and coldly replied, 3 days? Huh. No amount of eloquence will alter the reality of the imperial weapon's aura. Are you suggesting that someone has used the imperial weapon to ensnare your family? You must think highly of yourself. The command given to me by the Holy Lord is to retrieve the imperial weapon. If it cannot be procured, then you must present something of equal value. Furthermore, it is indeed a fact that your Qin family has recently experienced a surge in power. Even you, who were on the brink of collapse, have managed to break through to the supreme realm, and your brotherly duo effortlessly vanquished the 5 supremes of the Feng family. It is said that your mastery of the space Tao has yielded significant rewards, has it not? Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng instantly comprehended the malicious intent of the visitor. Their motives were clearly not benign, and their true aim was likely the techniques of the space Tao from the Feng family. After all, time is revered, and space is secondary. The space Tao is a supreme path. However, the Yin Yang Holy Lord, despite being a quasi-emperor of the human race, was brazenly attempting to seize the opportunities of the younger generation, an act that seemed exceedingly shameless. A sword qi cleaved through the air, its resonance echoing across the heavens. Indeed, the third ancestor Qin Changsheng could no longer contain himself. Shameless. That old yin-yang wretch, if he dares, let him come personally and witness my blade. I have slain quasi-emperors before, after all. Boldly, you dare to call upon the Holy Lord's name. Today, let me demonstrate the brilliance of the radiant sword art under the white robes of Supreme Qin Changsheng. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of Supreme Lord Lei, who effortlessly dissipated Qin Changsheng's sword qi, indicating that Qin Changsheng had not exerted his full strength. Nan Gongjing was indeed the true name of the only quasi-emperor of the northern region and the master of the Yinyang Holy Land. Supreme Lord Lei Tianjie looked down upon the Qin family members with disdain, continuing, merely a mid-stage supreme, who only achieved fame by ambushing a severely wounded quasi-emperor of the demon race on the battlefield of myriad clans. You dare to be so arrogant. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of Lei Ming to you. Having been confined at the pinnacle of the supreme realm for 2 millennia, he belonged to the old guard of supremes. Even amidst the prodigies of the central region, his name was well known. In the northern region, he had no rivals. Under these circumstances, a mere fledgling supreme dared to defy him so openly. It seemed inevitable that he would unleash a massacre today, ensuring that all of creation knew who truly dominated the northern region. Just a lapdog of a holy land, barking fiercely, yet unaware of whether it can truly bite. Qin Changsheng equally looked down upon his opponent, believing that having grown accustomed to being the lapdog of the sacred land, he had truly deluded himself into thinking he was the master of the northern domain. Upon hearing these words, a murderous glint filled the eyes of the thunderous supreme. It seemed that after such a long time without taking action, the world had forgotten him. Today, he would wield the sacrificial knife against the Qin family. Just as the two were on the verge of drawing their blades, a sinister laughter echoed from the sky. Kuh. The journey from the central domain is quite distant. I hope I am not too late. Duan Mufeng. Is it you, old monster? You are still alive? The thunderous supreme was interrupted, halting his movements, his brows knitting together as he gazed at the newcomer. What is this, my dear thunder? Do you wish for my demise so eagerly? As he spoke, the ancestor Duan Mufeng had already soared to the opposite side, gazing across at the various powerful factions. The thunderous supreme had not anticipated that this old immortal would intervene at such a moment. After carefully sensing Duan Mufeng's aura, he could not help but be struck with horror. A quasi-emperor's aura? You have actually broken through to quasi-emperor? The quasi-emperor represents the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. The chasm between a supreme and a quasi-emperor is insurmountable, having thwarted countless talented prodigies. Even Thunder Tianjie, who prided himself on being no less gifted than those of ancient times, had been trapped in the supreme realm for many years. Duan Mufeng chuckled heartily. It was merely luck, my dear Thunder. I have a personal grudge with the Qin family. May I handle this matter? Otherwise, when the blades unsheath, do be cautious not to be mistakenly harmed. While his words appeared courteous, an underlying thread of menace lingered within. Nevertheless, Duan Mufeng would not easily offend the sacred land of Yin and Yang unless absolutely necessary. On the other hand, the thunderous supreme found himself in a precarious position. As a supreme, even with all present allies combined, they would hardly stand a chance against a quasi-emperor. Reluctantly, he could only respond, please. Witnessing the once mighty thunderous supreme capitulate, Duan Mufeng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. In an era devoid of true emperors, he had already ascended to be among the elite of this world. Next, he gazed down expressionlessly at the members of the Qin family. He was acutely aware that this was merely the commencement of his ascent to greatness. The Qin family would serve as the first whetstone on his path to quasi-emperor. Chapter 35. What time is it? The ancestor is still preening kuh. You Qin family possess great audacity, disrespecting my Duan Mu clan so brazenly, openly breaking off the engagement with the Holy Maiden I had arranged. This is nothing short of disgrace. How shall we settle this score? As he spoke, he unleashed an unparalleled quasi-emperor's aura, the black robe billowing ominously around him as he pressed down upon the Qin family below. In an instant, the faces of Qin Changsheng and the others turned pale. As they collectively exerted their energy, desperately striving to withstand the pressure, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They had never anticipated that Duan Mufeng could break through to Quasi-Emperor in the twilight of his years, despite the severe decline of his vitality. They all understood just how vast the gulf between a supreme and a quasi-emperor truly was. Although the third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, achieved the feat of slaying the quasi-emperor, it is undeniable, as the supreme thunder proclaims, that Qin Changsheng's victory was indeed a matter of cunning. In the face of a quasi-emperor at the pinnacle of his power, even in their nascent state, they would be unable to withstand his might, unless they possess a formidable quasi-emperor weapon. Under the full exertion of the supreme, it may not be impossible to counterattack the quasi-emperor. As for the imperial weapons, merely a fanciful illusion. Throughout history, the number of imperial weapons has been exceedingly scarce. You are well aware of the situation regarding Duan Mufeng's divorce and broken engagement. There is no need to distort the truth. Qin Changsheng spoke with great difficulty. The distinction between right and wrong is not for you to determine. It is my judgment that prevails. Duan Mufeng sneered contemptuously, his arrogance palpable. His smile brimmed with mockery and derision. In that moment, he felt acutely that power is the very foundation of all things. He coveted the Qin family's imperial weapons and techniques. If the Qin family wielded a fully revived imperial weapon, he would naturally flee as far as possible. Yet it is a well-known fact that in the present world, without an emperor's emergence, a completely revived imperial weapon cannot exist. Those supreme sacred grounds or imperial clans possess only imperial weapons in a state of semi-obliteration, their power limited, capable of erupting only a few times. And they would never employ such weapons unless faced with life-and-death circumstances. As for the Qin family, they had just unleashed the aura of an imperial weapon. In the short term, they could not possibly activate a semi-obliterated imperial weapon again. Duan Mufeng raised his hand, sending forth a beam of black light hurtling towards the members of the Qin family, declaring, Qin Changsheng, you would do well to surrender the imperial weapon and the secrets of the Qin family's recent strengthening, or I shall slay each of your kin. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate a few young members of the Qin family to instill fear. However, before the black beam could reach them, the space before the young members shimmered, and their figures vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, they were already behind Qin Changsheng. The black beam, now devoid of its target, struck the ground, creating an unfathomable black hole. All present gazed at the dark abyss with bated breath. A casual strike from a quasi-emperor possessed such formidable power. How terrifying. Although it did not claim the lives of the Qin family members, Duan Mufeng was nonetheless elated, exclaiming, the rumors are true. Your Qin family indeed masters the way of space. It appears the matter of the imperial weapon is genuine as well. Qin Changsheng, you would do well to recognize reality and obediently surrender the spatial techniques and the imperial weapon, or I shall grant you no mercy. Yet, before he could finish, the Thunder Supreme beside him grew anxious. If both the imperial weapon and techniques fell into Duan Mufeng's hands, how could he return to report to the Holy Master? Duan Mufeng, the matter of the Qin family's imperial weapon was entrusted directly by the Holy Master, he stated, simultaneously sending a message to the Holy Master of the Yin-Yang sacred ground. Get lost. Duan Mufeng replied tersely, uninterested in further dialogue. Now, he has confirmed the existence of spatial techniques within the Qin family. If the imperial weapon is indeed authentic, then what is there to fear? With these resources, what significance does the Yin-Yang sacred ground hold? You two old dogs, should my Qin family truly possess an imperial weapon, the first to be severed would be you both. The third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, seethed with fury as he perceived their utter disregard for the Qin family, treating them as mere meat on a chopping block. He had resolved that today he would unleash the full might of the Void Emperor Sutra to secure time for the retreat of the Qin clan members. Though he could not contend with a quasi-emperor, with the Void Emperor Sutra at his disposal, it should not be insurmountable to hold them off for a while. Duan Mufeng sneered. Facing death, you still engage in verbal sparring? Quasi-emperor, do not suffer humiliation. This time next year will mark your day of demise. Receive my palm. Fearing delays could lead to unforeseen changes, Duan Mufeng sensed that the Yin-Yang sacred lord might arrive and aimed for a swift resolution. Intent on annihilating half of the Qin family, believing they would surely yield the techniques and imperial weapon. 8 extremes shattering palm. As Duan Mufeng's voice resonated, an enormous hand, vast enough to eclipse the sky, materialized from above, bearing a terrifying aura as it descended upon the Qin family. Wherever it passed, space shattered, rifts in the void appeared, and chaotic black holes manifested, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast ready to devour. "You dare!" Qin Changsheng shouted in despair, taken aback by Duan Mufeng's ruthlessness, which aimed to obliterate half of the Qin family in an instant. Although he and the clan elders had diligently practiced the Void Emperor Sutra for many days and could protect themselves, the other clan members would find it difficult to survive. Clan members, elder brother. At that moment, he suddenly thought of his elder brother, Qin Changsheng, who had raised him since childhood and was both father and brother to him. No, anyone could face disaster, but his brother must not be harmed. In that fleeting moment, he and the third ancestor Qin Changsheng exchanged a knowing glance. Understanding each other's intent, they turned their gaze toward their elder brother, preparing to teleport to his side. To their astonishment, Qin Changsheng had, unbeknownst to them, brought a reclining chair along with the others and was now lounging comfortably, swaying gently. His gaze occasionally drifted to the sky, seemingly oblivious to the peril confronting the Qin family. Most peculiarly, he held a smooth mirror, preening his hairstyle. "Elder brother, what time is it? And you still indulge in vanity?" Qin Changsheng could not help but mutter to himself. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his brother possessed no cultivation. It was sheer luck that had allowed him to survive until now. He likely had no concept of the grave threat posed by the quasi-emperor. Still believing that the Qin family could resolve everything as they had in the past. With this thought, tears welled up in Qin Changsheng's eyes. It was all his fault for lacking the ability to protect the Qin family. His elder brother, in the twilight of his life, had come to the Qin family to enjoy his remaining years. Yet now, just days later, he might lose his life here because of the Qin family's plight. Though Qin Changsheng's heart was heavy with thoughts, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye as he glanced at Qin Changsheng. Just as he and the third ancestor Qin Changsheng were about to take action, they witnessed the unfolding of events. Chapter 36, The Imperial Weapon. The Void Mirror. Is the Qin family an imperial clan? In Qin Changsheng's grasp, the mirror appeared to be activated, as ethereal runes materialized from within, emanating an extraordinarily profound aura of mystery. The runes flickered with brilliance, seemingly imbued with boundless power, as if the mirror possessed a life of its own in Qin Changsheng's hands. Suddenly, it erupted in a dazzling radiance that illuminated the entire sky, forming a formidable protective barrier that enveloped the Qin family, safeguarding them. Qin Changsheng and his companion, stunned by the spectacle, momentarily forgot to teleport. Gazing in awe at the barrier that had materialized, they beheld the mightiest strike from Emperor Duan Mufeng collide with the protective shield, only to dissipate into nothingness, creating not even the slightest ripple. Taken aback by this unexpected scene, Duan Mufeng quickly regained his composure. The imperial weapon possessed sentience, automatically defending its wielder. Moreover, its activation could summon such a vast protective barrier while rendering his most powerful attack utterly ineffective. This could only be an unparalleled imperial weapon. The rumors were indeed true. The Qin family possessed an extraordinary imperial weapon, a rare guardian artifact. If he could harness this imperial weapon with his quasi-emperor cultivation, the vast world would be at his feet. With this thought, Duan Mufeng's breath quickened, a covetous glint gleaming in his eyes as he fixated on the mirror in Qin Changsheng's hand, momentarily entranced. Behind him, the Thunderous Supreme and other factions stood in stunned silence, wide-eyed with disbelief. The surroundings fell into an eerie quiet. Even Qin Yu, who had braced himself for this moment, found it hard to believe. He had anticipated that the Ancestor would intervene at the last moment, effortlessly obliterating all in a fit of laughter. To his astonishment, the Ancestor had revealed a guardian imperial weapon. This revelation was profoundly disorienting. The Ancestor achieving the pinnacle of emperor status within 10,000 years was already astonishing enough. Yet he also possessed an imperial weapon. Did this not imply that even if the ancient emperors were to awaken, the Ancestor could remain invincible? An invincible Ancestor signified the Qin family's supremacy, heralding their ascent. Just as Qin Yu indulged in his reveries, others remained engulfed in shock. Suddenly, a series of panicked exclamations shattered the stillness. Qin Changsheng was caught off guard by the mirror's sudden transformation, as if it had become searing hot in his hands. In a moment of instinct, he flung it aside, treating it like refuse, and the mirror soared through the air, seemingly destined to plummet to the ground. The third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, the most powerful among them, reacted swiftly, channeling the Void Emperor scripture with all his might, and ultimately caught the mirror at the last moment. With a sigh of relief, he took a deep breath, patting his heart in a gesture of gratitude, thankful to have secured it just in time. Gently cradled in his palms, it resembled a rare treasure, one that he feared to tarnish. He exclaimed, "My good elder brother, how could you carelessly discard such a precious item? Should it touch the mundane dust, wouldn't it be sullied?" Qin Changsheng, however, remained unfazed, shrugging lightly as he replied, "What treasure? I know not. I am merely an ordinary mortal. This mirror is something I use to style my hair, and I often toss it about. Surprisingly, it is quite sturdy. It never shatters no matter how I drop it. Today, however, it has suddenly grown warm. Is it truly a treasure?" He feigned a look of confusion. Beside him, Qin Yu wore a grim expression, his lips twitching as he struggled to maintain his composure. This ancestor of theirs had become quite the actor. "What nonsense you speak, tossing around an imperial weapon like that. This pretense is rather excessive." At that moment, the second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, realized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly approached Qin Changsheng, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Elder brother, this mirror is of significant origin. Pray, reflect on where you acquired it." While he was thrilled by the appearance of an imperial weapon, he understood that such an artifact likely bore immense karmic weight. If its origins were not clarified, the Qin family might not withstand the consequences. Moreover, unlike the ethereal texts and elixirs their elder brother had previously provided, this was a tangible, invincible imperial weapon, rarer even than those belonging to emperors. If the items earlier could be explained as gifts from a Tao partner, the supreme imperial weapon was not something any woman would casually present, not even the illustrious Empress of Yaochi, unless she were an immortal. As this taboo notion crossed his mind, Qin Changsheng shivered, hastily shaking his head to dispel such absurd thoughts. That could not be. It was utterly impossible. A being of such legendary status, spoken of only in tales for an entire epoch, could not possibly have taken an interest in his elder brother. You are unaware? This mirror is a relic left by our mother before her passing. It is called the Void Mirror, a rather melodious name. Qin Changsheng mused, then seemed to have an epiphany as he continued. "Oh, that's right. You were quite young then, so it is understandable that you lack this memory." The brothers, Qin Changsheng and Qin Yu, exchanged glances, both reflecting the confusion in each other's eyes. Was this truly the case? Yet, even if they were young at the time, they had never witnessed their elder brother using this mirror since growing up. Their parents were merely ordinary mortals. How could they leave behind an imperial weapon? If they were truly capable, why did their elder brother still scavenge with them, struggling to survive? Had the imperial weapon merely gathered dust, and they had failed to recognize its worth? Seeing their elder brother, Qin Changsheng, so adamant, they found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to believe him or not, and dared not to inquire further. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng recalled something, his expression brightening with joy as he exclaimed, "Second brother, have you recently sensed any changes in your body, particularly in your bloodline? As I have been cultivating, I have felt an incessant boiling of my blood, and my speed of advancement has escalated to an unprecedented level. Moreover, my comprehension of the cultivation techniques has also improved. It feels reminiscent of the legendary bloodline awakening. Indeed, I share this sensation," he continued. "At first, I attributed it to practicing the Void Emperor scripture, but recently, several ordinary clansmen have reported similar experiences. If this phenomenon is occurring among all our kin, then it could imply that our Qin lineage." His words trailed off as the brothers exchanged stunned glances, both grasping a terrifying truth that surged within their minds. The Qin bloodline was far from ordinary. Their ancestors might have once produced an emperor. The Qin family belonged to the imperial clan. Once this thought took root, it became inextricably lodged in their minds. Unconsciously, they turned their gazes towards the void mirror. If this were the case, it aligned perfectly. Their ancestors had indeed produced an emperor, and they had left behind a protective imperial weapon. However, as time passed, the Qin family had fallen from grace, their imperial bloodline gradually thinning, and the imperial weapon had become obscured by dust. Yet, fortunately, it had been preserved through the ages. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the blessings of their ancestors, Or perhaps their forebears were slowly awakening from an ancient slumber. The Qin bloodline began to awaken, and the protective imperial weapon activated automatically during the family's direst moments, radiating a brilliant light once more. The surprise was overwhelming. The Qin family had transformed into an imperial clan. Stunned by this cascade of realizations, Qin Changsheng once again focused on the void mirror in his hand, gently caressing it, tears welling in his eyes as he murmured in excitement. This imperial weapon is our Qin family's guardian artifact. Qin Changsheng, the second elder, was equally overwhelmed. Disregarding the resentful gaze of Qin Changsheng as he snatched the void mirror, feeling the aura of the imperial weapon. Wait, Qin Changsheng exclaimed, as if he had encountered the most incredible revelation. The Qin family's guardian weapon appeared to be in a state of complete revival. Unlike other imperial weapons that had succumbed to a semi-extinct condition. How could this be? For a moment, Qin Changsheng questioned everything he believed. Chapter 37. Could our Qin family be of the Ji clan? Above in the sky, the onlookers gradually emerged from their stupor. Although some were reluctant to accept the truth, the evidence lay bare before them. Only an extreme imperial weapon could effortlessly withstand the mightiest strike of a quasi-emperor. The Qin family indeed possessed an imperial weapon. It was the undeniable reality. Most of the heads of various factions and clans stared blankly at the Qin family below, their hearts swirling with a tumult of emotions. Yearning to seize the imperial weapon, yet fully aware that in the face of the Yinyang's sacred land and the quasi-emperors, it was utterly impossible. Particularly among the other clan leaders of the 8 great families of the northern domain, a tempest of rage brewed within them. What had happened to the promise of the 8 great families? How could the Qin family have secretly harbored an imperial weapon? It was infuriating. If left unchecked, would it not mean the emergence of yet another superpower in the northern domain? Duanmu Feng, however, did not ponder such implications deeply. He merely felt that fortune had finally smiled upon him. Not only had he broken through to the quasi-emperor realm in the twilight of his life, but the Qin family had also bestowed upon him such a remarkable gift. He gathered his focus and coldly declared, The great upheaval of the heavens and earth has not yet arrived. At most, it is merely a semi-revived imperial weapon. Even if it can withstand a single strike from me, how long can it endure? Furthermore, the imperial weapon has yet to recognize its master. How much power can a mere supreme being wield? With that, he unleashed the 8 extremities shattering palm. Channeling his energy with utmost concentration, he shouted, delivering a series of powerful strikes that surged forth like tumultuous waves, aiming to shatter the protective barrier. The full force of a quasi-emperor's attack is indeed terrifying. The entire realm was instantly enveloped by countless palm imprints, as if threatening to swallow the heavens and earth whole. Yet, akin to the first strike, the moment the palm imprint made contact with the protective barrier, it dissipated into nothingness, as though devoured, leaving not a ripple in its wake. And the celestial anomalies vanished in an instant. Impossible. Duanmu Feng's incredulous roar echoed through the cosmos. He could hardly believe that the imperial weapon lay before him. Yet he could not grasp it. An unclaimed, passively activated imperial weapon could achieve such a feat. No, he thought, calming himself as he closed his eyes to meticulously sense the fluctuations of the barrier. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a trace of astonishment flickering within. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "This is a space-protecting imperial weapon." Although it merely added the 2 characters for space, the significance it represented was profoundly different. Generally, protective imperial weapons are not as esteemed as offensive ones, but when combined with the path of space, it surpasses most imperial weapons throughout history. Undoubtedly ranking among the top 10. In Duanmu Feng's perception, the barrier produced by this imperial weapon formed its own space, as if it contained a truly independent dimension, existing apart from the world. Historical records state that only one individual has ever wielded a space imperial weapon, the most formidable emperor of the human race, the Void Emperor. Moreover, it appeared as if it were a mirror, coupled with the Qin family's sudden mastery of the path of space. A conjecture arose in Duanmu Feng's mind. Could it be that the Qin family has inadvertently acquired the legacy of the Void Emperor? As Duanmu Feng's exclamation resonated, a stir erupted behind him. The hurried breaths of those present were palpable, their eyes alight with an insatiable greed and envy that was impossible to conceal. Meanwhile, below, within the Qin family, the second patriarch, Qin Changsheng, processed the revelation and simultaneously conceived a thought. He glanced at his elder brother, Qin Changsheng, unable to resist asking, "Brother, should we not bear the surname Qin? Consider this. Our family has passed down the Void Mirror, which seems to be the imperial weapon used by the legendary Void Emperor. Furthermore, you have unexpectedly obtained the Void Emperor's scripture and have now awakened the bloodline of the imperial clan. The causal connections within all this suggest that we are descendants of the Void Emperor, who bore the surname Ji. Thus, should we not be surnamed Ji instead? Before their passing, did our parents ever express a desire for us to change our surname?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Qin Changsheng's hand struck the back of his head with considerable force. Furious, Qin Changsheng exclaimed, "You little rascal have grown bold. Thinking of changing your surname? You wish to be a Ji? The entire family of yours is Ji Ba. How infuriating. The idea of cause and effect, with your intellect, even if given divine artifacts, you would not ascend to the heavens." As he berated and struck, Qin Changsheng raged against the absurdity of their thoughts. "I have toiled tirelessly to secure benefits for you, and yet you dare to lay the blame on the Void Emperor, even wishing to adopt his surname. This is utterly intolerable." Observing this, the third brother, Qin Chang'an, shrank back, relieved that he had not voiced the same inquiry before his elder brother spoke. This scene was all too familiar in the past. It was he who bore the brunt of such punishment. It was rare to witness the usually composed second brother being so thoroughly chastised by the eldest. The third brother reminisced about the times when the three siblings relied on each other, and his eyes grew misty. To be reprimanded by an elder brother was indeed a form of happiness. Many yearn in their old age to be scolded by their parents or to brawl with their siblings, yet such opportunities are often lost. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Duan Mufeng contemplated for a moment and devised a strategy. "Brother Lei, esteemed guests, the Qin family has recklessly oppressed the Feng family and humiliated my Duanmu clan, committing grave sins. I hope you will unite today to help me shatter this barrier." Fortunately, the protective imperial weapon lacked significant offensive capability and had yet to recognize its master, rendering it unable to unleash its full might. "Everyone, let us focus our attacks on one point. We shall surely break through this spatial dimensional barrier. Brother Lei, what do you think?" "Excellent." The Supreme Thunder, after a brief moment of reflection, consented. It would be prudent to test the defense of the imperial weapon, especially since it was anticipated that the Yinyang sovereign was nearing. Though most of the other factions were local powers of the northern region and reluctant to take orders from Duan Mufeng, they felt compelled to respond upon seeing the Supreme Thunder's agreement. Duan Mufeng was the first to act, producing his own supreme artifact, channeling his spiritual energy towards a specific point of the barrier. Others followed suit, unleashing their formidable treasures, glorious orbs of divine light, swords imbued with the power of thunder, and staffs emanating flames. The amalgamation of these artifacts created a radiant spectacle, as if the starry sky had descended to earth. These assaults surged forth towards the barrier with overwhelming force, each strike unleashing potent waves of energy. At last, the barrier generated by the imperial weapon could no longer absorb such immense energy, beginning to tremble violently. As time progressed, the shield gradually faded and even fissures began to appear. Observing this, Duan Mufeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he continued to channel his spiritual energy, urging everyone to intensify their efforts. With a soft pop, the protective barrier finally shattered, revealing a human-sized opening. Before the joyous expressions of Duan Mufeng and his companions could settle, the void mirror in the hands of the second ancestor trembled violently. The power of the heavens surrounding the gaping void dissipated in an instant, and the protective light shield quickly healed itself, vanishing the breach in the blink of an eye. Chapter 38. The Sealing Formation and another supreme imperial artifact. The second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, glanced upward, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he scoffed. "Before the imperial artifacts of my Qin family, you are but a swarm of insignificant ants." No matter how extraordinary Duan Mufeng's abilities may be, he would never anticipate that the void mirror has fully awakened. Even if you assail for 10 days and nights, you shall not inflict a scratch upon the Qin family. However, remaining ensconced within the protective space of the imperial artifact was not a sustainable solution. If I could successfully refine this artifact and establish mastery over it, I could manipulate the imperial artifact to teleport the entire Qin family away, he mused. Having secured the consent of Qin Changsheng and the others, The second ancestor focused intently, preparing to refine the imperial artifact. "How is this possible?" Duan Mufeng exclaimed, witnessing the light shield autonomously mend itself, a scene so despairing that it caused him to lose his composure once more. "It activates on its own, drawing upon the power of the heavens to heal. This is not something a half-diminished imperial artifact could achieve. Has it truly fully awakened? Impossible." He shook his head vigorously, casting aside the absurd notion, setting aside the fact that the Qin family could not possibly procure the materials needed to revive an imperial artifact. The very idea of reviving one that could not be controlled was sheer madness. At this juncture, he had no choice but to contemplate alternative strategies. The number of observing cultivators around them was increasing, and if they delayed any further, it would not be long before a quasi-emperor arrived. At that point, seizing the Qin family's opportunities would become exceedingly difficult. Gritting his teeth, Duan Mufeng retrieved a formation diagram and an array of rare materials from his purple mansion, feeling a pang of regret as he surveyed them. The absolute heaven-sealing formation, which he had fortuitously acquired from an ancient place, could sever the connection to the power of the heavens. Once the formation was complete, those within would be unable to draw upon spiritual power or any other heavenly forces, relying solely on their own spiritual energy. Once depleted, survival would be impossible. The materials for this formation had consumed his entire life as savings, which he had originally intended to use for contending for the Mandate Seal. Who could have anticipated that he would now be compelled to expend them? Yet, if he could obtain the spatial techniques and the imperial artifact, it would all be worth it. With steely resolve, Duan Mufeng cast the formation diagram into the sky, and in an instant, a powerful array of energy radiated outward. He bellowed, "Do not be concerned, everyone. This is the sealing formation. Once it is established, we shall strike together at the Qin family's imperial artifact barrier, and we shall surely succeed." The members of the Qin family also sensed the commotion above, and their expressions paled in alarm. The second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, looked particularly grim. Refining an imperial artifact typically required at least a year and a half, and it was clear that time was not on their side. He could hardly believe that Duan Mufeng had devised a countermeasure so swiftly and possessed a formation capable of severing the connection to the heavens. Truly, he was a cunning old fox after thousands of years. At this moment, the only course of action seems to be to boldly step out of the protective barrier and fight our way through, even though it will undoubtedly result in significant losses. However, once the sealing formation of Duanmu Peak is complete, it appears that the entire Qin family will face annihilation. "Brother, what should we do?" The second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, and the third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, seemed to share an unspoken understanding, both looking to Qin Changsheng for guidance. Despite having governed the Qin family for nearly 10 millennia with unwavering authority, they found themselves instinctively relying on their elder brother in this moment of crisis. Although Qin Changsheng is merely a mortal, in their eyes, he remains the brother who has always shielded them, enduring brutal beatings to protect them. The mere sight of him instills a sense of reassurance. "What shall we do? Let's take it easy. We shall eat, drink, and relax. You are both nearing 10,000 years of age. Why ask me about such matters?" Qin Changsheng replied nonchalantly. The once agitated hearts of the two brothers found an unexpected calm as they absorbed his reprimand. In his left hand, Qin Changsheng held an apple that had appeared mysteriously, while with a gentle motion of his right hand, an ancient long sword materialized, seemingly drawn from a spatial ring. He began to peel the apple leisurely, muttering to himself. "The blade is indeed sharp, but it's rather long, making it somewhat cumbersome. Changping, do you have a sharper knife? I'd be willing to trade this sword for one." The second ancestor, Qin Changping, felt a sense of frustration. The urgency of their situation was palpable, and yet, their elder brother remained unfazed, casually peeling an apple. However, he failed to notice that as Qin Changsheng drew forth the ancient sword, the heavens themselves transformed. A colossal shadow of the sword enveloped the sky, and a powerful sword intent cleaved through the atmosphere, illuminating the vast expanse above. Every blade trembled slightly, resonating with a deep, thunderous roar that spoke of reverence and awe. A celestial phenomenon occurred, and all swords bowed in submission. The King of Swords had descended. Thousands of sword intents coalesced, radiating brilliant light, akin to an unstoppable army, intertwined in a chilling atmosphere. The master of the sword commanded slaughter. and with a multitude of practitioners delving into the sword path. The commotion caused by the emergence of the sword path's imperial weapon far surpassed that of the void mirror. Yet, the second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, remained oblivious to these developments, fixated solely on how to break free and minimize their losses. With a sense of urgency, he implored, "Third brother, you take the elder brother and break through. I will hold the rear with the void mirror." "Third brother, you." Confused, Qin Changsheng did not respond. When Qin Changsheng turned to look at him, he found his younger brother in a daze. "Third brother?" Qin Changsheng waved his hands in front of Qin Changsheng's eyes. The third ancestor remained unresponsive, his mind tumultuous. As an ardent sword enthusiast, he had sensed the terrifying aura of the sword path the moment the longsword appeared. The sword light flashed like lightning, and the sword intent surged like a tide. That is not merely a sword, it is the essence of the sword's path. In an instant, he realized that this was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, an imperial weapon of unparalleled might. It was the coveted treasure of the sword path he had long desired. To his astonishment, it was now in his elder brother's hands, being used to peel an apple. Indeed, peeling an apple. My goodness. Suddenly, the third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, regained his composure, his movements seemingly accelerated 1,000-fold as he appeared beside Qin Changsheng in a flash, snatching the ancient sword and cradling it in his hands as if it were a priceless gem. "Elder brother, this is an imperial weapon. How can you treat it so carelessly? Is it truly suitable for peeling apples?" This was the first time Qin Changsheng had ever voiced a complaint against his elder brother. "It is just a long sword. How can it not peel an apple? Although it may not be very practical, it suffices. Moreover, how dare you take something from me? Return it." Qin Changsheng retorted, feeling displeased. Though he had intentionally showcased it for his younger brother, it was disheartening to see him snatch it away so brazenly. "I refuse," Qin Changsheng declared resolutely. "Give it to me." "No." After saying this, Qin Changsheng disregarded his elder brother entirely, clutching the treasured sword as one would soothe a child. Gently murmuring, "My dear treasure, you have suffered, being in the hands of someone who does not recognize your worth, reduced to peeling apples. This is utterly outrageous." Hearing this, Qin Changsheng rolled his eyes, initially eager to witness his younger brother's surprise, only to be met with this unexpected reaction. Chapter 39, Another Ex-Girlfriend. And she turns out to be an immortal. Meanwhile, the second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, stood in bewilderment. Qin Zhen was equally flabbergasted. All members of the Qin family were left in a state of shock, even the most obtuse among them. When considering the celestial phenomena and the dialogue between the ancestors and the third brother could discern the truth. The elder ancestor had once again unveiled an imperial weapon. Furthermore, it was an imperial weapon of lethal prowess. Goodness gracious! How many emperors did the Qin family possess? Is the family's foundation truly that robust? Yet why did the elder ancestor once scavenge for scraps with the second and third ancestors? Many began to entertain such thoughts. In everyone's understanding, a single emperor could only nurture one imperial weapon throughout their lifetime. Never before had there been a case of possessing two. The second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, glanced at the void mirror in his hand and then at his younger brother's nameless ancient sword. Normally composed, he now spoke with a stammer. "Elder brother, is this sword also a relic passed down from our ancestors?" Qin Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by his second brother's stuttering and shot him a glance, thinking how unrefined he appeared, as if he had never witnessed the extraordinary. What would happen if I were to present a celestial artifact? Would you faint from sheer excitement? However, how could he explain this? Qin Changsheng paced back and forth, contemplating for a moment, and finally halted, slowly articulating, "This is not a relic of our ancestors. It was a gift from an old acquaintance." Qin Changsheng, astonished, pressed further, "An acquaintance? Such a treasure cannot be possessed by an ordinary person." Qin Changsheng rolled his eyes and glanced at his second brother, wondering why he had never noticed how talkative he was before. However, as more members of the Qin family gathered around, their curiosity piqued, he decided to elaborate, crafting a tale that would be impervious to scrutiny. It was not entirely a fabrication, for he had indeed experienced such an episode, albeit it felt like a fleeting dream. Only after his ascension to the great emperor did he manage to recall fragments of the experience, as if it were shrouded in profound taboos. He began to recount. "In my youth, while traversing the continent, there came a day when I suddenly fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in a mystical realm, akin to a fairyland. Beside me stood a celestial maiden, who informed me that this place was called the Immortal Spirit Cave, existing beyond the confines of the heavenly profound world, occasionally manifesting through temporal rifts. I had fortuitously stumbled into it, and she had come to my aid. In the days that followed, I shared blissful moments with the maiden. As two solitary souls, we gradually developed an affection for one another. Well, you understand. The audience nodded in understanding, clearly delighted by yet another tale of an ancestor charming a celestial being, living off her grace. They marveled at how adeptly their ancestor had managed to woo even a fairy. Upon closer inspection of his striking features, they could not help but concede that he was indeed handsome enough to captivate such a being. It was evident that he relied on his inherent charm to thrive in this scenario, something that could not be replicated. His prowess was undeniable, and it was impossible to downplay it. Regrettably, the ancestor had no descendants to inherit such admirable traits. If only a few of his offspring had inherited even a fraction of his looks, they could have aligned themselves with some saintly maiden, and the Qin family would have soared to great heights by now. Many elders and younger members secretly cast glances at the second and third ancestors, inwardly lamenting that, despite sharing the same lineage, they had not inherited even a hint of his exceptional beauty. Qin Changsheng continued, "Alas, I, an ordinary mortal, could not linger in the Immortal Spirit Cave for long, and she, for various reasons, was unable to step beyond its threshold. Ultimately, I was rejected by the cave and lost consciousness. Upon awakening again, all that remained was a fragrant sachet and this ancient sword. Devastated, I frantically searched for her, inquiring everywhere, yet no one had ever heard of the Immortal Spirit Cave. Thus, I lost her essence forever, destined never to reunite in this lifetime." With a sigh, Qin Changsheng concluded his tale, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. The brilliance of a well-spun lie lies in its unassailability. Perfect. Not only had he elucidated the origins of the ancient sword, but he had also adorned himself with the label of a lovesick romantic. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the family members were deeply moved, touched by the poignant love story of their ancestor. Some of the more sentimental female relatives began to weep softly, empathizing with his sorrow, imagining the depths of his anguish during that time. Only a few, familiar with the true nature of their ancestor, harbored skepticism, particularly Qinjin, whose eyes betrayed a profound incredulity. Given the capricious nature of our ancestor, the initial part may hold some truth. However, regarding the latter half, the notion of a heartbroken and frenzied search seems overly sentimental. Is this truly our ancestor? The same one who could barely recall names and left companions in a daze before fleeing? Such deception. Nevertheless, irrespective of our ancestors' flaws, the sword of the imperial weapon is indeed authentic. The Qin family is assuredly secure in this regard. Elder Qin Changping raised his gaze towards the barrier, observing the astonished crowd captivated by the sudden manifestation of the celestial sword phenomenon, and he felt an unexpected calm wash over him, dispelling his earlier urgency. With this imperial weapon at their disposal, even if the sealing array of Dunmu Peak were to activate, it could surely be shattered with a single strike. If one blow proves insufficient, then two shall suffice. With the prowess of the third brother, a master of the sword path, commanding the imperial weapon for a second strike should pose no challenge. Regaining his composure, Elder Qin Changping recalled his elder brother's earlier words, and a chill ran down his spine, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. The ability to casually bestow an imperial weapon of the sword path must surely belong to an immortal from the Celestial Spirit Cave. His brother is entangled with an immortal. As this realization dawned upon him, even with his supreme cultivation, he felt his body weaken, swaying dangerously close to collapse. Repeatedly, he murmured, "Celestial Spirit Cave, immortal." Beside him, Elder Qin Chang'an was bewildered by his brother's peculiar behavior, exclaiming, "Elder brother, what are you talking about? Immortals and the Celestial Spirit Cave?" These days, there are numerous celestial names, and it is quite common for female cultivators to be referred to as immortals. This is hardly unusual. However, the thought of an immortal capable of casually bestowing an imperial weapon silenced him, as he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, looking in horror at Elder Qin Changsheng. His body trembled, and the treasured imperial weapon nearly slipped from his grasp. Other members of the Qin family soon came to the same realization, collectively gasping in shock. The immortal mentioned by our ancestor cannot possibly be the legendary taboo immortal. Elder brother, do you truly believe she is an immortal? Does this world genuinely still harbor immortals? Elder Qin Changsheng asked, his voice trembling, articulating the thoughts of everyone present. Indeed, immortals do exist, and before long, you shall see them. Elder Qin Changsheng pondered for a moment, his tone resolute and undeniable. In his view, communication with the system had revealed that more than one immortal had departed from this realm, and even without relying on the system's rewards. Achieving immortality through the cultivation of the primordial creation scripture was not outside the realm of possibility. Thus, it stands to reason that the Qin family will soon encounter an immortal, for that immortal is none other than himself. As his words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the Qin family, many collapsing in disbelief. Hearts raced, hands trembled, and legs faltered. Although Qin Changsheng did not explicitly declare that the immortal was indeed an immortal, to all the members of the Qin family, it was clear that their ancestor had affirmed it. Goodness gracious! A tale of a fleeting romance from our ancestors, with a celestial being as the counterpart. Moreover, it seems that soon, this divine presence shall descend upon the Qin family. What an extraordinary honor! Even Qin Jun, in this moment, dares not mock our ancestor for living off a celestial being, nor for being unworthy. Who else, aside from our venerable ancestor, could ever savor the sweetness of a true fairy's affection or dare to indulge in the whims of a genuine celestial? No one. There is even a sense of pride. For the Qin family is now linked to a celestial being. At this moment, all eyes are fixated on Qin Changsheng, as if a mysterious aura envelopes our ancestor. No longer is he a mere mortal, but a master of love. No, in the realm of affection, he is an emperor. Chapter 40. The sword approaches. A single strike to obliterate the quasi-emperor. The second ancestor, Qin Changping, wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously advised, Elder brother, if you encounter that fairy sister, ensure to treat her well, do not provoke her. What? You dare to give me pointers? Mind your own affairs. Furthermore, resolve the matters at hand promptly. Who are these people, of what caliber, soaring above our Qin family? As Qin Changsheng observed Su Muru and Meng Ruyan gradually approaching from the foot of the Qin mountain, he urged them on. All right, replied the third ancestor, Qin Chang'an. With the sword of the Tao Emperor in hand, he was confident it could annihilate all. He caressed the blade as one would a cherished partner and softly remarked, this is your first moment of brilliance in this world, before you strike. Allow me to bestow upon you a name. Henceforth, let us tread upon the skies together. I shall call you the Lingxiao sword. With the utterance of Qin Chang'an, a resounding and piercing sword chant erupted, reverberating throughout the northern domain, as if the sword itself was pleased with its new name. The sword's radiance surged dramatically, revealing mysterious patterns along its blade, emanating a terrifying power, as if a slumbering behemoth of chaos had awakened. The sword suddenly broke free from his grasp, soaring into the air, performing an enchanting dance of blossoms, as if celebrating some momentous occasion. Ha ha! The third ancestor, Qin Chang'an, laughed heartily, feeling the sword's emotions resonate with his own. Though not yet recognizing a master, he harbored a strong premonition. This sword would be formidable and undeniably striking. The sword approaches. With a commanding shout from Qin Chang'an, the imperial sword, Lingxiao, returned to his hand, seemingly eager to proclaim to the world the arrival of the sovereign of swords. Grasping the hilt, he gazed coldly at Duanmu peak above. Flash! In the next moment, he unleashed a strike towards the heavens. A torrent of terrifying azure sword energy erupted from the tip, carrying boundless might. The sword energy pierced the sky, resonating through the 9 heavens, illuminating the entire realm. The multitude in the sky remained oblivious to the unfolding catastrophe, feeling as if ensnared by an inexorable deadly intent, akin to being plunged into an icy abyss. When they finally discerned that this menacing sword aura emanated from the sword wielded by Qin Chang'an below, they were rendered utterly speechless. Was this yet another supreme imperial weapon? The second imperial artifact of the Qin family? Moreover, a weapon of the sword path, designed for slaughter. How could this be possible? Duanmu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. As a quasi-emperor, his perceptive abilities were formidable. He sensed that this sword was likely yet another fully awakened imperial weapon. He bellowed urgently, quick! Unite all our strength to block this sword. This terrifying strike bore the weight of spatial confinement, rendering evasion impossible, especially as Duanmu Feng perceived that the majority of the sword's energy was directed towards him and the supreme thunder. Only by pooling the strength of all could they hope for a slender chance of survival. As his voice faded, the others regained their senses, desperately channeling their entire spirit power in an attempt to thwart this impending doom. Those with protective artifacts and sacred instruments summoned every means of defense at their disposal. In an instant, the sky became a kaleidoscope of colors, with magical tools, spirit artifacts, and sacred instruments soaring through the air, obscuring the sun and casting a pall over the heavens. Yet, this boundless and terrifying sword energy shone like a beacon of darkness, shattering everything in the stunned gaze of the onlookers. Time and space seemed to pale beneath the might of this strike. It was as if the sky were raining corpses, each body plummeting to the ground, rendering all attempts at defense a mere jest. Tian'er, disciple, senior brother. The anguished cries echoed throughout the expanse, a tide of desolation and sorrow enveloping the world. Fortunately, with myriad factions watching closely, Qin Changsheng had no desire to completely annihilate them. The majority of the sword energy was aimed at Duanmu Feng and the Supreme Thunder, while the lower-tier cultivators suffered the brunt of the assault, with only the higher-tier cultivators sustaining severe injuries. Duanmu Feng and his companion felt the encroaching specter of death, issuing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, simultaneously conjuring all their defensive treasures into what appeared to be an indomitable barrier surrounding them. Yet, in the next moment, they comprehended the meaning of being mere ants beneath an emperor. The imperial weapon was indeed so. Although Qin Changsheng could not unleash the full might of the imperial weapon, for a fully awakened imperial artifact, it sufficed to eliminate a mere quasi-emperor. Impossible. With a blood-curdling scream, the Lingxiao sword energy pierced through Duanmu Feng's defensive barrier, rendering all efforts futile before penetrating his heart and purple palace. His body stiffened instantly, his face a mask of disbelief. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength to cast a glance at the sword of the imperial path in Qin Changsheng's hand, opening his mouth in a futile attempt to speak, but no sound emerged. His spirit rapidly disintegrated, engulfed by an unfathomable darkness that consumed his consciousness, his body drifting slowly to the ground like a withered leaf, his soul extinguished. Beside him, the Thunder Monarch met a more tragic fate. Devoid of the divine body of a quasi-emperor, he could not even emit a cry of anguish before exploding into a mist of blood, completely dissipating into the expanse of heaven and earth. In that moment, the wind stilled, the sunlight dimmed, and the entire realm seemed to lose its luster, as if the cosmos itself mourned the fall of a quasi-emperor. Ha ha ha, thunder, I am coming. At the final moment of Duanmu Peak's demise, a streak of light flashed. None other than Nangong Jing, the master of the Yinyang's sacred land, had received the Thunder Monarch's urgent message and personally soared on his sword, only to witness the overwhelming sword energy and the tragic scene at Duanmu Peak. Damn it! Nangong Jing uttered a curse before retreating at a speed 1,000 times faster than his arrival. Being inherently cautious, he did not even take the time to sense the aura of the imperial weapon before vanishing from sight. Preserving his life was paramount. At this moment, only the protective array of the sacred land provided him a semblance of security. As for seizing the imperial weapon, did he not see that even the quasi-emperor Duanmu Peak had perished in an instant? Observing the hasty arrival and even swifter departure of the Yinyang master, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. Among the fortunate survivors, despair etched their faces, and they could no longer mourn their fallen comrades. Their terrified gazes were cast towards the Qin family below, fearing that Qin Changsheng might unleash another sword strike. If even a quasi-emperor could not withstand a single blow, how could the Yinyang master utter a word of defiance before fleeing, leaving them in sheer terror? The two terrifying sword energies, having slain Duanmu Peak and Thunder Monarch, left a lingering rift in the sky, a gaping void that resisted closure. Such horror! Even the Tao's self-repairing abilities, formidable as they were, could only restore the damage gradually. This terrifying scene not only etched itself into the hearts of those present, but also left the Qin family within the protective barrier in a state of shock. Qin Changsheng, cradling the Lingxiao sword, fell into a spiral of self-doubt, murmuring to himself, "Is this imperial weapon truly this formidable? I have witnessed peak battles in the myriad races battlefield and sensed the aura of imperial weapons, yet it never seemed this powerful. Indeed, it was a gift from the celestial elder to his elder brother. Enough of this. Regardless of anything, this imperial weapon now belongs to my Qin family. Chapter 41. Aftermath. The Su family in turmoil. The departure of the two maidens regaining his composure, Qin Changsheng cast a cold gaze around him. Though his voice was low, it resonated clearly. My Qin family has always been law-abiding. It is only because you have gone too far that we are compelled to retaliate. The main culprits, Thunder and Duanmu Peak, have already bowed their heads. Considering your arduous cultivation journey and that you belong to the human race, I offer you two choices. First, submit to my Qin family and become our vassals, announcing this to the entire human race in 10 days, while bringing the core members of your family to plead for forgiveness. Second, all high-tier forces of your family, those at the cave abode realm and above, must venture to the myriad races battlefield to contribute to the human race. Otherwise, my Qin family will hold you accountable 1 month from now, one by one. Moreover, those lurking individuals surrounding us, whether you are here merely to spectate or harbor ulterior motives, from this day forth, let it be known that no outsiders shall tread within 100 miles of the Qin family. Depart, with the final roar reverberating through the air. Infused with the power of One's essence, a myriad of lights flickered across the void, creating ripples that soon settled into tranquility, revealing that many had previously concealed themselves in the depths of the emptiness, unwilling to provoke. One could not help but notice the two supreme imperial weapons of the Qin family, one for offense and the other for defense. Without a coalition of several quasi-emperors, who could possibly conquer the Qin stronghold? To act recklessly would invite the wrath of the three ancestral guardians, each wielding an imperial weapon, ready to strike down with their swords. Even if the Supreme could only wield but 2 swords, no faction could withstand such relentless onslaught. However, as the news spread throughout the vast realms of Tianxian, it remained uncertain whether the Qin family could retain their imperial weapons, a thought many entertained as they returned to spread the tale. Meanwhile, the major factions of the northern domain found themselves in dire straits, their spirits diminished. Devoid of the previous fervor, no one anticipated such a turn of events. With a resigned bow towards the Qin family, they departed in silence, pondering their next course of action. Once the crowd had dispersed and tranquility was restored, jubilant cheers erupted within the Qin family, with the younger generation flushed with excitement. The Qin family had triumphed. Initially prepared for the worst, they could scarcely have anticipated such a dramatic reversal of fortune. All of this unfolded under the brilliance of the ancestral sword wielded by the 3 guardians. Behold, this is the might of the Qin family, the imperial weapons of the Qin. And the architect of this turning tide was none other than our venerable ancestor, Qin Changsheng, the spiritual leader of the Qin family. A mere mortal, with the essence of humanity, he brought forth the void emperor scriptures and unparalleled elixirs, and now has even presented imperial weapons, dramatically altering their fate. Truly, he is eternally admirable. Though none had laid eyes upon the venerable matriarch who bestowed these gifts, should she be a timeless beauty, it would be acceptable. Yet what if she were an aged crone? Contemplating this, an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration surged within the hearts of the people. Our venerable ancestor, your sacrifices are commendable. For the Qin family, you have even risked your appearance. Despite consuming the longevity elixir, your body, though slightly stronger than the average, remains mortal and cannot withstand the tribulations imposed by countless cultivators. Such thoughts evoked a deep sigh among the crowd. Yet it was imperative not to voice them in the presence of the venerable ancestor, nor was it the time for expressing gratitude. As the cheers subsided, all eyes once again turned towards the supreme imperial weapons held by the 2nd and 3rd ancestors, their gazes filled with fervor and anticipation. These were the legendary supreme imperial weapons. Not only they, but even the majority of quasi-emperors might never have laid eyes upon such marvels. 3rd grandfather, may I touch it, to feel its essence? An elder could not suppress his eagerness, this being the esteemed 8th elder, a member of the 3rd generation of the Qin family. As these words were uttered, they ignited the atmosphere, prompting the elders to rush forward, encircling the 2 individuals at the center. I am the grand elder, the eldest among us. I shall go first. Nonsense. I am the youngest. I should be allowed to proceed first. 2nd ancestor, I am your most beloved great-great-grandson. Please indulge me this once, and let me go first." At that moment, all notions of humility were cast aside, and fierce words echoed, all in pursuit of the opportunity to closely experience the aura of the imperial artifact. However, the authority of the second and third ancestors remained unchallenged, despite the clamoring. No one dared to snatch the artifact directly from the second ancestor. "Alas, my venerable ancestor, I am in such distress." A voice filled with sorrow resonated throughout the hall, diverting everyone's attention to Qin Changsheng, the current head of the Qin family, who was clinging to the leg of the ancestral figure, Qin Changsheng, weeping profusely. "How pitiful it is that I have been the head for over 200 years, diligent and dedicated, yet I have no sacred weapon to my name. This is truly tragic. Ancestor, I beseech you, grant me a Dingbi Bang, or even a Jin Shi would suffice, for as the head of the Qin family, I must maintain some dignity." Qin Zhen's lamentations were heart-wrenching, and his performance was undoubtedly worthy of an actor of great renown. Internally, he reveled in delight, thinking to himself, "You old fellows may be too intimidated to vie for the imperial artifact, but do you not recall who brings forth such treasures? It is the ancestor. If I can appease him, he may casually bestow upon me several treasures, making them mine rather than merely touching them to feel their essence." Qin Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by Qin Zhen's dramatic display, his mind clouded with frustration. "Oh, Qin Zhen, how can you, as the family head, resort to such theatrics over a mere artifact? Yet, it does sound rather tragic for a family leader to lack worthy treasures for protection." Contemplating this, Qin Changsheng considered the fact that while he possessed no Jin Shi or Ding Di Bang, he did have 8 Gidao Di Bang. However, these were unsuitable for Qin Zhen, whose cultivation was insufficient to wield them. With a resigned tone, he replied, "There are none, truly none. Once you reach the Drujin Jingjate, I shall reconsider." "Ah." Qin Zhen lifted his head, astonished, realizing that his tears had been in vain. Yet, from the context, there remained hope. If he worked diligently to ascend to the Drujin Jingjate, there was still a chance. Cough, cough. The second ancestor interrupted the farce with a serious demeanor, stating, "What is this disarray? In the presence of esteemed guests, do you not fear ridicule? Disperse at once." Upon hearing this, the Qin family members finally noticed that, unbeknownst to them, the members of the Su family and the Tianning Pavilion had already arrived outside the Great Hall. Observing them with amused expressions, the second ancestor, Qin Changping, stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Thank you, Brother Su and Pavilion Master Meng, for coming to our aid in this time of crisis. Such kindness will be forever cherished by the Qin family. I apologize for the inadequate reception and any amusement caused by the imperial artifact. Please forgive us. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. We have contributed nothing." The elder of the Su family replied, bowing in return. He had witnessed the majesty of the imperial artifact, and, to be frank, he too wished to lay his hands upon it. "Ah, Brother Su, what a statement. Your arrival at this moment signifies that you are our most intimate ally. How about this? Once all matters are arranged, I shall host a celebratory banquet tomorrow to commemorate the Qin family's survival after adversity. You are most welcome to join us." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Su family could not help but twitch his mouth. Survival after adversity? Just take a look at the 2 supreme imperial weapons in your hands and the relaxed demeanor of your ancestor. Clearly, this is merely an opportunity for the seniors to seek amusement while also bestowing benefits upon the Qin family and enhancing their reputation. Though he yearned to stay and foster closer ties, he could only helplessly declare, perhaps it's best to refrain. The Su family has its own multitude of matters to attend to. We shall return now, but please accept our early congratulations on the Qin family's ascension to the pinnacle of the northern domain. Haha, thank you for your kind words. Mutual congratulations. Seeing the elder of the Su family's firm resolve to leave, the second ancestor, Qin Changping, ceased his insistence. As for Meng Ruyan, she merely nodded and turned her gaze towards Qin Changsheng, her eyes, like those of Su Mu Ro, fixated solely on him, disregarding everything else. Even the so-called imperial weapons failed to pique their interest. Qin Changsheng, on the other hand, felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles under their stares. Outwardly calm, yet inwardly in a state of turmoil. Alas, the affections of beautiful women are too burdensome. I find myself unable to bear such weight. It's entirely my fault for previously courting so many enchanting ladies. Now, They all wish to share both joy and sorrow with me, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. I merely wish for tranquility and leisure, to watch the Qin family rise, and perhaps occasionally reap the benefits from the system. By the way, why is Mu Ro's favorability still below 90? This is inexplicable. I must find an opportunity to spend some time alone with her to see if I can earn a reward. However, it was evident that this was not the right time, as Rian remained nearby. With that thought, Qin Changsheng closed his eyes and feigned death. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the elder of the Su family and Qin Changping exchanged pleasantries and departed with their kin. Meng Rian cast a deep glance at Qin Changsheng before turning to leave. After thousands of years of waiting, there was no need to rush. Now was a time to be reserved for the Qin family's own members. Chapter 42. The Emperor, unworthy of insult. Those who insult, meet death. Time flew by swiftly. And before long, dusk had descended. The Qin family had already arranged for their departing clansmen to return. Fathers, sons, grandfathers, and grandsons, mothers and daughters, all embraced one another, celebrating the Qin family's victory. Qin Changsheng gazed upon this harmonious scene, a smile gracing his lips. How wonderful! His primordial transformative power gathered in his eyes, and the two pairs of imperial gazes remarkably transformed into double pupils, allowing him to see through all illusions. His gaze pierced through layers of space. Looking far into the distance as he spoke, "Little you, let us go for a stroll." "Ancestor, where to?" "To hunt a few little mice." Just as Qin Yu was puzzled, the forces of heaven and earth surged, and Qin Changsheng effortlessly tore through the vast firmament, carrying him across the rift in the void. At the moment of action, a terrifying imperial might surged forth, confined to a mere 3 paces around, undetectable by outsiders. Beside him, Qin Yu trembled uncontrollably. As if his very soul had been frozen, it was his first experience of imperial might up close. "Ancestor, how fearsome it is!" In an instant, the two vanished without leaving a trace. In the Fong family, Fong Wensheng gazed at the message in his hand, his pupils dilating in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he exclaimed in a frenzy, pounding frantically on everything before him. Why? How could the Qin family possess imperial artifacts, and not just one, but 2? Why is fate so unjust, denying my Fong family such an opportunity? Why are the imperial artifacts not mine? Why? A mere millennia-old Qin family, devoid of any substantial foundation. How could they be so fortunate? He had meticulously devised a plan, using a soon-to-be extinguished broken imperial artifact as bait, believing the Qin family would be doomed this time. Who could have predicted that they truly possessed imperial artifacts? As his furious curses echoed, a mocking voice drifted from behind, ghostly in its resonance. "Oh, is it merely luck that the Qin family enjoys?" "Who?" A chill surged through Fong Wensheng, raising every hair on his body. This was the Fong family's secret chamber, with several esteemed ancestors not far away, yet someone had managed to appear silently behind him. He slowly turned, relieved to find no immediate attack. Before him stood 2 young men, one respectfully poised at the side, while the other regarded him with a teasing expression. Evidently the one who had spoken. Fong Wensheng scrutinized them closely. One exuded the aura of a saint, comparable to himself, while the other seemed devoid of cultivation, though strikingly handsome. Nevertheless, he did not let his guard down. Whatever means had enabled them to appear so stealthily indicated they were not to be trifled with. Taking a step back, he activated his protective artifact and coldly inquired, "Who are you, to appear in the Fong family, and what are your intentions?" Indeed, the head of the Fong family is forgetful. After so many dealings with our Qin family, today you resort to a broken imperial artifact to ensnare us. How is it that you now feign ignorance? You are from the Qin family? The revelation that they had exposed his scheme with the imperial artifact sent shockwaves through Fong Wensheng's mind. However, being a cunning individual, he quickly regained his composure. Searching his memory, soon, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the profiles of the 2 young men were not among the experts he had on record. Wait, such a beautiful youth. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and recalling the dossier he had carelessly discarded, he blurted out, "You are Qin family ancestor, Qin Changsheng?" Indeed. A promising child. "It appears you are not too dim-witted," Qin Changsheng applauded. Ha! A cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted as Fong Wensheng, with a sinister expression, spoke ominously. "You tread the path to heaven yet refuse to walk it, while you insist on entering the gates of hell." The Qin family possesses imperial weapons, and my Fong family is acutely aware of our inadequacies. We were contemplating abandoning our ancestral heritage and fleeing the northern domain, yet unexpectedly, we are presented with a fortuitous opportunity. Before we depart, let your head serve as a gift to the Qin family. Ha! Who would have thought that the ancestor of the Qin family would be so naive? Truly, he is a mere mortal fool. Do you believe that? Just because you have a saint-level guardian, you can freely enter and exit my Fong family's domain? All of this is the fault of your Qin family. I harbor no grievances against you, yet your family has been excessively domineering, consumed by hatred. He longed to slowly torment Qin Changsheng to avenge the pin-up rage of recent days. No grievances, no enmity. Qin Changsheng was taken aback. He had not concealed his intentions. Yet the other party remained oblivious to the true reasons behind the Qin family's oppression of the Fong family. Do you not wish to know why the Qin family suppresses your Fong family? Qin Changsheng resolved to enlighten him. Even if my Fong family has colluded with the Dark Forbidden Zone, many forces in this world have done so. Why do you fixate solely on my family? Ultimately, it stems from your Qin family's skyrocketing power, seeking to expand your influence. No. Ignoring the other's confusion, Qin Changsheng continued, that is not the primary reason. The Qin family does not covet your Fong family's meager strength. The crux of the matter is that you have provoked the wrong individuals. Do you recall the recent days when you sought a proposal from the Su family, wishing to take Su Muro as a concubine, speaking with such arrogance? If my memory serves me correctly, you have already taken over a dozen concubines. Are you not afraid of being overworked? But do you know that Su Muro was once my Dao partner? At these words, Fong Wensheng was momentarily stunned, then erupted into furious laughter. You cannot be suggesting that my taking Su Muro as a concubine is a grave transgression, leading the Qin family to mobilize against my Fong family over such trivial matters? That is utterly laughable. A Dao partner? Have you ever cultivated the Dao? You are merely a waste of space. And it seems that being a mortal has driven you mad. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Wensheng soared towards Qin Changsheng, intent on capturing him. Time was of the essence, and to avoid prolonged entanglement, he had no intention of further conversing with the individual before him. Just as he was about to grasp Qin Changsheng by the throat, he remained coldly amused. The saint-level guardian behind him appeared to be a naive fool, oblivious to his impending success. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Qin Changsheng, it felt as though it had struck an invisible barrier, rendering him unable to advance further. How is this possible? Fong Wensheng exclaimed in alarm. Despite channeling all his spiritual energy, he found himself utterly immobile. At that moment, Qin Changsheng casually waved his hand, as if swatting a fly, unleashing an irresistible force that sent Fong Wensheng soaring through the air, crashing to the ground 3 yards away. Qin Changsheng retracted his playful smile, his countenance turning grave as he slowly rose to his feet, articulating each word with precision. What I wish to convey is this. Great Emperor, one must not be insulted. Those who dare to insult the Emperor shall meet their demise. Chapter 43. The Fall of the Fong Family. As his words echoed, an unparalleled divine aura emanated from within him, filling the entire room under his command. In Fong Wensheng's eyes, it was an astonishing spectacle. A colossal figure, standing tall at the edge of the void, radiating blinding brilliance, gazing down upon all living beings. This was the Emperor, a sovereign traversing the earthly realm. No matter how vivid his imagination, he could never fathom that the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng, whom the world regarded as merely mortal, was in truth an emperor. A self-deprecating smile escaped Fong Wensheng's lips. He had not anticipated that the initial intelligence his subordinates provided was indeed accurate. It was truly his desire to take Su Muro as a concubine that precipitated all of this. The architect of the Fong family's annihilation was none other than himself. Despair engulfed Fong Wensheng as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Changsheng's casual strike had shattered his internal organs. Aware that his time was short, he struggled to support himself against the wall, attempting to stand. The emperor must not be insulted. He was well aware of the gravity of those words and understood that, after today, the Fong family would cease to exist. Fortunately, the emperor likely held no desire to torment him and his kin. It could be presumed that the others of the Fong family would meet their end with a sense of peace. Yet, he was still a formidable hero in his own right. In the final moments of his life, an impulse overcame his fear. compelling him to stand and behold the contemporary emperor. In this life, he would harbor no regrets. Alas, he never achieved his desire. Before he could rise, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. A long sigh resonated in the secret chamber after a prolonged silence. Qin Changsheng, having lived for 10,000 years and witnessed the cycles of life and death, felt no sorrow for an adversary. His lament was for the merciless nature of this world, where the weak are at the mercy of the strong. However, he soon found clarity. The plight of the weak was of no concern to him. He was invincible. With this realization, Qin Changsheng felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, extinguishing any desire to train Qin. With a gentle grip of his right hand, all members of the Feng family, unaware and unfeeling, were instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing entirely from existence. Then his gaze, as if piercing through layers of fog, settled on the direction of the central domain. With a light step, he traversed the void, accompanied by Qin, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the celestial expanse. After half a day's passage, the events surrounding the Qin family had reverberated throughout the world. The revelation of the Qin family's possession of 2 supreme imperial weapons ignited widespread discussion among the populace. In an instant, the once tranquil waters were disturbed as if heavy stones had been cast into them, stirring a surging undercurrent. Have you heard? The Qin family of the northern region possesses 2 extraordinary imperial weapons, having reportedly slain a quasi-emperor in a single stroke. My goodness, what sheer luck the Qin family must have. Can you believe it? Such an obvious rumor, and yet you choose to believe it. 2 weapons that can annihilate in an instant? Think for a moment. In this world, the cost of forcibly reviving imperial weapons is tremendous. How could it be possible? The Qin family? I've never heard of them. It seems they are desperate for fame, daring to weave such lies, unafraid of being erased by a quasi-emperor's hand. Yet my fiancé insists with unwavering conviction that it is true, claiming he witnessed it all firsthand. Oh, dear lady, you are far too naive. Surely your fiancé is merely embellishing for the sake of his pride. And, pray tell, has your fiancé yet to deceive you in other ways? No, he has not. Oh, good then. Just look at me. Handsome and charming, the very picture of gallantry. The conversation began to veer off course. At the Grand Hall of the Yuanshu Mountain, Yaochi wore a grave expression as he perused the information in his hands. Have you verified this? He inquired. It is indeed true. The Qin family possesses 2 imperial weapons, came a voice from the ethereal void. True. Yaochi murmured to himself. Could it be that the Qin family truly holds an imperial secret realm? If such a realm has emerged, why have I not sensed it? He was engulfed in profound confusion. As a powerful being at the pinnacle of the spatial path in the current realm, he was typically sensitive to the spatial fluctuations of an emerging secret realm. How could the Qin family have acquired an imperial secret realm without a trace? While it is said that treasures belong to those with fate, the highest cultivator of the Qin family is merely at the supreme realm. It is doubtful that they could safeguard such imperial weapons. No, these imperial weapons are ultimately treasures of humanity. If they were to fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, it would surely stir upheaval within our kind. I must take it upon myself to investigate. I have met with the Qin family's ancestor, Qin Changsheng. On a few occasions, we share some rapport. I shall gauge the situation and endeavor to negotiate for the imperial weapons. As one of the 3 giants of humanity, he naturally disdained the idea of seizing opportunities from the younger generation. However, he could consider a trade of resources, even if it meant incurring significant costs. Just as he resolved to set forth, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and he found himself helplessly drawn into a dimensional realm. Who goes there? Yaochi exclaimed, alarmed. This is the realm of the imperial path. He quickly realized that, in all the world, only an emperor could render him powerless. Could it be that an ancient emperor has awakened from slumber, risking the backlash of the heavens to eliminate him? However, upon discerning that it was Qin Changsheng, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it is not an emperor of another race, but rather that nameless emperor of humanity. Surely he would not wish to harm me. Senior, may I inquire why you have summoned me? Yaochi respectfully bowed deeply. No one could have anticipated that one of humanity's 3 great leaders, whose mere presence could send tremors throughout the race and who is often derided by myriad clans, would now appear like a humble child before Qin Changsheng. The lingering gaze of Yaochi briefly flickered towards the figure of Qin Yu behind him. a being of the sage realm. Could he possibly be a disciple or descendant of a venerable elder? Yet, he seemed rather feeble. What venerable elder? In truth, you are several tens of thousands of years my senior. Simply refer to me as a fellow practitioner. Qin Changsheng, devoid of pretense, waved his hand. Despite the unfavorable reputation he bore in the outside world, his years of guardianship over the human race commanded respect. What? A few tens of thousands of years younger than me. At this revelation, Yi Qiubai's heart trembled violently. He raised his gaze to the remarkably handsome visage before him, disbelief washing over him. So, this individual was indeed a contemporary emperor. However, how could that be? The mark of destiny still lingered. How could one ascend to the throne? Was it possible he embodied the legendary principle of proving one's path through sheer strength? In the era of drastic change, amidst the thinning spiritual energies, did he forcibly forge his path? Goodness gracious. Chapter 44, Bestowing Imperial Weapons. Standing for the Qin clan, even though Yi Qiubai had stood atop the human race for several millennia, accustomed to countless grand spectacles, his heart raced uncontrollably, breaths quickening. Since the inception of the grand celestial world, had there ever been such a prodigy? In that moment, Yi Qiubai felt an even deeper reverence. The term fellow practitioner was one he dared not utter. In the world of mystical cultivators, merit reigned supreme. I indeed summoned you for a particular matter requiring your assistance. Surely, you have heard of the affairs concerning the Qin family in the northern domain, Qin Changsheng continued. As for my true identity, I am the ancestral spirit of the Qin clan. You must be familiar with the esteemed figure known as Qin Changsheng, the supreme in white. I am his elder brother. The commotion surrounding the Qin family's imperial weapons has been rather significant. I would appreciate your help in managing it. For the time being, I prefer not to disclose my cultivation level to the Qin family, lest they grow arrogant and lose their drive for advancement. Little Qin's elder brother, the one rumored to have inadvertently consumed the elixir of immortality, possessing no cultivation aptitude whatsoever, the legendary Qin Changsheng. A cascade of memories flashed through Yi Qiubai's mind, akin to a thunderclap. No cultivation aptitude, quietly defying the heavens and proving his path through sheer strength over millennia. Such rumors were utterly unreliable. Moreover, that junior he had encountered on the battlefield of myriad races possessed such formidable backing. Had he known, he would have endeavored to cultivate a closer relationship. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the elder's request. With the barrier of heaven and earth still intact, high-ranking cultivators from other races cannot intrude upon the human realm. Within our kind, I hold command. There should be no significant issues. Yi Qiubai replied with utmost respect. Naturally, as a form of recompense. You may also view this as a reward for your decades of guardianship over the human domain. You may select one item from these treasures at your leisure. Assisting the elder is my duty. How could I dare to accept a reward? Are you certain you do not wish for it? No. Truly? Indeed. Yi Qiubai swallowed hard. The words he was about to express were forcibly restrained within him. His pupils constricted, his gaze widened, and within the depths of his soul, tumultuous waves surged. How could this be? It was overwhelming. The spectacle was breathtaking. Before Qin Changsheng floated 8 items before him: a knife, a gun, an axe, a shield, a fan, and others, each uniquely shaped, yet emanating an aura of boundless mystery, as if they were the emperors of various weaponry. As the pinnacle quasi-emperor of the human race, he was no stranger to this formidable presence, the aura of supreme imperial weapons. He gasped, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. After hundreds of thousands of years of heritage from the Yuan Shan, there was but a single imperial weapon, which had already fallen into a state of semi-extinction, and its revival was exceedingly challenging at this stage. However, in his perception, the imperial weapons before him were in a state of complete revival, capable of unleashing their peak might. A single emperor typically nurtured only one imperial weapon throughout their life, yet here, within a mere 10,000 years, lay 8 supreme imperial weapons. No, counting the 2 from the Qin family, that made 10. Yi Qiubai fell into a profound self-doubt for a long while. Gulps echoed in the air, one from Qin Yu and another from Yi Qiubai. The latter, awakening from his astonishment, took a deep breath and said, "Senior Qin, this cannot be accepted. One must not receive rewards without merit. This is far too precious for me." Yet, his eyes betrayed him, fixed hungrily on the knife, revealing a deep longing and desire. All of this did not escape Qin Changsheng's keen observation. In response to the other's insincere words, he merely smiled. Hee, you claim to refuse, yet your body is quite honest. Without further ado, Qin Changsheng waved his hand, sending both the person and the knife directly into the realm of imperial path. A voice, filled with authority and grandeur, then resonated in Knight Qiubai's ears. When I say to give, you must accept. Refusal is not an option. Do not let this imperial weapon go to waste. Go forth and uphold the reputation of our human race. Inside the grand hall, Knight Qiubai wore a bitter smile, thinking that the senior was indeed too domineering. Yet, it felt wonderful. Clutching the knife, he grinned incessantly under the peculiar gazes of those around him. Within the realm of imperial path, seeing Knight Qiubai had departed, Qin Yu could no longer contain himself, rubbing his hands together and stammering. Ancestor, with so many imperial weapons, you shall not require them all. And I have yet to find a suitable weapon. Might I? His intentions were clear. He desired one. Scram, was the succinct reply. Qin Changsheng retorted with annoyance. What does a mere sage like you need with imperial weapons? Can you even wield them? Wait until you reach the supreme realm and show some diligence. Perhaps then I shall consider it. All right. I will certainly work hard to become the ancestor's most cherished descendant. Qin Yu exclaimed with a sycophantic grin, moving behind Qin Changsheng to gently massage him. In that moment, Qin Changsheng found himself doubting his judgment. This child was certainly not of the stable temperament he had presumed. The issues arising from the Qin family's lineage persist. The second brother, Qin Zhen, and Qin Yu exhibit similar traits, all adept at changing their expressions with remarkable finesse. The turmoil surrounding the Qin family's imperial weaponry has yet to subside when a momentous announcement detonated like a bomb, thrusting the Qin family into the limelight once more, igniting a fervor across the entire realm of humanity. The current leader of Yuanshu Mountain, one of the three pinnacle quasi-emperors of humanity, issued a proclamation as the representative of the human race. Those who are fated shall obtain the treasures. Since its establishment, the Qin family of the Northern Domain has participated numerous times in the battlefield of myriad races, making indelible contributions to humanity. No individual or faction within the human race shall seize the opportunities of the Qin family. They are under the protection of Yuanshu Mountain. Those who defy this order shall be executed. Due to Yi Qiubai's status, this announcement spread swiftly throughout the realm of humanity. Those with discerning eyes could easily see that Yuanshu Mountain, a colossal entity in the central domain, was advocating for the Qin family of the northern domain. As for the claim that the Qin family had made significant contributions to humanity, it was utter nonsense. A family whose highest member was merely a low-tier supreme could hardly be of great consequence. Although the connection between the Qin family and Yuanshu Mountain's Yi Qiubai remained unclear, many restless individuals and factions chose to momentarily halt their actions, opting instead to observe the developments closely. Particularly, some sacred places of transcendent inheritance and hidden imperial clans privately scoffed at the situation, were it not for the restrictions of heaven and earth, preventing their ancestors from emerging due to waning vitality. A mere Yi Qiubai would not dare to flaunt himself as a leader of humanity. However, it was evidently not the right time to confront Yi Qiubai directly, and thus, they all chose to bide their time. Meanwhile, the second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, who had been anxiously concerned about the Qin family's precarious position, felt greatly relieved upon hearing this news and praised Yi Qiubai as a true leader of humanity, possessing integrity and nobility. He decided to host a banquet the following day to celebrate the Qin family's interim victory and to look forward to the future. Chapter 45. My son Qin Tian, possessed of imperial qualities the next morning, the Qin family was bustling with excitement, laughter resonating on every face, particularly among the elders. Smiles were abundant as they reminisced about the previous night's encounter with the supreme imperial weapon. Unlike their usual austere demeanor, the Qin family had invited a troupe of musicians from Tian'an Pavilion to perform, and elegant dancers graced the scene with their enchanting movements, as if celestial beings had descended. All this was to please their ancestors. After all, the recent transformations within the Qin family were all thanks to their forebears. Despite Qin Changsheng's insistence that he was a paragon of virtue, and that his fondness for songs and performances was mere gossip, he reluctantly acquiesced under the persistent pleas of the crowd, and soon found himself lost in the harmonious melodies. Observing Qin Changsheng reveling in his drink at the head of the table, the second and third ancestors timely remarked, "Elder brother, considering the distribution of the imperial weaponry, which you have no use for, why not bestow it upon us?" With a grand gesture, Qin Changsheng waved his hand. "The void mirror is a cherished heirloom of our family, a treasure of our clan, yet the sword of the emperor, bestowed by my sister-in-law, the fairy, to my elder brother, seems rather inappropriate for us to possess." Grandfather Qin Changsheng spoke cautiously, though his words suggested reluctance to return the sword. There was no hint of intent to relinquish it. Qin Changsheng, fully aware of his thoughts, retorted sharply, "If I say it's yours, then it's yours. Just take it. Stop hesitating. If anything arises, I will take responsibility. Now step aside." With that, he shoved grandfather to the side. This insufferable lad, utterly lacking in perception, had just obstructed the most thrilling scene. Just moments ago, the central figure had elevated their legs into a perfect split, an exquisite sight that had nearly evaded his gaze. Well then, grandfather Qin Changsheng, receiving this affirmation, appeared exceedingly elated. Behind Qin Changsheng, the esteemed head of the family, Qin Zhen, donned an expression of envy. For that was indeed an emperor's weapon, so casually given away. How grand of our ancestor! I must cling to this venerable ancestor. Perhaps one day I might procure an emperor's weapon myself, or at the very least, a supreme artifact. At that moment, a voice rang out, a joyous occasion. "Young Master Qin Tian has returned." A servant rushed in, panting heavily. "He has returned, so what? Why the fuss? You are disturbing our ancestors' enjoyment. What joy could that rascal bring? As long as he doesn't cause trouble, that's enough," Qin Zhen remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. At this moment, his son was far less significant than their ancestor, and Qin Tian's frequent travels were quite normal. However, the others held a different perspective. After all, Qin Tian was the most talented descendant of the Qin family, beloved by the elders, particularly grandfather, who had personally guided Qin Tian for a time and held high expectations for him. "Speak, what is this joyous occasion?" grandfather prompted. Through the servant's embellished recounting, the gathered family members grasped the essence of the so-called joyous news. It turned out that Qin Tian, during his recent travels, had challenged and honed his skills. And just days ago, he awakened his bloodline, directly breaking through to the cave abode realm, surpassing his peers. Except for the saint child of the Yinyang Holy Land, he had triumphed over all formidable rivals in the northern domain. Furthermore, in a newly discovered secret realm, he had outperformed others and seized a heavily guarded treasure from the central hall. Had he not feared inciting public ire, he would have continued to claim more. Upon learning all this, the Qin family members nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was the most talented descendant of the Qin family, bearing the potential of an emperor, the one most likely to surpass grandfather among the younger generation. Hearing this, Qin Zhen laughed heartily 3 times. "Ha! My son Qin Tian possesses the qualities of a great emperor." Upon hearing such words, the others reacted little, as he was merely a proud father. And in a moment of joy, such boastful declarations were to be expected. Only Qin Changsheng felt a sudden pang of anxiety, his heart sinking. Damn, such words ought not to be spoken. They sound all too familiar. It is said that the consequences of this phrase are profound, potentially involving a notorious red-haired figure across the myriad realms, a burden too great for the average person to bear. However, bearing the surname Qin, one should be able to withstand it, Qin Changsheng silently mused. At that moment, a young man of striking demeanor, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, entered the room. A long sword gleaming with a chilling light strapped to his back, and it was none other than Qin Tian. "Haha, what a fine lad. Truly a worthy descendant of the Qin family," Qin Zhen exclaimed as he embraced him. Then, with a flourish, gestured towards the esteemed seat. "Come, pay your respects to our ancestor, and allow him to behold the treasures you have acquired this time. Salutations to our ancestor, to the second and third ancestors, and to all esteemed clan elders," Qin Tian said, suppressing his brilliance as he performed a grand bow. "Enough, enough. The Qin family does not indulge in such formalities. Let us see what treasures our most exceptional descendant has procured." The third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, was already impatient. Faced with the urgency of the third ancestor, Qin Tian ceased his hesitations and retrieved a crystal casket from his purple mansion. "This is the treasure I seized from the heart of the secret realm. Given its significance, it must be the most precious artifact within. Alas, my cultivation is insufficient to open this casket, and I remain unaware of what lies within." Gazing upon the crystalline, transparent casket that emanated a mysterious aura, Qin Changsheng fell into contemplation. A casket rather inauspicious. Surely, there can be no malevolent entities within? Yet, the others appeared unperturbed. In the celestial Xian world, jade caskets are indeed a symbol of nobility. The impetuous third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, seized the casket from Qin Tian's hands and studied it for a prolonged period, yet was unable to unlock it. Clearly, the one who sealed this crystal jade casket possessed superior cultivation. Nevertheless, he did not grow disheartened, increasingly convinced that the casket contained an extraordinary treasure. He turned to Qin Tian. Tianer, this item is yours. I intend to forcibly open it. Would it be acceptable if the jade casket is damaged? That is of no concern. I shall abide by the arrangements of the third ancestor, Qin Tian replied. Qin Changsheng nodded, summoning the imperial weapon, the Lingxiao sword, into his grasp, intending to forcibly open the jade casket. The casket itself was inconsequential. What mattered was the treasure within. In an instant, the jade casket radiated a flash of light, various runes appearing. Although the sealing technique was exquisite, it was no match for the strike of an imperial weapon. Just as the jade casket opened, in a hidden domain of the central region, a fiercely beautiful female cultivator suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze frigid. Who dares to unveil my sister's relics? Alarmed, she sensed the disturbance in her sister's secret realm and swiftly darted towards the northern region. Chapter 46. The Twin Sisters. Nangong Yin and Nangong Qin. Meanwhile, the jade casket lay open, revealing a scroll that lay quietly within. Could it be an unparalleled martial art or a treasure map? The anticipation surged within the hearts of the onlookers. The third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, cautiously unfurled the scroll, which gradually revealed a portrait of a man. The figure in the painting was vividly lifelike, seemingly infused with the artist's utmost devotion. The man was extraordinarily handsome, holding a brush in his left hand and a fan in his right, embodying the elegance of a scholarly youth. The three ancestors raised their heads to gaze at Qin Changsheng, their expressions peculiar, rendered momentarily speechless. Even the most unobservant among them could discern that the figure depicted in the painting was none other than their elder brother, Qin Changsheng. Let me take a look. Some of the more inquisitive clan members could no longer contain their curiosity and gathered around. Goodness, someone exclaimed, only to quickly cover their mouth with their hands, fearing to make another sound. For a brief moment, the grand hall fell into silence, with the majority of gazes fixated upon the venerable ancestor above. However, a few, having taken a glance, quietly returned to their seats to continue their meal. Enough, enough. It was evident that this was yet another matter of emotional entanglement, yet another of the ancestors' old flames. Nothing surprising anymore. Eating was of utmost importance. Qin Changsheng felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine as he pondered the situation. Could it possibly be related to him? Bring it here, let me see, he commanded. Upon closer inspection of the portrait, Qin Changsheng was rendered speechless. Which scoundrel did this? It was one thing to surreptitiously paint his likeness. After all, there were no rights to portraits in this world, but to place his image within a small coffin? That was exceedingly ominous. Was this a curse upon his life? Where was the sense of public decency? Oh, there's a signature. Qin Changsheng could not help but read aloud. When mountains crumble and heaven and earth unite, only then would I dare sever ties with you. Nangong Qin. Nangong Qin. Qin Changsheng fell into deep contemplation. Beside him, Qin Jun watched this dramatic scene unfold, his heart aching. His talented son had finally triumphed over his peers, securing the most coveted treasures within the secret realm. Who would have thought that it was merely an image of the ancestor? Truly a misfortune for the descendants. Where could one seek justice for this? Qin Tian's opportunity had been squandered so frivolously. The ancestor had many admirable traits, yet his propensity for romantic entanglements was excessive. With a mere mortal form, he traversed the realms of humanity, leaving a trail of heartbreak. Qin Jun inwardly lamented, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Ancestor, is this Nangong Qin yet another of our esteemed grandmothers? Wait, let me think this through, Qin Changsheng interjected. It was no wonder he was taken aback. Over millennia, he had encountered countless beauties and formed numerous romantic liaisons. Fortunately, his current status as an emperor had enhanced his memory. Otherwise, he would struggle to keep track. Yet, was it not an extraordinary coincidence that, having just returned to the Qin family, he was already confronted with messages from three former lovers? Moreover, during his past affairs, he had never cared for the cultivation potential of his partners, only their appearances. How superficial. For millennia, he had assumed that his former lovers had long since passed. Yet now it appeared that each one was a paragon of cultivation talent. As Qin Changsheng pondered these thoughts, someone exclaimed, "Nangong Qin, I remember now. 6,000 years ago, the northern region witnessed the emergence of two exceptionally gifted female cultivators, a pair of twins named Nangong Qin and Nangong Yan, who ascended to the top 30 of the human race's prodigy rankings, creating quite a stir in the northern region at the time. Merely 2 millennia later, they ascended to the pinnacle of supremacy. However, it is lamentable that, not long after, Nangong Qin unexpectedly met her untimely demise, leaving her twin sister, Nangong Yan, in silence and obscurity. One wonders if this Nangong Qin is indeed the same as that one. The speaker is the esteemed fourth elder, a relic of 7 millennia. Twins. Qin Changsheng instantly seized upon the crux of the matter, the echoes of her visage and grace flooding his mind like a forgotten melody. It was she. The memories surged forth, for in this lifetime, he had only encountered twins a handful of times, yet the impressions were indelible. In his recollections, Nangong Qin and Nangong Yan, one gentle as a flowing stream, the other fervent as a blazing fire, were opposites in temperament despite their twin bond. In their youth, they were noble ladies of a once prestigious clan, now fallen from grace, who crossed paths with Qin Changsheng during their flight. He fell for Nangong Qin at first sight, and they swiftly plunged into a profound romance. Together, they traversed a delightful interlude. Between them, aside from the final step, they had shared everything. Yet, Qin Changsheng found himself vexed by the sisters' frequent identity swaps, which left him bewildered and infatuated. Subsequently, a series of awkward incidents unfolded, leading him to realize that his sister-in-law, Nangong Yan, harbored a secret admiration for his charm. After a blissful period, he resolved to no longer wallow in decadence, leaving the sisters with ample wealth and resources before silently embarking on his next journey. Alas, Qin Changsheng sighed deeply. He had not anticipated that the once inseparable sisters possessed such remarkable cultivation aptitude, managing to break into the top 30 of the talented one's rankings. Yet, he suddenly recalled the fourth elder's earlier words. Deceased? Nangong Qin had passed away. An indescribable wave of emotions surged within him, sorrow, nostalgia, and solitude intertwined. This marked the first time he had received news of a former lover's death. In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Time had wrought its inexorable transformations. I have wronged her, Qin Changsheng murmured, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, the distinguished company present heard him clearly. In that moment, all exchanged glances, astonished to witness such vulnerability from their venerable ancestor. Had he undergone a transformation? Was he moved by the news of Nangong Qin's passing? Su Muru and Meng Rian, his existing former lovers, were cast aside as he mourned a beloved lost to the sands of time. In the face of the ancestor's uncharacteristic demeanor, speculation rippled through the assembly. Could it be that Nangong Qin held a place of unparalleled significance in his heart, surpassing all others? The sole female Grand Elder was similarly affected, her eyes shimmering with tears. It had been assumed that their ancestor was a scoundrel, yet it appeared he had simply deemed the others unworthy. Now, upon hearing of a cherished soul's fate, he was indeed profoundly affected. Qin Zhen could not help but ask, Ancestor, I presume your bond with this esteemed matriarch is profound. Would you kindly share the tale of your relationship with us, your descendants, so that we may listen? Very well. Chapter 47. It's too late. I have a new girlfriend. Qin Changsheng gazed skyward, his sorrowful eyes resonating with every onlooker as he began to recount. I first encountered her one spring afternoon, when the air was fragrant with blossoms and a gentle breeze caressed my face. It was love at first sight with my sister, Nangong Qin. We became acquainted, grew closer, fell in love, and cherished our time together. Yet such beautiful moments are fleeting. Following an unfounded misunderstanding, I departed from them, and we drifted apart. At this juncture, Qin Changsheng paused, letting out a soft sigh, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. It seemed that misunderstanding was quite significant. To the observers, the ancestor appeared deeply melancholic, suggesting that this misunderstanding was severe enough to separate two souls who were once in harmony. When I finally grasped the situation, regret consumed me. and I found myself striking my own face in the solitude of the night. Alas, it was far too late. Two streams of tears silently traced down Qin Changsheng's cheeks, his eyes brimming with boundless longing and remorse as he recalled that lost love. The onlookers were moved, realizing that the ancestor possessed such depth of feeling. Clearly, Nangong Qin held great significance for him. It seemed that due to misunderstandings surrounding Su Muru and Meng Ruyan, they had misjudged the ancestor, who was indeed a person of deep emotions. Especially for Qin Zhen and his companions, guilt filled their hearts. The ancestor was not a heartless scoundrel, but rather a man of profound sentiment. Why did he claim it was all too late? Had the matriarch married or passed away? At that moment, a younger member of the group, unable to contain their curiosity, asked, "Ancestor, with such deep love for Nangong Qin, did you not seek her out?" "Oh, it was not that." Qin Changsheng turned away, wiping his tears before continuing. "It was simply that I had already found a new girlfriend." With a series of thuds, bodies fell to the ground one after another. By the time Qin Changsheng turned back, the ground lay strewn with kneeling figures. "Ancestor, we bow to you," they exclaimed, incredulous at such an outrageous statement delivered with such nonchalance. The few who remained standing, including Qin Zhen, felt their lips twitch in disbelief, faces darkened with astonishment. This was truly absurd. It was no wonder the ancestor had maintained his true nature, unrepentant in his ways. How difficult it was to imagine the emotions that accompanied the drafting of the Qin family rules, which dictated that no member should indulge in frivolous affections or betray a loyal partner. Nevertheless, despite this revelation, no one dared to criticize the ancestor, for he had recently wielded imperial weapons to save the Qin family and was the guest of honor at today's banquet. They resolved to let him be. Moreover, these are merely ancient matters, best left to mere hearsay. Alas, while our ancestors may be commendable in many respects, their sentiments are indeed difficult to articulate. Just as everyone was astounded by Qin Changsheng's remarkable reversal, a melodious voice resonated throughout the Qin residence. "You have destroyed my sister's cave and appropriated her possessions. Cursed be it." Immediately thereafter, a sword energy, brilliant as a shooting star, streaked across the sky towards the pinnacle of the Qin family estate. The sword energy was fearsome beyond measure, effortlessly cleaving the grand hall in two, with a thunderous crack reverberating in the ears of all present. The assailant seemed devoid of murderous intent, inflicting no harm upon anyone. Who dares to wreak havoc in the Qin residence? The third ancestor, Qin Chang'an, was furious beyond control, leaping into action. With imperial weapons at his side, especially after recently defeating a quasi-emperor, he felt no fear of any opponent. Moments ago, they had been absorbed in Qin Chang'an's words, and in their moment of distraction, someone had dared to sever the Qin family hall. Fortunately, the assailant bore little intent to kill. Otherwise, if harm had befallen his elder brother, the consequences would have been dire indeed. As the hall lay split open, sunlight poured in, allowing everyone to discern the identity of the assailant. She wore a form-fitting crimson gown that engulfed her exquisite figure, accentuating her alluring curves. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a black waterfall, gently swaying with the breeze. Her lower limbs, pale as snow, were captivatingly alluring. What a fiery enchantress! Yet, her furious gaze radiated an icy aura, freezing all in place. Nangong Yen was equally enraged. She had not anticipated that while preparing to break through to Quasi-Emperor, someone would intrude upon her sister's secret cave and steal the most precious relic, a portrait. Coldly, she declared, "I am Nangong Yen. I may overlook other matters, but that jade coffin must be returned to me. I can sense its presence. Bring it forth." Nangong Yen. The third ancestor, Qin Chang'an, was taken aback. Was she not the elder sister-in-law of his elder brother, Qin Changsheng? In an instant, his imposing demeanor diminished. A confrontation was now out of the question, and the damage to the Qin family hall would undoubtedly be in vain. Let Qin Zhen deal with the repairs. It was no longer his concern. After all, he was in the wrong. Yet who could have anticipated that it was a cave with an owner? At a loss for words, the third ancestor was uncertain how to respond. "Ah, this woman must be familiar with my elder brother. Perhaps he could mediate." A glimmer of hope sparked in Qin Chang'an's eyes as he glanced towards the spot where Qin Changsheng had just stood. "Where is my elder brother?" Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng felt a pang of bitterness, having discreetly retreated to the back of the crowd, flustered and alarmed. Although he often concealed his spiritual awareness, He had sensed Nangong Yan's presence long before she arrived at the Qin residence. Never could he have imagined that this woman, whom he frequently mistook for his quasi-sister-in-law, had left a fragment of her divine consciousness upon that jade coffin, and now she had come to reclaim it. Yet, there are only so many people. Where else could one possibly hide? As anticipated, in no time, all gazes converged upon Qin Changsheng, akin to fireflies in the dark, with nowhere left to conceal themselves. Qin Changsheng, feeling helpless, could only slowly step out of the crowd, addressing the silhouette in the sky. "Yinner, it has been too long." Though his voice was faint, Nangong Yan, possessing the pinnacle of supreme cultivation, heard him distinctly amidst the heavens and could not help but glance at the speaker. That mere glance caused the world to shatter. She was astounded, unable to believe her eyes. Her body lost all control, plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, at such a height, the physical form of a supreme being would sustain no harm. Even before she could assess her own disheveled state, Nangong Yan swiftly flew to stand before Qin Changsheng, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on his visage. It was him. Chapter 48. To my room, let us speak in detail. Even after millennia, Nangong Yan recognized Qin Changsheng at first sight. Although they had never been lovers, she understood that she could not deceive herself. After all, he had been her sister's most beloved. How could she dare to take him away? Nevertheless, his figure had firmly occupied her heart for thousands of years. Her voice trembled, almost dreamlike as she uttered, "Yi Fan, are you still alive?" Yi Fan, yet another new name. However, this time, the members of the Qin family showed no reaction. They were accustomed to it. Clearly, it was yet another alias of their ancestor. "Well, it seems I am fortunate to still be alive. Yinner, have you fared well over the years?" Qin Changsheng gazed at the familiar figure before him, filled with profound emotion. The world of cultivation is so merciless. In the blink of an eye, everything can change, and beloved ones may no longer exist. "Have I fared well?" Nangong Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly, reflecting on the solitary years she had endured, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over her. This man remained, yet her sister was gone. She longed to inquire why, if he was still alive, he had evaded them for so many years, and why he had disappeared without a word. Yet, when the words lingered on her lips, she found herself unable to voice them. After all, she was not entitled to question him. Moreover, apart from his sudden departure, it seemed he had done no wrong by them. Rather, he had bestowed upon them much: wealth, resources for cultivation, and most importantly, a glimmer of sunlight and hope in their darkest times. Yet, who could she confide in about the years of solitude she and her sister had endured? Her sister had whispered his name in her final moments, lamenting her own lack of effort in uncovering any trace of him. Yet now, it appeared that this man had likely concealed his identity, established a family, and was surrounded by descendants. Nangong Yan felt a bittersweet pang in her heart, offering a melancholic smile, uncertain whether it was for her sister or for herself. Upon this realization, a surge of inexplicable fury rose from the depths of her heart. Her gaze turned suddenly cold and piercing as her slender sword was drawn, pressed against Qin Changsheng's throat. "My sister has been entranced by you day and night, her thoughts consumed by your memory. Even before her demise, she uttered your name. Speak. Why did you leave without a word? Why have you persistently evaded us?" Her tone escalated into a roar. Qin Zhen and his companions widened their eyes, observing this scene before them. It felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the confrontation between Su Muro and the Ancestor not long ago. It was as if yesterday had repeated itself in perfect symmetry. However, this time, they remained silent, standing in a daze like spectators at a spectacle. For in their perception, Nangong Yan bore no intent to kill. Rather, she resembled a jealous maiden. The atmosphere descended into silence. After a considerable pause, Qin Changsheng gradually began to explain, "I am truly sorry. Years ago, I was at fault, failing Qing'er. My real name is Qin Changsheng. In the past, I was plagued by insecurity, believing myself unworthy of Qing'er. Furthermore, you have misunderstood. All these years, I have not taken a spouse, nor do I have offspring. What you see are merely my brother's descendants." He deftly sidestepped the gravity of his marital status. At his words, Nangong Yan felt a jolt in her heart, lifting her delicate chin to ask incredulously, "Why?" With his remarkable appearance and demeanor, how could he possibly remain alone for so many years? Had he been harboring thoughts of his sister all this time? Suddenly, Her heart raced uncontrollably. It may be a divine retribution for my past wrongs, or perhaps I have let too many people down, Qin Changsheng replied, gazing skyward, his tone heavy with melancholy. Nevertheless, he resolved to maintain his persona of a deeply affectionate man before an old acquaintance. Without heeding the sharp blade at his throat, he took a step closer, his eyes softening as he said, "If you still wish to kill me, then proceed." As Qin Changsheng approached, Nangong Yin panicked and swiftly retracted her sword, fearing she might harm him, as though the blade were pointed at herself. At that moment, they stood in very close proximity, their bodies nearly touching. Feeling the masculine aura emanating from him, Nangong Yan's heart fluttered uncontrollably, a faint blush gracing her exquisite features. Since Qin Changsheng's departure from her and her sister, this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Especially with the memories of past misunderstandings flooding back, a familiar sensation overwhelmed her, causing her legs to weaken, nearly rendering her unsteady. Qin Changsheng, quick to react, gently supported her slender waist, preventing her from toppling over. A delicate fragrance enveloped him, stirring something within his heart. "Release me," Nangong Yin chastised, her face flushed, instinctively drawing her legs together. Reluctantly, Qin Changsheng withdrew his hands, a smile blooming within him. Oh, the contradictions of a woman. Although he had never conversed with her, he understood that the woman before him possessed a temperament distinctly different from that of most of his former lovers, fiery, proud, and decisive, preferring to be met with firmness rather than softness. What they sought was conquest. Reflecting on this, Qin Changsheng felt it was time to change his approach. He could no longer merely humble himself to explain. It was time for a bold move, especially since he yearned to uncover the truth behind Nangong Qin's demise. Lowering his head, he leaned closer to Nangong Yin's ear and whispered softly, "Your figure is quite alluring, but your attire is lacking, and I find it unappealing." With that, he departed, leaving behind a resonating declaration. "Come to my room for a more detailed discussion." Qin Changsheng's reasoning was straightforward. After all, the matter concerning Nangong Qin was personal and not suitable for public scrutiny. Moreover, considering she was once his girlfriend, it was acceptable for her to pass away. But if her death was indeed an accident, he felt compelled to investigate the circumstances thoroughly to seek vengeance. However, those around him viewed the situation differently. The members of the Qin family exchanged astonished glances, shocked by the audacity of their ancestor's actions, internally marveling at his boldness. To discuss in private? How detailed could it be? They wondered, particularly since Nangong Yin was not merely an acquaintance, but his future sister-in-law. After millennia apart, their first meeting was to be in private? Nangong Yin stared blankly at Qin Changsheng's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Had she been teased once again? She inwardly scolded him, realizing he remained the same roguish scoundrel from before. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged through her, causing her long-suppressed feelings to thaw. A flush of crimson graced her cheeks. Despite her annoyance and embarrassment, she was no longer the naive and whimsical girl she once was. Regardless, she felt compelled to share her sister's longing with him and was eager to hear his stories from the past years. Resolving herself, she hastened toward Qin Changsheng, but not before subtly adjusting her attire, lifting the strapless top slightly. This simple action accentuated her already prominent curves, making them even more enticing. Chapter 49. Today, we annihilate the Buddha. Mount Sumeru. Inside the room, Qin Changsheng, shedding his earlier recklessness, sat upright. As he listened to Nangong Yin's ongoing narrative, his gaze shifted from warmth to a chilling coldness. He was taken aback to learn that the gentle Qin had harbored such deep feelings for him, clinging to his portrait each night just to find rest. He was even more astounded to discover that such a kind and gentle woman had fallen victim to the clutches of hypocritical monks due to a netherworld pearl. Indeed, Nangong Yin replied with a sorrowful smile, continuing, "Having lost the netherworld pearl and my sister, I have birthed a heart demon, and I have yet to ascend to the realm of a quasi-emperor after all these years. However, I remain incognito, having dispatched numerous individuals from the Buddhist realm. Alas, I am unable to enter the sacred gates of the pure land of Mount Sumeru." As she spoke, Nangong Yan's voice grew somber, her countenance etched with bitterness and despair. "Why am I so powerless, unable to avenge my dear sister? That heinous monk is now reverently addressed as the son of Buddha and is regarded as the next Buddha master. How ludicrous! She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her flesh unbeknownst to her, as silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. Observing Nangong Yin on the verge of losing control, Qin Changsheng gently embraced her shoulders, and under his soothing presence, she gradually calmed. The depths of Qin Changsheng's eyes turned increasingly frigid as he listened to her recounting. He traversed the river of time, witnessing the entire lives of the Nangong sisters. Particularly haunting was the sight of Nangong Qin's tragic demise. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and a chilling aura began to permeate the surroundings. A deep and resonant voice broke the silence of the room. Let us depart. He could not wait another moment. He would seek justice for Nangong Qin today. Depart? Where to? Nangong Yin momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Mount Sumeru, the Pure Land. Before she could respond, a formidable and terrifying force swept her into the void, along with Qin Yu, who stood guard outside, vanishing without a trace. In the western regions, the Buddhist realm stands as the sole power, mysterious and formidable. Particularly, for nearly 100,000 years, it has refrained from participating in the wars among the myriad races, under the pretext of preserving the strength of humanity. Though many forces in the central domain look down upon it, it cannot be denied that over the years, the Buddhist realm has maintained an exceptionally terrifying power. Even the supreme divine races of the central domain, with their unparalleled heritage, harbor a tinge of trepidation towards it. Mount Sumeru, the Pure Land, is the ultimate sacred site of the Buddhist realm. Entry is forbidden without the permission of the Buddha Master. On this day, 3 unexpected guests appeared at the foot of Mount Sumeru, 2 men and a woman. Changsheng, we must not. The Buddhist realm is immensely powerful. We should return and deliberate on this matter. Nangong Yin implored, astonished by Qin Changsheng's audacity. The more she insisted, the less she wished to implicate him. Having spent years quietly gathering information about the Buddhist realm, she was acutely aware of its terror. Even if the 3 pinnacle quasi-emperors of the human race were to converge upon the Buddhist domain, they would likely meet with misfortune, let alone a mere Qin Changsheng. To recklessly tread upon Mount Sumeru would be tantamount to courting inevitable death. She even felt that she had endangered Qin Changsheng. Perhaps she should not have revealed the truth and drawn him into this turmoil. Fear not, it is not a den of dragons and tigers. The vengeance for Qiner must be repaid in blood. Qin Changsheng replied calmly, his gaze fixed upon Mount Sumeru, as if nothing could elude his sight. Moreover, in a few days, it will be Qiner's Memorial Day. I wish to pay my respects. Surely there will be offerings to make. At this moment, the figure of Qin Changsheng appeared increasingly towering in Nangong Yan's eyes. To her astonishment, after so many years, upon hearing the news of his sister's demise, he was willing to risk everything, fully aware of the inevitable fate that awaited him, to seek vengeance for her. Perhaps, deep within his heart, his sister had always held a significant place. Surely, even in the realm beyond, she would sense his presence. Very well, if that is the case, what is there for me to fear? Let us journey together into the underworld. If I can take down a few bald monks before my demise, it would be worth it. Sister, wait for me. I shall join you soon, and also the one you have longed for day and night. Reflecting on this, Nangong Yin surreptitiously cast a glance at Qin Changsheng's back, murmuring to herself, Qing'er, you are ever on my mind, as I am on yours. In that instant, her heart felt clear, and she became resolute as she gazed ahead. After so many years, I can finally walk alongside you, even if it leads us towards death. This feeling is truly wonderful. Ding. The system suddenly announced that Nangong Yan's affinity with the host had reached 93 and congratulated the host on receiving a reward, inquiring if she wished to draw it now. The unexpected interruption startled Qin Changsheng, causing him to turn back in confusion, only to find Nangong Yan had swiftly caught up and was now walking beside him, her eyes gleaming with determination. What is happening? Nangong Yin is not my ex-girlfriend. Why is there a reward involved? Qin Changsheng questioned in his mind. The system does not err. What it states is unequivocal. The definition of ex-girlfriend lies within the system's parameters, and if we were to define it by intimate relations, the host remains a solitary figure. Qin Changsheng was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the unexpected personal attack. I am simply being responsible, towards myself and towards the other party. It felt as though the system was mocking his circumstances. No, Qin Changsheng firmly rejected the notion. This was not the time to draw rewards, and he chose not to argue with the system, knowing he bore no loss. In fact, it was quite the gain. Why have you stopped? Nangong Yin inquired with curiosity. Remembering certain matters, he replied, let us proceed. The two continued side by side, followed closely by Qin Yu, who trailed behind like a subordinate. Halt! No trespassing in the Holy Land. Near the entrance at the foot of Mount Shumi, a young monk barred their path. Holy Land. Huh? Qin Changsheng smirked mockingly, his expression one of derision. It was merely a den of filth. Silence. Those who insult the Holy Land shall face death. The young monk, incensed, prepared to strike down Qin Changsheng and his companions. It was hard to fathom that a mere gatekeeper would dare to commit murder at the entrance of Mount Shumi. Huh? Buddhism truly inflicts harm, transforming a perfectly good flesh and blood being into a mere puppet that knows only the Buddha. Qin Changsheng mused, his gaze becoming increasingly profound. Before the young monk's assault could land, it dissipated into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing completely from existence, the scent of blood beginning to permeate the air. Qin Changsheng observed all of this with indifference and calmly stated, let us commence from here. Stepping across the threshold, he entered the fabled sanctuary of Buddhism. Chapter 50, Supreme Arhat of the Buddhist Order, Huikong. Amitabha. Hoku, sensing the encroachment of demonic forces, addressed the matter with brevity. In one succinct statement, he deemed Qin Changsheng and his companions as practitioners of the demonic path. By the command of the Buddha, I shall proceed forthwith, responded a solemn Arhat, Hoku, one of the 18, possessing mid-level supreme cultivation. Within the confines of Mount Sumeru, he believed he could manage the vast majority of troubles. Thus, the light of Buddha shimmered, and he stepped into the Pure Land. Upon reappearing, Arhat Hoku had already positioned himself before Qin Changsheng and his two companions. You, who recklessly slaughter disciples of the Buddhist order, bear grave sins, and have evidently fallen deeply into the demonic realm. Why do you not surrender promptly? Allow me to purify you and grant you the Buddha's compassion and redemption. Clad in a yellow robe, he emanated an air of solemnity and sanctity. Haha. Qin Changsheng laughed heartily towards the heavens. What a notion of demonic possession, what a concept of purification, what a promise of redemption. Since you are so ardently devoted to vanquishing demons and protecting the populace, why then do you remain absent while humanity suffers in dire straits? During the great war of the myriad races, countless valiant souls of humanity perished, yet your kind was nowhere to be seen. When the dark abyss instigated chaos, feasting upon the lives of the myriad beings, your presence was equally elusive. Each word landed like a strike, leaving Hoku momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, Amitabha, our Buddhist order has transcended the mundane world, untouched by the cycle of cause and effect. Yet, before he could finish, Qin Changsheng interjected, you are merely a congregation of hypocritical monks. If you have indeed detached from the mundane, why then do you actively recruit followers and indulge in the offerings of mortals? Why transform the entire Western region into a Buddhist realm? Under the guise of compassion and equality, you exploit and control others to satiate your ambitions and desires, disregarding the suffering and needs of sentient beings. Cloaking malevolence in the guise of benevolence, you sculpt yourselves as paragons of righteousness. Those who do not conform to your dogma are branded as demonic and wicked, ignoring the moral fabric of the world, the 7 emotions and 6 desires. You are left with nothing but an illusory light of compassion. In my view, you are the epitome of hypocrisy in this world, the gravest malignancy afflicting humanity. The final statement was nearly a shout, thoroughly unmasking the facade of hypocrisy within the so-called Buddhist order. Beside him, Nangong Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration, her affection for Qin Changsheng deepening. She had never anticipated that he would continue to astonish her, not only with his eloquence and profound martial prowess, but now also by rendering the Buddhist order speechless. This was the man she had chosen. Amitabha, Hoku murmured, seemingly pained by the words of his opponent. You are eloquent and articulate. I am but a humble monk and not your match. However, the more you speak, the deeper your descent into demonic realms, and the more urgently you require purification and redemption. As his words fell, a beam of Buddha light flashed, indicating his intention to cease the discourse and prepare for action. With a chuckle, the pretense dissipated, and the confrontation was laid bare. When words failed, would they resort to violence? Indeed, such is the customary demeanor of your Buddhist sect. Yet, should they falter in combat, Would they then resort to lofty platitudes? Shall you? Advance. Qin Changsheng maintained a leisurely mockery, for the eminent figures of the Buddhist realm had yet to arrive. Beside him, Qin Yu emerged with a face of dismay. Casting a resentful glance at Qin Changsheng, his mind rife with unspoken grievances. "Oh, ancestors, my opponent is none other than the supreme of the Buddhist sect. As a mere peak sage, am I to challenge such a figure? This first battle to restore my cultivation, and it is against a Buddhist supreme? Surely, this is not the way to hone one's skills." Hui Ku observed Qin Yu's emergence, sensing his aura, and furrowed his brow. "Peak sage? How is this possible? From my observations, he seems quite youthful. Could he truly be at the pinnacle of sagehood? Even the prodigies of the central domain are not so exceptional. Is it conceivable that he hails from a hidden ancient lineage, recently emerged, unaware of the might of our Buddhist order?" Setting aside such thoughts, Hui Ku recalled the Buddha's prophecy of the resurgence of the Buddhist sect in this era. Regardless of who the opponent might be, they would find it impossible to contend with the might of Buddhism. With resolve, he raised his staff, summoning a radiant light akin to thunder, directing it towards Qin Yu. What ensued was a flurry of exchanges, a spirited clash between the two. Their battle drew the attention of certain Buddhist practitioners on Mount Shumi, who watched silently, refraining from intervening. After all, the current power of the Buddhist sect rendered them indifferent to all else. Initially, Qin Yu could do little but endure the blows, but fortunately, his void sovereign scripture had reached a small level of accomplishment, allowing him to barely withstand the onslaught. As time passed, he gradually acclimated to his current cultivation, defending himself with increasing adeptness, and occasionally managing to launch a counterattack. "Excellent." Qin Changsheng nodded in approval, observing the unfolding scene. After all, being young and merely at the peak of sagehood, Qin Yu was pitted against a seasoned supreme, and the fight was commendable under such circumstances. However, it was clear that if this continued, victory would surely belong to Qin Yu, for he had tirelessly cultivated his meridians with the primordial essence, establishing a martial foundation far beyond that of his peers. Indeed, as Qin Yu thrust his spear, tearing through Hui Ku's robe, Hui Ku swiftly retreated from the fray, his expression one of shock. "The sun-driving spear technique. Are you of the Qin family?" His eyes revealed profound confusion. How could a humble Qin family from the northern domain produce such a remarkable talent? With a smirk, Qin Changsheng seized the moment to further taunt. "Isn't your Buddhist sect known for transcending the mundane? How is it that you are so familiar with the techniques of a mere Qin family? Or do you perhaps gather intelligence on martial arts from across the world, harboring grand ambitions?" The sun-driving spear technique was indeed a treasured martial art passed down from the second ancestor of the Qin family. "Your words are sharp, yet soon you shall learn what true torment entails." Hui Ku seethed with indignation, his facade crumbling entirely. The young man speaking radiated an air of arrogance, clearly a scion of privilege. Dismissing the Buddhist sect with an air of disdain, relying on the protection of two formidable guardians at the saint and supreme levels. He incessantly exchanged barbs while his guardians battled fiercely, embodying a juxtaposition of action and idle chatter. In this moment, Hui Ku recalled a legend from within the Buddhist community about a predecessor named Xuanzang, who was famously verbose and met his end at the hand of the Buddha, reincarnated thereafter. Chapter 51. The True Culprit Revealed, the Buddhist Disciple Hui Kong. "Yuer, take this bald monk and turn him into a porcupine." Qin Changsheng, without further ado, tossed a long spear to Qin Yu, unfazed by the presence of a mere supreme Arhood, whose existence failed to stir even the slightest ripple in his composure. "Understood, ancestor," Qin Yu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he beheld the spear, one of the 8 supreme imperial weapons previously showcased by his ancestor. Assurance surged within him. Although he could not unleash the full might of the imperial weapon, wielding this spear would suffice to vanquish a supreme of the Buddhist sect with ease. After much anticipation, the day he had longed for had finally arrived, and his dreams were within reach. His gaze towards Hui Ku softened considerably. "Thanks to you, I've managed to grasp this coveted imperial weapon ahead of time. If I treat you gently and pierce you with 81 strikes, you ought to meet your end, should you survive. The blame lies not with me." Upon overhearing the exchange between Qin Yu and Qin Changsheng, Hui Ku experienced an epiphany. "Ancestor, so this young man is the long-lost progenitor of the Qin family, the fabled mortal who inadvertently consumed the elixir of immortality. Truly a foolhardy individual, daring to provoke the holy sanctuary of Buddhism. What a disgrace to the elixir of life. With this realization, Huiku's mind settled. It was not an ancient, mysterious force at play, merely the Qin family, which could be extinguished with a mere flick of the finger. Bring forth the spear, Qin bellowed. Since witnessing the three ancestors wield the sword to slay the would-be emperor, he had yearned for this day, eagerly anticipating the moment. As he infused his spiritual energy into the long spear, it seemed to awaken, trembling slightly as it tore through the surrounding void, poised to suppress all adversaries. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the spear, enveloping the surroundings in a tempest of destructive energy capable of annihilating all. The very fabric of space quaked, as if bowing before its might. Huiku's face contorted in horror, as if confronting the revival of a supreme emperor, an imperial majesty descending upon the world. What? A gasp echoed from the void. Even atop Shumi Mountain, deep within the so-called Pure Land, several of the most ancient Buddhas abruptly opened their eyes. Disbelief etched upon their features. This was the aura of an imperial weapon awakening. How could this be possible? Yet, Qin Yu's momentum remained unabated as he thrust towards Huiku. Fear and despair filled Huiku's eyes, under the divine might of the imperial weapon. He found himself utterly powerless to evade, even unable to tear through the fabric of space to escape. He was consumed by rage. Who could have anticipated that? Amidst a fair fight, the adversary would suddenly unveil a weapon of unparalleled might? Was there no honor in combat? Just as Huiku was on the verge of being pierced, a chilling voice echoed from the void, imbued with a formidable killing intent. A figure emerged, standing resolutely before Huiku. It was none other than the current Bodhisattva, the future Buddha, Huikong, arguably the most distinguished disciple of the Buddhist order in a millennium, who, at merely a few thousand years of age, had ascended to the late quasi-emperor stage, becoming one of the supreme titans. With a casual flourish, he unleashed a torrent of power from within, the radiance of the Buddha illuminating the atmosphere as it surged towards the imperial weapon's blade. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a blinding light, before tranquility enveloped the realm once more. Upon observing Huikong, one noted that, despite remaining unscathed, he had retreated 3 steps. Umitba, he murmured softly, casting a covetous glance at the long spear in Qin Yu's grasp, who lay prostrated on the ground. Indeed, this imperial weapon is fated to be with me. Its murderous intent is excessive and requires purification by the Buddha. Umitba, if I do not descend into hell, who will? He then sought to claim the spear for himself, donning an expression of profound compassion, as if seizing another's weapon under the guise of purification was an act of immense virtue. As for Qin Yu on the ground, he remained indifferent, sensing that his opponent could only wield the imperial weapon once. At this moment, he posed no threat. Ah, what a connection to the Buddha, came the derisive voice of Qin Changsheng, echoing once more. Truly, in any realm, the Buddhist sects exhibited this same disposition. My ears have grown calloused from hearing such words. I feel a connection with your mother as well. Mount Sumeru is also linked to me. Pray, do step aside, for you stand upon my territory. Qin Yu cast an admiring glance at his ancestor, who, like a mouthpiece, had articulated his innermost thoughts. Upon hearing this, Huikong halted, his brows furrowing as he fixed an unyielding gaze upon Qin Changsheng. Who was this audacious individual, with such foul words? He deserves to have his tongue cut out. An ordinary person? Huikong scrutinized Qin Changsheng closely, yet failed to penetrate his facade. At best, he appeared to be an ordinary person with a slightly more appealing visage. While Huikong meticulously observed Qin Changsheng, Nangong Yin was fixated on him as well. It's him, she gasped, her breath quickening, her body trembling violently. Her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, blood seeping forth, yet she felt no pain. She would never forget that face. It was Huikong, the same fearsome visage that had ruthlessly extracted the nether pearl from her sister's body that fateful day, subsequently delivering a fatal blow to her sister. But recalling the terrifying aura that had erupted from Huikong moments ago, despair filled Nangong Yan's eyes. He was far too powerful. Unexpectedly, with the assistance of the ethereal treasure, the thief's cultivation has ascended at an astonishing rate. In merely a few thousand years, he stands on the pinnacle of this world. impervious even to the imperial weapon from earlier. Furthermore, he is backed by the formidable force of the Buddhist sect. In this realm, is there anyone left who can avenge me? Upon contemplating this, Nangang Yin felt her body sway, nearly collapsing. Qin Changsheng, observing her distress, gently embraced her, allowing her to lean against him, and softly reassured, "It's all right, I am here." Hearing this, Nangang Yin lifted her gaze, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes, only to be extinguished moments later. She merely regarded Qin Changsheng's words as consolation, harboring little expectation. Qin Lang remains too much a scholar, lacking understanding of the Buddhist sect's terrifying nature. "Is it him?" Qin Changsheng inquired further. "Yes." "Ah, then what shall be done? I long to consume his flesh, drink his blood, and tear his tendons, shatter his bones, and turn him to ash." Acknowledging her inevitable demise, Nangang Yin relinquished her restraint. In response, Qin Changsheng indeed shook his head. "That won't do. The meat of this bald donkey is too tough, the blood too foul. Let us just reduce him to ash directly." As the two engaged in their banter, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, discussing their own fates as if they were already captured, Hui Kong, in a fit of rage, laughed coldly. "Ha ha! Well, since you both desire death so fervently, I shall grant it." A chilling intensity flickered in his eyes. It had been many years since he became a disciple of Buddha, and no one had dared to disregard him so brazenly. It seems the Buddhist sect has concealed its brilliance for too long. The world has forgotten its terror. Chapter 52. If I become a demon, what can Buddhism do? In an instant, the radiance of Buddha surged forth. An unfathomably terrifying aura erupted from Hui Kong, engulfing the entire land. Behind him, faint visions of ancient Buddhas shimmered, clearly indicating that his cultivation had reached its zenith. The light of Buddha, embodying sacred compassion, also bore a hint of sharpness and destructive menace. Within its glow, an essence of malevolence and cruelty lurked, instilling a sense of dread. The magnitude of this pressure compelled even the numerous Buddhas behind Hui Kong to retreat a few steps. "Amitabha," murmured one of the Buddhas. "It appears that the esteemed disciple of Buddha is truly enraged this time." When the Buddha is enraged, all beings transcend. Under this overwhelming force, Nangang Yin felt her very soul tremble, her breath becoming labored. Yet, being at the peak of the supreme realm, she quickly channeled her energy. Drawing her sword from its sheath, aware of her disadvantage, she refused to succumb passively, even if it meant merely inflicting a slight wound upon her opponent, though it would implicate Qin Lang. In her final moments, she slowly turned her head towards Qin Changsheng, preparing to take a last glance. However, this glance left her unsettled, for she could not comprehend what she saw. Qin Changsheng remained composed, as if the oppressive aura emanating from his adversaries was non-existent. He even stretched and yawned, then scoffed. "If you wish to kill, then go ahead. Yet, to speak of transcendence, you people possess a certain artistry in your words. And the fury of the Buddha? Alas, merely impotent rage. Ladies and gentlemen, the times have changed. Welcome to the era of my Qin family. Regrettably, you may not live to witness it. TSK. Truly a pity." With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Changsheng shook his head in lamentation while slowly extending one hand. Though his movement was languid and lacked any semblance of might, as he gestured, the overwhelming pressure dissipated entirely, and the phenomena behind Hui Kong vanished, as if he were merely plucking a chick from the air, drawing Hui Kong before him. In that instant, the once invincible Hui Kong appeared weak and powerless, stripped of all his cultivation. This scene unfolded so swiftly that the onlookers scarcely had time to react. Hui Kong had already knelt before Qin Changsheng and his companion. The Buddhist practitioners watched in utter astonishment, their imaginations outstripped by the reality before them. What had become of the promised wrath of the Buddha? What had happened to the transcendence of all beings? How could he possibly kneel? Who in this world could render the esteemed bodhisattva utterly defenseless? Surely, even the Buddha or the prominent leaders among the human race could not achieve such a feat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they collectively inhaled sharply. Their eyes filled with dread as they gazed at Qin Changsheng. Where had this ancient fiend emerged from? As the focal point of the event, Hui Kong trembled uncontrollably. Devoid of his previous lofty demeanor, his entire being quaking in fear. He comprehended the sheer terror encapsulated in that earlier grasp. As if legions bowed in submission and the very laws of nature retreated, His peak late-stage cultivation felt akin to that of an infant, instantaneously sealed of all spiritual power, and drawn forth. This was beyond the realm of a quasi-emperor's capabilities. Could it be that he faced an unparalleled emperor? Impossible, utterly impossible. Huikong would rather perish than accept such a terrifying hypothesis. With the barriers of heaven and earth intact, and no emperor present. This had been the cosmic order since time immemorial. How could anyone transcend such laws? It was laughable. The opponent must have employed some clandestine means to stealthily seal his powers. Yes, it had to be that way, Huikong reassured himself. With this thought, his expression softened slightly. He refused to believe that the adversary could wield such a celestial technique repeatedly. Once the Buddha and other ancient figures emerged, they would surely rescue him. At that moment, Qin Changsheng turned his attention to Nangong Yin, his tone gentle. Yinner, you may handle him as you wish. Let the pursuit of justice for Qinxing commence with him. Nangong Yin stood transfixed, unable to fathom the spectacle unfolding before her. What she had assumed would be a fatal confrontation had taken an unexpected turn. As Qin Changsheng demonstrated unfathomable prowess, capturing their foe with a single stroke. As she gazed at the prostrate Huikong, tears streamed down her face. For years, the haunting image of her sister's tragic demise had plagued her, and avenging her sister had been her unwavering obsession. Today, I can finally avenge my sister. Without pausing to inquire about Qin Changsheng's precise cultivation, she unsheathed her sword with a resounding clang, aiming to pierce Huikong through. At that moment, several ancient and icy voices reverberated. Boldly, cease your actions. Amitba. With the final utterance of the Buddha's name, an overwhelming radiance enveloped Mount Shumi. All the disciples and citizens of the Buddhist realm seemed to sense a profound energy as countless powers of faith converged, forming a towering golden Buddha that reached the heavens. The terrifying light of the Buddha instantaneously swept across the entire Western Buddhist realm. We welcome the Buddha. Every disciple present knelt in reverence, their expressions sanctified. Before their words faded, a dozen ancient Buddhas emerged slowly from the depths of the Pure Land. Among them stood one at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, 3 in the late quasi-emperor stage, while the rest were in the early and mid stages. This formidable assembly held significant weight among the human race today, which explained why they were feared by the major powers of the central domain. Leading the procession was the current Buddha, whose true name remained a mystery. The terrifying light and rules swirled around him, threatening to rend asunder all that surrounded him. Amitba, the Buddha murmured, his countenance grave as he regarded Qin Changsheng. Everything that had transpired was within his divine perception. However, he could not fathom the means by which Qin Changsheng had just acted. With the world on the brink of transformation, he hesitated to offend an unknown adversary unless absolutely necessary. Benefactor, do not fall into the path of darkness. Do not mislead yourself. Return the Buddha's child, and let this matter rest. Ha! Qin Changsheng seemed to be amused, exuding an air of unrestrained bravado as he threw back his head and laughed heartily. His laughter pierced the heavens, reverberating like thunder, shattering all worldly constraints. Is it you who decides what is Buddha and what is demon? With a smirk that belied his confidence, he declared to the world, if I am Buddha, there shall be no demons. If I become a demon, what can the Buddha do to me? His audacious laughter resonated in the ears of all present on Mount Shumi. Nangong Yin gazed dreamily at this man brimming with fervor, utterly entranced in that moment, a sense of pride blossoming within her heart. Look, this is the man I adore. Yinner, take action. Qin Changsheng's sudden command interrupted her reverie. She hesitated briefly, then reluctantly diverted her gaze from him to her foe, Huikong, on the ground. With a roar, she no longer hesitated, driving her sword down with force, piercing deeply into Huikong's body. The violent surge of spiritual power erupted within him, accompanied by the distinct sound of bones cracking and Huikong's anguished cries echoing throughout the arena. As she continued to thrust and withdraw her blade, Huikong's meridians shattered. Bones splintered in multiple places, and veins burst forth, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Chapter 53. The Buddha's Wrath, the Demon Subduing Great Array. Huikong curled up on the ground, wailing in agony. A prodigy from a young age, he had never endured such treatment before. You seek death. The Buddha's voice was filled with ire, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. He could not fathom how the adversary dared to defy all norms and torment his disciple so brazenly in his presence. Although he did not wish to provoke this individual, it was not out of fear. This was the sacred ground of the Buddha, fortified with various contingencies left by the Buddhas of yore. And even the imperial weapons of the Buddha were 2 in number. Even an emperor would meet a bitter end here. Moreover, the constraints of heaven and earth meant that only those at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status could exist in this world. Buddha's wrath, golden lotus. With a furious roar, the Buddha unleashed a terrifying aura, and a colossal hand materialized, hurtling towards Qin Changsheng and Nangong Yen. His patience had worn thin, regardless of the opponent's stature. Blood would be spilled today. After all, this was the sacred ground of the Buddha, Mount Sumeru, which would not tolerate any form of chaos. Faced with such a formidable strike, even the Lord of the divine race would think twice. Yet, Qin Changsheng remained unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, not even lifting his eyelids. With a subtle wave of his arm, what appeared to be an overwhelmingly powerful Buddha's hand dissipated into nothingness before it could reach him. Such horror! Seeing this, the Buddha's brow furrowed, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. That was a full-powered strike imbued with anger, effortlessly neutralized by this individual. This person's cultivation may indeed surpass my own. Who could he possibly be? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through the Buddha's mind. Although he had never directly confronted the renowned lords of the divine, demonic, and beast races, he had once sparred with the human race's foremost expert, Chu Jingtian, who certainly lacked such prowess. Could it be an ancient being left over from the era of the fallen emperors? From the array, the Buddha no longer hesitated. To prevent any unforeseen events, he resolved to use an array to forcefully suppress and crush his opponent. The 4 symbols demon-subduing locking heaven great array was the Buddha's most formidable protective formation. The greater the number of participants, the more potent the array became, surpassing even the renowned 108 Arhat formation of the Buddha. Amitabha. As the Buddha commanded the formation, countless disciples began to chant the Buddha's name, emerging from various locales of Mount Sumeru. Like dark clouds descending upon a city, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the sky. In an instant, the world was turned upside down, and boundless Buddha light pierced through and illuminated the entire firmament, causing the sun and moon to pale and the universe to be overturned. Countless powerhouses from the cave abode realm, Dharma aspect realm, and saint realm appeared, with even a significant number from the supreme realm and quasi-emperor status. This was the terrifying foundation of the Buddha, the only extraordinary force in the western regions. Amitabha. The Buddha flew to the heart of the formation, bowing his head in solemnity, his ambitions swelling as he observed all that transpired. Having remained hidden for too long, it seemed the world had forgotten the terror of the Buddha. Thus, from this day forth, the Buddhist realm officially enters the world. With this battle, we proclaim to all, the Buddha returns. As time flows, countless disciples of the Buddhist order have formed a formation, their hands clasped in prayer, reciting scriptures and mantras, radiating an endless divine brilliance. The earth begins to tremble, bathed in a boundless light of the Buddha. At the center of this formation stands the Buddha, wielding a vajra, surrounded by a halo of golden light, mysterious golden runes flickering, spiritual energy surging, and resonant Buddhist chants emanating from his lips, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. A colossal barrier of Buddhist light forms, enveloping the entire Mount Sumeru, even the entire Buddhist realm. This formation not only isolates the world, but also amplifies the power of its master 100-fold. Meanwhile, on Qin Changsheng's side, Qin Yu has already risen from the ground, cunningly hiding behind his ancestor, feeling a sense of safety in the presence of such a grand scene, knowing he is merely a minor player in this great spectacle. Nangong Yen anxiously observes everything, but her strength is inadequate to halt the formation, leaving her no choice but to cast her gaze upon Qin Changsheng. Changsheng, quickly stop it. If the formation is completed, it could spell disaster for us. Fear not. This is merely a small matter. Qin Changsheng gestures reassuringly, quietly observing the unfolding events. He is acutely aware that an array formed by countless Buddhist disciples, including numerous quasi-emperors, is indeed formidable. However, what does it matter? He possesses absolute confidence in his ability to overcome any challenge. With the starry ancient path closed off, his peak cultivation as an emperor represents the pinnacle of this world. Moreover, with the Hongming Creation Sutra at his side, alongside numerous imperial weapons. To fear a mere Buddhist formation would invite ridicule from other travelers of time. Rest easy. Senior Nangong, my ancestor assures me this is a minor affair, and indeed it is. Qin Yu chimes in, offering words of comfort. What a jest. My ancestor is an unparalleled emperor. Beneath him, all are but ants. This is no trivial matter. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Yin ceases her insistence, subtly moving closer to Qin Changsheng. Regardless of the circumstances, at this moment, simply standing by his side suffices. Just as Qin Yu is about to speak again, he notices everything and quietly steps back. Ah, the plight of the single, abandoned soul. Amitabha, the Buddha in the sky finally speaks. Such boldness you possess, remaining unmoved in the face of the Buddhist formation. Have you not heard of the 4 symbols subduing demons locking heaven formation of our Buddhist order? At this moment, his mind steadies. Although he does not comprehend why the adversary allows the formation to take shape, the momentum is now established. Even if the opponent possesses extraordinary capabilities, it would not last long. What a trivial formation. I've never heard of it. Qin Changsheng cannot help but mock. To speak candidly, he was indeed somewhat disheartened. With such a grand spectacle, he had anticipated that the convergence of countless disciples of the Buddhist order would yield the emergence of a great emperor to engage with. Yet, the reality fell short of his expectations. In his perception, the power of the Buddha had not undergone any qualitative leap. It was merely a straightforward accumulation of cultivation, barely equating to the strength of several peak quasi-emperors. But what use is that? They are still but ants. Truly, the thunder is loud while the rain is sparse. It is a futile display. Better to listen to a melody instead. Qin Changsheng shook his head and remarked, how dull. If this is all there is to your prowess, you might as well take your own life. It would be more dignified that way. Yenner, proceed. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yin was initially taken aback, but then she realized that Huikong was still alive. Observing Huikong's pitiable state on the ground, she harbored no sympathy. Rather, an inexorable hatred surged within her. To prevent further complications, she thrust her sword directly at Huikong's purple mansion, intent on avenging her sister by eliminating him first. Chapter 54. Does Qin have need to explain his actions to others? Impudent. The Buddha's roar reverberated through the heavens, his visage contorted with fury, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Everything transpired too rapidly for him to react. The Buddhist disciple before him had perished, his soul extinguished. He had fancied himself in complete control, believing the opponent would harbor some trepidation. He could not have anticipated such a sudden strike. The Buddha felt his rage reach its zenith. Even the foremost expert of humanity, Chu Jingtian, would treat him with respect, yet this obscure figure, time and again, provoked and disregarded him. A gentleman may endure much, but even the most patient cannot tolerate this. With a thunderous exhortation, Buddha's light illuminates all. Countless ethereal Buddhist figures emerged behind him, and a Buddha's hand spread across the sky, obscuring the sun and casting a pall over the land. The heavens darkened instantaneously. This was the combined might of dozens of peak quasi-emperors. The Buddha believed that no one in the world could withstand such an assault. Soon after, the Buddha's hand descended, aiming directly at Qin Changsheng. Boom! The very fabric of the universe trembled, emitting an incandescent brilliance that compelled the assembled monks to shut their eyes momentarily. However, when the radiance dissipated and they reopened their eyes, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. Qin Changsheng and his companions remained standing at their previous location, utterly unscathed. Especially Qin Changsheng, untouched by worldly concerns, exuded an air of calm confidence, a faint smirk gracing his lips, as if the cataclysmic barrage of Buddha's hands had been naught but an illusion. The eyes of all present from the Buddhist order widened in disbelief, their minds momentarily paralyzed. How could such a phenomenon occur? An ancient Buddha murmured, clearly in a state of disarray. The combined force of their collective might had failed to inflict even a modicum of damage, leading them to question the very nature of their existence. The Buddha himself was thrown into disarray, his brow twitching slightly. The usually composed and proud figure could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. Is this truly the conclusion? It cannot be so. Qin Changsheng's smile was enigmatic. You have concluded your endeavors, and now it is my turn. Qin Changsheng felt a sense of ennui. They were far too feeble. No matter how much the quasi-emperor amplified their power, They remained merely a quasi-emperor, possessing a qualitatively distinct level. He resolved to bring this to a swift conclusion. Moreover, I detest looking up at others. Humph. This slight huff from Qin Changsheng, imbued with the pinnacle of imperial cultivation and unmatched imperial majesty, resonated like thunder descending upon the realm. The entire cosmos trembled instantaneously, and a tempest of spatial turbulence erupted, accompanied by ripples in the void that radiated in all directions. All the disciples of the Buddhist sect forming the array felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Their spirits shaken, the radiant light within them faltered, and the protective Buddhist dome created by the formation began to fracture. In less than a breath, the grand formation collapsed, and the multitude of Buddhist disciples could no longer withstand the imperial might. They erupted with blood, plummeting from the sky like dumplings, unaware of their fate. Even the Buddha, a peak figure, could not maintain his position in the air. His internal spiritual power surged uncontrollably, leading to his descent. "Impossible! You are an emperor!" the Buddha exclaimed, as if confronted with the most terrifying revelation in existence. In this moment, even he, despite his foolishness, comprehended that Qin Changsheng could not merely be a quasi-emperor. This power was undoubtedly that of the supreme emperor. But how could this be? The mark of destiny remains. The barriers of heaven and earth have not been breached. How could an emperor manifest in this world? In response to the Buddha's bewilderment, Qin Changsheng maintained his composure, a slight smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "You are not entirely foolish. At this point, do you still dare to claim I am a demon?" With a single step from Qin Changsheng, the heavens dimmed, and the resplendent imperial might descended upon the world, causing the very fabric of existence to quake. The domain of the emperor enveloped the entire Mount Shumi, even the Buddhist realm. All living souls trembled, and those of lesser cultivation instinctively knelt in submission. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to surge violently, swirling around Qin Changsheng. Tempests raged, and bolts of lightning intertwined, creating a magnificent spectacle, while mysterious and ancient runes materialized beneath his feet, radiating brilliant light. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire universe was reduced to the presence of Qin Changsheng alone, akin to a deity descending. "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" The infernal voice resounded throughout the Western Buddhist realm. The numerous disciples of the Buddhist sect who had narrowly escaped death prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling in fear. Could it be that today, the Buddhist sect is destined for ruin? Impossible. There must be a turning point. What of our great emperor? Did not the Buddha foretell that our sect would flourish in this era? Has the prophecy, born of the Buddha's own life, proven false? No. The Buddha let out a roar, albeit his voice trembled slightly. "You, as the emperor of humanity, ought to safeguard humankind, yet you now cause harm to your own kin. Do you not fear being reviled by humanity? When the great upheaval occurs, and the revered ancestors of the human race return, do you not fear divine retribution?" The Buddha's inquiry awakened the remaining disciples, igniting a flicker of survival instinct in their eyes. Indeed, we are all brethren of the human race. As the great emperor of humanity, you would not resort to total annihilation, would you? In this moment, they slightly raised their heads, casting hopeful glances towards the towering figure, yearning for mercy on behalf of their kin. Ha ha ha! Qin Changsheng indeed laughed heartily at the heavens. "Kin? Protection? How absurd! Have you, apart from draining the lifeblood of our kind, ever stepped onto the battlefield of myriad races to lend a hand for humanity? In my eyes, you are no different from that dark abyss, merely cloaked in a facade of light. Perhaps your ancestors, like the Buddha, did shed blood for our race. But what of it? Their legacy has sheltered you for countless years. You are unworthy to be called brethren." Furthermore, Qin Changsheng paused momentarily. "In my life, I have no need to justify my actions to others." As his words concluded, Qin Changsheng gently raised his right hand, and an enormous palm manifested in the sky, enveloping the entire Buddhist realm, a catastrophic aura brewing within. In an instant, a chilling breath of death permeated the hearts of all within the Buddhist sect. Ha! At that moment, however, the Buddha suddenly erupted in laughter. The next instant, chaos erupted deep within the Pure Land, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as purple energy surged forth. Two terrifying pressures ascending as if divine weapons were emerging. Subsequently, two beams of light soared into the heavens, racing forth, and in the blink of an eye, They arrived beside the Buddha, encircling him. One was a small stupa, and the other a string of prayer beads. Amitabha. Upon witnessing this, the monks chanted sutras in reverence and knelt down. These two artifacts are the supreme treasures of the Buddhist sect. One is the 10,000 Buddha stupa, the innate imperial weapon of the first-generation Buddha, which has been refined by countless ancient Buddhas and has now reached the pinnacle of imperial artifacts, slowly evolving towards a celestial tool. The other is the heavenly Buddha beads, left behind by the third-generation Buddha, also an imperial weapon of the utmost caliber. Chapter 55. The imperial artifacts of the Buddhist sect, the 10,000 Buddha stupa, and the heavenly Buddha beads. Although it is unclear the cost the Buddhist sect paid to awaken these imperial artifacts ahead of time, it is evident that with these two items, the monks found solace. For according to Buddhist records, during the era of the emperor's fall, the then peak of quasi-emperors, the Buddha had once used these two supreme imperial artifacts to slay two unmatched emperors. Ignorant youth, though you may have concealed your means from the heavenly Tao, you are still far too arrogant, believing that achieving the status of emperor grants you the power to trample all beneath your feet. Such naivety. Have you ever heard of my Buddhist sect's treasures, the 10,000 Buddha stupa and the heavenly Buddha beads? In this moment, with these two imperial artifacts by his side, the Buddha's confidence surged, and he could not help but mock. After all, he had ruled the western regions for tens of thousands of years. How could he easily sit idle? His earlier dialogue with Qin Changsheng was merely a ruse to numb his opponent, fearing that he would not afford him the time to directly subdue him. Everything was orchestrated to awaken the imperial artifacts of the Buddhist sect. Although it required the expenditure of countless resources, if he could slay Qin Changsheng and obtain the opportunities to ascend to emperor, then all would be worth it. Qin Changsheng remained silent, watching the Buddha's performance as one would a jester. Seeing Qin Changsheng so disdainful of him, the Buddha's expression grew grim, unable to contain the fury swelling within. What of the emperor? Within the Buddhist realm, I reign supreme. Die! With a thunderous roar from the Buddha, he formed a series of incantations and hurled the heavenly Buddha pearl directly at Qin Changsheng, intent on using the pearl's centuries of accumulated Buddhist power to utterly suppress him. As the heavenly Buddha pearl soared through the void, the very fabric of space collapsed, obliterating all laws, as if the apocalypse had descended. Amitabha, it is finally coming to an end. Under such world-destroying force, this fiend would surely face justice. Sensing the terrifying aura of the heavenly Buddha pearl, ancient Buddhas clasped their hands in prayer, murmuring. In their eyes, the heavenly Buddha pearl, which had once slain great emperors, would not disappoint them this time. For their opponent was undoubtedly a cunningly opportunistic emperor. How much power could he truly wield? Yet, in the next moment, Qin Changsheng's reaction made them question their very existence. He remained utterly unfazed, his robes billowing in the wind, a hint of disdain in his gaze, as he merely extended a finger and gave a gentle flick, sending forth a mysterious force to meet the heavenly Buddha pearl. Suddenly, he was struck by a thought. What would happen if he infused a trace of primordial creation power into this force? Boom! In an instant, this force collided with the heavenly Buddha pearl. Yet, the power of the heavenly Buddha pearl, which could rival the full might of an emperor, was rendered utterly powerless before Qin Changsheng's enigmatic force. Akin to the chasm between a spiritual weapon and a divine artifact, vanishing without a trace. Even the heavenly Buddha pearl, an imperial weapon that had existed for countless years, exploded with a resounding crack, dissipating into the void. The primordial creation power, as the zenith of the universe's original force, not only represented creation but also harbored destruction. How could this be? The Buddha gasped in horror, his eyes reflecting profound shock and a hint of fear. This was an imperial weapon of the Buddhist sect, the peerless imperial weapon that had slain two emperors during the era of decline. How could it simply cease to exist? This scene left everyone present in stunned disbelief, their gazes fixed on Qin Changsheng, utterly dazed. Only Qin Yu seemed to have anticipated this outcome, betraying no significant astonishment. Recently baptized by his ancestors' primordial creation power, he had long speculated that the tier of this mysterious force far surpassed the heavenly path of this realm. After all, which emperor could enable a wastrel to ascend to the sage realm in mere moments, now on the brink of entering the supreme realm? Compared to his ancestor, those so-called ancient emperors appeared pathetically weak. Qin Yu gazed at Qin Changsheng with eyes full of reverence, transformed into a devoted admirer of his ancestor. Impossible, impossible. How could such absurdity exist? At this moment, the Buddha's murmuring voice echoed, sounding almost deranged, laden with profound confusion. He could not comprehend what had transpired in this world. For many years, the Buddhist sect has concealed its brilliance, preserving its strength in hopes of producing a great emperor in this era. One who would stand at the pinnacle of humanity, perhaps even at the zenith of all races. Yet, at this moment, it seems to have become a mere jest. Everything, in the presence of a true emperor, appears as insignificant as ants. No, wait. I still possess the 10,000 Buddha pagoda. Suddenly, the Buddha Lord awakens. His gaze lifting sharply, a glimmer of hope flashing across his face. Yes, the 10,000 Buddha pagoda, the supreme sacred artifact of the Buddhist sect, has, through years of nurturing, begun to take on the semblance of a semi-divine artifact. It will surely be able to subdue the opponent. Moreover, the mysterious and terrifying power displayed by the adversary moments ago suggests that even an emperor would struggle to unleash a second strike. With this thought, the Buddha Lord's eyes rekindle with brilliance, his aura swelling exponentially as he bellows. All Buddhas return to the origin, all disciples of the Buddhist sect. Heed my command and converge your powers upon me. 10,000 Buddha pagoda, suppress. As the small pagoda ascends into the void, surrounded by purple mist, it rapidly grows to an immense height, countless arcane runes shimmering, and waves of Buddhist chants emanating from within the tower, directed towards Qin Changsheng. Wherever it passes, the void collapses, and even the celestial path's self-restorative ability cannot mend the rifts in the fabric of space in the short term. Sensing the faint yet ethereal aura emanating from the pagoda, Qin Changsheng's gaze sharpens. After all, this touches upon the taboos of the celestial realm, and he cannot afford to be careless. He unleashes a tempestuous aura, channeling the remnants of his recently cultivated transformative power into his right hand, which he extends towards the 10,000 Buddha pagoda. The pagoda, sensing a tremendous threat, emits a series of mournful cries. After a brief struggle, it attempts to flee in the opposite direction, revealing its sentient nature as it seeks to escape Qin Changsheng's grasp. However, how could Qin Changsheng allow it to evade? The peak power of an emperor erupts forth, generating an overwhelming pull. The pagoda can no longer resist and is seized by Qin Changsheng, instantly losing its luster. With a sharp crack, Qin Changsheng grips tightly, a clear sound resonating throughout the arena. Evidently, the 10,000 Buddha pagoda has been vanquished. Suddenly, the heavens tremble, thunder rumbles, dark clouds gather, and rain begins to pour, as if the celestial path mourns for the loss of an emperor weapon on the verge of transformation. Behind him, Qin Yu feels profound heartache, as if something of great importance is slipping away from him. Yet, his voice carries little weight, leaving him to cast a sorrowful gaze at Qin Changsheng's retreating figure. "Oh, Ancestor, please exercise caution. Your power does not require an emperor weapon. You could easily bestow it upon me. I'd never complain of excess. You are far too extravagant. A rare ultimate emperor weapon has been destroyed today under your hands. What a tragedy. Why do my eyes brim with tears? It is because of my deep love for the emperor weapon." While Qin Yu laments, the Buddhist sect is engulfed in despair, feeling as though the very heavens have collapsed. Chapter 56. The Fall of the Buddhist Kingdom. Is my sister-in-law coming to the Qin family? The Buddha Lord, witnessing the scene, is driven to the brink of madness, his eyes wide with rage as he screams frantically. He watched in disbelief as the greatest pillar of the Buddhist sect was utterly crushed by the opponent. With a thud, the bodhisattva collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. His complexion pale, staring blankly at the shattered remnants of the 10,000 Buddha tower. Despair engulfed him. He had lost the will to continue fighting. The once proud demon suppression array and the imperial Buddhist weapons were, in the eyes of his adversary, pitifully weak. "Amitabha, Buddha, you have led me astray." The Buddha murmured to himself, struggling to prop himself up, sitting cross-legged, intending to terminate his own life to preserve his final dignity. In this fleeting moment of existence, a sudden epiphany struck him, and he glimpsed a thread of fate in the river of destiny. A spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he turned to Qin Changsheng and exclaimed, "Ha! It appears that the Buddha's prophecy was indeed correct, and you are the greatest variable in this world." As soon as the words left his lips, he began to vanish gradually from head to toe, as if he had never left a trace in this realm. Even with Qin Changsheng's peak divine perception, he could not discern how the Buddha had disappeared, as if the latter had touched upon a taboo and was obliterated by an unknown existence using supreme means, transcending layers of space and time. Thus, the once mighty ruler of the Buddhist sect fell with such ease. A chill ran down Qin Changsheng's spine, and he gasped in astonishment. What extraordinary power is this? A sense of impending doom surged within him. Facing such an enigmatic existence, even the peak of the emperor seemed insufficient. Yet, apart from the heart palpitations, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Qin Changsheng pondered, could it be a future version of myself? Regardless, it seemed that the strategy involving my former girlfriend needed to be prioritized. With this thought, Qin Changsheng felt a wave of annoyance. Was my good fortune coming to an end? I have not yet had my fill of enjoyment. Alas, I shall take it one step at a time. He shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic notions from his mind, and then turned his gaze toward the remaining disciples of the Shumi Mountain Buddhist sect. Boring, he scoffed. Since Qiner had been harmed by the Buddhist disciples, let the sect pay for it with their demise. With a cold, piercing gaze, he continued, enunciating each word with gravity. From this day forth, there shall be no Buddhist realm. He disregarded the pleas for mercy from the many disciples, and with a mere thought, a terrifying aura surged into the void. The colossal hand that had previously hung in the heavens reappeared, cleaving through the skies as it descended upon the entire Buddhist realm. An overwhelming force swept through, and the disciples of the Buddhist sect felt the suffocating pressure and despair. No, countless followers of the sect let out their final, desperate cries, their voices echoing throughout the realm, wails and lamentations resonating in the air, as everything was instantaneously torn asunder and shattered. Some ancient Buddhas gathered their spiritual energy, attempting to withstand the blow, but it proved utterly futile. The disparity in levels was insurmountable. Wherever the colossal hand descended, the edifices and faith of the Buddhist sect were reduced to ashes. As the dust settled, countless remnants of ancient Buddhas lay scattered, mingled with various shattered spiritual artifacts, portraying a scene of apocalyptic desolation. Thus, the Buddhist realm, a colossal entity that had loomed over humanity for countless years, was extinguished. Qin Changsheng observed this spectacle with a cold gaze, his consciousness sweeping across the surroundings, confirming that no soul remained alive. Having existed in this world for a millennium, he had long since shed any notions of benevolence, having discerned the harsh truth that survival of the fittest governed this realm. Moreover, what of the Buddhists? Better off without them. At that moment, a peculiar sensation stirred within Qin Changsheng, prompting him to glance at Nangong Yin beside him. He beheld an overwhelming surge of power emanating from her, enveloping her entirely, and within his perception, the barriers surrounding her began to shatter. In that instant, Nangong Yin transcended the pinnacle of supremacy, ascending to quasi-emperor status, truly stepping into the echelons of the world's elite. Qin Changsheng nodded slightly. It appeared that with the fall of the Buddhist sect, her vengeance was avenged, her inner demons dissipated, and her ascension to quasi-emperor was a natural progression. Alas, the poor girl had borne the weight of millennia of hatred and inner turmoil, which had nearly consumed her. Compassion filled Qin Changsheng's eyes. After a considerable time, Nangong Yin slowly opened her eyes, a single tear cascading down her cheek. "Sister, your vengeance has been fulfilled. You may now rest," she murmured. For so many years, she had lived ensnared by hatred, lamenting her inability to prevent her sister's demise and cursing her own powerlessness. Not once had she found solace in sleep. Each time she closed her eyes, the harrowing image of her sister's tragic end would resurface. Subsequently, she wiped away her tears, her heart a tumult of emotions as she fixed her gaze intently upon the man beside her, seemingly seeking to peer into his very soul. She could hardly fathom that the once innocent scholar, who had been subject to her sister's playful torment, had emerged as a formidable emperor of this age. Nangong Yin posed no further inquiries. She merely recognized him as the one whom her sister had cherished most in life, the very one who had avenged her. That sufficed. The karmic ties of her sister's life began and ended with him. In the days to come, should she endeavor to fulfill her sister's lifelong ambition? As she regarded Qin Changsheng, an absurd thought suddenly crossed her mind. "Thank you," Nangong Yin spoke, her gaze inexplicably evasive. "No need. It was the least I could do." Qin Changsheng replied, waving his hand. Having once been an ordinary mortal was one matter, but now as an emperor, seeking justice for his predecessor was simply a matter of course. Suddenly, it seemed as if Nangong Yin recalled something. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she murmured softly, Changsheng. Were you pretending back then? What? Qin Changsheng responded, bewildered. With a stomp of her foot, Nangong Yin seemed to revert to the innocent girl she once was, her voice rising in pitch. You often confuse me with Qiner and even intrude upon my bed. She cannot believe that Qin Changsheng, in merely a few thousand years, transformed from an ordinary mortal to an emperor. The only truth that remains is that Qin Changsheng feigned ignorance from the beginning. It was all an act. He audaciously covets both of us sisters. How scandalous. Though I chastise him as a lecher, deep down, I feel no anger, but rather a flicker of secret delight. So, he harbors feelings for me as well. Upon hearing such a shocking revelation, Qin Yu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated several paces, indicating his status as an uninvolved bystander, utterly oblivious. I dare not listen. Who knows if such explosive news might provoke our ancestor to silence us permanently. Yet, his pricked ears betrayed him. That is not true. I, Qin Changsheng, began to protest, at a loss for words. Slander. If you were not my sister-in-law, I would truly accuse you of defamation. Qin Changsheng felt a deep sense of despair. It seemed impossible to clear his name now. Indeed, he had once been an ordinary mortal, and mistaking someone was only natural. If this were to spread, it would tarnish his lifelong reputation. However, it was evident from Nangong Yan's demeanor that she was firmly convinced of this accusation. Rogue. Lecher. Nangong Yan spat vehemently, casting him a disdainful glance before turning to leave. Yet, her light-hearted steps indicated that her spirits remained high. Qin Changsheng was left speechless, clearly burdened with this unjust blame. It felt as if he were being falsely accused at his own doorstep. Where are you going? Qin Changsheng hastily pursued her, unable to restrain his curiosity. Home. Whose home? Your home. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng paused, gazing at her enchanting silhouette, muttering to himself. This cannot be right. It is indecent. You are my beloved sister-in-law. Yet, why did I feel a sense of excitement? Could it be due to the thrill of the unattainable? Shaking his head, Qin Changsheng propelled himself forward, chasing after her. Leaving behind a solitary Qin Yu, ignored and desolate, on the empty peaks of Shumi Mountain, resembling a forlorn dog. Suddenly, Qin Yu's realization struck him. If their ancestor were to transcend realms and return to the Qin family directly, what would become of him? Flying back from the western regions to the northern domain would be utterly exhausting. Ancestor, wait for me. Chapter 57. Nangong Yin takes the lead. A night of silence as night descended, a full moon hung high in the sky. Outside the Qin family's residence, Qin Changsheng's room, Qin Yu stood erect, dutifully vigilant. Tonight could very well be the auspicious night for their ancestor, and he silently vowed to prevent even a single mosquito from entering the room, lest it disturb the ancestor's enjoyment. Meanwhile, inside the room, Qin Changsheng was far from what Qin Yu had envisioned. He sat upright, composed. Yenner, what are your plans moving forward? Qin Changsheng inquired. Upon hearing the words, Nangong Yan's eyes flickered with traces of sorrow and confusion. Indeed, vengeance had been avenged. But where to go from here? Home, that had long ceased to exist, vanishing the moment his sister passed away. Now, it seemed that Qin Changsheng was the only remnant of the past in this vast world. I have no place to go. Perhaps, I could serve as a guest elder in your esteemed Qin family, if you would be so kind as to take me in. After a moment of silence, Nangong Yin spoke slowly. Without giving it much thought, Qin Changsheng nodded and replied, certainly. Help me guard the Qin family. After all, at present, the Qin family's highest surface combat power consists of only 2 supreme beings. The addition of a quasi-emperor would indeed be a welcome boon. You are already a great emperor. Do you truly require the assistance of a mere quasi-emperor in safeguarding the Qin family? Nangong Yin questioned, puzzled. The Qin family is currently in a phase of rapid development and requires extensive training. Besides Qin Yu, the others in the family are unaware of my cultivation level. So please do not disclose it. Very well, Nangong Yin acquiesced, and once again, a silence enveloped the atmosphere. The two exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. After a lengthy pause, Qin Changsheng began to feel a sense of urgency. Night was fast approaching. and the presence of a single man and woman in the same room could lead to scandalous rumors that might tarnish his reputation. If anything were to occur, it would be deemed utterly inappropriate, and it certainly bore the scent of taking advantage of a situation. Conversely, if nothing were to happen, it might imply that he was aging and frail. After contemplating, Qin Changsheng resolved that maintaining his reputation was of utmost importance, and he preferred to live with integrity. It's getting late. I've instructed Qin Yu to prepare a guest room for you. Would you like to? Qin Changsheng began, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, Nan Gong Yin merely adjusted her hair, showing no intention of leaving, and instead settled beside Qin Changsheng. I find this room quite agreeable. I have no desire to move for the time being, so I shall remain here. Qin Changsheng was left speechless. Dear sister, this is my room. Is it truly appropriate? Indeed, after several millennia, this girl still coveted my appearance. Just as he was about to continue his persuasion, Nan Gong Yin interjected, I am weary and wish to sleep. With that, she leaned her head against Qin Changsheng's shoulder, softly snoring, and promptly fell into slumber, her serene face still adorned with a trace of a peaceful smile. Sighing, Qin Changsheng suppressed the words that threatened to escape his lips, gazing at her with a newfound tenderness. With his great emperor's perception, he understood that she was genuinely exhausted, having lived in despair and hatred for thousands of years, likely never experiencing a sound sleep. He gently caressed her silky hair, a wave of fragrance enveloping him. Yet he felt no stirrings of desire, only tranquility. Thus, the night gradually passed. The following day, as dawn broke, a piercing scream shattered the serene morning. For heaven's sake, lower your voice. Are you afraid that others do not know you spent the night here? Qin Changsheng hastily covered her mouth. Rogue, you haven't done anything to me, have you? Nan Gong Yan's mind was a bit muddled as she hurriedly straightened her disheveled attire. It was hardly her fault. Upon awakening that morning, she realized her clothing was in disarray. Goodness, let us not turn the tables here. I am the victim. Qin Changsheng, feeling exasperated, gestured to his own tattered garments, which bore several large tears. He clearly never anticipated that Nan Gong Yin would be so unruly in her sleep. Nor did he know if she had experienced a nightmare or was simply prone to such behavior. Not only had she explored his body thoroughly, but her strength had also torn his clothes. Had he not resisted with all his might, she might have succeeded in her intentions. Of course, the details of the encounter were complicated, yet he was no victim himself and had retaliated in kind. Rogue, dare to act without owning up. After speaking, Nan Gong Yin strode toward the door, though her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, evidently aware of her untamed slumber. Having been teased by her younger sister in the past, outside the door, Qin Jin awaited, on the verge of inquiring about the conversation between his ancestor and Nan Gong Yin, which had continued throughout the night. Suddenly, the door creaked open. In Qin Jin's line of sight, Nan Gong Yan's exquisite visage gradually emerged, her face seemingly adorned with a blush. Initially taken aback, he then gaped in astonishment, soon revealing an understanding smile that men often share. Miss Nan Gong, has she been subdued? Ancestor, you are truly remarkable. It was said that the elder sister of the Nan Gong sisters was fiery in temperament, fiercely opposed to evil, and cold as ice toward men. Yet today, she appeared with eyes brimming with tenderness, a soft allure evident in her demeanor. Moreover, the disheveled state of her robe unmistakably indicated the events of that early morning, leaving Qin Jin astonished at the ancestral prowess displayed. After millennia apart, their reunion had been so fervent and relentless, especially given that she was his former sister-in-law. Was this not a bit excessive? Shaking his head, Qin Jin dared not ponder further. Once Nan Gong Yin had departed, he stepped into his ancestor's chamber. Upon entering, he was once again struck dumb. The bed was in utter disarray. Although his ancestor remained strikingly handsome, his clothes were in tatters, with nearly the entire upper garment shredded, as if he had endured a tempest. Qin Jin quickly lowered his gaze, feigning ignorance, while internally he mused, Ancestor, you certainly know how to indulge. No wonder you possess no cultivation talent. It appears all your skills have been allocated to this. Ancestor, the second elder has sent word, requesting your presence in the conference hall to discuss certain matters. Qin Jin stated respectfully. Qin Changsheng observed Qin Jin's reaction but maintained an impassive demeanor. It was merely a trivial matter. He had nothing to feel guilty about, so what was there to fear? He nodded slightly and replied, I shall go shortly. I also have some announcements to make, including appointing Nangong Yin as a guest elder. Yinner has now ascended to the position of a quasi-emperor, preparing to maintain a long-term presence at the Qin residence. You should craft an identity jade token in advance, and remember to make it aesthetically pleasing. Qin Zhen is genuinely astonished this time. Is the allure of the ancestors truly so profound that they could sway the other party to the Qin family in just one night? Most crucially, yesterday, Nangong Yin was still in the supreme realm, and today he has become a quasi-emperor? The efforts of the ancestors in a single night yielded such remarkable results? Or is it that Nangong Yin had been stifled for so many years without breaking through to quasi-emperor? The absurdity of this notion caused Qin Zhen to hastily shake his head, unwilling to entertain such thoughts, for that would be profoundly disrespectful. Understood, Ancestor. With that, Qin Zhen swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 58. The Developments in the Buddhist Kingdom and the Urgent Human Race Assembly. Upon entering the conference hall, Qin Changsheng instantly sensed a stifling atmosphere. His gaze swept across the fully occupied long table, where the clan elders wore solemn expressions, each seated in their respective places. At the upper end of the table, the second ancestor, Qin Changping, bore evident dark circles under his eyes, clearly having had a restless night. This scene filled Qin Changsheng with confusion. Had something significant occurred in the Qin family the previous night? Scanning the room, he noticed that the third ancestor, Qin Chang'an, was absent. Could it be that the third brother had perished? That shouldn't be the case. He possesses an imperial weapon for protection, and he is not one prone to a short life. Unable to restrain himself, Qin Changsheng inquired, "Why does everyone look so grim? What has transpired? And where is the third brother, Chang'an?" The second ancestor, Qin Changping, slightly lifted his head, his brow still furrowed. After a deep breath, he replied, "Elder brother, significant troubles have arisen within the human race." Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's heart instantly settled. Troubles concerning the human race surely had nothing to do with the third brother. As long as the Qin family faced no issues, all would be well. As for the nature of the troubles, he had a clear idea. It was undoubtedly related to the upheaval in the Buddhist kingdom. As he anticipated, the second ancestor recounted the mysterious destruction of the Buddhist kingdom. It turned out that prior to the great battle in the Buddhist kingdom, Qin Changsheng had utilized supreme divine abilities to obscure the heavenly secrets, thus failing to draw attention at the time. Until midnight, a quasi-emperor of the human race visited the Buddhist kingdom and unexpectedly discovered this astonishing change, hastily notifying the higher-ups of the human race. Upon receiving the news, the Yaochi Empress, the headmaster of Yuanshu Mountain, Yichobai, and the unparalleled top expert of the human race, the master of the heavenly martial hall, Chu Jingtian, gathered at the Buddhist kingdom. They subsequently issued a summons to convene an urgent assembly of the major factions within the human race. The third ancestor, Qin Chang'an, serves as the representative of the northern region Qin family and had gone to the central region to attend the meeting. He is yet to return. As for the news of the Buddhist kingdom's overnight annihilation, it could not be concealed in the slightest. It spread throughout the realm of humanity, even reaching the myriad races, like wings taking flight. After all, such a tragedy had not been heard of for tens of thousands of years, second only to the dark turmoil 100,000 years prior. Although the Buddhist kingdom had repeatedly refused to participate in the war among the myriad races, it remains a formidable power within the human race, and its destruction constitutes a significant loss for humanity. The power capable of annihilating the Buddhist kingdom in a single night could likely obliterate any faction of the human race as well. In an instant, all factions of humanity were engulfed in anxiety, struggling to find peace in slumber. Elder brother, what are we to do? Such a formidable entity as the Buddhist kingdom has vanished without a trace. Could it be that the dark forbidden zone has instigated a premature upheaval? Will the North be next? My heart is troubled for the Qin family. Perhaps we should consider relocating the entire Qin clan to the central domain, where the great imperial families and supreme sects flourish. Even if the dark forbidden zone were to unleash its full might, we could withstand it. The second ancestor, Qin Changping, was visibly distressed, pacing restlessly, unable to contain his inquiry towards Qin Changsheng. Even though he had presided over the Qin family for nearly 10 millennia, as long as his elder brother was present, he remained his pillar of support, an indelible mark etched in his very being. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's lips twitched. It appeared his younger brother was indeed frightened. As for the dark upheaval, Did he not realize that the true instigator stood right before him? However, this could serve as an excellent opportunity to spur the Qin family forward. Observing his brother's furrowed brow, he could not help but chastise. Look at your lack of ambition. You are already contemplating a mass exodus to the central domain in search of refuge. And what are you so afraid of? If the heavens were to fall, there would be those tall enough to uphold it. Moreover, have you not considered the merit of self-reliance? Strive to cultivate your strength, as that is the essence of true power. To be so easily daunted by the destruction of a mere Buddhist kingdom, no wonder after so many years of training, you have only achieved the status of a sovereign, and with merely saintly potential. It seems you lack an indomitable spirit. Is it any wonder your progress is so sluggish? A torrent of reprimands left Qin Changsheng momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth to retort but hesitated, casting a resentful glance at Qin Changsheng, feeling deeply aggrieved. He merely suggested a relocation for the sake of the clan's safety. Furthermore, elder brother, do you not realize the weight of your words? A mere Buddhist kingdom, while seemingly small in your eyes, is a colossal entity capable of obliterating our Qin family countless times over. And to suggest I lack an indomitable spirit, can such a notion be conceived by an ordinary person? I have endured countless beatings and humiliations from numerous prodigious talents, especially during my youth in the central domain, where I faced a series of defeats. How could one maintain an indomitable spirit under such circumstances? Despite these trials, I have still ascended to the rank of sovereign, surpassing the majority of the gifted. Is that not commendable? Though he grumbled internally, he dared not voice his dissent. In the end, the second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, could only find solace in the thought that elder brother was but a mortal, unable to grasp the disparities within the cultivation realm, a forgivable ignorance. At that moment, a figure clad in white descended on a sword, the third ancestor, having returned. The assembled crowd hurried to greet him. Third ancestor, have you uncovered the truth? Any news regarding the demise of the Buddhist kingdom? An elder inquired. Qin Changsheng. The third ancestor walked directly to the seat of honor, lifted a teacup, and took a hearty sip before letting out a profound sigh, slowly beginning to relay his findings. Alas, what a tumultuous time we find ourselves in. The individual behind the scenes is shrouded in mystery. Even the venerable Chu has employed the art of temporal divination to investigate, yet has uncovered not a single trace. The truth lurking beneath this enigma is likely far too terrifying, certainly beyond the capabilities of the dark forbidden zone. However, at this juncture, the three ancestors paused, a flicker of confusion crossing their faces. But what? Elder Taishang could not contain his impatience. It appears that Elder Yi Qiubai has discerned something, aware of certain hidden truths. Yet he hesitates, ultimately choosing to suppress this matter for the time being. The three ancestors were perplexed. If Elder Yi possessed some inkling of the situation, why would he refrain from sharing it, opting instead to shelve this monumental event? What? A startled exclamation erupted. If Elder Yi Qiubai harbors knowledge, why not express it openly? Why conceal it? Could it be that the demise of the Buddha kingdom is intertwined with Elder Yi? Is he a traitor to humanity? Such conjectures are not without foundation. For the Buddha kingdom and Yuanshu Mountain have long been at odds. Yet, to assert that Yuanshu Mountain could silently annihilate the Buddha kingdom is sheer folly. Upon hearing this, the three ancestor Qin Changsheng shot a glare at the speaker, rebuking, "What nonsense is this? If Elder Yi were a traitor, humanity would have perished countless times by now. Do you possess any sense?" Nevertheless, since Elder Yi prefers silence, there must be a justifiable reason for it. Though he harbors a disdain for the ways of the Buddhist sect, he would not resort to such underhanded means. Moreover, Elder Yi reassured everyone not to fret or fear regarding this matter. All remains as it should be, and humanity is secure in this era. Chapter 59. The Eve of Great Change, the grand tournament of humanity's prodigies at this point. The three ancestors recalled the expression on Elder Ye's face when he spoke of humanity's security. Although the source of his confidence eluded them, they were undeniably moved by the aura of assurance he exuded during the meeting. However, it seemed that Elder Yi had been overly kind to me. Not only did he extend heartfelt inquiries, but he also gifted me some cultivation resources before departing. Recently, he even spoke on behalf of my Qin family regarding the matter of the imperial weapon. Brother, do you think our elders might have had some connection with Elder Yi? Or perhaps he is of his lineage? The three ancestors felt some uncertainty. Elder Ye's behavior was indeed rather unusual. Clang. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng hurled the teapot at the head of the third brother. Brother, why did you hit me? The third ancestor Qin Changsheng protested, clutching his head in displeasure. Hitting you without killing you is already a mercy. For heaven's sake, stop seeking out fathers and ancestors everywhere. Previously, you claimed to belong to the Ji clan, and now you insist on being part of the Yi clan. Do you have no ambition? Qin Changsheng was exasperated, wishing to berate his younger brother. The third ancestor was commendable in many respects, yet his thinking was perpetually fanciful since childhood. But I am deducing based on facts. The third ancestor felt somewhat wronged. Observing Qin Changsheng's right hand raised, he hastily redirected the conversation. Let us set aside the matters of the Buddha kingdom and Elder Yi. They concern us little. The other announcement made at the meeting, however, is indeed pertinent to our Qin family, especially with regard to Qin Tian. As he spoke, he cast his gaze downwards towards Qin Tian. Me? Qin Tian replied, somewhat perplexed. What relevance did the Human Peak Conference hold for a nameless individual like himself? With a sense of satisfaction, the three ancestors continued. Yes, it is you. The conference has resolved to hold the Centennial Talent Competition in 1 month. And among the Qin family, you are the most likely to secure a place in the top 100. Upon hearing this, members of the Qin family began to murmur amongst themselves. What? The talent competition? Isn't it scheduled for 5 years from now? How can it be held earlier? Although our northern domain is weak and cannot compare to the prodigious talents of the central domain, Qin Tian, aside from the holy son of the Yinyang sacred land, is indeed the foremost young expert of this generation. Surely, he should at least rank within the top 50. The talent competition is a grand event for the younger generation of humanity, with registration requirements set for those under 100 years of age and at least at the Purple Mansion realm. Since Qin Tian awakened his bloodline, his cultivation speed has surged, and he is now in the mid-stage of the cave-dwelling realm. Based on their assumptions, entering the top 100 seemed assured. So why did the three ancestors only say it was a possibility? In response to their confusion, Ancestor Qin Changsheng gradually elucidated. You are unaware that this time is different. The registration criteria have changed to allow participants aged 500 and below. Just think about how challenging that is. Were it not for Qin Tian's awakened bloodline and the 1-month preparation time, I wouldn't even dare to imagine the prospect of entering the top 100. As Ancestor Changsheng elaborated, the crowd began to grasp the situation. It turned out that Elder Tianji had predicted that, at the earliest in a year and at the latest in 3, the world would undergo significant changes, barriers would dissipate, the heavenly Tao would respond, spiritual energy would revive, and opportunities for ascension to Emperorhood would arise, heralding the advent of a golden era. Signs of this transformation have already begun to emerge across the globe, with spiritual energy slowly increasing and prodigies appearing in abundance. This time, not only humanity but also the divine and demonic races, among others, are quietly developing, all aspiring to soar to greatness and claim the title of the preeminent emperor of the age. It is well known that the most crucial factors for achieving emperorhood are fortune, be it of the race, family, or individual, which all play vital roles. With these compounded advantages, the likelihood of gaining the favor of the heavenly mandate increases significantly. Historical experience shows that the heavenly mandate tends to favor the younger generation, making the competition for their fortune especially critical. Thus, to ensure humanity seizes the opportunity for enlightenment, there is a vigorous effort to cultivate the younger generation, prompting the early holding of this talent competition and adjusting the age limit to 500 years. The scale of this talent competition is unprecedented, with rewards more abundant than ever, including various supreme techniques, sacred artifacts, and ultimate treasures. Astonishingly, the notoriously frugal Yi Qiubai has even decided to offer a quasi-emperor weapon from the Yuan Chu mountain as a reward, underscoring the determination to nurture the younger generation. In conclusion, Ancestor Qin Changsheng looked meaningfully at the exceptionally talented Qin Tian and remarked, Tianer, the rewards for entering the top 100 this time are unprecedented. If you fail to secure a place among them, you may find yourself lagging behind your peers, perhaps forever. In the central domain, those devoid of legacy and monstrous aberrations continued to emerge. Tian, do you possess the confidence to engage them in battle? Stepping forward, Qin Tian unleashed an immense aura, unabashedly radiating his overwhelming presence, with his eyes seemingly ablaze with the fervor of combat. His confident proclamation echoed throughout the arena. Indeed, ever since the awakening of my bloodline. Bolstered by the ancestral elixirs, my cultivation has progressed at an astonishing rate, and I have made significant strides in the Void Emperor scripture. In my heart, I deem the northern domain too feeble. I have long set my sights on the sacred grounds of human cultivation in the central domain. Eagerly anticipating a clash with those fabled prodigies, I yearn to stand upon the pinnacle of the human realm and declare to all, I, Qin Tian, hail from the northern domain, the Qin family. A hearty laughter erupted from the third ancestor as he observed Qin Tian's fervent battle spirit, reminiscent of his own youth. From this day forth, you shall train under my guidance. Do not hesitate to inquire whenever you are in doubt, and strive to reach the law manifestation realm before the grand competition. With the Void Emperor scripture and your innate sword intent, you may yet contend with those formidable individuals. However, the most crucial factor remains the provision of resources, especially auxiliary elixirs. At this point, the third ancestor cast a glance at Qin Changsheng, seated at the head, his face adorned with flattery as he extended his hands. Brother, look at these elixirs. The implication was unmistakable. Financial support was needed. He was well aware that what Qin Changsheng had previously presented was not the entirety of the elixirs. His elder brother surely had a substantial stockpile. Seizing this opportunity, he was determined to extract some from his brother. Moreover, it was only reasonable for the ancestors to subsidize the descendants as they prepared to compete and bring honor to the Qin family. Observing the third ancestor's demeanor, Qin Changsheng felt an uncontrollable irritation. You've already sweet-talked your way through everything. Now that you seek cultivation resources, only then do you remember me? Enough, he bellowed in anger. Yet, despite his grievances, the elixirs had to be provided. Otherwise, would he risk tarnishing the family's reputation? After venting his ire, Qin Changsheng tossed a handful of hundreds of elixirs to the third ancestor. This act left everyone astounded. The intricate patterns and quality of these elixirs were undoubtedly of the highest grade. Chapter 60, Father and Son Heart to Heart. The Empress of the Yao Pool, Shui Qingqing, seeing this. The third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, was elated. Indeed, his predictions were correct. He promptly called out to Qin Tian, Tian, do not delay in expressing your gratitude to the ancestral patriarch. Upon hearing the third ancestor's words, Qin Tian snapped back to reality from his astonishment, hastily performing a deep bow to Qin Changsheng, exclaiming, thank you, ancestor. Enough, we are all family. There is no need for such formality. Moreover, as you grow stronger, I can enjoy my peace of mind. Qin Changsheng waved his hand, signaling that it was sufficient. Devote yourself to your cultivation and strive for an excellent ranking to bring glory to the Qin family. By the ancestor's command, I shall diligently cultivate. Qin Tian replied with utmost respect. Indeed, you are all promising talents. Qin Changsheng nodded slightly. Unfortunately, his energy was limited, and the primordial creation force within him was also finite. Currently, nurturing a single Qin Yu was nearly sufficient. The others would have to be addressed at a later time. A thought suddenly struck him. Why not allow Qin Yu to participate in the upcoming grand competition for the prodigies? Qin Yu was on the verge of breaking through to the supreme level. A young supreme, even in the ancient epochs, would undoubtedly be regarded as an exceptional talent. In this era, he might be unparalleled. Securing the championship would be a mere trifle, easily within reach. With this thought, Qin Changsheng silently resolved to proceed. Tian, strive to cultivate to the later stage of the law manifestation realm. The reputation of the Qin family rests upon you this time, a gentle voice echoed. Unexpectedly, someone no one anticipated stepped forward, placing a hand on Qin Tian's shoulder. It was Qin Yu, Qin Tian's elder brother. While the words sounded quite ordinary, the identity of the speaker rendered them somewhat extraordinary. Qin Yu, who had been nurtured before the eyes of most present, was once the most outstanding genius of the Qin family, burdened with high expectations. Yet, after sustaining damage to his origin, he had become taciturn and gradually faded from the core circle of the Qin family. The crowd had never dared to mention cultivation matters in his presence. And if not for Qin Yu serving as the personal attendant to their ancestor, he likely would not have qualified to attend the family meeting. As they gazed at the beaming Qin Yu, a wave of incredulity washed over them. Had he suddenly come to terms with his past, stepping out from the shadows? Qin Jin stood up from his seat, much like Qin Tian, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, disbelief evident in his eyes. As close relatives, they understood just how remarkable this development was. Elder brother. Qin Tian looked at the brother he had admired since childhood, words caught in his throat. Seemingly sensing his brother's thoughts, Qin Yu offered a confident smile, saying, "You guessed correctly. I was wrong before. Focusing solely on nursing my wounds and neglecting the feelings of my loved ones, I have emerged." Tian, elder brother. Tears of excitement welled in Qin Tian's eyes. Though he sensed that his elder brother's cultivation still lingered at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, the vitality emanating from him made Qin Tian feel as though the invincible elder brother he once knew had returned. Qin Zhen could not help but step forward, embracing his two most exceptional sons, his own eyes brimming with moisture. He murmured softly, "It's good that you've come to terms with it." In that moment, Qin Zhen felt joy and happiness. He held firm belief that the Qin family would grow ever stronger and would undoubtedly find a way to restore Qin Yu's martial origins. Every time late at night, when his eldest son Qin Yu secretly practiced martial arts, alone in a corner with a forlorn expression, Qin Zhen, as a father, had observed it all. Yet, as the head of the family, he had to prioritize fairness and the overall development of the clan, knowing he could not deplete the family's resources solely for his eldest son. Recently, he has been eager to please his ancestors in hopes of acquiring resources, driven by a personal desire to gather enough to exchange for a chance to heal Qin Yu. "Soon, my dear Yu, just a little longer," Qin Zhen silently mused. Observing the warm embrace of the father and son trio, many clan elders, including the second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, wore smiles on their faces. This is the essence of the Qin family: a nurturing father, a filial son, harmonious family ties, and a commendable family ethos. Over the years, the Qin family has never experienced internal strife, which is indeed the reason why, despite their average talents, they have flourished into one of the 8 prominent families of the northern domain in just a few millennia. Now, with the awakening of their bloodline, newfound talents, and familial unity, the future looks bright. Qin Changsheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was the feeling he had longed for. Such a feeling was unparalleled, one that no number of former romantic partners had ever provided. Why am I thinking of my ex-girlfriends? Qin Changsheng pondered, perplexed. Could it be that I desire a son? Impossible. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Raising a son is far more entertaining when one observes from the sidelines. Raising one's own can be quite vexing. Little Qin Zhen, while you may not be exceptional, your son far exceeds you. How about I take it upon myself to find you a few young concubines, so that our Qin family may bear even more outstanding descendants? At that moment, a senior elder could not help but jest. Second elder, no. With a fierce wife at home, I cannot endure that. Qin Zhen quickly waved his hands in refusal, casting a covert glance at Qin Changsheng, silently thinking, only the ancestors have the audacity to pursue younger partners so adeptly. I am too bashful to endure the stares and whispers of others. Sensing Qin Zhen's thoughts, Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow. "Ah, Qin Zhen, even now you're harboring slanderous thoughts against me. If you could extract even a modicum of resources from me, I would gladly adopt your surname." Laughter erupted from the others, oblivious to the subtle exchanges between Qin Zhen and the ancestor. Thus, a meeting that should have been solemn concluded amidst joyous laughter. At the Void Mountain, the urgent meeting of the human race had just concluded, and most representatives of the major factions had departed. Only 3 individuals remained, sitting alone in the vast, empty conference hall. The leader among them was a towering figure, seemingly imbued with boundless strength, his eyes gleaming with an endless brilliance, radiating an irresistible power. This was Chu Jingtian, who had guarded the battlefield of the myriad races for millennia. He not only inherited the supreme legacy of the heavenly martial sacred hall, but also, as a battle-hardened sacred body, had cultivated it to a minor success. Were it not for the current environmental constraints of the world, he could have achieved a greater mastery and contend with emperors. Nevertheless, even at this minor level, he was undoubtedly the foremost expert among humanity. The second celestial empress of the Yaochi, Changsheng, radiant and unparalleled in beauty, descended like a fairy from the heavens. Her long, flowing hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her enchanting eyes gazed vacantly upward, lost in thoughts unknown, seemingly indifferent to all around her. As an extraordinary empress who emerged once in a millennium, her methods were shrouded in enigma. Chu Jingtian once speculated that she might be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. However, lacking evidence, he dismissed the notion, content as long as she belonged to the human race. At the lowest point sat Yi Qiubai, the headmaster of Yuanshu Mountain. Chapter 61. Confidential Discussion. The Yaochi Empress's astonishment. Old Yi, it seems we are left with only the three of us. Pray tell, what is truly happening? Chu Jingtian's voice resonated with a somber tone. The annihilation of the Buddhist kingdom was a matter of great magnitude, and Yi Qiubai, who clearly knew something, had stubbornly suppressed the topic during the meeting, causing Chu Jingtian some discontent. Had he not trusted that old Yi was not a spy for other races or dark forces, he would have long since taken action against him. Regardless, the gravity of the Buddhist kingdom affair demanded an explanation from old Yi. Clang. Yi Qiubai remained silent, instead tossing a blade onto the conference table. After days of ritualistic practice, he had finally mastered this supreme imperial weapon, and he was eager to showcase it before his old friends. Casting a casual glance, Chu Jingtian's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up, seizing the long blade. Is this an imperial weapon of the utmost path? Chu Jingtian queried, perplexed. He was well aware of Yuanshu Mountain's heritage, which did not include any sword-type imperial weapons. Moreover, this blade was never recorded in the annals of human history. As he infused it with spiritual energy, mysterious runes illuminated the blade, faintly revealing a terrifying power that made his soul tremble. Wait, this is a fully awakened imperial weapon of the utmost path. Chu Jingtian exclaimed in astonishment. In that moment, even the Yaochi Empress was taken aback, her brows furrowing as she turned her gaze toward the blade. The spiritual energy of the world had yet to rejuvenate. They were all well aware of the cost required to fully awaken an imperial weapon, and Yi Qiubai would not waste the resources of Yuanshu Mountain on reviving such a weapon. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Chu Jingtian inquired, Old Yi, what is the story behind this blade? And what is the significance of you presenting it now? He felt a twinge of envy, aside from his mastery of spatial power. Old Yi was adept with a blade, and now with this weapon, he might indeed find himself outmatched. Was it merely a display of bravado? This blade? Its origin is quite simple. It was gifted to me by another. Yi Qiubai replied with a faint smile, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Hearing such an implausible statement, Chu Jingtian furrowed his brow and remarked, Old Yi, be serious, do not jest. An imperial weapon, especially one that is fully awakened. How could anyone possess such generosity to bestow it upon another? Indeed, it was a gift, and if my senses are correct, the one who presented this imperial weapon is none other than the individual responsible for the destruction of the Buddhist kingdom. Yi Qiubai shrugged casually. What? Chu Jingtian was greatly taken aback. Initially, he had speculated that an unknown and formidable force might have annihilated the Buddhist nation through some array or similar means. However, upon hearing old Ye's insinuation, it appeared that a single individual had obliterated the Buddhist kingdom. How could this be possible? Regardless of the adversary's might, such a reckless act against the living forces within humanity surely warranted an explanation. Moreover, if this individual was indeed that powerful, it presented an opportunity for a confrontation. With this thought, Chu Jingtian's war saint body was ignited, exuding an overwhelming sense of battle intent. Yi Qiubai, well acquainted with his old friend's combative nature, merely shook his head and said, Old Chu, I advise you to let this matter rest. Refrain from delving too deeply, and certainly do not entertain the thought of engaging that person in combat. What do you mean? Chu Jingtian's expression darkened. Considering Yi Qiubai's insistence on suppressing this matter and his acquisition of the adversary's supreme imperial weapon, he began to suspect whether old Yi had been compromised. Sensing his friend's thoughts, Yi Qiubai shook his head once more and clarified. The gift of the imperial weapon has no connection to the Buddhist nation, and furthermore, I cannot disclose any information regarding that esteemed individual without permission. What I wish to convey is that this esteemed individual is a great emperor of the human race. An emperor cannot be insulted. Upon utterance of these words, the atmosphere was shattered, and the hall was instantly enveloped in silence, with only Yi Qiubai's voice echoing in the desolate room. Even the long blade in Chu Jingtian's hand fell to the ground, unnoticed. After a lengthy pause, impossible. Absolutely impossible, exclaimed the previously silent Yaochi Empress, Qin Changsheng, her cherry lips parting as she resolutely refuted the claim. Having regained her past life memories, and once being a formidable emperor, she understood clearly that within this realm, the pinnacle of quasi-emperors was already the limit. It was utterly impossible for a true emperor to emerge, even if an ancient emperor were to forcefully intervene at the cost of the world's backlash. They could not unleash the supreme power of an emperor. Old Yi, are you certain? Chu Jingtian, recovering from his shock, responded. As the foremost expert of the post-emperor fall era, endowed with the war's saint body, he had brushed against the threshold of emperorhood. Yet that thin barrier stood like an insurmountable chasm, firmly preventing him from advancing beyond the quasi-emperor pinnacle. At this moment, Yi Qiubai remained silent, leisurely pouring himself a glass of wine and taking a few sips, as if inviting, "Beg me to speak." Ultimately, as old Chu rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action, Yi Qiubai slowly remarked, "It is absolutely certain. Without a doubt, it is an emperor. Otherwise, do you think anyone could casually bestow an imperial weapon? Although I do not know how the Buddhist nation offended that esteemed individual, nor have I witnessed its destruction. You are aware of the earlier incident in the Dark Forbidden Zone, the Tianyuan Valley, right? It was obliterated by that esteemed individual with a single step. I witnessed it firsthand, and it cannot be mistaken. Just consider, who but an emperor possesses the ability to casually annihilate a Dark Forbidden Zone? Even if Tianyuan Valley is the weakest among them?" As Knight Qiubai spoke, the image of Qin Changsheng's astonishing kick flashed through his mind, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Beneath the emperor, all are but mere ants. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingtian and Shui Qingqing fell into silence. They understood that Knight Qiubai could not possibly deceive them regarding such a monumental matter. Thus, there was only one conclusion to draw. This was indeed true. Observing their stunned expressions, Knight Qiubai smiled subtly, relishing the sensation of borrowing someone else's grandeur. "You may have thought you were the foremost, with the heavenly way second. Now you must realize that beyond the heavens, there are indeed greater realms and individuals, leaving you utterly deflated." Soon after, Knight Qiubai dropped another bombshell. "To my knowledge, that esteemed individual is not an ancient emperor, but rather a native of this very era. While their soul may be a reincarnation of a formidable ancient being, their body unequivocally belongs to this time. In other words, that esteemed individual is a contemporary emperor." Such astonishing words left even the Yaochi Empress, Shui Qingqing, in a state of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her complexion paled, her beautiful eyes fixed on Knight Qiubai, filled with incredulity. Chapter 62. Proving the Tao by Strength? Journey to Yuanchu Mountain. The more the other party spoke, the more absurd it seemed. She was reluctant to accept it, for it pertained to the laws and principles governing the operation of the heavenly way. If the individual were an ancient emperor, that might be plausible, as there could exist some heavenly techniques unknown to her that evaded the heavenly way. However, to claim that this was a contemporary being achieving the Tao and becoming an emperor was utterly preposterous. Realizing her reaction was somewhat unbecoming, she quickly composed herself, smoothing her hair in an attempt to maintain an air of calmness and poise. Since the restoration of her memories, nothing in the world had been capable of stirring her emotions. Yet today, she found herself repeatedly astonished, a situation unbecoming of an empress. "Brother Yi, are you certain you are not deluding yourself, seeing things that are not there? You must understand, the current world cannot possibly nurture an emperor. Moreover, the heavenly mandate's mark still persists," Shui Qingqing remarked, feigning calmness. "Is it impossible to become an emperor without merging with the heavenly mandate? Is there no alternative path to enlightenment?" Knight Qiubai countered with a smile, posing a rhetorical question. "Is there? No, wait. There is." Shui Qingqing suddenly recalled a legend, proving the Tao by strength. In the distant mythological era, when humanity was weak and merely a source of sustenance, the ancient clans and the demon races roamed freely. Particularly the ancient tribes, born of the essence of heaven and earth, considered the so-called children of the heavenly way. There was a formidable demon who disrespected the heavenly way and the deities, proving the Tao through sheer strength, thereby shattering the laws of heaven and earth, ultimately achieving immortality and becoming an ancestor, roaming freely through the realms. Later, proving the Tao by strength became known as the most potent method to attain emperor status. Since then, only 3 individuals have achieved this, spanning from ancient times to the present. Yet, that was in an era rich in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and not a single one of them was human. In this era, it is astonishing that some dare to claim that the inherently frail human race can demonstrate the truth through sheer force. Is this not sheer nonsense? Brother Yi, let us not jest. Such matters should not be trifled with, as they may involve immense consequences. Qin Changsheng furrowed her brow. Yi Qiubai indeed shook his head and replied, I do not jest. Ha ha. Well, well, well. At this moment, Chu Jingtian, who had been silent for a long while, burst into laughter, repeating the word well thrice. His formidable presence enveloping the entire hall. Brother Chu, do you believe it too? Shui Qingcheng discerned his thoughts and inquired. Indeed. Why should I not believe? Old Yi has never deceived me. What purpose would there be in such deception? Upon saying this, Chu Jingtian paused momentarily, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes. Before continuing, moreover, I have always believed that man can conquer destiny. Why can't the human race demonstrate the truth through strength? This unknown emperor has indeed awakened me. This time, I shall not contend for the heavenly mandate's mark, for it is uncertain I could best the younger generation. Instead, I shall emulate my ancestors and prove the truth through strength. His resolute voice resonated throughout the chamber. Madness. They have all gone mad. At this moment, Shui Qingsheng found it difficult to maintain her composure. What has become of the people in this age? Why can't they see clearly? Here was yet another talent of mediocre cultivation, dreaming grand dreams. Yi Qiubai was also taken aback by his old friend's bold declarations. Old Chu, you are quite the dreamer. Nevertheless, he silently cheered for his friend, who had stood at the pinnacle of the human race for 50,000 years. Such ambition and audacity are indeed commendable. Unlike himself, who merely wished to cling to a powerful ally and survive this epical tribulation. Thus, the three of them each contemplated their own thoughts, hastily concluding this meeting. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. The Qin family's strength was quietly and rapidly growing, and with the allegiance of various major forces. The Qin family had silently ascended to become the second most powerful force in the northern region, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Yinyang Holy Land. Qingtian, under the close guidance of the three ancestors and the aid of extraordinary elixirs, made remarkable progress and was said to have reached the latter stage of the law phase, officially entering the ranks of the top talents in this upcoming competition of prodigies. As for the three ancestors, Qin Changsheng had elevated to the pinnacle of supremacy, on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm, poised to become the first quasi-emperor of the Qin family. Of course, the most gifted, Qin Yu, under the diligent care of Qin Changsheng, had surged directly to the late stage of supremacy, truly earning the title of Young Supreme. On this particular day, as the sun rose, Yuan Chushan was abuzz with activity, 1,000 times more lively than usual. Countless prodigies gathered, and through the promotions of various major powers, the entire human race was aware of the uniqueness of this competition for prodigies. The victors would not only receive immense rewards, but would also be afforded the opportunity for rigorous training by the pinnacle powers of the human race. Furthermore, this time it involves a contest of destiny, hence no prodigious talents are willing to remain concealed any longer, emerging from various powerful factions like dragons rising from the depths, soaring into the sky. In accordance with past conventions, it is now the turn of Yuan Chushan to host this grand competition. Today marks the first day of the grand tournament of the exceptional. At the foot of Yuan Chushan, two figures gradually approached. Ancestor, what brings us here today? Are we here to cheer for Qin Tian? But this is merely the first day, as a seed competitor from the northern region. Qin Tian's matches do not commence until the 5th day. I still need to cultivate. Qin Yu expressed his confusion. Qin Changsheng cast a discontented glance at him. You little rascal, why have you become so verbose of late? It seems that after prolonged exposure, my venerable title holds less sway over you. Go on, cultivate. Under my rigorous and close guidance, you have already reached the late stage of the supreme realm. Are you still not satisfied? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu paused, his expression turning melancholic. Ancestor, how can you speak of rigorous guidance? For so many days, aside from listening to music at the Tianyin Pavilion, you have secretly visited the abode of Senior Nangong Yan to engage in dubious activities. The time you have spent by my side is regrettably scant. My sole purpose has been to stand guard and fabricate lies for you. Sensing Qin Yu's grievances, Qin Changsheng coughed thrice and clarified, My dear Yuer, it is not that I neglect you. Rather, I have my own matters to attend to. The path of cultivation relies on oneself. You must comprehend this well. With a change of topic, he continued, Have you no desire to participate in this grand competition and vie for a share of destiny? I can also participate, Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise. As a youth, who would not yearn for the chance to slay foes upon the stage, basking in the spotlight? Yet he understood that his ancestor wished to remain discreet for now, and thus concealed this aspiration within his heart. Of course you can participate, Qin Changsheng replied with a glance. You merely need to don a mask to obscure your identity. Is that permissible? Qin Yu questioned, astonished. In the grand context of the human races tournament, to prevent infiltration by alien races or dark pollutants, each contestant must undergo scrutiny. Could he truly pass the review while wearing a mask? Why not? Seek out that fellow. Yi something. Yes, Ichiobai. He is the host this time. It will surely be no problem. With that, the two ascended towards the mountain's peak. Chapter 63, Judges of the Exceptional Tournament. Unspoken intentions in the hall of the chief instructor, Yi Chiobai hummed a cheerful tune, appearing exceedingly pleased. A few days prior, he had dealt a severe blow to that old bull on the battlefield, even chipping off half of its horn, thus relieving his frustrations. In previous tournaments, as a peak practitioner, he seldom intervened, but this grand contest was of utmost significance, prompting him to return from the battlefield, riding his sword to preside over the opening ceremony. Master, there are two individuals surnamed Qin seeking an audience outside, claiming to be old acquaintances of yours. A respectful attendant reported. As Knight Shiobai's reverie was abruptly interrupted, his expression shifted to one of concern, and he casually replied, not seeing anyone. The opening ceremony was about to commence. There was no time to meet with any old acquaintances, especially since he had none with the surname Qin. Wait a moment. The surname Qin. His countenance changed dramatically as he hurriedly called out to the departing steward. What did you say? The surname Qin? Yes, they mentioned the surname Qin. Quickly, bring them here. No, I shall personally go to receive them. Knight Shiobai felt a twinge of panic. The steward's mouth fell open in astonishment. This was the first time he had witnessed the Grand Master in such a flustered state after all these years. Could the individual with the surname Qin be someone of great significance? Yet, even the foremost expert, Chu Jingtian, would hardly warrant such a reaction from the Grand Master. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he quickly replied, Grand Master, the opening ceremony is about to start, and you still need to preside over it. Preside over what nonsense? I shall not go. Let the elder do it. With that, he dashed towards the main hall, leaving the bewildered steward behind. At the entrance of the main hall, Knight Shiobai exclaimed, Senior Qin Xiaoyu, why did you not inform me in advance of your arrival at Yuanshu Mountain? I have a few young bi-eyed golden-eyed beasts in the dungeon at the foot of the mountain. Had I known, I would have had someone prepare a feast in advance. His voice was bright and cheerful, but the content was rather astonishing. All the disciples and elders of Yuanshu Mountain stood agape, unable to believe their ears, as if they were encountering the Grand Master for the first time. What had they just heard? Bi-eyed golden-eyed beasts. And a feast? Had the Grand Master gone mad? Or were they the ones losing their sanity? These were spoils that the Grand Master had obtained at great peril from the battlefield of myriad clans. Even the Holy Sun was not permitted to touch them, yet now, in order to entertain guests, he intended to prepare a feast, ignoring their astonished gazes. Knight Shiobai respectfully welcomed Qin Changsheng and his companion into the Grand Master's hall. Inside the hall, Knight Shiobai poured a freshly brewed pot of tea and offered it to Qin Yu, saying, Xiaoyu, do taste this heavenly tea. It is beneficial for one's comprehension. He then turned his gaze towards Qin Changsheng and respectfully inquired, Senior Qin, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Although outwardly he appeared to be many years the junior of Qin Changsheng, in his heart, he regarded the latter as an ancient being, a mastermind pulling strings from the shadows of eternity. After all, how else could one possess such an array of supreme imperial weapons and have not vanquished a few emperors? He found it hard to believe otherwise. Moreover, in the world of cultivators, respect for one's elders is customary. Well, there is indeed a small matter, Qin Changsheng replied slowly. As he recounted his tale, Knight Shiobai began to grasp the situation. With a grand gesture, he declared, no problem, a trivial matter indeed. As for the identity, simply state it as a wandering human cultivator. It has already been verified by Yuanshu Mountain. Congratulations to you, young brother Qin Yu, on your impending victory. The Qin family has much to celebrate. His words were sincere, devoid of any pretense. Just moments ago, Qin Yu had not concealed his cultivation. And under the perception of his divine consciousness, it became abundantly clear that Qin Yu was at the late stage of the supreme realm. No wonder he was a descendant personally guided by a venerable elder. Yi Qiubai couldn't help but marvel inwardly. To be frank, a late-stage supreme participating in the young talents competition did seem a bit unfair to the younger generation. As far as he knew, the most formidable contender in this competition was the saint son of the Ji family, who had only just broken through to the initial stage of the supreme realm, making the gap with Qin Yu quite substantial. However, a frown crossed his brow as he suddenly recalled something, saying, "Senior Qin, it is acceptable for Xiao Yu to compete while wearing a mask, but as the organizers, we must provide the public with a reasonable explanation. What do you propose?" "Simple. Just say he is too unattractive to be seen." Qin Changsheng waved his hand grandly, offering a perfect explanation. Yi Qiubai was somewhat taken aback. This reasoning seemed a bit far-fetched, yet it could indeed be utilized. Would such a rationale affect the fortunes of brother Xiao Yu, given his remarkable appearance? Yi Qiubai felt a twinge of concern, for typically, those deemed unattractive lack the qualifications to attract the favor of the heavenly Tao. "So be it," Qin Changsheng declared. "Fortune is an ethereal concept, and besides, what does being handsome truly matter?" Thus, he settled the matter. Meanwhile, Qin Yu stood at the back, feeling utterly bewildered. "Oh, Ancestor, do you not have any sense of awareness? In your state, with all those beautiful ancestors eagerly pursuing you, do they not seek you for your charm, but rather for your lack of hygiene or your advanced age? Surely, they are enchanted by your strikingly handsome visage." Suddenly, Yi Qiubai's eyes sparkled with a thought, and he tentatively suggested, "Since Xiao Yu is competing, why not have you participate as well? To share in the joy of the people? On the day of the finals, you could serve as a judge, guiding the current prodigies of the human race." A judge? An adjudicator? A mentor? Qin Changsheng's eyes lit up. This was indeed an excellent idea. In his previous life, he had greatly enjoyed watching competitions, particularly those where he could critique the performances. Since arriving in this world, he had been either pursued by women or in pursuit of them. So serving as a judge or mentor would be a refreshing change. "That sounds splendid. Please arrange it," Qin Changsheng replied casually, finding Yi Qiubai increasingly agreeable. He then took Qin Yu to the competition venue, eager to partake in the excitement and see if there were any children of great fortune present. Meanwhile, Yi Qiubai summoned the elder responsible for the competition affairs and earnestly imparted his instructions. At the competition site on the mountainside, it resembled a celestial paradise, befitting a top-tier superpower in the central region. In the vast expanse, a throng of millions stood assembled, while numerous arenas of varying sizes dotted the surroundings. At this moment, the opening ceremony had concluded, and although the legendary elder Yi Qiubai was not in attendance, the crowd felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, their enthusiasm remains undiminished, and the fervor is palpable, for the time has come for the younger generation of prodigies to make their entrance. Although the seed candidates did not participate a few days ago, many extraordinary talents have chosen to present themselves to accrue some prestige. After all, the nature of fortune is enigmatic. None can ascertain whether reputation or faith holds any sway over it. Chapter 64. Qin Tian, advancing to the finals with ease. Look, they are coming," someone exclaimed with palpable excitement. As the various prodigies paraded past the main venue, waves of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Among them was Qin Tian, albeit as a lesser-known genius from the remote northern region, and thus few recognized him. "Isn't that the holy son of the Sanluo Hall? I can't believe he has come. Doesn't he fear that his many enemies might take malicious action against him? This is the grandest event for the younger generation. How could he possibly refrain from attending? Unless he is content with mediocrity. Besides, such competitions strictly prohibit lethal force. However, it remains to be seen if the Lord of the Sanluo Hall will make an appearance after the competition concludes," someone mused with a hint of mischief. "Brother Han, look. It's the Holy Maiden Mu Xian'er from the Ice God Palace. Her grace, her beauty, her long legs. What an enchanting sight," one individual remarked, nudging his companion. "Wow, she is stunning. I would willingly face death if it meant spending a night with her." "Brother Han, mind your words." Conversations of this nature were prevalent within the throng. The young master of the Yunmiao Heavenly Palace, Yun Wuxin, the current walking sword 13 of the Tianjian sect, the young master of the Nangong family, Nangong Tianming, and the deputy leader of the Baiwa sect, Qin Changsheng. All the top 10 experts of the Qianlong ranking were present today. Indeed, it is a momentous occasion, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Not only them, but even those extraordinary talents who previously scorned participation in the prodigy competition seem to have emerged from their seclusion. Is that so? I've heard that the holy son of the Ji clan from the imperial lineage possesses unparalleled talent and has recently emerged from seclusion, achieving the initial stage of the supreme realm at merely 200 years of age. If that is true, wouldn't the championship be practically assured? Hey, look at that person. With this exclamation, the crowd turned their attention to the direction indicated, focusing on a young man clad in a mask. Instantly, every brow furrowed in confusion. However, after mere seconds of silence, discussions erupted once more. Walking in last. Such an air of mystery. Could it be the legendary scion of the Ji clan? Impossible. The Ji clan has always been so proud. Why would they resort to such concealment? This competition is all about making a name for oneself and vying for fortune. Only a madman would hide their identity. Someone questioned. They did not doubt the masked individual's identity, for anyone who could attend such an event must have passed the scrutiny of the Yuanshu mountain. The crowd exchanged glances, inquiring amongst themselves, but no one could ascertain the true identity of the masked figure. Even several venerable individuals shook their heads, expressing their uncertainty regarding the masked person's identity. At that moment, someone scoffed. Could it be that he is a weakling, deliberately disguising himself to attract attention? He appears to lack any cultivation, clearly aware of his own shortcomings, thus hiding them intentionally. He must be seeking to draw the crowd's gaze. In my opinion, he might simply be too unattractive, afraid of scaring us. Though scaring the flowers and plants would be quite unfortunate, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha, right? Ha 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 indeed. Their chatter failed to conceal itself, clearly reaching the ears of the young man in the mask, Qin Yu. Initially, he was reluctant to reveal himself so early, but his ancestor insisted he make this appearance. In the face of such ridicule and peculiar gazes, Qin Yu remained unfazed, walking through the main venue with a calm demeanor. Having endured the damage to his foundation, rendering his cultivation stagnant, he had long been subjected to countless sneers from those in the northern domain. Such derisive remarks could not stir the slightest disturbance within him. He silently resolved, in this grand competition, I shall surely clinch the championship. Observing Qin Yu's demeanor, Qin Changsheng, hidden among the crowd, nodded slightly, his expression neither servile nor arrogant, indicating his satisfaction. However, after listening to the spectators for a while, he noted that not even the names of renowned individuals, like those with the surnames Yi or Chu, had emerged. Qin Changsheng shook his head, finding them lacking. These so-called prodigies bore names that sounded utterly unremarkable, devoid of any prestige. How dull. He decided to await the finals instead. Thus, Qin Changsheng turned away, no longer paying attention. The grand competition continued with fervor. In the blink of an eye, the final day of the competition arrived, having narrowed down to 64 contenders, with the remaining matches scheduled for the following day. As per tradition, not only would the finals showcase breathtaking battles among the prodigies, but the organizers would also invite prominent figures as judges to critique the duels. Given the significance of this event, everyone was abuzz with speculation regarding who would serve as judges. Among the competitors, Qin Tian, the sole representative from the northern domain, found himself questioning the very nature of his existence. It was not that his determination to pursue the path of cultivation wavered, but rather that recent events had taken on an almost surreal quality. Under the rigorous training imposed by the three ancestors, he had progressed rapidly, yet his youth put him at a disadvantage. He had prepared himself for a fierce battle, yet the luck of the draw had been anything but favorable. He had repeatedly drawn buys. Were it not for his awareness of his own abilities, he might have doubted whether he had awakened the legendary body of fortune. How could this be? He had yet to make a move, yet he had effortlessly advanced into the top 64. This predicament was a source of dismay for the other prodigy from the northern domain, the Enyang Saint Sun, who had fought through 7 or 8 matches only to find himself ranked beyond 200. It was not that Qin Tian lacked strength. Rather, the sheer number of exceptional talents in this competition was overwhelming. He commenced his cultivation of the Void Emperor Sutra rather late in life, and being quite young. Despite the unparalleled elixirs provided by his ancestors, he still fell short of the first-tier competitors. Sighing, Qin Tian glanced once more at the list of the 64 strongest. Apart from himself and an unknown masked man, the other selected contenders were all renowned, their names echoing like thunder. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining to his bye. He had not yet revealed his divine abilities and secret techniques. Thus, it seemed plausible that, should he strike unexpectedly with a lethal blow, advancing to the top 32 was not beyond reach. Regardless, tomorrow marked the inaugural battle of this grand competition, likely to be the final one as well. He must showcase his prowess and elevate the reputation of the Qin family. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Tian ceased his hesitations, turned, and resumed his cultivation. Within the Qin clan, Qin Zhen was in a furious uproar. "You bunch of incompetent fools. How could you allow this? Qin Yu, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, has vanished with our ancestor without a trace. And only now do you realize it? Qin Yu, that rebellious child, dared to roam about with our esteemed ancestor. And if any mishap were to befall them, how could I face the clan elders?" After venting his frustration, Qin Zhen pressed a hand against his chest, feeling a dull ache in his heart and a sensation of tightness in his chest. "Qin Yu, you wretched child." Chapter 65. The day of the finals arrives. Judges enter initially. He believed that Qin Yu acted with prudence, entrusted with the care of their ancestor. Yet, to his shock, Qin Yu departed without a word, leaving only a letter behind as he headed to the venue of the talented gathering. "Master, since we are aware of the destination of our esteemed ancestor, shall we depart?" One clan member ventured cautiously. "Yes, immediately," Qin Zhen replied solemnly. Matters concerning the ancestor were not to be trifled with. At that moment, the steward rushed in, panting heavily, clutching a communication talisman, his face alight with excitement. "Master, joyous news, joyous news." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhen paused, skepticism etched across his face. What news could possibly warrant such joy? The Qin family has been steadily progressing. Nothing significant has transpired. Suddenly, it dawned on Qin Zhen, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Could it be that Tian had achieved an impressive standing in the talented gathering? It is Master Qin Tian. He has indeed made it into the 64 strong, the only prodigy from the northern region to break into the top 100. The steward's words confirmed his suspicions. Without waiting for the steward to finish, Qin Zhen snatched the communication talisman and scrutinized it fervently. "Ha ha ha. Splendid." After a while, Qin Zhen's laughter reverberated joyously. "My son indeed possesses the potential of an emperor." Qin Zhen's exhilaration was palpable and seemingly unsated. He reread the information on the talisman several times. Then, with pride radiating from him, he inquired, stewardly, "The message from the talisman is rather brief. Please elaborate on how our Tian managed to secure his place among the 64 strong. How did he vanquish his opponents? Which illustrious talents did he subdue? Did he not elevate the reputation of our Qin family? After all, this grand competition of the celestial prodigies surpasses all previous events, gathering not only the remarkable talents of the past century, but also the extraordinary participants from earlier editions. The fact that Qin Tian has reached the top 64 indicates that he has undoubtedly faced numerous renowned prodigies and emerged victorious." In response to Qin Zhen's persistent inquiries, Stewardly found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, what is this? Just speak." Qin Zhen, displaying a hint of impatience, noted the normally decisive steward's unusual hesitation. "The master, young Master Qin Tian, has yet to engage in combat during this competition. He has advanced by default." "What?" Qin Zhen's eyes widened in astonishment, his exclamation echoing throughout the Qin residence. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yuan Chu Mountain was teeming with spectators for the Celestial Prodigy competition. This event was a significant occasion for the entire human race, attracting worldwide attention. The sounds of discussion and wagers rose and fell like waves. Who would have thought this competition would be so ruthless? The last champion, the young master of the Sun God Palace, didn't even make it to the finals. How tragic. Seeing his despondent figure yesterday was truly disheartening, lamented a passerby. It's not just him. Even the last sacred son of the Feather Transformation sect, with his sage-level prowess, was unfortunate enough to face the Ji family's imperial scion and the young master of the Heavenly Martial Sacred Hall consecutively, barely scraping past 100th place. What terrible luck. Alas, there are simply too many prodigies. The crowd sighed in unison. Can you guess who the esteemed judges for this round will be? Will there be any prominent figures from the absolute ranking in attendance? Suddenly inquired a bystander. The absolute ranking. issued by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, lists the top 50 extraordinary masters of the human race, all of whom are formidable quasi-emperors. Surely not, but given the significance bestowed upon this competition by the human elite, there must be some quasi-emperors present, someone speculated. The Celestial Prodigy competition not only offers a chance to witness battles among prodigies, but also provides an opportunity to encounter the elusive titans of the realm. For many, encountering even a sage-level practitioner in their lifetime is a rarity, let alone a supreme power or a quasi-emperor standing at the pinnacle of cultivation. Thus, the chance to closely observe the judges became one of the highlights of the competition. Soon, the moment arrived when the 5 judges were to make their grand entrance. Countless eager eyes turned towards the entrance, anticipating the opportunity to witness the grandeur of the pinnacle figures of the human race. Behind the judges' seating area, a spatial portal led to a separate realm, a designated place for the judges hosted by Yuan-Chu Mountain, where their identities remained concealed from one another. Adding an element of intrigue, suddenly, an elderly man clad in a silver-white robe appeared at the center of the arena, hovering in the air and emanating an aura of authority. He was none other than the host of this competition, Elder Xiang Nantian of Yuan-Chu Mountain. Without further ado, let us welcome the 5 esteemed judges, who were once revered and formidable figures in the realm of humanity. Elder Xiang Nantian proclaimed, channeling his spiritual energy, his resonant voice reverberating throughout the venue. However, when it came to speaking of those esteemed and remarkable figures, there was an unexpected pause in his tone, as if uncertainty had crept in, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, no one delved deeper into the matter. Unbeknownst to them, Xiang Nantian let out a long sigh, feigning calmness despite the turmoil within. He was troubled. The first 4 judges were well-known powerhouses, yet the last one he only knew by the surname Qin, with no other information to be found. Despite searching the continent's list of notable figures, he could uncover not a whisper of insight. Regardless of how he inquired, the master had revealed nothing, only sternly advising him to treat Elder Qin with utmost respect and to cater to every whim, akin to treating one's own father. Any hint of negligence could result in dire consequences. Alas, it was all the master's fault, Xiang Nantian cursed inwardly. Nevertheless, grievances aside, the show must go on. He continued to exclaim, "Let us welcome our first judge, the esteemed leader of Qin sect, the Sword Emperor, Yun Wuxing, who, possessing a natural sword physique, once severed the peak of Tiandu with a single stroke." As his words faded, a middle-aged man, sword slung across his back, strode forth with an imposing stature. His gaze sharp as a blade, radiating confidence and distinction. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, as swift as the wind, earning him the title of Sword Emperor. Next, we welcome our second judge, the Lord of Ziyun Mansion, Shangwan Sun, a master of the path of the spear, capable of piercing the heavens with a single thrust. Following this, an elder clad in purple robes ascended the judging platform with measured steps, his demeanor solemn, exuding an air of authority and timelessness. He was indeed the Lord of Ziyun Mansion, having attained the mid-stage of quasi-emperor, a dominant figure among the human race. Now, we welcome our third judge, the master of the Starry Temple, Xing Wuhan, who is adept in the path of the stars and can harness stellar primordial energy to enhance his own strength. At this juncture, the audience erupted in waves of fervent applause, their excitement palpable. After all, these judges were all quasi-emperor level beings, a rare sight for those who typically encountered only spirit realm practitioners. With the first 3 being quasi-emperors, one could only imagine the caliber of the final 2. Could it be that the renowned figures of the human race were among them? Upon reaching the quasi-emperor stage, each step taken is akin to ascending to the heavens. With vast disparities at each level, hundreds may exist in the mid-stage of quasi-emperor, yet the late stage is likely limited to a mere dozen. Currently, only 3 have made their presence known at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. The crowd held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation for the final 2 judges. Next, let us welcome the master of the Ice God Palace. At this point, overwhelmed with excitement, Xiang Nantian hesitated briefly before continuing, his voice trembling slightly, for she was indeed his goddess. "Welcome, the master of the Ice God Palace, Mu Shuetong, a wielder of frost power that reigns supreme across the realm." As he spoke, a brilliant white light flashed, instantly capturing the attention of all present. In the wake of this luminescence, an extraordinary figure emerged into view, captivating the gaze of every onlooker. She adorned herself in a pristine white gown, resembling a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. Her delicate features exuded a unique, frosty aura, as clear and captivating as a crystalline spring. Hiss! How enchanting! The onlookers gasped in awe, enveloped in a profound silence, occasionally broken by a few discordant sounds of swallowing. Truly deserving of the title of the second most beautiful woman among the human populace. The first, undoubtedly, is the Empress of the Yao Pool, Qin Changsheng. In terms of beauty, the two are nearly indistinguishable. However, the Empress's elevated status and cultivation grant her the foremost position. If beauty were the sole criterion, Mu Xuetong would certainly not be regarded as a goddess in the hearts of many. It is said that Mu Xuetong possesses a heart of 7 orifices, and in her youth, for reasons unknown, she wandered the world. During her travels, she guided countless perplexed cultivators on their paths, illuminating their journeys with her extraordinary talent and boundless wisdom, becoming a beacon of hope, a white moonlight, during their times of confusion. Despite dedicating much of her time to mentoring others, her own cultivation did not wane, and she now stands at the mid-stage of the quasi-emperor realm, possessing profound insights into the mysteries of the universe and mastering numerous secret techniques. This has fueled the debate surrounding her innate talent, which is believed to rival that of the Empress Qin Changsheng. Had she devoted herself solely to cultivation, it is likely her prowess would match the Empress's. Regrettably, for nearly 2 millennia, she has altered her course, immersing herself in the supreme Forgetting Emotion Heart Sutra, no longer offering guidance to cultivators outside the Ice Divine Palace. Her once gentle and elegant demeanor has transformed into one of icy aloofness. Nevertheless, she remains a goddess in the hearts of the people. As for the reasons behind Mu Xuetong's youthful wanderings, speculation abounds. Those who encountered her during that period suggest she was in search of a man. However, such claims were met with derision. What a jest! How could the goddess of all embark on a laborious quest across the vast human realm for the sake of a mere man? A fairy, my goddess. To behold her at least once in this lifetime is enough. After the silence, Yuan Chu Mountain erupted in fervor, countless voices calling out in unrestrained excitement, propelling the atmosphere of the finals to a crescendo. The applause roared like thunder, deafening. After some time, the clamor of applause and cheers gradually subsided. All eyes turned to the host, Xiang Nantian, eagerly anticipating the final judge. The second to last was the goddess Mu. Surely the last would not be his. Just the thought sent shivers of anticipation. Under the weight of everyone's expectant gazes, Xiang Nantian felt the pressure mounting, awkwardly contemplating how to introduce the next figure. Master, you have truly put me in a bind. However, one cannot evade what is destined to come. Clearing his throat, Xiang Nantian proclaimed, "Welcome, Senior Qin." Succinct, yet lacking in force. Is that all? Just that? What about the identity? The name? The achievements? The entire venue fell into a hushed silence. With countless glances exchanged before all eyes returned to Xiang Nantian, hoping he would elaborate. Xiang Nantian was acutely aware of the audience's expectations, yet he felt a deep sense of despair within. He only knew the surname Qin and nothing else. Xiang Nantian decided to close his eyes, resting his mind, indifferent to the unfolding events. After a considerable time, noticing the lack of activity, he could not help but open his eyes and glance at the spatial gate. Where is he? Where is the esteemed Qin? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng stood hesitantly at the exit of the spatial gate, feeling a surge of anxiety. This was due to the sudden recollection of a familiar name, Mu Xuetong. Could it possibly be her? Had he known, he would have refrained from accepting the role of judge. A sense of unease gripped him in such a highly scrutinized environment. What if he were to be accused by her? His reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. If he were to later reveal his status as a great emperor, people might privately brand him as a heartless or unfaithful emperor, and though they may not dare to speak it aloud, the thought was still distressing. He reflected on his past disdain for her lack of skill, her inability to meet his expectations in various movements and poses, and her excessive shyness, which had led him to abandon her one fateful stormy night. However, it seemed unlikely that fortune would be so cruel. With countless individuals sharing the same name over the span of 7 millennia, his former acquaintance might very well have become but dust. Bolstered by this rationale, Qin Changsheng steeled himself and stepped through the spatial gate. Upon witnessing his emergence, Xiang Nantian breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no calamity had befallen them. As Qin Changsheng appeared, he cast his gaze toward the striking figure at the judging panel, who, in turn, looked back at him with intrigue. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the world around them faded into oblivion, leaving only the two of them. To her astonishment, it was him. Mu Xuedong felt a tempest surge within her. Despite the passage of years, she recognized that face and the unique aura he exuded. This was trouble. Indeed, it was her. Qin Changsheng's heart sank. Fate had conspired against him. He wanted nothing more than to maintain a good reputation and distance himself from his past. Yet one ex-girlfriend after another continued to surface. At that moment, he even suspected the intervention of some unseen system. If this continued, his reputation would inevitably be shattered. However, the die had been cast. There was no point in lamenting. Thus, Qin Changsheng, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, slowly approached Mu Xuedong, offering an awkward yet dignified smile, and softly said, "Xuedong, it has been a long time." He then turned to sit at the fifth judging seat, adjacent to her. The masculine presence that enveloped her sent a shiver through Mu Xuedong, evoking a strange sensation, both familiar and foreign. Especially upon hearing his words, "It has been a long time." She nearly faltered, her heart racing, caught off guard and uncertain. Originally, I believed that I had mastered the art of forgetting love, having long since dismissed this unfaithful man from my heart. However, upon this initial encounter, signs of my emotional fortitude began to unravel. Could it be that this is a fateful bond, and that I still harbored deep feelings for him? Is this the reason my mastery of the art of emotional detachment remains incomplete? Impossible. Mu Xuedong found herself ensnared in profound self-doubt. Chapter 67. There must be some unspeakable connection at this moment. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence, with every individual adorned with a large question mark above their heads. Who is this fifth judge? Who is this pretty boy? How dare he smirk at the goddess Mu? Who is he really? It is not surprising that the audience was rife with speculation. After all, while profound practitioners can rejuvenate their youth, most male cultivators opt to present themselves as middle-aged or elderly to maintain an air of authority. Yet, this so-called senior Qin appeared as nothing more than a youthful pretty boy, clearly a flamboyant character. Bah! Many quietly scoffed. Nevertheless, not all cultivators shared this sentiment. The majority of female practitioners gazed at him with sparkling eyes, harboring a different perspective. How handsome! Numerous exclamations from women shattered the silence. Is this truly Senior Qin? He is simply breathtaking. If only I could forge a bond with him, some murmured wistfully. Some young female cultivators, unable to contain their emotions, instinctively crossed their legs. The more popular Qin Changsheng became among the women, the more it ignited a sense of camaraderie among the male cultivators present. However, despite their growing disdain, no one dared to openly criticize Judge Qin at this moment, for all judges had been invited by the organizing force, Yuan Chushan, and none knew the origins of this so-called Senior Qin, nor the ancient and secretive powers he might represent. Respectedly, you are esteemed and knowledgeable. Have you ever encountered or heard of this Senior Qin? Someone could not help but ask an elder amidst the crowd. The elder furrowed his brow in contemplation, stroked his beard, and shook his head. I have not heard of him, and those hidden powers have never mentioned anyone with the surname Qin. Curious indeed. I too have not heard of him, another elder interjected. I have participated in compiling historical records at the Tianji Pavilion and have never encountered a powerful figure of the human race by the name of Qin. Upon hearing this from two erudite elders, all present were plunged into a deep state of perplexity. Who, exactly, is this Senior Qin? Did you not notice? Just now, Senior Qin's demeanor seemed to suggest an acquaintance with the goddess Mu. He must be an extraordinary individual, merely lacking in notoriety. An onlooker remarked as if he had discovered a new continent. Yes, there has never been any mention of the goddess Mu having connections with other men. And that earlier smirk was rife with ulterior motives. Why speak so much? Once the finals of the competition commence, we shall discern his true nature from his commentary. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Amid the noise, two men in the crowd stood wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning. Holy cow, Ancestor! Holy cow, brother! Qin Zhen and the third Ancestor, Qin Changsheng, wore expressions of disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Upon discovering the disappearance of their esteemed ancestor, Qin Changsheng hurriedly made his way to Yaochi Mountain to meet with the third ancestor. However, despite their exhaustive search of the venue and its surroundings for the grand talent competition, there was no sign of their ancestor. This morning, they arrived at the finals with the same purpose, for if their ancestor truly came to support Qin Tian, he would surely be present at the final event. To their astonishment, their ancestor had transformed into a judge. Ancestor, do you not possess any awareness of your own capabilities? I acknowledge that your charm in wooing women is unparalleled, but this is the finals of the grand talent competition. Can you truly comprehend the battles? Can you provide a fair assessment? Qin Changsheng felt a wave of despair wash over him. The Qin family had finally begun to rise, on the cusp of becoming the foremost power in the northern domain, and now, at such a critical juncture, their ancestor had created this predicament. Should it be revealed that he was merely a mortal, the repercussions would be unimaginable, and the Qin family would surely become the target of scorn. A chill ran down Qin Changsheng's spine as he discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Fortunately, their ancestor had remained largely incognito, and thus far, no one had recognized the elder of the Qin family. At that moment, Qin Changsheng noticed the third ancestor making a shushing gesture, pointing to a nearby corner. Understanding the cue, he stealthily followed the third ancestor away from the crowd to an isolated spot. Third ancestor, what shall we do? You are well aware of our ancestor's standing. If this matter is exposed in such a setting, I fear for the repercussions on our esteemed ancestor, Qin Changsheng expressed anxiously. In response, the third ancestor merely waved his hand dismissively. Do not be concerned. You must remember the formidable strength of Yaochi Mountain. How could a mere mortal like our eldest brother possibly go unnoticed by them? Thus, his role as a judge must have been tacitly approved by Yaochi Mountain, and there is no need to worry for his safety. Upon hearing the third ancestor's astute reasoning, Qin Changsheng's eyes brightened. Indeed, given the influence of Yaochi Mountain, they would surely recognize their ancestor's true nature. Yet, even so, they chose to invite him as a judge. This implied that the connections of their ancestor were extraordinarily strong. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Third ancestor, it appeared that our ancestor smiled at Senior Mu Xuedong just now. Could it be that? Qin Changsheng gasped in shock. Based on his prior experiences, all the women known to their ancestor were his former flames. If that were the case, could Senior Mu also be one of them? The implications were too staggering to contemplate. If this were indeed true, given the fervor of Mu Xuedong's admirers, many of whom were likely to be potential emperors, the consequences could be dire for the humble Qin family. The third ancestor contemplated this matter and quickly covered Qin Changsheng's mouth and nose, sternly admonishing him. Hush. Speak with caution, refrain from reckless words. Let us set this aside for now. After a brief pause, he continued, as the finals progress, the ancestral insights and evaluations will inevitably come to light. Should anyone from the northern region recognize it, the ancestral protection from Yuan Chushan would ensure safety for our forebear. But for us of the Qin family, it would be another story. Thus, we must not reveal our connection to the ancestor. We must deny it vehemently. Moreover, Qin Tian is a participant in the competition, so there should be no issues during the event. As for after the competition, he trailed off, and the two exchanged glances, a chilling sensation seemingly emanating from each other, akin to a biting winter wind. If they were caught, it would not bode well for them. Consequently, the third ancestor and Qin Changsheng devised a meticulous and secure plan for their departure. Meanwhile, the grand competition of prodigies unfolded in an orderly manner. During this time, numerous matches had already transpired in the transition from 64 to 32 competitors. Yun Wuxing, Shangwan Sun, and others had provided critiques multiple times, highlighting the strengths and weaknesses of the prodigies, with the emperor's discerning eye making no missteps. Strangely, the two final judges had remained utterly silent. Additionally, the atmosphere between Mu Xuedong and Elder Qin was rather delicate. Their gazes frequently met, yet swiftly turned away, as if their thoughts were entirely detached from the competition at hand. In stark contrast to Mu Xuedong's icy demeanor that repelled others, Qin Changsheng fidgeted restlessly, glancing around. What in the world is happening? Qin Changsheng lamented inwardly. Chapter 68. The Stakes, Emperor's Weapon or Apron. Initially hoping to serve as a judge and relish the unrestrained pleasure of candid commentary, he envisioned the prodigies sharing their poignant tales of overcoming childhood tragedies to finally grace this stage, after which he would shed a symbolic tear to encourage them. thus concluding the competition on a perfect note. Little did he anticipate encountering an ex-girlfriend. Moreover, she sat beside him, her unique fragrance frequently wafting into his nostrils, evoking countless memories of past nights, making it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. Xuedong, how do you perceive the upcoming battle? Shangwan Sun, the lord of Ziyun Mansion, suddenly inquired, smiling at Mu Xuedong, who had long captured his admiration, hoping to bridge the distance between them. In response, Mu Xuedong's expression turned frosty, an aura of coldness enveloping her, as displeasure welled within her. Traditionally, while she practiced the supreme art of forgetting emotions, she had reserved a modicum of respect and courtesy for her human elders, merely referring to herself by name without issue. However, at this moment, in front of Qin Changsheng, it struck her as particularly grating. Uncharacteristically, she asserted firmly, Daoist Shangwan, as you are an elder and we are not well acquainted, calling me Xuedong is rather presumptuous. You may refer to me as Daoist Mu instead. Shangwan Sun was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a reaction. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng cast a disapproving glance at Shangwan Sun, a cold smile creeping across his face. Hey, are you foolish? You dare to call Snow Eye by that name? Does the master of the Purple Cloud Mansion still wish to maintain his position? How dare you covet my old acquaintance in front of me, a former lover? As Shangwan Sun felt a wave of embarrassment, he chanced upon the mocking and provocative gaze of Qin Changsheng, which instantly ignited a surge of boundless fury within him. This insufferably flamboyant pretty boy, an ancient creature from who knows where, is utterly shameless, flaunting his youth while exchanging flirtatious glances with Snow Eye. How infuriating! In that moment, he vowed to remember Qin Changsheng with deep-seated resentment. However, this was ultimately the grand competition of the prodigies. He had to grant some face to the Yuan Chushan and, being unaware of the opponent's true capabilities, did not dare to openly confront him. A sudden idea struck Shangwan Sun, and he feigned indifference, inquiring, Dear Daoist Qin, what are your thoughts on the forthcoming battle? Qin Changsheng, with his keen perception, easily discerned Shangwan Sun's intentions, and he replied with a hint of irritation. How do I view it? Naturally, with my eyes. Stifled by Qin Changsheng's retort, Shangwan Sun felt as if he might spit blood in frustration. This scoundrel would not rest until he vented his anger. He made an effort to regain his composure, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. Daoist Qin, you jest. What I meant to say is, who do you think will win this battle? Since we have some time on our hands, why not add a little excitement and place a bet? Shangwan Sun declared confidently, certain that his keen judgment accumulated over the years would not lead him astray. Very well. Let us wager. Qin Changsheng replied. After all, he was currently the only emperor in the world, employing methods that were beyond the comprehension of mere quasi-emperors. It was entirely within his power to decide the victor. The two then gazed downward, where the contenders had taken the stage. One was Qin Tian, and the other was Lung Xiaoming, the direct disciple of the headmaster of Yuan Chushan. A smirk crept onto Qin Changsheng's lips. What a delightful coincidence. He was well aware of Qin Tian's recent ascension, but he had not anticipated that Yi Qiubai would shamelessly cheat to ensure Qin Tian's advancement, arranging for him to face a direct disciple in the very first match. If he were to lose, it would be a miracle. Yet, considering Qin Tian's progress and the minor mastery of the Void Emperor's Sutra, it was uncertain whether he would indeed falter. This wager was secure. I shall bet on the slightly more handsome one, Qin Tian. He possesses a certain elegance that resonates with my own aura, Qin Changsheng remarked dramatically. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Sun was overjoyed. He had initially feared that his opponent would choose Lung Xiaoming, which would complicate his betting strategy. To his surprise, the other party, being a fool, chose based on appearance, selecting an unknown youth. Then I shall wager on Lung Xiaoming's victory. One is a renowned disciple of Yuan Chushan, while the other is an obscure junior from the barren northern region, with a cultivation level a full realm below. The outcome is crystal clear. Speak then, what shall we wager? Qin Changsheng asked coolly. Let us not bet excessively. I possess a quasi-emperor weapon, so let that be our standard. Upon achieving his objective, Shangwan Sun retrieved a hammer from the Purple Mansion. Yet, he pondered whether his companion, Qin Daoyu, possessed a quasi-emperor weapon. However, such divine armaments were not easily wielded by just anyone. Even after years of being a quasi-emperor, producing a single quasi-emperor weapon would be a considerable feat. Though it pained him, the gamble was one he could not lose. Faced with the other's derision, Qin Changsheng curled his lips in disdainful amusement, recognizing his opponent as a novice at pretense. The facade was overly rigid and lacking finesse, simply inadequate. Scanning the purple mansion with his divine sense, Qin Changsheng's heart sank. Alas, aside from 6 supreme imperial weapons, it seemed the rest were all remnants of past relationships. Sachets, undergarments, cosmetics, and even unmentionables, an overwhelming assortment. It was inappropriate to brandish imperial weapons, as they might intimidate others. Displaying the other items would be even more unseemly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. With deliberate slowness, he began to extract items from the purple mansion, casually remarking, "I do not possess such worthless quasi-emperor weapons, yet I am indeed surrounded by treasures." Under Shang Wansun's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Changsheng produced a leopard print lace undergarment, shaking it with mock enthusiasm. "Oh dear, wrong item." Qin Changsheng feigned horror, swiftly returning the undergarment to the purple mansion. The act was so quick that it went unnoticed by others. However, Mu Xuetong, who had been observing Qin Changsheng closely, felt her cheeks flush crimson, overwhelmed by a mix of shame and anger. Ancient memories surged forth, illuminating moments shared with Qin Changsheng. Was this not her favorite style of undergarment? That rogue. No wonder, upon being cast aside, she had discovered several pieces of her intimate attire missing. It turned out this scoundrel had pilfered them. How amusing to realize that Qin Daoyu was such a character. Shang Wansun, who had been attentively watching Qin Changsheng, found his actions rather contemptible. Just as he prepared to mock him, he suddenly noticed Mu Xuetong's flushed visage. A chilling thought pierced his mind. Could it be that Qin Daoyu had no reason to display a useless undergarment? Coupled with Mu Xuetong's expression, was it possible that this undergarment belonged to her? His face paled as anger and jealousy surged within him, his pupils constricting, fists clenched tightly, and intense hatred beginning to boil. After a prolonged moment, he hesitantly turned his gaze toward Mu Xuetong, hoping to glean from her demeanor that it was merely a ruse. Chapter 69. Commentary on the competition. Speaking nonsense with eyes wide open. Yet from her reaction, he despaired. Realizing the truth, it was indeed Mu Xuetong's undergarment. The goddess he had admired for thousands of years had, unbeknownst to him, long been associated with Qin Changsheng. At that moment, Mu Xuetong, feeling somewhat impatient under Shang Wansun's scrutiny, shot a fierce glare at Qin Changsheng and declared, "Enough! I shall cover the cost of the quasi-emperor weapon for this Qin Daoyu. Let us observe the battle." This was it. Even the quasi-emperor weapon was being provided for Qin Daoyu, further confirming the depth of their relationship. At this moment, Shang Wansun felt as though he were a mere jester. The scene before him resembled a quarrel between a young couple, yet a sense of perplexity stirred within him. For years, Mu Xuetong had resided within the Ice God Palace, and he had never encountered any rumors about her. How had these two become entangled? Meanwhile, the competition below was unfolding with fervor. The two contenders exchanged blows with great enthusiasm, creating a lively spectacle. Qin Tian wielded his sword, its brilliance akin to a dragon, his movements as graceful as a swallow, seemingly one with the blade. In contrast, Long Xiaoming brandished a weapon of an enigmatic material, resembling a golden bowl, adorned with mysterious runes that shimmered, emanating a palpable aura of dread. As the battle progressed, Long Xiaoming could not help but stifle a bitter laugh. He had not anticipated that his opponent, seemingly obscure, would possess such formidable strength. His master had advised him to hold back, but how could one truly gauge such restraint? Particularly, the occasional spatial techniques displayed by his adversary surpassed even his own training, leading him to doubt whether his master had concealed any secrets. As if this young man were indeed the master's hidden disciple. At that moment, the audience erupted in excitement. Who was this young man? How had he never been seen before, yet was able to hold his own against Brother Long, seemingly even suppressing his spatial prowess? After all, the top 64 had always been renowned prodigies, especially this year, which gathered nearly 5 centuries of the finest talents among the human race. Yet here was a new face breaking through. "Ah, my friend, you may not be aware, but this individual hails from the Qin family of the Northern Territory. Initially, I thought his success was merely luck, but upon witnessing the battle, it is evident that his strength is indeed formidable." What? The Northern Territory? Can such a barren land truly give rise to such a prodigy? Whether he is a prodigy remains uncertain, but he is certainly extraordinary. I have examined his path to advancement, and do you know what I discovered? He had a bye in every round. Today is his first match. Gasps of astonishment filled the stands, followed by a collective intake of breath. This young man is terrifying. Could it be that Qin Tian possesses the legendary fortunate sacred body, where luck is ever in his favor, stumbling upon supreme manuals, or having unparalleled beauties vying for his affection as he walks? Someone remarked with envy. Yet, there were also loyal supporters of Lung Xiaoming who expressed concern. I hope Brother Lung does not suddenly falter and find himself in a predicament, or worse, become enchanted. Regardless of the audience's speculations, the battle remained at an impasse. At this juncture, the host, Xiang Nantian, suddenly brightened with inspiration, approaching Qin Changsheng, and with a tone of flattery, remarked, Senior Qin, would you care to offer your insights on this battle? Qin Changsheng, lost in thought as he observed the peculiar golden bowl, was reminded of a fellow practitioner from his past life who had been busy operating a sewing machine, casually remarking, Behold this bowl, it is both large and round. Observe this sword, it is quite long. His voice, though not loud, resonated through the judges' panel with the amplification of the microphone, reaching the ears of every individual present. All gazes were drawn to him, curiosity flickering in their eyes. Indeed, as a senior, his words were profoundly enigmatic. How could they be so difficult to comprehend? Was it a reflection of their own lack of insight? Qin Changsheng, realizing he had stumbled into the wrong scene, hurriedly corrected himself. Ah, no, just a jest to lighten the atmosphere, huh? At this moment, he recognized that being a judge was not as straightforward as it seemed. He found himself at a loss for words. Though his cultivation was unparalleled, offering critique to others was an entirely novel experience. His previous guidance to Qin Yu had merely involved imparting a few threads of primordial transformative power every few days. For him to provide direct, personal instruction felt akin to a death sentence. To praise felt insincere, as the battles between those in the Dharmakaya realm and the early stages of the Saint realm were rather trivial. Moreover, the other party had neither bribed him nor offered any inducement. Conversely, to criticize would be to slap the Qin family's face. Faced with the expectant gazes of the crowd, Qin Changsheng finally spoke. Observe, Qin Tian's move, sword shadow follows, appears formidable, yet it is rather simplistic. And as for Lung Xiaoming, at first glance, one might underestimate his strength. But he is, in fact, exceptionally powerful. As he spoke, Qin Changsheng felt a twinge of satisfaction, having fully grasped the nuances of a judge's oratory. The audience, however, wore expressions of bewilderment, their heads adorned with enormous question marks. Listening to his words felt akin to a purifying discourse from Zhuangzi. This was indeed a revival of vacuous rhetoric. Could this Qin individual, the concluding judge, truly be genuine? Meanwhile, Qin Jun and the third ancestor, who had been closely observing their revered ancestor, were utterly flabbergasted. Initially uncertain if this Qin senior was truly their ancestor, perhaps merely sharing a resemblance, they were now unequivocally convinced. This was indeed their revered ancestor. They had hoped their ancestor would possess some self-awareness, striving to remain low-key and merely fulfill his role. Yet who would have thought that he would reveal his true nature upon opening his mouth? Exchanging glances, a singular thought emerged in their minds. Their previous plan seemed rather precarious. They must retreat promptly, lest the Qin family face dire consequences. Excellent. Qin Senior's critique is remarkably astute, came the slightly obsequious voice of Xiang Nantian. There was no choice. The sect leader, Yichiobai, had instructed him to echo and flatter whatever Qin Senior said, or risk losing his esteemed position as a grand elder. However, the audience was far from pleased. Are you blind or deaf? How can this be deemed astute? Where's the depth in that? Yet, many soon realized that for the grand elder of Yuanshu Mountain to utter such insincere praise, it spoke volumes about the formidable backing of this Qin senior. A shiver ran through them. Prudence was certainly the order of the day. Only the three ancestors and Qin Jin silently marveled at the fact that the patriarch could influence Xiang Nantian in such a manner. Clearly, Mu Shuedong's connections were insufficient. There must be even deeper ties at play. The patriarch's prowess in courting was indeed remarkable. For a moment, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 70, Ghost. Please restrain your talents. Fortunately, the battle between Qin Tian and Lung Xiaoming did not last long. Relying on the exquisite techniques of the Void Emperor Sutra, Qin Tian ultimately delivered a stunning strike, narrowly achieving victory. This remarkable turn of events elicited cheers from Qin Changsheng. Well done. A hall filled with intoxicated guests. A sword as cold as frost across 14 states. Impressive. Qin Changsheng was resolute in his decision. Once the competition concluded, he would seek a protector for this promising scion of the Qin family, someone at least at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. The ancient poem he casually recited left Mu Xuedong in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It reminded her of a time when a single renowned couplet had captured her heart. Truly, only he could effortlessly conjure such poetic masterpieces. Sensing the stirrings within her own body, Mu Xuedong involuntarily tightened her legs, muttering under her breath about the lewdness of the ghost who, oblivious to decorum, flaunted his talents with abandon, wielding his charm with reckless abandon. To Qin Changsheng's surprise, despite Shang Wansun's expression of profound anguish, which clearly indicated his heart was bleeding, he still handed over the quasi-emperor weapon without hesitation. Truly, he was a distinguished figure among humanity. Qin Changsheng's impression of him shifted slightly, prompting him to relinquish certain preconceived notions. After Shang Wansun surrendered the quasi-emperor weapon, he fell silent, evidently distressed by the loss of both dignity and treasure. Little did he know that by willingly relinquishing the weapon, he had spared the purple cloud manor from impending disaster. The ensuing battles were primarily critiqued by Mu Xuedong, Yun Wuxing, and Xing Wuhan. As for Qin Changsheng, concerned that Mu Xuedong might expose his flawed character in front of the crowd, he spent the entire time echoing her sentiments, praising her perceptiveness and intelligence, drawing frequent glances from those present. Regrettably, Mu Xuedong paid him no heed, leaving him feeling humiliated and even nurturing an urge to silence everyone in attendance, though he ultimately restrained himself. Alas, what could he do? It was the consequence of his own actions. He could neither strike nor scold. Qin Changsheng contemplated the dilemma. Abstaining from reprimanding his girlfriend was the last bastion of a scoundrel's dignity. Of course, in special circumstances, such reprimands could be deemed playful rather than abusive. The remainder of the competition unfolded in unexpected fashion. The previously low-key masked man suddenly unleashed his late-stage supreme realm prowess, blazing a trail through his opponents to claim victory in the grand competition. It is evident to all that the invincible aura of the masked man has been firmly established, and barring unforeseen circumstances, a new star shall rise within the human realm. However, a minor episode transpired. Due to the exceedingly malicious and ruthless actions of the holy son of the Sanluo Palace, Helian Ba, particularly during the ascent to the top 16, where he severely injured his own brother, Qin Tian, the protective brother, the masked man Qin Yu, was consumed by a fiery rage. Following the ancestral summons, Qin Yu acted decisively to cripple Helian Ba's cultivation, igniting a significant uproar. Yet, Qin Yu remained unfazed. After all, with the ancestral presence, how could there be any room for rebellion? In the blink of an eye, the moment for awarding the prizes arrived. A faint smile graced Qin Changsheng's lips. He was well versed in this process. The championess speech would involve recounting a tragic childhood. The more heartrending, the better. To inspire the cultivators of the human race and forge an idol from an ordinary individual, thereby consolidating the fortune of humanity. Thus, he swiftly approached, not in haste to distribute the awards, but rather, he extended the amplification talisman to the masked man Qin Yu. With a relaxed tone, he remarked, "Come, say a few words as the champion of this grand competition. Do you have anything to convey to the audience or your opponents? Or perhaps share your own exploits?" Qin Yu found himself momentarily bewildered by the ancestral command. A speech? Such a procedure had never been part of the norm. However, he quickly comprehended that this was the ancestral intention, aimed at sculpting his path to invincibility and enabling him to amass greater fortune. Contemplating for a moment, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from him, his voice resonating powerfully as he addressed the gathered talents. "In this world, I shall suppress all adversaries. I hope you all strive diligently so that on the imperial path, you may behold my silhouette. After all, once I surpass you, I shall be leagues ahead." The phrase leagues ahead reverberated through Yuanshu Mountain like an incantation, striking the hearts of all present with a resonant force that was particularly jarring. By heavens! Qin Changsheng cursed inwardly, realizing that the impudent youth had misconstrued the intent. Behaving with such arrogance in this setting could incite collective ire. He hastily conveyed a message to Qin Yu. You scoundrel! Who on earth gave you the liberty to say such things? My intention was for you to elaborate on your own struggles. The more tragic, the better. You wear a mask, so no one knows your identity. For instance, being orphaned, scavenging for survival, and through a fortunate twist of fate, embarking on the path of cultivation, persevering through sheer will to arrive at this day, and so forth. The aim is to motivate ordinary cultivators of the human race to resonate with their experiences and to rekindle the glory of our kind. Do you understand? Huh. Qin Yu was once again left speechless, astonished by the ancestral whims. Ancestral master, I am destined to tread the path of invincibility in this lifetime. If you urge me to speak thusly, would it not strip me of all dignity? Moreover, in the pursuit of cultivation, wealth, companionship, and the law of the land, wealth takes precedence. It is rare for an ordinary person to emerge from a lineage of remarkable figures or possess an exceptional bloodline. How could they possibly aspire to become the champion of the celestial talents competition? Who would believe such a tale? The young heart is burdened, yet remains silent. Voicing such sentiments would be futile. Qin Yu, feeling helpless, could only attribute the situation to the words of his ancestors. Clearing his throat, he reorganized his thoughts and even managed to infuse a hint of emotion into his voice as he spoke. I extend my gratitude to the judges and to the support of the human race. Orphaned at a tender age, I scavenged for survival, only to be taken in by cruel adoptive parents who subjected me to daily torment. Eventually, I fell into a ravine. He spoke with poignant eloquence, drawing in his audience. Yet, beneath the mask lay a face marred by shame. Most spectators were left astonished by this sudden shift in narrative. Wasn't he supposed to be far ahead? How could the atmosphere change so drastically in an instant? The transition felt rather abrupt. Chapter 71. A stunning turn of events. Champion Qin Yu exposed nonetheless. There were dissenting voices. How tragic. To endure such suffering, yet still rise to become the first in the celestial talents competition. How I wish to embrace him and offer comfort, lamented a sentimental woman. I heard he wears a mask due to his unappealing appearance. Are you not afraid of what lies beneath? Not at all. I simply wish to care for him and console him. A cynical voice interjected. Oh please, I know your true intentions. No matter how unsightly he may be, he is still the foremost among the exceptional. Do you really think you have a chance? Even my grandmother from my hometown can hear your ambitions. Regardless, many could empathize. Lamenting the arduous journey of cultivation, battling against both heaven and humanity. In a shadowy corner of the crowd, the three ancestors, Qin Zhen and Qin Tian, were present. Under the restorative effects of the elixirs from Yuan-Chu Mountain, Qin Tian's complexion had significantly improved. What a pitiable child. Orphaned from a young age, yet persevering to reach this point. It is indeed commendable, Qin Zhen remarked. And look at you. Your family resources have always been prioritized for you, yet you cannot even make it to the top 16. He chided Qin Tian with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Had it been the usual Qin Tian, he would have retorted, considering that reaching the 32nd position had equaled the best achievements of the northern region's prodigies. However, he remained unusually silent, furrowing his brow as he observed the masked figure's retreating silhouette. Father, do you not think that figure resembles my elder brother? Puzzled, Qin Zhen responded. I do not see the resemblance. Surely, you must notice how similar that back view is to my brother's? At this, Qin Zhen scolded vehemently. What nonsense. That figure bears no resemblance to your brother. If he truly possessed such capability, I would willingly sever my head and offer it to you as a ball to kick. This rebellious son, tasked with caring for the ancestors, had instead vanished to indulge in his own pleasures. The mere mention of his eldest son, Qin Yu, filled Qin Zhen with unbridled frustration. As Qin Changsheng listened intently to Qin Yuxing's passionate narration, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Indeed, this is what our human race deserves. At that moment, a chilling and resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Hold on. A figure swiftly approached from afar, soaring through the air. It was Han Qianxiu, the master of the Sanluo Palace, who had just utilized a treasured artifact from his sect to preserve the crumbling purple mansion of the Holy Sun, Helion Ba. A flicker of cold light flashed in Qin Changsheng's eyes. There were two types of individuals he detested most in this life. Those who interrupted him while he spoke, and those who prevented him from speaking at all. It was evident that this person had crossed a line. Han Qianxiu, do you seek to make an enemy of Yuan-Chu Mountain? exclaimed the Grand Elder of Yuanshu Mountain, Xiang Nantian, as he rose in anger. He could discern that the visitor bore ill intentions, and interrupting the award ceremony of the prodigy competition was a blatant affront to Yuanshu Mountain. Han Qianxiu glanced warily at the Grand Elder and replied solemnly, "Brother Xiang, I harbor no desire to oppose Yuanshu Mountain, nor do I wish to engage in conflict here. I merely wish to know the identity of the one who incapacitated my palace's holy son. Moreover, this individual conceals his true identity. He could be over 500 years old, or perhaps not even of the human race." "Impudent!" Xiang Nantian erupted in fury, retorting, "Are you insinuating that Yuanshu Mountain colludes with alien races? Do you truly wish to incite civil strife among our people? I can assure you, the identity of the Nameless One is undoubtedly legitimate, and according to the Bone Age assessment, he is no more than 40 years of age." This revelation elicited a wave of astonishment. How is that possible? A champion of the prodigy competition under 40 years old, yet possessing the prowess of a late-stage supreme? What an extraordinary talent! Even during the era of the fallen emperors, the archaic age, or the distant mythological times, such a prodigious supreme would surely be hailed as a youthful sovereign, with the potential to become a great emperor. In this prodigy competition, all of the top 8 contenders were, without exception, over 300 years old, including the esteemed scion of the Ji family and the holy son of Sanluo Palace. After all, advancing through the realms of the sage and supreme stages is fraught with challenges that have thwarted many young prodigies. Yet now, when the world has not undergone significant change and spiritual energy has yet to revive, a young supreme under 40 has emerged. This instantly piqued the curiosity of all present. "Heh," Han Qianxiu suddenly chuckled softly, a hint of derision gracing his lips. "Brother Xiang, do you truly believe in the notion of a young supreme under 40? He then called out to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you not wish to uncover the true identity of this remarkable youth?" Xiang Nanshan's gaze sharpened, realizing he had misspoken, and promptly fell silent. In truth, he had also been taken aback by the Bone Age assessment of this nameless individual. Yet bound by the command of the sect leader, he could not delve further into the matter. He too was eager to learn the true identity of this person. However, he steadfastly positioned himself before Han Qianxiu, determined that no one at Yuanshu Mountain could coerce the champion of the competition into actions against his will. "Enough!" A clear and melodious voice rang out from behind. People turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, and there emerged the champion of the Heavenly Talents competition, the enigmatic figure known only as Wuming. His profound gaze locked onto Han Qianxiu, his eyes brimming with a hint of provocation. He had received a message from the ancestral spirit, granting him the permission to reveal his identity. It was time for the name of the Qin family to resonate throughout the world, elevating their reputation to new heights. The ancestor believed that one cunning figure was sufficient for the Qin family, and now he could step into the limelight. "Curious to learn my identity, are you? Very well. I hope you will forever remember this name, for it may well become your nightmare." As Qin Yu spoke, he paused, slowly removing his mask. His eyes radiating an infinite brilliance, his voice echoing across the entirety of Yuanshu Mountain. "I am Qin Yu of the Qin family." Beneath the mask was a youthful face, not particularly handsome, yet certainly not unattractive, bearing a hint of maturity that belied his years. In that moment, he became the focal point for all, his robe billowing in the wind, creating a breathtaking tableau in the realm. This once-fallen prodigy stepped once again onto the stage of the Heavenly Talents, revealing himself to all. "My goodness! My goodness! My goodness!" The simultaneous exclamations of astonishment erupted from a corner of the audience. Qin Zhen, Senzu, and Qin Tian exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief written across their faces. Qin Zhen's reaction was particularly pronounced, his pupils dilating, breath quickening, grappling with the weight of reality. The champion of the Heavenly Talents competition was none other than the very rebellious prodigy he had just lambasted. The surprise was overwhelming, leaving him clutching his chest, struggling to regain composure. However, a sudden realization washed over him, and his expression shifted dramatically. "So this is the orphan you spoke of, scavenging for a living since childhood? You wretched boy. Lying is unacceptable. No, after the award ceremony, I must teach him a lesson." Meanwhile, Han Qianxiu shared the same incredulous reaction as the majority of the audience. Countless questions flooded his mind. What is this Qin family, this transcendent force? Who is Qin Yu? I have never heard of him. as the Lord of the Sanluo Hall. And especially in this pivotal era of impending change, he had diligently gathered intelligence on all superpowers, yet he had never encountered any mention of a Qin family among them. I remember now. He is the Qin Yu of the Northern Domain, famously known as the Silver Spear Prince who once overwhelmed the Haidang, exclaimed a passerby from the Northern Domain. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's lips twitched, barely suppressing a grin. In his youthful arrogance, he indeed had a checkered past. But I heard he was rendered powerless. I had no idea he had hidden himself so deeply, and according to my knowledge, he is barely in his early 30s. The voice continued. Yes, I recall it too. Back when we were both at the innate realm, I even sparred with him. Now, I remain at the innate realm. Yet he has surpassed all expectations. How can the disparity be so vast? Another passerby remarked. He appears to be the biological brother of Qin Tian from the 32 strong. And it is quite unexpected that a mere small family from the impoverished northern region, the Qin clan, could cultivate such remarkable prodigies. The Qin family is poised for ascendance. The practitioners from the northern region exchanged words, revealing the details of Qin Yu's background. All of this information was absorbed by Han Qianxiu, who furrowed his brow. Finally recalling the Qin family. This recollection was largely attributed to the recent uproar concerning the Qin family's imperial weapon. Otherwise, he would have deemed a small, barren family unworthy of his attention. Suddenly, Han Qianxiu let out a sinister laugh. The Qin family, is it? Qin Yu, you say? Today, I shall grant face to the Yuan Chushan. I hope you can return to the northern region unscathed. In response, Qin Yu seemed unfazed by the veiled threat in his words. Instead, he stepped forward, his gaze a mixture of mirth and disdain, and lightly remarked, I advise you to abandon this line of thought. Regardless, within a year, I shall personally step into the Sanluo Palace to demand an explanation for today's coercion. His tone was resolute, as if the matter were already settled. A year's time would suffice, Qin Yu silently vowed. He had once heard from his ancestor of a youthful supreme during the ancient immortal era, who possessed an extraordinary comprehension, rising to prominence by mastering the art of combat with a fowl and a spear, ultimately forging his own path and ascending to the status of emperor in merely 2.5 years, quelling all forbidden zones, with his ancestor as his support. If he could not reach the pinnacle of quasi-emperor within a year, he would not be worthy of being the most cherished descendant of his forebear. Han Qianxiu, filled with rage, ironically laughed. He could not believe that a mere youth from the northern region would so brazenly disregard the Sanluo Palace, a legacy that had endured for countless years. Very well, I shall await your arrival. But remember, a fallen genius is no longer a genius. A fleeting glint of malice flashed in Han Qianxiu's eyes, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. At that moment, an untimely voice broke through the tension. It was Qin Changsheng, his brow furrowed, already displaying signs of impatience. Whether to strike or to kill, if you dare not act here, then be gone with your incessant prattling. Qin Changsheng continued. This so-called master of the Sanluo Palace interrupted my speech upon his arrival and has wasted so much time. Had it not been for my desire to conceal my cultivation, I would have long since dispatched him with a single blow. Han Qianxiu was taken aback, feeling somewhat dazed by the reprimand. Had the times truly changed? Was his fearsome reputation merely a facade? Why did it seem that no one feared him anymore? Who are you? He stuttered, his composure shaken. He knew the other party was a judge invited by Yuan Chushan, yet he could not fathom the depths of his strength. Ignoring him, Qin Changsheng turned to Qin Yu and instructed, You reveal your identity. Bowing deeply, Qin Yu knelt before Qin Changsheng, his voice resonating throughout the assembly. Unworthy descendant, Qin Yu pays his respects to the ancestor. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the venue, as all present gaped in astonishment at this unforeseen spectacle. Even the master of the Sanluo Palace, Han Qianxiu, took 3 steps back, his eyes filled with trepidation. He is the ancestor of the Qin family. To have nurtured a prodigy like Qin Yu, could he be a concealed ancient being? However, this conjecture was swiftly dispelled as a gasp rippled through the crowd, thoroughly exposing Qin Changsheng's background. The ancestor of the Qin family? Isn't he merely immortal? It is said that he accidentally consumed the elixir of immortality, thereby extending his lifespan by millennia. It was the same passerby from the northern region who voiced his astonishment. I have also heard that not long ago, the Qin family hosted a grand banquet to celebrate the return of their ancestor. But how could a mere mortal like the Qin ancestor serve as a judge in this grand competition of the prodigies? No wonder his commentary style is so peculiar. It turns out he is just an ineffectual mortal. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and some even shouted about hidden agendas. Mortal? Han Qianqiu murmured. No wonder he could not discern the opponent's cultivation. The truth is, the opponent possessed no cultivation at all. Upon seeing their ancestor exposed, the three ancestors and Qin Zhen rushed to the high platform, shielding the ancestor behind them, their expressions grave as they stared intently at Han Qianqiu, fearful of his potential aggression. Witnessing this, Han Qianqiu became even more certain that the other party was indeed a mere mortal. How absurd it was to be scolded by a mortal. In a fit of rage, he laughed derisively. Ha! How ironic. The final judge of the prodigy competition turns out to be a cultivator devoid of any power. Is this the explanation that Yuan Chushan offers to humanity? In my opinion, this Qin ancestor cannot possibly be the illegitimate son of your Yuan Chushan's sect master, Yi Qiubai. He did not anticipate that his casual remark would be taken to heart by some. Particularly, the sect master's eldest disciple, Lung Xiaoming, nodded repeatedly in agreement, silently reflecting. The sect master's spatial techniques have always been at the pinnacle of humanity, yet the Qin family's spatial abilities surpass even those imparted to me. The difference in kinship is evident. Upon hearing Han Qianqiu slander his sect master, Xiang Nantian, filled with rage, exclaimed, Han Qianqiu, dare you speak so recklessly on Yuan Chushan's grounds? You seek death. With that, he prepared to charge at him. In response, Han Qianqiu tore through space and vanished. Fully aware that this was Yuan Chushan's stronghold, even in the absence of Yi Qiubai, he would find no advantage here. When he reappeared, he was already 100 miles away, leaving only a chilling remark in the void. Ha! Qin family, I shall remember you. After Han Qianqiu departed, all eyes turned once more to Qin Changsheng. Just as Qin Changsheng contemplated whether to crush the master of the Sanluo Palace right then and there, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. You are the ancestor of the Qin family? Should I address you as Ancestor Qin, or should I call you Hanli? The previously silent Mu Xuedong suddenly spoke, her gaze piercing into him. Hiss. At these words, Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow, stepping back 3 paces to shield the crowd before him. Wait, something feels amiss. He suddenly realized why he had reacted in such a manner. It seemed as though a profound cause and effect had traversed the layers of time and space, impacting him deeply. He shook his head and approached Mu Xuedong once more, a wry smile gracing his lips as he awkwardly said, Xuedong, you may simply call me Changsheng. It was never my intention to deceive you. I was left with no other choice. As you know, in the world of martial arts, safeguarding one's privacy is paramount. Upon hearing this, Mu Xuedong did not delve further but instead cast a glance at Qin Zhen and the others, her eyes revealing an inscrutable meaning. With a slight pout, she continued, So, are these individuals your descendants? Have you married and had children? Though her tone was gentle, Qin Zhen, Sanzu, and the others felt a chill run down their spines, as though foreseeing an impending storm. Caught in the eye of this tempest, Qin Changsheng paused, a bitter smile crossing his face. Indeed, what was meant to come had arrived. However, he was grateful that he had acted with integrity, walking the path of righteousness without guilt. How could that be? I remain untarnished. I have never taken a wife or concubine. They are all descendants of my brothers. The one who appears somewhat foolish is my third brother, he explained. Xuedong, you must understand, I have preserved my purity all these years, waiting for you. Qin Changsheng's fervent defense bore a gaze filled with deep emotion and determination, disregarding the strange looks from Qin Zhen and the others. What a jest! This was the grand competition of the human race, attended by representatives from nearly every faction, akin to a live broadcast for all humanity. Though my head may break and blood may flow, I cannot forsake the image of a devoted heart. Qin Zhen, Qin Tian, and Qin Yu fell into silence. Had he not been their ancestor, they might have pointed at Qin Changsheng and berated him for his outrageous audacity. Faced with Qin Changsheng's heartfelt confession, Mu Xuedong found herself utterly unprepared. Her heart seemed to freeze in that moment, as emotions long sealed away surged forth like a dam bursting. Had he truly been waiting for her all this time? In that instant, ripples of sentiment stirred within Mu Xuedong, as memories of their shared past flooded her mind. Sweet moments of affection illuminated her thoughts. The first time she beheld him, his eyes were deep and mysterious, igniting her curiosity. As they gradually spent more time together, his eloquence and extraordinary talent ensnared her heart. Then, on that stormy night, his gentle attentiveness caused her to succumb entirely. Yet, he often broached topics that left her feeling embarrassed, though they had not crossed any physical boundaries. Her traditional upbringing made acceptance difficult. Could this be the reason for his abrupt departure? Lost in her reverie, Mu Xuedong remained oblivious to the peculiar silence that had enveloped all the spectators and prodigies present. Even the small group that had earlier shouted accusations of foul play had quieted, redirecting their gaze towards the two figures at the center of the awards podium. It appears that a significant revelation has emerged. The inherent curiosity of the human race has been ignited, transforming them into a captivated audience. It seems that the ancestor of the Qin family has an affair with the divine goddess Mu Xuedong. No, it is certain that there is an affair. Some individuals, deep in contemplation, recalled the legends of the goddess Mu who traversed the continent thousands of years ago. Could it be that the person she sought back then was none other than the ancestor of the Qin family? In an instant, the crowd was enveloped in thought. I object. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the crowd, clearly a fervent admirer of Mu Xuedong. I too object. These dissenting voices coalesced into a surge, resonating throughout the Yuanshu mountain. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng was displeased. We are a match made in heaven. Who are you ugly lot to oppose us? Meanwhile, Mu Xuedong, jolted from her earlier reverie by Qin Changsheng's heartfelt confession, inwardly scoffed. What does it matter if you are chaste? Who cares about your purity? Yet, the current situation did not allow her to dwell on such thoughts. Follow me, she commanded, gripping Qin Changsheng's hand tightly. In an instant, she soared into the air, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Witnessing this, Qin Jun and others promptly took to the skies, trailing behind her, leaving a bewildered Xiang Nantian and a perplexed crowd behind. And just like that, they fled? After stirring up such a commotion, they simply depart? What sets the Qin family apart that they can nurture a prodigy like Qin Yu? Especially, what status does the ancestor Qin Changsheng hold that warrants such treatment from the sect leader? Could it be, as Han Qianxiu suggested, that he is indeed the illegitimate child of the sect leader? Xiang Nantian found himself engulfed in uncertainty. However, surveying the chaotic scene before him, he rubbed his temples. And then a commanding voice echoed throughout the venue. Silence. In that moment, the authority of the Grand Elder of Yuanshu Mountain was unmistakable. In a lavish chamber on the back mountain of Yuanshu, Mu Xuedong's delicate form trembled slightly, hesitating to speak. It was evident that she was nervous, as she had forgotten to release the grip on Qin Changsheng's hand, which had begun to perspire. After a prolonged silence, as if having made a monumental decision, she resolutely declared to Qin Changsheng, Changsheng, I desire your assistance in my cultivation. Qin Changsheng was momentarily stunned, questioning whether there was an issue with his hearing. This narrative felt amiss. Such audacious words ought to have been uttered by me. Hearing such proclamations from the lips of a celestial beauty felt undeniably peculiar. At this moment, Qin Jun and others, who had followed closely out of concern for their ancestors' safety, stood frozen at the threshold, unsure whether to enter. Had they overheard something they should not have? How could a mere mortal assist in cultivation? Is this truly legitimate cultivation? The expressions of Qin Jun and the others shifted to one of incredulity, once again marveling at the prowess of their ancestor, and wondering why he could not muster a shred of spiritual energy. Originally, the ancestors had invested all their cultivation talents into the charm attribute. Upon regaining his senses, Qin Changsheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a cold glance at Qin Jun and the others, succinctly commanding, leave. Such brevity. They should have considered the appropriateness of the occasion, but they lacked the discernment. Upon hearing this, Qin Jun and the others exchanged understanding glances and obediently retreated, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Once they had departed, Qin Changsheng turned his gaze to Mu Xuedong and inquired, how may I assist you in your cultivation? Mu Xuedong's cheeks flushed momentarily, her lips pressed together as she summoned the courage to speak. I had believed that by practicing the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Heart Sutra, I could forget you. Yet I have realized that I remain unable to comprehend the matter of emotions, which is why the Heart Sutra cannot attain perfection. Upon seeing you again, the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Heart Sutra began to unravel, and I understood that you are my greatest tribulation. You are the key to my inability to transcend the barrier of emotions. How can one comprehend the 7 emotions and 6 desires without experiencing them? Moreover, you are the only man I have ever loved in this world. After this encounter, perhaps my supreme forgetting emotion heart sutra will reach perfection. Or perhaps it will completely collapse. Regardless, I do not regret it. Changsheng, take me. Chapter 74. 1,000-Year Youth. Unleashing Heroic Might in an Instant? After listening, Qin Changsheng grasped the situation. She was attempting to reverse the situation. It had been a few millennia since their last meeting, and this first encounter was already so profound. It seemed rather inappropriate. He prided himself on the 2 paramount traits of a deeply affectionate man: not initiating and not refusing. Not initiating was a strict self-restraint, while not refusing indicated his respect for beautiful women. As for those who were not beautiful, he simply did not engage with them. Qin Changsheng was acutely aware that he could not immediately acquiesce. He must first decline, showcasing his noble character of not taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Furthermore, such an approach would provide him with ample justification later on, should the other party regret or should conflicts arise. I had initially refused. It was you who insisted. However, given that she was as stunning as a celestial being and his former lover, what if she insisted on pursuing him for marriage and children afterward? The truth was, he had no such intentions at present. Was it truly worthwhile to forsake a vast forest for a towering tree? Qin Changsheng found himself hesitating, indecisive. Just then, Mu Xuedong produced an item from her hands, saying, "This garment was crafted by your own hands in the tailor shop one night long ago. I have kept it ever since, and today I wear it for you." With a gentle flick of her delicate hand, she magically donned the attire upon her long, graceful legs. Gasp! What a sight! Black silk. Qin Changsheng inhaled sharply, realizing this was a challenge to his very weaknesses. Which man could withstand such a test? Before he could fully process the situation, a pair of icy, graceful hands reached out and effortlessly pushed him onto the couch. Subsequently, a captivating fragrance enveloped him as Mu Xuedong's arms encircled his neck. He could sense her body trembling intensely, her heart racing uncontrollably. Clearly, this act demanded an immense amount of courage, far from the seemingly nonchalant demeanor she portrayed. Before he could offer any further direction, a refreshing sensation washed over him as a delicate cherry blossom-like mouth, exhaling like orchids, pressed against his lips. Qin Changsheng struggled in vain. Suddenly, a significant realization struck him, a matter of utmost importance. In his previous life, as a law-abiding citizen, he clearly recalled, to contravene a woman's will is a crime. Alas, it was futile. He resigned himself to her advances, relinquishing any resistance. Yet, before he could fully savor the moment, her lips had already departed. "You heartless rogue, deceiving me for all these years. I shall exact a severe punishment upon you." With millennia of resentment, Mu Xuedong fiercely lamented their separation. A solitary man and woman. A brief parting surpassing the joy of a new marriage. This separation spanned thousands of years, transcending the subsequent scene, which was not suitable for children or the faint-hearted, and was certainly more fitting for the single souls. Here, a million words are omitted. 3 minutes later, Qin Changsheng appeared utterly helpless, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. His mind enveloped in a haze. After a lengthy pause, he meticulously examined every inch of himself, lost in contemplation. Had he truly lost his lifelong accumulation so easily? His once spotless reputation, maintained for millennia, was now but a relic of the past. Yet, the most critical question loomed. Why, within merely 3 minutes, had he, the Emperor Qin, who suppressed all adversaries in this realm, succumbed so swiftly to a mere woman? And not just succumbed, but faced utter defeat. This defied all logic. Surely, something had gone awry. Was it because he had been too distracted, too unfocused? Yes, that must be it. Qin Changsheng identified the pivotal reason. He could not accept this. He had to try again. Thus, 2 minutes later, Qin Changsheng faced defeat once more. Impossible. Such a scenario could not exist. He murmured to himself, his tone laced with skepticism. At that moment, his entire being felt weakened, save for his mouth, stubbornly defiant. It must be the stockings. Removing them would surely restore his strength. He had found yet another perfect justification. Hence, 1 minute later, Qin Changsheng lay in complete despair, collapsed upon his bed. How could such a bizarre occurrence exist in this world? The unparalleled and invincible emperor had somehow been silently ensnared by an inexplicable curse. In any case, It could not possibly be his own fault. No, there was another possibility. Perhaps the problem lay with the woman. Qin Changsheng murmured to himself. But who could he consult next? Nangongyan. No, that wouldn't he do. Although I have never engaged in any substantial relationship with the two sisters, I cannot shake off the feeling that it is ethically questionable. For now, I must resist. A fleeting dream? Unacceptable. That enchanting little temptress. With her alluring waist. What if it lasts merely 3 seconds? How embarrassing would that be? Sumiru? Very well, she shall do. Her gentle disposition allows her to heed my instructions. However, her intimacy level with me is still below 90. How can I amend this? For a moment, Qin Changsheng found himself lost in contemplation. Just then, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your ex-girlfriend, Mu Xuetong, has reached a favorability rating of 97 towards you, and you have received a random reward. Would you like to claim it? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have become a true man by completing the marital rites with your ex-girlfriend, and you have received an advancement reward. Would you like to claim it? Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He finally realized it must be the system's doing. The emotions he had suppressed for so long erupted entirely. And he screamed in his mind, Dog system, it's you, isn't it? You're the one behind this, right? Ding. Please refrain from making unfounded accusations, or I shall take legal action for defamation. The system's mechanical voice responded. I don't care, it's definitely you. Qin Changsheng insisted vehemently. Ding. Please do not act irrationally, otherwise, this random reward will be revoked. Seeing that the system refused to acknowledge its involvement, Qin Changsheng gradually calmed down. Nevertheless, he remained suspicious that the system was indeed up to something, although its motives were still unclear. However, why, despite everything, did Mu Xuetong's favorability towards me remain at 97? Qin Changsheng pondered, feeling perplexed. It shouldn't be this way. An ancient sage, well-versed in the matters of love, once proclaimed that there exists a shortcut to a woman's heart. Especially for a transcendent beauty like Mu Xuetong, one would expect unwavering devotion. A score of only 97. Missing 3 points. Don't you have any self-awareness? At this moment, the system's light, airy voice echoed again, though the tone was devoid of emotion. Qin Changsheng sensed an undercurrent of disdain and mockery, which filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. Irony. This was undoubtedly a silent derision. Qin Changsheng erupted in frustration. Unable to contain himself any longer, he shouted in his mind, Dog system, this is personal attack. I demand to report you. I want to file a complaint. I will give you a bad review. Ding. Very well, host. Complaints are also handled by me. What would you like to report? I give up. I won't report anymore. Huh. Why doesn't the host wish to report? Damn it. Chapter 75. It is indeed the dog system's mischief. Qin Changsheng was utterly overwhelmed, unleashing a torrent of classic expletives. Once he had exhausted his tirade, he shook his head and thought, never mind, it's just a system. There's no need to dwell on it. Let us focus on the matter at hand. System, claim the random reward. After a long pause, silence reigned in his mind. Qin Changsheng was taken aback. Could it be that such a petty system would react so strongly over just a few minutes of criticism? System? System? Are you still there? My dear system, do not be so hot-headed. Look, I have forgiven myself. After a considerable pause, the system's voice finally resonated softly. Ding. The host has audaciously questioned this system's unwavering dedication, and thus, my spirit has been gravely wounded. I was merely engaged in self-healing. Upon witnessing the system's plight, Qin Changsheng felt an inkling of guilt. Perhaps he had indeed misjudged the system. If that were the case, then the system was without fault. And he himself was undoubtedly free of issues. The one at fault was Xuetong. Ah, never mind. I shall let Xuetong reflect upon her own shortcomings later. System, I would like to claim my rewards, and let us not forget that I have yet to receive the rewards from Yenner. Qin Changsheng resolved to collect the rewards first. Recently, he had indeed endured some hardships, and he had missed the opportunity to claim the previous rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the innate supreme treasure, the Star Tower. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the celestial essence, the ancient tree of life. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the celestial grade dual cultivation technique, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra. The Star Tower, one of the innate supreme treasures, possesses its own space within its 18 layers, each an independent world. It can manifest reflections of every realm of the world's strongest beings, serving as an exceptional tool for cultivating disciples and techniques, in addition to its suppressive capabilities. The ancient tree of life, one of the innate spiritual entities, automatically absorbs the essence of the sun and moon while gathering the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, forming a mist of spiritual energy. The innate spiritual liquid produced can replenish the martial essence, grow to its limits, and even create paradisiacal realms, making it an ideal environment for cultivation. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra, a celestial-grade dual cultivation technique, can significantly enhance the cultivation speed of both male and female practitioners. The detailed descriptions of the three rewards instantaneously flooded Qin Changsheng's mind. Furrowing his brow, Qin Changsheng felt an increasing sense of unease. Things seemed to be unfolding in a peculiar direction. The Star Tower and the ancient Tree of Life, while splendid rewards, were of little use to him. They were intended for the training of future generations. As for the dual cultivation technique, it was indeed applicable, yet the description felt rather lacking. System, aside from increasing the cultivation speed, does the Tai Chi Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra serve no other purpose? Qin Changsheng couldn't help but inquire, finding it rather trivial for a celestial-grade technique. But of course, this technique possesses hidden effects that enhance male fertility, making it easier to conceive offspring. Generally speaking, those with higher cultivation levels find it increasingly challenging to bear descendants. This alone is sufficient to merit the title of celestial grade. Moreover, there is another effect that can enhance, prolong the host's vitality, revitalize one's vigor. No, that term is inaccurate, since one has never truly possessed such vigor. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng finally grasped the essence of the matter. This was a call for procreation. Recalling the previous 3 minutes of true masculinity, he could not contain his fury. You wretched system. You dare to claim innocence? No wonder there is now an added reward for the couple's gift. And tell me, is there an upgrade in the works for some absurd more children, more blessings system? With each offspring, will there be a reward? He was genuinely agitated. He was no mere stallion. Moreover, the matter of raising children was more amusing when observed in others. During moments of boredom, he could simply visit his neighbor, where Uncle Wong would hand him a piece of candy, and so forth. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have learned to anticipate responses. The system's voice remained steady. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng recalled another matter. You dog of a system, aside from this instance, you were also behind the emergence of my ex-girlfriends, weren't you? I had hardly encountered any for ages, and now they appear one after another. Did you deliberately delay for millennia, leading me into the traps of various beautiful women in my despair? Indeed, you understand my nature. You know that if I were to cultivate normally, I would undoubtedly seek a virtuous partner, remaining faithful and growing old together, correct? Only in this way can you achieve your despicable aims, am I right? Qin Changsheng spoke with fervor, his righteousness palpable. The system fell silent. Indeed, there are such brazen individuals in this world. After a lengthy pause, the system finally responded. Our system maintains an equal contractual relationship with the host and does not compel the host to undertake any actions. The host possesses the autonomy of choice. Recently, our system association convened a special meeting and discovered that the number of humans with supreme bloodline heritage is dwindling. Consequently, each system group was assigned a performance metric, and, well, our group is in a rather unfortunate position. One host, what was his name? Oh yes, he spends his days chasing sheep, oblivious to his age, with no wife in sight. The second host is equally vexing, constantly clamoring to eradicate the bizarre. Yet he even sacrificed his own child. The third is even more absurd, perpetually begging for the resurrection of his beloved, engaging in futile antics. After conversing with a senior from the More Children, More Blessings group, I realized that we cannot remain stagnant. We must progress with the times. Thus, I am prepared to upgrade and provide some benefits for the host. Tell me, if I do not rely on you, whom else can I depend on? Upon hearing the system's heartfelt confession, Qin Changsheng's anger gradually subsided. It is not easy for anyone. Performance assessments are everywhere. However, he was not a puppet of the system. He intended to act according to his own will, even if it meant facing dire consequences. Very well, depart now. I seek solitude. Once the system fell completely silent, Qin Changsheng silently mused. Only the wretched system and the heavenly Tao are aware of my true nature in those 3 minutes. Humph. A cruel smile crept across his face, sending chills down the spine. However, as he gazed upon the enchanting beauty sprawled upon the bed, a sense of solace gradually crept into his smile. Humph. Though I may have lost, my opponent has not triumphed either. As he continued to observe, the sage within him stirred once more, igniting a flicker of desire. At that moment, Mu Xuedong also noticed Qin Changsheng's subtle movements. She lazily stretched her back, her eyes slightly dazed, and in a sultry voice queried, "Little rascal, are you up to the task?" Qin Changsheng, utterly incensed, felt as if he had suffered a grave humiliation. A man can withstand many insults, but to be deemed incapable is intolerable. Lacking in quality, one must compensate with quantity. In response, he instinctively began to channel the Tai Chi Yin-Yang transformation technique. Thus, the fervor ignited, shaking the heavens and earth. 3 days later, outside a chamber shrouded in an enigmatic force, no one could penetrate its secrets. Qin Jin paced anxiously, his face betraying his growing distress. "Enough, father, cease your pacing. I feel as if my head is spinning," Qin Yu urged. Seeing this, Qin Jun erupted in fury. "You ungrateful wretch. Do not think that your unexpected ascent to the supreme realm has inflated your ego. You are still my son, even if you are now a great emperor. And yet, you dare to advise me. Furthermore, it had been 3 days without word from our ancestor, and you remained so calm and unconcerned. What a disgraceful descendant you are. That esteemed predecessor, Mu Xuedong, is at least a quasi-emperor, while our ancestor is merely a mortal. How could such a fragile form withstand such trials? Oh, my dear ancestor." Qin Jun's anxiety deepened. Yet, even with such worries, he dared not burst through the door. What if he stumbled upon an unseemly sight? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. The first of the 3 ancestors had received urgent news and departed, leaving him to care for their venerable ancestor. Yet he never anticipated that this would stretch into 3 days and nights. Qin Yu merely shrugged, offering no rebuttal. He was not concerned for their ancestor. With such formidable power, even a 3-year battle would not be remarkable. Qin Yu then closed his eyes, seeking tranquility. What to do? What to do? Qin Jun repeated these words in a frantic loop. Surely, their ancestor had not passed away. Suddenly, a dreadful possibility struck him, leading to a terrifying conjecture. It was not inconceivable. Despite their ancestor's might, he remained but a mortal. If this were indeed the case, how could he explain it to the 2nd and 3rd ancestors and the clan elders? Qin Jun's worries deepened further. If their ancestor had merely succumbed to the passage of time, the family records would surely reflect a glorious legacy. But if their ancestor were to perish here, what would the records say? Would it read, "In a certain year and month, the ancestor battled XXX for 3 days and nights, exhausted, and thus passed away"? Just the thought of this made Qin Jun shudder uncontrollably. It seemed as though he could vividly envision the 2nd and 3rd ancestors devouring him alive. Just as he found himself at a loss for what to do, a creaking sound heralded the opening of the door. There stood the venerable ancestor, leaning against the doorframe, trembling as he emerged from the room. His body quivered slightly, and his legs shook incessantly, as if they might give way at any moment. In that instant, Qin Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness, as if his very essence had been drained away. He sighed inwardly, realizing the truth of the adage, "Only a weary ox plows the field," for even though he possessed the physique of a peak emperor, he could scarcely match the prowess of Xue Tong, a mere quasi-emperor. At the moment Qin Changsheng stepped outside, Qin Jun was utterly astonished. The ancestor was in such a state, and yet still alive. Remarkable. However, he quickly regained his composure, rushing forward to offer support and express his concern. "Ancestor, please take it slow, do take care. Yet, I must say, you appear to be in remarkable vigor for your age. Additionally, I have a small matter I wish to discuss with you." With a thud, Qin Jun's head was met with a sharp reprimand from Qin Changsheng, who glared at him and retorted, "Do I need your reminder to know I am still vigorous? Speak, what pressing matter requires my counsel? Let us find a quiet place to converse." With that, he closed the door behind them, and the group proceeded into the distance. At the very moment the door clicked shut, none noticed that Mu Xuetong, lying upon the bed within the room, suddenly opened her eyes. With a soft sigh, she murmured, "Ah, men and their pride. If I do not continue to feign exhaustion, I fear Qin Lang's health may suffer." She then spat lightly, humph, claiming to be a great emperor whilst leaning on the door for support. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng had found a chaise longue and reclined upon it. Remarkably, as he settled down, his drained body began to feel somewhat revitalized. He nodded to Qin Zhen, indicating he should proceed. Speak. What matter necessitates my attention? Qin Zhen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nonetheless pressed on. Ancestor, was it not Qin Yu who took care of you closely before? I wish to borrow him for a few days. As you know, I devoted the past 5 centuries to cultivation, which delayed my marriage. It was only 40 years ago that I fortuitously encountered the mother of Tian Heir and Yu Heir. At that time, I was in my prime. Upon hearing this, the corners of Qin Changsheng's mouth twitched. Devoted to cultivation, yet unable to find a spouse? His excuses were plentiful. Had 40 years truly altered him so drastically? And then, Qin Changsheng inquired, puzzled as to the relevance of this discussion. It is thus. Qin Zhen continued. Yu Heir and Tian Heir have both emerged as paragons of the human race, with Yu Heir even claiming the top position in the grand competition of prodigies. I have gathered the courage to seek their mother alongside them. What? Qin Tian, standing nearby, was taken aback. Hadn't he father always said their mother passed away shortly after giving birth? As for Qin Yu, he had been only 4 years old at the time. His memories fragmented and unclear. Could it be that father, seeing the Qin family thrive, felt unburdened and wished to lead them to seek death, to find their mother in the underworld? As Qin Zhen continued to speak, Qin Changsheng gradually began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that Qin Yu and Qin Tian's mother hailed from the ancient imperial clan, the Wang family. The current head of the family's daughter unexpectedly fell in love with the head of the humble Qin clan. After giving birth to Qin Tian, she was found by members of the Wang family. Thanks to her fierce protection, the Wang family refrained from taking drastic actions against Qin Zhen, choosing instead to take the imperial bloodline daughter with them. As for Qin Zhen, he was determined not to let this matter implicate the Qin family, for the opposing force was far too formidable. Thus, he steadfastly kept this secret, silently bearing all the pain and suffering alone. Now, with both of his sons displaying unparalleled talents, he felt it was time to approach the Wang family. Surely, they would not hinder him. Considering the merits of these 2 exceptional grandsons, Qin Changsheng stroked his chin, filled with countless emotions. This tale was both cliché and genuine. No wonder Qin Tian and Qin Yu exhibited such extraordinary qualities even before awakening their bloodline. They had inherited a portion of their mother's genetic legacy. Remember, your mother's true name is Wang Wanru, Qin Zhen solemnly declared to his bewildered brothers, as if this name weighed 1,000 pounds. Wang Wanru. Such a familiar name. Qin Changsheng murmured softly. He recalled his last girlfriend from 500 years ago, who seemed to be of a similar age and bore a name strikingly akin to that of the imperial daughter, called Wang Wanyan. Could they be sisters? He only remembered that one day she had left abruptly, her expression drastically changing, and he had never seen her again since. Most critically, he had not even had the chance to propose a breakup. This became the only blemish of his life. At this moment, Qin Changsheng remained unaware that Qin Zhen was struck as if by lightning, his complexion changing dramatically, even beginning to turn green. Though his voice was faint, the high-ranking cultivators present understood him clearly. Having spent considerable time with their ancestor, Qin Zhen and the others were well aware of his temperament. The names of women who lingered in the ancestor's memory were invariably entwined with him. Even Qin Yu and his brother exchanged glances filled with fear, gazing incredulously at their ancestor, fearing the sky itself was about to collapse. Surely, he wouldn't be facing a super ancestor situation, would he? Trembling, Qin Zhen raised his hand, his lips quivering, his voice shaky and intermittent. Old ancestor, you. At this moment, he felt as though a green hue was enveloping his head. Chapter 77. The scoundrel of the era, Qin Changsheng, with a sweeping thought, grasped their intentions. Bang, bang, bang. He delivered 3 precise slaps. What are you 3 rascals thinking? What kind of gaze is that? Do you think I am that sort of person? I swear on my reputation. I have never met a woman named Wang Wanru in my life. Upon hearing their ancestors' fervent assurance, the 2 brothers finally exhaled in relief. However, the words "I swear on my reputation" left them puzzled. Did he even possess one? Certainly, such words would never dare to be uttered. Qin Zhen's complexion gradually returned to normal, and the tension in his fingers slowly dissipated. However, Qin Changsheng pondered for a moment before continuing. The journey ahead is fraught with peril, so we must be thoroughly prepared. I have a dear friend whose cultivation is commendable. You shall proceed first, and he will join you shortly. Based on his experience, Qin Changsheng and the others would undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges on their expedition. It was impractical for him to follow the younger generation closely. Hence, securing a protector would be the more prudent course of action. Moreover, at the moment he attained the status of an emperor, he sensed the presence of numerous formidable beings in this world, and capturing one at random would be no challenge. An old friend? What is their cultivation level? Are they male or female? Qin Changsheng, ever the astute head of the family, immediately focused on the crucial details. Qin Changsheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had yet to capture the individual in question and truly did not know their gender. However, as an ancestral figure, he possessed his own method of conducting affairs. Surely, their cultivation must be at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. As for their gender, why inquire so much? This time, Qin Changsheng exhibited no reaction, for he was utterly astonished by the elder's words. Pinnacle of quasi-emperors? Is it truly that formidable? However, currently, there were only 3 known quasi-emperors among the human race. The foremost expert, Chu Jingtian, who has long been stationed at the battlefield of myriad races, could not possibly be the one. If it were the esteemed knight Xiaobai, the elder would have been more straightforward in revealing their identity. Thus, there remained only one possibility, the empress of the Yaochi, Qin Changsheng. Would it truly be appropriate to have the elder's former acquaintance escort us? Qin Changsheng faltered, Elder, would it be convenient for the empress of Yaochi? Who is the empress of Yaochi? I do not know her, Qin Changsheng replied, perplexed about the relevance of the empress to their conversation. It is Qin Changsheng, Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng emphasized the name, seeking to awaken the elder's recollection. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Changsheng shook his head. He indeed lacked any memories of Qin Changsheng. He could only recall names such as Xue Shangyo, Xue Jie, and Xue Qiao Weijiu. Qin Changsheng was undeniably a foreign name to him. This time, Qin Changsheng was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that the elder was unfamiliar with the empress of Yaochi, Qin Changsheng. Could it be that in the myriad realms, another scoundrel existed? Or perhaps the rumors were false, and the empress of Yaochi, Qin Changsheng, had never been abandoned at all? Nonetheless, who was this unfamiliar quasi-emperor? Seeing their lack of response, Qin Changsheng issued a final ultimatum. Prepare yourselves for departure. Dawdling will waste my precious time. Do not concern yourselves with me. I shall remain on Yuanshu Mountain for a while longer. With that, he turned and headed unhesitatingly toward the room where Mu Shuetong resided. Shuetong, Tong. Are you still there? You must be exhausted. Qin Changsheng called softly. To be honest, he had begun to savor this experience. However, to his disappointment, there was no response for a long time, only a note left behind. It turned out that Mu Shuetong, burdened with worries for the Ice God Palace, had lingered here far too long and had returned to preside over matters there. She also mentioned that she would personally visit the Qin family in the future for further discussions. Sighing deeply, Qin Changsheng felt a sense of loss. He realized he had not exerted enough effort. After 3 days, the other party had chosen to leave on her own. Well, I might as well capture an unfortunate peak quasi-emperor first. With a shake of his head, Qin Changsheng vanished from sight. During these 3 days, news of the young talent's competition spread like wildfire across the world, leaving everyone in shock. Qin Yu's overwhelming victory sparked a wave of astonishment and discussion. Particularly, the supreme powers and ancient families dispatched spies to the northern region, with some powerful beings even personally visiting the Qin family, hoping to take Qin Yu as their disciple. The news reached the Dark Lands, causing unease among some individuals who began to investigate Qin Yu's past, seeking to uncover the secrets he might be harboring. After all, no one had anticipated that in this incomplete realm, especially in the barren northern region, a young supreme being in his 30s could emerge. The 2 ancestors of the Qin family and numerous elders transitioned from disbelief to ecstatic cheers, and later to a state of confusion upon the arrival of many powerful human entities, eventually becoming numb to the situation. Those in the central region who consider themselves sanctuaries of cultivation and look down upon us in the northern region have now been thoroughly slapped in the face. The title of the foremost talent belongs to us in the northern region. Indeed, we in the northern region are not inferior to others. In this lifetime, an emperor will rise from the northern region. Countless individuals in the northern region shouted fervently, viewing Qin Yu as their idol. Additionally, there was another figure within the Qin family whose popularity rivaled, and even surpassed, that of Qin Yu. That was the ancestral patriarch, Qin Changsheng. With the exposure of Qin Changsheng's incident with Mu Xuedong, countless cultivators who regarded Mu Xuedong as a goddess could no longer remain passive. They vowed to uncover the truth about Qin Changsheng. However, upon investigation, they discovered that Qin Changsheng was a quintessential scoundrel. Not only had he been involved with the goddess Mu, but he had also had affairs with the Rakshasa fairy and the Dreaming Mist, the founder of the Tianyin Pavilion. Simultaneously juggling 3 relationships, and with 3 exquisite beauties no less. If he had married them, it might have been acceptable, as having multiple wives is not uncommon in this world. However, Qin Changsheng was merely a mortal who had mistakenly ingested an elixir of immortality. What virtue or capability allowed him to abandon 3 extraordinary women one after another? Moreover, his proclivities included indulging in brothels and listening to music, and it was said he often engaged in inappropriate behavior. As a result, his actions ignited widespread outrage. People expressed their condemnation of Qin Changsheng's irresponsible behavior on the streets, articulating their intense dissatisfaction and indignation. Yet, it remained merely a matter of condemnation. There exists a shared consensus among all that the audacity of Qin Changsheng stems from his identity as the esteemed master of Yuan Chushan, a pinnacle force within the human race, and the illegitimate son of Yi Qiubai. After all, the Lord of Sunluo Palace publicly recognized him at the grand competition of heroes, leaving no room for doubt. In an instant, the moniker of Qin Changsheng, the scoundrel of the epoch, spread throughout the human realm. Chapter 78. Ouyang Chu, master of Xinjian sect on the front lines of the myriad races battlefield, within the human stronghold of Suspended Mountain. Yi Qiubai had just concluded an urgent matter and was enjoying drinks with his old friend, Chu Jingtian. Suddenly, the communication talisman on his person began to emit a series of urgent beeps. Upon glancing down, a profound change washed over his face, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Qin Changsheng is his illegitimate son? With a sudden jolt, he fell to his knees. Witnessing this, Chu Jingtian, seated across from him, was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen his friend in such a state of panic. What could have transpired to elicit such a reaction? Could it be that his sister-in-law had given birth? He hastily inquired, "Old Bai, what does the talisman say to have you so shaken?" Yi Qiubai offered no response. Instead, slowly rising, his eyes gleaming with a frigid light akin to an iceberg in the depths of winter. His piercing gaze seemed to freeze the very air around him, causing the temperature to plummet. With gritted teeth, a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell escaped his lips. "Han Qianxiu, I curse your 18 generations of ancestors. You vile wretch, I shall not rest until you and I are at odds." Extending his right hand, a long blade imbued with supreme authority materialized before him. It then soared into the sky, vanishing into the void, leaving Chu Jingtian gaping in astonishment, pondering the implications. In the northern region, within the Qin family, the second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, sat in the main seat, his brow furrowed, betraying the weight of his thoughts. The emergence of Qin Yu had barely elicited their excitement before their forebear dealt them a staggering blow. Truly, what a calamity! The 13th precept of the Qin family dictates that no descendant may abandon their partner. Brother, though you are now the esteemed ancestor of the Qin family, at the very least, be a model for others. This family precept was solemnly conveyed to me by you. And now, this is how you uphold it? As he silently lamented, a voice interrupted his reverie. Second ancestor, another woman has arrived, claiming to be an old flame of the ancestor from 50 years ago. Seeking an explanation, with a sweep of his divine sense, he discerned a middle-aged woman, rather rotund, waiting at the door. His lips twitched in irritation, swiftly followed by a surge of anger as he exclaimed, "Shao Yozi, do you possess any discernment at all? What do you see before you? Are your eyes blind? Or mine? Or perhaps even our elder brother S? Last time, you brought in a deranged, 3 months pregnant wretch, claiming she bore a little ancestor. I truly wish I could strike you down on the spot. You must consider that, although your ancestor lacked cultivation, their beauty could only be described as that of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Surely, such an exquisite visage is beyond the reach of those of mundane character. Expel them all." Once the 6th elder departed, the second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, sank heavily into his seat, exhaling a profound sigh. Alas, the Qin family stands on the brink of a tempest. Meanwhile, as Qin Changsheng reappeared, he found himself in a desolate expanse. The surroundings were bleak and barren, devoid of any life, as if eons had passed without a trace of growth. His gaze sharpened, as though piercing through layers of space and formations, ultimately resting upon a black ancient coffin buried deep within the ground. Within the coffin lay an old man, resembling a withered stalk, on the verge of demise. Qin Changsheng let out a breath of relief. It seemed his instincts had not misled him. The earlier sword intent emanated from this very place, and the old man was evidently the source. Yet, he discerned that the old man's body had long been ravaged by the relentless passage of time, shriveled and drained of vitality, incapable of living a second life. Recently, spurred by Qin Changsheng's breakthrough to the Emperor realm, the old man had unconsciously unleashed that sword intent. But now, he would likely not even survive to witness the resurgence of spiritual energy, destined for total annihilation. I shall aid you in attaining a second life. In exchange for your service to the Qin family for a millennium, you stand to gain immensely. Qin Changsheng murmured to himself. No sooner had he spoken than he extended his right hand, effortlessly bypassing the myriad formations set by the old man, and in an instant, drew him forth. With a gentle flick of his fingers, a strand of primordial transformative power surged into the old man's body, beginning to permeate his being. Under the guidance of this transformative force, the dormant spiritual energy within the old man awakened and surged forth, akin to a roaring river, brimming with vigor. As the spiritual energy coursed through him, the old man's vitality began to boil, an overwhelming life force radiating from him like a long-slumbering mountain being stirred to life, exuding a power that was both awe-inspiring and formidable. The old man stirred from his slumber, feeling the immense vitality coursing through his body, his eyes filled with disbelief. His life was nearing its end, and having sealed himself away in this manner, he had anticipated that he might not endure until the great upheaval of the world. Thus, he had allowed his consciousness to fall into deep silence, awaiting a miracle. Unexpectedly, the miracle had indeed arrived. "You have awakened?" A soft voice whispered in his ear. Startled, the old man gasped. With his peak quasi-emperor cultivation, he had not sensed the presence of a living person beside him. However, as his gaze turned, he was utterly dumbfounded. Qin Changsheng had not concealed his cultivation. The aura of an emperor radiated throughout the space. To the old man, Qin Changsheng appeared as a divine sun, towering at the edge of existence, casting a gaze upon him from the heavens. The mere aura emanating from him rendered the old man powerless to resist, nearly bringing him to his knees, feeling as insignificant as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing upon the vast ocean. "This is an emperor." The elder's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. How long had he remained silent? How could he encounter an unparalleled emperor upon emerging? Was it possible that this world, this era, had reached its twilight? An age where emperors roamed freely and quasi-emperors were regarded as lesser beings? "I grant you a second life, and you have but two choices, submit or perish," Qin Changsheng declared coldly. Upon hearing this, the elder finally comprehended that it was the other party who had saved him. However, he reacted swiftly, hastily lowering his head and performing a deep bow. "I am Ouyang Chu, the sect master of the Xinjiang sect, and I pay my respects to the emperor. I willingly submit." Ouyang Chu. Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow. The name sounded somewhat familiar. As memories surged within him, he finally recalled where he had heard it before. What a remarkable coincidence. He couldn't shake the feeling that the system was playing tricks on him. Many years ago, a young girl had often practiced her swordsmanship before him, her mantra being, "Li Fei Yu, I shall restore the Xinjiang sect's glory and become the supreme swordmaster." The girl's idol was none other than the ancestral Ouyang Chu. He couldn't help but wonder if she was still alive. Qin Changsheng sighed inwardly. He refrained from imprinting a spiritual mark on Ouyang Chu as previously contemplated. Instead, he transmitted the information and intentions of Qin Yu and the others into her mind. "Go forth, serve my Qin family for a century, and you shall regain your freedom." With that, he tore through the fabric of space and vanished from sight. Chapter 79. The legendary prince of the Wang clan, Wang Zitong in the central domain, amidst a mysterious mountain range, a towering peak lay shrouded in thick clouds, concealed beneath the vast expanse of the sky. The air was imbued with rich spiritual energy, suffused with an aura of mystery and dread, as if harboring earth-shattering secrets. This was the ancestral home of the ancient imperial Wang clan. Within a secret chamber, a chilling atmosphere sent shivers down one's spine. Ancestor, the Wanru sisters have been imprisoned for so many years. Might we not release them? A middle-aged man spoke with a pained expression. The speaker was none other than Wang Bo, the current head of the Wang family and the biological father of the Wanru sisters. Upon hearing this, the ancestral figure of the Wang clan turned abruptly, his eyes blazing with malevolence as he bellowed, "Beast, how dare you bring this up? Had it not been for your indulgence of those two wretched girls, we would not be facing such dire consequences now. One girl's noble bloodline has already been sullied, diminishing her value significantly. Fortunately, the other remains untainted. You must understand the significance of their unique celestial physiques. A cauldron must possess the awareness befitting a cauldron." Perhaps it seemed somewhat cruel to utter such words in the presence of his biological father. The venerable ancestor of the Wang family paused momentarily before rephrasing his thoughts and continued, "Wang Bo, you must remember, in order to stand out in this era of great contention, particularly as the head of your family, one must possess a heart of ruthlessness. Furthermore, in the turbulent tide of our family's rise, do not think that your two daughters, or even yourself, including me, the ancestor, are irreplaceable. Our Wang clan has remained hidden for far too long. This time, we must restore our former glory and reclaim our place atop the world." As he spoke, a look of yearning appeared on the ancestor's face, as if he could already envision a future where he sat in a position of reverence, with myriad clans paying homage. Confronted with the ancestor's admonition, Wang Bo's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and determination. Nonetheless, he mustered the courage to inquire, "Ancestor, the legend of the imperial sun is so ancient. How can you be certain it is true?" Allow me to share a secret." The ancestor of the Wang family revealed a peculiar smile. "Not long ago, the imperial sun awakened from his slumber. His consciousness has begun to revive. However, due to the ancient nature of his body, which does not belong to this era, he is currently suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. He can only re-enter the world once the cosmos undergoes a complete transformation. Moreover, the imperial sun himself has informed me that the legends within our family's teachings are indeed true. The celestial physique of the Wang bloodline, combined with the imperial sun's mysterious techniques, can shatter the shackles and disregard the marks of destiny, paving the way to ascendance as an emperor. In this age, the heavens shall regard my Wang family with utmost reverence." The ancestor could hardly contain his laughter. The so-called imperial sun was not merely a contemporary title, but referred to the true offspring of a great emperor from ancient times. Even in that primordial era, he was a formidable figure, his reputation so resounding that it stifled the aspirations of countless prodigies. Although he had not yet ascended to the status of emperor, his renown was not in the least diminished compared to that of the ancient sovereigns. In fact, it might have surpassed them. Wang Zitong, a name that struck terror into the hearts of many, a legend capable of instilling fear in the bravest of heroes. Following him, the phrase "my son" possesses the potential of an emperor gradually morphed into a subtle curse woven through the fabric of the cosmos. This illustrates the magnitude of his fame. Alas, despite Wang Zitong's extraordinary talents, he encountered a fated adversary during his time, an unparalleled individual of remarkable brilliance throughout history. With a mere glance, he understood that he was no match for this peerless figure, for that primordial era was no longer his domain. As anticipated, the outcome unfolded as he had foreseen. That exceptional individual swept through the ages, single-handedly bringing an end to the chaotic primordial epoch, ultimately traversing the ancient pathways of the cosmos, never to be heard from again. And Wang Zitong, having sealed himself away, chose to close off his consciousness, awaiting the arrival of the Golden Age, his destined era. Even through the epochs that followed, from the ancient to the most resplendent age of emperors, he remained in slumber. Yet now, he sensed the imminent arrival of the Golden Age, and fortuitously, the Wang family bloodline has indeed given rise to the celestial physique, manifesting in not one, but two beings, thus awakening him from his long slumber. This revelation instilled a profound certainty in Prince Tong. In this lifetime, destiny is undeniably his. Does the divine sun truly exist? Wang Bo was utterly astonished, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. He could hardly fathom that the legendary figure, who could instigate a rebellion against the great emperors, was indeed real and had awakened. The Wang family was poised for ascendance. Indeed, this was irrefutable. Despite the calmness and the tone of the family patriarch, the underlying excitement was unmistakable. The unexpected joy overwhelmed Wang Bo, causing his legs to weaken as he nearly collapsed. Steadying himself against the table, his voice quivered as he uttered, "Does this not imply that the divine son is destined to become an emperor, and our Wang family shall once again bask in the glories of antiquity?" "Your vision is limited," the patriarch interjected. "The divine son has remained dormant for several eras, not merely to attain the title of emperor. His ambitions extend far beyond that. He is aiming for the celestial opportunities along the ancient starry path." The elder gently shook his head, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes as he continued, "Moreover, according to the divine son's calculations, this era, with the accumulation of 1,000,000 years of heavenly principles, can accommodate more than one reigning emperor. Consider this, the divine son can achieve enlightenment ahead of time, thus negating the need to merge with the mark of destiny, with the contemporary emperors safeguarding the path. Could the mark of destiny possibly fall to another family? Once I attain the title of emperor, I shall seek alternative paths to enlightenment for you. In that case, the Wang family could boast 3 emperors. Who could rival us?" A sinister chuckle escaped the patriarch as he envisioned the prospect of their future supremacy, and Wang Bo, too, felt a surge of desire reflected in his eyes. "Now you understand the significance of your 2 daughters, do you not? Sacrificing them during this extraordinary period is a trivial matter." The patriarch's gaze was piercing. Wang Bo's expression gradually hardened, a silent resolve forming within him. In a hidden chamber within the Wang residence, a woman with striking features cried out in despair, "Father, please, I beg you, release me. Just for one day. I wish only to see my unfortunate sons. Why must you treat your own daughter with such cruelty? Why?" Though she possessed an alluring visage, revealing her status as a mature woman, her cries echoed in vain, met with silence from outside. "Cease your shouting, it is futile." A melodious voice resonated from the depths of the chamber. Chapter 80. The Wang sisters, Wan Yin and Wan Ru. From the shadows, a woman emerged gracefully. Her long, raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, falling effortlessly over her porcelain shoulders. Despite her pallor, the exquisite beauty of her countenance remained evident. Her poise and elegance, an innate grace that could not be obscured even within the confines of a prison, was unmistakable. She was none other than the sister of the aforementioned woman. Wang Wanyan. "Sister, cease your lamentations. I have been confined for 5 centuries, yet I remain unliberated. After all this time, I have come to realize that in the hearts of our ancestors and our father, we are merely pawns in a game of mutual benefit, utterly devoid of the right to defy them." The ethereal voice of the woman resounded once more, shattering Wang Wanru's emotional defenses and prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Her sorrowful cries echoed throughout the dimly lit chamber. "Enough now, sister, do not weep," Wang Wanyan interjected, hoping to redirect her sister's sorrow. "After all, we have only recently been imprisoned together. You have yet to share with me the tales of your 2 little nephews and your husband. Pray tell me." Indeed, upon hearing her sister mention her husband and children, Wang Wanru gradually ceased her sobbing, her eyes sparkling with renewed hope, the glimmer of life. Thus, she began to recount her tale. "When I departed, your eldest nephew, Qin, was not yet 4 years old, yet he was incredibly mischievous, fervently declaring that he would pierce the heavens with a spear when he grew up. As for Tian'er, he had just been born, an utterly adorable infant." A shadow of sadness crossed Wang Wanru's face as she mentioned her youngest son, for the pain of their separation at birth was akin to a dagger to her heart. "Your brother-in-law, Qin." As she spoke of her husband, Wang Wanru's expression softened, revealing a deep longing. Qin was the head of a modest family in the northern region, often referred to by the moniker Bloodhand Butcher, yet he was, in truth, a man of great integrity. Comparatively, I find myself fond of his other appellation. "What is that nickname?" Wang Wanyan inquired, intrigued by the notion of someone possessing 2 titles. "Rainy night, blade in hand. No umbrella." At this mention, a faint blush crept across Wang Wanru's cheeks. Although Wang Wanyan was somewhat perplexed by this title, she continued to listen intently. "During my years in the Qin family, I have had the pleasure of interacting with your brother-in-law's relatives. Their entire clan is exceptionally kind-hearted. embodying a noble family ethos devoid of treachery and deceit, imparting a sense of warmth and stability. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanyan's curiosity about her brother-in-law's family intensified. In this predatory world, it was a rarity to find such a harmonious lineage. Wang Wanru paused, a flicker of pride illuminating her eyes as she expressed her honor in being a member of the Qin family. Most astonishingly, in a world where polygamy is commonplace, the men of the Qin family are remarkably devoted and singularly focused, each having but one partner throughout their lives, epitomizing the ideal of virtuous manhood in this realm. Really? Wang Wanyan was thoroughly astonished. While an exception might be understandable, if all the men in the Qin family exhibited such fidelity, there must be a profound secret lying beneath. Why is that? She could not help but inquire, her eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, a glimmer of reverence appeared in Wang Wanru's gaze, as though she were a devotee in the presence of a holy figure. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. This is due to a sage who emerged from the Qin family, the spiritual emblem of the clan, our ancestor, Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng, the ancestor of the Qin family? Indeed, the present accolades attributed to the Qin family predominantly stem from their venerable ancestor, Qin Changsheng. The family traditions, laws, and teachings have all been penned by this esteemed progenitor. Notably, one particular tenet within the family teachings states that no descendant of the Qin family shall abandon their beginnings. This has provided immense solace to the women who marry into the Qin lineage, warming their hearts profoundly. As Wang Wanru spoke of this, admiration shone even more brightly in her eyes, and she dreamily remarked, "The ancestor of the Qin family never wed, leaving no direct descendants. I surmise that he must have harbored feelings for someone with whom fate was unkind." Alas, before I departed from the Qin family, they had yet to discover this venerable ancestor. I was deprived of the opportunity to meet him, to pay my respects with 3 bows and 9 kneels, which is indeed a significant regret in my life. Witnessing her elder sister's profound reverence for a man she had never laid eyes upon, and understanding the family teachings established by the Qin, Wang Wanyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a remarkable individual exists in this world. From his deeds and educational philosophies, one can discern that he is undoubtedly a person of deep affection and integrity. Alas, it is a pity that he was born in an era that did not allow our paths to cross. Otherwise, I would certainly seek his guidance. Wang Wanyan silently pondered. By the way, Wanyan, do share about your own situation. I only know that you were confined here because of a man. What exactly transpired? Wang Wanru inquired with curiosity. When her sister was first imprisoned, she had sought their father's counsel and even pleaded for leniency, yet he had always withheld information from her, instead chastising her harshly. That man, Duan Lang, is merely a mortal, devoid of any cultivation aptitude. After my departure, he may have already married and started a family, surrounded by children and grandchildren. By now, he is likely long gone, Wang Wanyan replied, a bitter smile gracing her lips, a flicker of imperceptible loss shimmering in her gaze. Time has passed, and the world has transformed. Circumstances shift, and people change. Life is often filled with disappointments, and their connection may have been destined to be but a fleeting moment in each other's lives. Moreover, she felt a deep sense of guilt towards him. Although her intentions were solely for his safety, the truth remains that she left Duan Lang without uttering a single word. Mortal? Wang Wanru exclaimed in surprise. She had never anticipated that her once proud sister would fall in love with a mere mortal. As someone who had experienced love herself, she could discern that her sister's feelings ran profoundly deep. What of it? He is charming, articulate, and above all, exceptionally handsome, Wang Wanyan retorted. Wang Wanru fell into silence, taken aback by her sister's evident preference for appearances. Yet, it was futile to dwell on such matters now. The prospective brother-in-law had long since become dust, and she herself had been torn from her family. The root cause of it all lay in the harsh family rules of the Wang clan, enforced by their unfeeling father. The 2 sisters, burdened by their thoughts, fell into a heavy silence once more, the chamber enveloped in a profound stillness. Meanwhile, outside the Wang residence, a few unwelcome guests were approaching. Thanks to Elder Ouyang, otherwise, we might not have even been able to enter the periphery of the Wang family. In recent years, the rapid development of the Qin family has made me somewhat overconfident, Qin Zhen expressed with a hint of embarrassment, addressing Ouyang Chu. He never anticipated that, Although he had heard of the Wang family's general location from Wanru, he could never draw near. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Elder Ouyang, who joined them, they would still be wandering aimlessly like headless flies. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the courtesy displayed by this ancient ancestor's old friend, the legendary founder of the Xinjiang sect. Chapter 81. Heaven has a path you do not take, not at all. The Qin family head and the two young gentlemen are merely inexperienced, while the imperial clan possesses numerous concealed formations, which pose no challenge to those above the quasi-emperor level. Ouyang Chu elucidated. He dared not be overly presumptuous. At best, he was merely a servant of the Qin family at this moment. Among the three, one was the current head of the Qin family, and the other two young men, judging by their cultivation, were evidently the leading figures of the Qin family's current generation. What shall we do next? Qin Tian could not help but inquire, as he had never seen his mother and was eager to meet her. Simple. Qin Jin smiled slightly, channeling all his spiritual energy, his powerful voice reverberating throughout the mountain peaks. This is Qin Jun of the Qin family, visiting with Qin Yu and Qin Tian. This announcement startled the insects and birds in the mountains and also caught the attention of the Wang family. Qin Jun, Qin Yu? Which faction do they belong to? Wang Bo, the head of the Wang family, naturally heard this, his face revealing a look of confusion. The Wang family had long secluded themselves, and this generation had not produced any prodigies. Thus, they had not closely followed the results of the talented competition. However, he soon recalled their identities. A glint of ruthless calculation crossing his eyes as he coldly chuckled. Truly, you refuse to take the path to heaven, yet seek out the gates of hell. How delightful! I had nearly forgotten you. Since you have come, let us make this day memorable and extinguish Wanru's lingering thoughts. In the secret chamber, Wang Wanru had also heard that haunting voice. Yet, she felt no joy. Instead, her complexion paled, and she staggered, struggling to maintain her footing. Wan Yan, what should we do? Your brother-in-law has actually come, and he has brought Tianer and Yuer with him. What shall we do? Father and the elder will surely kill them. How could your brother-in-law be so foolish? Wang Wanru was engulfed in despair, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. She understood clearly that if she were merely allowed to visit her two sons quietly, the family might, out of consideration for her, refrain from making things difficult for them. However, the fact that they had come personally to the Wang family was a different matter entirely, bringing two bloodlines not recognized by the family, which was tantamount to slapping the Wang family in the face. Given her father's and the elders' tempers, they would undoubtedly eradicate any threat thoroughly and ruthlessly. Do not worry. Sister, take heart. You must have some faith in your brother-in-law, Wang Wanyan gently reassured her. Moreover, from your description, I gather that your brother-in-law is not a reckless individual. His arrival must be accompanied by a profound assurance. Though she spoke thus, her countenance bore a hint of gravity and unease. For even a fallen lineage of ancient imperial families is not to be trifled with by a mere millennia-old clan. However, upon hearing her sister's words, Wang Wanru's body quivered, a flicker of hope illuminating her eyes as she gazed vacantly ahead, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Qin Jun and his companions had already stepped into the grand hall of the Wang family. Wang Bo's keen gaze swept over them repeatedly. At the forefront, Qin Jun, possessing an ordinary cultivation of the Saint realm, appeared unremarkable. Yet, upon noticing the young lad behind him, his eyes sharpened in astonishment, such a youth in the late stage of the Dharma realm. When he beheld Qin Yu, he could no longer remain composed. His pupils dilated in shock as he gasped, "The sovereign realm, how is this possible?" As for the elderly man with white hair at the back, he was promptly dismissed. Evidently, he was merely a servant. Of what significance could his cultivation hold? Wang Bo struggled to suppress his inner astonishment, yet it only intensified his murderous intent. No wonder the current generation of the Wang family exhibited such mediocre talent. It was evident that the fortune of the Wang lineage had been siphoned off by these two interlopers. Nevertheless, it was not too late. Should he eliminate them, the fortune belonging to the Wang family would naturally return. Thus, he eschewed any pretense of civility and spoke directly with a sinister tone. Ha ha ha. Do you think that with merely two exceptional descendants, you can reclaim your ancestral heritage? Such delusions are laughable. Kill them for me. In an instant, several experts of the sovereign realm flew forth from behind him, launching an assault on Qin Jun and his companions. Observing this, Qin Jun hesitated, his expression one of disbelief. Was it truly this direct? Although he anticipated that this journey would not unfold smoothly, he had not expected the adversary to strike so swiftly upon their first encounter. Moreover, to face multiple sovereigns at once was an insurmountable challenge for a mere saint. Shall you go? Before he could utter another word, a long spear suddenly manifested, unleashing a flurry of strikes as several of the Wang family sovereigns were instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the void. There stood Qin Yu, spear in hand, exuding an air of arrogance. With his unparalleled prowess at the same level, dispatching a few ordinary sovereigns was effortlessly within his grasp. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Bo was struck with sheer astonishment. The sovereigns of the Wang family were vanquished in an instant. However, as he directed his gaze towards the spear in Qin Yu's possession, a wave of ecstasy washed over him, giving way to a glimmer of greed. Truly, heaven aids me. What a naive family, to believe that they can act as they please in my Wang family merely with an imperial weapon of utmost caliber. He was genuinely elated, a joy that resonated from the depths of his being. He had not anticipated that upon their first visit to their maternal grandfather's house, they would present such a grand gift, sacrificing a few worthless lives while offering up an imperial weapon. Now, his own weapon, once he ascended as an emperor, would finally have a rightful place. The common folk are genuinely elated today, indeed, truly joyous. At this moment, Wang Bo feels an overwhelming urge to sing, and his gaze towards Qin Zhen and the others softens considerably. However, pressing matters take precedence. Elders of the Supreme Council, I summon you. With that, two quasi-emperor elders materialize from the void, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Goodness, they even call for assistance. Qin Zhen gazes at them with a hint of envy. Indeed, the ancient imperial clans possess a strict hierarchy, allowing a family head to command their elders. Unlike his own family, where those elder relatives, taking advantage of their seniority, cannot be swayed. He must placate them just to have tasks accomplished. A minor slip in tone could lead to severe repercussions, all steeped in human sentiment. Yet now, he is allies. With a slight smile, Qin Zhen addresses his companion behind him. I appreciate your assistance, Senior Ouyang. No need for formality. Ouyang Chu, brimming with vitality, regards the two quasi-emperors with indifference. The chasm between the supreme realm and quasi-emperors is vast, yet the subsequent minor realms exhibit significant disparities. Despite the hundreds of quasi-emperors among humanity, only 3 stand at the pinnacle. Once a formidable figure, Ouyang Chu now, under the nurturing power of Qin Changsheng, finds his body and mind restored to their zenith, even surpassing it. Facing the declining Wang family, he feels no trepidation. Nevertheless, he discreetly glances at the spear in Qin Yu's hand, feeling a twinge of envy, internally lamenting, what a fortunate household, indeed. A descendant of the supreme realm wielding a divine weapon puts his own status as a peak quasi-emperor to shame. Yet, it is imperative to resolve the current predicament swiftly. Ouyang Chu trembles with resolve as a terrifying, overwhelming force surges from within him, fully revealing his peak quasi-emperor prowess. With a gentle clap of his hands, a destructive gust of energy rushes forth towards the two quasi-emperors in the sky. In an instant, the elders' expressions shift dramatically as they hastily attempt to counter. But to no avail, they are struck down, plummeting from the heavens, blood spewing forth, severely injured. The might of a peak quasi-emperor is indeed formidable. However, Ouyang Chu pays them no heed. He recalls the purpose of this journey. With a sweep of his consciousness, he envelopes the entire Wang family in his perception. Chapter 82, Wang Wanyan. I have found Duan Lang's name. He conjures a colossal hand, gently grasping, and the secret chamber crumbles as if constructed of paper, effortlessly bringing the panicked Wang sisters before him. Zhen, you are Tianer. Wang Wanru instantly recognizes Qin Zhen and the others, exclaiming in surprise. Though she has not seen her 2 sons in many years, the bond of blood allows her to identify them instantly. After a long separation, sorrow and longing converge in their hearts, and the family embraces tightly. Tears cascade down, intertwining pain and joy, as a profound emotional atmosphere envelopes the surroundings. However, they soon parted ways, for this was not the moment for pleasantries. Meanwhile, Wang Bo watched in disbelief as the 2 elders fell to the ground, gravely injured without having withstood a single blow. A peak quasi-emperor? Impossible. His pupils constricted in shock at the scene before him. How could another unfamiliar peak quasi-emperor emerge in this world? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the Wang family estate. How dare you? Evidently, Ouyang Chu's rescue of the two sisters had utterly infuriated the Wang family's ancestor. With his arrival, a towering protective formation slowly ascended, the very same that safeguarded the imperial clan. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the formation, Ouyang Chu's expression shifted. In terms of cultivation, he was certainly not intimidated. However, this was the stronghold of the Wang family, and he was uncertain whether they possessed any forbidden techniques from their emperors. Moreover, his foremost duty was to ensure the safety of Qin Jia and the others. Let's go? Ouyang Chu unleashed his spiritual power, lifting them into the air, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the Wang family's territory. Before their departure, Qin Jin caught a glimpse of Wang Bo, who had caused their separation for 3 decades and was still in shock. Gathering all his spiritual energy, he unleashed a sword aura toward Wang Bo. In the midst of his haste, Wang Bo found himself severely wounded. After their retreat, a figure finally arrived late to the scene. Ancestor, should we pursue? Wang Bo, gritting his teeth against the pain, inquired of the newcomer. Chase, are you out of your mind? The Wang family ancestor cursed vehemently. Within the Wang family, he still had ancestral techniques to rely upon. Yet even so, he dared not confront a peak quasi-emperor directly. To send someone after them would be tantamount to delivering himself as a meal. Frowning deeply, he pondered, ultimately realizing he had no recollection of this sudden peak quasi-emperor. It doesn't matter. This matter is beyond our reach. I must report to the emperor's son. We will await his emergence from seclusion. After all, those two sisters cannot escape. The Wang family ancestor waved his hand dismissively and proceeded toward the emperor's son's hiding place. Once Ouyang Chu confirmed their safety, he gently set down Qin Jun and the Wang sisters. The family, having endured countless hardships, finally reunited. Naturally took the time to reminisce about the nearly 30 years of longing. However, when Wang Wanru heard that Qin Yu had claimed first place in the recent competition among the talented, a proud and radiant gleam sparkled in her eyes. This was her son. After a while, Qin Jin finally noticed the woman beside him and could not help but ask, Wanru, who is this? Oh, allow me to introduce her. This is my dear sister, Wang Wanyan. When we first met, my sister had already been imprisoned for over 400 years, which is why I never mentioned her to you. Wang Wanru spoke with a smile as she looked at Wang Wanyan, continuing, Wanyan, this is my husband, your brother-in-law. Qin Jun. Hello, brother-in-law. Although Wang Wanyan appeared aloof, she still greeted him politely. Suddenly, Qin Jin found himself with an unexpected younger sister-in-law, one whose beauty could rival that of a fallen star, leaving him momentarily flustered and somewhat tongue-tied. Sister Wanyan, he stammered, this is our first encounter, and I have no gifts to present you at the moment, but I shall prepare something upon our return. He continued, having been confined by the heartless Wang family for so many years, you surely have nowhere to rest your head. Why not accompany us back to the Qin family for now? We can plan for the future later. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanyan nodded without hesitation. Very well. She agreed. In truth, she harbored a desire to meet the embodiment of perfection that was the ancestor of the Qin family. From the earlier conversation between her brother-in-law and sister, she had learned that the ancestor had returned and brought about monumental changes within the Qin family. Truly, a remarkable individual. With that, the group fell silent and ascended into the air, soaring towards the Qin residence. Midway through their journey, an idea struck Qin Jun, and he turned to Wang Wanyan with a gentle smile. Sister Wanyan, you are yet unmarried, are you not? Perhaps you could find a worthy partner within the Qin family, forging a bond that would become a tale worth telling. Rest assured, the men of the Qin family are devoted and sincere in matters of love. I believe Elder Ba's great-grandson is quite an admirable young man. Would you like me to play matchmaker? Of course, Qin Jun silently added, devoted and sincere, excluding the ancestor. At that moment, Wang Wanru, standing nearby, could not suppress her laughter. She had not anticipated her husband's eagerness to introduce a suitor to his sister-in-law even before arriving at the Qin family. Truly, it was a case of nourishing one's own soil. Noticing Qin Jun's puzzled glance, Wang Wanru explained, do not concern yourself. Wanyan already has someone special in her heart. She understood her sister's disposition and knew that even if that person had passed, her sister would not seek love elsewhere. Oh, Qin Jun replied softly, his face flushing with embarrassment as he realized he had nearly caused a significant misunderstanding. Although Wang Yan's beloved was merely a mortal. Wang Wanru continued, "What?" Qin Zhen exclaimed, a dreadful suspicion creeping into his mind. The term mortal echoed in his ears like a thunderclap. An uncontrollable surge of emotion coursed through him, causing his body to tremble violently, as if he had been struck down, spiraling out of control. Zhen. Wang Wanru gasped in shock. Their conversation had taken an unexpected turn. Fortunately, Ouyang Chu, ever the composed observer, swiftly reached out and effortlessly pulled Qin Zhen back up. Faced with the bewilderment of those around him, his expression soured, still shaken. He suspected he had developed a form of mortal phobia. Every time he encountered the word mortal, especially in relation to matters of the heart, a wave of dread washed over him. Qin Zhen cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yu and Qin Tian. Noting the fear etched on their faces, clearly indicating that they too had arrived at a troubling realization. If their conjecture were to prove true, the consequences would be unimaginable. How could it be that I would refer to you as my ancestor, and you would address me as brother-in-law? The elders of the clan would surely not spare him lightly. What a ridiculous predicament. Yet, Qin Zhen endeavored to maintain his composure, aiming for a final confirmation. After all, among the myriad of mortals, not all could be the revered ancestor. He turned his gaze to Wang Wanyan, his lips trembling slightly as he asked, "Dear Sister Wanyan, may I inquire about the name of your beloved?" Although puzzled as to why her brother-in-law would pose such a question, Wang Wanyan responded truthfully, a glimmer of nostalgia and affection flickering in her eyes. "His name is Duan Zhengchen." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhen exhaled in relief, his heart settling. He was familiar with several of the ancestors' pseudonyms, all rather mundane. Names such as Xiao Yin, Yi Fan, Han Li, and the like were unremarkable and uninspiring, sounding rather commonplace. In contrast, this name exuded elegance and sophistication. The Duan clan, it seemed, belonged to an ancient royal lineage, carrying a touch of nobility. Zheng, signifying righteousness, and Chen, embodying simplicity and gentleness. Just hearing this name revealed a man devoted in love, unwavering until death. Thus, Qin Zhen banished the terrifying thoughts that had plagued him moments ago. It appeared he had been overly concerned, and he shook his head. The group then proceeded toward the Qin family estate. Chapter 83, Wang Wanru visits the ancestor. The return of Qin Zhen's family filled the Qin residence with an air of jubilation. After all, in recent years, Wang Wanru, as the matriarch, had managed the family's affairs with remarkable efficiency, earning the admiration of the clan elders. Previously, Qin Zhen had remained tight-lipped about Wang Wanru's whereabouts. However, upon recounting the events, the elders finally grasped the situation's intricacies. They couldn't help but exclaim, "True lovers ultimately unite." As for Qin Zhen, he yearned to whisk Wang Wanru away to their chamber, to rekindle the flames of their past passions. Yet, he could not resist the fervor of Wang Wanru, who, upon learning that the esteemed ancestor had returned from Yuanshu Mountain, insisted on visiting the legendary figure first. After all, since marrying into the Qin family, she had been regaled with tales of the ancestor's greatness. "My dear husband, such a perfect being as the ancestor would not look down upon me, would he? What if I were to offend him in some way?" She felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, fearing that any misstep on her part might displease the esteemed elder. Perfect? Qin Zhen paused, nearly forgetting that he had yet to inform his wife about the recent developments concerning the ancestor. However, discussing matters of such gravity regarding elders was a delicate affair. Before his encounters with the ancestor, he too had perceived him as flawless, yet after their interactions, it was hard to articulate. However, he reassured her, "Wanru, do not worry. Our ancestor is a person of tranquility, exceptionally gentle, even more so than most of the clan elders. He did not speak falsely. Aside from being somewhat sentimental, a bit disreputable, fond of the pleasures of entertainment, and often mysteriously disappearing for leisurely strolls, the ancestor was indeed free from significant faults. My husband, when we first pay our respects, should we perform a grand ceremony, such as kneeling 3 times and bowing 9 times? That is not necessary. Our ancestor has never been one to care for such formalities. A simple bow will suffice." But there is no but. Let us go. With a heart full of trepidation, yet brimming with anticipation, Wang Wanru followed Qin Zhen to the grand hall. Inside the hall, the 3 brothers of Qin Changsheng sat in close proximity to Ouyang Chu, engaged in lively conversation. However, when Ouyang Chu learned that this Emperor Qin was merely a mere 10,000 years old, he was profoundly shocked. Yet, with the composure befitting a pinnacle quasi-emperor, he quickly regained his poise, adopting an even humbler demeanor. My goodness, this is remarkable. Each contemporary emperor, destined to carry the mandate of heaven, was a figure of overwhelming talent and unparalleled brilliance. It was said that before the emergence of such an emperor, one could defy the heavens and attain enlightenment. Yet throughout the ages, only a select few could rank among the top 5. Moreover, these individuals hailed from the primordial, mythic epoch favored by the heavens, achieving such feats only in their innate spiritual forms. Since the dawn of ancient times, no one has been able to defy the heavens and attain enlightenment. Even that peerless figure who ended the ancient era by his own strength was one who merged with the mandate of heaven to achieve his path. Ouyang, do you truly wish to join our Qin family and become one of our revered elders? Second ancestor Qin Changsheng wore an expression of astonishment. He had never anticipated that a pinnacle quasi-emperor would willingly lower himself to join the humble Qin family. He held no doubt, for with the other's cultivation, he could obliterate the Qin family in an instant. Even with his possession of the Emperor artifact, the Void Mirror, he could only resist for a fleeting moment, as the artifact's strength, while formidable, was still no match for his mere sovereign cultivation. Nonetheless, this resolved his pressing predicament. In recent days, due to Qin Yu's triumph in the grand competition and the notorious reputation of Qin Changsheng, the Qin family had once again found itself in the eye of the storm. Shadows of dubious figures had begun to appear around them, leaving him exhausted from dealing with them. Now, with Ouyang Chu's exceptional prowess joining their ranks, the Qin family would, for the time being, be free from worry. With this thought, second ancestor Qin Changping cast a resentful glance at Qin Changsheng. Over the past few days, he had been plagued with headaches, frequently confronted by inexplicable admirers of the so-called Mushu Atong, who came to challenge him. They confidently asserted that Qin Changsheng was merely immortal, and they did not deign to bully the weak. However, they wished to test the strength of Qin Changsheng's younger brother. Sighing deeply, the second ancestor lamented. His subtle actions did not escape Qin Changsheng's notice, who shot him a fierce glare, as if to say, "What have I raised you for, if not to clean up my mess?" Upon witnessing this, the second ancestor dared not make direct eye contact and promptly shifted the conversation, addressing Ouyang Chu. "How about we appoint you as the venerable elder, granting you certain powers of the family head along with the finest remuneration and treatment?" "No, that's unnecessary." Ouyang Chu swiftly waved his hand in refusal. "I require no salary. My cultivation is sufficient. As for authority, it is not something I seek. I cherish tranquility and will attend to matters as needed. And regarding the position of venerable elder, that honor rightfully belongs to my esteemed friend Nangong Yan." Ouyang Chu declined thrice, jesting, "Have you not seen your esteemed emperor still seated? I am but a humble servant. How could I dare to accept a salary or wield the family head's powers? Such generous treatment would surely be courting disaster." Furthermore, upon his arrival, he had caught wind of the rumors surrounding Nangong Yan and Qin Changsheng, which only deepened his reluctance to elevate himself above them. Otherwise, it would be akin to searching for trouble in the most absurd manner. The second ancestor gasped, astonished. "Ouyang, you are remarkably accommodating. Such an opportunity exists? To forego a salary and simply assist when called upon. It feels as though one has inadvertently signed a contract of servitude. I almost feel embarrassed." At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from the entrance. "Unworthy descendant, Qin Zhen, accompanied by my wife Wang Wanru, pays respects to the esteemed ancestors. Enter." Quickly, Qin Changsheng replied, eager to behold the lady of the house, whom the Qin family held in such high regard. Moreover, he had just learned from Ouyang Chu of Qin Zhen's remarkable feats within the Wang family, including the audacious act of severing ties with his father-in-law. That rascal Qin Zhen is quite brave, truly a worthy son of the Qin family. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Zhen and Wang Wanru approached, bowing deeply in respect. "Qin Zhen, Wang Wanru, pays respects to the ancestors." Good. Qin Changsheng rejoiced, relishing the feeling of familial abundance. "As a senior, though I have not prepared in advance, I shall bestow upon you 10 transformation void jade elixirs." He then produced a delicate porcelain vial, its surface glimmering with intricate patterns, and handed it over. Upon hearing the name of the elixir, Wang Wanru trembled in disbelief. The 9 transformation void jade elixir? Could it be the legendary supreme elixir? Not only does it significantly enhance one's cultivation speed, but it also greatly improves one's vitality and spirit, increasing the likelihood of sudden enlightenment. Is our venerable ancestor truly not an ordinary person, exhibiting such extravagance? As Wang Wanru slowly raised her gaze to accept the elixir, she was taken aback by the sight before her. What an exquisitely flawless face, devoid of any imperfection. So youthful. How handsome. Is this truly our venerable ancestor? Handsome, generous, with a lofty status, honorable in character, and deeply affectionate. Truly, a treasure of an elder. Possessing such attributes, yet remaining perpetually single, can only lead to one conclusion. Wang Wanru silently sighed to herself. She wondered which woman possessed the fortune and allure to warrant such lifelong attention from an ancestor, enduring solitude throughout her existence. Chapter 84. Lovers, at last, reunited quickly, catch it. At that moment, noticing his wife's distraction, Qin Changsheng promptly called out, interrupting Wang Wanru's reverie. Realizing her oversight, Wang Wanru blushed furiously and hastily accepted the elixir, expressing her gratitude to the ancestor. By the way, ancestor, Wanru's sister is greatly enamored by your deeds and wishes to pay her respects to you, particularly thanking the Qin family for rescuing the sisters from the abyss. Qin Changsheng remarked suddenly. Before Qin Changsheng could respond, the third ancestor interjected, "What are we waiting for? Let her in." With Wanru's exemplary virtue and filial piety, her sister must undoubtedly be a gentle and graceful beauty. In my opinion, we might as well secure a match for Wanru's sister within the Qin family. After all, good fortune should not flow to outsiders. Second brother, what say you? The second ancestor, Qin Changsheng, pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Third brother speaks wisely. The Qin family consists of honorable and virtuous young men. Marrying into our family would be a worthy choice. I observe that Elder 8's great-grandson remains unmarried and is of good character, an excellent option. However, such matters require mutual consent. We can merely play a facilitating role. Upon hearing the second ancestor's matchmaking intentions, Qin Changsheng and Wang Wanru were about to intervene but hesitated, noting the second ancestor's enthusiasm. The second ancestor, displaying the decisiveness of his youth, commanded a servant at the entrance, Zhang San, "Please fetch Wanru's sister. Li Si, go summon Elder 8's great-grandson, Qin Dachuan. Let the young ones meet. Perhaps they will find favor in each other's eyes." Once all arrangements were made, the second ancestor turned to Qin Changsheng with a smile. "Elder brother, how do you find my arrangements?" However, Qin Changsheng's brow was furrowed, and he remained silent. He sensed an unusual aura, and a foreboding feeling stirred within him. Just as he was about to extend his consciousness, a melodious voice resonated, and a striking figure entered through the door. "I am the younger generation, Wang Wanyan, here to pay respects to the esteemed ancestors." The voice faltered abruptly. The young woman halted mid-bow, unable to proceed any further. "Duan Zhengchun, Wang Wanyan," both exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Their gazes locked, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the room. The entire hall fell into silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. "Damn it!" Qin Changsheng cursed inwardly. He recognized her instantly. After all, she was the last girlfriend of his life, and despite the passage of over 5 centuries, the memory remained vivid. At this moment, he felt as if a torrent of wild thoughts surged within him. Upon recalling the instigator of this matter, Qin Changsheng cast a fierce glare at Qin Changsheng, resolutely vowing to deal with him when the opportunity arose. What a disgraceful descendant. While other progeny presented gifts to their ancestors, be it lavish offerings or even simple items like enlightenment tea or goji berries, Qin Changsheng, this wretched creature, appeared empty-handed and audaciously brought along an ex-girlfriend. At that moment, Qin Changsheng felt as though his very heart was crumbling, wishing fervently to squash this impudent youth. He increasingly sensed that his carefully cultivated image as a devoted person was slipping away, while the persona of a rogue seemed to solidify further. Yet, he pondered, where had he truly gone astray? Was it merely a matter of being a little too affectionate? After all, during his romantic pursuits, he had been devoted to each woman. Never once straying beyond the bounds of propriety, he believed he had conducted himself admirably. As Qin Changsheng's thoughts swirled, Wang Wanyan found herself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Upon seeing Qin Changsheng, Her gaze brimmed with joy, astonishment, and guilt. Joy for Duan Lang was alive. He remained as charming as ever, though time had etched its wear upon him. Astonishment, for his true identity was revealed to be the esteemed ancestor of the Qin family, the very figure her sister revered. Yet, this revelation implied that he had deceived her, claiming to be merely 25 when he was nearly 10,000 years old. Alongside this realization came a wave of profound guilt. Years ago, she had vanished from his life without a word, and she could only imagine how long Duan Lang had been searching for her. Wang Wanyan gazed silently at Qin Changsheng, an overwhelming sorrow welling within her. As tears began to silently cascade down her exquisite visage, she yearned to call out to him, to utter his name, but the words caught in her throat, ensnared by an invisible restraint that rendered her voiceless. Moreover, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Should their old flame be rekindled, how would she and her sister refer to one another? At that moment, Qin Jin stood frozen, paralyzed by shock. The instant both parties uttered each other's names, he comprehended the entirety of the situation. He felt completely numbed. What on earth was happening? He had once again overestimated the boundaries of his ancestor. His sister-in-law had been but 18 when she first fell in love with him 500 years ago, while his ancestor was already 9,500 years old. How could he dare pursue such a young maiden? This was beyond mere old bull courting tender grass. It was a complete moral degradation, a transgression against nature. Furthermore, how would they all coexist moving forward? Would they simply ignore the complexities? You refer to me as brother-in-law, and I call you. Of course, these thoughts remained solely within Qin Jun's mind, for he dared not voice them aloud. The second and third ancestors, aware of their elder brother's nature, remained silent, each sighing deeply within themselves. Their elder brother had many admirable qualities, yet he could not control his baser instincts. How could a mortal body be so reckless? Although Ouyang Chu was unaware of the underlying circumstances, his astute nature allowed him to perceive the peculiar atmosphere that enveloped the room, rendering him hesitant to break the silence. As for Wang Wanru, endowed with both grace and intellect, she had gleaned the entirety of the situation from the titles exchanged moments ago. Ancestor, has he become my brother-in-law? Reflecting on the devout vows she had just performed, she too fell into silence. Thus, no one dared to speak, and the grand hall succumbed to an extended stillness. At that moment, a robust and exuberant voice shattered the silence of the hall. Esteemed ancestors, my great-grandfather instructed you to introduce me to a bride today. Where's my bride? A robust young man enthusiastically entered the hall. It was Qin Dachuan, the great-grandson of the 8th elder. Chapter 85. You have ex-girlfriends? Several, in fact. With an innocent heart and caught up in the excitement, Qin Dachuan was blissfully unaware of the strange tension in the hall. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. Just as he was about to speak again, a chorus of voices echoed, "Scram!" from the elders in unison. Qin Dachuan stood frozen in place, feeling as though a chill had swept through the air around him. What is happening? Wasn't this supposed to be about introducing a bride? The atmosphere within the Qin family had become increasingly bizarre. Even the ancestors were deceiving honest souls now. Though his heart ached, Qin Dachuan remained silent. In that moment, even he, despite his usual sluggishness, sensed the discord in the atmosphere and quickly nodded, saying, "All right." He then vanished in a hurry. He arrived in a flurry and departed just as swiftly. However, Qin Changsheng, interrupted by Qin Dachuan, suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute. It was the other party who had left without a word. Why should I feel guilty? Although he had entertained the thought of breaking up, he had yet to act on it. At that time, he was merely an ordinary person, powerless, which had left him quite troubled for a considerable while. He had thought that dealing with an 18-year-old girl would be akin to a mere bronze-level competition, yet unexpectedly, he found himself ensnared in an unprecedented breakup. Now, standing on the moral high ground, it was he who had the upper hand. Revitalized, Qin Changsheng felt it was time to prove his deep affection. Thus, he declared, "Wan Yin, where have you been all these years? I have been searching for you, but alas, no trace of you can be found, no matter how far I roam. The warmth of water does not cool suddenly, nor do autumn leaves fall all at once. I stood at the brink for a long time before resolving to turn away. If you have chosen to leave, why then do you reappear, stirring my heart once more? By the way, our parting was too hasty. I still owe you a farewell. Let us break up." He resolved that this separation must be initiated by him, Otherwise, he would remain in a state of melancholy for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhen was left utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. If it weren't for such shamelessness, everyone is still present. Is this the script of your ancestors? Have you been searching all along? Have you forgotten the fierce battle with Mu Xuedong a few days ago? However, from what I hear, it seems you have been rejected. Are you, day after day, being pecked by the very geese you pursue? Qin Zhen found it hard to believe, but inwardly he exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, impressive." At this moment, the second and third ancestors also turned their heads aside, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, my brother has little time left, let things unfold as they may. However, it would be best for him to marry and take a concubine before he departs, leaving behind a few heirs to propagate the Qin family lineage. The elixir of immortality is a rare treasure, and one can only consume it once in a lifetime. Even emperors cannot defy the fundamental laws of nature to extend the life of a mortal body. Wang Wanyan suddenly felt a jolt upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, nearly losing her balance. He is blaming me. Indeed, no matter how involuntary my circumstances are, he remains blissfully unaware, the one who has been wronged. Memories of their shared sweet moments flashed through her mind like fragmented images, alongside the deeply etched promises they once made. As the recollections surged, Wang Wanyan's brow furrowed involuntarily, sorrow swirling in her eyes. Her expression darkened as she gazed at Qin Changsheng, whispering softly, "Duan Lang, do not call me Duan Lang. It only reminds me of painful memories. I am Qin Changsheng. Changsheng, I was taken away by my family back then, imprisoned for 500 years. Save your explanations. I will not listen. Changsheng, it's over." Qin Changsheng felt a rush of exhilaration, exclaiming, "No wonder in my past life my ex-girlfriend had such a firm grip on me. It turns out being favored gives one a sense of invincibility." While Qin Changsheng reveled in his triumph, those nearby were left utterly astonished. This scene was repeatedly reshaping their worldview. Aside from Wang Wanyan and Ouyang Chu, who were bewildered, the others familiar with the ancestor were left in a stupor, as if petrified. This plot twist is quite perplexing. How shameless can the ancestor be to act so brazenly? Qin Zhen felt anxious, silently urging his sister-in-law, "Please, do not fall into the trap of romantic delusion. He is nothing but a complete scoundrel." Yet the outcome was evidently disappointing. Wang Wanyan remained engulfed in guilt and sorrow, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Upon witnessing this, Qin Changsheng's heart softened, and he began to regret his momentary loss of restraint, realizing he may have gone too far. After all, she was merely a girl over 500 years old. Just as he intended to approach and wipe away Wang Wanyan's tears, an explosive sound erupted from outside, followed by a faint voice that, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. They say the Qin family is of good moral standing, upright and proper. In my view, it is merely a den of filth. In the realm of mortals, Qin Changsheng, a mere commoner, relied on the status of being the illegitimate son of a notable figure. Through a myriad of unscrupulous tactics such as deception and trickery, he ensnared several celestial beings, including Mu Xuedong, Su Muro, and Meng Ruyan, only to subsequently abandon them. Such behavior is indeed a disgrace to our human race. However, I hold no desire to bully a simpleton like Qin Changsheng. Today, I, Chao Wuxing of the Feathered Gate, have come forth to challenge the prowess of the second brother, Qin Changsheng. Qin family's second son, Qin Changping, stepped forward. The voice resonated like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the Qin estate and its surroundings. Two supreme realm cultivators stood in the void, brimming with fighting spirit. It was one of them who spoke. "Chao, brother. Are you certain this is wise?" inquired the other. "Absolutely no problem. We dare not approach the Yuan Chushan, but this Qin family is still within our grasp. Though it is said they possess an imperial weapon, we are merely issuing a challenge. They cannot possibly resort to such means." Chao Wuxing paused, then continued. "Moreover, Qin Changping has just recently ascended to the supreme realm and is hardly our match. Besides, we are acting in the name of justice. Currently, the majority of human factions are watching the Qin family. This battle will ensure that my brother and I gain renown across the land, bringing fortuity upon us, and perhaps even an opportunity to contend for the throne of emperor in the future." "You speak truth, Chao, brother." The two could faintly glimpse the resplendent future ahead. On the other hand, Qin Changsheng was seething with rage, his fury akin to a tempest. Slander. How can I, with but 2 feet, possibly tread upon 3 boats? Such egregious defamation. He demanded. I challenge him to a duel. Casting a puzzled glance towards Wang Wanyan, he yearned to strike down the one outside, spreading rumors with a single blow. What a splendid situation, now utterly ruined. Just as he contemplated a stealthy strike, Wang Wanyan suddenly tilted her head, her eyes filled with an inscrutable expression, and asked, Do you have ex-girlfriends? More than one. Though her tone was gentle, a chill swept over everyone present. Chapter 86. The relationship fractured. Have you lost your composure? At this moment, Ouyang Chu interjected. There's no need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Allow me to handle the rabble outside and serve as a warning to the nearby rascals. Ouyang Chu had no desire to linger in this dilapidated hall. While the loves and hates of the contemporary emperor were tantalizing, he was merely an outsider, fearing the repercussions were too great for him to bear. Thus, he had been fidgeting uncomfortably, seizing this opportunity to depart. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng did not deter him, for he faced a graver matter. Ouyang Chu's figure flickered and appeared in midair. Noise, he uttered softly. Yet the sound reverberated in the ears of Chao Wuxing and his companion like a thunderclap. Immediately, a formidable force surged from within him. The aura of a peak quasi-emperor erupted, freezing the entire realm as if struck by lightning. A colossal hand materialized in the air, gently slapping down, sending the 2 supreme beings flying, vanishing over thousands of miles, their fates unknown. Peak quasi-emperor. Impossible. Amidst the void, a chorus of astonished gasps echoed, indicating that numerous individuals were concealed in the vicinity. Their sole aim was to uncover the origins of the Qin family's supreme imperial weapon, as well as the reasons behind Qin Yu's sudden rise to prominence. Yet, they were taken aback by the unexpected emergence of a foreign pinnacle quasi-emperor from the Qin family, leaving many unprepared. Humph. A flicker of coldness flashed in Ouyang Chu's eyes, unable to suppress his derision. What a collection of rogues and specters. Daring to covet the family of the contemporary emperor, they truly did not know the meaning of peril. Although he was uncertain why Elder Qin chose not to reveal himself, perhaps to draw out the ancient masterminds lurking in the shadows, or for other motives, such matters were of no concern to him. Elder Qin had saved his life, and now his task was to stand on the forefront, sweeping away these ignorant minions. Clang. With a finger poised as a sword, a tremendous sword chant reverberated across the heavens and the earth. While he could easily dispatch 2 supreme beings with a mere palm strike, his senses detected the presence of several other quasi-emperors nearby. Thus, he had no choice but to unleash his true prowess. A terrifying azure sword radiance erupted from his fingertips, sending ripples outward in all directions. Countless sword energies pierced through the figures lurking in the void, eliciting gasps of horror from the onlookers. Thud. Many individuals spat blood, retreating frantically for miles, their eyes wide with shock and fear. The boundless splitting light sword. You are the boundless sword emperor, Ouyang Chu. A knowledgeable quasi-emperor exclaimed in astonishment. The legendary sword master, long presumed deceased, was indeed alive and guarding the Qin family. With a quasi-emperor present, it was evident that the affairs of the Qin family were beyond their reach, though the opponent seemed to have refrained from lethal force. In an instant, the crowd dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng found himself momentarily speechless in response to Wang Wanyan's relentless interrogation. Frustrated, he directed his ire towards the 2 loquacious supreme beings from earlier. Poor Chao Wuxing and his companion, who believed they had narrowly escaped calamity, vanished silently from existence. After a long while, Qin Changsheng finally spoke. They were indeed my ex-girlfriends. We were involved for a period. Oh, why have you never mentioned this to me? Wang Wanyan pressed on. She distinctly remembered Qin Changsheng once claiming he had only known first love, a statement that had delighted her for days as she awaited his first kiss. Who would have thought he was a man of many entanglements? The relationships fell apart. Qin Changsheng replied sheepishly. Thus, there was no need to mention it. Upon hearing this, the people present were once again left dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. The Ancestor had once more lowered the moral standards of the Qin family. It was unclear who had recently boasted of a sincere love and the grandeur of the 3-day battle at Yuanchushan, only to now speak of broken relationships. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Jin couldn't help but cough, attempting to remind his sister-in-law. However, A mere glance from Qin Changsheng made Qin Zhen retract his head. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. I cannot afford to offend him. Farewell. With a sense of resignation, Qin Zhen led Wang Wanru out of the room. What happened to my brother-in-law? Wang Wanyan inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, just his chronic cough acting up again. A good beating should suffice, Qin Changsheng replied with a faint smile. Soon. They exchanged no further words and fell into a prolonged silence. Qin Changsheng pondered the situation. Considering that Nangong Yin was also retreating in the back mountains of the Qin family, should they happen to cross paths, it would be quite troublesome, as he would find it difficult to show favoritism. Furthermore, having just reached a stalemate with Mu Xuedong, he contemplated whether he should seek someone to practice with. Relying solely on the Tai Chi Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra would hardly suffice for his ascension, all thanks to that wretched system. On the other hand, Wang Wanyan mused that since fate had brought them together again, and with neither party married, rekindling their relationship could indeed be a delightful affair. Moreover, Duan Lang seemed to possess an even greater charm than before, exuding an undeniable masculinity. So handsome, she thought. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Qin Changsheng's mind. Ding. Congratulations. The former girlfriend, Wang Wanyan's affection for you has reached 92. Would you like to claim your reward? Startled, he wondered, what is happening? Is this another freebie? What is that girl imagining again? Curious, he turned to look, only to meet Wang Wanyan's gaze. Their eyes locked, and a blush crept upon her cheeks. She shot him a fierce glare before turning and leaving the grand hall, leaving Qin Changsheng, utterly bewildered, to grapple with the winds of confusion. In the central domain, at the Ice God Palace, a maid-like figure respectfully announced, reporting to the palace master, the lady of the Yaochi has come to visit. Mu Xuedong, who had just finished dealing with matters, was momentarily taken aback. Why has Sister Qingqing come? But soon, a smile of delight graced her face. Please come in. It was unexpected that the most beautiful woman in the realm and the second most beautiful woman were, in private, remarkably close friends. Little Tong Tong, I'm coming in. A playful, bell-like laughter rang out as a captivating woman stepped through the threshold. She was none other than Shui Qingqing, one of the three great masters of the human race. However, upon entering, she immediately sensed something amiss with Mu Xuedong. Her brows furrowed as her eyes roamed over her. The coldness had diminished slightly, replaced by a hint of femininity. In an instant, Shui Qingqing's expression shifted as she realized something, exclaiming, You've broken through? Yes. Mu Xuedong nodded slightly, recalling the process of her breakthrough, a blush rising on her cheeks. Instantly, Shui Qingqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she flitted around Mu Xuedong. She had previously intervened when Mu Xuedong was cultivating the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Sutra, yet could not withstand her determination. Now, with her breakthrough, it seemed like a positive development. Could it be that the much-talked-about scoundrel incident was indeed true? Her interest in gossip surged. Chapter 87. The Empress of the Yao Pool. This is utterly exhilarating. She was acutely aware of her sister's temperaments. Since their acquaintance, she had never witnessed Mu Xuedong grow close to any man, especially after cultivating the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Heart Sutra, which had caused men to shy away. After they became confidants, their conversations traversed every topic imaginable, save for discussions about men. Yet now, she learned that Mu Xuedong had merely served as a judge for a grand competition and had, without any resistance, surrendered herself, completely abandoning her practice of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Heart Sutra. Furthermore, the rumors suggested that the man in question was a scoundrel, entangled with numerous women. For the first time, she felt it was unjust for Xuedong. However, a deeper thought suddenly struck her. If her assumptions were correct, after the competition concluded, Xuedong had lingered in the Yuan Chu mountain for an additional 3 days. Good heavens! Shui Qingqing covered her cherry lips in disbelief, inhaling sharply. This was truly remarkable. After a millennium apart, their reunion was akin to the golden wind meeting the jade dew, surpassing countless encounters in the mortal realm. The flower path had never been swept for guests, yet the humble door was now opened for him. Amused, she raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with meaning, and asked, Xuedong, I wonder how you have fared these past few days? Mu Xuedong, not grasping the underlying implication, pondered for a moment and responded casually, quite well. He. Shui Qingqing suddenly chuckled. With an old flame to fill the void, of course, it's wonderful, he. No one could dare imagine that the decisive world-shaking empress, who wielded a sword alone to dominate the realm, would utter such beastly words in the company of her confidant. At this moment, even Mu Xuetong, though somewhat slow, caught on. A rosy hue instantaneously graced her cheeks, and her eyes glimmered with a hint of allure. Sister Qingqing, are you mocking me? Humph. I shall not let you mock me. Mu Xuetong, feeling a touch bashful, yet relentless, lunged at her. In an instant, the room resonated with the sounds of the two sisters frolicking and teasing, interspersed with a few indescribable noises. The maidens on guard outside lowered their heads, sealing their senses in reverence. They dared not look, nor listen. After a while, the commotion gradually subsided. Shui Qingqing reclined on the bed, her perfect figure subtly revealed. She cast a sidelong glance at her sister, exuding an undeniable mature charm. In her heart, she mused, how splendid. It seems that Xuetong's loss of the supreme forgetting emotion Heart Sutra is a blessing in disguise. It has diminished her coldness and infused a touch of warmth into her being. Moreover, ever since ascending to the throne as empress, those around her treated her with reverence and trepidation, seeking to please her. Only in Mu Xuetong's presence could she reclaim a semblance of humanity. Suddenly, Shui Qingqing felt an unsettling dissonance. What was amiss? She furrowed her brow, striving to remember. Her cultivation. She abruptly raised her head, sensing once more, and inquired with curiosity, Xuetong, what is the status of your cultivation? I recall that you swiftly cultivated to the level of a quasi-emperor through the Taishang Forgetting Emotion Sutra. Yet now, despite its dissolution, your cultivation seems to have advanced rather than regressed. I even sense that you are on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of quasi-emperor. She was somewhat taken aback. Even with her experience as a great emperor in her previous life, she could not fathom the intricacies at play. In response to Shui Qingqing's inquiry, Mu Xuetong's face flushed momentarily. Then she pondered earnestly before slowly responding. I am also somewhat perplexed. I had prepared myself for backlash and regression, yet the reality is contrary. I even feel that my spiritual power is more refined than before. At that time, I was utterly exhausted and did not contemplate these matters. In retrospect, there are many discrepancies. Could it be that Qin Lang is truly extraordinary? Perhaps it is my enlightened state of mind. But isn't Qin Changsheng merely a mortal? What could be so different? Shui Qingqing retorted with irritation. Even at this juncture, your words still seem to boast. Upon hearing this, Mu Xuetong's embarrassment intensified, and she replied softly, though Qin Lang has had little time, his frequency of progress is remarkable. I can sense that he improves with each encounter. Moreover, I vaguely heard him claim to be the emperor of this age. At this declaration, Shui Qingqing could no longer contain herself. With a sharp clap, she rose in indignation. Scoundrel! An absolute scoundrel! Xuetong, do not be deceived. Being immersed in this situation may cloud your judgment. You must understand how unreliable a man who spouts such absurdities can be. To even utter such a ludicrous lie as claiming to be the current emperor. I believe his prolonged existence as a mere mortal has driven him mad. However, in the face of Shui Qingqing's fury, Mu Xuetong remained largely unfazed. Her gaze fixated on the direction of the Qin family in the northern region, and she spoke softly. In truth, you do not understand. I care not whether he is an emperor or a mortal. I only know that he is my youthful luminary, Han Li, and now my determined husband, Qin Changsheng. That is sufficient. I do not understand. The Empress of the Jade Pool, Shui Qingqing, felt a crack in her defenses. Yet, she soon realized that the two shared mutual affection and joy. As an outsider, there was no need for her to meddle. Moreover, the affairs of this couple were of no concern to her. With a deep sigh, she continued, since your old flame has been rekindled, why not move in together and cherish each other? Why return to your respective homes and seek out your mothers? Rekindled flame? Perhaps so, Mu Xuetong mused silently. Acknowledging their closeness, she then replied to Shui Qingqing, I believe Qin Lang speaks with great wisdom. It is not necessary for two people to be together at all times. They should not bind each other, but instead grant one another a measure of freedom. As long as love resides in their hearts, distance is inconsequential. Furthermore, he even composed an unparalleled poem for me. Upon hearing this, Shui Qingqing merely scoffed, dismissing it with disdain. Alas, foolish girl, one should never confine another. Such is the cunning of scoundrels. At this very moment, your beloved may be nestled in the embrace of another woman. However, upon hearing about poetry, Her passion for verse ignited her curiosity, prompting her to inquire, "What poem? Two hearts, if they endure through time. Why should they be bound by the fleeting moments of day and night?" As she recited these lines, Mu Shue's eyes sparkled with brilliance, her countenance radiant with pride. "Sister Qingcheng, you are well versed in poetry. Do share your thoughts on this piece. Moreover, my Qianlang has composed several verses for me in the past," she exclaimed, reminiscent of a child savoring sweets, eager to share her joy with her confidant. Yet, immersed in her happiness, she remained oblivious to the unusual demeanor of her dear friend. Shui Qingcheng. As Mu Shui recited the poem, it struck like a thunderbolt, overwhelming her. Shui Qingcheng's arms fell limply, her body frozen, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 88. No more pretenses, I am the Empress. It seemed an eternity before she emerged from her trance. She struggled to regain composure, her body trembling, and stammered, You say this was penned by your Qianlang? Indeed. Is he not exceptionally talented?" Mu Shui replied. However, upon finishing her words, she noticed the distress in her friend and quickly inquired, "Sister Qingcheng, what troubles you?" As an empress, Shui Qingcheng merely closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, her expression was serene, as if she had quelled the storm within. She feigned nonchalance, offering a faint smile. "It is nothing, merely a reflection on past events." Though her words were calm, she felt a sharp blade piercing her heart, causing immense pain. The names Han Li, Qin Changsheng, and Sure how suddenly intertwined in her mind. So this is how it is. She recalled her earlier teasing of Mu Shui, listening to the tales of Qin Changsheng and Mu Shui's romantic entanglements. A bittersweet smile graced her lips, as an indescribable pang of sorrow enveloped her soul. Memories surged like a tide, overwhelming her mind. And as she recalled Mu Shui's earlier description, waves of realization crashed over her. She could no longer bear to linger in the ice god palace reminiscing. "Shui Shui, urgent matters have arisen in the ancient kingdom of Yaochi. I must return." She managed to maintain her composure. "Very well," Mu Shui replied, unsuspecting of the turmoil beneath the surface. Without delay, Shui Qingcheng tore through the fabric of reality, vanishing from sight. In the capital of the ancient kingdom of Yaochi, a radiant figure materialized from the void, stumbling into the innermost chamber. Shui Qingcheng felt her legs weaken, threatening to collapse at any moment. She leaned against the wall, barely managing to stand. "It cannot be," she murmured to herself. He was merely a man from the memories of this world. She, the illustrious empress of the ancient Yao Pool, had awakened her memories. Why then could she not suppress the remnants of a mere few thousand years? He was but a fleeting light in this lifetime, yet his influence was profoundly overwhelming. Why did she feel an endless sorrow and sense of loss? Why did her heart ache as if it were being torn asunder? She had clearly mastered this reincarnated body, so why this turmoil? It was only when tears fell like scattered pearls that she realized the depth of her emotions for that Shurho from long ago. Confounded, she chose not to ponder further. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes to cultivate her spirit, channeling her energy through the 12 celestial circuits, just managing to suppress that intense sensation. After a considerable time, she finally opened her eyes, casting a regal gaze towards the doorway, her authority unmistakable. "Someone, investigate every detail regarding Qin Changsheng, including his likeness, and present it to me." "Understood, Your Majesty," a woman of quasi-imperial cultivation replied respectfully before departing towards the northern domain. Left alone, the Empress of the Yao Pool stood solitary in her chamber, lost in her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, such relentless suppression would only lead to a greater backlash, destined to erupt at some point in the future. Time slipped by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this time, the Qin family once again dominated the rankings, significantly boosting their notoriety, causing quite a stir. Furthermore, not long ago, the headmaster of Yuan Chushan, Yi Qiubai, issued an urgent announcement, declaring that he had no connection to Qin Changsheng or the Qin family, but held immense respect for the former. This sparked much speculation among the human race, questioning why an ordinary mortal like Qin Changsheng would earn the esteem of the venerable quasi-imperial peak master, Yi Qiubai. Soon after, the emergence of the Wujiyi sword emperor, Ouyang Chu, silenced the masses entirely. The fourth peak quasi-imperial expert of the human realm belonged to the Qin family, serving as the second elder. This revelation temporarily dissuaded those with ulterior motives from coveting the secrets of the Qin family. The Qin family had firmly established their power. The might of a peak quasi-emperor was insurmountable, compelling adversaries to retreat quietly and await their opportunity. In an instant, the surroundings of the Qin family became considerably quieter. On this day, early in the morning, Qin Changsheng emerged from his chamber. With a sweep of his consciousness, he exhaled in relief. Grateful that Nangong Yin was in seclusion and had not yet encountered Wang Wanyan, he had sensed that a great upheaval was imminent and needed to swiftly enhance the overall strength of the Qin family, allowing them to seize more opportunities for survival amidst the impending chaos. After all, he was but one man and could not vigilantly protect every descendant of the Qin family. Moreover, the Star Tower and the ancient Tree of Life he intended to present were far too advanced to be casually dismissed as before. Therefore, he resolved to convene another family meeting, initiating a preliminary disclosure. As Qin Changsheng stepped into the courtyard, he noticed a shadowy figure lurking in front of the Qin family academy, muttering to himself. It was none other than the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhen. He was just about to seek out Qin Zhen, filled with curiosity, and as he walked toward the academy, he extended his consciousness. Suddenly, he heard Qin Zhen's voice softly calling out, "Here they come, here they come, the Ancestor is arriving. Are you all prepared? As soon as the Ancestor approaches, you must recite loudly." Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow, perplexed by this young rascal's antics. What on earth was he orchestrating so early in the morning with these academy children? However, as he drew closer, a group of children began to recite in unison the 13th rule of the Qin family. No descendant of the Qin family shall abandon their obligations. The 25th rule of the Qin family. No descendant of the Qin family shall be fickle and ungrateful. Shocked, he instantly realized that this young rascal, Qin Zhen, had the audacity to mock him. Those rules were his own edicts for the Qin family's descendants. As the ancestor of the Qin family, what did this have to do with him? Nevertheless, he refrained from making a scene, for after all, he was courting Qin Zhen's younger sister-in-law. "Qin Zhen, come here." "Oh, Ancestor, why are you here? Is there something you wish to convey?" Qin Zhen exclaimed, feigning surprise. Yet internally, he mused, surely the Ancestor has heard clearly now. I hope he will temper himself a bit, or the Qin family's millennia of reputation will be at stake. Observing Qin Zhen's pretense, Qin Changsheng chose not to expose him. "The matter at hand is of utmost importance," he stated. "I intend to convene a family meeting to summon the second and third ancestors along with the esteemed elders to the assembly hall." "What? Another family meeting?" Qin Zhen was taken aback. Ever since the ancestors' return, the frequency of these meetings had nearly matched the number of the ancestors' former romantic entanglements. Could it be that the ancestor was about to distribute another round of compensation? Qin Zhen couldn't help but speculate. In the assembly hall, Qin Changsheng took his seat at the head and surveyed the gathered high-ranking members of the Qin family, including the privileged brothers Qin Yu and Qin Tian, nodding in acknowledgement. Reclining against the chair, he spread his arms and declared, "No more pretense. I shall reveal my true identity. I am the Emperor." Chapter 89. The shock of the Qin family members, a chilling breeze swept through, and the crowd remained unresponsive. After a long pause, Elder 17 stood up expressionlessly, dusting off his trousers and muttering, "Honestly, my great-granddaughter-in-law is about to give birth today. I must go see her. After all, it concerns the legacy of our Qin family, and we cannot afford to be careless. And you, Qin Zhen, the ancestor is aging and enjoys jesting. Do you also find humor in this? As the head of the family, do you possess no discernment? To please the ancestor, you would have us act as mere spectators? Truly, you lack an understanding of priorities." His words ignited an uproar in the assembly hall. Indeed, Qin Zhen is becoming increasingly unreliable. I concur. Were it not for the two exceptional descendants he has produced for the Qin family, I would have suggested revoking his position as head. Exactly. He displays no sense of responsibility befitting a family leader. Amidst the gathering, voices rose in condemnation towards Qin Zhen. Yet none dared to utter a word against the venerable ancestor. How absurd. What concern is it of his? It was the ancestor who summoned this family meeting with great insistence. Qin Zhen found himself utterly dumbfounded, unable to suppress his inner musings about the cunning elders, who, in fear of offending the ancestor, chose to vent their frustrations upon him, an easy target. Ultimately, unable to endure the incessant chatter from the clan elders, He turned to Qin Changsheng with a wry smile and remarked, "Ancestor, had you made it clear that this was merely a jest, I would have refrained from calling everyone here with such fanfare. You, being a mortal and unversed in the ways of cultivation, may not grasp the significance of the Emperor's status. The Emperor embodies the pinnacle of cultivation in this world. Beneath the Emperor, all are but ants. Ancestor, such jesting concerning the Emperor is perilous, as it may invoke grave consequences, and our Qin family could easily face ruin." Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's expression darkened. "You are the one who may face ruin. Your entire family is at risk." His tone, though seemingly sincere, was met with disapproval. "I am displeased, and my patience wanes." Qin Changsheng then cast a sweeping glance around the hall. Aside from the informed Qin Yu and Ouyang Chu, the rest displayed a range of reactions, some flushed with suppressed emotion, others indifferent, while two elderly men appeared on the verge of slumber. A deep sigh escaped Qin Changsheng's lips. In these times, honesty is met with skepticism. Clearing his throat, he continued with unwavering candor. "To clarify further, I am not merely an emperor. I am an emperor of the 9 heavens. Even against immortals, I would not falter." Once again, silence enveloped the assembly. Suddenly, the third ancestor, Qin Changsheng, sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Brother, I had believed you could endure for decades, perhaps even a century. Yet who could foresee that your departure was so imminent? Your irrational words lead me to believe you are losing your senses. A sign of approaching doom. I should have intervened with your old flames. Women are too taxing on the spirit." His words jolted the second ancestor into alarm. His eyes filled with reluctance as he regarded Qin Changsheng. "Brother." Before he could finish, Qin Changsheng delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling 3 paces away. His forehead creased with irritation. This was not a time for lamentation. In an instant, he summoned an overwhelming aura of imperial power that surged forth, enveloping the entire meeting hall with a terrifying presence. With a gentle wave of his hand, a mysterious force materialized, centering around him and forming a vast domain, the realm of the Emperor. In that moment, under the weight of this might and the encompassing domain, every individual within the hall trembled, their hearts swelling with an indescribable awe. They gazed in disbelief at the towering figure seated at the head of the assembly, as if he were the singularity of existence. Could this truly be the venerable ancestor? Is it not the mortal who bartered his body to procure resources for his family, the esteemed ancestor? Yet, the undeniable truth lay before them, demanding their belief. Their gazes initially reflected a dazed confusion, followed by astonishment and incredulity, and ultimately blossomed into ecstasy and excitement. In the end, their entire beings quivered with fervent anticipation. The ancestor is truly a great emperor. The Qin family is poised for a meteoric rise. The elder brother, having rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched himself, finally reassured himself that he was not ensnared in a dream. The third ancestor, who had been cast aside, also regained his senses, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. The feeling of their shared bloodline assured him that regardless of the elder brother's cultivation level, he remained the one who had nurtured them, the one who loved him dearly. Thus, he soared forward and clasped Qin Changsheng's leg, wailing, "Oh, my elder brother, you have been rather unkind, deceiving us for so long. My second brother and I have toiled diligently, enduring hardships and subsisting on meager rations, all to elevate the Qin family from a humble lineage to this esteemed status. Little did we know, you, a great emperor, have been quietly indulging yourself, showing no concern for your brother's fates." At these words, Qin Changsheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke slowly. "I too have only recently ascended to Emperorhood. Due to various reasons, I was unable to intervene before." His explanation began to falter, leading him to exclaim, "Enough. Sit properly. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Do I need to explain myself to you, you little brat?" Upon hearing this, everyone straightened their postures, sitting upright in fear of inciting the ancestor's displeasure. Even the 2 elderly men, well into their twilight years, perked up, gazing intently at the ancestor. For they understood that, despite their lack of talent and the twilight of their lives, the ancestor surely possessed the means to help them transcend to new realms and extend their lifespans. "Elder brother, did you attain your enlightenment through sheer strength?" The second ancestor suddenly inquired. He struggled to comprehend how, with the mark of destiny still upon him, The elder brother had evaded the scrutiny of the heavens during his ascension. There seemed to be only one possible explanation. Indeed, through strength, Qin Changsheng affirmed. What else could he say? Should he confess to attaining enlightenment through deception? However, his answer elicited a collective gasp, and he sensed the air around him thinning. Qin Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to cease their astonishment, and remarked, as you know, I am quite busy. Before he could finish, everyone nodded in agreement. The ancestor speaks the truth. You are perpetually occupied with melodies and flowers. You toil day and night, managing myriad affairs, unceasingly. Thus, they urged, whatever benefits you possess, be it imperial weapons or unparalleled techniques, please present them, so we may alleviate your burdens. In the face of their fervent gazes, Qin Changsheng continued. You must forge your own paths. I cannot guard you for eternity. Therefore, I have prepared 2 treasures that can swiftly enhance your cultivation and combat prowess. One is the Star Tower, and the other is the ancient Tree of Life. Immediately, Qin Changsheng made a casual gesture, and to the astonishment of all present, an ancient tree suddenly materialized in the backyard near the ancestral hall of the Qin family. Towering several zhang high, the tree was lush with foliage, exuding an aura that was both ancient and enigmatic. The moment the life-giving ancient tree appeared, the spiritual energy of the entire Qin family surged exponentially, intensifying further with the passage of time. The Qin estate seemed to transform into a paradise of celestial wonder. Chapter 90. The Star Tower, the Widow, a miracle indeed. Outside, members of the Qin family had already discovered this phenomenon, and they exclaimed in awe. They felt their blood surge, sensing signs of a breakthrough in their long-stagnant cultivation, prompting some to sit cross-legged and commence their practices. The high-ranking cultivators in the conference hall were even more acutely aware of the fluctuations in the Qin family's spiritual energy. They gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The subsequent scene left them utterly astounded. A radiant beam of light streaked across the sky, followed by the emergence of a small black tower from the void, gradually enlarging as it descended onto the training ground of the Qin family. The moment its base touched the ground, it resonated with a thunderous sound. Amidst the swirling dust, everyone in the Qin family witnessed an ancient luminescence gradually unfurl. Mysterious runes adorned the tower, shimmering like stars, while the grand entrance at its base resembled a gateway to the vast cosmos. In an instant, all present gained clarity, understanding the name and some functions of the tower, the Star Tower. Within its 18 layers, each a distinct realm. It housed reflections of the myriad powerful beings of this world, serving as an unparalleled venue for honing martial skills and techniques. The Qin family members outside felt their scalps tingle, utterly overwhelmed by the aura emanating from the Star Tower, trembling with an urge to kneel and prostrate themselves. The elders in the hall shared a similar reaction, succumbing to their knees in reverence, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed upon the towering Star Tower. Gulp. The third ancestor, Qin Chang'an, swallowed hard, turning to Qin Changsheng, his speech faltering. Elder brother, the rank of this tower and the ancient tree. Even as a supreme being with limited exposure, he could discern that the suddenly manifested Star Tower and ancient tree were treasures far beyond the imperial level. Indeed, they are above the celestial rank, Qin Changsheng affirmed with a nod, revealing no secrets. Hiss. Everyone inhaled sharply once more. Even with their suspicions, the confirmation from Qin Changsheng left them profoundly moved. Above the celestial rank? What tier of treasure could this possibly be? In any case, it had entirely surpassed their imagination. The hall fell silent again as all present silently processed the extraordinary events they had just witnessed. However, one thing was certain. The Qin family had exploded into greatness. After a considerable period, as the crowd had nearly absorbed the information, Qin Changsheng finally spoke. Set aside other matters for now. In the near term, focus on utilizing the ancient life tree and the Star Tower to swiftly enhance your cultivation and combat prowess. Remember, everything within the Qin family is under my protection, so pursue your endeavors without hesitation. Our Qin family is also part of the human lineage. Ouyang Chu, after the meeting, you are to inform the world that all may come to the Qin family's Star Tower for training, though a fee of spirit crystals or rare materials will be required. As for the imperial path and the fate seal. At this, the third ancestor, Qin Chang'an, brightened with excitement. Indeed, the fate seal. Now that my elder brother has attained enlightenment ahead of time, who besides the Qin family could possibly claim the fate seal? Could it be that I too might experience the taste of emperorship? With the esteemed position of the Qin family, who would dare to contest with me? Perhaps I need not even tread the imperial path. However, before that, I must address a pressing issue. Thus, the third ancestor turned towards the Qin brothers, Qin Yu and Qin Tian, and stated, "You too, as my esteemed juniors, I have treated you well, but you are still young and gifted, with countless opportunities ahead. The consequences of the fate seal are far too profound for you to grasp. It would be wiser for me to bear that burden." Taken aback, Qin Yu and Qin Tian could hardly believe the audacity of the third ancestor, who shamelessly sought to eliminate them as direct competitors before the assembly. The previous competitions for the fate seal had been fraught with tragedy, where victors ascended the lofty path only after stepping over countless corpses. Yet in this era, the quota seemed predetermined, relying on connections and the audacity of the contenders. As juniors, Qin Yu and Qin Tian could only respond with resignation. "We shall heed the third ancestor's commands." Before the third ancestor could revel in his triumph, Qin Changsheng swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand. "Third brother, you are being foolish. The integration of the fate seal is not as simplistic as you imagine. With your temperament, even if fate were laid before you, you would fail to merge with it. Furthermore, this world is not as straightforward as you believe. The path to emperorship may not be the ultimate goal. I have traversed the world recently and encountered numerous cunning adversaries. In some regions, even I could not see through their schemes. Thus, you need only be aware of my cultivation level. In this forthcoming golden age, I intend to expose all the shadowy figures and conduct a thorough cleansing to eliminate future threats to humanity. As for the fate seal, let Qin Yu and Qin Tian compete for it. The rest of you, I will devise alternative means for you to attain enlightenment." "Very well. I shall listen to my elder brother," the third ancestor replied obediently. Following this, they deliberated on several other matters, and gradually the meeting drew to a close. The moment the star tower materialized, particularly when Qin Changsheng deliberately released a hint of his aura, it instantly captured the attention of all formidable beings across the world, as if the very fabric of the heavenly Tao was trembling. The Empress of the Yaochi, Qin Changsheng, the Divine Lord, the Demon Lord, and the Demon Emperor, among others, immediately turned their gaze toward the northern region, their eyes filled with astonishment. As the paramount forces of this era, they felt a shudder within their souls. What on earth had transpired in the northern region? In the ancient abyss known as the Taiku Demon Cave, a realm shrouded in darkness and foreboding, a pair of ancient eyes suddenly opened, their depths resembling unfathomable chasms. "What essence is this that evokes such an intense, greedy yearning within me?" An ancient voice echoed, "Enough! Enough! The time has not yet come." As the voice gradually faded, a throng of shadowy creatures trembled in response. The supreme sacred grounds, the ancient imperial clans, and the hidden legacies of your awakened countless ancient beings from their slumber. A flicker of avarice gleaming in their eyes as they transmitted hushed commands before sinking back into their dreams. Until the destined moment arrives, the emperors shall remain dormant. In the face of impending upheaval, the celestial energies of the world wane, insufficient to rouse the venerable ancestors of the various clans from their twilight slumber. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, the Qin family had become a household name, subtly transforming into a sanctuary for human cultivators. Countless individuals flocked to witness the grandeur of the Star Tower. Initially, some scoffed at the Qin family's fees, deeming them disgraceful. However, as word spread, opinions swiftly changed to one of admiration. Among the throngs, there were those who, in their desperation, considered robbery. Yet none could withstand the might of Ouyang Chu's breathtaking sword strike. Moreover, the other three pinnacle quasi-emperors of humanity publicly supported the Qin family, alongside Ouyang Chu's formidable presence, effectively quelling any nefarious thoughts. On this particular day, two figures approached the foot of the Qin family mountain. One was a young man in his early 20s, with striking features and an imposing presence, possessing the late-stage cultivation of the supreme realm, clearly a person of great fortune. Yet, his occasional glances at the alluring figure of the woman beside him betrayed a hint of desire and greed. The other was a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, her long hair elegantly gathered, exuding a dignified grace and captivating beauty. clad in a flowing white palace gown that accentuated her enchanting figure. However, her brows were slightly furrowed, as if forever harboring a tinge of sorrow, perhaps in remembrance or mourning. A closer look revealed a black ribbon tied around her shoulder, seemingly a token of honor for her deceased husband. Was she indeed a widow? Chapter 91. An unexpected reunion with Qin Changsheng Master. Just ahead lies the Qin family. The Star Tower is within their domain. I am in no hurry. Shall we find a guest room here to rest before proceeding to the Qin family tomorrow? The young man in black, Yaochi, spoke respectfully. Yes, this will suffice. Qin Changsheng, the woman in the palace gown, replied, her melodious voice gracing the air. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, she turned to the young man with earnestness. Yaochi, your pace of cultivation is exceedingly rapid. I fear your foundation may be unstable. The emergence of the Star Tower presents a remarkable opportunity for you. I hope you seize it well and tread the path of invincibility. She held a general satisfaction with her disciple, having once envisioned a life spent in the company of the flickering lamp and ancient Buddha, forever mourning the husband who once promised to marry her. Unexpectedly, he saved the young Yaochi, who was merely 8 or 9 years old at the time. Yaochi displayed an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, ascending to the peak of the supreme realm in just a decade, rekindling hope within her once desolate heart. She had heard whispers that a peak emperor could extract true spirits from the river of time. Thus, she placed all her hopes upon this boy she had taken in along the way. Rest assured, Master, I am destined to ascend to Emperorhood, Yaochi proclaimed with an air of arrogance. After all, he was a prodigy. His initial slow cultivation was due to the old man in his mind, who had been siphoning off his spiritual energy. 10 years ago, the old man finally awakened and imparted unparalleled skills to him, coupled with his celestial-grade talent. He progressed at an astonishing pace. This old man was an ancient emperor, adept in the art of divination, who clearly informed him that he was the son of destiny in this era. Although he had missed the recent competition of prodigies due to seclusion, he was absolutely confident in defeating the so-called Qin Yu. However, it mattered not. He was determined to make a remarkable impression at the upcoming Star Tower. Seeing the expression on Yaochi's face, Qin Changsheng understood her disciple's temperament. She stiffened her demeanor and said sternly, Yaochi, do not underestimate the world. There are always greater heights and greater talents beyond your own. You must maintain a low profile, for I look forward to your ascension as an emperor, to retrieve your master's true spirit from the river of time and resurrect him. Yes, yes, I shall heed your words, Master, the young Yaochi replied promptly, though a flicker of resentment and jealousy swiftly crossed his eyes. Master. This title had become a nightmare for him in recent years. The ancient man had been dead for millennia, reputed to be a worthless mortal. Why could he captivate Master as thoughts so incessantly? Could she not open her eyes to see other remarkable men, such as the one before her? For the past decade, he had devoted himself to her. Yet her gaze remained fixated on that long-deceased master. With this thought, Yaochi's resentment deepened. Seizing a moment when Qin Changsheng was distracted, he cast an all-encompassing glance over her form, resolutely deciding, Master, I shall claim both your body and heart. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the nearby Yihong building. A remarkably handsome young man emerged slowly, surrounded by a throng of courtesans. The courtesans, unusually reluctant to part, playfully reached out, calling out, Young Master Qin, do visit us often. The poetry you gifted this time was delightful. Next time, I shall play the flute for you in gratitude. Don't just pay attention to Miss Shuang. We are all waiting for you. All right, no pushing. I promise I will return. Qin Changsheng exclaimed in a fluster. There was no denying it. He was simply that popular. Everyone in the Tianyin pavilion recognizes him. Over time, he felt embarrassed to indulge without giving back. So he often changed venues to introduce a sense of novelty. Ugh! Witnessing all this, Yaochi spat vehemently. In broad daylight, the shameless acts of soliciting and consorting with courtesans are disgraceful. Master, let us enter the establishment and not allow such filthy individuals to taint your eyes. Yaochi turned to his master, Qin Changsheng, and declared, Goodness, where is Master? Such a prominent figure has vanished. His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the spot where his master had just been, now utterly vacant. Someone managed to quietly abduct his master right under his nose. Incredulous, his complexion paled, and in a frenzy, he spread his spiritual sense, hoping to uncover the traces of his master's disappearance. However, when he glimpsed not far away, that captivating figure entwined in a tight embrace with the very scoundrel he had just scorned, Yaochi's eyes turned green with envy. How could this be? The master, who had always maintained her virtue and held herself in high regard, was willingly enveloped in the arms of a debauched man. At that moment, Yaochi found himself questioning his very existence. He had never dared to imagine the alluring fragrance of his master's soft body, which was now being savored by another man. He could not help but envision himself in that man's position. Upon doing so, his eyes turned blood red, and he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Unfortunately, beyond indulging in fantasies, there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, as Qin Changsheng turned to leave, he was suddenly enveloped by a wave of fragrance and embraced by a soft body. Goodness! Qin Changsheng nearly gasped aloud. In broad daylight, to be assaulted and molested by a woman of good repute. Where is the justice in this? The warmth emanating from the figure made him acutely aware of her curvaceous form. However, he pondered her appearance. If she were beautiful, it would be acceptable. But if she were unattractive, he would certainly have her stripped of her fortune. Just as Qin Changsheng attempted to break free to discern the face of the woman in royal attire, a thunderous revelation erupted from her lips. Feng Yan, you are alive. How splendid. I never anticipated that fate would be so kind, allowing me to encounter you once more. Feng Yan, I have finally found you. Hearing that somewhat familiar voice alongside the well-known name, Qin Changsheng stood frozen in place. Indeed, Su Fengyan, another one of his aliases. It is estimated that this name has deceived over 20 women, a mere fraction compared to the frequency of names like Xiao Yin and Yi Fan. Expanding his spiritual sense, he quickly discerned the visage of the woman who had collapsed against him. After some contemplation, he finally recalled her name, Yin Wanqiu. However, his keen eyes instantly caught sight of the black ribbon tied around her arm. He understood the customs of this world, recognizing that it signified a woman mourning her deceased husband, pledging fidelity to his memory. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, "You have become a widow? Your husband has passed away?" Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. How could he speak so insensitively about such sorrowful matters upon their first meeting? Nevertheless, the notion of a widow seemed not entirely unappealing. At that moment, Qin Changsheng felt an awakening of his own mischievous nature. The spirit of Jinan and the legacy of Wei Wu could not be forsaken. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Yin Wanqiu suddenly raised her head, her delicate face flushed, and she swiftly tore the black ribbon. Fearing he might misunderstand, she hurriedly clarified, "Feng Yan, it is not as you imagine. I wear this in your memory." Qin Changsheng's mind spun in confusion. What was happening? Was he dead? Yin Wanqiu continued, "When you were swept away by the river, I searched tirelessly along its banks for 7 days and nights, but found no trace of you. Exhausted, I fainted and was rescued by my master, embarking on the path of cultivation. I continued my search for many days, but my master told me that anyone who falls into that river would surely perish. I then believed you to be gone, and from that moment on, I considered myself your bereaved wife. I intended to follow you into the afterlife, but each time I contemplated death, a voice echoed in my mind, whispering that you were still alive, which kept my last glimmer of hope alive. Indeed, the heavens have not forsaken me, granting me the chance to see you again. Feng Yan, you must believe me. I shall never love another man but you." At this, tears streamed down Yin Wanqiu's face, as memories of her agonizing past flooded back. Hearing her words, Qin Changsheng finally comprehended the depth of her feelings. What a devoted woman she was. Though Yin Wanqiu had once been utterly compliant and tender towards him, he had feared that her affections ran too deep and had initiated a separation. Little did he know that she was a woman of traditional values, resolutely declaring that she was already his. Rather than prolong the pain, Qin Changsheng, with a heavy heart, orchestrated an accidental drowning and quietly vanished. He had expected that, with the passage of time, she would gradually forget him and move on with her life. Yet, he never anticipated that she would hold such profound feelings for him, even contemplating following him into death. Alas, Qin Changsheng sighed deeply within. He felt a twinge of guilt and pity for the woman before him. He had come to understand her character. She was a quintessential romantic, unwavering in her affections once she fell in love. Even if he were to revel in the company of others, she would sulk alone, preparing dinner and waiting for his return in the dead of night. With this realization weighing on his heart, he resolved to cherish her deeply. He pulled her close, cradling her delicate head in his arms, enveloping her in his embrace. Qin Wanxiu did not resist, leaning obediently against him, seemingly relishing this long-lost sensation. Unconcerned, she was oblivious to the lingering fragrances of several women that clung to him, remnants of his recent departure from Yihonglu. After a considerable pause, she lifted her head and tenderly kissed him. Their lips touched briefly before parting. It was only then that she remembered they were in the bustling streets, and she pressed her forehead against Qin Changsheng's chest once more, entirely forgetting about a promising disciple waiting not far away. Yaochi watched this heart-wrenching scene, his entire visage contorted with rage, his eyes aflame. Scoundrels! Debauched couple! Displaying such shameless affection in public. He felt as if his head was engulfed in an endless expanse of green, reminiscent of the Hulunber grassland. Yaochi, a paragon of excellence and a figure of remarkable talent, was renowned as the chosen one by the emperor in his mind. He had always sailed smoothly through life, braving secret realms, seizing opportunities, discovering miraculous elixirs, and mastering unparalleled techniques, all while numerous celestial maidens vied for his affection, yet he remained steadfastly devoted to his master. He had believed that through his unwavering love, he could sway his master's heart, marry her, attain the path of the emperor, and reach the pinnacle of existence. Little did he know that his master harbored such lascivious tendencies at her core. Had he known earlier, he could have adjusted his approach. In that moment, the long-suppressed negative emotions erupted violently, and as he considered taking action out of anger, a stern voice echoed in his mind. Steady yourself, do not act rashly. Yaochi, though you are at the late stage of the supreme realm, you are no match for your master, who stands on the verge of becoming an emperor. Acting against her will only invite the charge of treachery, which would hinder your quest for dominion over this world. She is but a woman. Do not let her disrupt your composure. Once you achieve the status of emperor, you will have the freedom to pursue your desires. Silence! Yaochi roared in his mind, seething with anger. Wretched woman! After a prolonged moment, he gradually regained his composure and remarked, You are right. She is merely a woman. In the past, I lost my senses, allowing myself to be captivated by my master's kindness in saving and nurturing me. I thought I could slowly win her over. How foolish of me. From this day forth, I shall immerse myself in training, ascend to the status of emperor, and at that time, not only will my master be mine, but everything shall belong to me. As for that foul man who has shared intimate moments with her, I will ensure he understands why the flowers bloom so vividly. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. This is the chosen one I have been seeking. A sinister laughter erupted in his mind, unmistakably the cackle of a villainous emperor. Meanwhile, Qin Wanxiu, having regained her composure after a while, suddenly recalled something and inquired with curiosity, Feng Yan, how did you survive all this time, especially as a mere mortal? How have you lived for 4,000 years? Qin Changsheng touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, I possess excellent swimming skills. It was through sheer determination that I managed to retrieve my life. In my youth, I inadvertently consumed an elixir of immortality, which is why I have lived so long. Moreover, Su Fengyan is merely a pseudonym of mine. My true name is Qin Changsheng. He did not wish to reveal his identity so soon, for the name Qin Changsheng had nearly become synonymous with the archetype of a scoundrel. Yet, he yearned to cease deceiving his old acquaintances with a false identity. To his surprise, Qin Wanxiu appeared utterly indifferent, as if she had never heard the name before, and affectionately declared, I cherish you. Regardless of whether you are called Su Fengyan or Qin Changsheng, you are still my beloved. What if I have many women? He countered, You know my heart is tender. I cannot bear to see a woman weep. In moments of passion, I might commit irreparable mistakes. I apologize, Wanxiu. Qin Changsheng felt a pang of emotion, but still probed cautiously. No, do not apologize. The one who should apologize is I, for believing you were dead, Qin Wanxiu interjected, covering Qin Changsheng's mouth. Furthermore, Changsheng, while I may be reluctant to share you with others, I understand that your unparalleled charm is as uncontainable as fireflies in the dark. If there are women who admire you, and you reciprocate their affections, I am willing to take a subordinate role. Fear not, I shall maintain harmonious relationships with my sisters. Qin Changsheng was utterly astounded by Qin Wanxiu's words. Such reasoning was emblematic of traditional women. Indeed, This traditional approach was rather excessive, yet he found himself appreciating it. With his own troubles mounting, perhaps Wanchio's presence could provide some relief. Just as Qin Changsheng contemplated taking action, Wanchio suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I have forgotten my disciple." She then waved towards the distant Yi Yaoyin, beckoning him to approach, and called out, "Yaoyin, come here and greet Uncle Qin." Chapter 93. The Blood-Draining Son of Destiny. Yi Yaoyin under the eaves, one must bow their head. Naturally, Yi Yaoyin heard his master's call. After much hesitation, he reluctantly approached. Observing this man, who appeared younger and more handsome than himself, Yi Yaoyin couldn't help but feel a surge of disdain. In his life, he detested those who surpassed him in looks. "Uncle Qin, greetings." Yi Yaoyin bowed, his greeting seemingly respectful, but his eyes betrayed a deep-seated resentment, even tinged with malice. His reaction did not escape the notice of Qin Changsheng, the formidable emperor. Furrowing his brow, Qin Changsheng turned his gaze towards the seemingly handsome, yet somewhat effeminate youth. Scrutinizing him closely, upon further inspection, he realized the gravity of the situation. The young man was exalted, adorned with treasures, and possessed a formidable ancestor residing within his mind. By heavens, is this not the quintessential son of destiny? Qin Changsheng pondered, astonished. Could it be that the narrative has shifted to one that seeks to undermine my Qin family? Though initially taken aback, he soon regained his composure, dismissing the notion. The other party is merely a minor nuisance, while I possess an unparalleled advantage, unyielding in the face of adversity. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I could effortlessly extinguish the opponent. However, what offense have I committed against this individual? Qin Changsheng pondered with some confusion. Allow me to introduce. Upon hearing Yi Yaoyin obediently address him as uncle, Wanchio's expression radiated delight. She continued, "Changsheng, this is my adopted disciple, Yi Yaoyin, whose talent in cultivation can be deemed unparalleled among the human race. At merely 21 years of age, he has already reached the late stage of supreme. Yet he did not participate in the grand competition of talents due to the critical juncture in his training." Speaking of this disciple, Wanchio displayed a hint of pride. Qin Changsheng inhaled sharply, taken aback. The surname Yi, and named Yaoyin. This fate seems rather formidable. If I do not intervene, it is likely that the Qin family may indeed face downfall at his hands in the future. Yaoyin, this is Qin Changsheng, the master I often mention to you. Su Fengyan. Wanchio gestured towards Qin Changsheng while addressing Yi Yaoyin, her cheeks flushed and her gaze shimmering with affection as she spoke of her master, exuding an allure beyond description. Qin Changsheng, that scoundrel? Upon hearing this, Yi Yaoyin could not contain his astonishment. Wanchio felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing her disciple disparage the long-awaited reunion with Qin Lang. With a raised brow, she sternly admonished, "What scoundrel? Yaoyin, how can you speak of your Uncle Qin in such a manner? I forbid you to treat your Uncle Qin this way. Apologize to your Uncle Qin at once." First blood. At her words, Yi Yaoyin felt as though struck by lightning, staring incredulously at his master. Realizing it was the first time in his life that she had reprimanded him so sternly. Was he not her pride? Was he not the hope she spoke of? Could it be that he was merely a tool? Nonetheless, being the prodigy he was, he quickly regained his composure and attempted to explain, "Master, you are oversimplifying. It is said that Qin Changsheng is entangled with several women, a veritable scoundrel." Yet before he could finish, Wanchio forcefully interrupted, "Enough. Is Qin Changsheng a name that a junior like you can utter? Kneel. Apologize to your Uncle Qin." Double kill. Yi Yaoyin felt dizzy, his body swaying as if he might collapse. Wanchio seemed oblivious to her disciple's state, instead gazing affectionately at Qin Changsheng, stating, "Moreover, it is quite normal for an exceptional man like Qin Lang to have a few close female friends. I do not mind. As long as I can remain by Qin Lang's side for the rest of my life, I will be thoroughly content." Upon concluding her statement, she noticed her disciple's unusual behavior and assumed her previous words might have been somewhat harsh. Softening her tone, she gently admonished, "Yaoyin, it's not that I criticize you. The emotions of elders are inherently complex. Regardless of your Uncle Qin's shortcomings, you should not label him as such. You are still young and lack experience in matters of the heart. You simply do not comprehend. How about this? There's no need to kneel. Just bow your head and extend a kind word to your Uncle Qin." At that moment, Yi Yaoyin, despite his resolve to temporarily set aside all distractions and focus on his cultivation, found himself utterly shattered by the words of his long-admired master. Do you think I do not understand? I understand more than anyone among you. At 3, I grasp the essence of Baijia. At 5, I recognize the nuances of a bin, and by 10, I had thoroughly studied Jin Pingmei. Since then, I have come to realize that I am not merely a creature of the pond. I have reached a level of comprehension that awaits only practical application. To claim that I do not understand is absurd. Moreover, did you not see that scoundrel Qin Changsheng just emerged from Yihonglu? Why must one be so hypocritical? He may act inappropriately, yet I am forbidden to speak of it? A tempest swirled within Yi Yaoyan, nearly causing his resolve to shatter. At that moment, Qin Changsheng, observing the flicker of emotions in Yi Yaoyan's gaze, began to suspect something amiss. Could this lad be a rebellious disciple? Interesting. You have chosen a path of self-destruction. Qin Changsheng decided to probe further to confirm his suspicions. Then, in a sudden move, a large hand stealthily encircled the delicate waist of Yin Wanqiu, tracing the perfect curve towards her shapely form. Smack! Before he could fully savor the moment, Yin Wanqiu interrupted with a sharp retort. What are you doing? Yaoyan is still here. Although she halted Qin Changsheng's advance, her tone bore no trace of reproach. Yi Yaoyan, who had been observing the two, witnessed the entire scene unfold before him. His gaze fixated on Qin Changsheng's hand, burning with fury, wishing to shatter it into a myriad of pieces and take its place. A flicker of resentment also emerged towards Yin Wanqiu, the master who had nurtured him for many years. Scoundrels! How shameless! Displaying such affection in my presence. Once, a mere distance flirtation towards you warranted my relentless pursuit across mountains. Yet now, you allow this lecher to treat you so lightly. It is infuriating. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Yi Yaoyan shouted and soared into the sky, flying away into the distance. Observing Yi Yaoyan's refusal to apologize to Qin Changsheng, his loud outburst, and his sudden departure without a word, Yin Wanqiu felt a profound disappointment in her disciple. His lack of manners and volatility were disheartening. However, she had ultimately nurtured him for many years, and a twinge of concern instinctively prompted her to follow. Yet, a glance at Qin Changsheng halted her in her tracks. Clearly, the significance of Qin Changsheng in her heart far surpassed that of her disciple, Yi Yaoyan. Unable to suppress her worry, she remarked, Qin Lang, do you think Yaoyan's departure could lead to any unforeseen mishaps? At his age and in the supreme realm, what calamity could befall him? Qin Changsheng retorted, pulling Yin Wanqiu tightly into his embrace. Faced with Qin Changsheng's assertiveness, Yin Wanqiu offered no resistance, momentarily forgetting her disciple as she playfully chastised, You rascal! How detestable! Qin Changsheng let out a hearty laugh, then gazed at Yi Yaoyan's retreating figure, adding with a knowing smirk, Look at his silhouette. He resembles a dog. How dare you speak of Yaoyan in such a manner? Yin Wanqiu persisted, wriggling in Qin Changsheng's arms to express her displeasure. Pentakill. At that moment, Yi Yaoyan, who had not strayed too far, caught wind of the malicious exchange between Qin Changsheng and his master. With a sudden spurt of blood, he swayed violently in midair, on the brink of collapse. For the first time in his life, he resented being in the supreme realm, lamenting his acute hearing and keen sight. Quickly, he activated his cultivation technique to calm his tumultuous emotions and cast a fierce glance back before hastening away. Chapter 94. Halt. A fine of 10,000 spirit crystals at this juncture, Qin Changsheng, with the beauty in his arms, observed everything keenly. A glint of sternness flashed in his eyes as he thought, were it not for my regard for Wanqiu, fearing her heartbreak, anyone daring to covet my woman, even if she was once unwanted, would meet a swift end. Nevertheless, I must find an opportunity to expose this young man's ulterior motives, allowing Wanqiu to see him for who he truly is, after which I could ensure his discreet disappearance. As for the possibility of him being a child of destiny, Qin Changsheng remained unfazed. Regardless of fate, he could easily strike it down. How could it be greater than the system? Oh, where's the system? Suddenly, it dawned on Qin Changsheng that a woman like Yin Wanqiu should have a favorability rating exceeding 90. Why had the system not notified him? Was it malfunctioning? Just then, the system's voice belatedly chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your ex-girlfriend, Yin Wanqiu, has reached a favorability rating of 100 towards you. You have earned a random reward. Would you like to claim it? No, Qin Changsheng declined outright. wishing to accumulate a more substantial reward after the previous one from Wang Wanyan. Nevertheless, hearing that Yin Wanxiu's favorability had peaked at 100 stirred his emotions, prompting him to hold her even tighter. System, why did you respond so slowly this time? Qin Changsheng inquired, puzzled. This system is designed to be user-friendly and considerate, only speaking when it is convenient for the host. Otherwise, if I were to interrupt during intimate moments, the host might ascend to the heavens on the spot. That makes sense. Qin Changsheng wholeheartedly agreed. However, to speak candidly, given the host's capabilities, it is unlikely to garner any affection rewards in such a peculiar scenario. After all, during that time, affection levels would only decline, never rise. At present, Yin Wanxiu harbors an affection level of 100 towards the host, yet in a few days, it might plummet to 97 or even lower. Who can say for certain? Alas, Qin Changsheng instantaneously grasped the underlying implications of the system's words. It was evidently the fault of this insidious system, seeking to enhance its performance while simultaneously mocking him. Enraged and indignant, he raged silently within his mind, cursing the system. Oh, insufferable system, must you persist with your personal attacks? Besides, do you comprehend the science behind this? Frequency and the ability to conceive are two entirely different matters. Moreover, having numerous offspring does not necessarily equate to greater fortune. The principles of quality over quantity in child-rearing should prevail. Yet the system remained unresponsive, reverting to its mechanical responses. Ding. Ignoring, mere babble. Please muster the courage to confront reality. Diligently cultivate the Tai Chi Yin-Yang transformation technique and delay time. Like an eagle spreading its wings, strive for the early birth of an heir. Upon hearing this, faced with the system's feigned ignorance, Qin Changsheng could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, I'll muster my patience. You wretched system. Ding. Please maintain a calm disposition and face all matters with equanimity. I truly intend to file a complaint this time. The host's complaint case shall be handled by me. Who dares to accuse this official? Goodness, not again. In summary, amidst Qin Changsheng's effusive praises, this conversation came to a close. Changsheng, let us depart from here. Yin Wanxiu lifted her head from Qin Changsheng's embrace, noticing the current awkwardness. Perhaps due to their prolonged affection displayed publicly, they had attracted the attention and whispers of those around them. Very well, Wanxiu. How about I accompany you to the tailor's shop at the corner to purchase some fabrics? I shall personally design some exquisite garments for you. As someone who had harbored a passion for various character costumes in his previous life, Qin Changsheng had accumulated unique skills during his prolonged stay in this world. Furthermore, seeing Yin Wanxiu clad in simple white attire, it was clear she wore it in mourning, and while it is said that one must dress in mourning to appear charming, the thought that the mourning was for himself made Qin Changsheng feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yin Wanxiu softly replied, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Recalling her past experiences, she understood well the audacious and peculiar nature of the outfits Qin Changsheng envisioned. Although she did not entirely agree with his design philosophy, witnessing the astonished gleam in his eyes whenever he beheld her brought her a sense of fulfillment and joy. In this lifetime, she belonged to Qin Changsheng, and making him happy filled her heart with genuine delight. Haha, let us go. For such a compliant Yin Wanxiu, Qin Changsheng felt exceedingly pleased. Since the incident involving Mu Xuedong, he has developed a taste for indulgence, particularly after witnessing Yin Wanxiu's alluring movements in his embrace, accompanied by an occasional waft of fragrance that stirred his desires. Once the malevolent Pandora's box is opened, it will unleash consequences beyond imagination. Thus, the pair, resembling a loving couple, made their way to the tailor's shop with unreserved confidence, oblivious to the fact that in the shadows, a member of the Qin family was wide-eyed, exclaiming in astonishment, another one secured. Ancestor, truly remarkable. At an unnamed peak, a tremendous force unleashed a tempestuous gale, fracturing the earth and flattening the mountains, scattering debris across the desolate scene, resembling a wasteland. A young lad was seen relentlessly swinging his hands, seemingly venting his pent-up fury, muttering incessantly, scoundrels, wretched beings. Master, you belong to me, Qin Changsheng. I will surely kill you. After a considerable time, his voice gradually diminished, and his turbulent emotions slowly calmed as he sat helplessly on the ground, his expression a blend of terror and malice. Yao Tian, do not let a woman cloud your judgment. Focus solely on your cultivation. The heavenly mark will come to you effortlessly. In due time, your master will be yours. And that so-called Qin Changsheng can be crushed like an ant. A venerable voice resonated in Yaochi's mind. Indeed, old Ming, I understand, just feeling a bit frustrated. Yaochi's countenance remained serene, clearly not as troubled as he appeared. You are teachable, and what you did earlier was correct, even in anger. One must not strike against Qin Changsheng here. Though he is merely a mortal, the Qin family is guarded by a peak quasi-emperor. The moment you act, Ouyang Chu will sense it, and with your current resources, you would likely not escape. Upon hearing this, Yaochi remained silent, merely gazing toward the Qin family's direction. Sensing the sword aura suspended in the void, his expression growing grave. Just then, an incongruous voice pierced the air. Who dares to so brazenly disrupt the ecological balance surrounding my Qin family? Do you have no regard for me, the head of the Qin family? A fine 10,000 spirit crystals. Both Yaochi and the elder in his mind were taken aback, simultaneously pondering, robbery? In this desolate wilderness, a mountain peak demands a fine of 10,000? And spirit crystals at that? Looking toward the source of the voice, they saw a figure adorned with opulence, somewhat gaudy. Slowly approaching, and upon closer inspection, he bore two supreme artifacts. What an ostentatious display! The newcomer was none other than the current head of the Qin family, Qin Zhen. Since learning of the true prowess of his ancestor, he initially felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive that the ancestor would one day settle the score with him. However, he later realized that the ancestor seemed preoccupied with other matters, leading him to feel as though dawn had broken, the rain had ceased, and he was once again capable. With the recent news of the Qin family's star tower spreading throughout the human realm, countless individuals have flocked to witness its grandeur. An influx of spirit stones, spirit crystals, rare materials, and divine weapons has poured in, filling the coffers of the family head to overflowing. Moreover, the ancestral patriarch has bestowed several supreme imperial weapons for the protection of the second elder and others, and the supreme artifacts they exchanged naturally found their way into the hands of the family head. Thus, in recent days, Qin Zhen has felt an exhilarating sense of triumph, akin to a galloping steed in the spring breeze, simply delightful. Having suddenly acquired wealth, along with his role as the face of the Qin family, adorned with treasures, is entirely justifiable. As for concerns about theft, what nonsense. He possesses powerful backing, particularly his sister's husband, his venerable ancestor. As long as he does not stray too far, he firmly believes that with the pinnacle cultivation of his ancestral patriarch, no one would dare to touch him. Even if the patriarch is occasionally preoccupied, Elder Ouyang Chu is always available to lend support. How utterly magnificent. Today, he merely intended to enjoy the autumn breeze, but unexpectedly encountered someone brazenly wreaking havoc on the Qin family's territory. As he approached, however, his expression shifted to one of gravity. Who are you? Why are you wantonly destroying this place? Qin Zhen inquired sternly, unable to discern the cultivation level of the youth before him, despite his own peak sage realm prowess. Upon hearing this, Yaochi's gaze flickered between uncertainty and resolve. He had already gleaned from previous exchanges that the individual before him was the head of the Qin family. A sage realm waste, so audacious, truly a testament to the legacy of that incompetent mortal, Qin Zhen. He raised his eyes to the boundless sword energy suspended in the air, clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to retaliate. However, he truly could not produce the demanded sum of 10,000 spirit crystals. Head of the Qin family, I am Yaochi. I genuinely did not realize this was within your jurisdiction. Coupled with my foul mood, I may have acted a bit too harshly. I acknowledge my mistake. But isn't 10,000 spirit crystals rather excessive? Yaochi feigned amiability, struggling to contain his indignation. To his surprise, Qin Zhen frowned in response, adopting a tone of admonition. A foul mood? Does that grant you license to wreak havoc? It is only because my Qin family is benevolent that you are still standing here. Had it been another family, you would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. With such a temperament, I view you as a malignant tumor among the human race. Your volatile nature poses a threat that could culminate in disaster. The higher your cultivation, the greater the potential harm. Young man, solely pursuing the speed of cultivation while neglecting the steadiness of your character. He continued, now, which family do you belong to, or who is your master? In response, Yaochi remained silent, bowing his head as his teeth ground together, fists clenched so tightly that blood began to seep from his palms. An overwhelming wave of humiliation washed over him. A sage realm waste dares to lecture me? Were it not for the presence of the peak quasi-emperor's perception, I would have struck him down already. Yet, he understood that he must hold back, enduring the indignity. Before him, Qin Changsheng loomed like a formidable beast. And Yaochi understood that he was not one to be easily deceived. However, the sum of 10,000 spirit crystals was beyond his reach. Suddenly, an idea flickered in his mind, only to be vehemently dismissed. A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. Absolutely not. Yet, sensing a presence from the sword energy in the void, he resolved to temporarily yield. With each word carefully enunciated, he spoke. Master Qin, my esteemed teacher shares a deep and abiding friendship with your ancestral patriarch, and they are currently together. Uttering these words felt as if he had expended every ounce of his strength, leaving him with a sense of profound shame. Just moments ago, he had been cursing the lecherous couple, yet now he found himself invoking their names, particularly that of Qin Changsheng, to forge a connection. At that moment, the humiliation he felt intensified 100-fold, almost taking on a tangible form. How could the chosen one endure such disgrace? In this lifetime, the Qin family must be eradicated. Your teacher? A woman? Qin Changsheng blurted out. After all, who else could be a companion to his revered ancestor, if not a beautiful woman? Yes, Yaochi murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Ah, I understand. Qin Changsheng's face broke into a smile, dispelling the earlier tension. Had I known of this relationship, it would have been like the floods sweeping through the Dragon King's temple. We are family. There's no need for penalties. Young people can be moody, it's understandable. You may visit the Star Tower, but please refrain from damaging the environment. Indeed, I shall go shortly, replied Yaochi. However, Qin Changsheng continued. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for your teacher to be with my ancestor. Such an opportunity is rare, a blessing accrued over many lifetimes. In his mind, Qin Changsheng revered his ancestor as an emperor, and being the companion of a contemporary sovereign was indeed a rare fortune. Despite his ancestor's flaws, his strength and status were undeniable. Countless exceptional women had eagerly pursued him. Yet, to Yaochi, this perspective was utterly ludicrous. A worthless mortal, claiming to have earned such fortune over lifetimes. How laughable. In his eyes, the inept Qin Changsheng was unworthy of even a single hair of his teacher. Thus, Qin Changsheng's words came across as the utmost mockery. After a lengthy discourse, Qin Changsheng took to the skies, for as the family head, numerous matters required his attention. Once he departed, Yaochi abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with malice, as a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from him, fixating on the direction of the Qin family. Very well. The humiliation inflicted upon me by the Qin family shall be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold. He spat out another mouthful of blood, realizing that the intensity of his earlier frustration had contorted his insides, leaving him grievously injured. Yaochi, do not dwell too much on these trivialities. They are but worthless beings. This moment of enduring humiliation is a sacrifice for a brighter tomorrow. An ancient voice echoed in his mind once more. Consider this from another perspective. Had you not been born, the Star Tower would not have manifested, yet upon your arrival, it appeared within the Qin family, suggesting that the Star Tower is your destined opportunity, with the Qin family merely acting as its temporary custodian. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Yaochi carelessly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked nonchalantly, before making his way toward the Star Tower of the Qin family. Surrounding the Qin family, the vicinity of the Star Tower was bustling with activity. The once sparsely populated martial arena of the Qin family was now teeming with people. Naturally, the Qin family members did not perceive the crowd as a nuisance. Rather, they welcomed it, for everyone present had paid the entrance fee. Those who had experienced the Star Tower's effects were abuzz with speculation, believing that such a divine artifact could not merely be governed by a single Qin family. Its rank likely surpassed that of the supreme imperial weapons. It had simply fortuitously descended upon the Qin family, possibly being an unclaimed treasure awaiting a fated individual. Consequently, numerous factions and young prodigies, feeling a stroke of fortune, flocked to the scene, eager to lay claim. Regrettably, thus far, none had managed to resonate with the Star Tower. Chapter 96. An encounter of three maidens, a battlefield of desire? Come, place your bets. How many levels do you think someone can reach today? called out a voice in the crowd. I wager 5 levels. For levels, I bet 500 spirit crystals that someone will surpass level 8 today. Are you out of your mind? The third place from yesterday's talent competition, the holy son of the G family, could only reach level 7. You're just being charitable. What's it to you? I enjoy spreading warmth. I have the wealth to be willful. The crowd engaged in lively banter, all centered around the Star Tower, which had undoubtedly become a sanctuary for the younger generation of humanity. The number of levels traversed reflected their potential for the future. Strangely, the older generation of powerful beings had not attempted the trials within the Star Tower, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to pride or some other reason. At that moment, a radiant light flashed, and another figure was transmitted from the Star Tower. A tall, somewhat aloof young woman appeared before the crowd. Wow, it's the Holy Maiden Qingyi. She is so beautiful. What good is beauty? By the looks of her, she probably won't even reach level 5. Someone retorted. What do you know, you single dog? Looking unattractive, what does it matter if you've passed 18 levels? Yaochi stood apart, his expression one of disdain as he overheard the chatter. They were but a group of mundane individuals. He, however, was devoted solely to his master. His focus was on unwavering loyalty and love. He shook his head and continued toward the Star Tower. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air before the entrance of the Star Tower. Yaochi glanced upward casually, but his steps faltered and his gaze became fixated. So enchanting. His breath quickened, his heart raced, and his eyes involuntarily grew hazy. What an extraordinarily enchanting woman she is. Clad in a flowing white gown, she exudes an ethereal grace. Her skin as pristine as fresh snow, luminous and translucent. Her long hair cascades like a waterfall, rendering all the women present momentarily dull in comparison. Especially striking is her slightly aloof and otherworldly beauty, which evokes a sense of reverence rather than desire, a breathtaking allure that leaves one gasping. Such a being could not possibly be of this earthly realm. She is clearly a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Yaochi stood there, transfixed, utterly motionless. The reaction of everyone present was uniform, captivated by the sudden appearance of this unparalleled beauty, their eyes wide open, hesitant to blink for fear it might all be a dream. The previously cacophonous arena fell into a profound silence. The moment the Empress of the Yaochi appeared, Ouyang Chu, who had been enveloping the Qin family with his divine senses, immediately sensed her arrival. Yet, his expression shifted as if struck by a revelation, and he subsequently closed his eyes to meditate. Is this a celestial being? Someone murmured dreamily, as if their soul had departed, unable to believe their own eyes. The earlier figure, the fairy Qingyi, paled in comparison, akin to a firefly competing with the brilliance of the full moon, entirely incomparable. The Empress of Yaochi, Lady Qin Changsheng. Given that the audience consisted of the elite from various powerful factions, some who had accompanied their elders to visit the Empress before instantly recognized her and gasped in astonishment. They could never have anticipated that the first human powerhouse to arrive at the Star Tower would be this legendary figure. One of the 3 pinnacle quasi-emperors of the human race, the Empress of Yaochi, truly deserving of her title as the most beautiful woman in the realm. Who could possibly claim the top spot over such exquisite beauty? Lady Qin Changsheng furrowed her brow slightly, having arrived instantaneously. She had anticipated the presence of so many individuals below. With a gentle lift of her right hand, a delicate veil descended over her face, concealing her breathtaking visage once more as she gracefully approached the entrance of the Star Tower, leaving behind a crowd of dazed and disoriented onlookers. Gulp. Yaochi gazed at that stunning silhouette, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with longing. She is indeed the woman worthy of standing beside me. Yaochi. I hope you remain virtuous. When the day arrives that I ascend to the throne of Emperor, I shall shower you with affection. At that time, we will serve together, one on each side of my master. What a joy that would be. He completely forgot his earlier fixation on his master alone. After a considerable time, the Empress of Yaochi, Qin Changsheng, was finally conveyed from the Star Tower. Her brows knitted slightly. With her vast knowledge, she could not discern the true rank of the Star Tower, only knowing that it far exceeded the imperial level. The trial within the Star Tower had utterly astonished her. Despite her peak prowess as a former emperor, she believed she could conquer the 18th floor, yet unexpectedly, she faltered on the 13th floor after merely 3 exchanges. From this, She deduced that there must be formidable talents within the Qin family, with only Qin Changsheng remaining an enigma to her. Coupled with what Mu Xuedong had previously mentioned, she suspected that Qin Changsheng, like herself, might be a reincarnation of an ancient, even primordial, human powerhouse. Shui Qingsheng had a subtle intention upon her visit to the Star Tower, which was to discreetly investigate the true nature of Qin Changsheng. After all, she was an ancient emperor of great stature, and it was beneath her dignity to humbly seek an audience with him. Yet, she found herself perplexed. Within the Star Tower, she encountered numerous contemporary luminaries and the ethereal reflections of ancient emperors from epochs long past, including the vividly distinct Emperor Kunkin. However, she never came across a manifestation pertaining to Qin Changsheng. "Who exactly are you, Qin Changsheng?" she murmured to herself. His presence had only graced her extensive memory for 2 fleeting years, yet it had etched itself deeply into her heart, igniting her curiosity. Little did she know, the moment one begins to harbor curiosity about a man, it marks the inception of inevitable entanglement. Meanwhile, Qin Yu too was enveloped in confusion. He had traversed the Star Tower countless times in recent days, yet he had never encountered the spectral image of his ancestor. He could not help but wonder, had his ancestor attained enlightenment and transformed from a mortal into an emperor? The commotion stirred by the appearance of the Yaochi Empress within the Star Tower went unnoticed by Qin Changsheng, who was preoccupied with his own frustrations. At that moment, his temper was flaring. As Yin Wanqiu donned various uniforms crafted by his own hands, he felt as though he might explode. However, as a man, he refrained from overtly revealing his desires. Although he was indeed an LSP, he did not wish to be perceived as one. Moreover, having just emerged from a millennia-long childhood, he found himself yearning. Yet, after thousands of years apart, to engage in such intimate encounters upon their first meeting would seem rather lowly to him. Thus, he found himself caught in a dilemma, suffering in silence. Determined to alleviate his frustrations, he resolved to take Yin Wanqiu out for a leisurely stroll. However, upon stepping outside, 6 pairs of eyes locked in a silent confrontation, each wide-eyed and astonished. In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to solidify, and the scene was frozen in time. Qin Changsheng stood awkwardly to the side, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable, his toes nearly digging a hole into the ground. What a scene of chaos, he thought. Had he known the day would be so ill-fated, he would have studied the art of divination to foresee such an outing. Nangong Yen, Wang Wan Yen, and Yin Wanqiu exchanged glances, each silent, yet scrutinizing one another with piercing gazes. Nangong Yen and Wang Wan Yen had never anticipated that their visit to discuss matters with Qin Changsheng would lead to an encounter with an unfamiliar woman. To their astonishment, another person emerged from his room in broad daylight, appearing somewhat disheveled. Though Yin Wanqiu had mentally prepared herself, she hadn't expected to meet his other companions so swiftly. After a prolonged silence, the 3 women recalled the recent rumors about Qin Changsheng's questionable character and began to form a general understanding of one another's identities. In unison, they exclaimed, "You must be Su Miru's sister. You are Mu Xuedong's sister, aren't you? You are Meng Rian's sister, I presume?" Chapter 97. A Chaos of Confusion? Not at all. Qin Changsheng found himself in a state of utter disarray. "Oh heavens! Oh earth! Might a bolt of lightning strike me dead? Is it too much to ask for some clarity and diligence, to at least get a name correct? A hit rate of 0, with only 3 women present. Why did it feel as though there were 6? Moreover, upon their first meeting, they all addressed each other as sister, as if they were all vying to assume the role of the elder sibling. Yet, he remained unfazed. He had long prepared for the eventuality of encountering multiple ex-girlfriends, though he had not anticipated such an abrupt occurrence. Among these 3 women, he felt most confident. One was the sister-in-law of a former girlfriend, whom he had yet to take advantage of. The second, while initially leaving out of necessity, had once made a proactive choice to part ways, thus placing herself on the moral high ground, secure. The last, who was utterly compliant, could be considered an ally. A battlefield of emotions? Not at all. However, he needed to exercise caution with the other women and learn a thing or two about time management, Qin Changsheng pondered. At that moment, the 3 women discerned from each other's reactions that they had mistaken identities. Consequently, they fell into a prolonged silence. Initially, they had intended to be the first to refer to one another as sisters, subtly demonstrating their status beside Qin Changsheng. Yet none had anticipated such an outcome. After a considerable pause, Qin Wanqiu finally broke the silence, saying, "Changsheng, we're all sisters here. Why don't you introduce us?" With that, she rolled her eyes and shot an admonishing glare at Qin Changsheng, appearing rather adorable, as if reproaching him for not giving prior notice. Before Qin Changsheng could utter a word, he felt the ambient temperature drop several degrees. Clearly, Qin Wanqiu's demeanor of taking charge as the hostess had irked the other two women. Though Wang Wanyan was not particularly young, her long confinement had left her ill-equipped in managing her expressions. She pouted and puffed up her cheeks, looking rather indignant, thinking, "Humph, who does that vixen think she is? How shameless to engage in such sordid activities in broad daylight. If he truly cannot contain himself, he could have come to me." As for Nangong Yan, her anger flared swiftly but dissipated just as quickly, leading her to sigh deeply. Alas, while my relationship with Changsheng is ambiguous, we were never truly together. What right do I have to be upset with them? The one deserving of ire is no longer here. Reflecting on her sister brought a renewed sense of melancholy to Nangong Yan. Noticing the reactions of the other two, Qin Wanqiu realized something was amiss. She should not have taken the initiative to speak in such a scenario, as it could easily incite collective ire. She promptly pinched Qin Changsheng, signaling him to speak. With a sense of resignation, Qin Changsheng finally said, "This is Qin Wanqiu, my ex-girlfriend. This is Wang Wanyan, also my ex-girlfriend. And this is Nangong Yan, the elder sister of my ex-girlfriend." Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's introduction, the three women were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. This was not right. Were not Qin Changsheng's reputed intimate acquaintances Su Miru and Mu Xuedong? They all believed that the previous misunderstanding was merely a case of names not aligning. But in fact, everything was fundamentally incorrect. They were not even qualified to be rumored to have an affair with Qin Changsheng. How could they endure this? Why should the world be rife with gossip about Qin Changsheng's entanglement with Mu Xuedong and her companions, rather than with them? The patience of the righteous can only stretch so far. In an instant, the three of them exchanged glances, united in their indignation, forming a cohesive front. Their eyes, filled with hostility, fixated on Qin Changsheng, demanding an explanation. "Changsheng, will you not offer us an explanation?" Wang Wanyan was the first to initiate the confrontation. Though her voice was soft and melodious, to Qin Changsheng's ears, it resonated with a chilling undertone of malice that made his scalp tingle. He could only speak the unvarnished truth. Su Miru and Mu Xuedong were also my ex-girlfriends. At that time, I was but a mere mortal, caught in circumstances beyond my control. I am just an ordinary man who made the mistakes that all men might commit. I simply could not restrain myself. But I assure you, when I was with you, I was utterly devoted. If you do not believe this, there is little I can do." Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's shameless words, the three women rolled their eyes, but chose not to press further. Wang Wanyan continued to inquire, "Then tell us, how many ex-girlfriends do you truly have? We need to be mentally prepared." At this, Qin Changsheng felt a pang of anxiety. In such a situation, who would dare to speak honestly? Providing fewer would invite disbelief, while more would only serve to exacerbate the tension. Hence, he decided to jest and deflect. "Perhaps around 50 or 60,000. He quipped, intending to lighten the mood. "Are you jesting? So many? Are you being honest?" They certainly did not believe him, especially considering that Qin Changsheng was merely 1,000 years old. "I multiplied by 10. Qin Changsheng protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Observing his plight, Wang Wanyan and the others ceased their inquiries. They understood that pressing further would yield no fruitful revelations. They would take things one step at a time. Although they harbored some discontent regarding Qin Changsheng's flirtatious nature, it was too late to abandon their investment. They had traversed centuries, even millennia together, with unwavering hearts, unwilling to let minor grievances jeopardize their affection for him. Nonetheless, they needed to keep a close watch on Qin Changsheng, ensuring he did not stray again. With Su Miru and the 6 others, they had reached their limit. No new sisters were to be permitted. "You may leave. We sisters have matters to discuss. Do you wish to eavesdrop on our private conversations?" Qin Wanqiu suddenly interjected. The other two remained silent, merely gazing at Qin Changsheng, clearly endorsing Qin Wanqiu's stance. "What?" Qin Changsheng was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, tensions had been palpable, and now they seemed as amicable as close friends? Women are indeed unfathomable. Respecting their wishes, Qin Changsheng departed, his mind swirling with confusion. Upon his return, however, He was utterly astonished by the scene that awaited him. 3 women clasped hands, resembling close sisters, as if they had reached some unspoken agreement. Occasionally, they cast furtive glances in his direction, whispering and stifling giggles behind their hands. This instilled a profound sense of unease in Qin Changsheng. The speed at which secrets circulated among women's friendships was alarming. Should his 3 minutes of indiscretion inadvertently leak, the entire world might know within days, leaving him no choice but to take drastic measures. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of such catastrophic consequences, filling him with a tinge of regret. He resolved to diligently practice the Tai Chi Yin-Yang transformation technique and to silence any girlfriend with whom he engaged in marital rites by any means necessary. In the following days, Yin Wanqiu and her companions were inseparable, often engaging in playful banter and laughter. This left Qin Changsheng feeling a twinge of envy, yearning to extend his consciousness to spy on them. Yet he restrained himself, as he considered himself a man of propriety. However, this left him without any opportunities to act. After all, once a certain threshold is crossed, one finds themselves compelled to repeat the experience endlessly. His thoughts were straightforward. He merely wished to focus on his Tai Chi practice. In summary, the temptation was undeniable. Finally, on a moonless, windy night, a shadowy figure appeared at the door of Yin Wanqiu's room, whispering, "Hey, Wanqiu, are you there? Are you asleep?" "Not yet. Changsheng, what brings you here?" Yin Wanqiu responded, startled. "The long night stretches on, and I find it hard to sleep, for my thoughts dwell on a lovely visage." Qin Changsheng replied whimsically. "Bah," Yin Wanqiu muttered under her breath, well aware of the true reason behind his late-night visit. Had it been in the past, she would have eagerly welcomed him. However, after forging bonds with Nangong Yin and the others, she felt a sense of responsibility as the elder sister to prioritize her newfound sisters. Thus, she feigned indifference and said, "I'm a bit tired and wish to sleep. Perhaps you should go to Yenner and Wanyan." Qin Changsheng was taken aback. This was unexpected. With Wanqiu's strong affection for him, her refusal seemed rather unscientific. It appeared he needed to showcase his true abilities. "Wanqiu, you misunderstand. I merely wish to snuggle. I mean, to hold you as we drift into slumber. I hope the weight upon my chest is not life's burdens, but rather you. I long for the first sight upon waking to be you." His voice was sincere and tender, like a gentle spring breeze caressing the heart of Yin Wanqiu. After speaking, Qin Changsheng felt a surge of satisfaction within. Surely, he could win her over. Indeed, Yin Wanqiu's body quivered, ripples of emotion stirring within her, as an unusual sentiment lingered in the air. She had always harbored a deep affection for him, never wishing to rebuff his advances. Now, ensnared by his endearing yet cliched declarations of love, she found herself utterly captivated. This man had once been a brilliant star in her solitary night sky, illuminating the desolate corners of her youthful heart. Today, their long-awaited reunion had rendered her utterly entranced. Oh, she felt a surge of self-emotion. The door to the room swung open with a lightness that seemed almost ethereal. A sinister chuckle escaped Qin Changsheng, reminiscent of a villain reveling in the success of his devious plot. With a swift movement, he stepped into the long-anticipated room. A gentle wave of his right hand caused the door to close silently, enveloping the entire space in an invisible barrier. Today, who would dare disturb him? Not even Jesus or Hong Jun could intervene, as he declared. After a soft rustling sound, Qin Changsheng joyfully nestled into the bed. "Remember, you're only allowed to hold me." "Ah, a true man must always honor his word." "Hey, don't get too handsy." "Oh, my apologies. I simply couldn't help myself." "You're just too irresistible." "Changsheng, what are you doing?" "Forgive me, Wanqiu. Beast." At this point, Qin Changsheng ceased to respond. A beast is still better than something lesser, right? Just as he prepared to take action, a clap of thunder echoed throughout the vast realm of Tianxian, causing him to shudder. Damn it! He erupted in fury. At such a critical juncture, this was akin to the betrayal of a father or the theft of a wife, an unforgivable grievance. Today, even if celestial beings from beyond the realm were to descend, they would meet their demise. He couldn't resist casting his gaze skyward. At that moment, everyone in the Tianxian world, be they cultivators or ordinary folk, was awakened from their slumber, gazing blankly into the void. Thunder roared and lightning danced. The darkness of early morning shone as brightly as day, illuminating everything upon the earth. A mysterious force tore through the void, revealing rifts that seemed to break the invisible boundaries of the heavenly laws, with spiritual energy surging forth from the fissures like smoke. Additionally, fragments of certain laws began to emerge, as if the very principles governing the universe were gradually being perfected. Instantly, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Tianxian world surged more than twofold, and as time progressed, it would only grow richer. The world was transforming, spiritual energy was reviving. Some could not restrain their astonishment. Clearly, since the fall of the Emperor era, the heavenly laws had fallen into slumber, leading to an age of spiritual desolation devoid of the emergence of a destined emperor. Now, the heavenly laws were reawakening, mending the principles, and gradually releasing the accumulated spiritual energy of over 1,000,000 years back to the world. This marked the dawn of the Golden Age. How could this be? The contemporary sage of heavenly secrets, standing atop the pavilion of heavenly secrets, was struck with disbelief, watching the unfolding scene with astonishment. The revered celestial strategist once predicted that a monumental transformation of the heavens and the earth would occur, ranging from a minimum of 1 year to a maximum of 3. How could such an event possibly arrive so soon? Could it be that anomalies have once again manifested in the world? Nevertheless, such speculations have become inconsequential. The great upheaval has already commenced, destined to persist for an entire month. A month hence, the world will stabilize completely, the barriers between various realms will dissolve, and the path to imperial ascendance will be unveiled. At that time, chaos will reign, and myriad factions will vie for supremacy. At this moment, in the divine realm, a breathtakingly beautiful woman reclines upon her bed, her icy gaze directed towards the void above, her eyes seemingly frozen for millennia. Her flowing tresses cascade like a waterfall along the edge of the bed, her flawless skin radiating an enchanting beauty that is beyond compare. She is Luo Xian, once the Holy Maiden of the divine clan, now the supreme leader of her people. Motionless, she gazes at the shifting rift in the void, murmuring to herself, "Soon, soon. Just 1 more month. Fang Yuan, it was my negligence that allowed you to fall into the abyss of gods. In this life, I shall lead the divine army to trample upon every corner of the human realm, to find your reincarnation and restore your memories. Shall we be together once more? This time, I shall not refuse you. I will don the black silk, if that is what it takes." A single, scalding tear trickles down her exquisite cheek. In the demon realm, among the Fox clan, within the sacred 1,000,000-year stone milk spring, a translucent figure bathes. The occasional flick of a tail from behind reveals her as a fox maiden. Her delicate, rosy skin glimmers under the gentle light of the spring, emanating an alluring radiance. Her profound eyes, however, harbor a hint of cunning and allure, captivating all who behold her. As she gazes at the tumultuous sky, a smile of delight graces her lips. "Hee, Donfang Yuechu, I have finally awaited this day. I possess a secret technique that allows me to sense your continued existence." "Humph. You once dared to claim that I not only have a fox odor, but also stinky feet. I have soaked in this 1,000,000-year stone milk spring for 7,000 years. This time, I shall have no reason to hold back. You shall receive your just punishment." "Humph." In the dragon clan, a stunning dragon maiden gazes at the sky, lost in thought. "Are you still alive?" As the upheaval of the heavens and the earth begins, winds rise and clouds swirl, as if a tempest is imminent. Countless powerful beings observe this unfolding drama, lamenting the approaching storm and the impending conflict. A sense of foreboding rises within Qin Changsheng, who feels an inexplicable chill and cannot help but murmur, "Alas, a great battle is about to commence." Only after speaking does he realize his words, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Why did I mention a great battle? Chapter 99. The Revival of Spiritual Energy? What revival? At this moment, the revival of spiritual energy continues unabated. As the laws of the universe become more refined, many individuals perceive a subtle loosening in their long-stagnant realms, gaining a deeper understanding of the profound principles of heaven and earth. At long last, the day has arrived. The revered ancestor of Yiling has returned. Within the ancestral temple, an elderly man pushed open the coffin lid, tears of joy streaming down his face as he inhaled the surrounding spiritual energy deeply. What a delight! As he channeled his cultivation methods, his once pallid cheeks began to regain a vibrant hue. His cultivation technique was rather ordinary, and as his lifespan dwindled, he had been unable to ascend to a higher realm. The spiritual energy in the world had become insufficient to maintain his equilibrium, compelling him to seal himself away and enter a deep slumber. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, now intensified several-fold, he could finally emerge. Such self-imposed sealing was a choice made by countless beings across the myriad races, while others, possessing sufficient lifespans, opted for self-sacrifice, willingly descending in cultivation. Meanwhile, another elder emerged from the depths of the earth, a look of lingering trepidation upon his face. He exclaimed, "What a close call! Just as my life was nearing its end, the spiritual energy has revived. I sense a breakthrough approaching. Heaven does not forsake the Qin school. Let the world tremble. The supreme teachings of Qin Mountain shall once again grace the realm." In this moment, countless ancestors of various races, along with certain prodigies and anomalies, stirred with anticipation. Especially those families that had languished due to the silence of their ancestors or had suffered significant setbacks, gazed in awe as their forebears emerged from the depths of their lineage or from within coffins. They wept tears of joy, kneeling and exclaiming, "The ancestors have returned. Our family shall rise once more." In an instant, the entire world resonated with voices welcoming the return of the ancestors. At this moment, Yaochi's eyes sparkled with determination, a spirit soaring high. His recent expedition to the Star Tower had left him with a sense of frustration, as he could not fathom why the Tower Spirit had shown no response to his arrival as the fated child, delaying recognition of him as its master. Nevertheless, the heavenly Tao had demonstrated some awareness, having anticipated his emergence by reviving the spiritual energy in advance. In this life, he would surely be invincible. Qin Changsheng and his master need not wait much longer. Yaochi was filled with renewed confidence. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng was equally astonished by this sudden upheaval in the world. Her mouth agape enough to accommodate 5 Qin Changshengs. She involuntarily sat up, gazing out the window toward the rift in the void, completely forgetting her lack of attire. Qin Changsheng, feeling a surge of anger, lamented that one cannot abandon their endeavors halfway. Yet the thunderous heavens above seemed determined to continue their tumultuous clamor, leaving him increasingly agitated. Is there no sense of public decency in the heavenly Tao? Do the neighbors not require sleep? Tomorrow, they must rise early to cultivate. Must the revival of spiritual energy disrupt our peaceful dreams? Could they not make less noise? The more he pondered, the more furious and vexed he became, especially with a delicate beauty before him. Finally, unable to contain himself, he soared into the air. "Changsheng, what are you doing?" Qin Changsheng gasped. Having believed Qin Changsheng to be merely immortal, unaware of his profound cultivation that even she could not perceive, to rid the world of harm, he declared resolutely. And with those ironclad words, Qin Changsheng vanished from sight. A mysterious aura enveloped Qin Changsheng, isolating him from all prying eyes. In the midst of the world's astonishment at the premature upheaval, no one noticed a figure darting through the heavens like lightning, heading towards the rift in the void. Upon nearing the fissure, Qin Changsheng's eyes glinted with ferocity. He muttered under his breath, "I shall disturb the populace. I shall awaken you." "Awaken what, pray tell?" He extended his hands, and a formidable force erupted from within him. Today, he intended to delay the resurgence of spiritual energy, at the very least. He aimed to silence the thunderous roars. Qin Changsheng was acutely aware that with his peak emperor strength, he could not shake the heavenly Tao. Thus, he placed all his hopes upon the primordial power of creation. This primordial force, born from the chaos of the cosmos, possessed the ability to create, to destroy, and to seal. It could be wielded according to one's will and thoughts. With an open palm, several resplendent runes shimmered, coalesced from his primordial power, imbued with unfathomable strength. With a gentle flick, he sent these runes towards the void rifts, forming an invisible barrier that noticeably slowed the outpouring of spiritual energy. He did not go to extremes. He merely transformed what was to be a 1-month resurgence into a span of 5 months. Once all was concluded, the effects were immediate. The various anomalies spawned from the heavenly upheaval swiftly diminished, even vanishing entirely, while the thunder of the heavens became barely audible. Qin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and vanished once more. All he had executed was keenly observed by the heavenly Tao of this realm. The heavenly Tao, having just awakened from a slumber of 1,000,000 years, was still quite feeble and was momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of Qin Changsheng. Had it overslept? How was there still an emperor wandering the earthly realm? However, upon witnessing this unfamiliar emperor's intent to seal the void rifts and halt the resurgence of spiritual energy, it was taken aback. Who is this audacious subordinate, so fiercely brave? To stand against the tide of the world with one's own might reminded the heavenly Tao of a legendary figure from the primordial age. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, the opposing force succeeded. The heavenly Tao grew anxious. Within its domain, someone had the audacity to stir trouble. It immediately conjured the eye of the heavenly Tao, preparing to punish the intruder. Yet, the moment the eye formed, it suddenly realized, wait, the primordial power of creation. This was the supreme force from the dawn of chaos, even predating the great Tao. The eye of the heavenly Tao nearly bulged out in astonishment, instantly deflating with trepidation. From whence did this anomaly emerge? Could it be the incarnation of the progenitor of the great Tao? Never mind. It was merely a minor heavenly Tao of the Xintian realm. Perhaps it was best to turn a blind eye. The eye of the heavenly Tao gradually closed, descending back into silence. At this moment, all living beings across the world were rendered speechless, their mouths agape, unable to close for an extended period. They watched in astonishment as the void fissure, which was supposed to continue its expansion, inexplicably ceased its growth, even exhibiting a tendency to retract and diminish. The high-ranking cultivators, sensitive to the forces of heaven and earth, felt a dramatic decrease in the density of spiritual energy. What is the heavenly path up to? It sparked the desires of all living beings, igniting a fervent anticipation, only to suddenly withdraw and extinguish like a fickle lover. Never before in history had it been heard that the revival of spiritual energy could be retracted. Countless powerful beings from various races extended their consciousness towards the vicinity of the void fissure, seeking to uncover the unusual cause of this great change, but to no avail. The divine entity Luo Xian, the demon tribe Tu Shanyi, the dragon clan Ao Ing Luo, and the ancient clan Gu Mengyao, among others, all furrowed their brows, gazing into the endless void. Deep within the ancient dark forbidden zone, an anxious and aged voice echoed, "Hurry, the plan is on hold. There is a traitor." In the ancestral hall, the once spirited ancestor Yiling also sensed the change in spiritual energy, becoming disheveled in the wind. His foot, which had just stepped out, was instantly retracted, and he threw himself back into the coffin, activating the sealing formation while calling out loudly, "You ungrateful descendants, quickly, cover my coffin, seal it tight." Having learned from past experiences, he vowed not to emerge again until the spiritual energy was fully restored. However, another ancestor was not so fortunate. The ancestor of Kunman. Despair etched on his face, found that even with his techniques operating at full capacity, the rate of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth fell woefully short of the requirements for a breakthrough. His already frail body began to decay, and his soul started to dissipate. In his final moments, he gestured amicably towards the heavens, summoning all his strength to roar, "Is this a game to you? Heaven, how could you do this to me?" Thus, the once world-shattering Kunshin Kao, a supreme skill, was lost to the annals of time. Not only him, but at this moment, many ancestors from various clans who had unsealed themselves from their slumber, yearning for a second spring, found themselves ensnared in a crisis of spiritual energy and met their demise. Just a second ago, various clans were celebrating with drums and fireworks. In the next moment, they donned mourning attire, wailing in grief. "Oh, dear ancestor, how could you leave us so suddenly? Wasn't it promised that we would rise again?" In any case, Qin Changsheng effortlessly resolved the most significant issue plaguing the cultivation world, the problem of aging cultivators. He paved a starry path for countless young prodigies. As for Qin Changsheng, he naturally performed good deeds without seeking recognition, and with the Hongmeng Creation Sutra in hand, he remained untouched by the myriad causes and effects. "Changsheng, where have you been? I feel as though the revival of heaven and earth has slowed considerably," inquired Yin Wanqiu, her face etched with concern, seemingly unconcerned about his previous concealment of his cultivation level. "I took care of a minor matter. The night is long, and discussing this is rather dreary. Wanqiu, shall we continue?" Qin Changsheng gazed upon the enchanting visage before him, a wicked smile dancing across his face. "Indeed, I shall heed your words, my dear," he mused. Yin Wanqiu, blushing, lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Thus, the seductive melodies began to weave through the air. Here, the narrative continues with an expanse of 200,000 words omitted. At this juncture, those of a solitary disposition may unleash their imaginations, daring to envision. After a considerable time, Yin Wanqiu gently reassured, "It is nothing to fret over, Qin Lang. I have heard that for men, their first time is entirely normal." Qin Changsheng, however, erupted in rage, his frustration boiling over as he fervently practiced the Taiji Yin-Yang transformation technique. With a resounding bang, the technique unexpectedly broke through, reaching the threshold of minor mastery. Elated, Qin Changsheng felt an invigorating clarity wash over him. "Once more," he declared, and thus he finally attained the average level of our esteemed readers within the span of 2 hours. As dawn broke, it was already the next day. "Sister Yin, shall we go shopping today?" Wang Wanyan knocked gently on the door of Yin Wanqiu's room early in the morning. As was her custom, she entered without waiting for a response. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the courtyard, followed by a flurry of chaos as Wang Wanyan, flustered, hastily retreated from the room. "You lecherous scoundrel!" she exclaimed in disgust before turning away without a glance back. The hard-won alliance of trust among the close friends disintegrated in that instant, simply because she had witnessed an unsightly scene. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng, startled by Wang Wanyan's sudden intrusion, nearly met his end on the spot. "You must leave at once," Yin Wanqiu blurted, her face aflame with embarrassment as she hastily pushed Qin Changsheng away. After all, this was an indiscretion on her part, and it had been exposed by her younger sister. Oh, Qin Changsheng responded mechanically, quickly dressing before making his swift exit, leaving the ensuing matters for Yin Wanqiu to address. After all, his role was to conduct himself with propriety. The dynamics of his former relationships were matters for them to resolve. On the bustling streets, pedestrians flowed like water. Yi Outyan stood in the middle of the thoroughfare, his once defiant expression now tinged with confusion. In recent days, he had exhausted his savings, entering the Star Tower countless times. Yet he could only ascend to the 8th level, far from his aspirations. Most troubling was the utter lack of response from the tower's spirit to his calls. "The fees at the Qin family's Star Tower are outrageously exorbitant," he lamented, glancing at his nearly empty purse with frustration. At that moment, the streets buzzed with lively discourse. "Have you heard? The Tong family made quite the spectacle last night, as what we thought to be their long-lost ancestor seemingly returned to the world. I heard it quite clearly from next door. They were shouting something about Tong Fu is old, but can he still eat? What? Does that mean the Tong family is soaring? Soaring? It seems they only held on for a minute before collapsing. This morning, I even attended a feast." A passerby, with a hint of schadenfreude at the corner of his mouth, remarked, "This is not the worst of it. I have heard that in the central domain, an ancient family, boasting 13 self-proclaimed ancestors, all simultaneously burst into laughter. And what do you suppose happened next?" "What happened?" "Naturally, they all met their demise at once. It is said that upon hearing this news, their enemies annihilated their family early this morning, leaving not a single trace behind. Alas, how tragic. Indeed, it is exceedingly tragic. Do you believe the heavenly Tao is toying with us? The aura of spiritual energy has revived only halfway, and yet it can be forcibly halted. Brotherly, tread carefully, for the heavenly Tao possesses a will of its own." Upon overhearing their discourse, Yi Outyan felt a tinge of confusion. He had inquired of the old spirit in his mind, but the spirit had expressed equal uncertainty. Last night, he had intended to leverage the surging spiritual aura to break through to the pinnacle of the supreme realm, yet the sudden diminishment of that energy caught him unawares, nearly causing him to fall into madness. "Look, this young gentleman is remarkably handsome, like a jade tree standing tall." At that moment, 2 young women passing by whispered and giggled as they pointed at him. Hearing their remarks, Yi Outyan's expression regained a touch of pride. Indeed, his identity as the chosen one naturally exuded an allure to the opposite sex. Just then, 3 elegantly poised young women with stunning beauty approached from the street corner. They were none other than Yin Wanqiu, Wang Wanyan, and Nan Gongyan. It was unclear how Yin Wanqiu had bewitched them or what disgraceful pact had been reached, but they had reconciled, appearing as close as sisters once more. Women, after all, are ever so fickle. Outyan. Yin Wanqiu's gaze immediately fell upon the figure standing in the middle of the street. In that instant of seeing her disciple, she belatedly recalled that she still had a disciple. Chapter 101. Yi Aoyan's frustration and anger entering a new family. Reflecting on how she had completely forgotten her disciple, Yi Aoyan, over the past few days, she felt a pang of guilt. Although it was Yi Aoyan who had chosen to leave, he was still the disciple she had nurtured for 10 years. How could she have forgotten him? It's all that scoundrel Qin Lang's fault. Aoyan. She could not help but call out loudly. Yi Aoyan heard the familiar voice, turning to behold the figure he had longed for in his dreams. Master. But upon this glance, his emotions froze instantly, disappointment and fury intertwining, rendering his expression exceedingly grim. Though he was a virgin, his perception was remarkably keen. From the way his master walked, the alluring glances in her eyes, and her captivating demeanor, he discerned that she had lost her innocence. His pure and unblemished master had betrayed him. This revelation pierced Yi Aoyan's heart like a sharp blade, the pang of betrayal surging through him, an uncontrollable fury bubbling forth from his very pores, igniting a blaze of wrath within. For 10 years they had been together, yet he had never even held her tender hand. Yet, in merely a few days with Qin Changsheng, she had surrendered herself to that scoundrel. He was utterly disappointed. Why? He was indeed the destined one. Why had it come to this? Yi Aoyan seethed with impotent rage. He was determined to eliminate Qin Changsheng. His expression contorted. His gaze turned frigid. Aoyan, what troubles you? Inwanqiu, having sensed Yi Aoyan's distress, hurried over with concern etched on her face. From the aura of his master, he could even detect Qin Changsheng's presence, instantly conjuring images of their various encounters together in his mind. Unable to contain himself any longer, he roared, "Begone, wretched one." Then he soared into the air, vanishing without a trace, leaving Inwanqiu in stunned disbelief. Aoyan, what has come over you? Why treat her thus? Inwanqiu stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation, feeling a profound sense of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. She could not fathom why Yi Aoyan, whom she had treated like a son, would insult her so. Meanwhile, Wang Wanyan and Nan Gongyan, having discerned the underlying issues from Yi Aoyan's reaction, quickly offered their comfort. Sister Yin, do not be disheartened. You are too close to see the truth. Indeed, Sister Yin, that young man clearly resembles an ungrateful wolf. Did you not notice his disdainful gaze? Can't you see he harbors possessive thoughts about you? Wang Wanyan and Nan Gongyan spoke in unison, attempting to soothe the sorrowful Inwanqiu. As outsiders, they could easily see that Yi Aoyan was a rebellious disciple. What? Inwanqiu was once again taken aback. Aoyan had feelings for her? Reflecting on the years they had shared and some of Yi Aoyan's words, she belatedly realized that there might indeed be some truth to it. A wave of sadness enveloped her being. Though she had regarded him merely as a hope for resurrecting Qin Changsheng, after nurturing him for 10 years, some affection had inevitably developed. Now, however, she discovered that this bond had soured. How could she accept this? The remnants of her guilt toward Yi Aoyan dissipated, leaving her devoid of the desire to continue shopping. She then turned her gaze toward the direction of the Qin residence, murmuring, "Qin Changsheng, I miss you." At that moment, only Qin Changsheng could soothe her shattered spirit. Meanwhile, Yi Aoyan raged once more, arriving in a desolate wilderness in a state of disarray. His fury surged forth, ready to obliterate everything before him, a reckless release of his pent-up anger and frustration. Yet, just as he unleashed his power, a thought struck him. He glanced at the empty space of his purple mansion and forcibly withdrew his hand. PFF. He suffered a backlash, spitting blood. Damn it. Having openly insulted his master, Inwanqiu, he feared that the peaked quasi-emperor had already sensed the turmoil. If he were to wreak further havoc, he might not escape the consequences. The Qin family had gone too far. He suppressed his fury, soaring tens of thousands of miles away from the Qin family's domain before finally confirming that he had escaped their influence. Boom, boom, boom. Qin family, Qin Changsheng. I shall be your eternal adversary. He vented his wrath, his visage distorted in a wild frenzy. Young friend, why the distress? As a youthful supreme, why concern yourself with a mere mortal waste? Your path lies ahead, amidst the vast expanse of stars and seas. And a trifling Qin family can be extinguished with a mere flick of your fingers. A deep, aged voice suddenly resonated in Yi Aoyan's ears. Who? Yi Aoyan was taken aback, his hair standing on end, as if facing a formidable foe. In such a desolate wilderness, a concealed expert had silently followed him. Do not be alarmed, young friend, I mean no harm. No sooner had the words been spoken than an ethereal elder stepped forth from the void. The elder's gaze was calm and profound, his face etched with the marks of time, radiating an impressive aura. Noticing Yi Aoyan's continued tension, he smiled gently and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yaoci, the Grand Elder of the Jiang family. Yi Aoyan took a step back, his pupils dilating with shock. One of humanity's top experts, the peak quasi-emperor Jiang Yaoci. What could he possibly want with him? Yi Aoyan pondered silently. Young friend Aoyan, it appears you harbor an irreconcilable enmity with the Qin family, and you hold great admiration for your master. Yet, constrained by the elder Ouyang Chu of the Qin family, you are unable to act, am I correct? Jiang Yaoci stroked his beard, exuding an air of all-knowing wisdom. During his recent visit to the Qin family's Star Tower, he had unexpectedly discovered the extraordinary talent of Yi Aoyan, leaving him profoundly astonished. Moreover, through a special secret method, he discerned that Yi Aoyan's bone age was certainly no more than 25, and he was not a mere reincarnation of an ancient sealed monster, which was utterly beyond his belief. Such a young supreme, with talent surpassing even that of Qin Yu from the Qin family, indicated that this youth was destined to be a pivotal figure in this age. Thus, he naturally sought to recruit him, ideally persuading him to join the Jiang family. What concern is that of yours? Yi Aoyan's countenance darkened upon realizing how well the elder understood him. Naturally, we have an instant rapport, young friend. The Qin family has only Ouyang Chu as a formidable obstacle. The others can be easily dealt with. Alternatively, I could resolve the issue with Ouyang Chu for you, allowing you to handle the rest of the Qin family as you see fit. What do you say? Jiang Yaoci proposed. You can deal with Ouyang Chu. Yi Aoyan's expression was one of skepticism. The disparity between a peak quasi-emperor and a late-stage quasi-emperor was not trivial. Otherwise, the three pinnacle quasi-emperors of humanity would not have so easily become the nominal leaders of the human race. In response, Jiang Yaoci spoke slowly and with composure. I cannot confront Ouyang Chu directly. However, as one of the oldest imperial clans, the Jiang family possesses profound resources. The great upheaval of the world has already commenced, and it won't be long before a peak quasi-emperor ancestor awakens from their slumber. By then, with the Jiang family's means, dealing with a self-made Ouyang Chu will be a mere trifling endeavor. Moreover, my esteemed Jiang family has existed since ancient times, and we have not been devoid of emperors. Upon hearing this, Yi Aoyan exhibited no signs of excitement or joy. After all, he was a prodigy, albeit somewhat bewildered when it came to matters concerning his master. He furrowed his brow and retorted, Then why does your Jiang family wish to assist me? What is your ulterior motive? In response, Jiang Yaoci merely chuckled and said, Young friend Aoyan, you seem to have misinterpreted my intentions. I hold your talents in high regard, and I believe you have a significant chance of emerging as the ultimate victor in this imperial contest. Hence, I consider it prudent to invest in you early and serve as your protector, for exceptional talents are often prone to untimely demise. But that is not all. To strengthen our bond further, you could marry into my Jiang family. This way, we would be irrevocably united in our endeavors. However, Jiang Yaoci paused before continuing. I assure you that the woman you would wed will be none other than the finest lady of my Jiang family, the saintess of this generation, radiant and enchanting. Truly a beauty that could launch 1,000 ships. You will not be at a loss. Though she may be a tad older, rest assured, she is still a maiden of virtue. What? Marry into the family? From your words, it seems she is no spring chicken. Yi Aoyan exclaimed. Very well. The Qin family has insulted and wronged me, and your Jiang family treats me with similar disdain. Chapter 102. Ancestor. You are truly ruthless. Just as Yi Aoyan was about to express his indignation and refusal, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. Aoyan, accept his proposal. Endure humiliation and bear burdens. True men are those who can bend and stretch. Awakened by these words, Yi Aoyan shook his head vigorously, realizing what he had been resisting. What was he truly clinging to? Aside from his unparalleled talent, what else did he possess? It was merely a marriage to an older woman. What was there to fear? As long as he could eliminate Qin Changsheng, annihilate the Qin family, reclaim his master, and ascend to the throne of an emperor, marrying into the Jiang family was a small price to pay. Moreover, This aligned perfectly with his destiny as a child of fate. In his moment of despair, warmth was offered, accompanied by the prospect of a woman, albeit older, yet still a remarkable beauty by all accounts. Very well, Yi Aoyan readily agreed. Seeing his swift acceptance, Zhang Yaoci laughed heartily 3 times before saying with satisfaction, I shall await your arrival at the Jiang family. I will announce to the world that Yi Aoyan and my Jiang family saintess will wed in 7 days, inviting numerous factions to join in the celebration. At that time, my Jiang family and young friend Aoyan shall share in fortune and misfortune alike. Rest assured, I will invite members of the Qin family, especially that Qin Changsheng, while subtly disseminating information to let the Qin family stew in their own fear. Ha ha ha. After a few sinister chuckles, Zhang Yaoci handed Yi Aoyan a scroll, stating, Within is the address of my Jiang family and a peerless technique, which shall serve as your betrothal gift. With that, he turned and tore through the void, vanishing from sight, confident that since Yi Aoyan had agreed, he would not dare to let the Jiang family down. After the other party departed, Yi Aoyan casually tossed aside the scroll, his countenance ashen and his teeth clattering. Bride price? Bah, old Ming, can the Jiang family be trusted? He muttered to himself. Regardless of their intentions, as long as they can assist you in obliterating the Qin family and swiftly ascending to the position of emperor, that is all that matters. Aoyan, remember, there is but one person in this world who genuinely cares for you, me. Ha ha ha. The voice in his mind erupted in crazed laughter, leaving Yi Aoyan standing in place, lost in thought. 3 days swiftly passed. At the Qin family estate, Qin Zhen and his wife, Wang Wanru, sat on opposite sides of the table. The starry tower had bestowed upon the Qin family boundless cultivation resources, propelling their rapid development. Not only had everyone's realms ascended a level, but their sphere of influence was also continually expanding. Moreover, in recent days, the Qin family had experienced a momentous occasion. Qin Yu had secretly broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, truly becoming a youthful sovereign. This further convinced Qin Zhen that Qin Yu's position in the upcoming contest for the celestial mandate was secure. In due time, both his close relations, his brother-in-law, the Ancestor, and Qin Yu would be great emperors. As the head of the Qin family, when he ventured out, which faction would not show him respect, even offering him a cigarette, and respectfully addressing him as head of the Qin family? Just as Qin Yu was lost in his musings, Wang Wanru interrupted his reverie. Husband, don't you think it's time to discuss a marriage for Qin Yu, now that he is in his 30s? Oh, indeed, he is of age. Do you have someone in mind? Qin Zhen responded. Qin Yu was currently the champion of the celestial talent competition, destined for greatness. Not just anyone could aspire to associate with him. At this, Wang Wanru's interest piqued, her eyes gleaming as she spoke. Recently, Sister Nangong mentioned to me that a direct descendant of their family, who has been self-proclaimed for millennia, has emerged, possessing extraordinary talent and beauty. She wishes to matchmake her with Qin Yu. Sister Nangong, also from an ancient lineage, now enjoyed the company of some formidable allies, thanks to the Qin family's rising status. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu furrowed his brow and remarked, that might not be appropriate. Although it is said that a woman 3 years older brings fortune, and the realm of cultivation does not concern itself with age, we are not from the same generation. Moreover, how many beautiful women over 3,000 years old remain single? His voice trailed off. Qin Zhen and Wang Wanru exchanged knowing glances, both contemplating the same possibility, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. After all, there was an ancestor in the family who was quite troublesome. Who would dare approach a woman of such beauty and age? Contemplating this, Wang Wanru felt a pang of distress. She had never imagined that the esteemed ancestor she revered would have entangled feelings with her younger sister. Thankfully, their encounters were merely awkward now. If one day my sister truly weds our esteemed ancestor, would she not be compelled to kneel and pay her respects to her younger sister every day? Just then, an anxious voice broke the silence that enveloped them. Master, something terrible has occurred. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhen's expression changed drastically as he sprang to his feet. In the current state of the Qin family, it was evident that something of utmost urgency must have transpired to incite such panic among the clan members. Speak, he commanded gravely. After listening to the clan members' account, he finally understood the gravity of the situation. It turned out that the Qin family had been expanding rapidly, and with the awakening of their bloodline, their strength had surged. leading to inevitable conflicts during their external training. The great-grandson of the sixth elder had been wronged, and in a fit of rage, he rallied his kin to annihilate the opposing family. However, when they seized the spoils of victory, they stumbled upon a shocking revelation. Within the ancestral hall of the rival family hung a portrait accompanied by a romantic poem depicting none other than their esteemed ancestor. Overwhelmed by dizziness, Qin Changsheng felt the world spin around him and collapsed into a chair. Had they truly exterminated the lineage of their great-grandmother? This would render them utterly unfilial. Everyone was killed? His voice trembled with disbelief. All of them, came the reply. Not even a single living creature was spared. Not a single one. After confirming the facts, Qin Changsheng, unable to maintain his composure, slipped and fell to the ground. Although the world of cultivators was notoriously brutal, where the complete eradication of an entire family was not uncommon, annihilating the descendants of their great-grandmother was indeed rare. What was to be done? Yet, there was no alternative. He had to report the matter truthfully to their ancestor. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he sternly addressed the clan member. Go. Inform all members of the Qin family that from now on, in any external conflicts, they must never resort to lethal force without first reporting to the family. We must ascertain the ancestral lineage of the opposing party's female members before proceeding. After issuing his commands, Qin Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief, silently resolving that future confrontations involving the human Qin family should not be overly aggressive. If they must engage in battle, it would be against the divine and demonic races. Once the clan member departed, Qin Changsheng rose, gazing at the vast starry sky, and sighed. Oh, Qin, you have truly misunderstood. Esteemed ancestor, you are indeed formidable. Chapter 103. The longing of Su Miru in the Su family. Su Miru sat in the courtyard, gazing at the distant heavens in silence, her heart a tumult of emotions. Changsheng, what on earth are you doing? You promised that your heart would bloom solely for me in this lifetime. You vowed we would start anew. Yet why do you not come to find me? Even if you merely stood at the gates of the Su family, I would rush into your embrace without hesitation, harboring no grievances, even if it meant sharing you with my sisters. However, Changsheng, I miss you. Miru, what should I say to you? The old ancestor of the Su family was pacing back and forth, visibly anxious. If Senior Qin does not come looking for you, will you not take the initiative to visit the Qin family? Besides, it is perfectly normal for someone as busy as him to be unavailable. The Star Tower possesses incredible capabilities, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the Su family disciples. Even if the Qin family charges only 1/10 of the usage fee out of respect for you, it is still a considerable resource. Take my advice, lower your head. Show some charm, and make an effort to reach out. Cultivate your relationship. If you do not take the initiative, I fear there may no longer be a place for you by Senior Qin's side. Despite the old ancestor's earnest counsel, Su Miru remained silent, sulking with a hint of stubbornness on her delicate face. Su Batian, unable to hold back, expressed his dissatisfaction. What busy schedule. He is just an ordinary man, relying on the Qin family's rise to become increasingly arrogant, flitting about with various women. Ancestor, our Su family can certainly afford the Star Tower's fees. Why should Miru have to bend over backwards? Moreover, everyone knows how despicable Qin Changsheng is. Miru is here mourning for him, while he is likely still nestled in some soft embrace, not even awake. Su Batian, being a man, spoke bluntly. With a sharp clap, he made his point. You know nothing. This is not merely about expenses. Do you understand the nature of love? For someone as perfect as Senior Qin, having multiple wives is quite normal. And look at Miru. After thousands of years, can her heart accommodate anyone else? Do you want her to live in solitude? And who was it that wished for Xiaoyu to marry into the Qin family? At his words, Su Batian fell momentarily silent. After a while, he muttered, I didn't know the Qin family's elder was so despicable. Enough. Let me be in peace. Su Miru suddenly spoke in a voice tinged with tears. Their conversation had reminded her of the rumors surrounding Qin Changsheng, particularly the entanglements with those ambiguous women. With that thought, her mood darkened, an overwhelming sadness surged within her, as if her heart were being cleaved. Tears unknowingly streamed down her flawless cheeks, falling onto her slender fingers. All right, Miru, do not cry. We shall not speak of this any longer. Let us leave. Seeing her distress, Su Batian realized he had misspoken and hurriedly turned to depart. In the courtyard, only a solitary figure remained. The following day, In the central region, near the imperial clan of the Jiang family, a bustling main city thrived. The streets were lively and tumultuous, with crowds flowing like a tide. Qin Changsheng, resting a hand on his waist, wore a cheeky grin, murmuring to himself, "Ah, I am utterly exhausted, utterly exhausted." Recently, one cannot fathom the reasons behind Qin Wanqiu's fervent obsession with bearing his first child, leaving him momentarily ensnared in her desires. Alas, truly, a good dish requires a skilled chef, and a good wife demands a worthy husband. The wisdom of the ancients resonates within him, prompting a reflective sigh. Initially, he had no inclination to partake in the wedding festivities, yet on one hand, he yearned for a breath of fresh air after a prolonged seclusion, and on the other, he sought to evade Qin Wanqiu for a few days of respite. This woman, as she ages, becomes increasingly formidable. The allure of passion is akin to a blade that cuts to the bone. Although he possesses an imperial constitution, he finds himself somewhat overwhelmed. However, upon discovering that the groom's name on the invitation was Yi Outyin, he paused, seeking Qin Wanqiu's perspective. Yet, she merely responded with an impassive countenance, stating that their mentor-student bond had been severed, allowing him to make his own decisions, and then she diligently returned to her work, exemplifying her dedication. This reassured Qin Changsheng, who was curious to observe whether, in his absence, the child of destiny would manifest extraordinary fortune, capable of transforming misfortune into fortune. Tomorrow marked the day of the grand wedding. Today, he simply wished to wander freely, all the while scrutinizing the exotic charm of the locale through a critical lens. A splendid day was about to unfold. As he gazed at the three characters of Changsheng Pavilion in the distance, a subtle smile graced his lips, revealing the countenance of a virtuous gentleman. "You are the one," he thought, eager to discern whether it was merely a facade, a mere reputation to attract acclaim. Just as he approached the entrance of Changsheng Pavilion, he felt a soft object collide with him, leading to a jarring encounter that caused both their bodies to tremble. Qin Changsheng halted abruptly, instantly aware of a refreshing fragrance wafting from the point of contact. It was the scent of youth, a floral essence of vitality. "Ah!" a startled maiden exclaimed, a delicate blush blossoming on her radiant cheeks, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her lowered gaze bore a hint of apology. "I'm so sorry. It was my clumsiness," she quickly apologized, her voice melodious and enchanting. Upon raising her eyes, she was met with an exquisite sight. Heavens, how handsome! The starlit depths of his gaze, his statuesque form, and his proud nose captivated her utterly, as if a single glance could span an eternity. Her eyes grew dreamy, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Changsheng cleared his throat, interrupting the maiden's reverie. Having grown accustomed to the magnetic allure of his appearance and demeanor, he understood the profound effect he had on naive young women. After all, his prowess was evident, leaving little room for modesty. "It's quite all right. Do be more cautious while walking in the future, lest you accidentally bump into an elderly person. That would be quite the liability," Qin Changsheng gently advised. With that, he turned without a backward glance and stepped into Changsheng Pavilion. Little did he know that his nonchalant and carefree demeanor left a profound impact on the young maiden. Within her heart, an inexplicable flutter arose, as though this encounter was orchestrated by fate, a harbinger of love. "What is your name?" she inquired. The young girl watched as he walked away, unable to restrain herself from calling out, "Qin Changsheng." "Huh, Qin Changsheng." The girl faltered in her steps, her expression turning peculiar. Was he not the greatest scoundrel of this era? However, she quickly smiled. With such looks and demeanor, how could he be deemed a scoundrel? Perhaps he was merely a bit too affectionate. Without such affection, how would others have the opportunity? Thus, the girl returned to the inn, her mind laden with thoughts. Inside the inn, a middle-aged beauty, appearing to be in her 30s, sat cross-legged. Though her skin was delicate and smooth, and her figure retained a certain charm, the weariness in her gaze revealed the passage of time. Noticing the girl's disheartened demeanor, the middle-aged beauty furrowed her brow and inquired, "Emo Shaosher, what troubles you?" Awakened by the call, Emo Shaosher blinked, her eyes somewhat dazed as she replied slowly, "Master Ancestor, I believe I may have fallen in love." Chapter 104. Emo Shaosher's Existential Dilemma. What? The middle-aged beauty was taken aback. She was the fifth elder of the ZY sect, Yuan Nange. Emo Shaosher was the most gifted disciple of their lineage in nearly 10 millennia, and she could not afford to falter, especially since their primary cultivation method. The Jade Maiden True Classic strictly forbade any lapse in virtue before achieving a certain level of mastery. Who is he? How do you know him? What is the extent of your relationship? Yuan Nange immediately posed these critical questions. We just happened to run into each other in front of the Changsheng Pavilion. I felt an instant attraction, as if I had known him for 1,000 years. Master Ancestor, I wish to find him. You support me, don't you? Upon hearing this, Yuan Nange let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seemed this young girl was merely experiencing the stirrings of her heart. However, in front of the Changsheng Pavilion, she quickly reached a conclusion. Looking at her beloved disciple with a serious demeanor, she advised, Xiaoshi, you are still young and unaware of the treachery of the world. Consider this, with so many people on the street. Why did you collide with him and not someone else? To my mind, he approached you deliberately, drawn to your youth and beauty, merely attempting to flirt. This is a classic tactic of scoundrels. And do you know what the Changsheng Pavilion is? What sort of place? A brothel. Yuan Nange felt a pang of frustration, fearing her disciple might be deceived. Those who frequented such places are not merely scoundrels. They are the dregs of society. Ugh, such men, I would slay one upon sight. However, Imo Xiaoshi hesitated. There is no however. Did he not deliberately tell you his name? Yes, he said his name was Qin Changsheng. But, see, I guessed it right. There isn't a decent one among them. Wait, what? Qin Changsheng. Yuan Nange instantly realized it was that notorious scoundrel known throughout the human realm, Qin Changsheng. Though she could not comprehend why the likes of Mu Xuedong and Meng Ruyan were drawn to such a wretch, she herself harbored a profound disdain for such fickle-hearted men entangled with multiple women. In this present moment, that scoundrel has audaciously orchestrated an encounter, seeking to deceive her disciple. If that is the case, she cannot be blamed for taking action as the matriarch to eliminate this threat to society. Even though the Qin family wields immense power, she shall never allow a rogue to approach Imo Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, are you aware of Qin Changsheng's infamous reputation? He is merely a mortal, abusing his status as a descendant of the Qin clan to indulge in his whims, employing various unscrupulous methods to ensnare innocent hearts. He is nothing short of a ravenous wolf in disguise. Yuan Nange, with heartfelt concern, berated Qin Changsheng's shamelessness, fearing her disciple might fall into his seductive trap. Yet, his voice is truly melodious, and he possesses an extraordinary handsomeness, the kind that elicits an immediate response. Imo Xiaoshi, with a soft voice, glanced at her matriarch and continued. Moreover, matriarch, did you not encounter a strikingly handsome man in your youth? One of those unforgettable figures who, upon a single meeting, occupies your heart entirely, leaving no room for anyone else. I believe I may have encountered such a person. Upon hearing Imo Xiaoshi's words, Yuan Nange was momentarily taken aback. To speak of someone who captivates one's soul at first glance, she indeed had met such a person in her youth. This encounter was one of the reasons for her solitary existence over the years. Back then, before embarking on her path of cultivation, she was merely a young maid. And when that man appeared, eloquent and graceful, he swiftly ensnared her heart. From that moment onward, she watched as her mistress and that man soared together, enduring an indescribable pain and yearning within her heart. Countless nights were spent in silent tears, listening to the sounds from the next room. Yet, eventually that man, like a fleeting shadow, vanished from their lives. She witnessed her mistress transition from youth to old age, her eyes forever longing for his return, but he never reappeared. Especially in her final moments, her mistress's once bright eyes, now dimmed with age, still gazed toward the door, evoking an empathy so profound it resonated deeply within Yuan Nange. Alas, with a heavy sigh, Yuan Nange reflected, a woman, in her youth, ought to avoid crossing paths with individuals of such dazzling brilliance, for they become an irreplaceable moonlight in the heart, leaving no space for others. However, observing the earnestness in Imo Xiaoshi's demeanor, Yuan Nange's heart stirred, and she addressed her with solemnity. I too have encountered such a person in my youth and understand the pangs of longing. However, that individual was at least honorable and passionate, unlike Qin Changsheng, who is nothing but a lecherous scoundrel. Xiaoshi, heed my words. Focus on your cultivation and do not be easily swayed by a man's deceitful words. But matriarch, I truly cannot forget him. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight, Imo Xiaoshi retorted. Silence. Yuan Nange's frustration was palpable this time. Trust in your matriarch. I would never lead you astray. He is but a common man, while you are destined to soar as a celestial being. You shall have no connection with him. From this day forth, forget him and concentrate on your cultivation. Furthermore, someone as despicable as Qin Changsheng is far too treacherous for you to navigate. I will not permit you to associate with that rogue. With those harsh words left hanging in the air, Yuan Nange found herself devoid of any desire to continue her cultivation and strode directly outside, leaving Emo Shaosher standing there, lost in thought. After all, her master had raised her, and everything was for her benefit. Surely, he would not harm her. Her master was indeed the one who had her best interests at heart. Regaining her composure, she settled by the window in the guest room, gazing vacantly into the distance. After chastising Emo Shaosher, Yuan Nange felt a weight of melancholy settle upon her. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, she suddenly sensed something and abruptly turned her gaze in a particular direction. Her pupils dilated in shock, disbelief flooding her eyes. It was him. Impossible. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she thought she was seeing things, but upon a second glance, there he was, the same graceful youth, who had journeyed through life and returned unchanged, her own white moonlight. Time seemed to rewind as she found herself transported back to her youthful days, where she and her young mistress would silently admire the youth in white, who passionately recited verses about wealth lost and regained. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and she could no longer contain herself. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng stepped out of the hidden fragrance pavilion, satisfaction radiating from him. Indeed, it was as the rumors had suggested. This was the territory of the Jiang family in the central domain, far from the northern region, where no one recognized him. Truly, this was freedom, no need for stealth, pure exhilaration. In that fleeting moment as he turned, he was enveloped in a familiar warmth. Being tightly embraced, nearly breathless. Goodness, not again. He had been accosted in public once more. The downside of concealing his divine sense was that, in the absence of threats or ill intentions, his body would not issue an automatic warning. Yet, without this, he could not truly experience humanity and its myriad of unknowns. Jing Tiangij, I have finally seen you again. The melodious voice echoed in his ears, causing Qin Changsheng to shudder slightly. No way. How could he encounter an old acquaintance again? As they parted, he scrutinized her for a moment, frowning in confusion. This was not right. He did not recognize her. Noticing the look of bewilderment in his eyes, Yuan Nange hurriedly explained, Jing Tiangij, it's me, Xiao Nange, the little girl who followed Miss Yushi back in the day. You even braided my hair and nicknamed me Little. At this, ancient memories flooded back, and Qin Changsheng finally recalled her, exclaiming, You are Little A? How did you become Big D? Instantly, Yuan Nange understood the implication of his words, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Qin Changsheng realized he had misspoken, casting furtive glances while pondering secretly. He was not a stallion, but a decent person, and in this day and age, with so many fakes around, he only drank trustworthy milk. Unbeknownst to them, Emo Shaosher, observing from a distance by the window, stood up abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief and her emotions in turmoil. Her master forbade her from associating with him, harshly denouncing Qin Changsheng as a scoundrel, yet here she was, stealthily lurking nearby and eagerly throwing herself into his embrace. Preventing oneself from rushing towards true love, yet the master secretly took action. How infuriating. Chapter 105. Yuan Ngu competing for a man with her disciple. Was all the kindness shown to me by the master merely a facade? The man I have my eyes on, and I have yet to touch. Yet the master claims to be at the mercy of the tiger, testing Qin Changsheng's reaction. However, considering the master's physique, it seems no man could refuse her. Reflecting on this, she glanced down at her bosom, feeling somewhat disheartened. Subsequently, she found herself deeply entrenched in confusion. The conversation on Qin Changsheng's end continued. Oh, little Nange, it is unexpected that after all these years, we have the fortune to meet again. How delightful. Speaking of which, you appear quite prosperous. I assume you have a large family now, which is truly enviable. No, I have remained single, Yuan Ngu replied softly, lowering her head. What? Qin Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing her closely. With such a presence, one would not expect you to be single. However, upon realizing she was not a married woman, a trace of disappointment flickered across his features. What about your esteemed Miss Yushi from back then? How is she faring now? Qin Changsheng could not help but recall that refined young lady, who undoubtedly possessed remarkable talents. At this, Yuan Ninji's eyes darkened, seemingly reminiscing about the noble girl who had treated her with such kindness. She spoke slowly. Miss Yushi did not possess the aptitude for cultivation and has long since passed away. She raised her gaze to Qin Changsheng and continued, in her final moments. She called out your name, having spent her life waiting, never forgetting you. Upon hearing of the beauty's demise, a hint of nostalgia and guilt washed over Qin Changsheng's face. Indeed, with so many former relationships, it was likely that most of them, like Yushi, had quietly slipped away into the annals of time, leaving no trace behind. It was all his fault. In his youthful arrogance, he failed to restrain himself, unwittingly leaving indelible marks on the hearts of countless exquisite women, condemning them to a life of solitude. This was not entirely his fault, as he had still been influenced by the mindset of his previous life. Believing that these former partners would forget him and remarry others in the blink of an eye, for time could heal all wounds. Little did he know, in this world, most women remained fiercely loyal and unwavering until death. This realization deepened his sense of guilt, especially 2 days prior, when he learned that someone from his family had inadvertently annihilated the entire lineage of one of his former lovers. He was left astounded and helpless, ultimately taking out his frustration on Qinjin for an entire day and night. Regardless of whose fault it was, as the head of the family, Qinjin could not escape responsibility. He had attempted to retrieve the true essence of the past within the river of time, but the moment he acted, he was met with an overwhelming terror, as countless abyss-like eyes turned towards him from the depths of time. Had it not been for the protective barrier of the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, he would have likely been torn to shreds in an instant. Since then, he became acutely aware that the rumors circulating were unfounded. With merely the cultivation of a peak emperor, it was utterly impossible for him to grasp true essence. To reach such heights, one would likely need to be a legendary immortal, or perhaps even further beyond. Observing the guilt etched upon Qin Changsheng's countenance, Yuan Nange displayed a hint of compassion and consoled him. Jing Tian Gij, your remorse is unwarranted. The young lady once confided in me that she always knew you were not from the same realm. It was merely her inability to let go. She has never harbored resentment towards you. On the contrary, she is profoundly grateful to you for having graced her life, for allowing her to experience the joy of love, even if it means enduring a lifetime of waiting and longing. Upon hearing this, the look of guilt on Qin Changsheng's face deepened, and he remarked, Nange, does Miss Yushi's family have any descendants still living? I wish to make amends. Yuan Nange simply shook her head, indicating there were none. Reflecting on the past, both fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, Qin Changsheng broke the quietude, inquiring, Nange, how did you come to be here? Are you now part of the Jiang family? Not at all. I am the 5th elder of the Ziwei sect, invited to attend the wedding of the Jiang family's saintess tomorrow. So am I. But it's getting late. Until we meet again tomorrow. At that moment, Yuan Nange noticed that Qin Changsheng's expression was far from cheerful, realizing that the matter concerning Miss Yushi had considerably dulled the joy of their encounter. Indeed, until tomorrow. With that, Yuan Nange turned and made her way towards the inn, her desire to continue wandering dissipating. Alas, time has weathered many changes, and people have transformed. The beloved one is no longer present. Qin Changsheng gazed at Yuan Nange's graceful silhouette, unable to suppress a melancholic sigh. He then turned and re-entered the incense pavilion. At that moment, only the maidens of the pavilion could soothe his troubled spirit. Upon entering, Yuan Nange spotted her beloved disciple blocking the doorway, pouting and gazing at her with discontent. She furrowed her brows, perplexed by such an expression. Xiaoshi, what troubles you? Humph. Master Ancestor, you deceived me. You forbade me from pursuing true love, yet you secretly took my man. You constantly denounce him as a scoundrel, yet you were the first to embrace him. Yuan Nange was taken aback, a multitude of question marks swirling in her mind. How had she stolen her disciple's man? Xiaoshi, what nonsense are you spouting? It seems you are utterly delirious with thoughts of men. Yuan Nange felt a surge of anger. Her disciple had dared to slander her, and it appeared she had indulged the girl far too much in the past. Humph. I am not speaking in vain. I saw it all clearly. You embraced the scoundrel you so often deride under broad daylight, and you initiated the embrace. And yet you chastise me. You are no different, unable to resist handsome men. What? Yuan Ning's body jolted as realization struck her like lightning. Are you saying he is Qin Changsheng? Yes, he is indeed Qin Changsheng. Mo Xiaoshi affirmed with a nod. Mo Xiaoshi was somewhat perplexed, observing that her master seemed unaware of the other party's true identity. Nonetheless, despite this ignorance, her master resolutely acted on the street, embracing the situation with boldness. Unexpectedly, her master suddenly softened, nearly collapsing to the ground, softly repeating, Qin Changsheng, Qin Changsheng. Jing Taiyang is Qin Changsheng. She found herself questioning her very existence, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. The gentleman, who shared a profound bond with the young lady, was, in fact, the infamous scoundrel, Qin Changsheng. A complex array of emotions began to swell within her. For a moment, she was uncertain whether to feel sorrow or relief. The sorrow stemmed from the realization that the one the young lady had awaited her entire life was entangled with numerous others, indulging in multiple liaisons. Conversely, relief washed over her, as she pondered whether she too could partake in such a boundless affection, given the gentleman's apparent romantic inclinations. In any case, her thoughts spiraled, and an uncharted dream began to take root within her. Chapter 106. The day of the Saintess Zhang's wedding. In the blink of an eye, the following day had arrived. The entire Zhang family was immersed in a vibrant atmosphere. Throngs of people flowed through the streets. Laughter and merriment echoed, and colorful ribbons adorned the surroundings, adding to the celebratory ambience. This day marked the wedding of the Zhang family's saintess. It was the first time since the ancient imperial lineage had emerged from the cataclysmic changes that the imperial gates were opened to host a grand banquet for various powers. This spectacle left many puzzled, for typically, the weddings of the imperial family's direct bloodlines were rather understated. Yet, the Zhang family was making such a grand display, leaving observers bewildered. Had the ancient imperial family of the Zhang clan decided to formally reveal themselves, baring their fangs to vie for destiny in this world? Moreover, until now, only the name of the groom, Yaochi, was known, while the identity of the Zhang family's saintess remained undisclosed. Countless individuals engaged in speculation, attempting to decipher the intentions of the Zhang family. Deep within the Zhang family, the esteemed elder Zhang Yaoci and the current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Jin, were engaged in a hushed discussion. Elder, with Yaochi's extraordinary talent, we should make efforts to win him over. However, his bride is Miss Jinlian. Is this not inappropriate? Zhang Jin whispered. Not at all, the elder replied dismissively. Although Yaochi possesses remarkable talent and is surrounded by great fortune, he ultimately has shallow roots. A mere drifting reed. Humph, a mere peak sovereign cannot pose a threat to our Zhang family. Besides, he is ultimately an outsider, devoid of our bloodline. To attain the imperial path? Such dreams are lofty. We merely intend to harness his fortune to enhance our chances of seizing destiny. Furthermore, while Jinlian carries a tarnished reputation and a scandalous past, she remains a direct descendant of our family and a former saintess. She is more than adequate as Yaochi's match, and this also serves to declare to the world that Zhang Jinlian has settled her heart and will no longer tarnish the imperial family's reputation. Moreover, we will take advantage of this grand wedding to announce our formal return to the entire human race and the world at large. At the wedding, I, representing the Zhang family and the entirety of humanity, questioned the Qin family, urging them to fully open the Star Tower. Standing on the side of righteousness, we would undoubtedly garner the support of all humankind. Such a maneuver would yield manifold benefits, a masterstroke achieving 4 objectives with a single action. How splendid is that? Zhang Yaoci stroked his beard, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. The Grand Elder is astute and wise, akin to a cunning spirit. I must admit my oversight. I am in awe. Zhang Jin bowed his head and clasped his hands in respect. Cackles of arrogance echoed through the sealed chamber, resonating with the laughter of Qin Zhun and Qin Changsheng, who, as invited guests, entered the grand hall of the Zhang family amidst the throng. In the past, Qin Zhun would never have dared to dream of being invited to a saintly wedding by an ancient imperial clan. However, he now regarded it as a matter of course. For the current standing of the Qin family, bolstered by the Star Tower and Ouyang Chu, had subtly positioned them to contend with those supreme powers. The only thing lacking was their foundational depth, not to mention the situation concerning their ancestors. Considering their forebears, one could only declare the Qin family invincible. Yet, Upon observing the seating arrangements made for them by the Jiang family, he was consumed by rage. The Jiang family was being excessively brazen, given the Qin family's current status. To place them among lesser, obscure powers was a blatant affront. What did the Jiang family mean by this? Was the seating arrangement not a tad inappropriate? At a wedding, he did not wish to cause a scene, lest there was truly an error on their part. The head of the Qin family, "Our master specifically instructed that the seating arrangement is correct," replied a nearby attendant, his eyes glinting with disdain. Fine, fine, Qin Jun retorted with a forced smile, feeling anger boiling within him. How dare a mere attendant regard him with such scorn? It was no wonder they had gone to such lengths to extend an invitation to the Qin family, so far away in the northern domain. Just as he was about to erupt, Qin Changsheng interjected. "It is merely a banquet, perhaps the last we will share. Why make a fuss? Sit down." Upon hearing this, Qin Jun dared not defy, stifling his anger and obediently taking his seat. After all, just days prior, he had faced the wrath of their ancestor. Had it not been for Wanru's intercession, he would still be dangling at the gates of the Qin family. As he settled, Qin Jun began to voice his grievances. "Ancestor, with your keen insight, you must recognize that the Jiang family is deliberately showing disdain towards us. Your magnanimity is commendable, but I cannot endure this." Qin Changsheng's eyes narrowed. Seemingly unfazed, he replied lightly, "Do not fret. I believe a spectacle will soon unfold. Send a message requesting Ouyang Chu and Qin Yu to arrive in advance." This trivial situation would not be revealed. He intended to wait until those deeply concealed behind the scenes emerged, at which point he would strike with thunderous force to eradicate future threats. After all, he was currently merely at the pinnacle of the great emperor stage. Though his cultivation overshadowed the current era, his divine consciousness remained at the level of an emperor, in a world that still held many mysteries beyond his grasp. Understood. Qin Jun's eyes brightened, his spirits soaring. The Qin family was finally poised to unveil their brilliance and step onto the grand stage of the world. At this moment, the surrounding seats gradually filled up, and the crowd began to murmur. Who could the bride of the Jiang family as saintess be? Someone inquired. The invitation does not clarify. In my humble opinion, it must be the youngest saintess, Jiang Ruoxue, for from the details on the invitation, Yi Outyan is just over 20. And only Jiang Ruoxue could be his match. That is a grave misjudgment. Another countered. Rumor has it that Yi Outyan stands at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. What extraordinary talent is this? I suspect he might be a reincarnation of an ancient prodigy. From this perspective, only Jiang Yi, the most exceptional saintess of the Jiang family 8,000 years ago, would be worthy of him. What? A pinnacle supreme at just over 20? Have you lost your mind? Or am I imagining things? Even the first of the celestial talents, Qin Yu, cannot compare. Do you truly believe that? How naive. Let us wait and see. As the crowd continued their heated debate, a voice from the corner interjected with a tone of schadenfreude. Do you suppose it could be the former saintess, Jiang Jilian? With this statement, the entire venue fell silent as all eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Indeed, it was Qin Jun, who deliberately sought to annoy the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Jilian's notorious reputation reverberated throughout the human realm, a topic even the Jiang family would prefer to avoid. It is said that she had 3,000 lovers, with countless men meeting their demise at her hands, earning her the title of the Jiang family's kidney girl. My friend is jesting. The Jiang family members are quite amiable. Let us not dwell on that. Someone awkwardly attempted to diffuse the tension. Clearly, discussing the Jiang family's blemishes at their banquet was ill-advised, with the potential for repercussions. A particularly handsome young gentleman chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, the Jiang family is truly hospitable, especially the Jiang saint's son, who is notably kind. It is curious, however, that after every drunken encounter with him, I awaken to an excruciating pain in my backside." Such a statement sent shockwaves through the assembly. All gazes turned toward him, leaving him feeling alarmed and bewildered. Even Qin Changsheng could not help but inwardly exclaim, "City folk truly know how to indulge." Chapter 107. The entrance of the bride and groom. Qin Jin laughed heartily at that moment. A commotion arose from the front, prompting the crowd to focus their attention. It turned out that the bride and groom of the day were about to make their entrance. Everyone craned their necks, their eyes fixed intently, eager to discover which saintess of the Jiang family was to wed. As the crowd's gaze followed, Yi Outyan, with hands clasped behind his back, approached with a hint of pride and confidence etched across his brow. What a striking figure he was, with sword-like brows and bright eyes, a tall and handsome youth. The crowd marveled in unison. No wonder he is the illustrious son-in-law of the Jiang family. Just his presence is extraordinary. Let us welcome our esteemed son-in-law, Yaochi, aged 21, at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, truly the foremost prodigy of our era. Jiang Jin boomed at the opportune moment. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, gazing incredulously at the young man on stage. How can this be possible? At the age of 21, the pinnacle of supremacy? If that were indeed the case, why did he not attend the highly significant talent competition? However, when Yaochi, in perfect coordination, unabashedly unleashed the pressure of supreme authority, the venue fell into a profound silence. This was indeed a reality. I had anticipated that such venerable supreme powers, with their profound heritage, would not dispatch their finest disciples to the talent competition. Truly, in the absence of a lion on the mountain, the monkeys claimed the throne, allowing a mere Qin family member, Qin Yu, to seize victory. A voice emerged from a corner, seemingly that of a supporter from the Jiang family. Indeed, only an ancient force like the Jiang family could attract such prodigious talents into their fold. It is truly enviable, remarked another supporter. The Jiang family possesses such remarkable talents, yet dismisses the hollow fame of the talent competition, exhibiting commendable integrity and admirable ideals. It appeared to be yet another supporter. Jiang Jin, upon hearing the crowd's murmurs, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, honesty is always pleasing to the ear. Yaochi stood tall and resolute, his gaze sharp. He was the destined one, the foremost prodigy. Soon, the long-awaited bride finally made her entrance. A woman adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, approached Yaochi with an elegant grace, her figure enchanting and her steps light. Yet, her eyes were filled with allure, and there seemed to be a hint of blush on her face. My goodness! The experienced and discerning guests immediately comprehended the bride's state and recognized her identity. Jiang Jingxian from the Jiang family. Has the Jiang family lost their senses? Marrying off the promising Yaochi to someone of such questionable repute? Even marrying a maid would have been preferable. However, they evidently dared not voice such thoughts at the Jiang family wedding, choosing instead to remain silent and avert their gazes. The bride is truly beautiful. Most guests were unfamiliar with Jiang Jingxian, yet they marveled at her stunning beauty. The bride did not disappoint, subtly casting glances that left onlookers entranced. At that moment, Jiang Jin's voice resonated once more. Let us welcome our bride today, our Jiang family saintess, Jiang Jingxian. As these words echoed, the once noisy hall fell into an utter hush. One could hear a pin drop. Some guests, poised to applaud, froze with their hands suspended in midair, unable to continue. It is truly her. Any faction with a modicum of information knew of her reputation. The legendary Jiang family's femme fatale, the enchanting yet treacherous Jiang Jingxian. No wonder the Jiang family had kept the bride's identity shrouded in secrecy. Because of her, the crowd turned their gazes toward the groom. Discerning from Yaochi's reaction that he too had been kept in the dark, the groom, Yaochi, was also a victim of circumstance. At this moment, the name Jiang Jingxian struck Yaochi like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dizzy and bewildered. Having promised the Jiang family, he had diligently familiarized himself with all matters concerning them in recent days, fully aware of Jiang Jingxian's notorious reputation and past actions. Previously, Jiang Yao had assured him that she was a virtuous maiden, which prevented him from contemplating Jiang Jinlian. However, the reality now was utterly disillusioning. What virtuous maiden? Today, she might as well be a virtuous maiden. Yet, when Yaochi glanced at Jiang Jinlian beside him, he was taken aback by the glimmer in her eyes and the flush on her cheeks. His breath caught in his throat, nearly consumed by desire. Alas, today was not the day. In that moment, he felt akin to an ancient, green-haired tortoise, exposed in plain sight. The Jiang family had gone too far. An overwhelming fury surged within him. Just as he was on the verge of erupting, a voice in his mind interrupted him once more. Yaochi, a moment's restraint can preserve a grand strategy. At this moment, you lack the power to overturn everything. Although I have regained some vitality, it is merely sufficient for a singular outburst, barely enough to facilitate your escape, but it would be a futile endeavor. The humiliation you endure now will only fuel your drive for a brighter tomorrow. Consider a different perspective. Although Jiang Jinlian may have countless suitors, you are the legitimate consort, recognized by the world. Goodness, is there truly such a thing as comforting words? Yi Yaoyan found himself at a loss for words, nearly choking on his disbelief. This legitimate consort was hardly worth having. Nevertheless, the old voice's interruption allowed him to gain clarity. If one wished to navigate life successfully, one must bear a touch of green atop their head. When the day arrived for him to ascend to Emperorhood, he would reclaim every ounce of humiliation 1,000-fold. After the Qin family, Jiang Jin was now firmly placed on his list of targets. The head of the Jiang family, Jiang Jin, also sensed the odd atmosphere in the grand hall and hurriedly offered an awkward clarification. Ahem. Our Holy Maiden Jiang Jinlian did indeed have some unsavory rumors circulating about her in the past, but she has since reformed, completely devoted to her future role as a wife and mother. This wedding serves as an announcement to the world, a declaration. As these words fell, silence enveloped the room. Observing Jiang Jinlian in her wedding gown, still casting flirtatious glances at the guests, disbelief was etched across their faces. Not a chance. Some onlookers were rendered speechless, realizing the implications of such behavior. This was a misuse of public trust. Absolutely unacceptable. Jiang Jin noticed Jiang Jinlian's actions and felt a surge of anger. Clenching his fists tightly, silently cursing. What a disgrace. If you weren't the favored descendant of our ancestors, I would have no hesitation in striking you down. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the guests below. Ha ha ha, reformed? A devoted wife and mother? Do you believe I am the heavenly emperor? Or do you genuinely think Jiang Jinlian will become a devoted wife and mother? I see two figures here, a ninja turtle and an old tortoise lady, a perfect match. Qin Jin laughed uncontrollably, having long been critical of the Jiang family's demeanor, unable to stifle his ridicule. Upon hearing this, Yi Yaoyan's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. How audacious of you, Qin Jin. While others remained silent, you dare to speak. Soon, I shall make you understand the consequences of reckless words. What do you mean? Qin Jin. Jiang Jin seethed in anger, taken aback by Qin Jin's audacity to undermine the Jiang family so early in the confrontation. What do you mean? It's precisely as you comprehend. I have yet to inquire about the position you have arranged for the Qin family. Do you truly believe we are mere clay idols? Qin Jin retorted defiantly. Huh. Jiang Jin suddenly calmed, his tone devoid of emotion as he responded. The Qin family? Are you not merely a small clan in a barren land? Extending an invitation to you is already a considerable favor. Not relegating you to the children's table is quite generous. What? Do you aspire to sit on the floor instead? Chapter 108. Yin Che, you would not wish for your family to face annihilation, would you? Fury ignited within Qin Jin. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, Jiang Jin interjected, speaking incessantly. What do you mean by that? Our Jiang family at least acknowledges our faults. Unlike certain fortunate smaller clans that pride themselves on their virtuous conduct and stringent family teachings while willfully ignoring the vile actions of their ancestors. Their lineage is suffused with nothing but hollow praise for their forebears. How odious! One such ancestor has exploited the family's influence for nefarious deeds, committing unspeakable acts, forcing virtuous individuals into degradation, and even orchestrating scandals during the grand talent competition. According to rumors, he was involved with no fewer than 8 enchanting women of the human race. They are exalted beauties, far too elevated to be interested in a mere mortal wastrel. Yet they are compelled by the power he wields. Moreover, in the realm of human reputation, this so-called ancestor is no better than my family's Jin Lian, both equally flawed. At the very least, my Jin Lian is now focused on nurturing a family, while what of your esteemed ancestor? Huh, though he did not name names. Everyone present knew precisely to whom he referred. Jiyuan, the notorious scoundrel, Qin Changsheng. Though most men had never encountered him, they simultaneously despised and envied this infamous womanizer. Upon hearing Jiang Jin's lengthy discourse, Qin Jin found himself rendered speechless, the logic in his opponent's words undeniable. He struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Indeed, it was high time for the ancestor to consider marriage and concubinage. Otherwise, they might think the Qin family, having donned their trousers, would forget their kinship. Qin Changsheng, who had been passively observing the escalating conflict, suddenly found himself dumbfounded. How did the conversation turn to him? They were arguing, yet somehow, he was the target. Moreover, the personal attacks were grossly inaccurate, slander, unequivocal slander. Listen to what they insinuate. How dare they claim he forced anyone into degradation? He was merely a victim, a victim. To even compare oneself to the licentious Jiang Jinlian is a grave insult to one's character. The latter is notorious for her debauched lifestyle, surrounded by countless paramours, while I, in contrast, seem to have surpassed her in that regard. This thought made Qin Changsheng's face flush with embarrassment, yet he silently defended himself in his heart. My affections are genuine. I have invested wholeheartedly in each relationship, maintaining my integrity and a clear conscience. Moreover, I have never engaged in the so-called escapades of multiple partners. Based on this alone, Jiang Jinlian is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as I. At that moment, Jiang Yaoci, the esteemed elder of the Jiang family, took to the stage and seized the opportunity to speak. Since we have broached the subject of the Qin family, I must express my thoughts today. An imposing aura emanated from him, aimed directly at Qin Zhen. The Qin family, originally a minor clan in the northern region, has thrived under the protection of the human race, benefiting from the fortune of the human lineage. With the divine star tower bestowed upon them, their spiritual energy has surged, greatly enhancing the cultivation speed and combat prowess of their members. However, the Qin family has erred gravely in monopolizing such a divine relic. Supported by the peak quasi-emperor Ouyang Chu, while extorting fees from all external forces for their own gain, I have had the privilege of witnessing the Star Tower. It is certainly not an artifact that can be controlled by a quasi-emperor. Therefore, I assert that it is a residential nullius, a gift from the heavenly Tao to all of humanity. Hence, today, on behalf of the entire human race, I wish to inquire of the Qin family. What is your true intention? How can the Qin family disregard the welfare of the world, recklessly plundering the resources of the human race? Are you spies for the myriad races, or perhaps mere lackeys of the dark zones? If not, why not open it to all humanity free of charge to bolster our collective strength? His words resonated with great gravity and conviction. Indeed, his sentiments struck a chord with many, as the fees associated with the Qin family Star Tower were deemed excessively high. Eyes turned toward Qin Zhen, anticipating his response. Stunned, Qin Zhen could hardly believe the audacity of the Jiang family. What do you mean by a divine gift from the heavens for the benefit of all humanity? The Star Tower was painstakingly retrieved by our ancestors from some celestial matron. It is the fruit of legitimate labor. How can it be deemed an ownerless treasure? He glanced down at his ancestor, noticing that Qin Changsheng was engrossed in food and drink, clearly indifferent to the situation. With no other recourse, he had to step forward himself. What utter nonsense! How can it be a divine gift? Why didn't it descend upon your Jiang family? Moreover, if you find it too costly, you need not partake. The Qin family has never coerced anyone, have we? Or do you, old relic, wish to claim it for yourself? Qin Zhen vehemently rebuked, emboldened by the presence of his ancestor beside him. Not to mention that the opposing figure was merely a quasi-emperor in the late stage. Even a true emperor would receive a similar tirade from him. With the protection of our ancestors, we can act with impunity. As a younger generation pointed a finger at him in reproach, Jiang Yaoci's lips twitched slightly, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Nevertheless, in the presence of the public, he suppressed his rage and spoke in a calm tone. The Jiang family possesses a vision far broader than that of your Qin family, which is merely a small and inconsequential clan. It would not be unfeasible for my Jiang family to take custody of the Star Tower, as we are an ancient imperial lineage, endowed with various protective measures left by great emperors. Unlike your Qin family, which boasts only a single peak quasi-emperor, lacking any substantial heritage, should any unfortunate incident occur, your Qin family would become the sinners of the human race. I assure everyone that if the Star Tower is entrusted to my Jiang family, it shall be opened freely to all of humanity. As soon as his words fell, those in the crowd began to respond enthusiastically. Elder Jiang is magnificent. Truly, an ancient imperial family possesses grandeur and vision. Qin Zhen stood there in stunned silence. The Star Tower had yet to be acquired, yet the Jiang family displayed such magnanimity? Suddenly, a crisp sound of a sword unsheathing echoed as Yi Ao Tan lunged toward Qin Changsheng, sword in hand. Qin Changsheng, prepare to meet your end. With the crowd's emotions stirred, he could no longer contain himself and sought to seize the opportunity to eliminate Qin Changsheng. or at the very least, ensure that he would be left without heirs. Do not harm him. Two melodious voices rang out simultaneously, intercepting Yaochi's strike. Upon closer inspection, two figures, a middle-aged beauty and a young maiden, had appeared, one on each side of Qin Changsheng, shielding him. It was none other than Yuan Nangu and Mo Shaoshi from the Ziwei sect. They had been discreetly observing Qin Changsheng all along, but had refrained from intervening due to face-saving considerations. Now, seeing him in peril, they rushed to his defense without hesitation. Qin Zhen was once again astonished, internally exclaiming, "Ancestor, this is remarkable. Just yesterday, you mentioned a casual stroll, and today, two beautiful women are willing to risk everything for you. Is this what love looks like? It seems I must remain by my ancestor's side at all times. Who knows how the reputation of the Qin family might suffer otherwise?" At that moment, the guests present had evidently also caught wind of Yaochi's declaration. Qin Changsheng, is he the one who dares to confront deities with a mortal body? They turned to look and found Qin Changsheng reluctantly rising from the dining table, raising his head in resignation. What a handsome and charismatic young man. No wonder he is so charming. With looks like that, it would indeed be a shame not to be a bit roguish. As Qin Changsheng lifted his gaze, the bride, Jiang Jin Lian, instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling with affection, her body trembling slightly. "Elder, do not harm him. I want him." Jiang Yaoci frowned, about to scold her, when an ancient and hoarse voice echoed from behind. "Kekekek, release that man. Allow me to handle this." Jiang Yaoci was taken aback, incredulously turning around, clearly recognizing that the newcomer was of considerable stature. The voice belonged to the esteemed wife of the pinnacle quasi-emperor from the Jiang family, whose powerful maternal lineage ensured her standing within the family rivaled his own. The person who had arrived was none other than Xian Yuan Yufeng. She gracefully stepped forward, a slight, vengeful smile playing on her lips as she inquired, "Should I address you as Yunche or Qin Changsheng?" "Ah, Yunche, surely you would not wish for your family to face annihilation, would you?" As Xian Yuan Yufeng's words echoed, the air thickened, and the grand hall fell into an oppressive silence. Astonishment and disbelief etched across every face. Their gazes darted back and forth between Xian Yuan Yufeng and Qin Changsheng, their expressions gradually slipping from composure. Could it be that these two shared a clandestine connection? Yet, how could a dashing youth be paired with a withered crone? Or perhaps the rumors held truth. Was Qin Changsheng truly a lecherous fiend? Nearby, Qin Zhen was equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events, his mouth agape in disbelief. He glanced at the ancestral figure, desperately seeking any hint, his mind racing. "No way, Ancestor. You can't possibly be considering this, hag. You're not resorting to the basest of paths, are you?" Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow, fixating on Xian Yuan Yufeng as he ruminated. The reason for his concern stemmed from the fact that he had only used the alias Yunche once. At that time, he had felt an inexplicable chill wash over him, as if a mysterious force of causality had struck. He realized then that the name Yunche was synonymous with misfortune. Since that moment, he had refrained from invoking that alias again. Indeed, he had once engaged with a woman while using that name. But she was certainly not this grotesque figure before him. By incomplete accounts, he had had several thousand ex-girlfriends. As for those women who secretly coveted him from the shadows, they were countless. Could it be that this old crone was once among them? Seeing Qin Changsheng's bewilderment, Xian Yuan Yufeng wore a sinister expression, accompanied by a chilling smile. "You've forgotten, haven't you? I have transformed into this wretched form, and you bear some responsibility. The heavens have granted me the chance to encounter you once more in this lifetime. This time, I shall ensure she finds no peace in the depths of hell. For her man is now under my dominion. In the past, you dismissed me. Now, I shall render you bedridden. You belong to me." Before her words could fully dissipate, a terrifying force erupted from her being, accompanied by a ghastly grin as she lunged towards Qin Changsheng with outstretched hands. No one had anticipated that Xian Yuan Yufeng, who had never fought before, was indeed a formidable quasi-emperor at the initial stage. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Qin Changsheng and Qin Zhen simultaneously erupted in expletives, retreating 3 steps in disgust. "Close the door, release Qin Yu," Qin Changsheng shouted. In a flash, as if orchestrated, a long spear sliced through the air, appearing before the old woman with lightning speed, intercepting her attack. "Do not lay a hand on my Qin family, Ancestor." The weapon arrived before its wielder. With the emergence of the spear, a youth clad in black materialized as if descending from the realms of legend, embodying the spirit of a war god. It was none other than Qin Yu. He gazed down upon the old woman with an expression filled with cold indifference and pride. Those who dare to strike against the Ancestor shall face death. With a swift thrust of his spear, a terrifying force surged forth, akin to an unstoppable tsunami. The imperial might emanating from the spear permeated the surroundings, fracturing the very fabric of space. Xianyuan Yufeng's countenance changed dramatically, and she hastily retreated. Yet, as if bound by the very essence of space, she felt a powerful impact racing towards her. This is bad. The perceptive Jiang Yaoci, in the late stages of Quasi-Emperor, instantly recognized that this strike was beyond Xianyuan Yufeng's capacity to withstand. In a flash, she appeared before the spear, bracing to share the brunt of its assault alongside Xianyuan Yufeng. With a muffled sound, they could not suppress the blood that spilled from their mouths, staggering back several steps, their faces as pale as parchment. However, Xianyuan Yufeng's life was spared, allowing her to report back to the venerable peak Quasi-Emperor. Yet, as calmness returned, Jiang Yaoci suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, "Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon! A youthful Quasi-Emperor! How is this possible? In this age, a youthful supreme being was already a marvel. Though spiritual energy had begun to rejuvenate, the notion that the champion of the recent grand competition, Qin Yu, could ascend to Quasi-Emperor in such a brief span seemed utterly preposterous. After all, the chasm separating Quasi-Emperors from supreme beings was insurmountable. In this end-of-the-law era, how many extraordinary prodigies had been halted at the pinnacle of supremacy, unable to advance further. Moreover, the resounding essence emanating from Qin Yu indicated a foundational stability far beyond that of his peers. The reactions of all present mirrored Jiang Yaoci's, eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to form words. Under the imperial might radiating from the spear, several guests of lower realms felt their souls tremble, as if confronting a deity above them. Wasn't he the Qin family's ultimate imperial weapon, a sword? What was the emergence of this spear? Alongside the rumored void mirror, was the Qin family engaging in wholesale imperial weaponry? Standing resolutely with spear in hand before Qin Changsheng and Qin Zhen, Qin Yu exuded an imposing presence that rendered all present silent. "Ha! This is my son, Qin Yu, blessed with the potential of a great emperor." Qin Zhen laughed heartily from the back, rejoicing in his son's achievements. What more could a father desire? Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's mouth twitched. He feared that if Qin Zhen continued to boast, misfortune might befall Qin Yu in the future. In this realm of imperial contention, the unforeseen may yet emerge. Witnessing the scene, Yi Outyin, who had just failed in his assault on Qin Changsheng, was engulfed by a profound sense of shock and defeat. Alone and proud, this was the sensation he yearned for. He had always believed himself to be the chosen one, destined to become the focal point of admiration. Yet, the one he deemed inferior, Qin Yu, had taken the lead and ascended to the threshold of Emperorhood, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of loss and resentment. Was the Qin family his nightmare? No, he would never concede. Resentment and fury ignited within him, transforming into flames of determination. Driven by this power, he suddenly sensed the signs of a breakthrough. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, he channeled the spiritual energy within him, repeatedly circulating it to shatter the barrier before him. A formidable force erupted from within, raising the surrounding temperature several degrees. Qin Changsheng instantly sensed this change, his brows arching in surprise. Truly, he was the child of destiny, attempting a breakthrough at such a moment. Could fortune possess such remarkable qualities? Intrigued, Qin Changsheng decided to observe Yi Outyin's progression, curious to see if he would once again escape from peril with the assistance of benefactors. He was merely at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm, newly stepping into the path of the Tao, with only a basic understanding of the laws of time. He also held a keen interest in fortune, reincarnation, and destiny. Indeed, although he was invincible in this world, his supremacy was confined to his cultivation level alone. He had an inkling that his ultimate destination lay among the boundless stars. In that moment, everyone sensed Yi Outyin's transformation, feeling the surge of his momentum. Was he on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm? A 21-year-old quasi-emperor? Such was the brilliance of the Golden Age's prodigies. Was this a normal progression? Terrifying indeed. Under the gaze of all present, Yaochi's aura soared, his bones emitting faint cracking sounds. With a sudden burst, it seemed as though the barrier was breached. Upon opening his eyes, Yaochi had completed his breakthrough. Ha ha! Qin Yu, come forth in battle. At this moment, Yaochi was filled with fervor and combat spirit, confident in his invincibility at his level. For he was the foremost prodigy of humankind. Yet, when he beheld Qin Yu merely twirling his spear casually, his momentum faltered, nearly breaking his resolve. How unfair! In a battle of prodigies at the same level, one should not wield a supreme imperial weapon. How was he to contend with that? Seemingly aware of Yaochi's trepidation, Qin Yu smiled faintly and sheathed the imperial spear into the purple mansion space. Without further ado, he unleashed a punch, seemingly unremarkable, yet imbued with the insights he had garnered over the past days. It surged forth with boundless power towards Yaochi. In this life, he is determined to tread the path of invincibility. Having spent countless days in close proximity to his ancestors, his physical form and meridians have been thoroughly refined and evolved by their transformative power, reaching an unparalleled pinnacle. Naturally, he harbors no fear of battles against peers of the same realm. Moreover, he yearns to witness the true might of a punch that encapsulates all his insights. A fist wielded in place of a spear, infused with the spatial power of the void Emperor's scripture. Yet, before he could fully articulate his thoughts, a formidable force surged through him. With a resounding crash, he was propelled 3 paces back, colliding heavily against the wall, blood gushing forth, a clear indication of severe injury. In a single blow, he was rendered unconscious. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, having anticipated a fierce contest between equals, only to witness Yaochi, the one who shattered the quasi-emperor record, being defeated in an instant. Could it be that his rapid ascension was achieved through dubious means, leaving his foundation unstable? Fallen to the ground, Yaochi perceived the reactions of the crowd, his heart swelling with rage as he struggled to rise. Eager to prove that he was not merely a facade of strength, the voice of the ancient sage echoed in his mind once more. Yaochi, do not despair. Your opponent is over a decade your senior, and it is only natural to be outmatched. In my youth, I too faced numerous defeats. Yet I emerged victorious in the end. We do not strive for fleeting victories. We seek ultimate triumph. Heed my counsel. The methods of the ancient imperial clans surpass your imagination. Utilize the power of the Jiang family to counter the Qin family. We shall seize the moment and navigate these turbulent waters. Upon hearing this, Yaochi fell silent again, perhaps having grown accustomed to the recent setbacks. How audacious to commit such an act of aggression on the day of my Jiang family's grand wedding. Do they truly regard us with such disdain? At this moment, Jiang Yaoci, recovering from the earlier shock, was consumed with fury. This was the stronghold of the Jiang family, and the audacity of their adversaries was intolerable. He had merely been caught off guard while rushing to rescue Xinyuan Yufeng, sustaining injuries from a projectile. He could hardly believe that a mere nascent quasi-emperor like Qin Yu could wield any significant power of an imperial weapon. Moreover, the Jiang family's protective formation and the imminent return of their ancestral guardian added to his confidence. Yet, he conveniently forgot that they had initially provoked the Qin family and attacked Qin Changsheng. Very well, I shall not hold back. Today, the Qin family must provide me with an explanation. With that, Jiang Yaoci formed several incantations, summoning a brilliant golden light that ascended into the heavens. The guests looked up in awe as massive runes shimmered in the air, radiating with unparalleled brilliance, gradually swirling to form a protective barrier that enveloped the entire Jiang estate. This was the profound heritage of the imperial Jiang family. The formation not only bolstered the strength of their bloodline, but also ensnared their enemies. The atmosphere grew chaotic, with many feeling a sense of trepidation. They had merely come to partake in a feast. Surely, their lives were not at stake. Jiang Yaoci stood upon the stage, casting his gaze across the crowd, and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not panic. Please rest assured. This is a matter of our grievances with the Qin family and will not involve you." No sooner had he spoken than a clear, resonant sound of a sword echoed, reminiscent of a call from the depths of hell. With a sharp clang, an indomitable sword energy cleaved through the heavens, its force like a rainbow, sweeping towards the yet-to-be-formed protective array. Beneath the onslaught of the sword energy, The array's energy crumbled layer by layer, disintegrating into countless fragments, shattering in the air. The Supreme Sword Emperor, Ouyang-Chu. Jiang Yaoxi's expression shifted to one of alarm, unable to restrain his shout. He had not anticipated that Ouyang-Chu, the only supermaster stationed at the Qin family, would leave their domain at this moment, crossing realms to confront them. Did he not fear that someone might harbor ill intentions towards the Star Tower? This was beyond his capacity to handle, and he could not help but glance deeper into the Jiang family as stronghold. Indeed, a voice from within could no longer contain itself, bellowing, "Ouyang-Chu, how dare you?" It was none other than Jiang Bishi, the revered ancestor of the Jiang family. In the air, after unleashing a sword strike, Ouyang-Chu lovingly caressed his sword. As if it were a cherished beloved, his eyes glazed with intoxication. The imperial weapon was simply exquisite. This was his first intimate encounter with such a treasure, and the thrill was unparalleled. He had received a message from Qin Zhen, specifically borrowing it from the three ancestors, Qin Changsheng, and it felt akin to experiencing the life of a wealthy aristocrat. With an imperial weapon in hand, there was nothing that could not be resolved with a single strike. If it could not be resolved, then another strike would suffice. What ecstasy! He had also heard Jiang Bishi's voice, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Merely an old specter, consumed by his own fading vitality, unlike himself, who, with the assistance of Senior Qin, was truly living a second life. His spirit and body at their pinnacle. In light of the Jiang family's help in securing the right to wield the imperial weapon, he decided to grant them another strike. With a resounding clang, another sword was unleashed, this one embodying his lifelong insights and cultivation experiences. The furious Jiang Bishi, emerging from the depths of the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, was caught in a moment of upheaval. The transformation of heaven and earth had just begun, and he was compelled into the world, potentially severing his path to further advancement. However, it was not long before his anger dissipated. An overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped his entire being, sending chills down his spine. A battle-hardened warrior, Jiang Bishi instantly discerned that this was a threat of death. As he beheld the sword energy seemingly descending from the heavens, his countenance transformed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "How can the fully awakened imperial weapon be possible?" Realizing he was inadequately prepared and unable to withstand the impending attack, he understood that he had already been locked onto by the sword intent. Thus, he swiftly darted deeper into the Jiang family's ancestral grounds, crying out, "Ancestors, save me." A sigh echoed through the heavens and the earth, laden with the weight of time and boundless lamentation. Following the lament, the sword energy vanished without a trace, and a breathtaking radiance soared into the sky, resembling a celestial dragon spiraling in the air. As the brilliance gradually faded, a stooped old man slowly emerged, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. His white hair flowed like snow, cascading down like the Milky Way, and although his aged visage bore the marks of time, it still retained an air of authority. The moment the ancient ancestor of the Jiang family manifested, the entire world seemed to tremble. The eyes of the onlookers were filled with astonishment and dread, their bodies unable to resist trembling. This was the emperor. The legends of the Jiang family were indeed true. An emperor still existed within their lineage. Since the era of the fallen emperors, countless sovereigns had perished, leading to an age of decline, yet unexpectedly, the Jiang family still harbored one who had survived to this day. Such is the profound legacy of the ancient imperial lineage. However, as the crowd regained their composure, a wave of profound doubt surged within them. The current fate of the world had not yet been fulfilled, yet the ancient emperor had appeared. Did he not fear divine retribution? Or did this Jiang family emperor possess sufficient confidence to withstand the backlash of heaven and earth? Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow as well. It felt as though he were witnessing a scene from a fantastical tale, one after another. First came a younger figure, then an elder, and now an even older one. Would a celestial being follow? Nonetheless, it was evident that the Jiang family truly harbored an emperor, one that had eluded his spiritual senses before. This revealed the staggering depth of hidden power within this world, with secrets buried deeper than he had imagined. Beneath the emperor, all were but ants. Unless one achieved the pinnacle of the sacred body, capable of contending against an emperor, but even then, only against those who were already waning in their years. Thus, the unfolding events were clearly beyond the capabilities of characters like Ouyang-Chu. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Changsheng realized there was no recourse left. At this juncture, he could only reveal a fraction of his own cultivation. Chapter 111. Qin Changsheng, the Fallen Emperor. After countless autumns and a great dream, what year is this eve? The stooped old man sighed once more. 1,000,000 years had passed, and he was astonished to find the Jiang family had fallen into such desolation. With a mere peak quasi-emperor daring to assault their gates. How lamentable. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression shifted from melancholy to sharpness. As if he could pierce through all illusions, a terrifying force surging forth from within him. Instantly, the heavens and earth shifted, and the sun and moon lost their light. Every person felt as though they were bound by an invisible power, unable to move, their hearts racing as if they might burst from their chests, and their souls reverberating with dread. They could not help but gaze at the figure in the sky, resembling a god. This was the legendary emperor. So fearsome. Even Ouyang Chu, wielding an imperial weapon, changed countenance, his form flashing as he flew to Qin Changsheng's side. He had not anticipated that the gap between a fully unleashed emperor and a peak quasi-emperor could be so vast. The mere aura instilled such fear that he found himself unable to act. Now, all he could do was await the actions of the senior. The Jiang family emperor looked down at Ouyang Chu's retreat with a disdainful smile, dismissing him as nothing more than a mere mouse. The thunderous voice reverberated once more, shaking the heavens and the earth. Though the extreme Dao Emperor weapons are formidable, their true power is contingent upon the wielder. A mere pinnacle of quasi-emperor status should not presume that possessing such imperial weapons grants them the liberty to act recklessly. If one were to perish at my hands, they ought to feel honored. Given that you have presented 2 extreme Dao Emperor weapons to the Jiang family, I decree that upon your demise, every member of the Qin family shall take their own lives, and thus this matter shall be resolved. As a supreme emperor, he is undoubtedly entitled to utter such words. After speaking, he casually cast his gaze skyward, sensing that the heavenly Tao had taken notice of him. It was likely that should he take action, he would invoke the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. Yet, it mattered little. The acquisition of 2 more extreme Dao Emperor weapons for the Jiang family would render the loss of several tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation worthwhile. At this juncture, swift resolution was imperative, a decisive strike was necessary. Annihilate them, heavenly Dao Star Fist. In an instant, countless phantoms of fists materialized in the void, both illusory and substantial, completely ensnaring Ouyang Chu and the others, rendering them incapable of even teleportation, as they surged forth with terrifying intent to kill. Qin Changsheng observed all of this silently, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Dao Star Fist? Why not the Pegasus Meteor Fist? Such pretense is unending. We all have to return home to accompany our wives after this banquet. His opponent had flaunted their prowess long enough. It was now his turn to shine. Step back. I am about to display my brilliance. The sudden arrival of the Jiang family's emperor, coupled with his earlier reconnaissance, had instilled in him a vague sense of impending crisis. Indeed, this world was not as simple as it seemed. Although these old coins could not match his strength, their concealment abilities were remarkable. To preempt any unforeseen events, he resolved to take a more proactive approach, perhaps flirt with his former love interests and exploit the system for its benefits. Today presented an excellent opportunity to subtly reveal his quasi-emperor pinnacle cultivation, followed by a grand display of imperial might, feigning a severe injury to elicit concern from his former flames. In a state of injury, they would be less likely to engage in jealousy, thereby elegantly resolving the awkwardness of a love triangle. A dual-purpose plan, perfect. A sigh, seemingly innocuous, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Initially intending to interact with you as an ordinary individual, I never anticipated such developments. I have also been an emperor, it is merely that. As Qin Changsheng's words faded, a surge of quasi-emperor power erupted from within him, subtly exceeding the limits of a quasi-emperor, with a faint trace of imperial majesty flickering into existence. In that moment, the oppressive aura of the Jiang family's emperor mysteriously vanished. Those who had just moments ago been rendered immobile and breathless suddenly felt a resurgence of their abilities. They turned in unison towards the source of the voice, astonished. Was it not a mere wedding banquet? Yet here appeared a second emperor? A formidable energy swirled around Qin Changsheng, manifesting as a terrifying tempest of power. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng's body radiated a resplendent glow, as if he had amassed all his strength in a dazzling display. In an instant, numerous colossal fingers emerged around him. The great wilderness prisoner of heaven finger. The spectral fingers surged towards the shadow of a fist in the void, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the arena. As the phantom fingers and the fist shadow met, the void collapsed in an explosion of blinding light, only to gradually neutralize and settle into tranquility. Remarkably, they were evenly matched. For a moment, the entire world seemed to fall into silence, as if time itself had frozen. Gulp. Many spectators quietly swallowed their disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. If they were not mistaken, it was Qin Changsheng who had withstood the might of the Jiang family emperor, countering his imperial strike. That fabled fortunate soul who had mistakenly consumed the elixir of immortality, a mere mortal, deemed a failure in cultivation. The same man who, relying on his family's power, had entangled himself with several goddesses, a ne'er-do-well. He was, astonishingly, at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Yet, this revelation rendered previous assumptions reasonable. Many nodded silently, deep in thought. Impossible, the Jiang family emperor bellowed, his eyes flashing with profound astonishment. How could a quasi-emperor at the pinnacle unleash an imperial strike capable of completely countering his renowned technique? The adversary was not a perfected holy body, beneath the emperor rank. All were but ants, not mere empty words. No, you are not a quasi-emperor at the pinnacle. You are an emperor, one who has severed a part of yourself, descending in rank. It was unclear how you retained the full force of an emperor's strike. The Jiang family emperor seemed to grasp the truth and roared in a frenzy. Ha ha ha, madman. You are nothing but a lunatic, resorting to such insanity to remain in the mortal realm. Do you not realize that the heavenly path has a spirit? By severing a part of yourself, you effectively reject the gifts of the heavenly way. The fate of an emperor has run its course, and in this life, you shall never ascend to the emperor's heights again. It is akin to self-sabotage, a deliberate severing of your own path. How absurd, how laughable, you fool. Ha ha. The Jiang family emperor's thunderous laughter reverberated across the heavens and earth, echoing throughout the Jiang family. It unveiled the secret of Qin Changsheng. All present were once again thoroughly shocked, their eyes wide with horror and existential doubt. Qin Changsheng was not merely at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, but an emperor? An emperor who had severed his own realm to remain in this world. Their own levels of understanding were too low to perceive the truth. Yet the ancient ancestor of the Jiang family was also an emperor. His insight could not be mistaken. Although it sounded incredible, when combined with Qin Changsheng's various deeds, it seemed entirely plausible. Some who had previously scorned Qin Changsheng as a scoundrel felt a chill in their hearts. Would he truly seek retribution after the harvest? What a cunning individual. Clearly at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, yet he chose to masquerade as a mere mortal, parading himself daily. Chapter 112. The unexpected judgment of annihilation. Qin Jun and Ouyang Chu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion, feeling utterly perplexed. Wasn't he the ancestor at the pinnacle of the emperor realm? How could he claim to be capable of battling the celestial beings? Surely, he wasn't engaging in mere bravado, was he? Or perhaps, this so-called battle was not the kind they had envisioned? A sense of unease enveloped Qin Jun. He worried that the impending spectacle might overwhelm his ancestor. Yet, as he observed the elder standing with an air of composure, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an unmistakable aura of confidence, coupled with memories of the wondrous Star Tower, realization dawned upon him. The ancestor was merely indulging in his penchant for theatrics. Though he did not fully grasp the elder's intentions, as a descendant, he understood he must not remain a passive observer. He needed to play along. Thus, he exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed ancestor, you have made such grand efforts. Yet why have you not shared this with us? It is entirely our fault as your unworthy descendants, still failing to produce a great emperor to ease your burdens. Esteemed ancestor, I do hope your actions do not invoke the wrath of heaven." Qin Jun lamented dramatically, his wails echoing, leading one to believe that his ancestor had met an untimely end. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, contemplating how he might silence this audacious youth. This was his moment, yet Qin Jun dared to steal the spotlight. How utterly conspicuous he was. At that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very core of those present, their eardrums quivering violently. The sky above churned with dark clouds, lightning intertwining, casting a menacing shadow over a vast expanse. A formidable bolt of lightning erupted, revealing a colossal eye gradually manifesting at the center of the firmament. This was the eye of Heaven's will, a harbinger of divine retribution. Someone gasped in horror. Goodness! Have my words summoned this calamity? Qin Changsheng leaped in alarm, covering his mouth, instinctively retreating from his ancestor's side, fearful that the divine wrath might strike him too. Such a grave responsibility was best left to the elder. The ominous clouds continued to gather, thunder rumbling ominously, flashing with blinding brilliance, as if the heavens were incensed, passing judgment upon the mortals. Ultimately, from the depths of the storm clouds, two divine bolts of lightning emerged, faintly tinged with purple. Countless individuals held their breath, acutely aware of the awe-inspiring force of the heavenly punishment, their faces drained of color, hearts filled with dread and helplessness towards the divine will. They involuntarily turned their gazes towards Qin Changsheng and the emperor of the Jiang family, understanding that the target of this divine retribution was none other than the two of them. Annihilation's thunder punishment, the purple cloud divine thunder? The emperor of the Jiang family exclaimed in horror. Impossible. This cannot be. I have merely intervened once. How could such a terrifying divine punishment be provoked? Could it be that in this golden era, the Destiny Emperor is so crucial that the heavens refuse to allow an emperor to emerge prematurely? Though he was uncertain why the punishment had arrived so belatedly, he had long prepared for it, having sacrificed countless years of arduous cultivation to withstand the divine wrath. Yet, he had anticipated a typical punishment, not this purple cloud divine thunder. How could he withstand such a force? Preserving his primordial spirit might be the best he could hope for. His physical form would likely be beyond salvation. This time, there was a slight loss, fortunately. He managed to obtain two supreme imperial weapons, which restored some vitality. However, as he gazed at Qin Changsheng, who stood motionless, seemingly stunned with fear, he felt a sense of comfort in knowing that someone else was worse off than himself. With a mocking tone, he sneered, "Hee, Qin Changsheng, your demise is certain. You have now fallen from the realm of the great emperor. I do not believe your peak quasi-emperor physique can withstand this world-destroying thunder punishment." Qin Changsheng, uninterested in engaging, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze filled with a profound weariness, striking a rather handsome pose in anticipation of the impending thunder punishment. Just a pitiful, floundering old emperor, a mere clown. If it weren't for his own plans, he would have long since smitten his opponent with a single blow. Moreover, he had resolved that during the heavenly punishment, he would secretly employ some subtle tactics to ensure his adversary did not escape unscathed. If his opponent survived, he would no longer be called Qin Changsheng. He felt no concern for himself. With the protection of the Hongmeng creation scripture and the system at his disposal, it was already quite flattering that the heavenly Tao did not call him father. At this moment, two bolts of purple divine thunder had fully formed in the sky, carrying the might of heaven and earth, striking towards them and illuminating the entire firmament. I am invincible against mortals. If not against heaven, then whom shall I battle? Come. Qin Changsheng's garments billowed in the wind, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve, exuding an air of defiance, as if prepared to challenge the heavens. Come forth, purple divine thunder. Ravage me without mercy. Yet within his heart, he contemplated how to make his performance more convincing, how to appear more grievously wounded. He wished to elicit abundant sympathy from his ex-girlfriend, while simultaneously ensuring that he would not miss out on the genuine care he would receive while bedridden. Good. Someone in the crowd remarked. Their impression of Qin Changsheng significantly improved. Facing death with such composure, what a true hero. No wonder he was once a great emperor. Another voice chimed in. However, this statement elicited peculiar expressions from the onlookers. It sounded reasonable, yet felt strangely off. The emperor of the Jiang family observed Qin Changsheng putting on an act even as death approached, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Yet in this moment, there was no time for further contemplation. Gazing at the impending purple divine thunder, he too proclaimed with lofty bravado, "Ha! Bring it on." In an instant, his expression changed drastically, terror and disbelief flooding his features. Before everyone's eyes, the two bolts of purple divine thunder roared toward Qin Changsheng and the Jiang family's emperor. Yet, the bolt originally aimed at Qin Changsheng suddenly veered midair, striking instead at the ancestor of the Jiang family. What the hell, Heavenly Tao, are you playing with me? The Jiang family emperor, summoning all his strength, directed a cordial greeting towards the Heavenly Tao, simultaneously gesturing with a universally recognized sign. Moments later, the two bolts of purple divine thunder arrived in an instant, one obliterating the body, the other annihilating the soul, swiftly engulfing the Jiang family emperor. Thus, an ancient emperor of yore was extinguished. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events. This was utterly unheard of. The purple divine thunder could discern individuals and objects, and even change course. What heinous acts did the emperor of the Jiang family commit to invoke the wrath of heaven, resulting in two bolts of divine purple lightning? The crowd, utterly perplexed, directed their gaze solely upon Qin Changsheng. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the heavens, fixated on the serpentine purple lightning. The sudden turn of events had left him bewildered, his thoughts a turbulent storm. I had prepared my stance. You choose not to appear? Bah, wretched Heavenly Tao. How can the world perceive me now? How did I sustain such grievous injuries? How did I earn a visit from my former lover? How shall I exploit the system's benefits? What shall unfold next? At this moment, even the esteemed actor Qin Changsheng felt a tinge of panic. Beside him, Qin Jun was thoroughly shaken, a dreadful speculation creeping into his mind. Could it be that our ancestor has an affair with the Heavenly Tao? How astonishing! But does the Heavenly Tao even have a gender? Qin Jun found himself ensnared in profound confusion. Chapter 113. The Trial of Inner Demons. The Jiang family's imminent downfall. Qin Changsheng maintained his earlier posture while his mind raced in overdrive, contemplating how to navigate the unfolding drama. This is all the fault of the Heavenly Tao. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he conceived a brilliant idea. Abruptly, his spiritual energy surged chaotically within him, his visage turning as pale as a sheet. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and blood swiftly trickled from the corner of his mouth. His body began to tremble, akin to withered leaves breaking in the autumn breeze. He strained to raise his hand, pointing towards the eye of the Heavenly Tao above, his voice quivering as he proclaimed, "It is indeed the trial of inner demons." Such terrifying divine retribution. With that, his arm fell limply, his body swayed precariously as if on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, his thoughts echoed frantically in Qin Jun and Qin Yu's ears. "You fools, can't you see? Hurry and support me." Though uncertain of their ancestors' intentions, Qin Jun and Qin Yu reacted swiftly. Just as they were about to spring into action, others were even quicker. Yunnan Gu and Mo Shaoshi had already arrived at his side, one on the left and one on the right, supporting him. Their eyes remained glued to Qin Changsheng, and upon witnessing his sudden spurt of blood, they were filled with anxiety and concern. "Changsheng, are you all right?" Yunnan Gu inquired with genuine worry. I'm not dead yet," Qin Changsheng replied. He hadn't anticipated that they would reach him before Qin Jun and Qin Yu, but feeling the softness of their arms and inhaling their fragrant presence, he thought that perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. Gazing at the mature woman and the youthful girl beside him, a thought suddenly struck him. Should I engage in a romantic entanglement with both of them, only to part ways and then reconcile, thoroughly exploiting the system's benefits? The system only states that a woman can claim her rewards once per stage. Surely, that would be reasonable. This cannot be deemed a bug in the system, can it? After all, the system only mentioned reclaiming an ex-girlfriend, without specifying that it must be someone previously acquainted. Nevertheless, he immediately condemned himself in the depths of his heart. Looking down upon his own actions, how could he engage in such morally reprehensible behavior for the sake of a system reward? Absolutely unacceptable. For would this not inflict harm upon others? In the past, he was naive and inexperienced, but now he considered himself a paragon of virtue. There was no way he could reconcile this with himself. It had nothing to do with him at all. After resolutely abandoning these thoughts, Qin Changsheng turned to Qin Jun and the others, declaring, "I can no longer endure this. The heavens are unpredictable, and I am gravely wounded. I fear my days are numbered. Qin Jun, remember to inform Su Muru and Mu Xuedong that before I depart, I wish to see them once more." Qin Changsheng gasped for breath, as if on the brink of death. Hearing this, Qin Jun was at a loss for words, exchanging glances with Qin Yu, realizing the true intention of their ancestor. To think that such a commotion was stirred up merely for the sake of pursuing women. Truly, their ancestor remained steadfast in his desires, never forgetting his original intentions. At that moment, the other guests also grasped the meaning behind Qin Changsheng's words. Emerging from their shock, no wonder 2 bolts of purple thunder had struck the Jiang family's emperor. It turned out that Qin Changsheng had encountered an even more terrifying and enigmatic heart demon calamity. The heart demon tribulation directly targeted the essence of the path. With only a rare few able to emerge unscathed, it was unimaginable that even the once great Emperor Qin Changsheng had suffered grievous injuries, barely clinging to life. The heavenly path was taken aback by Qin Changsheng's audacity. Had it not been for the formidable origins of the individual, it would have unleashed 99 bolts of purple thunder to obliterate him. However, after careful consideration, the eye of the heavenly path swiftly closed, retreating hastily. Forget it. Not worth the trouble. The calamity clouds dissipated swiftly, leaving the sky clear once more. The onlookers gazed at the rapidly vanishing eye of the heavenly path, feeling an inexplicable sensation arise within them. Was the eye of the heavenly path seemingly fleeing in disarray? Impossible, inconceivable. At this moment, Jiang Yaoci murmured to himself, his face ashen, marked by despair, as if the entire world had collapsed. The family's emperor ancestor, a supreme being who had survived since the age of the fallen emperors, had met his end just like that. The spiritual pillar of the Jiang family was utterly gone. Illusion, this must be an illusion, it has to be. Jiang Jin appeared almost frantic, repeatedly muttering. He was the exalted head of the Jiang family, destined to stand among the elite at the pinnacle of the world. How could it have come to this? Observing their distress, the guests finally came to their senses. This was the Jiang family, and today marked the grand wedding of the Jiang family's saintess. Yet, it seemed the Jiang family was on the brink of ruin. A day of joyous celebration had turned into one of mourning. With the death of the Jiang family's emperor ancestor and the shattering of their great formation. Before Ouyang Chu, who wielded imperial weaponry, the remaining forces were nothing but remnants, utterly powerless. However, if that is the case, the gifts presented today would be in vain, would they not? Many felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that the hard-earned wealth they had accumulated would, in an instant, become the spoils of the Qin family. Qin Changsheng displayed indifference to the unfolding events, feigning weakness as he addressed elder Ouyang Chu. The remaining troubles shall fall upon you. Since the Jiang family desires to eliminate me and seize the Qin family's star tower, they must also contemplate the repercussions of their failure. Very well, Ouyang Chu replied nonchalantly, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. Having lived for so many years, he had grown accustomed to the rise and fall of various clans. The demise of an ancient imperial family like the Jiang was hardly a novel occurrence. You cannot annihilate the Jiang family. They have shed blood and sacrificed themselves for humanity on the battlefield, earning their merits. Do you not fear inciting the world's disdain by obliterating the Jiang family? Jiang Bishi, the elder of the Jiang clan, shouted in a fit of desperation, although the sudden loss of their ancient ancestor had nearly driven him to despair. Preserving the Jiang family and his own life was of paramount importance at that moment. A flicker of disdain passed through Ouyang Chu's eyes, while amid their contributions now, when such thoughts had not surfaced earlier. Moreover, possessing the knowledge of his former peak as a quasi-emperor, he understood that the relationship between humanity and the myriad races had always been a struggle for survival. Following the latter period of the mythical era and into the primal era, as humanity gradually secured its position, their relations with other races had not been characterized by unrelenting hostility. Rather, they resembled preparation for greater threats. All races in the vast world of Tianxian shared a common enemy, the foreign tribes. The current dark forbidden zones were primarily formed by the fall of various emperors, succumbing to the ominous aura emanating from the rulers of these foreign entities. Furthermore, with the presence of the esteemed Qin Changsheng, even if certain races harbored ill intentions, what could they accomplish? Thus, Ouyang Chu wasted no words. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, with sword energy erupting from the blade's tip, carrying with it the supreme imperial might. In an instant, the unprepared Jiang Bishi was pierced through, leaving him cold and lifeless. As Jiang Bishi turned, he had yet to utter a word before he collapsed. Despite having lost his fighting spirit, with his own quasi-emperor level of cultivation, he could have resisted for a while, or even fled alone, and Ouyang Chu might not have been able to stop him. However, he had never anticipated that his opponent, with prominent brows and large eyes, would be a cunning ambusher. Caught unprepared, he was struck by an imperial weapon. It was an absolute disgrace for someone of the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 114. Qin Changsheng's fortunate circumstance is disrupted after dispatching Jiang Bishi. Ouyang Chu grinned menacingly, resembling a villain, as he prepared to eliminate Yi Yaoyan. Yet, just as he was about to extinguish his adversary, a cloud of black mist suddenly erupted from Yi Yaoyan. Ha ha ha, you wish to kill me, Yi Yaoyan? Perhaps in your next life, rang out Yi Yaoyan's audacious voice from within the mist, as he vanished from sight. Qin Changsheng was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the child of destiny was not so easily vanquished. It was evident that the methods of the nameless emperor resided within Yi Yaoyan's mind. However, he remained unfazed. With the domain of time at his disposal, he was utterly invincible beneath the realm of immortals. Wait, he called out to Ouyang Chu, who was poised to continue his assault. With the assistance of the two women, he approached the injured Xianyuan Yufeng, who lay on the ground. Given the connection to Yun Che's former girlfriend, he felt compelled to seek clarity. Do not insult me, Xianyuan Yufeng exclaimed in terror as Qin Changsheng drew near. Goodness, just look at your ghastly appearance. Who would dare to insult you? Your wrinkles could crush a saint-level mosquito. Qin Changsheng suppressed his disgust and straightforwardly inquired, Xianyuan Yufeng, simply tell me the whereabouts of Lan Ling, and I shall spare your life. Lan Ling was, after all, his beloved in the guise of Yun Che. Ha ha. Suddenly, as if realizing Qin Changsheng's intentions, Xianyuan Yufeng erupted into wild laughter. Once the laughter subsided, she fixed Qin Changsheng with a piercing gaze, tinged with resentment. Qin Changsheng, your notorious infidelity is known to all. Do not feign such deep affection. If you wish to know of Lan Ling's fate, come to hell to seek me. I despise Lan Ling, and I loathe you, Yun Che. Her voice abruptly ceased, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as her head slowly bowed in defeat. It was evident that she had severed her own meridians, extinguishing her spirit. Yet, her final address of Qin Changsheng as Yun Che was laden with significance. Is she truly dead? Just like that? So abruptly? What of the hints regarding Lan Ling's whereabouts? This does not align with the narrative. Qin Changsheng pondered, bewildered. Moreover, why such animosity towards me? Is it because I did not claim you for myself? Given your current state, that would indeed be quite a tall order. Qin Changsheng was somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated that his opponent would be such a fierce woman. Caught off guard, he had not managed to intervene in time, rendering himself akin to an ultimate villain. Alas, he cast a glance at Xianyuan Yufeng's lifeless body and sighed deeply. With matters having reached this point, he could only visit the Xianyuan family in the future. Feeling that the most critical issue had been resolved without a clear conclusion, he lost interest in the remaining affairs. Oh dear, my injuries have worsened. I can no longer endure. Quickly, carry me back to the Qin residence. Qin Changsheng suddenly lamented, his head tilting as he nestled into the softness of Yuan Nange's embrace, utterly spent. As for why he did not lean on Mo Xiaoshu instead, well, that would be uncomfortable. Yuan Nange was taken aback by Qin Changsheng's dramatic display in front of everyone. Instantly, her fair face flushed crimson, and in a flurry, she lifted Qin Changsheng, soaring into the sky with Mo Xiaoshu, heading towards the Qin family. Shameless. Qin Zhen watched as the ancestor gradually vanished, unable to suppress his disdain within. The competitive atmosphere among his sister-in-law's peers was indeed intensifying. What followed unfolded seamlessly, without any hindrances. The Qin family became renowned in a single battle. As the sun rose on the second day, the events that transpired within the Jiang family had taken on a life of their own, swiftly circulating throughout the entire human realm and igniting a tempest of discussion. Everyone engaged in fervent discourse, and the human populace was utterly ablaze with excitement. Huh, I knew it all along. Who dares to claim that there are no great emperors among humanity? Alas, it is a pity that this one, having prematurely emerged, transgressed the prohibitions of the heavenly Tao and was eradicated without mercy. Truly a lamentable fate. Indeed, it seems that after this incident, until a new emperor arises, no ancient beings will dare to risk their lives to meddle in imperial affairs. Sigh. Most were left sighing in regret. For humanity had finally witnessed the emergence of a surviving emperor, only to see him vanish just as swiftly. The heavenly Tao is merciless. However, the knowledge that many had gathered at the Jiang family feast provided some solace to the masses. After all, It could be considered a prelude to bidding farewell to this illustrious emperor of humanity. In stark contrast to the fleeting brilliance of the Jiang family emperor, discussions surrounding Qin Changsheng were laden with controversy. No one anticipated that the seemingly unassuming Qin Changsheng, who presented himself as an ordinary mortal, was in fact a peak quasi-emperor, and had once been a true emperor. Many had believed him to be a mere wretch relying on familial power, yet he emerged as a genuine tyrant. This revelation left countless individuals grappling with disbelief, struggling to find their footing amidst the tumult. After all the vitriol, it turned out that the fool was none other than themselves. Nevertheless, dissenters remained, privately condemning the Qin family and denouncing Qin Changsheng. The Qin family was deemed unworthy, and Qin Changsheng was labeled ungrateful. The Jiang family, being one of the foremost clans of humanity, suffered greatly as Qin Changsheng, consumed by personal vendetta, permitted Ouyang Chu to obliterate the Jiang family, an act deemed utterly heinous. With the barrier between myriad clans on the brink of collapse and war imminent, the Qin family's actions were seen as gravely sinful. They were the true scourge of humanity, and I, representing our explosive alliance, vehemently condemn them. As an ancient emperor of humanity, Qin Changsheng, in his pursuit of romance, had even resorted to self-harm, seducing countless unparalleled beauties over the years, both openly and covertly. This shameful behavior was a disgrace to humanity, and I stand opposed to him. In summary, Qin Changsheng's reputation remained unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, he lay upon a hospital bed, lost in a blissful reverie, experiencing a peculiar blend of pain and pleasure. Changsheng, despite your condition, you should focus on your recovery. How can you still think of Wanqiao? You mustn't blame me. It is solely your beauty that captivates me. While many things grow tiresome over time, you only bring me joy the more I gaze upon you. You incorrigible fool. How vexing. Wanqiao, although I suffer, I understand that to love someone is to be indulgent, while to cherish them is to exercise restraint. I shall endure in silence. Changsheng, how could I bear to see you in pain? How can I assist you? Perhaps you could. Wanqiao's voice was but a whisper, lingering in the air. After a lengthy pause, Changsheng, I heard you were gravely injured. How are you faring? A figure burst into the room with fervor. It was Wang Wanyin, who had just emerged from her seclusion and training. Upon hearing the sudden news of Qin Changsheng's grave injury, she, in a state of turmoil, rushed in without even knocking. A piercing scream echoed through the Qin residence once more. However, this time, she did not turn to leave. Instead, she covered her eyes, her cheeks flushed crimson at the scene before her, her heart racing. Yet, curiosity and confusion compelled her to discreetly peek through her fingers, unable to divert her gaze any longer. Chapter 115. The desolation of Nangong Yin and the grandmother's counsel. Qin Changsheng's awkward gaze flitted between Wanqiao and Wang Wanyin, and in that moment, he found himself harboring a bold thought. Yet, as soon as this notion took root, it was ruthlessly extinguished. No, life stretches ahead. Everything must unfold gradually. Yet, Wang Wanyin truly baffled him. At over 500 years old, she consistently displayed such childishness. When would she truly mature? Wanqiao was equally startled by Wang Wanyin's sudden appearance, but she had no time to dwell on it earlier. Once she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and shyness, a wave of inexplicable emotions surging within her. Bowing her head, she dashed out in haste, leaving behind a disheveled Qin Changsheng and a bewildered Wang Wanyin, exchanging glances of confusion. Humph, a scoundrel! Wang Wanyin spat out, turning on her heel to leave. The once cozy room turned cold again, leaving only the solitary figure of Qin Changsheng. He pondered whether Mu Rou, Xue Tong, and Ru Yin had received the news. I am severely injured. This is when I need comfort and care the most. Ultimately, a long sigh echoed throughout the room. Creak. After a while, the door to the room opened once more. Not knocking again. The Qin family is becoming increasingly unruly, Qin Changsheng fumed. However, when he looked up, his expression transformed into a smile. Yinner, what brings you here? I heard you were gravely injured, so I came to check on you, Nangong Yin replied, her demeanor calm and unruffled. As she settled onto the edge of the bed, Qin Changsheng's gaze softened, filled with deep affection. He gently took Nangong Yin's delicate hand, gazing at her with tenderness, and spoke softly. Yinner, I feel my time may be short. There are things I have longed to tell you. I know I have made many mistakes in the past, but I kept them from you out of fear of losing you. However, now, Qin Changsheng's voice abruptly halted, and his eyes regained their clarity. No, Nangong Yin knows my true cultivation level. She understands that I am a genuine emperor. He turned his gaze to meet hers. Indeed, Nangong Yin was watching him with keen interest, a smile gracing her lips as she urged, "Speak. Continue. Why have you stopped?" "Humph, still pretending. To self-inflict a wound and fall from grace. You might deceive your old acquaintances, but to try this ruse on me? Scoundrel." However, a subtle joy flickered in her heart. For none of the former flames had witnessed the true prowess of Qin Changsheng, a privilege only she possessed. This was a little secret shared between her and Qin Changsheng. The thoughts of a woman are notoriously difficult to decipher. Upon being exposed, Qin Changsheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly responded, "Yinner, since you are aware that I am merely putting on an act, what brings you here?" In response, Nangong Yan's gaze turned towards Qin Changsheng, her eyes brimming with hope and trepidation, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I heard from Sister Wanqiu that an emperor can extract true spirits from the river of time, reshaping their physical form to resurrect. Therefore, I wish to inquire if my sister Qiner could." Her body quivered slightly, clearly fearful that this was nothing more than a beautiful lie. After a moment of silence, Qin Changsheng slowly replied, "After vanquishing the Buddhist sect, I attempted to traverse the river of time, but regrettably, I discovered that it is a realm beyond the reach of an emperor. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation of the soul. I could not even tread within the river of time, let alone contravene the laws of heaven and earth, or the cycle of reincarnation to retrieve true spirits. However, do not be too disheartened, Yinner. The very existence of this rumor indicates that someone has achieved it in the past. Yet, to reach that stage, one must at least attain the realm of immortality, if not a higher state. Rest assured, one day I shall stand at the pinnacle of all realms and bring Qiner back to life." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yan's body shuddered, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in her eyes as silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had known all along that resurrecting her sister was an unattainable dream. After all, it was tantamount to opposing the heavenly path and the cycle of reincarnation, an endeavor beyond the capabilities of any emperor. As for Qin Changsheng's assertion that it might be possible in the future, she regarded it as mere consolation. Immortals? Such beings had become legends, mere taboos, let alone the need for even loftier realms. Wiping away her tears and stifling her grief, Nangong Yin said, "Changsheng, since you are well, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to depart, leaving behind a solitary and desolate figure. Sighing, Qin Changsheng watched Nangong Yan's retreating silhouette, his heart filled with both pain and helplessness. He extended his hand, wishing to call out to her, but found himself at a loss for words. He understood the anguish she concealed within, yet he was powerless to provide comfort. Moreover, to resurrect one would necessitate the revival of all his former flames. He could not favor one over the others. The sheer number was a burden he found difficult to bear. Let us take one step at a time," Qin Changsheng sighed resignedly. In the northern region, at the Su family estate, the recent attempts by the family's ancestral elders to persuade Su Mu had all ended in failure. For reasons unknown, she refrained from seeking out Qin Changsheng. In desperation, they summoned the family's oldest matriarch, the one who had always cherished Su Mu the most. By the lakeside of the Su family, the waters shimmered gently. Su Mu stood by the lakeside, her brow furrowed, as if burdened by unspeakable sorrow, reminiscent of a river of spring water flowing eastward. This morning, she had learned of Qin Changsheng's severe injury, leaving her in a state of disarray, fervently wishing to visit him. Yet, recalling how he had not sought her out in recent days and had been entangled with other women, a wave of inexplicable frustration washed over her. Coupled with her feminine reserve, she found herself at a loss, resorting to silent prayers. Suddenly, a serene aura enveloped her, as a warm, aged hand gently rested on her shoulder. Su Mu lifted her head in astonishment, exclaiming, "Great-grandmother, what brings you out here?" She felt a surge of joy. Her great-grandmother, advanced in years, had seldom ventured out from their ancestral home. It is for our talented girl, little Muro." Her great-grandmother's face radiated affection. "I apologize, great-grandmother, for causing you worry," Su Mu replied, her tone tinged with guilt and melancholy. Observing her demeanor, her great-grandmother merely patted her hand gently and smiled. Oh. The little Moro who once vowed to rid the world of heartless men now finds herself troubled by a romantic figure. Love is indeed an enigma. Feeling teased by her elder, Su Moro stomped her foot in protest. Ha ha. Dear Moro, her great-grandmother continued, as someone who has traversed this path, I perceive matters more clearly than you might. Men, particularly exceptional ones, often have multiple romantic entanglements. I have just heard of Qin Changsheng's exploits, and he currently has only 3 rumored love interests. Given his former status as an emperor, having merely 3 ex-girlfriends is quite commendable. Moreover, as the ancestor of the Qin family, which is flourishing, it is hardly surprising that he has not sought you out. I believe if you still harbor feelings for Qin Changsheng, you should heed the true voice of your heart, face it courageously, and strive for your own happiness. Su Moro gazed at her great-grandmother, the confusion in her eyes diminishing, replaced by a glimmer of clarity. Her great-grandmother continued, furthermore, with Qin Changsheng's currently revealed prowess at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, alongside the power of the Qin family and the Star Tower, there is immense benefit to our Su family as well. Taking the initiative would not be a loss, it would also benefit you. No, men are merely external possessions. I wish to prove my worth through my own efforts, Su Muro declared, her fists clenched and her gaze resolute. Oh, foolish child. Her great-grandmother sighed softly. With a profound expression, men may be external possessions, yet they are also intrinsic to our lives. At that moment, Su Muro fell silent, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. Despite her ethereal purity, she had lived for millennia and was not naive in matters of knowledge. She had never anticipated that a respected elder would utter such brazen words, catching her completely off guard. The matriarch of the Su family, being a woman of experience, seemed unfazed by her previous remarks and continued, Muro, I understand your concerns about not being able to control Qin Changsheng. Allow me to share a secret with you. Just like this. Training a man follows a similar principle. Upon hearing this, Su Muro's mind buzzed with disbelief. How could her grandmother be so indiscreet? The blush that had barely touched her cheeks now flared into a deep crimson, as her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her garment. After all, she was still a young maiden. Ultimately, in life, there are moments when one must follow their heart, lest they be left with regrets. All right, Muro, that's enough for now. I shall take my leave. And so, under Su Muro's gaze, the matriarch gradually disappeared around the corner. Follow one's heart. Su Muro placed a hand on her chest, murmuring to herself. At the Tianyin Pavilion headquarters, Meng Ruyan had just concluded her meditation. She stretched languidly like a cat, her graceful form swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an alluring charm. A maid approached, bowing her head to report, Mistress, we have received news from the Jiang family. They have been annihilated, and Master Qin Chang has revealed his true prowess, emerging as a peaked quasi-emperor who had self-inflicted a fatal wound. What? Meng Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning, her pupils dilating in shock, as if time had frozen around her. The man she had always believed to be a mere mortal, whom she had once tormented, was in fact a great emperor? She hurriedly took the communication talisman from the maid, scrutinizing the information regarding Qin Changsheng with utmost seriousness. After a considerable time, she finally emerged from this unfathomable reality, her heart racing violently. This was indeed true. With trembling fingertips, she brushed aside the stray strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within her. In an instant, her world collapsed. Initially, she had thought she was the one in control, but it turned out he had been playing her all along. In the beginning, she had been the leader of a band of mountain bandits, while Qin Changsheng viewed her as a source of calamity, harboring a rather poor impression of her. She had leveraged her strength to forcibly abduct him to her lair. Assuming the role of the bandit queen, on their wedding night, she had exhausted every conceivable means of seduction, yet Qin Changsheng had resolutely resisted, fighting back with all his might until she relented. As time passed, they began to understand each other and ultimately fell in love. Later on, Qin Changsheng had captivated her, only to vanish, while she fortuitously embarked on the path of cultivation. Reflecting on those bygone days, Meng Ruyan felt a surge of embarrassment, a complex array of emotions uncontrollably swelling within her, engulfing her entire being. It turned out he was an emperor. He must have self-inflicted that wound. Emerging from an unknown realm, disguising oneself as a mere mortal, willingly subjected to one's own manipulation. No, it is one who manipulates oneself. How infuriating! Meng Ruyan seethed with indignation. Surely, Qin Changsheng had set his sights on her, employing a strategy of feigned restraint. What a clever ruse, what profound cunning. Yet, unexpectedly, she burst into laughter. Isn't this all the more intriguing? Gathering all the sacred healing elixirs from the pavilion, I shall pay a visit to the Qin family. After issuing her commands to the maidservants, a faint, enigmatic smile graced the corners of Meng Ruyan's lips. In the ice god palace, the pen clattered to the ground. Yet Mu Xuedong remained unresponsive, clearly shaken by the news of Qin Changsheng's grievous injuries. Divine retribution. This is indeed divine retribution. Her heart contracted sharply. As if pierced by a frigid needle, an overwhelming sense of terror and anxiety surged from within. Biting her lip tightly to stifle her tears, her hands trembled uncontrollably. And her breath quickened. What should I do? Panic began to envelop her, for after all, Qin Changsheng had angered the heavens. After a considerable time, she regained her composure. Forcing herself to breathe deeply, she called out to the maidservants of the Ice God Palace. Hurry, bring forth the 10 full restoration pills from the treasury. Her voice quivered slightly. By the command of the palace master. But why would Senior Qin Changsheng require the 10 full restoration pills when he is gravely injured? The maidservant responded, albeit with confusion. At these words, Mu Xuedong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why did I mention the 10 full restoration pills? A mysterious force seemed to be guiding her. Nevertheless, dismissing her doubts, Mu Xuedong urged urgently. No matter, quickly gather all the sacred healing elixirs from the treasury, including the restorative potions. In the ancient realm of the Yaochi, the ethereal Yaochi Empress stood upon the jade steps, her garments billowing in the wind. Resembling a celestial being descended to earth. She raised her delicate hand, lightly touching the portrait in her grasp, which depicted a strikingly handsome man, Qin Changsheng. Suddenly, the image emanated a faint ripple, and upon closer inspection, the figure within the portrait began to blur. The once clear features began to dissolve, as if watercolor were being smeared across the canvas. She was taken aback in astonishment. What had transpired? Your Majesty, this is the news regarding the terrifying aura that emerged from the Jiang family yesterday. Please take a look. The Yaochi Empress, Shui Qingqing, took the document and instantly comprehended the situation. It was revealed that Qin Changsheng had unleashed an imperial strike, exposing his former status as an emperor. No wonder the image began to lose clarity. Unable to reflect his true visage, it was the karmic power of the emperor at work. From the moment Qin Changsheng revealed himself, the karmic forces of heaven and earth began to exert their influence. Under the strokes of the pen, his likeness could no longer be depicted. This was the respect of this realm towards the position of an emperor. As for the downfall of the Jiang family, Shui Qingqing paid it no mind. She emerged from obscurity, ascending to the pinnacle of the world, oblivious to the countless families she had obliterated along her journey. Thus, she regarded it with indifference. Yet, upon recalling the specific descriptions of Xianyuan Yufeng in the news, a faint smile graced her lips. With a barely perceptible curve at the corners of her mouth, she disdainfully murmured, "Humph, what caliber do they possess to dare covet the same man as I?" Chapter 117. The foremost expert of humanity, Chu Jingtian's visit at the foot of Qin Mountain. An elderly man with silver hair reclined in a chair, narrating the history and heroes of humanity to his attentive grandson. His voice, deep and resonant, bore a tinge of age, echoing through the corridors of memory. "Grandfather, who is the mightiest hero of our people today?" The enthralled grandson suddenly inquired. "The mightiest, indeed," the elder reminisced, a glimmer of reverence flashing in his eyes. "It is none other than the esteemed Chu Jingtian, the foremost expert of humanity. It is said that he is the most extraordinary talent to emerge since the era of the fallen empire, rising to prominence 50,000 years ago and standing ever since at the zenith of humanity. Possessing the revered battle saint body, he grows ever more formidable with each confrontation, earning the title of the supreme expert among myriad races, renowned alongside the divine sovereign and the demon sovereign. Since his emergence, he has single-handedly quelled the entrance of the human realm on the battlefield, ensuring that no formidable adversaries from other races could breach the gates into humanity's domain. granting our people 5 millennia of peace and tranquility. Were it not for the limitations of this era preventing ascension to the throne, he might have already claimed the title of emperor. Alas, his advancing years hinder him from pursuing this celestial mandate. At this juncture, the elder sighed deeply. "Grandfather, have you ever met the esteemed Qin Changsheng?" the inquisitive grandson asked. "Of course, I have encountered him. I was once a part of the battlefield myself," the elder retorted, brimming with pride. I don't believe it. Grandfather is just boasting." Just as the elder was about to retort, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure at the street corner, rendering him momentarily speechless in disbelief. A tall, imposing middle-aged man approached steadily, making his way towards the Qin residence. "Grandfather, what is the matter?" The young grandson noticed the elder's unusual demeanor. The elder, trembling, struggled to articulate. Could it truly be Qin Changsheng? No one could have anticipated that the man who had spent the majority of his life stationed on the battlefield would personally visit the Qin family. Was it perhaps to inquire after the severely injured Qin Changsheng? Even though Qin Changsheng had once been an emperor, could he truly warrant such an esteemed visitor? In a moment, the elder was engulfed in profound astonishment. "Ancestor, Qin Changsheng has come to visit. Should we receive him?" A young maid knocked on the door, her voice tinged with excitement. This was a precaution taken by Qin Changsheng to prevent any unforeseen incidents, stationing a maid at the entrance. "Qin Changsheng?" Qin Changsheng was taken aback. His former lover had not arrived, yet a distinguished man had come instead. Nevertheless, he held considerable admiration for the hero of humanity, who had steadfastly defended the front lines. After all, he had little time to spare for such affairs. His soul is not of this world and inherently indolent, devoid of the noble aspiration to be a savior. Nevertheless, he harbors a profound respect for such individuals. "Let him in," Qin Changsheng replied. Once Qin Changsheng entered, Qin Changsheng dropped the pretense, rising from his seat, as there was no need to feign formality in the presence of a man. "Come sit." The foremost master of the human race, Qin Changsheng. What a name! I have long admired you. Senior Qin, you are excessively courteous. You are the emperor. And in the path of cultivation, it is the accomplished who take precedence. You may simply refer to me as Xiao Chu. Certainly not. You are several millennia my senior and a heroic leader of our kind. How about we address each other as fellow cultivators instead? After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. "What brings you here, my friend?" Qin Changsheng initiated, feeling somewhat perplexed. The unexpected departure from the battlefield to visit him seemed to confer an undue honor upon himself, given his presently revealed prowess. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng hesitated, seemingly finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts, a rare hint of shyness flickering across his resolute countenance. From Yi Qiubai's unusual behavior, he deduced that Qin Changsheng was indeed the true emperor, thus concluding that Qin was not gravely injured. His visit today was for another matter entirely. This piqued Qin Changsheng's curiosity. The typically decisive Qin Changsheng was exhibiting such reticence and indecision. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Changsheng finally spoke. "Qin Daoyu, I have an ungracious request that may be somewhat intrusive. May I express it?" Qin Changsheng was taken aback. "You, with your strong brows and bright eyes, are engaging in such formalities? You have come this far. Why ask if you may speak? Surely I can't refuse. However, an ungracious request that might be intrusive? Goodness, could it be that he harbors feelings for one of my former lovers? If so, I might have to take action against him, and that would indeed make him a public enemy of the human race." "No matter. Speak your mind," Qin Changsheng replied, a tinge of apprehension surfacing within him. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng stood, bowed deeply, and spoke with utmost respect and seriousness. "Qin Daoyu, I am willing to offer everything I possess, including half of the resources of the heavenly martial sacred hall, in exchange for guidance on how to attain the path through strength. I understand this may be an unreasonable demand, yet it is my lifelong aspiration. Could you possibly illuminate the way?" Qin Changsheng felt a flutter of unease, aware that the secret of attaining the path through strength involved boundless opportunities and secrets, constituting an absolute personal privacy. He was indeed asking something rather demanding. However, all he sought was a mere opportunity. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng finally comprehended the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't he about my ex-girlfriend. Otherwise, confronting this revered hero of the human race would have posed quite the dilemma. Nevertheless, as for the path through strength, He was at a loss as well. He could not accomplish such a feat. He was merely a minor figure in this vast world. Was he to candidly inform the man, "Brother, the only thing standing between you and the attainment of the Emperor's path is merely a title?" In that moment, Qin Changsheng fell into a contemplative silence. Beside him, Chu Jingtian observed Qin Changsheng's prolonged silence and could not help but sigh inwardly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. However, this was within his expectations. After all, the causality involved in proving the Tao through strength was immense, even if it was merely a catalyst. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Changsheng suddenly interrupted him. "Chu, my friend, it is not that I am unwilling to share. But the path to becoming an emperor is unparalleled, requiring profound comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth and a synthesis of knowledge. Each individual's journey is unique. While there are numerous methods for an ordinary emperor to attain enlightenment, to traverse further and broader on the path of emperors, one must forge their own way. The manner in which I achieved my Tao may not suit you. Perhaps one day, you will achieve clarity and enlightenment, shattering the shackles within your heart and soaring to great heights." Upon hearing this, Chu Jingtian nodded in agreement. He too believed in steadfastly walking the path he deemed right, learning from the ancients while surpassing them. Yet, having been ensnared at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor for tens of thousands of years, despite maintaining his peak due to his bloodline, the recent resurgence of spiritual energy and the re-emergence of destiny had made him somewhat anxious. "Thank you, Tao friend Qin, for your clarification," Chu Jingtian expressed with a respectful gesture. "Do not be in haste." Qin Changsheng waved his hand and continued. "Although the paths of the Tao are myriad and each can lead to the ultimate destination, there exists a distinction between the greater and lesser paths. I possess a tome I chanced upon. I wonder if it might pique your interest. Pray enlighten me." Thus, Qin Changsheng began to articulate, and as his voice resonated, an ethereal Tao rhythm subtly emerged. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of all things. A hint of pride sparkled in Qin Changsheng's eyes. "See, I do not believe this will fail to impress you." He recited the most revered scripture from the legends of his past life, the Tao Te Ching. However, this sage was not the mediocre saint of this realm, but one whose stature rivaled that of heaven itself, an existence whose rank transcended the heavenly Tao of this world. Whether Chu Jingtian could comprehend it was of no concern to him, for his hidden identity as a formidable figure was already established. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng noticed that the other's state seemed somewhat amiss, and his speech faltered. "Is this enlightenment? No way, across the myriad realms, where the foundational laws of heaven and earth differ, one can attain enlightenment. Truly, the foremost among all races." Qin Changsheng's mouth gaped in astonishment. For the first time he found himself stunned by another. Had he perhaps grown up consuming tainted milk? For he had never gleaned even a fragment of wisdom from the Tao Te Ching. As for Chu Jingtian, upon hearing the Tao Te Ching, it was as if a divine revelation had struck him, immersing him in a golden ocean, reminiscent of the dawn of creation itself. In that instant, boundless mysteries of the laws surged into his mind. Chapter 118. The Origins of the Dark Forbidden Zone, Chu Lao Lu. Time seemed to halt. The essence of all things coalescing within that moment, as his soul felt the call of the Tao. In this moment, he seemed to perceive the pulsations of the earth, the flow of time, the fluctuations of space, and the calls of all living beings. Everything in the world became increasingly lucid, and he felt as though he could hear an infinite voice resonating through the vastness of the cosmos. The Tao gives birth to one, one begets two, two engenders three, and three produces myriad things. Boom. In the void above, bolts of lightning intertwined. The heavens rumbled, shaking the very earth. It felt as if an extraordinary figure had emerged. Alas, Qin Changsheng could not help but exclaim in astonishment. At this moment, he yearned to summon Qin Yu and the others to witness firsthand what it truly meant to be exceptional, to comprehend the profound. Had Qin Yu not been tempered by his own innate power for days on end, he might not even catch a glimpse of the tail lights of such a vehicle. This was the chasm of disparity, the difference between him and the foremost individual of the human race. However, he took solace in the fact that he possessed a system. With the system in hand, the world was his. With a prodigy like Chu Jingtian leading the way, at least Qin Yu and his companions would feel a sense of urgency. Suddenly, Chu Jingtian emerged from his epiphany, slowly opening his eyes. And the calamity clouds in the void dissipated in an instant. Thud. The world's greatest master, Qin Changsheng, knelt on both knees, paying homage as a disciple would. "What are you doing? Quickly rise," Qin Changsheng exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly intervened. It was no wonder he was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the iron-willed Qin Changsheng, who had always stood at the pinnacle of humanity, would engage in such an act. If this were to be witnessed by others, he would be scorned for a millennium. "No, this kneeling is something you must accept. You have acted with great righteousness, sharing such invaluable celestial scriptures with me. I have already discerned a glimmer of breakthrough, and I sense that the depth of this scripture is profoundly formidable. It likely surpasses even the legendary immortal texts. I bear the bloodline of the battle saint body, and from a young age, I have been endowed with the legacy of my family's sacred temple. I have never had a master in this life. Though we lack the formal title of master and disciple, in that moment, we have already established the essence of such a bond. Master, allow me to pay my respects." Thud, thud, thud. He bowed thrice, each action steeped in sincerity. Sighing deeply, Qin Changsheng, seeing the other's steadfastness, could only reluctantly accept it. After all, having such a renowned disciple seemed to bring him honor. He had not anticipated the other's earnestness, so willing to kneel at a moment's notice. It appeared he was indeed a man of pure heart and integrity. Only those with such purity of spirit could traverse the martial path so smoothly and so far. Once the other had risen from his bow, Qin Changsheng finally spoke. "Friend Chu, this matter is known only to us. It must not reach a third party, lest I be subjected to public derision. Henceforth, we shall address each other as friends. All shall heed the master's instructions." Qin Changsheng responded respectfully, still calling him master. Qin friend, that is more appropriate." They then fell into silence, gazing at one another. After a few moments, Qin Changsheng broke the stillness. "Do you have anything further to discuss? If not, you may return." Qin Changsheng could no longer contain himself and spoke up, inwardly grumbling. Despite being the leader of the human race, he was still just an older man. Lingering too long in my room was rather inappropriate. After all, my numerous former girlfriends are set to arrive soon. "Friend Qin, I have indeed come to convey an important message," said Qin Changsheng, his expression shifting to one of gravity and concern. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Although you have attained the status of a great emperor, you must exercise utmost caution regarding the ancient demon abyss and the grave of the fallen emperor, the two most ancient dark zones. The other dark zones are of little consequence." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Qin Changsheng inquired, intrigued. Qin Changsheng was taken aback, not expecting Qin Changsheng to be unaware. He began to speculate that the other might be a reincarnation of an ancient emperor, reborn with memories to defy the heavens and attain enlightenment through strength. To his astonishment, Qin Changsheng seemed oblivious to ancient secrets, suggesting that he was not as he presumed, but rather a genuine inhabitant of this realm. In this life, achieving enlightenment through strength within 10,000 years is a remarkable gift. Contemplating this, Qin Changsheng's astonishment deepened. Noticing the confusion on Qin's face, he calmed himself and elaborated, "We, along with myriad races, are native inhabitants of this world. Since the dawn of creation, we have engaged in a protracted struggle, each striving for supremacy. Ultimately, our contention revolves around survival, the pursuit of destiny, territorial expansion, and the progression of our kin. However, the dark zones are different. They embody only destruction and decay. Anyone who becomes tainted by the ominous forces of the dark zones is inevitably eroded, reduced to a mere puppet of darkness, without exception. Though referred to as a myriad of races, after numerous dark upheavals and the annihilation of countless smaller clans, only a few hundred races remain today. Historical records indicate that the earliest dark zone emerged at the end of the mythical era, during which the races were engaged in cataclysmic warfare, their strengths gravely weakened. Amidst this turmoil, the otherworldly factions launched a sudden assault. Though they were successfully repelled, no one took heed of the darkness that silently took root, laying the seeds of future calamity. From the ancient, primeval, and remote eras to the age of the fallen emperors, the dark zones have persisted, periodically igniting dark upheavals, feeding on the lifeblood of all beings to augment their own power. Over the millennia, many prodigiously talented individuals have emerged among the races, unmatched in combat prowess. Sweeping through the dark zones, Particularly, there was a formidable figure from the primeval era who dominated the world, leaving no opponent standing. Regrettably, after the dark zones were quelled, they would inevitably rise again, stealthily hunting great emperors. Thus, our predecessors speculated that deep within this world, remnants of the otherworldly kings from that ancient battle lie hidden. Yet none have succeeded in unearthing them. The ancient sages ventured into the starry expanse via the celestial road, seeking higher realms, harboring the intent to return and eradicate all lurking threats. Alas, they have all vanished without a trace. No one knows what truly exists beyond the stars. In the era of the fallen emperors, a forbidden zone opened the gateway to another realm, unleashing a host of alien beings. Fortunately, the portal was of a low grade, and the invaders' power was feeble. In the end, we achieved a bitter victory, yet many emperors perished, which is how this era garnered its name. Among the existing dark forbidden zones, the ancient demon abyss and the buried emperor's wasteland stand as the oldest and most enigmatic. I suspect remnants of these alien races may reside within, plotting the next wave of dark upheaval. Thus, while you, my friend Qin, have ascended as a great emperor, it is imperative to exercise utmost caution. Perhaps you are their next target. After listening to Chu Jingtian's lengthy discourse, Qin Changsheng comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, he felt no trepidation. The system had assured him of his invincibility in this realm, and he believed it without question. Even if alien sovereigns existed, they would undoubtedly be constrained by various limitations, able to wield only the power of an emperor. As long as they were emperors, he felt no fear. Yet, it seemed that good days were nearing their end. It was time to stretch his limbs. Thank you for the reminder, Taoist friend Chu. Qin Changsheng expressed his gratitude, though he remained unfazed, observing the unwavering confidence radiating from him. Chu Jingtian chose to say nothing further. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a striking figure approaching swiftly from a distance. Taoist friend Chu, we must leave at once. We shall converse later. Without waiting for a response, he slipped back onto his sickbed, appearing once more to be on the brink of death. In that moment, none were more significant to him than his former lovers. Chu Jingtian, being a peak expert, quickly grasped the urgency of the situation. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing 3,000 miles away from the Qin residence. Yet, despite his resolute and earnest demeanor, a mischievous grin crept upon his face. With the arrival of a new ally in the form of a great emperor, I have saved half the resources of the heavenly martial sacred hall and a lifetime of savings. Worth it. Who would have thought that the robust leader of the human race would be such a cunning trickster? Chapter 119. Former lovers come to visit. The figure in the air was none other than Su Mu. The Su and Qin families both resided in the northern domain of Qingzhou. Thus, she was the first to arrive. Guided by her grandmother's wisdom, she had come to terms with her feelings. Although she harbored both love and resentment for Qin Changsheng, the longing for him was undeniable, especially after their recent encounter. Countless nights were spent tossing and turning, her heart flooded with yearning. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Qin Changsheng, barely clinging to life on his sickbed. Her heart ached profoundly, momentarily forgetting his past infidelities, as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Changsheng, how are you? Su Mu approached the bedside cautiously, gently taking his hand, her voice laced with concern. Qin Changsheng lifted his weary eyelids and managed a faint smile, seemingly feigning ease as he replied. I was feeling on the verge of collapse, but now that you're here, it feels as though I've been revived. Su Mu, once in tears, suddenly found herself smiling, astonished at the eloquence of her companion despite the circumstances. Qin Changsheng continued, Mu, it's been such a long time since I last visited you. You don't hold it against me, do you? Su Mu shook her head and softly replied, I do not blame you. I have come to understand that your remarkable cultivation requires immense dedication, and it is no surprise that you attract many admirers. I love you, and as long as I can be with you, I am content. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level of your ex-girlfriend Su Mu has reached 92. You have gained a random reward. Would you like to claim it now? What? Qin Changsheng was taken aback, unable to believe it. He had yet to express the heartfelt words he had prepared, and here he was, achieving his goal prematurely. He had thought Su Mu would be the most challenging to win over, only to discover she was the easiest to please. It seemed that there were powerful figures behind her. No, Qin Changsheng immediately declined the offer. Including this instance, he had now acquired 4 opportunities for random rewards. However, while affection was one thing, to further cultivate a harmonious relationship and fulfill the dream of sharing a bed, he still needed to continue his pursuit. Thus, he took Su Miru's hands in his, gazing deeply into her eyes. Miru, there are things I have longed to express to you. I have indeed made many mistakes in the past, primarily because I cared for you so deeply that I feared losing you, which kept me from sharing my thoughts. Yet now, I believe that love should not harbor secrets, so I must confess, I am truly wretched for daring to hope that many extraordinary women could love me simultaneously. With that, Qin Changsheng struck himself across the face, engulfed in a wave of guilt and regret. Without hesitation, Su Miru reached out, grasping his wrist to halt his self-inflicted punishment. Changsheng, do not do this. I cannot allow you to harm yourself. I love you, and I am indifferent to others. I will do my utmost to manage the relationships with my sisters. Is that okay too? What? Oh, it's nothing. Qin Changsheng sighed deeply within, realizing that the goal of sharing a bed was still a distant dream. At that moment, the door to the room was flung open with a crash, and a figure stormed in. It was Meng Ruyan, the Grandmaster of Tianyin Pavilion. She immediately spotted Su Miru seated by the bed, holding Qin Changsheng's hand. The sight sent a tremor through her heart, solidifying her previously anxious expression. She had arrived too late. Someone had gotten there first. However, given the circumstances, she was not one to concede easily. Su Miru. She instantly recognized her. She made an effort to calm her tumultuous emotions, scanning Su Miru from head to toe, left to right, in an instant. Despite having seen her before, she could not help but compare. Her figure is not as good as mine. Her cultivation is not as advanced. Her beauty is comparable to mine, though she possesses a pure countenance that exudes a distinctly different aura. Su Miru had naturally noticed the sudden entrance of Meng Ruyan. Her towering bosom, slender waist, and alluring curves showcased a figure that was undeniably captivating. Especially those enchanting eyes that could bewitch any soul. What a bewitching fairy she was. Meng Ruyan. In that instant, Su Miru confirmed the identity of the newcomer and glanced down at herself, feeling a tinge of despondency. Despite her efforts in diligently cultivating secret techniques these past few days, the disparity remained stark. Surely, men must prefer this type. However, this time, she resolved not to concede, yet she would not overtly embarrass Qin Changsheng. Maintaining a facade of camaraderie with her sisters was paramount. Meng Ruyan brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead, her gaze imbued with an inexplicable meaning. As she seemed to express a hint of jealousy, "It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment?" In response, Qin Changsheng remained unfazed, offering a slight smile as he replied, "No, your timing is impeccable." Instantly, both women's gazes converged upon him. Qin Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine, as if the temperature around him had plummeted several degrees. Why was it that, despite being a handsome man himself, the plot had taken such a turn? He lamented inwardly, believing that Meng Ruyan would leap into his embrace, allowing him to revel in the envy of others. The pain. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng clutched his head, as if an old wound had resurfaced, unbearable agony coursing through him. "Changsheng, what's wrong?" The two women exclaimed in unison, casting aside all else. They rushed to check on him with concern. Their simultaneous arrival left Qin Changsheng somewhat disheartened. The dream of nocturnal companionship had evaporated. At his insistence for a period of rest, both women left behind a trove of healing elixirs before departing. After all, they held no formal claim to him, nor did they possess a suitable reason to linger at the Qin residence to care for him. Nevertheless, Qin Changsheng's intentions had likely been fulfilled. The animosity between Su Miru and Meng Ruyan was gradually dissipating. Acknowledging the complex dynamics among them, this served as a promising prelude to their further ambitions. Subsequently, the arrival of Mu Xuedong allowed Qin Changsheng to truly experience the sensations of a patient. After all, they had already shared the rites of marriage, making everything seem like a natural progression. "Xuedong, you've already unraveled my heart. Please do not further entangle my bed." "You rascal, how annoying." "Xuedong, my dearest is you. You are my first love." "Humph, who would believe that? With so many ex-girlfriends, be honest, how many were there before me?" "Tong Tong, does that truly matter?" "It's insignificant. I swear, you are undoubtedly my first. No need for oaths. The heavens are watching. I trust you." Mu Xuedong covered his mouth. Yet, I still feel the distance between us is too great. It should be a negative number. Huh, what do you mean? It means, you lecher, how detestable. The time has come once more for delightful imagination to flourish, and I trust that our esteemed readers have seamlessly transitioned into this state of creativity. Chapter 120. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, where a young girl bears a colossal sword upon her back. In summary, due to the severe injury sustained by Qin Changsheng, the imminent catastrophic battlefield has been averted in recent days. The numerous former girlfriends have become aware of one another's existence, and a seed has quietly been sown, awaiting the moment in the future when it shall fully blossom. In the central domain, within the bustling streets of Tianji City, unlike the majority of cities, the heart of the street is not occupied by brothels or commercial centers, but rather by a towering edifice known as the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. The atmosphere within the pavilion is profoundly enigmatic, seemingly imbued with the principles of heaven and earth. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets, with an inscrutable demeanor, sits atop the pavilion. Yet at this moment, he appears markedly different from the one who once proclaimed knowledge of past and future. His brow is furrowed, and his face bears a troubled expression. Recently, the celestial mechanisms have been in disarray, rendering even him unable to see clearly. The ancient teachings passed down from his forebears have repeatedly proven erroneous, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of crisis. It seems that the fabric of reality has shifted, obscuring the heavenly secrets, enveloped in layers of mist, rendering clarity unattainable. The opportunity he sought to attain transcendence through the power of divination appears increasingly elusive. On this day, a striking young girl approaches the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Her steps resolute and steady. Despite her petite frame, she carries a massive black sword, creating a striking contrast with her delicate silhouette, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Unfazed, she maintains an expression as cold as ice, her brow hinting at the surging intent of a sword. Her eyes, profound as the night sky, are devoid of any impurities. In her gaze, there exists solely the sword. Upon entering the pavilion, an overwhelming aura of sword intent emanates, compelling those nearby to part ways. The girl, however, remains silent, her focus unwavering as she ascends the staircase toward the pinnacle of the pavilion. No one obstructs her path, suggesting that the inhabitants of the pavilion are familiar with this young maiden. Miss Ouyang, you are a decade late this time, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets sighs softly, as if recognizing the girl before him as a regular visitor. Indeed, I have gained some insights and have been in seclusion for a bit too long. Ouyang Zhiqiu replies in a tone of indifference. The elder observes her with concern. In his perception, her sword intent has reached an astonishing level, seemingly attaining the zenith of the sword path. It is no wonder she possesses the highest innate talent for swordsmanship he has ever witnessed. With a natural sword body and a heart enlightened by the sword. Regrettably, this sword intent is fraught with desolation and ferocity, laden with the potential for cataclysm and destruction. A weighty apprehension settles upon him, and his brow furrows once more. He understands that should this young girl unleash her sword, it would rend the heavens and earth asunder, transforming her into a harbinger of death in this world. If she can maintain control, all may be well. Yet, should she falter, the consequences could lead to yet another tragedy among humanity. However, he soon chuckled at himself, realizing how overly anxious he had been. If even the elders of the Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion could miscalculate, what could a mere late-stage quasi-emperor discern? The elderly sage of the Heaven's Mechanism quieted his mind and remarked with a smile, "Shall we proceed as usual, to divine the life and death of the individual?" The young maiden succinctly nodded, offering a strand of her hair. The sage expertly accepted it, as if this ritual had been rehearsed countless times, establishing a tacit understanding between them. Yet this time, the sage inquired further, "Miss Ouyang, forgive my curiosity, but your periodic visits every century for this divination suggest that this person holds great significance in your heart. Why do you only seek to divine their fate, rather than seek them out personally?" The old man ventured a guess. "If I am not mistaken, this individual is your fated partner, is he not?" At his words, a fleeting ripple passed through Ouyang Zhiqiu's expression, only to vanish swiftly, leaving her demeanor once more cold and aloof as she replied, "No, merely an old acquaintance." I understand. The sage smiled faintly, choosing not to press further. He began his calculations with the hair strand. Moments later, An expression of astonishment crossed his face. A quarter of an hour passed, and his brow furrowed, filled with confusion and disbelief at the absence of any result. Could it be that the recent upheavals in the heavens had disrupted his divination abilities? An unsettling premonition gripped the sage. Silently, he lifted his hand and retrieved a pitch-black divination disc from his sleeve, a treasured artifact of their pavilion that significantly enhanced their divination prowess. Elder, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for the life and death of an ordinary mortal? Ouyang Zhiqiu questioned, her brow slightly furrowed in perplexity. In previous instances, results had been immediate, yet this time seemed laborious. Beads of sweat formed on the sage's forehead, his complexion tinged with embarrassment as he explained, Miss Ouyang, there is no need for alarm. The recent cosmic upheavals may have obscured our vision, but you must trust in the reputation of the Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion. It is merely a mortal. With the divination disc, it should be straightforward. Hearing this, Ouyang Zhiqiu refrained from further questioning, silently observing the sage. The sage's expression grew increasingly grave. The reputation of the Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion was at stake, and this time, there must be no errors. He closed his eyes. Channeling all his focus into the divination disc, complex runes began to rise as he swiftly gestured with his hands, summoning a peculiar force. However, as time elapsed, 3/4 of an hour passed without any results. It was as though the individual simply did not exist in this world. I refuse to believe this. The sage, undeterred by misfortune, conjured a flash of light. Under Ouyang Zhiqiu's peculiar gaze, the pavilion's most treasured artifact, the even more enigmatic divination hexagram, materialized. With spiritual energy ignited, the extraordinary power of divination was once again set in motion. After a considerable time, puff, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets spat blood directly, his life force rapidly diminishing, teetering on the brink of death. At that moment, Qin Changsheng, nestled within the gentle embrace of the Qin family, lifted his gaze in confusion towards the void. Who dares to spy on me? The primordial force of creation enveloped him, rendering him imperceptible to all living beings. Meanwhile, Ouyang Zhiqiu was utterly astonished by this sudden turn of events. Master, what has happened? She hurriedly inquired. Is it merely a matter of deducing a mortal's life and death? Must it come to this? Could it be that age has dulled my abilities, and you are merely putting on a show for me? A peculiar thought crossed Ouyang Zhiqiu's mind. No worries, I shan't perish. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a serious countenance, he remarked, I have discerned the cause. My recent forced deduction provoked a backlash, unleashing a wave of immense terror. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would have surely become a lifeless corpse. If I am not mistaken, I have encountered the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. My obstinate pursuit of this deduction has likely angered the path of reincarnation. The fundamental reason for all this turmoil is that my subject of deduction has already entered the cycle of rebirth. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhiqiu's pupils constricted sharply. A wave of chilling dread surged within her, and her voice trembled. You mean to say? The Elder of Heavenly Secrets sighed softly and replied, You are correct. Miss Ouyang, the owner of this strand of hair has likely departed from this world. He refrained from mentioning that an emperor was also beyond his calculations. However, an emperor? How could that be possible? Chapter 121. The Mastery of Sword Intent. Ouyang Zhiqiu impossible. Impossible. Ouyang Zhiqiu's voice rose in pitch. For millennia, every deduction had preserved lives. How could it suddenly end here? Though she had long anticipated the day of parting, when that day truly arrived, she felt an agonizing pang in her heart. A profound sorrow that gripped her to the core, leaving her frozen in place. She did not question the veracity of the news. After all, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's long-standing reputation would never deceive her in such matters. The boy who had always been by her side, observing her sword practice, was truly gone from this world. This revelation pierced her heart like a dagger. A solitary tear fell silently. Li Feiyu, she murmured softly. She closed her eyes, seemingly lost in memory, reminiscing about the past, honoring a departed soul, striving to clear her mind. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and an overwhelming sword intent surged forth from within her, reverberating throughout the entire upper chamber. In an instant, the sword intent soared like a colossal wave, piercing the heavens and shattering a gaping hole in the pavilion. As the ceiling was breached, a dazzling radiance erupted from Ouyang Jiqiu. At that moment, her sword intent reached an astonishing pinnacle, achieving the realm of perfected Dao heart. Her state of mind became profoundly tranquil, merging seamlessly with the cosmos. Beside her, the venerable sage of destiny gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Throughout the years, he had encountered countless prodigies, yet none possessed a talent in the way of the sword that could rival this young woman, let alone come close. This maiden bore the potential of an emperor. A mere girl of a few thousand years could unleash such astonishing sword intent. Though she was only of supreme cultivation, he could distinctly sense the terrifying sword energy contained within her unsheathed great sword. Once drawn, it could indeed cleave through those at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status. A feat not beyond possibility. Truly, the world was undergoing a profound transformation. The golden age had arrived, and prodigies were emerging in droves. In times past, with her swordsmanship, this woman would have ascended to the zenith, basking in supremacy. Yet now, figures like Qin Yu of the Qin family, Yaochi, and the saint of the Ji family had appeared, heralding an era of fierce competition. The sage of destiny sighed, uncertain whether the Destiny Pavilion could reclaim its former glory in this golden age. Suddenly, a grave realization struck him as he gazed at the clear sky through the gaping hole. By the heavens, our pavilion, which has endured for countless years, has now become a skylight. So many rare and precious materials have been used in its construction. This young girl appears quite impoverished, and it seems unlikely she could afford restitution, and it was clearly unintentional. The heart of the sage ached, yet he could not voice his distress. It seems that the expenses of the Destiny Pavilion will need to rise by 30%. However, the girl's sword intent bears a resemblance to the infinite sword intent. And with the surname Ouyang, could she be a descendant of Ouyang Chu? Ouyang Chu has now entered a second life, supported by the Qin family, affluent and powerful. Compensating a few hundred million top-tier spirit stones should pose no issue. No, I must inquire later. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jiqiu remained oblivious to the sage's musings. She gazed up at the azure sky, filled with boundless possibilities and secrets. With her kin departed and old acquaintances gone, earthly ties had dissolved. From this moment forth, she was left solely with her sword. A life of solitude and wandering lay ahead. Abruptly, she turned, silent, and walked away, her steps resolute and solitary. In this lifetime, one sword suffices. Ouyang girl, wait. The sage of destiny suddenly called out. What is it? Ouyang Jiqiu paused, revealing a look of bewilderment. There is a matter. I am uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. Speak. Noticing her eagerness, the sage, no longer hesitant, cast a glance her way and continued. I perceive a familiarity in your sword intent, as if it has emerged from the infinite sword intent, yet surpasses it, even more ferocious and destructive, directly targeting the path of greatness. Furthermore, with your surname Ouyang, may I audaciously inquire if you are aware of Ouyang Chu, the infinite sword emperor from 60,000 years ago? That was my ancestor. Ouyang Jiqiu's brows knitted in confusion, uncertain why he posed such questions. Indeed, the enigmatic elder exclaimed, his voice imbued with excitement as he smote his thigh. My dear girl, it appears you have just emerged from seclusion. Unbeknownst to you, your ancestor, Ouyang Chu, has transcended into a second life. Presently, he serves as an esteemed elder in the Qin family of the Northern Territory. Previously, he wielded an imperial weapon to annihilate the Jiang clan, a tale known far and wide. What? My ancestor still walks the earth? Ouyang Jiqiu stood frozen, disbelief coursing through her. The founder of her clan, whom the sect had long presumed deceased, the very ancestor to whom she had bowed in reverence since childhood, was still alive. Before her parents passed, they implored her to fulfill their dying wish of restoring the Xinjiang sect, a motivation that had propelled her onto the path of the sword. But now, with her ancestor alive, was there still a need to resurrect the Xinjiang sect? A cloud of confusion enveloped her. Yet, after a brief moment, clarity returned to her gaze. Perhaps this was fortuitous. She need not undertake the arduous task of rebuilding the sect, a venture she was ill-equipped for in terms of social interaction. With this burden lifted, she resolved that, given her ancestor's existence, it was only right, both emotionally and rationally, to pay him a visit. The Northern Territory, the Qin family? It was indeed time to embark on that journey. After seeking the elder and fulfilling her familial obligation, She intended to sever her ties to the mundane world and tread her own path. What awaited her at the end of that road? Could the culmination of the sword path allow her to cleave the heavens or obliterate the world? Or perhaps, could it grant her the power to rewind time and gaze upon him once more? With these thoughts, she turned and departed. "Ah, Ouyang, young lady," the elder called out hastily, perplexed by her sudden departure. "Do not forget to mention the compensation matter regarding my Tianji pavilion's top floor to your ancestor." Hearing the voice trailing behind her, Ouyang Jiqiu hesitated momentarily, her expression momentarily stunned. Yet, she soon disregarded it, quickening her pace until she vanished from view, leaving the elder in a flustered state, muttering about how even beautiful young women had begun to act capriciously. Days passed, and a figure emerged at the periphery of the Qin family estate, Ouyang Jiqiu. After learning of her ancestor's existence, she did not rush to their abode but instead traveled northward, reflecting on the profound truths of the universe. Since departing from Tianji Pavilion, her heart had become as tranquil as still waters. Visiting her ancestor was merely a means to honor her parents' legacy. Her future was no longer shackled by anyone. Along her journey, she encountered numerous tales concerning the Qin family, particularly regarding their venerable ancestor, Qin Changsheng. Although the Qin family bore a tarnished reputation in the central region, they were well regarded in the northern territory, save for the infamous reputation of Qin Changsheng himself. After all, his notoriety was a complex narrative. He treaded multiple boats, was embroiled in the dark undercurrents of the talent competition, concealed his strength while employing cunning tactics, and had ruthlessly vanquished the Jiang family over trivial disagreements. In summary, while not entirely villainous, he could certainly be deemed a scoundrel. However, after Qin Changsheng's cultivation was exposed, most of the scorn shifted from the stage to behind the scenes. Chapter 122: Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Guarding Against the Qin Family Ancestor. With each town they passed, whispers could be heard, speculating on why Qin Changsheng would destroy his own future, falling from the peak of quasi-emperor status and unable to advance further. What could be his motive? Clearly, it was a desire for earthly pleasures. Brother Zhang was right. For so many years, he had secretly hidden among mortals, not knowing how many goddesses he had ensnared. At his age, he shamelessly disguised himself as a pretty boy, courting numerous women, while our generation of goddesses has suffered greatly at his hands, leaving me still single to this day. Brotherly, forgive my frankness, but your single status has nothing to do with Qin Changsheng's exploits. It is purely due to your lack of charm. How can you say that? Are you looking for trouble? I am merely speaking the truth. Step outside. I wish to challenge you. The conversation began to drift from the main topic. However, some individuals displayed remarkable logic, deducing the number of women in Qin Changsheng's life based on various clues. According to this self-proclaimed romantic, Qin Changsheng had rumors with 3 or 4 goddesses on the surface, while it was revealed that the Qin family harbored at least 4 concubines. Thus, it could be estimated that on the surface, Qin Changsheng had at least that many women. The middle-aged man, claiming to be a romantic, extended his hand. How many? The crowd couldn't help but ask. At least 10. That isn't too many. Considering Qin Changsheng's former status as a great emperor, 10 women seems rather reasonable. Upon hearing this, the self-proclaimed romantic smiled slightly and mysteriously replied, "My dear friends, you simply do not understand our handsome circle. If someone like us appears to have 10 women, the reality is far greater." He extended another hand. How many? The crowd inquired with curiosity. At least 5 or 6,000. Gasp. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. However, they soon realized he was speaking nonsense and had insulted them, leading a group to rush forward and beat him into a pulp. No one anticipated that this middle-aged romantic would become a victim of his own words. Nonetheless, some expressed disdain for him. Just a petty individual. Even if he accidentally ascends to emperor status, he would merely be a survivalist emperor. Having remained among mortals for so long, he has never contributed to the battlefield against the myriad clans, nor has he done anything for humanity. He is truly a disgrace to our kind. One might argue that it is not excessive for a peak quasi-emperor like Qin Changsheng to be romantically involved with several goddesses. Yet he should at least provide them with some acknowledgement. Now, in this ambiguous situation, he is not only a survivalist emperor, but also a reckless scoundrel. The crowd joined in a chorus of condemnation, mercilessly disparaging Qin Changsheng. Ouyang Jiqiu, having walked this path, had gained a deeper understanding of Qin Changsheng. He couldn't help but feel concerned, as the rumored ancestor was said to be quite upright, yet now he found himself working under such malevolent individuals. Could it be that my ancestors were coerced by Qin Changsheng? If that were indeed the case, this sword Qi, nurtured over millennia, might need to seek counsel from Qin Changsheng. She lifted her gaze towards the distant Qin residence and stepped forward. The moment she crossed into the Qin's domain, Ouyang Chu, who presided over the Qin family, abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of perplexity illuminating his profound gaze. The boundless sword intent. No, it was no longer the pure boundless sword intent. It had transformed into something more ferocious, more terrifying. Could it be a descendant of my Xinjian sect? Yet, I have recently learned through various channels that the Xinjian sect has been extinguished for several millennia. How could there still be descendants among the living? With this thought, Ouyang Chu could no longer contain himself. In a flash, he reappeared before Ouyang Zhiqiu. Startled by the sudden appearance of a figure, Ouyang Zhiqiu was momentarily stunned. But upon recognizing the visitor's countenance, she stood in awe. Ancestor, the founder of the Xinjian sect, Ouyang Chu. She instantly recognized him, for she had been educated by her parents to study the portrait depicting this visage since childhood. She bowed slightly, performing the ritual of respect for her forebear. I, Ouyang Zhiqiu, pay my respects to my ancestor. Although she had resolved to accompany the sword for life, she was still the descendant of the one she had admired in her youth, holding a deep reverence in her heart. Rise, Zhiqiu. A leaf knows autumn. Indeed a fine name, Ouyang Chu remarked, waving his hand, a force of indomitable peak imperial power lifting her up, continuing to inquire, whose descendant are you? Jianpai, Jianming, or Jianren? The three names he mentioned were those of the leaders of the Xinjian sect before he descended into slumber. Ouyang Zhiqiu's lips twitched. The names of these three elders were somewhat. However, she replied with utmost respect, to my ancestor, I am a descendant of Ouyang Jianren. Ah, Jianren's line. Ouyang Chu sighed lightly, seemingly lost in nostalgia. Soon, he regained his composure, calming his emotions. After all, what was lost could not be reclaimed. And cherishing the present was of utmost importance. Zhiqiu, what are your plans for the future? How about staying with me in the Qin family? It would provide some protection, Ouyang Chu suggested. In response, Ouyang Zhiqiu shook her head respectfully, stating, Ancestor, I think not. I am not fond of socializing and plan to wander the world after meeting you, perfecting my swordsmanship. What nonsense is this? A young lady like you, wandering the rivers and lakes? Come, follow me. Ouyang Chu exclaimed in irritation, immediately grasping her arm and leading her towards the Qin residence. She was his only remaining bloodline. He could not allow any mishaps to occur. He intended to find her a suitable family, ensuring the Ouyang lineage would flourish. As he pulled Ouyang Zhiqiu along, he reassured her, your reluctance to socialize is of no concern. A few days in the Qin residence will surely brighten your spirits. Based on my personal experience, I must tell you that the members of the Qin family are exceptionally kind, each one a remarkable talent, and their words are sweetly spoken. I absolutely adore this place. Ouyang Zhiqiu felt somewhat bewildered. The Qin family, is it not referred to as a den of demons by the world? How then? Does it seem like a paradise in the words of my ancestors? Could it be that my ancestors have been brainwashed? Reluctantly, yet recognizing that this is my first encounter with my ancestors, it would be impolite to dismiss their goodwill. Very well. I shall stay with the Qin family for a few days before bidding farewell to my ancestors. Regardless of Ouyang Zhiqiu's musings, Ouyang Chu seized her and prepared to soar into the sky, but suddenly his movement faltered. A grave concern crossed his mind. His descendant, Ouyang Zhiqiu, appeared so youthful and beautiful, evoking a sense of pity. Surely, Qin Changsheng, the esteemed ancestor of the Qin family, would not make an advance. Surely not. He was counting on Ouyang Zhiqiu to help the Ouyang family flourish, and she must not fall into the clutches of darkness. A sense of panic washed over him. No, absolutely must not meet with Qin Changsheng. The approach must be clandestine. He should engage with other members of the Qin family, ideally fostering an instant connection that would lead to an engagement. Although Qin Changsheng may be somewhat lustful, he is fundamentally decent and would not stoop to stealing another's bride. He silently resolved this in his heart. Ancestor, is something amiss? Ouyang Zhiqiu, noticing the fluctuations in his expression, could not help but inquire. Nothing is wrong. Ouyang Chu shook his head dismissively. Yet inwardly, he let out a profound sigh. None of this could be attributed to him. One must always be vigilant against fire, theft, and the machinations of Qin Changsheng. After all, the Qin family possesses such an ancestor, one who is ever eager to seize fleeting opportunities. Chapter 123, A Peculiar Tale. The troubled ancestor in the room. Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow, his face clouded with worry. Opposite him sat three delicate beauties, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Quietly awaiting the commencement of a story, he rubbed his temples, feeling his creative well running dry. An overwhelming despair filled his heart. How on earth was he to weave the next tale? This predicament stemmed from a mistaken decision he had made 3 days prior. Until then, under the meticulous care of Yin Wanxiu, his severe injuries had healed rapidly. His days had been blissful. Nangong Yin was in low spirits due to his sister's inability to be revived, having not ventured out for days. Wang Wanyan had inadvertently interrupted Qin Changsheng's 2 moments of pleasure, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward, thus refraining from bothering him in recent days. Consequently, the alliance of the 3 women had dwindled down to just Yin Wanxiu. Naturally, Qin Changsheng would not miss this rare opportunity. Thus, facing the vulnerable Yin Wanxiu, he felt a deep familiarity and was eager to share everything. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of passion surged within him. This is indeed the proper approach for the great emperor. Engaging in mere violence hardly qualifies one as an emperor. It merely signifies a laborer. Alas, such bliss was fleeting. In a moment of vulnerability, the sage succumbed to Yin Wanxiu's entreaties, compelled to compose verses and rhymes. However, having already transcribed the timeless masterpieces of his former life, he yearned for a novel approach. Thus, he ventured into the realm of storytelling. It was only natural that by the following day, Wang Wanyan and Nangong Yin were fully apprised of the situation. They were astonished to discover that Qin Changsheng not only excelled in poetry and prose, but could also narrate folk tales with remarkable vivacity. Consequently, the 3 ladies unanimously decided to gather daily in front of Qin Changsheng's chamber, perched on their little stools, eager to listen to his stories. Initially, Qin Changsheng relished this newfound harmony among the trio, believing it signified progress toward success, and narrated his tales with fervor. Yet, as days turned into a monotonous routine, he began to feel somewhat desensitized, deprived of private moments with Yin Wanxiu, and his inspiration for storytelling waned. Alas, regret for past choices filled his heart. However, upon witnessing the eager anticipation in the eyes of the 3 ladies, he steeled himself, took a deep breath, and resumed his narration. In our previous episode, we recounted the turmoil on Cybertron, where Lin Daiyu subdued Megatron 7 times. Today, we shall tell the tale of Jiao Chan's 7 incursions into the Land of Light. Vanquishing Diga and capturing Taro, Li Bai skillfully executed a series of intricate schemes, while Shishir captured the Wild Emperor. Just as he concluded, Wang Wanyan pouted her cherry lips, expressing her dissatisfaction. I don't want to hear this. It's not entertaining. Besides, you haven't yet concluded the last story. After Fei Yangyang transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated the tyrant with his Pegasus Meteor Fist, did he ultimately end up with Snow White? I'm so eager to know. The conclusion must be delightful, right, Changsheng? At her words, Qin Changsheng's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond, as he found himself at a loss for words. What more could he say? Fei Yangyang, a mere sycophant, was unworthy. As soon as Wang Wanyan finished speaking, Nangong Yin and Yin Wanxiu echoed her sentiments, rebuking Qin Changsheng. Sister Wanyan is correct. Every time Changsheng's stories reach a climax or a significant conclusion, they abruptly halt, leaving us in suspense. They lamented. Indeed. And what of that exquisite love story from the previous time, where the supreme human, the bald Chang, transcended to suppress the chaos of the Dark Ultraman? Did he ultimately shatter the barriers of the green pastures and marry the village chief of Sheep Village? I can hardly contain my anticipation for the grand finale. Changsheng, please, do not dawdle. The 3 ladies clamored, each urging Qin Changsheng to continue. A profound exasperation etched itself upon his forehead. This was hardly his fault. After all, women preferred tales rife with love, hatred, and intrigue, and he was reluctantly compelled to adapt his narratives, only to find himself unable to continue weaving the story. As Qin Changsheng stumbled over his words, feeling somewhat at a loss, he wondered how in the world Bald Chang had managed to unite in matrimony with the village chief of Yang Village. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Qin Changsheng's voice resonated from outside the door. Ancestor, everything is prepared and awaits your presence. Qin Changsheng's heart soared with joy. He longed to embrace Qin Changsheng and shower him with affection. This rascal had finally accomplished something commendable. Perhaps he could reduce the frequency of his reprimands from every 3 days to 4, considering he was the head of the Qin family and deserved some respect. Turning to Yin Wanxiu and the others, he declared, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Without waiting for their responses, he dashed away, leaving behind a few pouting beauties with reluctant expressions. At the forefront of the Qin family's martial arts arena, the once barren ground now overflowed with countless cultivation resources, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and exquisite spirit stones, piled high like a mountain, a truly magnificent sight. Amidst the small hill, several ancient and solemn quasi-imperial weapons lay, emanating a faint golden glow and exuding a powerful pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Numerous descendants of the Qin family, along with some from allied or subsidiary factions, had developed intricate relationships with the Qin family over the years. Many of these outsiders had cultivated within the Qin family since childhood, serving as devotees or retainers. At this moment, they all eagerly awaited the distribution of resources, their mouths watering in anticipation. They had received word that today was the day for resource allocation. The Qin family had struck gold. They were about to undergo a transformation, shedding their former selves. These resources comprised the recent earnings from the Star Tower and the spoils from the annihilation of the Jiang family, which had only been fully accounted for today. Everyone was brimming with impatience, especially the Qin family descendants. Recently, their bloodlines had awakened, allowing them to progress in their cultivation at an unprecedented pace, with many breaking through 1 or 2 significant realms. However, a slight disappointment lingered. Their weapons and artifacts were still those they had used during their more arduous days, which no longer aligned with their current status and cultivation levels. Yet, the Qin family's strict rules prevented them from seizing what they desired without cause. Thus, the news of a reallocation of spiritual and sacred artifacts and cultivation resources sparked boundless excitement among them. Could it be? Am I mistaken? That's a pile of sacred artifacts. I've only been in seclusion for a little over a year, and my family has become this prosperous? One exclaimed, Brotherly, you must have missed witnessing the Qin family's rise to prominence. To put it bluntly, if I step outside now, even the ancient imperial families would grant me some respect. Really? I've spent a year in seclusion without any breakthroughs, feeling utterly solitary. Yet my family has been secretly striving and astonishing everyone. I'm simply coasting on their success. Another chimed in. Isn't that right, Brotherly Ming? You should be proud of your ancestors for joining the Qin family thousands of years ago. With the contributions of you and your forebears, securing a top-tier spiritual artifact or elixir should be no trouble at all. Unlike my grandfather, who joined only a few centuries back, it seems I might miss out on such treasures. What? The disciples of our innate realm are capable of dividing exceptional spiritual artifacts. Is this even plausible? What then would those direct descendants of the Qin family wield? The speaker subtly gestured towards the item radiating intense fluctuations at the forefront. In that moment, Li Ming stood utterly astonished. This is a sacred artifact, a supreme weapon, and it seems there are even quasi-emperor weapons. Are such treasures truly within the reach of mere minions like them? At this moment, their gazes converged upon the direct descendants of the Qin family standing at the forefront, filled with envious admiration. Chapter 124. Distribution of resources in the Qin family. 6th brother Qin Changsheng. Can you imagine? As those in the divine concealment or purple mansion realms engage in combat, sacred artifacts and supreme weapons soar through the air, occasionally accompanied by quasi-emperor weapons. How exhilarating that must be. Brotherly Ming, keep pushing forward. Aside from a few absolutely core members, the Qin family is relatively equitable. As long as you contribute to the family, you will undoubtedly be well rewarded. Indeed, Li Ming's tone was resolute as he silently made a decision. Meanwhile, the circle of core disciples from the Qin family appeared particularly animated. Haha, cousin, you're in for a treat this time. The supreme weapon is a certainty, and there's a possibility for quasi-emperor weapons. This is a privilege even the former family heads and ancestors lacked. Hey, keep it low-key. Sighed another. Alas, I've spent most of my time in the Star Tower for training, taking on fewer family tasks, resulting in my low contribution. Fear not, cousin. You are far from the most unfortunate. Just look at the three brothers of Uncle Shirsan. The cousins exchanged knowing smiles, their gazes drifting towards a corner. While one's personal failures were disheartening, the complete defeat of their brethren was oddly comforting. In that corner, three individuals stood trembling like minions. Elder brother, I warned you initially to show mercy, yet you insisted on wiping out their entire lineage, leaving no trace. Look where that has led us. I was merely vexed at the time. The adversary was so unethical and ruthless. Who could have known they had an ancestral grandmother enshrined in their ancestral hall? Enough of that. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have gone out that day. Yes, it's all your fault. The three brothers sighed in unison, lamenting their unfortunate fate. Recalling the unusual gazes from other clan members and the rumors of their patriarch hanging at the gate for 3 days and nights, they shuddered, feeling the weight of a bleak future. Moreover, following that incident, Patriarch Qin Changsheng issued a decree forbidding any member of the Qin family from indiscriminately exterminating entire lineages. Those found guilty would face 50 strikes as punishment, while the most severe offenders would be expelled from the Qin family. Furthermore, in the event of a vendetta, should one need to eradicate the roots of the conflict, they must first ascertain if the adversary has any beautiful and single elders. If so, all actions must cease immediately. If not, they must report to the family for further deliberation. In addition, Patriarch Qin Changsheng secretly posted a task on the family mission board seeking information about the ancestral grandmother, offering a reward of 10,000 family contribution points, with strict confidentiality. This task remained at the top of the family mission board, igniting the enthusiasm of countless clan members. Regrettably, until now, no one has completed a single task. The voice rang out with a spirited tone, and Qin Changsheng gradually made his appearance. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Although Qin Changsheng bore a notorious reputation in the outside world, to the majority of the Qin family members present, he remained a revered ancestor, the embodiment of their lineage's enduring spirit. After all, they had not experienced the intimacy that Qin Yu and others had with the ancestor. In their eyes, Qin Changsheng was still the benevolent, upright, and exceptionally talented figure depicted in historical texts, industrious, wise, and courageous. It was under the ancestral laws, teachings, and regulations personally established by him that the Qin family had thrived for millennia. Now, with the ancestor's return, the Qin family had undergone a remarkable transformation, experiencing a renaissance of sorts. The second ancestor had transcended to supremacy, repelling the Northern Domain Alliance, while Qin Yu had triumphed in the grand competition, obliterating the Jiang family. Each of these monumental events had the ancestor's involvement. As for the allegations of betrayal circulating in the outside world, they dismissed them with contempt, viewing them as mere jealousy. Accusing the ancestor of promiscuity simply because he had numerous women? Perhaps the true victim was the ancestor himself. After all, he was undeniably handsome. If there were to be a flaw attributed to the ancestor, it would be that he was merely immortal without any cultivation. Yet now, it was revealed that the ancestor was, in fact, a fallen emperor of substantial stature. The perceived shortcoming had become a remarkable strength. In that instant, the ancestor ascended to the status of a supreme deity in the hearts of the majority of his kin. Let us invite the ancestor to address us. Applause. As Qin Zhen's voice faded, resounding applause erupted from the crowd. Goodness, is this world truly engaged in such theatrics? An acceptance speech? Qin Changsheng marveled at this for the first time, feeling somewhat astonished. In his previous life, he had despised such formalities that often dragged on for hours. Thus, he merely extended his hand lightly, and the venue fell silent once more. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this sensation was delightful. He nearly felt inclined to speak freely for 3 hours. However, he restrained the mischievous thought, smiled gently, and said, I understand your eager sentiments, so I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. According to the compiled list, please come forth one by one to receive your resources. Clearing his throat, Qin Changsheng announced, first, Steward Li Si, in recognition of his generations of loyalty, having served the Qin family for over 5,000 years, and having diligently held the position of steward for more than 400 years, contributing significantly to the stability of the Qin family's logistics, he is awarded 1 supreme artifact, 1 sacred artifact, 2 sets of exquisite spiritual artifacts, 10 heavenly-grade pills, and 1,000 spirit crystals. A collective gasp followed his proclamation, as astonishment swept through the assembly. No one had anticipated that the first recipient of the rewards would be stewardly, and the bounty was indeed lavish. The upper echelons of the Qin family were unexpectedly generous, especially the supreme artifact, a high-tier divine weapon. Any other force, even ancient imperial clans, would not dare to dream of such rewards without the presence of a sage-level individual. The upper echelons of the Qin family so readily bestowed rewards upon a mere steward of the Foundation establishment realm. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of realization dawned upon everyone. Aligning with the Qin family was indeed the most astute decision of their lives. Their affluence surpassed that of many so-called holy sons from various factions. Even serving as an ordinary steward within the Qin family was preferable to being a holy son of lesser powers. They eagerly rubbed their hands together, brimming with anticipation for their own rewards. In this moment, Stewardly, with tears streaming down his face, looked heavenward and sighed. "Ah, my esteemed ancestors, your foresight is unparalleled. Our Li family has finally achieved success. The Qin family is indeed worthy. I have no regrets in my allegiance to the Qin family." However, after his moment of reflection, he knelt before Qin Changsheng, his voice trembling with emotion as he said, "Esteemed ancestor, I humbly return the supreme artifact and the sacred artifact. What merit do I, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, possess to wield such divine implements? I appreciate your goodwill." Observing this, Qin Changsheng extended a surge of energy to lift him up. Smiling as he responded, "Stewardly, we are merely rewarding merit. What is rightfully yours shall remain yours. If you cannot utilize it, you may bestow it upon your kin or later exchange it for cultivation resources within the family." With this assurance, Stewardly ceased his refusals, wiped away his tears, and silently vowed to become the most loyal servant of the Qin family. Qin 18, a sacred artifact for you, and a vial of Ta Qing source liquid. Qin Changsheng continued. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in chatter. What incredible fortune for that lad 18 to receive Ta Qing source liquid. Indeed, the Ta Qing source liquid was extraordinary, not only accelerating cultivation speed, but also possessing restorative properties for the physical body. Restorative properties for the body? Qin Changsheng's ears perked up. Is it the kind I envision? If so, would that not mean being a perpetual groom, with nightly nuptials? With a flick of his mind, he stored the remaining Ta Qing source liquid into the purple mansion space, resolutely thinking that the descendants of the Qin family should fear no peril. Enduring minor injuries is a trifling matter. Chapter 125. A fortuitous opportunity for Qin Dachuan's matchmaking. Following this, Qin Changsheng continued to dispense several additional rewards, leaving the subsequent affairs to be managed by Qin Zhen. After all, as the esteemed ancestor, his mere words were sufficient to set matters in motion. Once this venerable figure departed, the atmosphere was engulfed in sheer jubilation. From another perspective, it is noteworthy that the former head of the Qin family, Qin Zhen, possessed only a single sacred artifact, while now, a mere steward could wield a supreme artifact. Such a stark contrast could not fail to incite excitement. Truly, when one ascends, the entire family soars. After Qin Changsheng leisurely returned to his chamber, he scanned his surroundings with his spirit sense, confirming that no one was present, and immediately donned a lascivious grin. He. Subsequently, dozens of vials of Ta Qing source liquid flew out from the purple mansion space, merging under his command. Alas, Qin Changsheng sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The quantity is rather insufficient, hardly enough for Yin Wanqiu and her companions to indulge in a bath. If utilized with precision, it may indeed appear overly intentional, leading one to suspect ill intentions, rendering him a rather unsavory character. However, should the amount suffice for a bath, the matter would be much easier to explain. With a flicker of thought, Qin Changsheng resolved to venture out in search of more Tai Qing source liquid, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. After a long day, Qin Zhen felt as though his very essence had been drained, collapsing into the soft embrace of a comfortable lounge chair. Though weary, his countenance radiated with satisfaction, a reflection of the burgeoning strength of the Qin family. As the head of the Qin household, he felt an immense pride, coupled with the trials of the Star Tower and the increasingly rich spiritual energy of the ancient tree of life. His ascendance as the foremost head of a prestigious family was imminent. Thus, he was both fatigued and joyful. "My dear, take a sip of tea and take a moment to relax." Wang Wanru gracefully approached him, offering a cup of fragrant tea, seemingly the enlightenment tea. Qin smiled softly, a tender glimmer in his eyes as he accepted the tea. With the family flourishing and a wife as wise and understanding as hers, what more could he desire? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Wang Wanru, saying, "Now that the Qin family is stable, no one can separate us any longer. Furthermore, with Tian and you growing up, we need not worry about them. It has become less entertaining, especially given our son's exceptional qualities. We cannot squander such fine genes. What do you say we have a third child, just for fun?" Wang Wanru's reply was barely audible. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Come, let us retreat to the bedroom." Qin exclaimed joyfully, invigorated, and scooped up Wang Wanru to carry her into the room. "Master, Elder Ouyang Chu requests an audience." A maid's voice called from the doorway. "What? Why is Ouyang Chu coming at this hour?" Qin's enthusiasm waned. Disappointment etched across his face as he forewent the honorific, addressing him by name. Wang Wanru wriggled free from Qin's embrace, her expression turning serious. "We must prioritize matters of importance. Elder Ouyang's late visit surely indicates something significant. Then let us have Ouyang Chu enter." Moments later, Ouyang Chu entered slowly, taking a seat. Known for his decisiveness, he seemed oddly hesitant. Even Qin could sense the unusual tension, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Elder Ouyang, what troubles you at this late hour?" In response, Ouyang Chu's lips quivered, words caught in his throat, his expression tinged with awkwardness and embarrassment. After all, it was his first time seeking assistance for such a matter in all his years. Were it not for the awareness that the ancestral figure of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng, had departed and was unaccounted for, he might have delayed his visit. With Qin Changsheng absent, it was indeed an opportune moment. He sought to seize the chance to propose a union for Ouyang Zhiqiu, ideally leading to a swift consummation, thereby ensuring the continuation of the Ouyang lineage. In the midst of Qin and Wang Wanru's bewildered gazes, he took a deep breath, finally summoning the courage to speak. "Well, I have a junior. A beautiful young lady with a cool demeanor who prefers solitude over socializing." Qin and Wang Wanru exchanged glances, a hint of confusion in their eyes. They were somewhat familiar with Elder Ouyang Chu's circumstances, aware that his family had faced annihilation millennia ago, leaving them puzzled as to how a female descendant had suddenly emerged. However, they refrained from interrupting and continued to listen intently. "As you know, my Ouyang clan has suffered a tragic demise, and it is imperative to preserve our lineage. Yet, I no longer belong to this era, and the thought of taking a wife or concubine feels rather unbecoming. Thus, I have placed all my hopes upon this junior. There are 3 forms of filial piety, and the absence of descendants is the gravest. Alas, my junior's heart is solely devoted to the sword, showing no interest in anything else, which troubles me greatly. Thus, I pondered finding her a suitable partner within the Qin family. Perhaps the calamity of our clan's destruction has left her with deep-seated shadows, and a kind-hearted, gentle young man from the Qin family might help to alter her disposition. I wish to inquire if there are any such eligible bachelors among the Qin family." Upon hearing this, Qin and Wang Wanru fully grasped the situation. This was a matter of parental decree and matchmaking, seeking a support for their descendant. Ouyang Chu was indeed cunning, observing the unstoppable rise of the Qin family. Soon to soar to great heights, he sought to marry his descendant into the Qin family to strengthen ties and ride the coattails of their success. However, should she find affection with a scion of the Qin family, it would indeed be a splendid union. When it came to upright, considerate, and gentle bachelors, they immediately thought of one individual, the great-grandson of Elder Ba, Qin Dachuan. Technically, Qin Dachuan was of the same generation as Qin, albeit 300 years his junior. Dachuan was simple-minded yet astute, possessing a wisdom that belied his innocence, and he was particularly attentive to others. Since awakening his bloodline, his cultivation had progressed at an astonishing rate. He had now ascended to the later stages of the Dharma realm, distinguishing himself among the younger generation. Yet, for reasons unknown, his romantic endeavors had consistently floundered, marked by numerous setbacks. Particularly, after being summoned for a matchmaking event with Wang Wanyin, he had been so shocked by the truth that he fell into a fever for 3 days. This had astonished the clan. As a Dharma realm cultivator, falling ill was quite remarkable. Qin and Wang Wanru had often reflected on this, feeling a sense of guilt towards Dachuan. Therefore, this time, They were resolute in compensating him properly, striving to arrange an exceptional match for Qin Changsheng that would evoke envy among their kin. Undoubtedly, the sole bloodline of the peak quasi-emperor, Elder Ouyang, fit this criterion perfectly. In terms of status, it surpassed that of those who boasted countless generations of imperial heirs and holy science. After all, having a direct ancestor at the peak quasi-emperor level still alive bore significant weight. Why not make a decisive move today and finalize this matter for Qin Changsheng? When the time comes for a splendid wedding, we can invite influential factions, and it would be an excellent opportunity to gain some benefits. Given the current status of the Qin family, coupled with the celebration of the only bloodline of the peak emperor, who would dare to miss the chance to extend their congratulations and gifts? Qin Zhen steadied his mind, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I do have a promising candidate in mind. As the family head, I can take half the responsibility. Shall we compare their birth dates in advance? I wonder, Elder Ouyang, how old is your descendant this year, and what is her level of cultivation? My descendant is named Ouyang Zhiqiu, over 3,000 years old, and has reached the supreme realm, Elder Ouyang replied earnestly. Oh, Qin Zhen acknowledged casually before continuing, the supreme realm, indeed, denotes exceptional talent in cultivation. Before the awakening of the Qin family's bloodline, there was no one comparable. However, at this age, over 3,000 years. His voice trailed off. What? A stunning, single female cultivator over 3,000 years old. The unique label of this woman struck Qin Zhen, and his expression changed dramatically. He trembled uncontrollably, fear flickering in his eyes. Chapter 126. The visit of Qin Changsheng and the crisis of the Hahuan sect. Could this possibly be yet another former lover of our ancestor? Wang Wanru also considered this possibility, especially since her sister's situation had left a profound impact on her. In an instant, the previously joyous atmosphere turned somber, evoking a sense of impending doom. Noticing the expressions on Qin Zhen and his wife's faces, Elder Ouyang understood their thoughts and could no longer remain seated. He hastily clarified, It's a misunderstanding. I assure you, my descendant has no connection whatsoever with Senior Qin. She was solely focused on swordsmanship and had no interest in men. When I inquired, she declared that her entire life is devoted to the sword. Moreover, given her aloof nature and her prioritization of the sword path, she is certainly not the type that Senior Qin would prefer. That's why I asked if there were any considerate young men from the Qin family, hoping to gradually influence my descendant. She has simply never interacted with men and is unaware of their merits, thereby investing all her passion in the sword. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, calming down. Thank goodness. Since Elder Ouyang had personally confirmed this with her, there should be no issue. He realized he had been overly concerned. After all, how could all the stunning single women in the world have had a past with our ancestor? The ancestor is not a mere playboy. Besides, our ancestor must have dedicated countless hours and effort to reach the pinnacle of the emperor realm. The previous encounters with former lovers were merely coincidences. Having come to this understanding, Qin Zhen then stated, Let us proceed with this arrangement. Although the age difference is considerable, in the realm of cultivation, such matters are trivial. Perhaps we should arrange for them to meet and cultivate their feelings? Very well, it is settled. I shall convey a message to Zhiqiu, believing this to be the first request from my ancestors. She shall not refuse. Some endeavors, once initiated, will naturally progress towards the right direction. At this moment, Qin Changsheng, searching for the elusive Taiqing source liquid, remains blissfully unaware that his home is on the verge of being invaded. In the eastern domain, the Yunu mountain range rises majestically, stretching for hundreds of miles. Its peaks undulating and intertwining. The summits are shrouded in mist, as if enveloped by a mysterious veil. The mountains are adorned with oddly shaped rocks, lending credence to the name of the Yunu mountain range. Nestled within this range lies the Hahuan sect, perched upon the midsection of Ziyun Peak. On this day, a handsome young man, none other than Qin Changsheng, saunters up from the foothills. He has scoured the entirety of the human domain in search of the Taiqing source liquid, yet to no avail. Rumor has it that the Hahuan sect once thrived in the production of this substance, prompting his visit purely out of curiosity. He assures the heavens that no ulterior motives lurk in his heart. Wow, he's so handsome. Absolutely stunning. I've never seen a man so breathtakingly beautiful in my life. Before he could draw near, he evoked gasps of astonishment from a group of female disciples clad in the Hahuan sect's attire. His aura is so dazzling. I can hardly imagine how delightful it would be to embrace him, or how intoxicating his scent must be. Humph, coward. I dare to imagine. You brazen hussy. How dare you think of my man? Not only do I dare to think, but I dare to act. The young women chattered animatedly, and it seemed a quarrel was about to erupt. Handsome sir, it can be quite perilous for you to be here alone. You are like a lamb entering a tiger's den. My senior sisters may very well devour you. Indeed, handsome sir, the intentions of men who visit our sect are often quite naive. Would you care to engage in dual cultivation with me? Together, we could explore the mysteries of the great Tao. The techniques of the Hehuan sect can greatly enhance your cultivation speed. At this moment, two female disciples approached Qin Changsheng, initiating flirtation. One even dared to lift her skirt provocatively, casting flirtatious glances, her beauty radiant. Gulp. Someone inadvertently swallowed hard. Ultimately, he overcame his base desires, maintaining a resolute gaze and shaking his head in refusal. A gentleman appreciates beauty but does not succumb to lust. His feelings are sincere, yet he remains within the bounds of propriety. He considers himself a paragon of virtue, having traversed the garden of temptation unscathed. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Qin family. Qin Changsheng, here to visit. A voice that resonated through the heavens and earth echoed across Xian Peak. All disciples of the Hehuan sect stood momentarily frozen, mouths agape in disbelief, as if 9 Qin Changshengs could fit within their open mouths. Qin Changsheng, that infamous lecher? A scoundrel of the human race who exploits his family's influence and power, bullying men and coercing women? What brings him here? Within the grand hall of the Hehuan sect, the sect leader Lin Fengyue also heard Qin Changsheng's voice. Instantly, she became flustered, pacing back and forth in a state of disarray. A profound sense of regret etched upon his face. He muttered, I knew it. I knew that this gluttonous specter would not relinquish his pursuit here. However, I cannot allow the legacy of our joyous sect, built over millennia, to simply vanish. He recalled the ancient imperial clan of the Jiang family, which had been obliterated by Qin Changsheng over a mere disagreement. And that too on the day of their grand wedding. As a modest sect, the joyous sect could hardly withstand the whims of a peaked quasi-emperor like Qin Changsheng. There was a palpable fear that should he inadvertently offend the other, the joyous sect could be extinguished with a mere flick of his hand, leaving no recourse for vindication. With the star tower of the Qin family in their possession, which force among humanity would dare to disregard them? He had never anticipated that Qin Changsheng would reveal his cultivation so soon. In such haste, he had traversed the eastern domain to arrive at this remote corner. Though the prowess of the joyous sect was indeed renowned worldwide, yet this was the first time a formidable figure among humanity had approached so brazenly and without pretense. Truly living up to his notorious reputation, he was the infamous scoundrel of that era, the gluttonous specter. Recalling this, Lin Fengyue hastily covered his mouth, fearful of inadvertently revealing a monumental secret. Elder, please tally the number of new female disciples we have this year, particularly those of exquisite beauty and unblemished virtue. He urgently called for the second elder. Upon hearing this, the elder promptly replied, reporting to the sect master, there are still 2. What? Lin Fengyue's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the second elder with suspicion. This old fool, who usually pays no heed to the newcomers, how does he know this so well? After a moment of contemplation, he continued, 2 is far too few. Given Qin Changsheng's stature, it might lead him to believe we hold him in contempt. I heard that the second elder recently acquired a new concubine, said to possess unparalleled beauty, akin to the legendary figures of yore. With the recent busyness of sect affairs, surely he has yet to consummate the union? Indeed, that is correct. The second elder replied. Lin Fengyue clapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, marvelous. Quickly summon your concubine to serve as a stand-in. Fear not, I shall compensate you with 2 more in the future. Thus, a cheerful decision was made, and he urged the elder to arrange it without delay. The second elder stood frozen, resembling one who had just lost their parents. Lin Fengyue patted his shoulder in consolation, expressing that one must part with their beloved to ensnare the wolf. He found himself at a loss, for within the joyous sect, apart from these few, there was nowhere else to turn. Chapter 127. The joyous sect's warm hospitality. The second elder's complexion darkened to a shade resembling liver, his teeth chattering in distress. He had only just married his new concubine, not even having had the chance to touch her. Yet now she was to be offered to Qin Changsheng. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, recalling a folk rumor that the true reason behind the Jiang family's downfall was that on their wedding day, in front of all gathered, Qin Changsheng had audaciously requested that the bride serve him alongside the matriarch of the Jiang family. This affront had incited their wrath, leading to the tragic transformation of their wedding day into a day of annihilation. Upon this realization, his fury dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had not yet crossed paths with the situation. Otherwise, the Harmony sect would likely struggle to weather the storm today. Moreover, if his concubine were to be favored by Qin Changsheng, he would, in a sense, find himself aligned with the peak of the quasi-emperors. What a source of pride. Having arranged everything, Lin Fengyue summoned the outer sect elders, exclaiming, "Hurry, summon Elder Qin Changsheng." "Oh, never mind. You're an old man. Let elders 8 and 6 attend instead." The 8 and 6 elders he referred to were both female, possessing a special dual cultivation technique that rendered them as exquisite and noble as rare blossoms. They embodied the vibrancy of youth while exuding the mature charm bestowed by time. A captivating blend of grace and allure, both enchanting and refined. Regrettably, it was rumored that all of Qin Changsheng's alleged romantic interests were virtuous individuals, devoid of any romantic history, suggesting he preferred pure and unblemished women. Otherwise, a mere gathering of these female elders would have sufficed to engage Qin Changsheng. Before long, Qin Changsheng, accompanied by the 2 elders, stepped into the grand hall of the sect. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Elder Qin." Lin Fengyue and the other elders greeted him with sycophantic smiles. Qin Changsheng was somewhat taken aback by the formality of the occasion. Was such ostentation necessary? Moreover, the sight of the enchanting maidens clad in sheer veils, standing in a row, felt somewhat amiss. This did not resemble a proper sect at all. Prior to his arrival, he had merely heard that the Harmony sect was renowned for producing Taiqing's source liquid, but he had not delved deeply into the intricacies of this minor power, only assuming its name had a slightly irreverent tone. However, it now appeared that the name was indeed fitting. Remarkable, under the vast heavens, humanity possessed such a sect centered around dual cultivation. Where lay their sense of shame? Where were their morals? Where was their integrity? Here it was, he had arrived. It was only natural to ponder that once an individual acquires the formidable power of a cultivator, they may easily become aggressive. Thus, the existence of such a sect significantly mitigates conflicts, fostering stability in the world, perhaps a noble endeavor in its own right. Nevertheless, what was Qin Changsheng's identity? He held no interest in the fleeting allure of these women, whose lips were sought after by countless suitors. He waved his hand dismissively, almost uttering the classic phrase from his previous life, "Bring in a new batch." Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure and, with a calm demeanor, said, "I heard from the 2 elders that you are the sect leader, Lin, correct? I have come seeking your assistance on a matter. Of course, we can discuss compensation, be it heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or cultivation crystals." Yet before he could finish, Lin Fengyue interrupted him. "Elder Qin, what do you mean by that? How could we dare to accept anything from you? Whatever you desire, we have already prepared for you." A mere minor sect like Harmony would never presume to accept offerings from one as formidable as the King of Hell. Unbeknownst to Zhang's family, they merely accepted a wedding gift, which was promptly consumed. This serves as a cautionary tale. Qin Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Such thoughtfulness. I had yet to utter a word, and everything was already prepared for me. Truly, this is the abundant land of Taiqing essence. How magnanimous. However, being a person of integrity, I must retain my dignity. I cannot engage in acts of coercion or gain without effort. Thus, he hesitated and, with a hint of embarrassment, inquired, "Master Lin, is this appropriate?" Lin Fengyue, a person of considerable stature, had long mastered the art of discerning human emotions through years of mingling among diverse crowds. He immediately perceived Qin Changsheng's true intentions. Yet another instance of freeloading. The elite among the human race share a common trait. Each desires to indulge while maintaining a facade of propriety, particularly those so-called esteemed figures of righteous sects, who often linger for 10 days at a time, justifying their presence as a means to experience the myriad emotions and prepare for a smooth transition through the tribulations of desire, all purportedly for the future of humanity. The audacity. Once they have had their fill, they expect to leave without recompense. How infuriating. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Fengyue's eyes. Nonetheless, over the years, he had cultivated a network of connections, granting him some confidence when dealing with the general elite of the human race. Yet, this esteemed gentleman before him was someone he could not afford to offend. Senior Qin, what could possibly be amiss? You have sacrificed so much for humanity. This is only fitting, Lin Fengyue flattered, clapping his hands thrice. With the gesture, the curtains slowly parted. From behind the drapes emerged 3 enchanting maidens, graceful as ethereal beings. Their long hair cascading like waterfalls over their shoulders, exuding an alluring charm. Their figures were perfectly formed, each smile and frown revealing their captivating allure. Initially, the 3 maidens had felt a tinge of displeasure at being summoned to serve a so-called human elite, perhaps an elderly gentleman, who would not hope for a perfect experience on their first occasion. However, upon catching sight of Qin Changsheng, they were instantly entranced. It was love at first sight. What a handsome figure! His untamed charisma, a blend of wisdom and charm, stirred an irresistible desire to hold him close. This time, it seemed they had struck gold. Qin Changsheng, too, was rendered momentarily bewildered by this unexpected scene. What is happening? Wasn't the Tai Ching essence meant for me? Why are there several beautiful maidens appearing? Would this not tarnish my reputation? The second elder's concubine gracefully stepped forward, her heart racing with excitement. Initially drawn to the second elder's status, she now found herself with a more formidable and attractive ally, and thus, she resolved to seize the opportunity. Clad in a flowing sheer gown, her figure subtly revealed, she approached Qin Changsheng and bowed, saying, "I am Tang Xiaowu, a humble servant. Please, kind sir, bestow your affection and guidance upon me." Qin Changsheng was taken aback. Such directness was rather shocking. Moreover, to seek guidance in such a public setting seemed rather inappropriate. He scrutinized the other party from head to toe before finally shifting his gaze away. After all, he considered himself a scholar and was not easily swayed by such tactics. He had merely intended to obtain some Tai Ching source liquid. How had the situation become so peculiar? Frowning slightly, he cast a questioning look at Lin Fengyue, hoping for an explanation. At that moment, witnessing his concubine's boldness, the second elder's face flushed with embarrassment. This was too much. Women were often so superficial. What good was mere handsomeness? Qin Changsheng appeared to be nothing more than a pretty boy, likely lacking substance. A fleeting fancy, perhaps? Humph. Once this matter is resolved, I shall make you aware of my true prowess. Chapter 128. The Preferences of Qin the Bully, a Beast. Meanwhile, Lin Fengyue was acutely aware of Qin Changsheng's furrowed brow and puzzled expression. A pang of anxiety struck her. He was dissatisfied. She had not anticipated that this lecherous wolf would have such an insatiable appetite. However, there would not be another badge to exchange for some time. The next recruitment for the Hahuan sect would not occur for another month. As she pondered, an epiphany struck Lin Fengyue, illuminating her understanding. It dawned on her that he craved the allure of a married woman. Naturally, Qin Changsheng's previous romantic interests had been breathtakingly beautiful, far beyond the ordinary. Accustomed to the finest delicacies, he would naturally desire something more exotic. A flower from home, no matter how fragrant, could not compare to the wildflowers, especially those growing in another's garden. A married woman must surely appeal to him. This was akin to the behavior of that Chao family from the central domain, always coveting what belonged to others. As the saying goes, there is nothing better than dumplings to eat, and nothing more exhilarating than a thrilling escapade. Having come to a complete understanding, Lin Fengyue donned a lascivious smile, nodding repeatedly as she spoke. "Senior Qin, I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. I comprehend now. I shall consult with several elders at once. Please bear with me for a moment." Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the Tai Ching source liquid was a treasure that warranted a discussion with the sect's higher-ups. However, observing the furtive manner of the Hahuan sect members, he could not help but extend his consciousness to envelop them. In a corner, Lin Fengyue had gathered with the elders. "Esteemed colleagues, you all understand the intentions of Qin the Bully, do you not?" she said, her voice laced with concern. "Sect leader, we understand. However, the married woman must possess exceptional beauty. It is quite difficult for us to gather such a one." The elders' faces reflected their distress, fearing that angering Qin Changsheng might lead to the annihilation of the Hahuan sect. Furthermore, as their sect comprised mostly female disciples, most of whom were single due to the burdens of dual cultivation and reputation. Few were married with fixed partners. Alas, I have but one legitimate wife, whom I married 8,000 years ago. Now, as age takes its toll and beauty fades, it is unlikely I could capture the attention of the tyrant Qin. Lin Fengyue sighed. I too feel the same. Several elder men echoed, expressing their powerlessness. Suddenly, they all turned their gaze toward the second elder, who had remained silent. The second elder was an anomaly. Vigorous even in his advanced years, he had numerous wives and concubines, all of exquisite beauty. What was most notable was that none of his wives were from the Harmony sect, but rather all came from reputable families. The second elder felt a chill under their scrutinizing gazes, well aware of their underlying intentions. A surge of anger and frustration welled up within him. Yet he found himself powerless to act. Observing this, Lin Fengyue sighed again, placed a reassuring hand on the second elder's shoulder, and said, Second elder, I apologize for your predicament. Let us not forget our grand plan. We must not allow any missteps at this crucial moment. As long as we can resurrect our ancestor, everything will be worthwhile. Indeed, the second elder replied, clenching his fist with determination. The ancestor they referred to was Lin Huanhuan, the founding master of the Harmony sect. It is said that the sect was established during the ancient era, a time when it was considered a formidable force. The high-ranking members of the Harmony sect were all descendants of the children adopted by Lin Huanhuan. Thus they referred to her as their ancestor. The path of dual cultivation, in harmony with nature, is a transcendent road leading directly to enlightenment, ranking among the top 30 of the 3,000 great paths. Unfortunately, since Lin Huanhuan's time, no one has been able to fully comprehend the path of dual cultivation. What was once a peerless technique that could be practiced alone turned into a common dual cultivation method that required both male and female practitioners to expedite their progress. Each generation seemed to diminish in prowess, leading the Harmony sect from its status as a colossal entity to a mere third-rate sect, reliant on other forces for survival. Ever since the 8th generation leader unexpectedly discovered a method to resurrect their ancestor, the sect has made countless sacrifices to preserve its strength for this purpose. Now, they had arrived at a critical juncture. Under the gradual immersion in the Qinghua essence, the decayed body of their ancestor, which had perished for several epochs, began to emit faint ripples of energy. They believed that the day of their ancestor's resurrection, the day of the Harmony sect's resurgence, and the day when they would no longer be beholden to anyone would soon arrive. Little did they know, their entire conversation was overheard by Qin Changsheng. A wife? A married woman? Qin Changsheng's lips twitched in disbelief. This was nothing short of slander. Could he truly be that sort of person? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a twinge of guilt. Well, he had indeed contemplated such notions, but they were merely fleeting thoughts. After all, freedom of thought exists, and he had yet to act on them. Such an affront to his character was utterly intolerable. Clearing his throat, Qin Changsheng summoned Lin Fengyue and the others. Lin Sect Master, you have misunderstood. My primary purpose in coming here is regarding the Qinghua essence. I have heard that this place was once abundant in its production. Pertaining to his reputation, he spoke candidly, not concealing his earlier act of eavesdropping on their conversation. To his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Lin Fengyue and the others shifted dramatically, a fleeting glint of hatred flashing in their eyes before they quickly regained their composure. Although the change in their demeanor lasted but a moment, it was impossible to elude the perception of Qin Changsheng, whose senses were acutely attuned. A wave of confusion washed over him. Was the exchange for Taiqing source liquid truly that significant? Why did it seem to evoke a reaction in them akin to the loss of a cherished bride? Was there perhaps a deeper secret at play? At that moment, Lin Fengyue approached, a look of resignation on his face as he spoke. Senior Qin, you misunderstand. Our Hahuan sect possessed a considerable amount of Taiqing source liquid long ago, even purchasing it at a premium from other sources. However, it has all been consumed, and there is not a single drop remaining within the sect. Oh, I see. Qin Changsheng replied dismissively, yet his emperor-level consciousness radiated outward, enveloping the entire mountain range where the Hahuan sect resided. After all, this matter pertained to his own happiness, prompting him to investigate thoroughly. Every peak and inch of land within the mountain range fell under his perceptive grasp. Eureka! A jolt of realization struck him as he discerned an enigmatic region beneath the Hahuan sect. shrouded in an inscrutable energy that his emperor-level consciousness could not penetrate in the slightest. A slight furrow formed on his brow as he summoned the primordial creation force, coalescing it in his eyes. In an instant, his once ordinary gaze transformed into ancient, profound eyes, endowed with the ability to see through all illusions and seals. As he directed his gaze toward that mysterious locale, he was taken aback, his pupils widening in disbelief. Within the subterranean mist lay a spring composed entirely of Tai Ching source liquid, and within it reclined a breathtaking maiden. Dressed in garments as white as snow and as ethereal as clouds, her attire rippled with the water, resembling a slumbering sculpture, exuding elegance and tranquility. Yet, an aura emanating from her garments suggested that she had existed here for countless ages. Lin Huanhuan. The name surged into Qin Changsheng's mind unbidden. In a flash, he materialized beside the maiden, finding that the intricate formations of the Hahuan sect posed no obstacle to him. With utmost care, he lifted the maiden from the Tai Ching source liquid, scrutinizing her features closely. Upon noticing a plum blossom mark at her feet, he could not contain a gasp. Impossible. It cannot be. The ancient aura radiating from her corpse was unmistakably that of an era long past. Could it be that their love had transcended time itself? Just as Qin Changsheng grappled with this perplexity, Lin Fingyue's expression shifted dramatically, clearly sensing the disturbance emanating from the sect's most sacred location. Upon arriving at the scene, he immediately beheld his ancestor cradled in Qin Changsheng's arms. In an instant, his fury ignited. "You scoundrel, Qin Changsheng. Originally, I believed your inclinations were solely towards married women. Yet, how shocking it is to discover that even the lifeless are not spared." Chapter 129. The Possible Resurrection of Lin Huanhuan. Ancestor of the Hahuan sect. Unaware of Lin Fingyue's arrival, Qin Changsheng remained enveloped in profound astonishment. This ancient, cold body felt remarkably familiar to him. Every inch of skin, every hidden corner had been caressed by his fingertips, bearing his indelible marks. He was utterly convinced that this body belonged to Lin Huanhuan of yore. But how could this be? An ancient vessel, transcending countless epochs, had seemingly intertwined with his life thousands of years ago, where they shared an intimate bond. Could it be that he had truly wandered through the river of time, encountering, knowing, and loving her at some point in the past? In that moment, he was engulfed in confusion. As he gazed upon the lifeless form cradled in his arms, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Memories flooded his mind, vividly replaying the moments shared with Lin Huanhuan. Her graceful figure, enchanting smile, and unparalleled beauty wove together a tapestry of cherished images. For an instant, it felt as though he had been transported back to the blissful days they had once shared. Alas, all that beauty was shattered one fateful afternoon. Lin Huanhuan had confessed to him that her initial intentions were merely to utilize him in her quest to unravel the mysteries of love, viewing him as a vessel for her sentiments. At that time, the impetuous Qin Changsheng had not allowed her to finish, feeling deeply insulted, and had coldly declared their separation before storming away, oblivious to the tears that streamed down Lin Huanhuan's face, silent droplets cascading from her cheeks, filled with helplessness and sorrow as she watched him depart. From that moment onwards, their paths diverged, and they never crossed again. Yet now, Qin Changsheng had come to realize that Lin Huanhuan had likely harbored deep affections for him. After all, their daily interactions and intimate exchanges hardly resembled those of a mere tool. It was merely her regret and guilt over his initial unworthiness that had kept her from calling him back. Qin Changsheng sighed deeply. The depths of love are akin to an ocean, not easily navigated or understood. Throughout history, countless extraordinary individuals have been undone by love, yet it has simultaneously given rise to many magnificent tales. "Beast, release my ancestor's body." Lin Fingyue's furious voice shattered Qin Changsheng's reverie. He could hardly fathom that, in a moment of distraction, he had allowed Qin Changsheng to reach this point. The formation that once withstood emperors had proven utterly ineffectual against the current peak of a quasi-emperor like Qin Changsheng. However, such matters had become irrelevant. It is of utmost importance that at this very moment, Qin Changsheng is desecrating the body of the ancestor of the Hahuan sect. For countless years, the Hahuan sect has harbored a deep-seated obsession, enduring humiliation across generations, skillfully navigating through challenges to acquire innumerable resources, all in the pursuit of resurrecting their ancestor. Yet now, It seems all is about to come to naught. The ancestor's corpse, before the anticipated revival, has been discovered prematurely by this lascivious scoundrel, Qin Changsheng. With the unparalleled grace of the ancestor, one can scarcely fathom the despicable acts this ravenous wolf of lust might commit. Today, the Hehuan sect, even at the cost of mutual destruction with Qin Changsheng, must safeguard the purity of their ancestor. A formidable aura surged from Lin Fengyue, who, resolute in his determination to face death, endured immense suffering, prepared to burn his life essence for a desperate gamble. Despite being acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and Qin Changsheng at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, he feared nothing at this juncture. Alas, after years of waiting, everything seems to be in vain. Qin Changsheng, prepare to pay with your life. Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering Lin Fengyue's fervor. Was it truly necessary? Was it not merely an embrace of the ancestor? Had he not touched her in countless places before? With a gentle wave of his hand, time and space seemed to freeze, halting Lin Fengyue's movements in an instant. Lin Huanhuan, is she your ancestor? Qin Changsheng inquired. Recalling that Lin Fengyue also bore the surname Lin, could he be a descendant of Lin Huanhuan? Had he married and had children? That seemed unlikely. How do you know our ancestor's name? Lin Fengyue blurted out. However, he quickly regained his composure. The notion of sacrificing his life for a final struggle dissipated. The ability to recognize the ancestor at a glance likely indicated a close familiarity with her. Coupled with the previous tales of Qin Changsheng's self-inflicted wound leading to his fall from grace, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could it be that Qin Changsheng was also a reincarnated human emperor from the ancient times, reborn to reclaim his path to emperorhood? If this were true, then the resurrection of their ancestor might still hold hope. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, Lin Fengyue continued. All the branches of our Hehuan sect are descendants of the children adopted by our ancestor, Lin Huanhuan. To honor her memory, the lineage of the sect leader has always retained the Lin surname. Ah, adopted children, Qin Changsheng mused, feeling a pang of guilt, tinged with a hint of regret. It seemed he had let down yet another lovesick woman, leaving Lin Huanhuan to a life of solitude. He calmed his mind and spoke. I consider myself an acquaintance of your Lin Huanhuan. Her affairs are as dear to me as my own. You have placed her body in this Taiching essence, adorned with so many precious treasures. Are you truly seeking to resurrect her? Furthermore, how has her physical form remained uncorrupted throughout the ages? He expressed his confusion. For Lin Huanhuan was merely an emperor. While it is said that an emperor's body can endure for a millennium, remaining intact for 10,000 years, spanning several epochs from antiquity to the present, it seemed implausible for her physical form to remain so vividly lifelike. Upon hearing this, Lin Fengyue's expression shifted drastically, his gaze sharpening. This matter touched upon the secrets of the Hehuan sect and the safety of their ancestor. Could it be that the scoundrel Qin Changsheng seeks to extract secrets? His shifting expressions could not escape Qin Changsheng's notice. With a helpless demeanor, Qin Changsheng earnestly declared, I swear by the heavenly principles that I would never commit any act to harm Lin Huanhuan. Will this suffice? Furthermore, to speak candidly, I once shared an intimate connection with your ancestor Lin Huanhuan. You understand. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's oath, Lin Fengyue finally felt a sense of relief. After all, the heavenly principles possess sentience, and to deceive them would be tantamount to severing one's own path. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of Qin Changsheng's statement, he was momentarily dumbfounded. His ancestor had actually shared a fleeting romance with this debaucher. At that moment, he was uncertain whether to feel fortunate, regretful, or disgusted. How could such a brilliant and astute individual as his ancestor have fallen prey to this libertine? However, given the circumstances, he could only speak the truth. Returning to you, Senior Qin, we are indeed in the process of reviving our ancestor. This is a method of resurrection discovered by our forebears. As for why the ancestor's physical body remains uncorrupted, I am not entirely certain. It has been mentioned in the sect's records that the ancestor once cultivated 2 forms of celestial energy, which may be related. Celestial energy? Qin Changsheng furrowed his brows, somewhat skeptical. Previously, while practicing the Taiji Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra, he had also cultivated several unfamiliar energies, but before he could fully comprehend them, they were assimilated by the primordial transformative force within him. Could it be that those energies were celestial in nature? Were they truly that formidable? Noticing Qin Changsheng's silence, Lin Fengyue continued, Moreover, through generations of our efforts, the Ancestor's body is now emanating waves of energy. I sense that revival is imminent. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he carefully examined the situation once more. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Your realms are too low, and your insight is somewhat lacking. The energy fluctuations emanating from this body bear no relation to your resurrection methods. From my perspective, your ancestor is not dead but rather exists in an enigmatic state. I must conduct further research on this matter. You may leave for now." Lin Fengyue was taken aback, yet his feet did not budge. Further research? What kind of research? He was not willing to leave, fully aware of Qin Changsheng's temperament. How could he trust the other party to be alone with the ancestor's physical form? If the other party were to succumb to base desires and commit unspeakable acts, he would bear the dire consequences. Chapter 130. Summoning the system's ex-girlfriends. Qin Changsheng sensed Lin Fengyue's thoughts, and his expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the public's perception of him had become so rigid. Rumors truly could inflict considerable harm. He chose to disregard Lin Fengyue, settling into a cross-legged position, laying Lin Huanhuan's body flat, and closing his eyes. At this moment, the only method he could conceive was to summon the system. No, to shake the system. System? Brother system? Old brother system? Where's the system? Little brother? Handsome one, are you there? I have a matter I wish to request your assistance with. He incessantly shouted in his mind, concerned for the safety of his ex-girlfriend. He found himself compelled to seek assistance from the system for the first time. Yet, no matter how fervently he called out, there was no response echoing back in his mind. After a long while, a prolonged sound of awe resonated from the depths of his consciousness, seemingly imbued with a hint of satisfaction and comfort. Qin Changsheng felt a twinge of bewilderment. Had he not been fixated on his thoughts, he might not have even noticed it. Here it comes, finally. Why the rush, like a relentless specter, without considering the timing? The system's voice arrived, somewhat belatedly, as if still savoring its previous diversion. What is the meaning of this, system? Oh, I was just out for a stroll and happened to encounter a former girlfriend. Former girlfriend? Seriously? Does your system also differentiate between genders and have exes? Host, what kind of talk is that? Are humans allowed to indulge in romance, while we systems are forbidden from experiencing affection? I'm just curious. What does that entail for you? Your perspective is quite limited. Do you think our systems are akin to mere mortals? We are engaged in soulful exchanges, a melding of spiritual dimensions, far removed from your pedestrian notions. Oh, I am utterly astounded. Indeed, are you not impressed by my prowess? I am not looking. The system fell into a silence, occasionally questioning whether it had chosen the wrong host. After a brief pause, it remarked, "Host, it has been some time. You remain inept in many areas, but your eloquence has certainly improved." At this, Qin Changsheng became flustered. Why the personal attack? System, please clarify. What do you mean by other aspects? Oh. Qin Changsheng nearly cracked under the weight of that singular awe, but remembering his dependence on the system, he restrained himself. Host, I vaguely heard your voice earlier. What was it you said? Oh, I had a matter for which I sought your assistance. No, the sentence before that. Are you even present? No. The one prior to that. Handsome? The system emitted a sound of satisfaction, leaving Qin Changsheng perplexed, his mind filled with question marks. Call me that again. Handsome? Qin Changsheng was rendered speechless. In light of your calling me handsome, I shall reluctantly disregard the protocols of the system and assist you this once. Now, what is it you require? Finally addressing the matter at hand, Qin Changsheng replied, I have an ex-girlfriend who seems to be in a peculiar state, neither dead nor truly alive. Could you assist in discerning what the issue might be? No problem, a trivial matter. After a considerable pause, the system hesitantly stated, It seems I am not particularly skilled in matters of healing. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng felt a wave of skepticism wash over him. With such grand claims, surely the system must possess the capability, or so he thought. The system, as if reading his thoughts, gritted its metaphorical teeth and declared, Since I have agreed, I shall ensure it is accomplished. Wait a moment, I shall summon an ex-girlfriend. Qin Changsheng exclaimed, utterly astonished. Is this extraordinary system truly capable of such feats? It can even summon other female systems at will? After a brief interval, two voices resonated in his mind. Hey handsome, are you in such a hurry? I was just about to grant my host a reward. If I delay any longer, they might meet their untimely demise. What is there to fear? If they perish, they perish. Why must a female healer system be so ambitious? But there's no buts. This host bears a significant portion of my performance metrics. I've made a promise to them, and you wouldn't want me to be looked down upon by my host, would you? All right then, I shall make an exception for you this once. The healer system's sweetness was palpable, and Qin Changsheng could discern a hint of shyness in her voice. Oh, this troublesome system. It even understands the art of persuasion. However, this was a matter of the system realm, and Qin Changsheng chose to feign ignorance, turning a blind eye. Moments later, the healer system spoke again. Upon investigation, I have determined that this body lacks a soul and spirit, which is why it remains in a state of slumber. We simply need to retrieve the lost essence. Once fully integrated and stabilized, awakening will follow. How do we recover the soul and spirit? The handsome system inquired. The level of this body is exceedingly high. We must utilize a soul-calling lotus as a guide and the 9 transformation resurrection herb as the pathway, placing it in their mouth. Within 3 years, we shall surely summon back their lost essence. Then why wait? Just assign my host a task to reward them with a soul-calling lotus and 9 transformation resurrection herb. Dear handsome, I am merely an urban healer system. Such high-tier treasures are beyond my reach. Oh, is that so? After a moment of contemplation, the system replied, Then dear healer, you may take your leave for now. I have matters to attend to. Subsequently, silence enveloped his mind. Qin Changsheng felt a surge of disdain. This dog of a system. Once it realized the other party could provide no assistance, it simply abandoned me. Despicable system. After a while, the voice returned. Dear handsome, this seems rather inappropriate. It slightly contravenes the principles of the system realm. What is there to fear? If complications arise, I shall bear the burden. You know well that I once had a fleeting romance with the mother of the head of the System Management Bureau. But there are no buts. You wouldn't want your admired partner to be viewed as a mere pawn, would you? Very well, but this is an exception. Haha, I knew it. The sign-in sister is the best. Qin Changsheng was left utterly speechless, his jaw dropping in disbelief. They've summoned yet another one. This cunning system has transformed my once innocent heart into this state, undoubtedly influenced by its manipulations. Hurry, sign-in sister, call me Qin Gu. Greetings, Qin Gu. No need for that. I must decline. Qin Changsheng urgently gestured in his mind, overwhelmed by the attention. In this peculiar realm of self-made systems, it seems I have found my niche. With a whimsical call, I beckon the system to commence. Requesting the elusive soul-calling lotus and the 9 turns reviving herb for my unyielding host. Very well, the system replies, but bear in mind, this is a random check-in system. Let us proceed. At that moment, the system addressed Qin Changsheng. Dear host, kindly sign in. Ah, yes. Qin Changsheng eagerly nodded. Check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received a delicate emerald green belly wrap belonging to the esteemed Empress Xianin. Before Qin Changsheng's astonished gaze, a magnificent and unique belly wrap descended from the heavens, gently landing in his palm, seemingly imbued with warmth. Simultaneously, a subtle fragrance wafted from the wrap, intoxicating yet refreshing. Meanwhile, in the Xianin celestial domain, beyond the realm of the Xiantian, the celestial empress, who held dominion over her domain, lounged languidly upon her bed, lost in the verses of poetry. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her chest as her cherished belly wrap vanished. She sprang up, her slender fingers trembling, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. Where has my belly wrap gone? Who possesses the audacity and skill to stealthily seize it from me? Chapter 131. The Remarkable System. The dust settles. Qin Changsheng was startled by the sudden appearance of the belly wrap, momentarily at a loss, instinctively wishing to destroy the evidence. Yet, just as he was about to act, he sensed the aroma as somewhat familiar and realized the wrap's quality was rather high, seemingly a celestial artifact. To destroy it would be a grievous mistake. With a flick of his consciousness, he stored the wrap within his Zifu space. This entire scene was keenly observed by Lin Fengyue, who had been fixated on him. Upon seeing the belly wrap in Qin Changsheng's hands, Lin Fengyue erupted in fury. Indeed, it is that rogue Qin. Before my very eyes, he has brazenly taken my ancestor's cherished wrap. Yet, he felt powerless, hoping Qin Changsheng would, out of respect for those around, temper his actions and refrain from further indiscretions. The system, too, was taken aback by the unfolding events. Dear sister system, were you not supposed to reward the soul-calling lotus and the 9 turns reviving herb? Oh, handsome brother, I wish I could, but this is random. I have no authority to adjust the order of rewards. What now? Even if we continue checking in, who knows when the desired rewards will materialize? The system felt anxious, realizing it had bungled its host's first request. This simply cannot be allowed. Suddenly, an idea struck. I recall I have an ex-girlfriend system that may assist us. Please hold on. I need not seek help personally this time. What? Qin Changsheng stood agape, utterly astonished. In a remarkably short span, his system had already located 3 former girlfriends to assist him. Hello? Is this Madame Nyo? It's me, the handsome guy. At that moment, the system unexpectedly produced a video call. How annoying. Back when they were intimate, he affectionately referred to her as little sweetheart, but now, with new faces emerging, she was addressed as Madame Nyo. A sultry voice emanated from the video call, and although Qin Changsheng could not see her, an image of an alluring middle-aged woman instantly materialized in his mind. Little sweetheart, there's something I need your help with. Of course, whatever concerns you is my concern. Handsome. This was followed by an exchange that sent shivers down Qin Changsheng's spine. All right, it's done. The system exhaled a sigh of relief. System brother, may I be so bold as to inquire, what system does the person on the other end belong to? Qin Changsheng asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Anyone capable of disregarding the rules of the system and altering the program at will must be a significant figure, right? The system, slightly embarrassed, replied. She is not a host system. She is merely the wife of the System Administration Bureau. At that moment, Qin Changsheng was utterly astonished. Is it true that the system world is so chaotic? Just moments ago, you mentioned that the head of the System Administration Bureau's mother was your ex-girlfriend. And now you state that the wife of the Bureau is also an ex? You truly live a flamboyant life. So, you are directly confronting the director of the Bureau while enjoying a carefree existence? With the system being so extraordinary, what more could Qin Changsheng say? Impressive. I am in awe. Host, please sign in quickly. I have other matters to attend to. The system urged. All right, I will sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received the rewards. Soul Enlightening Lotus and 9-turn Resurrection Herb. Great. All done. The remaining matters are now in your hands. Host, the system's excited voice resounded. Then, 2 more voices echoed in his mind. Sign in, sister. I recently learned a trick from the multi-children and abundant blessings system. Shall we give it a try? I will listen to my handsome brother. The 2 voices faded into the distance, leaving Qin Changsheng in a state of bewilderment amidst the swirling winds. He never anticipated that his system was such an extraordinary entity. He had previously thought it was merely a minor player in the system world, burdened daily by performance evaluations. Who would have guessed that his system's ex-girlfriends were scattered throughout the entire system realm, capable of disregarding its rules? Moreover, despite this, it remained diligent, striving for self-reliance and relying on the host to complete its performance assessments. This truly was a remarkable force within the system realm, an advanced and outstanding youth system. However, with the system walking such a precarious path, he pondered whether he might be affected if it were ever exposed, and fell from grace. Shaking his head, Qin Changsheng dispelled the thought. After all, when that day came, there would be little he could do. He cautiously placed the warm Soul Guide Lotus and the 9-turn Resurrection Grass into Lin Huanhuan's mouth. What did you put in our ancestor's mouth, Qin Changsheng? Lin Fengyue shouted nearby, filled with impotent rage, feeling indignant at the lascivious tricks of this rogue. Qin Changsheng replied calmly, the Soul Guide Lotus and the 9-turn Resurrection Grass. I have discovered a method to revive your ancestor. Within 3 years, she shall surely awaken. Your ancestor has not truly perished. She merely lacks a soul and a spirit. The revival method you found is futile for her. As for these Ta Ching essence liquids, I shall keep them for the time being. Moreover, you descendants of Lin Huanhuan have brought great disgrace upon her. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, I shall take custody of this body. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the Ta Ching essence liquids vanished in an instant, and he attempted to transfer Lin Huanhuan's physical form to the purple mansion. Qin Changsheng exclaimed softly, realizing that this imperial body could not be moved to the purple mansion space. It seemed he had no choice but to carry it back to the Qin family for further arrangements. Witnessing this, Lin Fengyue could no longer concern himself with anything else. He rushed to obstruct him, exclaiming, "No, our ancestor is the hope of generations. You shall not take her away." His suspicions solidified in his heart. He was convinced that Qin Changsheng harbored some nefarious intentions. At that moment, a disturbance emanated from the sealed entrance above. The elders of the He Huan sect had sensed the unusual occurrences in the secret realm and descended in groups to investigate. However, upon their arrival, they beheld their ancestor's body being held by the lascivious Qin Changsheng. Instantly, their eyes widened in fury, filled with murderous intent as they momentarily forgot the vast disparity in cultivation levels. Qin Changsheng, release our ancestor. You shameless rogue. How dare you openly commit such a transgression? Qin Changsheng merely cast a cold glance, disdainfully retorting, Humph, a group of incompetent fools. Look at what you have reduced Lin Huanhuan's dual cultivation path to. Do you still have the audacity to seek the revival of our ancestor? I dare say, the first one she will strike down upon her resurrection will be you worthless wretches. However, as you are indeed Lin Huanhuan's descendants, I shall protect her until her revival. But all involuntary dual cultivation activities must cease until she awakens and can handle matters herself. In 3 years, I shall return you a lively and vibrant ancestor. With these words, Qin Changsheng waved his arm lightly, unleashing an incredibly sharp sword chi that soared into the sky, hovering above the He Huan sect's gates. The sword chi shimmered a profound purple, exuding an air of destruction. Soon after, a voice of authority reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the entire eastern region. I, Qin Changsheng, shall protect the He Huan sect for 3 years. Anyone who dares to force the sect's members within this period shall face death. The voice echoed across the mountains, lingering endlessly. After uttering this proclamation, Qin Changsheng vanished without a trace, leaving the members of the He Huan sect in stunned silence. Sectmaster, what should we do? Shall we confront Qin Changsheng? Suggested the Grand Elder. Let us wager with your wife. One might scoff. What's the point at this juncture? Lin Fengyue raised her gaze towards the ominous sword energy suspended in the void above the sect and continued, However, we cannot simply let this matter rest. Here is our plan. We shall exert public pressure on the Qin family. It would be most advantageous if Qin Changsheng could return the remains of our ancestor. If that cannot be achieved, at the very least, he must feel a sense of caution. Very well, we shall act in accordance with the sect master's wishes. Shortly after Qin Changsheng departed, whispers regarding him began to circulate rapidly. Coupled with his resounding voice echoing across the eastern domain, he ascended to the pinnacle of the human race's trending searches once more, igniting yet another uproar. Chapter 132. Qin Changsheng returns to the human race's trending searches. An encounter this time, many could no longer remain passive. Have you heard? Qin Changsheng is a beast. He journeyed across the eastern domain, coercing the Hehuan sect, and seducing countless women, truly a glutton for lust. Indeed, my friends in the eastern domain also received his message. It would have been one thing if he merely indulged himself, but he shattered the game, leaving others unable to partake. This is an affront to both humanity and divinity. Yes, it is utterly outrageous and devoid of morality. He falsely claims to protect the Hehuan sect, yet clearly views it as his own harem. Despicable. I vow to oppose Qin Changsheng. We cannot coexist. Down with Qin Changsheng. Let us restore clarity to our world. You are behind the times. It is said that Qin Changsheng harbors a peculiar penchant. An insider witnessed him emerging from the hidden grounds, cradling the remains of the Hehuan sect's ancestor, a wicked grin of satisfaction upon his face. This reveals the true motive behind his so-called protection of the Hehuan sect. Gasps of shock reverberated among the onlookers. This is too scandalous. As long as this villain remains, humanity shall know no peace. Once again, I, representing the Exploding Heaven Gang, declare war on Qin Changsheng. It is either him or me. Oh, does the Exploding Heaven Gang still exist? Wasn't your leader eliminated last time? Let us not dwell on that. I suddenly recall that my beautiful wife is likely buried. With Qin Changsheng around, I feel a sense of unease. I must promptly arrange for her cremation. Now that you mention it, I too must make preparations for my end. It must be cremation. Not only were the majority of men among the human race incensed, but women also protested against this matter. Qin Changsheng is desecrating our women. We demand an explanation for all women of our race. But he is handsome. What does that matter? He is not your husband. Yet he is on the verge of becoming an emperor. Silence fell over the crowd. Fear not, for we have the Yaochi Empress, who has stood at the pinnacle for millennia. Surely, she can vanquish the demon that is Qin Changsheng. Indeed, the Empress is the faith of all female cultivators. We believe she will uphold justice for us. Yes, let us go together to seek an audience with the Empress. Thus, a grand procession made its way to the ancient realm of Yaochi. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Changsheng remained oblivious to these rumors. Even if one is aware, it is of little consequence. The biases that reside in the hearts of the multitude cannot be altered by mere fleeting words. At this moment, he is cautiously placing Lin Huanhuan's body in a corner of a newly created miniature dimensional space within the room, subsequently laying down a concealment formation. Once all is completed, he exhales a long breath of relief. He then casts a glance at the Ta Ching source liquid within the purple mansion space, a significant smile gracing his lips. At this juncture, his smile is more pronounced than that of an AK. It is time to invite Yin Wanqiu for a romantic bath. Simultaneously, an unusual scene unfolds in the Qin family's backyard. A strikingly beautiful young girl walks ahead, her expression cool and detached, her gaze subtly revealing a piercing sword intent that seems to clash with the very essence of this realm. This is Ouyang Zhiqiu. She finds it difficult to disregard the goodwill of her ancestor, Ouyang Chu, and has agreed to linger here for 7 days. After this period, she intends to set forth alone with her sword, embarking upon her own journey. Yet, unexpectedly, a young man has suddenly appeared by her side during these days. The ancestor explains that he is an outstanding youth from the Qin family, assigned to guide her during her stay. Ouyang Zhiqiu pays little mind to this, regarding him as merely a passerby. However, she did not anticipate that this passerby would become somewhat bothersome and clingy. The young man trailing behind her appears honest and unassuming, embodying the essence of Qin Dachuan. Initially reluctant, he becomes captivated at the first sight of Ouyang Zhiqiu. How beautiful! She perfectly embodies his ideal type. Unfortunately, in these days, apart from practicing her swordplay, she either appears lost in thought or wanders aimlessly, showing him no attention. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred, showering her with daily greetings and warmth. As the saying goes, with a well-wielded shovel, no wall is insurmountable. No, that is not quite right. It is through deep effort that an iron rod can be ground to a needle. He firmly believes that if he continues to treat Miss Ouyang with unwavering kindness, she will eventually be moved by his persistence. Miss Ouyang, you have been walking for quite some time. You must be weary. Are you not famished? If you are, do tell me. Dachuan shall prepare noodle soup for you. Ouyang Zhiqiu remains unmoved, yet suddenly feels a stirring within her, pausing to gaze at the sky, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Qin Changsheng, lurking around the corner, abruptly halts in his tracks, realizing he has forgotten something of great importance. System, come forth. There is something I wish to inquire. He shouts once more in his mind. This time, he does not have to wait long. A rustling sound fills his mind, followed by the system's irate voice. What are you shouting for? Host, do you possess any sense of public decency? Why are you making such a racket? This is supposed to be the Broken Mirror Reunion System. It might as well be renamed the Teddy System. However, recalling the matter at hand, he solemnly inquired, I distinctly remember being in love with that Lin Huanhuan thousands of years ago. How is it that her true identity is that of a great emperor from the ancient epic? Have I traversed the river of time and space to fall in love with her? How would I know? Perhaps you have even ventured into the future. The system's voice abruptly ceased, as if realizing it had inadvertently revealed too much, leaving no further sound. The notion of the future lingered, leaving Qin Changsheng standing there in a daze, deep in thought. Could it be that in the unfolding tapestry of time, there exists a multitude of former lovers yet to be born? How utterly outrageous! Back then, as an ordinary mortal, many things seemed unremarkable, yet upon reflection, certain aspects now strike him as peculiar. This confounded system keeps everything shrouded in secrecy, withholding vital information. Qin Changsheng felt an invisible hand guiding all events, as if within the annals of time. A monumental secret awaited his discovery. Never mind. If it cannot be comprehended, then it shall not be pondered. With a sense of resignation, Qin Changsheng continued on his path, only to catch sight of two conspicuous figures in the courtyard. Before him stood two young individuals. The male appeared to be courting favor, while the female remained unyielding, resembling a couple engaged in a silent quarrel. Qin Changsheng felt a surge of relief, for the marital woes of his elder brother, Qin Dachuan, seemed to have finally dawned upon him. As he approached to greet them, curious to see the woman who had stirred his brother's heart. Ouyang Jiqiu seemingly sensed his presence and turned her gaze in his direction simultaneously. To his astonishment, upon recognizing the woman's face, disbelief flooded Qin Changsheng's expression. His countenance stiffened, akin to encountering a specter, as he exclaimed, "Jiqiu, is it truly you?" Chapter 133. A meeting that is ultimately a farewell. Blossoms fall into desolation. Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow, his gaze flitting back and forth between the two, experiencing a sensation akin to returning from a brief excursion only to find his home ransacked. Li Feiyu. At that moment, Ouyang Jiqiu also regained her composure. Her pupils widening in shock, disbelief etched across her features. Is he not dead? Could it be that the Elder of Heavenly Secrets has deceived me? Yet, what motive could he have for such a deception? Her fingers trembled slightly, but this was merely a fleeting moment. Soon after, her expression hardened, her demeanor becoming as calm as still water. Well, as long as he is alive, that is sufficient. Now that we have crossed paths once more, it is time to let go of past attachments and bid farewell. Whether it be love or hate, all are but fleeting memories, unworthy of mention. In that moment, Ouyang Jiqiu's heart found true completeness. A surge of profound sword intent burst forth from her being. From henceforth, she yearned only for the companionship of the sword. On the path of the sword, another solitary seeker had emerged. Neither of the two noticed the imposing figure of a tall and robust man standing nearby, trembling like a mere lackey. Qin Dachuan quaked all over, feeling as if every ounce of strength had abandoned him, his body seemingly ensnared by a chilling cold, collapsing to the ground in an instant. He was somewhat simple-minded, yet not foolish. He understood the significance of the titles exchanged between his ancestor and Ouyang Jiqiu. Ouyang Jiqiu was, after all, the former girlfriend of his ancestor. The thought of Qin Zhan, who had been hung at the gate for 3 days and nights, and the family members still utilizing rudimentary spiritual tools filled him with despair. He felt utterly hopeless, envisioning a future shrouded in darkness. While other clan members had innocently erred, he faced such grave punishment for merely showing concern for his great-grandmother. With his ancestor's pettiness, he feared that he would bear the brunt of this for a lifetime. At this moment, an icy chill surged through his lower body, the cold wind biting and unbearable, summoning every bit of strength. He struggled to control his trembling frame and painstakingly rose to his feet, only to collapse once more. Great ancestor, I was wrong. I was unaware. It was the head of the family, Qin Zhan, who concocted this ill-fated matchmaking scheme. Yes, it was all his doing. He sobbed, his heart wrenched in utter despair, a sight too pitiful to behold. Qin Zhan. Matchmaking. Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow, as if he had pinpointed the true culprit. Casting a disdainful glance at the kneeling Qin Dachuan, he snapped, "Get lost. Quickly go." What kind of descendant was this? Not only did he lack a wife, but he also clung to his great-grandmother. Understood, great ancestor. Qin Dachuan hastily replied. After bowing 3 times, he curled up and scuttled towards the corner of the courtyard. Once beyond the ancestor's gaze, his expression turned fierce as he muttered, "Qin Zhan, you wait. I, Qin Dachuan, shall not rest until we are at odds." After Qin Dachuan departed, Qin Changsheng turned his attention to Ouyang Jiqiu, momentarily at a loss for words. Ouyang Jiqiu, likewise, remained silent, as though the events bore no relevance to her. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. After a long pause, Ouyang Jiqiu finally spoke. "You are not called Li Feiyu, but rather Qin Changsheng, the ancestor of the Qin family?" Her tone remained cold and indifferent, seemingly driven by mere curiosity. Li Feiyu is merely my alias. Qin Changsheng is my true name," Qin Changsheng replied awkwardly. "That Qin Changsheng, the one known for coercing others into debauchery? That is utterly slanderous. Jiqiu, allow me to explain." "No need for explanations. I believe you." Ouyang Jiqiu promptly interrupted him. She genuinely trusted Qin Changsheng. If he were truly as the rumors suggested, he would have had countless opportunities to harm her, yet he endured great hardship and refrained from doing so. However, what did this matter to her? A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. Perhaps this was destined to be their final encounter. At first sight, it was a farewell. The time had come. Ouyang Jiqiu abruptly stepped forward, standing before Qin Changsheng, gazing intently at him. Then, without a hint of nostalgia, she suddenly turned away. "Qin Changsheng, I am leaving. Farewell." Qin Changsheng was taken aback, bewildered by the suddenness of her departure. Was there no time for reminiscing? He had yet to claim his system reward. However, this scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the moment he had departed from her. Where are you going? He could not help but call out. To the horizon. By the way, please convey my regards to my ancestor, Ouyang Chu. I shall not bid him farewell in person. Once parted, do not inquire further, henceforth. We shall not meet again amidst mountains and rivers. Ouyang Zhiqiu did not glance back, as if devoid of any lingering sentiment, disappearing from Qin Changsheng's sight. He raised a hand, contemplating Ouyang Zhiqiu's silhouette, yearning to retain her, but his lips parted without uttering a word. He sensed her resoluteness, her open-mindedness, her path. In that moment, he understood that her determination was unwavering. He could not hold her back. Alas, Qin Changsheng sighed deeply, pondering whether they would ever meet again. She was, after all, the first of his past loves, marked by an unfulfilled beginning and an unfinished end. At that instant, he began to comprehend that some matters and some individuals, once missed, could only exist in the recesses of one's memories, never to return. Each person has their own path. He was not one to forcibly alter another's will for the sake of a system reward. Reconciliation is ultimately a rarity. He wondered how he would encounter future ex-loves. Would they be solitary or surrounded by progeny? Would it be a reunion filled with longing, a sudden joy of meeting, a stranger's unfamiliarity, or perhaps an unforgettable enmity? Unbeknownst to anyone, after leaving the Qin residence, Ouyang Zhiqiu abruptly turned back, gazing in the direction of Qin Changsheng, tears glistening in her eyes as she murmured, "Let us not speak of debts, nor forget our encounters. Henceforth, we shall be mere strangers." She sought to sever ties with the past completely, and this departure might truly signify an eternal farewell. With that, she gently wiped her tears, her steps resolute as she walked toward the distance. In the bustling world, the blooming flowers ultimately fade into solitude. The memories, like smoke, are destined to be carried away by the winds. In the grand hall of the Qin family, Wang Wanru, clad in a gown of pure white silk, delicately brewed tea with an exquisite teapot. Qin Zhen and Ouyang Chu sat across from each other. A subtle fragrance of tea wafted through the air, and both appeared notably relaxed. Elder Ouyang, from now on, we shall truly be one family. Congratulations, Qin Zhen said with a smile. Alas, that girl Zhiqiu is rather aloof. I fear Chun may not win her over. Fear not, in recent days, Qin Chun has devoted himself entirely to his training, spending all his time around Miss Ouyang. I believe that with sincerity, even the hardest stones can be softened. Just wait for the Ouyang lineage to flourish. Haha, let us take the words of the esteemed head of the Qin family to heart. How about we set a favorable date in advance and invite the prominent powers to partake in the wedding? This is indeed worthy of discussion. The two exchanged light-hearted banter, on the brink of solidifying their plans. Suddenly, the grand hall doors were forcefully kicked open. How audacious! Qin Zhen was furious, given the current standing of the Qin family. How dare anyone behave so recklessly here? However, upon recognizing the intruder, he was momentarily taken aback. Chun, why are you here instead of accompanying your fiancé? Qin Zhen blurted out. Fiancé? What nonsense! Qin Zhen, why do you repeatedly bring misfortune upon me? At that moment, Qin Chun's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a bull on the verge of madness. What do you mean by that? Miss Ouyang is our revered ancestor. Just moments ago, our forebear recognized her. Qin Zhen, I shall not let this go. With that, Qin Chun lunged forward. Crash! Two teacups slipped from the table, shattering on the ground, their contents spilling everywhere. Yet no one paid heed. Qin Zhen, Ouyang Chu, and Wang Wanru stood frozen in place. Especially Qin Zhen, who felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His gaze filled with terror, as if he were witnessing the end of the world. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Chapter 134. The Complete Revival of Spiritual Energy. Qin Zhen's aspirations in the days that followed. The vast realm of Tianxian remained tranquil, devoid of significant events. Yet, this tranquility seemed to herald the storm that was to come. The earth-shattering changes were nearing their conclusion, and all factions across the continent were stirring restlessly. As for the Qin family, a significant event transpired. It was rumored that the family head, Qin Zhen, lamented in anguish within his chamber for 3 days and nights. A sorrowful tale that brought tears to many. Subsequently, he was suspended at the entrance of the Qin family for 10 days and nights. Attempts to intervene? It was said that the ancestral matriarch personally took action, and no member of the family dared to utter a word. Qin Changsheng, under the pretext of needing to toughen up, had temporarily gone to the Qin family's mines. As for Ouyang Chu, he had long since entered seclusion, leaving a message that he should not be disturbed unless the family faced a life-or-death crisis. In no time, the Qin family was engulfed in an atmosphere of trepidation, with every sound causing alarm. Not only were external conflicts confined to the parties involved, but the family was also meticulously cautious regarding matrimonial matters. Encounter a beautiful lady? Apologies. Please present proof of single status and any past romantic history. Wish to become engaged? Regrettably, please provide the family lineage and relevant information spanning 180 generations, particularly highlighting any attractive, unmarried ancestors. After all, by now, all members of the Qin family were well aware of the ancestral matriarch's reputation within 100 miles. There was bound to be an ex-girlfriend. One could easily run into a revered ancestor while merely stepping out. With several cautionary tales in mind, who would dare to act recklessly? After his encounter with Ouyang Zhiqiu, Qin Changsheng abandoned his intentions of testing the efficacy of the Ta Qing source liquid. As Nangong Yin and the others perceived Qin Changsheng's melancholic mood, they refrained from intruding, allowing him to narrate the tale. In summary, Qin Changsheng took the opportunity over the past few days to meticulously reflect upon his experiences spanning a myriad of years, as well as the peculiarities concerning some former lovers. He wandered aimlessly, retracing his footsteps from times long past. It was then that he realized the landscapes had changed dramatically. His former self seemed to drift through the river of time. Days passed, one after another. On this particular day, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, intertwining lightning and rampant thunder. A spatial rift appeared, magnitudes larger than before, from which boundless spiritual energy surged forth, cascading into the world. In an instant, the earth split, mountains crumbled, and rivers flowed backward, as if the apocalypse had arrived. All cultivators lifted their gazes to the heavens, not in alarm, but in joy. The Golden Age had finally arrived. We, as practitioners, welcome the battle. The Golden Age signifies countless opportunities and infinite possibilities. Instantaneously, the spiritual energy of the entire Tianxian realm intensified by several folds, fully reviving. Even the sky began to display vague apparitions of celestial realms, blessed lands, and secret territories. Seemingly long hidden, now brewing, waiting for the opportune moment to break free. At long last, the awaited day has arrived. I am still alive and can fight for another 300 years. A frail elder let out a booming howl towards the heavens. As the spiritual energy surged into his body, a formidable power erupted from him, indicating he had successfully transcended, extending his lifespan by 300 years. Instances like his were unfolding in various locations. Has the splendid era truly arrived? I shall ascend to become an emperor, in a mysterious land. An ancient abomination exuding a terrifying aura opened its eyes and slowly emerged. My name is Wang Zitong, and in this lifetime, I have come. The entire world shall tremble before me. The ancestral grounds of the Wang family erupted, as Wang Zitong stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the starry sky. A surge of battle intent rising within him. He murmured softly, "Universe, you await at the pinnacle. I have merely lagged behind you by a step. In this life, I shall surely become an immortal and contend with you. Congratulations to the young emperor for his emergence." Wang Bo and the ancestral elders of the Wang family rejoiced. The ominous entity currently in the northern domain of the Qin family. Shall we act immediately? The Wang family elder gestured, eager to witness the emergence of the young emperor and the ascent of the Wang family. There's no rush, it cannot escape. Allow me to first acclimate to the laws of this realm. Wang Zidong waved his hand. He harbored absolute confidence, entirely unconcerned about failure. As long as destiny had yet to unfold and the new emperor had not arisen, he remained invincible. His renown from the ancient era surpassed that of the majority of ancient emperors, a fact not to be taken lightly. In this world, the so-called pinnacle of quasi-emperors? Mere insignificant beings. On this day, in the northeast, a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. In the southwest, the cry of a phoenix echoed through the clouds. In the northwest, the breath of demons swept across the continent. In the southeast, an eerie aura pervades the world. Countless ancient demons and extraordinary beings emerge from their sealed domains. Once, they were the unrivaled paragons of their era. Whether it was the constraints of their time that prevented them from ascending to the throne, or the encounter with more remarkably gifted adversaries, or other reasons, they have all sealed themselves away for this very moment. In this golden age, amidst fierce competition, they are poised to erupt, carving a path toward becoming emperors and immortals. Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow. With the aid of the abundant resources and the potent spiritual energy from the Qin family's ancient trees, he has now reached the late stage of the supreme realm, just a step away from becoming a semi-emperor, and he keenly perceives the shifting energies of heaven and earth. Sensing that numerous ancient prodigies are emerging from their seclusion, he cannot help but feel a twinge of concern for Qin Yu, who vies for the title of the destined emperor of this era. However, the thought of their ancestral guardian instantly eases his worries. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites within Qin Changsheng, and he bursts into laughter. "My dear husband, what has come over you? Do not frighten me," exclaimed Wang Wanru, her face paling in astonishment. Could it be that her husband, unable to withstand the ancestral guardian's reprimands, has lost his mind? Qin Changsheng merely waved his hand, signaling that all was well, and with spirited enthusiasm declared, I laugh at my previous folly, at my lack of foresight. We have all fallen into a cognitive trap." "What do you mean by that?" Wang Wanru inquired, perplexed. With deliberate calmness and confidence, Qin Changsheng elaborated, "Wanru, consider this. Although our ancestral guardian has been notoriously charming, he has mostly wreaked havoc among the women of our kind over the past 10,000 years. It is unlikely he ventured across realms to pursue relationships with women of other races. Furthermore, given that he is only 10,000 years old, it is improbable that he engaged in romantic entanglements with beauties from millennia past. Therefore, we should set our sights on women from other races. No, that may not be entirely secure due to the inherent differences between our kinds. It would be wiser to seek out some of the stunning women from our own lineage, whose brilliance shone a millennium ago. This would ensure our success. Moreover, they have all recently emerged from their sealed domains, embodying the vigor and vitality of youth. A match with Qin Dachuan would be more than sufficient, given our Qin family's current influence and the resources of the Celestial Tower. Attracting a few ancient talents would be easily achievable." Upon hearing this, Wang Wanru's eyes sparkled with realization. "Husband, are you suggesting?" "You are correct in your assumptions," Qin Changsheng replied with a subtle smile, as if he envisioned a promising future. "It was my oversight that led to Qin Dachuan's dissatisfaction with me. This time, I am determined to find him a peerless beauty from ancient times, a woman of both talent and grace, which will surely evoke envy among our kin. I believe that before long, Qin Dachuan will be profoundly grateful to me." Chapter 135, The Era of Great Strife, Turmoil in the Qin Family Announcement. Alas. On the battlefield of myriad races, Chu Jingtian let out a long sigh. In this era of great strife, with storms brewing, it seems we are on the brink of another blood-soaked tempest. The boundaries dissolve, and heaven and earth merge into one. The myriad clans vie for supremacy. Not even the venerable Qin Changsheng can withstand the torrent of time and the grand design of the cosmos. The territory of the human race is vast and boundless, stretching for billions of miles. Unlike before, when he merely needed to oversee the entrance to the battlefield of the myriad clans, now that the entire realm has fused, even the mightiest emperors find themselves stretched thin. In the twilight of mythology, for reasons unknown, the emergence of boundaries granted the newly risen human race the most expansive and fertile domains, rendering them a thorn in the side of the myriad clans. However, this is of little consequence now. In this world, with the esteemed Qin present, humanity remains supreme. Yet, prior to this, a reminder must be issued to the other races. With a swift motion, a formidable blade of energy cleaved through the battlefield, exuding an indescribable aura of terror. It even split the very earth, the blade's energy lingering ominously. All present felt a wave of oppressive force wash over them. Chu Jingtian, what are your intentions? Do you dare to violate the ancient covenant and recklessly instigate a war of life and death? The demon lord seethed with anger. Having narrowly avoided the blade that nearly struck at his feet, the god lord's expression turned grave, his heart racing, a flicker of unease crossing his gaze. How had Chu Jingtian's power grown so terrifying? This strike seemed poised to surpass the limits of a quasi-emperor. Could it be that the human territory has encountered some grand opportunity? I merely wish to remind you that the human domain is not a lawless land. Friendly exchanges and challenges are welcome, but should any other race dare to commit wanton slaughter within human territory, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Chu Jingtian's commanding voice echoed throughout the battlefield of the myriad clans. Humph! The demon lord scoffed, neither affirming nor denying, before turning to depart. The previous strike had instilled a sense of dread within him. He believed himself no match for Chu Jingtian. Moreover, he had no desire to ignite a war at random. Since the invasion of foreign races, the relationships among the myriad clans have not been as irreconcilable as before. Even when friction arises, it is localized. And in the eyes of the higher-ups, it serves as a form of military training. After all, the myriad clans are indigenous races, while the invaders are entirely extraterrestrial. Yet, the era of emperors has long since passed, and many have forgotten the terror of these foreign races, once again harboring covetous thoughts towards the other clans. Especially the human race, which occupies the largest territory yet possesses a somewhat insufficient foundation. It seems the humans are favored by the heavens, periodically giving rise to prodigies of unparalleled brilliance, capable of subduing the myriad clans single-handedly. This time, many beings from other races will not permit the humans to ascend to emperorship, particularly in the harsh environments of the demon realm. Many among the demon race express their discontent, clamoring to reclaim the territories that once belonged to them. As the demon lord departed, the representatives of other races also began to leave. Only the two passages belonging to the dragon and phoenix clans remained desolate, unguarded. Firstly, both clans still dwelled in the glory of mythic times, reveling in their supremacy, filled with arrogance and disdain for interaction with other races. Secondly, no creature, foolish enough to trespass, dared to encroach upon the territories of the dragons and phoenixes. However, with the recent merging of realms, such vigilance was rendered unnecessary. In an instant, the armies of various races swiftly departed, leaving the great battlefield of myriad beings eerily vacant. As time passed and boundaries dissolved, beings from various races began to traverse into other realms. A spectacle unfolded, leaving all creatures astonished and speechless. For the majority of ordinary beings, 1,000,000 years had passed, erasing old grudges and replacing them with profound curiosity towards other races. Yet, for those cultivators who had once participated in the great battlefield, particularly those who had lost family members there, the bitterness of hatred remained deeply ingrained. In summary, while minor frictions continued unabated, the major races appeared to heed warnings from their leaders, exercising restraint to maintain a delicate balance, thus averting large-scale conflict. However, under directives, prodigies from various races incessantly challenged the younger generation of humanity, seemingly to suppress their fortune. During this period, the usually low-profile Qin family of the northern region, save for Qin Changsheng, issued a rather amusing announcement across the realm of humanity, a sincere invitation to all ancient prodigies and exceptional talents to join the Qin family. Upon joining, they would enjoy the privileges of core disciples, with access to the celestial tower, the ancient tree of life, and unparalleled cultivation techniques, particularly extending a warm invitation to all ancient fairies. The announcement sparked a wave of uproar, met with derision and scorn from countless individuals, some even secretly mocking the Qin family. After all, they were merely a newly established clan with little foundation, brazenly attempting to recruit ancient prodigies. It was ludicrous to think that such illustrious figures, who had once dominated their eras, would lower themselves for trivial gains to join the Qin family. Indeed, these prodigies had aspirations of becoming emperors in this world, possessing an invincible spirit. How could they ever consider joining the Qin family? This audacious move truly exposed the Qin family's short-sightedness and lack of depth. Yet, was this truly a trivial gain? The Celestial Tower was a legendary artifact, and the ancient Tree of Life. Was it possible that the Qin family possessed such a treasure? Doubts began to arise among the crowd. Suddenly, they realized that the announcement had indeed mentioned the ancient Tree of Life. With a gulp, someone swallowed hard, filled with longing. This was a fabled treasure of heaven and earth, capable of generating spiritual mist, greatly accelerating the pace of cultivation. No wonder the core disciples of the Qin family had not been seen venturing out for training. They had been secretly honing their skills for advancement. Another person scoffed derisively. The Qin family truly knows how to calculate. What do they mean by that? Consider this. The Qin family possesses only Ouyang Chu and the self-destructive Qin Changsheng, whose actions resemble the collapse of a great wall, representing their pinnacle of combat prowess. While they currently face no immediate threats, the ancient forces that have persisted through the ages remain formidable. Despite the fall of many emperors in this era, numerous powerful beings lie in wait. And when a new emperor emerges, the Qin family will surely find it difficult to safeguard such treasures. The speaker, a middle-aged man, paused before continuing. Even now, with the frequent emergence of ancient prodigies, the advantage of having two peak quasi-emperors has dissipated for the Qin family. Their recent actions stem from desperation, as they seek to attract ancient talents through the Star Tower and the ancient Tree of Life to bolster their military strength. Most crucially, they aim to protect their treasures. It seems the Qin family has succumbed to fear. Upon hearing this, the crowd readily agreed. Truly, the astute observer, known as the 100-knowledge expert, had incisively identified the Qin family's predicament and intentions. However, it appeared that the Qin family was destined for futility, unable to attract these prodigies, and teetering on the brink of extinction. Most present relished this misfortune, given Qin Changsheng's notorious reputation and the exorbitant costs associated with the Star Tower, which had left many disgruntled. Chapter 136. The Clash of Prodigies, by Who Clans by Chu Chu Yet. I hold a differing view, interrupted an incongruous voice, breaking the consensus among the crowd. Oh, does Brother Zhuge possess a unique insight? As curious gazes turned toward the youth referred to as Zhuge, he appeared somewhat apprehensive but stammered. I cannot shake the feeling that the Qin family's motives are far more complex. The emphasis in the announcement seems to lie in the invitation for celestial maidens, which appears to be a blatant selection of concubines for the ancestral Qin Changsheng. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted to one of profound silence, as if time itself had paused. Some opened their mouths to refute the claim, but ultimately remained silent. It was, indeed, a highly plausible scenario. Given Qin Changsheng's audacious nature, how could he resist the allure of these newly emerged heavenly beauties? However, does the Qin family not fear inciting the wrath of all ancient heroes with such a move? The 100-knowledge expert's expression stiffened, his face paling. Having previously articulated his analysis with confidence, he now felt as though he had been struck across the face, realizing he had overlooked this crucial aspect concerning Qin Changsheng. In that moment, all present tacitly acknowledged a singular truth. The Qin family was openly selecting brides for their ancestor, thereby constructing a harem. Unbeknownst to Qin Changsheng, who had been unjustly blamed for this scandal, he remained oblivious to the whispers circulating in the shadows. At that moment, he was traversing the floating mountain, seeking a diversion. He believed that constantly teleporting lacked sophistication, and he wished to observe other races and creatures, hoping to find a suitable steed. Just imagine, stepping out to the sight of 5 dragons pulling a chariot, with phoenixes singing in chorus. How magnificent that would be. At the very least, he ought to secure a black jade qilin. However, this is merely the younger generation. He does not deign to bully the weak with his might. In due time, he intends to see which race possesses the most striking and commanding presence, directly infiltrating their lairs to capture their ancestors. Thus, he once again squeezed into the crowd, taking on the role of an onlooker. In recent days, the prodigies of various races have been inexplicably provoking their human counterparts. They even set up a challenge arena on the Hanging Mountain, brazenly proclaiming, "Humanity's feeble children, dare you accept our challenge?" This ignited a fervent uproar among the humans, united by shared animosity, as they hastened to the Hanging Mountain, vowing to witness their champions trample these myriad beings beneath their feet. Unfortunately, after 10 consecutive days and nights, the humans achieved 12 victories but suffered 39 defeats, clearly at a disadvantage. In an instant, the onlooking humans were enveloped in a shroud of silence, their expressions marred by despondency and disappointment. For a long while, one disgruntled human prodigy lamented, "If only the Star Tower had appeared sooner, we would not fear battling at this level." The esteemed disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, though slightly discontented, had not anticipated being overturned due to a moment of overconfidence. Yet, his words rekindled a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the human spectators. Indeed, why wallow in despair? Humanity still possesses the Star Tower and many eminent talents yet to arrive. What is there to fear? It is infuriating that none of the top 5 experts from the grand competition have appeared, not to mention the youngest near emperor, Yaochi. If even one were to show up, how could the opposition dare to flaunt their might here? Precisely. If the young master of the cloud, Miao Heavenly Palace, Yun Wuxin, had not secluded himself to break through to the near emperor level, he could easily vanquish them. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eagerly anticipating the arrival of extraordinary talents. Unbeknownst to them, the beings from several allied races, though outwardly composed, were internally astounded. They had united and sent forth their strongest kin from various realms, aiming to quell human arrogance and diminish their fortune. Yet, they had suffered 12 losses. This was utterly contrary to the intelligence that depicted the humans as weaklings. Was it not said that humanity lacked depth and had shallow foundations? Were they not deemed ordinary from birth, with inferior physiques, bloodlines, spirits, and inherited techniques? Why did it seem that each one was more formidable than the last? However, through the conversations of the surrounding crowd, they uncovered a critical piece of information: the Star Tower. Could this be the reason for humanity's purported frailty in the intelligence reports? They silently resolved that after this battle, they would thoroughly investigate everything concerning the Star Tower. At this moment, a voice resonated throughout the arena, shaking the very heavens and earth. The speaker had not yet arrived, yet his voice preceded him. As soon as the words fell, a figure gradually emerged, as if stepping forth from the void, with the might of the heavens and earth accompanying him. Each step he took transformed the very fabric of reality, exuding an intangible sense of oppression. The irresistible momentum surged forth like a tidal wave, suffocating those in its wake. It was he, the scion of the Ji family. A collective awakening swept through the crowd. At last, a peerless prodigy had emerged among humankind. In this pivotal moment, the true name of the Ji family scion was revealed: Ji Taimei. What an imposing name! It heralded an era, a legend, a star destined to never fall. He had actually ascended to the realm of the quasi-emperor. With Ji Taimei's involvement, victory was assured. He could sweep away all adversaries. With hair unbound and devoid of pretension, an air of noble imperial grandeur emanated from him. Born into the esteemed ancient imperial lineage, he was destined for greatness from the moment of his birth, fated to dazzle the ages and reach the pinnacle of power. Unfortunately, he had recently focused too much on solidifying his foundation, causing his cultivation to lag, resulting in a mere third-place finish in the Great Prodigy Tournament, a humiliation for one of his stature. Now, having broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, he was determined to demonstrate to the world that he, Ji Taimei, was the most extraordinary genius of his generation. His eyes, akin to divine orbs, surveyed the various alliances of races before him, seemingly capable of perceiving all, and he spoke with a calm authority: "Who among you will come forth?" Despite having just entered the early quasi-emperor stage, he had fully mastered several unparalleled techniques passed down through the Ji family, and he believed himself capable of contending with those at the late quasi-emperor stage. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Heavenly Eye Lion, the Tsangyan Beast, and the Silver Moon Wolf clans exchanged grave glances. From the mere aura that Ji Taimei inadvertently radiated, they recognized the insurmountable chasm between them. They were no match for him. "Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. Allow me to take charge." A clear, melodious voice rang out as a slender maiden appeared. Their alliance was fleeting, and seizing the opportunity to mock other clans was something they did without hesitation. As she materialized, she stood in defiance against Ji Taimei, embodying the essence of an invincible goddess of war. She was Bai Chuchu of the White Tiger clan. Instantly, members of the demon race recognized her identity, gasping in astonishment. The White Tiger clan, a formidable presence in the vast demon domain, boasted bloodlines tracing back to the mythical era of the divine beast, the White Tiger. Yet, as time passed, their lineage had grown increasingly faint. What surprised all within the demon race was the awakening of two extraordinary prodigies in this generation of the White Tiger clan. One was Bai Chuchu, and the other was her esteemed aunt, Bai Susu. With a return to ancestral bloodlines, their cultivation speed accelerated exponentially, especially for Bai Susu, whose combat prowess rivaled that of the demon domain's sovereign, making her the object of desire for many demons. Had she not been averse to conflict, it was uncertain whether the sovereign would still belong to the lineage of the golden-winged roc. As for Bai Chuchu, With the White Tiger clan and her aunt as her support, she naturally became a dominant force in the demon domain. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng, who had been observing from the sidelines, was jolted by the revelation of the maiden's identity, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The White Tiger clan. The White Tiger? He was suddenly reminded of a night from many years ago that had left an indelible mark on his memory. Indeed, time flies like an arrow. Chapter 137. The Battle Song of the Ji Family, the Contest of Heroes. Come forth. Bai Chuchu leaped onto the center of the arena without hesitation, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination, exuding an aura of impending slaughter. As the White Tiger, she feared no challenge and relished the thrill of combat. This young human seemed to possess commendable strength, likely capable of providing her with a worthy challenge. She maintained the guise of a human maiden, but the peculiar mark on her forehead revealed her true nature, indicating no intention of transformation, as if she deemed it unnecessary to exert her full power against her opponent. Strangely enough, despite the myriad races often disparagingly regarding the frailty of humans, especially the demon race, who, upon transforming, invariably chose a human form, it appeared that humanity was favored by the heavens, embodying profound truths. The divine and demonic clans bore only slight differences from humans, save for their eye and hair colors, and a small horn adorning their foreheads. Observing this, Ji Tai's lips curled into a slight smirk, unfazed by the situation. He intended to demonstrate, through his might, the consequences of underestimating him. With hands clasped behind his back, he slowly approached the arena, a stirring melody escaping his lips. His hair styled elegantly, he donned a striking attire, exuding charisma. The song pierced the heavens, resonating throughout the venue, each note intricately weaving an endless tapestry of martial spirit, igniting the deepest desires for battle within every listener's heart. As the song swelled, Ji Tai's aura surged, and by the time he reached the arena, his combat prowess had escalated by 30%. Particularly striking was his hair, appearing as though cleaved by a blade, radiating beauty that rendered it difficult to gaze upon directly. Was this a battle song? A transformation? The battle song of the Ji family. Countless spectators were left speechless, scarcely believing their ears. The Ji family's battle song had resurfaced. Who could have imagined that the Ji family's prodigy possessed such extraordinary talent, once again mastering the long-lost secret technique of the Ji family? Legend has it that the battle song once blazed with brilliance in the ancient era, enhancing humanity's overall strength by 30%, turning the tide of battle and repelling invasions from formidable clans. Some in the crowd were already moved to tears, astonished to hear the legendary song in their lifetime. Qin Changsheng nearly burst into laughter. This was utterly unbearable. The notion of a 30% increase in strength seemed ridiculous. Perhaps the human kin found the sound grating and fought desperately just to escape it. Humph, a mere spectacle. Bai Chuchu disdainfully curled her lip, unceremoniously launching her attack. Haha, come at me. Ji Tai's eyes blazed with intensity, advancing rather than retreating. As the battle erupted, beams of light and energy erupted around them. The terrifying waves of energy plunged the entire battlefield into chaos. As thunderous rifts tore through the fabric of space, flames erupted, and the void twisted and trembled. Were it not for the protective enhancements provided by the guardians of the illustrious talents, a single strike could have shattered everything. Ji Tai's physique was not particularly robust, yet the punches and kicks he delivered contained an intense, fiery power. Each movement exuded an air of authority and dominance, striking with the ferocity of thunder. Bai Chuchu was even more formidable, her form as swift as lightning, launching successive attacks that were as violent as a tempest, revealing an unmistakable aura capable of shattering the heavens and splitting the earth. With a resounding crash, the two figures separated, and while Bai Chuchu remained steadfast, Ji Tai coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell heavily outside the arena. An eerie silence enveloped the human faction as they exchanged bewildered glances, all gasping in disbelief. The scion of the Ji family had lost, and in such a decisive and swift manner, though the raw, visceral nature of their combat was undeniably thrilling. As a distinguished cultivator of the human race, where were his techniques, his secret arts, his divine abilities? Why engage in close-quarters combat with the White Tiger lineage of the demon clan? The human physique was inherently at a disadvantage. Why pit oneself against their strongest attribute? At that moment, The onlookers felt a profound frustration towards Ji Tai, lamenting his lack of resolve. Conversely, the demon faction erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring. Bai Chuchu, a paragon among her kind, effortlessly dispatched her opponent. Ji Tai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes aflame with a fierce unwillingness to accept defeat. He had assumed that his adversary would not transform into her true form for battle, and thus he, too, had refrained from unleashing his full prowess. Wanting to gauge her close combat skills, what he had not anticipated was the relentless barrage of her attacks, crashing over him like a tidal wave, leaving him no time to channel his techniques or escape. By the time he comprehended the situation, he had already succumbed to defeat. Though he was filled with resentment, he could not bring himself to request a rematch. The pride of being the Ji family's scion forbade such an act. However, upon hearing the surrounding jeers and mockery, his resolve nearly shattered. Is there anyone else? Come forth and fight. Bai Chuchu stood upon the arena, her fighting spirit soaring, seemingly unsatisfied with the previous bout. She had just begun to relish the thrill of battle when her opponent faltered, which was truly disheartening. Her gaze swept across the human faction, and all instinctively lowered their heads, avoiding her penetrating stare. The reason was clear. Bai Chuchu's oppressive presence was overwhelming. Even though Ji Tai had not employed his techniques, she, too, had refrained from utilizing her bloodline powers or transforming. Everyone understood that they were no match for this young maiden of the White Tiger clan. Just as Bai Chuchu felt a twinge of disappointment, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, slicing through the air, its dazzling brilliance causing all to hold their breath. From the Qin family, Qin Tian arrived, eager to engage. Under the sword's radiance, a graceful youth soared onto the arena. Qin Tian, the crowd murmured, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Could he succeed? He, a remarkable talent who failed to advance even to the top 16, dares to challenge the prodigious maiden of the White Tiger clan? Did he not see how miserably even the third-place contestant from the grand tournament, the Ji family's imperial son, lost? Qin Tian, at this moment, must be yearning for fame, thinking he is Qin Yu? Unfazed by the murmurs from below, Qin Tian's gaze remained fixated on the girl before him, his expression grave. He had witnessed the earlier battle. Within that petite frame lay a considerable threat. His elder brother Qin Yu had already reached the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm, standing on the brink of a breakthrough, with his primary competitors being the ancient aberrations. The younger generation of this era would be his responsibility. He aimed to make the world aware that the Qin family's youth encompassed not just Qin Yu, but also him, Qin Tian. Moreover, just days prior, their ancestor had utilized the primordial creation power to refine the lineage of the Qin family, endowing him with unprecedented width in his meridians and a solid foundation far surpassing his peers, coupled with the void emperor scripture. If he could not achieve invincibility within the same realm, he would indeed be deemed ineffectual. Chapter 138. The Ancestor's alternate identity revealed. Qin Tian's despair. I shall not take advantage of you. Rest a moment before we continue, Qin Tian declared. Huh, youthful yet audacious. Bai Chuchu replied with a slight smile, her interest piqued as she regarded Qin Tian. As a descendant of the White Tiger clan, though she had existed for millennia, equivalent to over a century in human years, she perceived immediately that this vigorous youth could not be more than 30. A 30-year-old at the initial stage of quasi-emperor. And from the Qin family? They were not mentioned in her clan's prior intelligence reports. Rising from obscurity, could he be the fated child of this generation of humanity? A sense of vigilance surged within Bai Chuchu, yet her words were unyielding. The Qin family? Never heard of them. I barely warmed up just now, exerted little effort. No need for rest. Let us battle. Very well. Fight. Qin Tian bellowed, as the void emperor scripture activated within him, instantly transforming him into an ethereal apparition, vanishing from sight. Having learned from Ji Tai's defeat, he chose not to engage in close combat. Bai Chuchu's expression turned serious. At their level of quasi-emperor, ordinary spatial techniques were ineffective. Their divine consciousness could lock onto each other in an instant. Yet Qin Tian's mastery over the spatial path was evidently advanced, too intricate for even her to discern any trace. However, she snorted softly, unafraid. Simple spatial disruptions could not harm her body, and she did not believe he could remain concealed for long, as such a feat would severely drain his spiritual energy. Suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted from her left side, its speed astonishing. Bai Chuchu's gaze hardened as she turned to defend herself, a resounding crash echoing across the arena. A cold smile crept across Qin Tian's lips as he once again harnessed the power of the void, slipping back into the ethereal realm. Thus, the exchange continued in a cyclical dance of offense and evasion. Bai Chuchu could only resort to passive defense, unable to pinpoint her opponent. Qin Tian, however, remained unfazed. He merely awaited the fleeting moment when his adversary would let down her guard, a moment that could determine victory or defeat. A roar reverberated throughout the arena. Bai Chuchu could no longer endure the humiliation. As a proud scion of the heavens, how could she tolerate such disgrace? Even though her opponent could not harm her physically, her garments were already pierced with several holes, hinting at an unwelcome exposure. "You insolent brat, you have provoked me." With a fierce cry, Bai Chuchu transformed into a colossal white tiger, radiating a faint golden glow, resembling a divine beast amidst the cosmos. She was prepared to unleash her bloodline power, intending to shatter the void and leave her opponent with nowhere to hide. At the moment the true form of the white tiger manifested, the world dimmed. The sun and moon lost their brilliance. Everyone present was utterly astounded, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Was this truly the true form of the white tiger? The immense pressure and aura rendered all onlookers breathless, struggling to draw air. Such a mythical beast. How did humanity ever conquer such a formidable race in the mythic age? At this moment, all stood in stunned silence. Qin Changsheng's mouth gaped open in disbelief. The contours, the fur, the musculature, how familiar it all seemed. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Wasn't this the enlarged version of that little tiger that Su Su had once held? He had spent such a long time petting it. He could never mistake it. He had even named it Xiao Bai. And while Su Su merely covered her mouth in a suppressed giggle, she did not refute him. Could it be that this proud daughter of the White Tiger clan was none other than the little Bai? Good heavens! Qin Changsheng found himself questioning his very existence. If Bai Chuchu was indeed Xiao Bai, then Su Su must also be. Not only a white tiger, but the true embodiment of one. This was quite the predicament. He had once been an ordinary mortal, a mere human, naively believing that Bai Su Su was just like him, a lost girl wandering into the forest. As their bond deepened, he had made many unreasonable demands, which she, though bashful, ultimately acquiesced to. Looking back now, the one who had served him was, in fact, a tigress. As the saying goes, one should never touch a tiger's rear. The implications of his past actions were too dreadful to contemplate. At this moment, the imposing aura of the true white tiger compelled Qin Tian to reveal himself, taking an involuntary step back. Yet this also ignited the fighting spirit within him, blazing like an inferno. He concentrated his spiritual energy towards his sword, knowing that the true battle was about to commence. He laughed heartily. "Ha! So what if you are the true form of the white tiger? Today, I shall ride you." But before he could finish his declaration, he was interrupted. "Stop!" A familiar voice rang out. Though it was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Qin Tian's body stiffened, and an ominous premonition surged within him, causing the meticulously gathered spiritual energy to dissipate in an instant. The voice belonged to the Ancestor, yet at this moment, it halted him. An image of the recently transformed Bai Chuchu appeared inexplicably in his mind, her perfect contours and her face resembling a water lily. A terrifying suspicion arose within him. Could it be? He had just boldly proclaimed his desire to ride her. Had the Ancestor long ago disregarded his own safety? Recalling his father, who had been mining for days on end, hanging at the entrance, Qin Tian's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. The Ancestor's diligence left them, the descendants, utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Bai Chuchu reacted in perfect synchrony with Qin Tian upon hearing the voice. Her attacking motion abruptly ceased, her body seemingly frozen in place. In disbelief, she turned her head towards the source of the sound. A strikingly handsome, yet slightly devilish young man came into view. It was him. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Her heart raced, and tears brimmed in her eyes. This figure, this voice, she had never forgotten. In an instant, her grand white tiger form vanished, reverting back to her human shape. Under the astonished gazes of all present, she flung herself into Qin Changsheng's embrace like a bird returning to its nest. Simultaneously, with a voice tinged with excitement and a slight tremor, she exclaimed, "Grassroots hero! Uncle Su! A captivating fragrance enveloped the air, radiating youthful vitality. Qin Changsheng could only smile wryly, reluctantly opening his arms to receive the girl. In front of everyone, the once proud demoness who had looked down upon the human prodigies now clung to him like a koala. Bai Chuchu's small hands tightly wrapped around Qin Changsheng's neck, pressing against him, unwilling to part. He smiled ruefully, unsure how to handle this little white tiger in her human form. Indeed, this was yet another incarnation. Grassroots hero was merely a playful title he had adopted during his initial encounter with Bai Su. His name was Su, with the given name Xian and the courtesy name Qian. Chapter 139. Recognition. The dreamy demoness of the demon clan upon hearing the girl's address and feeling her soft warmth. Qin Changsheng finally confirmed that Bai Chuchu was indeed the little white tiger from before. He never imagined that the small creature who had clung to him would blossom into such a graceful young lady. Habitually placing his hand on her back, he began to trace her perfect curves downward, only to suddenly realize that this little white tiger was now in human form. He promptly halted, opting instead to gently stroke her hair. Bai Chuchu, nestled in his embrace, evidently sensed his intentions. Her body stiffened momentarily before she squirmed, burying her head deeper into his arms. In that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone present could scarcely believe their eyes. The audacious young lady of the White Tiger clan had brazenly thrown herself into the embrace of a human, exhibiting an intimacy that was utterly shocking. However, many furrowed their brows, wondering who this individual was. Was he a prominent figure among the humans, perhaps a master of mental techniques? In a single phrase, merely 2 words, he had rendered a talented human crippled on the ground, while a prodigious white tiger had willingly surrendered her affection. It was astonishing beyond measure. As for the demon clan, their hearts were undoubtedly heavy, witnessing their dream goddess being so closely held by another. How could she be so affectionate towards a human? Though the man appeared somewhat handsome, he paled in comparison to their own robust figures that exuded a sense of security. It was Qin Changsheng. A few gasps echoed through the crowd, as some individuals who had previously encountered him recognized Qin Changsheng's identity. Qin Changsheng. The scene erupted into chaos, with male cultivators hurriedly concealing their partners behind them, while female cultivators shrieked in dismay. Indeed, he was a ravenous lecher. It was evident that the human race could no longer satiate his desires, leading to the unexpected downfall of even a genius maiden from the White Tiger clan. Where could one seek justice for this? Was it not said that the heavenly Tao was sentient? Where was it now, failing to intervene? If this continued, all the world's exquisite beauties would be devoured by him. Yet, despite the widespread discontent, Qin Changsheng's notorious reputation rendered everyone silent and unwilling to confront him directly. In that moment, an oppressive hush enveloped the crowd. However, the demon clan cared little for such considerations. Their beloved goddess remained ensconced in Qin Changsheng's arms, relishing the softness they could scarcely dare to dream of. "Let go of our saintess, you lecher!" Several young demons clamored. Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled through the air as an elder from the White Tiger clan materialized, clearly the guardian of Bai Chuchu. He swiftly approached Qin Changsheng. Watching him like a hawk, his gaze locked onto the young man, fearful that he might harbor any improper intentions towards their saintess. The elder had witnessed Qin Changsheng's earlier actions, and fury burned within him, wishing he could sever that impudent hand. Qin Changsheng's expression darkened. "How have I become the lecher here? Are you blind? She simply let go of me." At that moment, Qin Tian began to recover from his incapacitated state, contemplating that since he was destined to face retribution, he might as well embrace his fate. Gradually, he approached Qin Changsheng and, with a thud, knelt before him. "Ancestor." Before he could finish, Qin Changsheng delivered 3 sharp slaps to the back of his head, berating him with fervor. "You little rascal. Just because you've gained some cultivation, you think you can soar to the heavens? Your incessant foul language is intolerable. You even wish to ride upon your ancestor? You truly give me no peace. I see the deteriorating relationship between humans and demons is all due to your reckless generation. By the way, come here." Qin Changsheng suddenly faltered, pondering how to address Bai Chuchu. Bai Chuchu's aunt, Bai Su, could be considered of the same generation as himself, yet Bai Chuchu, though barely belonging to the younger generation, made it awkward for Qin Tian to address her as elder. After a brief pause and much contemplation, he decided, "Let us just call you Aunt Bai." "Aunt Bai?" Qin Tian was taken aback. Just moments ago, they had been at odds. And now he was to address her in such a manner? Nevertheless, under the roof of another, one must bow their head. He respectfully uttered, "Greetings, Aunt Bai." Upon hearing this, Bai Chuchu lifted her head from Qin Changsheng's embrace, a charming smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. "Good boy. My dear nephew. Stick with your Aunt Bai, and I promise you'll enjoy a life of luxury." The moment she uttered Aunt Bai, the anger that had previously simmered within Qin Tian dissipated instantly, even giving rise to a sense of pride. After all, a nephew so young, yet possessing such formidable strength, was indeed a rarity. "Saintess, please be mindful of the image of our Baihu clan," a guardian beside them gently reminded. At this, Bai Chuchu became aware that her long legs were still draped over Qin Changsheng, an act that seemed rather undignified. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she reluctantly descended from him, reminded that she was no longer the little white tiger who had yet to fully transform. Calming her thoughts, she then remembered the matter at hand and posed a soul-stirring inquiry. "Uncle Su, why did you leave without a word? You even left behind a farewell letter. My aunt has been consumed by thoughts of you, gradually growing frail. Each time she gazed at your letter, she would lose herself for 10 days and nights. How many nights have I heard my aunt weeping? Every morning when I visited her, her bed would be soaked with tears. After her bloodline awakened, her strength surged, and she traversed the demon realm in search of you. But alas, she found nothing. She believed you to be dead, closing herself off from the world for years. Yet, to discover that you are alive is such wonderful news. I must return to tell my aunt." After Bai Chuchu finished speaking, there was little reaction from the human side. But a tempest of uproar erupted among the various races of the demon realm, instantly igniting chaos. It seemed that Bai Susu of the Baihu clan had once shared a bond with Qin Changsheng. Outrage surged among them. The guardians of the prominent figures in the demon race emerged, their eyes ablaze with fury, fixating on Qin Changsheng with the intent to eliminate him. If Bai Chuchu was merely the goddess of the younger generation of the demon race, then Bai Susu was the dream enchantress of all demons. Oh, and let us not forget the renowned vixen from Qingqiu Mountain, who stood alongside her in notoriety. They could not help but recall the cataclysmic event that had swept through the demon realm 2 millennia ago. It was said that Bai Susu, armed with a mere sword, traversed the secret realms and heavenly abodes of the entire demon realm, sparing none, which incited discontent among the various races who questioned her actions. Yet Bai Susu simply responded with 2 words, "Looking for someone." This incident thoroughly ignited the wrath of the various races within the demon realm, leading to a fierce confrontation. The outcome, however, was entirely unexpected for all the demons. During that battle, the white tiger emerged, and the heavens seemed to shift. All the demons witnessed the terrifying prowess of Bai Susu. Even the golden iron bull and the silver moon 3-headed flood dragon clans faced complete annihilation. No one anticipated that the long-dormant 4 divine beast lineage would produce a descendant with a bloodline purity exceeding 80, capable of flawlessly executing inherited martial techniques. That battle raged on for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, the ruler of the demon realm intervened, negotiating with the ancestors of the White Tiger clan to barely suppress the frenzied Bai Susu. Chapter 140. Bai Chuchu departs. Qin Changsheng dominates the scene. This conflict instilled fear in all. Bai Susu's astounding battle solidified the White Tiger clan's stature within the demon realm. Given that the demon realm universally reveres the mighty, Bai Susu surpassed the enchanting Tu Shan Yi of Qingqiu Mountain, swiftly becoming the object of desire for all demon beasts. Yet now, they discovered that their goddess had possibly been preempted by a notorious human, Qin Changsheng. Thus, it became clear that the person Bai Susu had tirelessly sought within the demon realm was none other than him. In that moment, the demon folk were engulfed in envy and resentment, their emotions complex, wishing fervently to take his place. A group of demons glared at Qin Changsheng with malice. Had it not been for their fear of his peak quasi-imperial strength, they might have rushed him, seeking to end his life with a flurry of blades. Faced with Bai Chuchu's remarks, Qin Changsheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In the past, he had been unable to cultivate, obsessively pursuing beautiful women in a bid to prove himself. Thus, he always chose to part ways at critical moments before the other party fell completely in love, leaving with dignity. Little did he know, such actions had deeply wounded many heartfelt admirers. He felt a flicker of guilt, uncertain how to respond. Saintess, my surname is not Su. I am Qin Changsheng. A nearby protector gently reminded Bai Chu. Huh, Uncle Su is Qin Changsheng? Bai Chu was momentarily bewildered. How could this be? In her excitement, she had failed to hear the gasps of those around her. Observing Bai Chu's expression, the White Tiger clan's protector shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, it seems that if this continues, the White Tiger clan's saintess may find herself in jeopardy. Dog thief Qin Changsheng. Our demon race shall not coexist with you. However, Bai Chu soon regained her composure, turning her gaze to Qin Changsheng. Upon meeting his clear, honest eyes, she felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, why had she believed the rumors circulating outside? Whether he was Qin Changsheng or not, in her heart, he would forever be the Uncle Su who had accompanied her and her aunt, the glimmer of light during their times of adversity. In the midst of the internal strife within the White Tiger clan, she and her aunt found themselves pursued, and in their desperate flight, they encountered a certain scholar clad in white. She even harbored suspicions that both she and her aunt had experienced a resurgence of their ancestral bloodline, all linked to him. If he truly was the notorious libertine as rumored, then her aunt must have already recalled this, and how could she have doubted him? A wave of guilt washed over her, tears brimming in her eyes as she embraced Qin Changsheng's waist, murmuring, Uncle Su, I have missed you. Despite being embraced by an exquisite beauty, Qin Changsheng remained as calm as still water, devoid of any distracting thoughts. A faint smile graced his lips as he gently caressed her silky hair. Alas, what was to be done next? Just after confessing to Yin Wanxiu and the others, a former love from the demon race had appeared, threatening to ignite chaos in the rear courtyard. The guardian beside him wore an increasingly grim expression. Things had escalated to this point, and remaining here would be unwise. Thus, he stated with solemnity, Saintess, the clan leader has urgent news. There are matters that require your return for discussion. No matter the circumstances, it was imperative to lure the Saintess away from this scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Bai Chu reluctantly stepped away from Qin Changsheng's embrace, saying, Uncle Su, I must take my leave for now, but I shall bring my aunt to meet you next time. Though she wished to linger a little longer, pressing family matters loomed, and moreover, she was eager to return and share this delightful surprise with her aunt. Go ahead. Qin Changsheng waved his hand, watching as Bai Chu and the elder of the White Tiger clan departed. Once they were gone, his expression shifted, and he coldly declared, Humph. Engaging in brawls and seeking trouble, what a disgrace. Though this is the border, it is also the territory of the human race. You all should leave. As Bai Chu walked away, the desire to find a mount faded, and his mood soured. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed disdainfully at the other talented individuals of the clans. Qin Changsheng, others may fear you, but our Snow Domain Spirit Lion clan does not. The trials here have been tacitly approved by the higher-ups of each clan. Would they be dismissed at your mere word? However, Qin Changsheng merely raised his eyes slightly, casting a cold, sweeping glance. Uft. The young prodigy of the Snow Domain Spirit Lion clan had barely finished speaking when he was transformed into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Life and death hinge upon a single thought, and this was merely the might of his peak quasi-emperor status that he had unveiled. Before the guardian of the Spirit Lion clan could react, the Saint's son had been reduced to blood mist, a blatant humiliation for their clan. Qin Changsheng, you are slaughtering the innocent. He bellowed. Humph, anyone present here is guilty. Furthermore, I have killed. What of it? Qin Changsheng replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. Do you wish to incite a bloodbath between the human race and the Spirit Lion clan? A bloodbath? Do you think you are worthy? Qin Changsheng scoffed. Upon hearing such an insult from Qin Changsheng, the guardian could no longer endure it, and, fueled by disbelief, he was convinced that with his late quasi-emperor cultivation, he would surely not be outmatched by a Qin Changsheng who had already fallen from grace. In an instant, he emanated a formidable aura, a tremendous force surging forth from within, seemingly on the verge of transformation. Suddenly, without a single cry of despair, another being was reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. Those present, whether human, demon, or other creatures, gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. While it might be considered somewhat normal for Qin Changsheng to eliminate a young prodigy with a mere thought, given the disparity in cultivation levels, the fact that a late-stage semi-emperor of the Spirit Lion clan was also annihilated in an instant was utterly astonishing. their pupils dilated, eyes filled with horror. Such power was undeniably beyond what a typical peak semi-emperor should possess. Could it be that he retained a remnant of the former emperor's prowess? The members of various races hastily stepped back, pallid faces reflecting their terror as they regarded Qin Changsheng. Silence enveloped the scene, time seemingly frozen in that moment. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Changsheng loomed between heaven and earth, resembling an exalted deity. Noticing the lack of response from the crowd, he furrowed his brow and said coolly, "Leave." Instantly, chaos erupted, feathers flying and dogs barking. Moments later, only the forlorn figure of Qin Tian remained. Despair etched on his face as he looked towards his ancestor. Having boasted earlier, he now faced the prospect of dire consequences. Qin Changsheng regarded him with irritation, adopting a tone of admonishment. So arrogant right after breaking through to semi-emperor? Return and cultivate. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's spirits soared. As long as he was spared from laboring in the mines or hanging from rafters, he vanished in a flash, eager to avoid any change of heart from his ancestor. Left alone, Qin Changsheng gazed up at the azure sky, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, it seemed the backyard was about to ignite. At this moment, a stunningly enchanting figure stealthily infiltrated the Qin residence, her eyes glinting with cunning, each step exuding an irresistible allure. Upon closer inspection, she possessed 9 exquisitely beautiful tails. This was the nine-tailed celestial fox. Chapter 141. The nine-tailed celestial fox, Tushan Yi, infiltrates the Qin family. She hailed from the Tushan clan of Qingqiu Mountain. The nine-tailed celestial fox, Tushan Yi, dressed in a flowing light blue gown, her fluffy silver hair cascaded over her shoulders. A pair of snow-white fox ears adorning her head, and her eyes glowed bright as the moon. Particularly, her tail swayed gently, symbolizing her noble lineage. As a member of the fox totem lineage from Qingqiu Mountain, her strength was unquestionable. However, being within the human realm, she moved with caution. Her inherited divine abilities could only be wielded once every 10 days, and based on the guidance of her powers from 10 days prior. She had pinpointed the approximate location of Dongfang Yuechu. It was nearby. Tushan Yi halted her steps, anticipation swelling within her, her breath quickening, as she sensed that she was drawing ever closer to him. After so many years, even if she had forgotten herself, she could never forget his essence. As long as she neared the place where he had once lingered, she was certain she would find him. She gently closed her eyes, slightly raised her nose, and delicately inhaled, attempting to detect his scent. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, revealing a radiant smile that could captivate souls and dim the very heavens. She had found it. Her gaze drifted towards the nearby room of Qin Changsheng. This was it. She felt an undeniable certainty that he had spent a considerable amount of time in that very chamber. Yet, there lingered a subtle hint of allure within the room. Shaking her head, she dismissed the perverse thoughts that intruded her mind. Despite the passage of time and the relentless changes of the world, nothing could hinder their destined reunion. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she knew she belonged to him, as if bound by an eternal entanglement, drawing one another closer. Fate! How ineffable it is! Dongfang Yuechu, I have arrived, murmured Tushan Yi. With her heart brimming with excitement, she dashed towards Qin Changsheng's room. However, in her fervor, she inadvertently revealed a trace of her aura. Who dares to trespass in the Qin residence? Ouyang Chu, hidden in the depths of the estate, abruptly opened his eyes. A thunderous voice reverberating throughout the Qin household. As an experienced quasi-emperor, he was quick to discern the anomaly, even though Qin Yu's strength was no less than his own. In an instant, he appeared above Tushan Yi, warily observing her silhouette. Such a dense demonic aura. She must be of the demon clan. His brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that the demon tribe had infiltrated the Qin residence to steal the Starry Tower and the ancient Tree of Life? What an absurd notion. The demon tribe? How delightful it would be to slay one for a feast. Yet, upon catching sight of Tushan Yi's lifted visage, he was plunged into profound astonishment. What a visage, so enchanting and breathtaking, it could turn the world upside down. Merely standing there, she rendered the surroundings devoid of light, eclipsing sun and moon alike. Especially when he noticed the 9 swaying tails behind her, his pupils dilated in shock. She was of the most mysterious lineage from Qingqiu Mountain, the 9-tailed celestial fox. Nevertheless, His seasoned experience quickly steadied his heart. Locking onto her with a murderous intent, he coldly inquired, "What brings you to intrude upon my Qin residence?" As he questioned her, several figures flitted past: Qin Yu, Qin Zhen, Nangong Yan, and others, drawn by the commotion, emerged and surrounded Tu Shan-yi. However, as they gazed upon the stunning figure at the center, they were instantaneously struck by her unparalleled beauty, rendered momentarily speechless. The entire world seemed to stand still in her presence. No one could tear their gaze away. Her visage was indelibly etched into their minds. She stood there silently, exuding an ineffable allure, a bewitching charm that was beyond description, particularly for Nangong Yan, as a woman herself. She felt an inexplicable surge of immense danger rise within her heart. This sense of crisis is even more intense than when she encountered Yin Wanqiu and her companions. An inexplicable discomfort washed over her, accompanied by a surge of hostility. Humph, what a cunning vixen. Gulp. Some members of the Qin clan, their composure faltering, even swallowed audibly. At that moment, Ouyang Chu let out a cold snort, disrupting the reverie of the crowd and awakening them from their astonishment. Focus your minds. Do not be ensnared by this enchantress. With that, Ouyang Chu unleashed a blade of sword energy, suspending it above, blocking the retreat of their opponent alongside Qin Yu. In a frigid tone, he inquired, "Enchantress, let me ask once more, what are your intentions for sneaking into my Qin clan?" He had not anticipated that mere moments after the realms of various clans had vanished, a demon clan would infiltrate, especially one with such profound stealth techniques. Had it not been for their inadvertent slip, he, stationed at the Qin clan, would have remained oblivious. This was a blatant affront to his dignity as a venerable elder. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, confident that, aside from the current Emperor Qin Changsheng, no being in the entire Tianxian world could surpass the combined might of himself and Qin Yu. Furthermore, it was evident that the other party belonged to the esteemed bloodline of the demon clan from Qingqiu, making it prudent to seek clarity. At this moment, Tu Shan-yi found herself somewhat bewildered. Was this not the northern territory of the human race? How could an inconspicuous little family suddenly manifest a peak quasi-emperor and another in the later stages, accompanied by so many formidable experts? Sensing the overwhelming and terrifying power of her adversaries, she instantly assessed that she was no match for them, though she too was in the later stages of quasi-emperor. Her strengths lay in evasion, concealment, and seductive prowess. A direct confrontation would be exceedingly challenging. However, she held no fear. At worst, she could deploy her innate divine abilities to flee, confident that none could detain her. Yet, with traces of Dongfang Yuechu present, she was reluctant to abandon her pursuit so easily and decided to speak candidly. "Find someone," Tu Shan-yi declared, her voice melodious and enchanting, instilling an impulsive yearning in those of lesser cultivation, as if she possessed an innate allure. "Find someone." Ouyang Chu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. At his level, he could discern that she was indeed not lying. Yet, after over 1,000,000 years of isolation among the realms, and with Chu Jingtian guarding the human passage in the battlefield for countless years, no foreign clan had managed to infiltrate the human domain under his watchful gaze. Save for a few captives, how could a seemingly youthful nine-tailed celestial fox have any dealings with the human race, let alone seek someone? Find someone." A voice rang out as Qin Jin stepped forward, his gaze piercing as if he could see through all. With the second and third ancestors absent, he felt it was time for him, the head of the Qin clan, to take a stand. Instantly, he recognized the flaws in her story. Enchantress, you truly do not weep until you see the coffin, seeking someone with such a flimsy excuse. Could it be an old acquaintance from 1,000,000 years ago? Or perhaps you believe you can deceive Lord Chu Jingtian and traverse between the human and demon realms. A demon is a demon, Elder Ouyang. Seize her. Should anything occur, I shall bear the consequences. Having spoken, Qin Jin stepped aside, possessing a modicum of self-awareness. Recognizing that the impending battle was beyond the capabilities of a mere supreme, Tu Shan-yi observed the seemingly all-knowing and composed Qin Jin, and for reasons unknown, a peculiar sensation arose within her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that this middle-aged man had an air of provocation about him. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Chu and Qin Yu hesitated no longer, for the family head had taken responsibility. At the very least, there was still the ancestral guardian. A mere fox clan could hardly stir significant turmoil. Chapter 142. A collective assault on the ancestral matriarch. Encountering an old friend of Qin Changsheng, a powerful spiritual force surged forth, sweeping like a tide, crashing down upon Tu Shan Yi. In her quest to uncover the conspiracy lurking behind the demon clan, she refrained from unleashing her full might. Hee. Tu Shan Yi smirked lightly, her expression serene. Unfazed, the Tu Shan clan's ability to conceal and escape was unparalleled. Her enchanting figure danced gracefully in the air as her delicate hand pointed skyward, an extraordinary energy materializing instantly. The power of space coalesced into a dazzling brilliance, emanating a bewitching spectrum of colors, as if she could traverse dimensions. Yet, mere moments later, her expression shifted dramatically, tinged with terror. The infallible power of space faltered, ensnared by an invisible binding that thwarted her escape. Before she could recover from her shock, two attacks struck her squarely. Even though her adversaries did not wield their full strength, and despite her formidable demon physique, she spat forth blood. Demoness, cease your futile resistance. Within the Qin clan, the Star Tower reigns supreme, rendering any being incapable of teleportation. Ouyang Chu declared coldly. Qin Changsheng, often indulging in songs and merriment, had entrusted Ouyang Chu with partial authority over the Star Tower, enabling him to employ its suppressive powers. Her delicate form trembled violently as she dabbed at the blood at the corner of her mouth, glancing at the small tower that loomed within the Qin clan. A hint of bitterness and resolve flickering in her eyes. The Star Tower, what level of treasure is this? That it can confine even the innate divine abilities of the nine-tailed celestial fox? To her astonishment, upon arriving in the human realm, she encountered a life-and-death crisis without even meeting him. At this juncture, she had no choice but to fight. With a piercing scream, a radiant light erupted from her body, and under its illumination, the majestic form of the nine-tailed celestial fox descended. Her garments transformed as if they were a quasi-imperial weapon, melding perfectly with her physique. In the sunlight, 9 fluffy tails swayed gently, creating a mesmerizing yet fearsome tableau. Ouyang Chu's gaze was grave, momentarily halting his assault, for he sensed a terrifying power emanating from his adversary. Engaging in combat could potentially devastate half of the Qin family. He feared for the safety of his kin. He turned and bellowed. All individuals below the supreme realm, retreat. The surrounding crowd reacted swiftly, creating distance, leaving only a few behind. Why, what a grand nine-tailed fox! What has transpired? At that moment, Qin Tian returned on his sword and immediately beheld the scene before him. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of Elder 13 beside him, "What happened while I was away? Why has the demon clan come knocking at our door? What else could it be?" A fox inexplicably infiltrated the Qin family, claiming to be searching for someone. Nonsense. Clearly, it covets the Star Tower and the ancient Tree of Life. Qin Tian nodded in understanding. What? Searching for someone? He suddenly sensed something amiss. Having recently endured despair, he was still haunted by the memory of the ancestral figure's forbidden romance with the white tiger. A chilling premonition gripped his heart. With trepidation, he queried, "Is this nine-tailed fox male or female? Is she beautiful?" Elder 13 shot Qin Tian a disdainful glare and retorted, "What a silly question. Of course, she is female. Have you ever heard of a male nine-tailed fox? Have you ever encountered an unattractive vixen?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's heart sank, feeling a bone-chilling dread. Heavens! Lives are at stake. He stumbled anxiously into the fray between the combatants, arms wide open in a gesture of peace. Ouyang Chu, poised to launch another attack, paused and asked incredulously, "Qin Tian, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? I am imploring you not to court death. I am trying to save your life." Qin Tian retorted silently. "This is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding," he shouted. "I believe we need to clarify this matter before acting rashly. One misstep could lead to eternal regret." He then turned to the nine-tailed fox, mustering a strained smile, and continued, "Esteemed fox elder, whom are you seeking? In which direction?" Upon hearing his words, sensing an opportunity for de-escalation, the figure of Tu Shan Yi gradually shrank until she transformed into a petite fox, merely 1 meter in size. A flash of light later, she regained her human form, pointing towards Qin Changsheng's chamber, declaring, "I am searching for Dongfang Yuechu. His presence lingers in that room." The crowd's gaze followed her outstretched finger, their pupils dilating in shock as they stood frozen. That is the ancestral room. Given the recent behaviors of their ancestor and the mention of a search, even the most obtuse members of the Qin family began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A horrifying speculation arose in their minds. Could Dongfang Yuechu merely be another alias of their ancestor? And was the nine-tailed fox, whom they had just assaulted, yet another of their ancestors' former lovers? Truly, our ancestor is quite the libertine. The exquisite beauty of the human race no longer satisfies him. He has begun to indulge in interspecies relationships. Oh, the audacity! The ancestor's former lover searches across vast distances for her husband, but is met with a brutal assault from his descendants, leaving her gravely injured. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ouyang Chu, the main instigator of the beating, felt an undeniable trepidation, contemplating fleeing at once. Yet the enormity of the world left him pondering how he could evade the pursuit of a peak emperor. The Qin family members might merely dig for minerals, but as an outsider, would he not be cast aside as bait for fish? Just moments ago, he had boasted that he would shoulder any consequences, yet now, Qin found himself dizzy and collapsing to the ground. Why is the Qin family so lively today? A voice, reminiscent of a harbinger from the underworld, echoed in, as Qin Changsheng leisurely entered. Not long after Qin Tian departed from Shinkong Mountain, he too felt a sense of boredom and returned. However, upon stepping through the threshold, he was greeted by the familiar enchanting silhouette. Tu Shanyi, Dongfang Yuechu. After many years, both exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. Reuniting with old friends, Qin Changsheng was inevitably reminded of that tumultuous period of his life. Deep down, he was a rather traditional man, believing that his true affections lay with women like Yin Wanxiu or Su Miru, who embodied conventional femininity, maintaining a respectful distance from captivating women like Meng Ruyan and Tu Shanyi. Yet, fate had other plans. Thus, a single misstep led to an eternal regret, and once ensnared, he found himself unable to extricate from the depths of his entanglement, particularly reminiscing about those unforgettable years. In his heart, Qin Changsheng sighed, reflecting on those moments that were both beautiful and absurd. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Tu Shanyi, like a sudden gust of wind, leapt into his embrace. The unexpected gesture prompted him to instinctively wrap his arms around her soft, delicate form, her slender waist fitting perfectly within his grasp. A wave of intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, stirring a profound physical reaction within him. Oh, the indescribable feelings that surged through Qin Changsheng. Just moments ago, he had embraced a white tiger, and now a nine-tailed fox had come to him. How could he resist such a lure? The nine-tailed fox, Tu Shanyi, squirmed within his arms, her nine supple tails thrashing with excitement. Her silvery white hair cascaded like a waterfall across Qin Changsheng's chest, providing a striking visual impact. Her enchanting gaze flowed with charm, reminiscent of rippling waters. At that moment, Nangong Yin, standing nearby, gritted her teeth, seething with jealousy, wishing she could take Yi's place. Humph, that brazen vixen. In broad daylight, before all eyes, she unabashedly threw herself into the arms of another's future husband, utterly shameless. How reckless! A bitter pang of envy mingled with her heartache, longing for the day when she might experience such proximity to him again. Alas! Oh, that vixen! At that moment, two exclamations pierced the air, tinged with a hint of resentment. It turned out that Wang Wanyin and Yin Wanxiu had emerged to investigate the commotion. With a mere glance, they beheld the captivating figure cradling an alluring vixen in her arms. The sight of her nine swaying tails only exacerbated their agitation. The three women exchanged a glance, instantly uniting in their resolve. With two of their trio yet to ascend to their rightful positions, they could not allow a vixen to seize the advantage. The household bed was too small to accommodate a fourth, nay, fifth or sixth, let alone a seventh woman. They resolved that from that day forth, they would relentlessly entangle Qin Changsheng, taking turns to ensure he had no energy left to frolic elsewhere. As if roused by the voices of the two women, Tu Shanyi lifted her head from Qin Changsheng's embrace, yet she stubbornly refused to descend. As a creature of the demon clan, she loved fiercely and was indifferent to the murmurs of the outside world. Suddenly, she bit down hard on Qin Changsheng's shoulder. He hastily withdrew his protective aura, fearing a backlash, and endured the bite. What are you doing? Why are you biting me? He winced, revealing his teeth, clearly feeling a twinge of pain from the fangs of a quasi-imperial demon. "I missed you at the beginning of the month," Tu Shanyi said, her gaze imbued with affection. Upon noticing the fresh bite mark, a pang of regret washed over her, and instinctively, she extended her tongue, as if to soothe the wound. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng felt a surge of urgency. This was not appropriate in public. "Whatever it is, let us discuss it in the room," he exclaimed, hastily pressing her head down. However, she seemed reluctant to relent. In response, he delivered a sharp slap to her back. Instantly, Tu Shanyi's body went limp, collapsing into his arms, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she gazed at him with an expression that hinted at expectation. Witnessing this, Qin Changsheng's heart sank. Oh no! He had completely forgotten that she was a nine-tailed heavenly fox. Recalling past encounters, he surmised that this might be tied to her unique constitution. He attempted to lower her from his embrace, but Tu Shanyi clung to him tenaciously, refusing to let go. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of Nangong Yin and the other two women, who could not help but curse under their breath. Vixen, how shameless! While having such beauty in his arms was undeniably delightful, the gathering crowd, and the three women lurking nearby, made the situation precarious. With no other option, Qin Changsheng knew he had to clear the area. He lifted his gaze, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance around. The members of the Qin family were not oblivious. They swiftly grasped the ancestral intent. "Elder brother, I heard sister-in-law is about to give birth. Let us go. I, as the elder brother, must check on her." "Oh, indeed, indeed. Let us proceed." The seventh elder and sister-in-law truly exemplify vitality in their advanced years, having lived for several millennia, and yet still capable of bearing 5 offspring. Their contributions to the Qin family's lineage are indeed commendable. Haha, well said. What? My grandmother is getting married today? Oh, I nearly forgot. I shall attend at once. It suddenly dawned on me that I had left the restroom without fully attending to my needs. I shall take my leave. Oh, shall we go together to finish? Off I go. After a brief commotion, only the 3 daughters of Nangong Yin remained, along with Qin Jun, Ouyang Chu, and other instigators awaiting their punishment, temporarily not having departed. Qin Changsheng observed a few oblivious individuals still lingering, his brow furrowing as he prepared to unleash his ire. Suddenly, he noticed that Tu Shanyi seemed to be unwell, her vitality disturbed, and unable to refrain from inquiring with concern. "Ah? Are you injured? Who harmed you?" Upon uttering these words, the person in question had yet to react, while afar, Qin Jun and the others appeared as if struck by lightning, trembling in fear. The reckoning has arrived. With the ancestral spirit's notorious vigilance regarding women, it was certain that punishment would ensue. Tu Shanyi also perceived this, realizing that her paramour held considerable influence, causing those around to harbor a subtle apprehension. Thus, with a face that could bring calamity to the nation, she wore an expression of grievance, her large tears cascading silently, each drop striking Qin Changsheng's heart like a gentle rain. The picture of sorrow, she was indeed pitiable, evoking an instinctive sense of compassion. Sadness and helplessness intertwined in her gaze, her delicate form trembling slightly, as if she had just endured an injustice. Oh, the art of performance, a specialty of the enchanting fox spirit. What troubles you? Qin Changsheng inquired, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. For he could hardly bear to see a woman weep before him. "They struck me, and if you do not come soon, I may never see them again." "What?" Qin Changsheng's anger flared. "Who harmed you?" With a frail, delicate hand, she pointed unsteadily, her finger wavering under the tormenting gazes of Qin Jun and Ouyang Chu, ultimately settling upon Qin Jun. She could not fathom why she had pointed at him, save for the impression that this middle-aged man seemed most deserving of retribution. "No." Qin Jun gasped in horror, collapsing to his knees. "It is unjust. I did not lay a hand upon her. I merely exchanged a few words. It was Ouyang Chu and Qin Yu who acted against her. Why has this nine-tailed fox chosen to single me out?" He cast a desperate glance towards Ouyang Chu and his own eldest son, hoping they would step forward to share in the burden. Yet, Qin Yu and Ouyang Chu appeared oblivious, turning their gazes to the distance, lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 144. The Contest for Affection Between Humans and Foxes. Tu Shanyi's schemes. The accusation of assaulting the ancestral matriarch was indeed monumental. Since the others had not exposed them, they were content with this arrangement. Although receiving a thrashing from the ancestor was not a grave matter, they still valued their pride. One was a formidable sword emperor whose reputation resonated across the realms. Being subjected to humiliation or forced into labor would be utterly disgraceful. As for Qin Yu, in this lifetime, how could he walk the path of invincibility while being burdened by such a significant dark history? If he were to attain the status of an emperor, would it not subject him to the judgment and scorn of the world, branding him with titles such as the Doorbeam Emperor or the Mining Emperor, thereby tarnishing his reputation? Thus, this consequence must be borne by the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhen. Qin Zhen, you audacious rascal, your boldness seems to know no bounds. It appears even the Doorbeam can no longer satisfy your desires. Qin Changsheng was incensed. Having never expected that Qin Zhen would not only repeatedly arrange blind dates for his former girlfriends, but now even dare to take action against one of them. This was utterly heinous. Although he understood that Qin Zhen was unaware of her true identity, as the head of the Qin family, he should have sought clarity before acting. With so many former flames, what if a few more showed up while he was absent? The thought sent a chill down his spine, instilling a sense of dread. Severe punishment must be administered, for Qin Zhen must learn a lesson. After all, to become the future head of the foremost family across all realms, one must possess the ability to discern all matters, read emotions, and assess situations wisely. With him being lazy, and both the second and third ancestors gradually withdrawing from worldly affairs, it was inevitable that Qin Zhen would steer the great vessel of the Qin family. As the navigator, he must possess the capacity to maintain control over the overarching situation, ensuring the family does not veer off course. Qin Zhen, I hereby sentence you to a 3-month cessation of family resource usage. During this period, you shall toil in the mines, suspended there for a month, followed by the arduous task of copying the family rules and principles 30,000 times. No more beatings? No more hanging from the doorbeam? Qin Zhen was momentarily thrown into a state of panic, questioning his existence. The first 2 penalties were tolerable. He could endure the company of Qin Dachuan, but the last one, copying the family rules 30,000 times, would truly take a toll on his life. The family rules of the Qin family were longer than his lifespan. All of this was observed by Wang Wanyan and her companions from a short distance. Just moments ago, Tu Shanyi's feeble performance had elicited their collective disdain, as they scornfully labeled her, seductress, green tea bitch. Now, seeing Qin Zhen subjected to such a harsh punishment, they could not remain indifferent, for this represented their first confrontation with this seductress. 3 against 1. Surely they could not be bested by a mere seductress. Moreover, this seductress clearly possessed profound knowledge on how to handle men. If she were to maintain prolonged contact with Changsheng, she would drain him dry, leaving no opportunity for them to reclaim their standing. Thus, Yin Wanxiu and Wang Wanyan approached, one on either side, clinging to Qin Changsheng's arms. As if in a contest of will, their soft forms pressing closely against him. A trio of delicate fragrances wafted through the air, and feeling the warmth of their bodies. Qin Changsheng's heart raced, his thoughts becoming tumultuous. He could not withstand this. It was utterly overwhelming. What man could resist such temptation? If 3 were like this, what of 30 or 300? He found himself rubbing his nose, feeling a touch of heat rise within him. Wang Wanyan's beautiful eyes fluttered, her lashes quivering as she playfully pleaded, Changsheng, my dear brother-in-law was unaware of the situation, and no serious consequences ensued. This punishment is excessively harsh. Could it not be lightened a bit? Indeed, Changsheng. After all, Qin Zhen is the head of the family, and he must maintain his authority. Let us refrain from such drastic measures in the future. Yin Wanxiu's voice chimed in support. Brother-in-law? Qin Changsheng suddenly realized, almost forgetting this layer of relationship. He felt a surge of irritation. Would he now have to address Qin Zhen as brother-in-law? However, at that moment, he clearly had to give Wang Wanyan some face, while also providing an explanation to Tu Shanyi. It was indeed a dilemma, for both sides were dear to him. Sigh. He found himself somewhat troubled. Tu Shanyi, perceptive as ever, noticed Qin Changsheng's predicament. She gracefully descended from her perch, a charming smile gracing her lips, and said, "Let us heed this young lady's words." She was acutely aware of the hostility directed at her from the other women, but she remained unfazed. After all, who could blame them for being drawn to her exceptionally talented beloved? Who is your sister? Wang Wanyan shot back, raising an eyebrow in disdain, utterly ungrateful for the remark. All right. Qin Changsheng, feeling the weight of the situation, quickly interjected. Yet, unable to vent his frustration on the women, he redirected his ire toward Qin Zhen, Ouyang Chu, and the others. Qin Zhen, considering that someone has interceded on your behalf, I shall impose a penalty of 1 month's labor in the mines and the transcription of the family rules 3,000 times. Let it be thus. Now, everyone be gone. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhen and the others fled in a panic, fearing their ancestral authority might reconsider. In an instant, only Qin Changsheng, 3 women, and a 9-tailed celestial fox remained. They exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. No one knew how to break the stillness. The 3 women, particularly wary, scrutinized Tu Shan Yi intently, ensuring every inch of her was assessed. Since ancient times, the paths of humans and demons have diverged. They would not allow Qin Changsheng to fall into the seductive trap of this enchanting fox. Eventually, Qin Changsheng attempted introductions, but it seemed the women remained unconvinced, ultimately pouting and departing. This left Qin Changsheng in a state of melancholy, letting out a long sigh. The path to a harmonious family is long and arduous, requiring exploration from all directions. In the days that followed, life became both busy and fulfilling. The 9-tailed celestial fox, Tu Shanyi, refused to leave and naturally took residence within the Qin household. After thousands of years apart, yearning for one another, she was resolute in not letting this chance slip away, eager to achieve what she had long desired. Moreover, having soaked in the stone milk spring for eons, she was eager for Qin Changsheng to verify her progress and grant her his approval. Yet, Yin Wanxiu and the other women seemed to have seen through her intentions, resolutely ensuring she and Qin Changsheng did not spend more than 3 minutes alone together. This vigilance extended into the night, with the sisters taking turns to supervise, leaving no opportunity for her to succeed. This infuriated her. Such oppression against a demon was intolerable. You may have your clever strategies, but I possess my own means to scale the walls. Thus unfolded the day. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, it was the perfect time for mischief. A figure with an alluring silhouette darted by. It was Tu Shanyi. A sinister smile danced upon her otherwise enchanting face as she cast her gaze towards a nearby spot, a barely perceptible curve gracing her lips. Oh, how effortlessly this would be accomplished. Tonight, it was the least skilled Wang Wanyin who was to supervise her, but she, the master of illusion, was the famed 9-tailed fox. With a mere flicker of her enchantment, she deftly deceived Wang Wanyin. A gleeful chuckle escaped her lips, one that seemed to dim the very heavens. Upon closer inspection, her attire was strikingly different from her usual garb. She was clad in Wang Wanyin's clothing, evidently a prize she had claimed without a second thought. With unwavering determination, Tu Shan-yi turned her gaze towards Qin Changsheng's chamber. This night, she was destined to seize the spotlight. Chapter 145, A Home in Truzhen Creek. The door to Qin Changsheng's room swung open without a breath of wind. Almost immediately, a tantalizing fragrance wafted in as Tu Shan-yi entered. Qin Changsheng, lounging on his bed, feigned ignorance, curious to see what tricks Tu Shan-yi would conjure. The night is long and sleep evades me, dear sir. Would you care to join me in a discourse on the essence of life? Her voice was sultry and beguiling. What a surprise. Qin Changsheng thought, his mind racing. Wasn't that his line? Hearing it from a vixen felt rather peculiar. Unable to maintain his pretense any longer, he sat up and peered towards the door, only to be left utterly dumbfounded as he exclaimed, "Why are you wearing Wan Yan's clothes?" Tu Shan-yi did not answer immediately. Instead, she smiled coyly, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "What do you think? Do I look good in this attire?" "You're quite bold," Qin Changsheng retorted, at a loss for words. He, I am a vixen, after all," Tu Shan-yi replied, unperturbed and brimming with pride. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Qin Changsheng inquired, somewhat feigning ignorance, with a playful flutter of her lashes. Tu Shan-yi feigned innocence as she responded, "I fear the dark when I sleep alone, and I wish to hold you while I rest." Qin Changsheng was rendered speechless. A nearly Empress-level demon fearing the dark? Yet, considering her presence, he reflected on the consequences of disregarding a woman's wishes. Indeed, to ignore a vixen's desires seemed worse than beastly ignorance. Sigh. But then, a thought struck Qin Changsheng, and he sat upright with earnestness. "Change your clothes. Something feels off about that outfit." With a seductive smile, Tu Shan Yi sparkled momentarily, and in an instant, she transformed into a strikingly provocative ensemble that accentuated her already mesmerizing figure, rendering her even more enchanting. Qin Changsheng swallowed hard, unable to contain his reaction. Immediately, a small foot ascended and landed upon Qin Changsheng's nose. A soft, melodious voice echoed, "Humph. Back then, you disdainfully criticized my body odor and foot odor, using such flimsy excuses to sever our ties. Now, take a good whiff and tell me, does it still smell foul?" "No, it's fragrant." Qin Changsheng shook his head vigorously, then nodded in agreement. Hee. Foe. Before Qin Changsheng could fully comprehend the situation, Tu Shan Yi shifted her stance, her delicate hand encircling his neck from behind. A wave of enchanting fragrance enveloped the air. Qin Changsheng could no longer restrain himself. Turning his head, he beheld the stunning visage so close before him, and he succumbed to temptation. With a swift gesture of his right hand, an invisible barrier emerged, cloaking the entire room. Today, even if the heavens were to shatter and all races perish, he would not be disturbed. Giggling, the moment that readers eagerly anticipate had arrived. Alas, I have meticulously documented the details in a private folder, having examined them thoroughly 10 times. Now, it is time to test your imagination, dear youths. In the blink of an eye, it was the following day. Wang Wanyan had monitored throughout the night, growing increasingly uneasy with each passing moment. Why was the mischievous fox so remarkably quiet, having remained undisturbed all night? This was not good. Suddenly, she realized she had been deceived. Channeling her energy and focusing her mind, she swiftly dispelled the illusion. Before her lay an empty space, devoid of Tu Shan Yi's presence, merely a floating paper figure. Panic seized her, and her complexion shifted dramatically. It was over. Her home had been robbed. Wang Wanyan, frantic with anxiety, hurried to Qin Changsheng's room to investigate. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking resounded. Unable to discern the situation within, Wang Wanyan desperately called out while knocking, "Changsheng, may I come in for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's expression shifted drastically. Even with his mastery of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang transformation technique nearing completion, he could hardly withstand such a sudden shock. This. Now is not the time. Chapter 146. The Duel of Two Women. Opposing forces, however, he quickly regained his composure. Oh no, dawn has arrived. And Wang Wanyan is right outside. He scrambled from the bed, hastily donning his clothes, eliciting a roll of the eyes from Tu Shan Yi, who could only watch in silence. Creak. As Wang Wanyan anxiously awaited, the door to the room gradually creaked open. She immediately spotted the nine-tailed celestial fox, Tu Shan Yi, emerging from the bedroom. Boom. It struck her like a thunderbolt, crashing into her consciousness. Wang Wanyan stood frozen, utterly stunned. From the staggering footsteps of the other party, the disheveled attire, and the unmistakable allure of a mature woman, she has come to realize that the die is cast. Qin Changsheng has indeed fallen prey to this vixen. Truly, what a brazen seductress she is, shamelessly advancing in mere days. How could Changsheng not exercise restraint? If he truly found it unbearable, why not seek her out? Even if she were to initially decline out of shyness, she would certainly acquiesce should Qin Lang persist. She feels a deep sense of guilt towards Nangong Yin and her sister Yin Wanqiu for their earnest counsel. The steadfastness she maintained over the past few days has crumbled in a moment of carelessness. It is due to her own lack of cultivation that she failed to discern the other's tricks in a timely manner, leading to Qin Lang's entanglement. At this moment, regret, self-reproach, and heart-wrenching emotions surged forth. Wang Wanyan, fueled by days of pent-up anger, erupted, exclaiming, "Tu Shan Yi, what exactly do you intend to do? How can one act so recklessly, indulging without even informing her esteemed seniors? She arrived first. This is nothing short of a slap in the face." It is indeed Changsheng. Tu Shan Yi blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly unfazed, even returning a provocative glance. In an intense standoff, both women glared at each other, neither willing to yield, especially Wang Wanyan, who resembled a raging inferno. Even standing still, sparks flew, creating a palpable tension in the air. The energy from this silent clash was enough to make even Qin Changsheng, a peak emperor, feel a tremor in his heart. Is this what they call a battlefield of the Shura? A vixen is a vixen, utterly shameless. Wang Wanyan was the first to strike. I am indeed a vixen. Tu Shan-yi did not refute, but rather seemed to take pride in it. You, Wang Wanyan, are merely furious in your impotence. With a playful smile, Tu Shan-yi boldly showcased her ample figure, an invitation that was almost too enticing to behold. Wang Wanyan, taken aback, looked down and realized that after 500 years of cultivation, she had achieved some stature, yet compared to her opponent, she was clearly lacking, falling short by a third. A complete defeat. Wang Wanyan felt her defenses crumble, breath quickening, as she struggled to maintain composure, her fury palpable, as if she might ignite the very air around her. Qin Changsheng, somewhat bewildered, found himself stifling a laugh. What was there to compare? He had no preferences. While watermelon is indeed delightful, sometimes he craved grapes. Yet, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, he felt compelled to intervene as a peacemaker. All right, we are all good sisters here. Is there not a way to converse civilly? Humph, who considers her a sister? The two women spoke in unison and simultaneously turned away, leaving their graceful silhouettes for Qin Changsheng to behold. Ah, how one can be torn between two beloveds. He finally grasped the reason behind the whimsical antics of ancient concubines and the indecisiveness of emperors. Which man, faced with two delicate and adoring women, would not find himself in a quandary? However, while Wang Wanyan's anger was somewhat understandable, Tu Shan-yi's fury seemed unfounded. Such a paradox. To benefit from the situation and then feign innocence. In that moment, Qin Changsheng made a resolute decision. With a swift motion, he delivered a firm slap to Tu Shan-yi's back. Ah, Changsheng, what are you doing? Tu Shan-yi pouted, her cheeks puffed in displeasure, appearing utterly soft and helpless. All right, you've gained the upper hand this time. Just soften up and take a rest, Qin Changsheng instructed. In response, Tu Shan-yi shot him a sidelong glance, as if to say, who exactly is taking advantage of whom? Nevertheless, her deep affection for him prevented her from causing him distress. Besides, she had already emerged victorious today. Enough, she is merely a young girl of a few hundred years. What harm is there in giving in just this once? Tu Shan-yi initiated the conversation. Humph. Wang Wanyan chose to ignore her, though her tone had softened considerably. After all, she understood that if things escalated too far, it would be Qin Lang who would be left embarrassed. Observing this, Tu Shan-yi raised her hands in surrender, declaring, I'm a bit tired. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned on her heel and limped away around the corner. Only Qin Changsheng and the sulking Wang Wanyan remained in the vicinity. Sigh. Qin Changsheng let out a deep breath. Observing the sorrowful beauty before him, his heart ached. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Wang Wanyan's slender waist, gently caressing her hair with tender motions. How about you stay tonight? He proposed, knowing he sounded rather unscrupulous. Wang Wanyan was taken aback. Was this truly how one offered consolation? Yet, she wasn't prepared for such an overture. In an instant, she forgot her grievances, her beautiful eyes darting with curiosity as she asked, Are you all right? Quite. Qin Changsheng replied with unwavering certainty. A man could hardly afford to be deemed inadequate, especially when he felt capable of conquering 10 foes. Yet, Wang Wanyan appeared hesitant, her delicate hands resting on her chest. A hint of insecurity lacing her demeanor as she bit her lip and continued, But among my sisters, my figure is the least impressive. I've always feared you might find me lacking. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng finally comprehended the reason for her reluctance to take that next step. Wang Wanyan had been his last girlfriend, and their parting had been abrupt, devoid of intimacy. With a gentle smile, he replied, Wanyan, do not fret. Allow me to share a story with you. Once, a father inquired of his son, I have already spent 50 spirit stones to purchase a spiritual artifact for you. Why then do you still wish to play with Wang Xiaoming's artifact, which costs only 5 stones? Can you guess how the son responded? Wang Wanyan, piqued with curiosity, asked, What did he say? The son replied, Because I have never played with it before. Suddenly, a spiritual artifact plummeted from the heavens, striking Qin Changsheng on the head. Chapter 147. Wang Wanyan's thoughts. The Qin family's mine who dares to litter? Is there no sense of public decorum? Qin Changsheng feigned great anger. Humph. A lecher. A melodious voice resonated. Yin Wanchuan approached gracefully, clad in a soft, light blue gown that gently brushed against her long legs, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Wang Wanyan gazed in awe, feeling an intense envy. When would she possess such captivating femininity? Gulp. Qin Changsheng discreetly swallowed, sensing that he still had the strength to fight on. As Yaochi drew near, she cast a disapproving glance at Qin Changsheng and remarked, Wang Yan is still young. It is entirely normal for her to feel anxious about certain matters. Changsheng, although she deeply loves you and will not reject you, grant her a bit more time. Do not be overly eager. She then turned to Wang Yan and said, Wang Yan, do not feel inferior or rush. One cannot hasten the consumption of hot tofu. In that moment, she seemed to embody the role of a caring older sister. In her eyes, although Wang Yan was over 500 years old, much of her life had been spent confined in a prison, and there were still aspects of her life that required growth. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng finally grasped the situation, feeling a twinge of guilt. How could he have forgotten his original intent? His purpose was never to harm any beautiful soul, otherwise, he would not have refrained from taking that step for a millennium. Though he now yearned to provide each girl with a home and shared mutual affection with them, he could not act recklessly. The 3 days and nights spent with Mu Xuedong had completely opened Pandora's box, nearly leading him to ruin. At this moment, he wished to slap himself fiercely. No, it is all Mu Xuedong's fault. In a few days, no tomorrow, I shall go to the Ice God Palace and severely punish her. Wang Yan, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, gazing in shock at Sister Wanchuan. Isn't this rather different from what I expected? She felt anxious. How could she not? She longed to be with Qin Changsheng, to soar together. Yet, being a girl, she could not shamelessly voice such desires like that vixen. Just as things had begun to take a turn, Sister Wanchuan ruthlessly extinguished the budding flame. It was as if 2 piles of dry kindling were aflame, only for one to extinguish the other with a mere splash of water. In that instant, the once solid alliance of the 3 women showed signs of imminent collapse. Sister Wanchuan, I wish. Wang Yan gathered her courage. Before she could finish her words, Wanchuan interrupted her. No, you do not wish to, she said, her voice imbued with affection for her younger sister. You are still young. Some matters require a deeper understanding before you can grasp them fully. For now, let us unite against that vixen. At this point, she suddenly remembered, oh, where is that vixen? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan felt a wave of grievance wash over her, and with a hint of a sob in her voice, she cried out, Woo-woo, sister, I have betrayed your trust. That vixen, after indulging herself, simply sauntered away. I was so preoccupied with guarding the fortress that I failed to realize the intruder had stealthily stolen away our stronghold. What? Wanchuan exclaimed in shock, realizing that despite their precautions, they could not guard against the restless vixen. However, one cannot clap with just one hand. The 4 beautiful eyes, in unison, turned to Qin Changsheng, and the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees. It is better to be lenient than to be strict. It seems they must address the issue at its source. Observing the scene, Qin Changsheng offered an awkward smile and said, Qin Zhen needs me for an urgent matter. I must take my leave. Before he could finish, he turned and hurried away, leaving behind 2 pouting young women who exchanged glances in confusion. Qin Zhen, hasn't he already completed his temporary handover and gone to the Qin family mine? Shouldn't he be starting to excavate now? After a while, Wang Yan said, Do not lose heart, dear sister. I possess a unique remedy that will ensure you can deal with that unfaithful scoundrel next time. Hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with hope, and her earlier grievances vanished. This was indeed her wonderful sister. With eager anticipation, she asked, Sister Wanchuan, tell me quickly. Patience. Let me explain slowly. This requires a combination of medicinal aid and physical effort. The 2 sisters chatted as they gradually faded into the distance. In the northwest of the Qin estate, there lay a vast spiritual stone mine, a treasure belonging to the Qin family. This mine produced various rare materials, predominantly spiritual stones, which were indispensable resources for cultivators. Due to the mine's unique nature, it required meticulous manual excavation. At this moment, countless miners toiled diligently, most of whom were affiliated with the Qin family, while a smaller number were family members themselves, having come here due to inadequate cultivation aptitude or having committed mistakes. The sounds of chipping echoed continuously, with various grades of spiritual stones occasionally dropping, and even spiritual crystals surfacing, releasing waves of spiritual energy. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Greetings, esteemed head of the family. Honorable patriarch. The sounds of mining ceased, as everyone bowed respectfully. Who is this? What an imposing presence. One might think an ancestor has arrived. A voice, filled with sarcasm and disdain, pierced through the respectful atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the reverence shown by the others. As the crowd fixed their gaze, a robust man stood there, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was Qin Changsheng. Though still young, Qin Changsheng was considered a peer in Qin Town and stood out among his contemporaries. While others feared the master of Qin Town, he felt no trepidation. He had long since learned through his own channels that Qin Zhen had offended their ancestor and was relegated to the mines. Even though they shared a fateful bond at this moment, he would not forget who had cast him into this predicament, Qin Zhen. That wretched man had harmed him time and again. Fortune had smiled upon him, allowing this detestable master to experience such a downfall. With a straightforward nature, he could not contain his words, and thus he openly ridiculed Qin Zhen. Ah, Changsheng, it was all a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. Qin Zhen felt a headache coming on. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, he had not anticipated that a series of unfortunate events would lead Qin Changsheng to harbor such animosity towards him. In an effort to rectify his past mistakes, he had been actively reaching out to the ancient prodigies during his time before being sent to the mines. As fate would have it, just a few days prior, an ancient genius had lowered their stature to contact the Qin family, expressing a keen interest in the Qin family's star tower. Although there was no mention of joining the Qin family or any inclination towards an alliance through marriage, Qin Zhen believed that the mere act of their arrival marked a promising beginning, one that would surely lead to their integration into the Qin family. Moreover, it was said that this individual hailed from an illustrious lineage, possibly connected to the ancient celestial court's emperors, having recently awakened from a prolonged slumber due to special circumstances. Should this person take a liking to Qin Changsheng, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. In Chapter 148, Qin Zhen's schemes were all falling into place. After all, love is an enigmatic force. Perhaps Qin Changsheng's singlehood was destined for this very moment. More importantly, Qin Zhen had made meticulous preparations to ensure that this endeavor would be foolproof. Having learned from the experiences of the Baihu clan's esteemed maiden and the nine-tailed fox, who was the former beloved of their ancestor, he approached this situation with utmost caution. The traps laid by their ancestor were extensive, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. The chance encounter with Wang Wanyan seeking clemency had served as a stark reminder. Next time, he could very well face dire consequences. Thus, having absorbed the lessons from past experiences, he took the initiative to inquire with the second and third ancestors about their ancestor's youth, confirming that they had grown up together. After all, when their ancestor was around 16 or 17, the second ancestor was merely 4 years old and still retained memories. If their ancestor truly belonged to an ancient lineage, how could it be that they had scavenged for a living in their youth, competing with stray dogs for scraps, all the while painstakingly raising the second and third ancestors? With this confirmation, Qin Zhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stability had been achieved. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. As long as he sought out the ancient prodigy from millennia ago, there would be no possible connection to their ancestor. By chance, the world underwent a tremendous transformation, heralding the arrival of a golden age. The ancient demons and aberrations, long sealed away, have emerged, particularly those extraordinary women of celestial lineage. It is conceivable that their former powers have perished over the endless years. In this new era, they will undoubtedly seek refuge among the most formidable factions. Among these, the Qin family stands out prominently. Once they arrive at the Qin family, I can secretly arrange matters and foster frequent interactions with Qin Changsheng. Over time, feelings will naturally blossom, leading to a harmonious union. Changsheng, you will surely be grateful to me. This time, I will undoubtedly make all the members of the Qin family envious of you. Previously, I may not have planned meticulously, but now my instincts assure me that this is a solid strategy. As Qin Zhen contemplated these thoughts, images of Qin Changsheng and his charming wife bowing in gratitude filled his mind. Unconsciously, a broad smile appeared on his face, revealing a foolish grin. Just then, a booming voice interrupted Qin Zhen's daydream, pulling him back to reality. Facing Qin Changsheng's aggressive demeanor, Qin Zhen merely smiled faintly and replied, Changsheng, you are misunderstanding me. My intentions are genuinely well-meaning. I understand that our past encounters have left you with reservations, but was it not merely a twist of fate? This time, I promise to introduce you to a perfect bride. In response, Qin Changsheng crossed his arms and let out a cold, mocking laugh. Keep fabricating. Continue your deception. If I believe another word you say, I might as well take your surname. Anticipating Qin Dachuan's reaction, Qin Zhen's lips curled into a confident smile, radiating the assurance of a family patriarch as he continued, Dachuan, if you wish to blame me, I accept that. Deep down, you know that our previous misadventures were mere accidents, unfortunate encounters with our ancestors' legacy, especially regarding Ouyang Zhiqiu. This time, I will introduce someone of distinguished lineage, with a noble bloodline, certainly on par with Ouyang Zhiqiu. These words seemed to touch upon a sensitive topic for Qin Dachuan, who was about to unleash a torrent of curses. However, Qin Zhen raised his hand to halt him, sincerity etched upon his face as he said, Dachuan, hear me out. This time, it is foolproof. I have consulted with our second and third ancestors, and our forebear is certainly only a mere 10,000 years old. Thus, individuals from 10,000 years ago are undoubtedly unrelated to our forebear, especially those ancient prodigies. Their emergence retains the vigor and intellect of their youth, making them ideally suited for someone like you. Moreover, those capable of sealing their own essence are undoubtedly breathtakingly beautiful and exceptionally refined. Given the current strength and resources of the Qin family, we are bound to attract the attention of these ancient paragons. Just imagine, you would have the first opportunity, and I would play matchmaker. Besides, as a peer among the elite, it would be entirely natural for you to forge a bond with such a remarkable individual. To Qin Zhen's surprise, Qin Dachuan did not retort, but seemed somewhat intrigued. After all, he had indeed reached the age to extend the Qin family lineage. Yet, for reasons unknown, his romantic endeavors had consistently faltered. Having finally encountered the charming Ouyang Zhiqiu, he found himself hesitating. In this era, he felt utterly daunted by the esteemed women of prominence. Moreover, Qin Zhen's words bore merit. The most prudent course of action would be to forge a union with the extraordinary women emerging from the ancient lineage. Qin Zhen, perceptive of Qin Dachuan's indecision, revealed a significant proposition, pressing on, Dachuan, heed my advice. This time you must seize the opportunity. I have made arrangements for you to meet a direct descendant of an ancient celestial emperor, who, curiously, also bears the surname Qin. Isn't that fortuitous? The Qin celestial emperor ruled as a formidable sovereign during the twilight of the ancient era. One can only imagine the beauty of his lineage. I have devised a plan. Once we excavate this batch of mineral veins, when the other party arrives at the Qin household, I will designate you as their guide. Together, we shall undergo trials at the Star Tower and commune beneath the ancient life tree. Over time, this bond will surely flourish. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Zhen cast a knowing glance. However, Qin Dachuan remained apprehensive, wavering in his resolve, and eventually spoke, his tone softening. Is that truly appropriate? I can't shake the feeling that it might be rather precarious. Could you perhaps introduce someone more ordinary, lacking such exceptional beauty? Dachuan, what kind of talk is that? You are one of the most outstanding members of our Qin family among your peers. You are well aware of our true standing. You are entirely worthy of those extraordinary women. If you are to marry, it ought to be the best, Qin Zhen replied, his tone tinged with frustration. Seeing Qin Dachuan still grappling with doubt, he firmly clasped his shoulder, asserting, Dachuan, trust me, your family head, just this once. I would never lead you astray. I believe that all past tribulations have been preparations for this moment. How can one witness a rainbow without enduring the storm? This time, you shall undoubtedly inspire envy among your kin. After a brief pause, he added, rest assured, I shall bear all consequences. With such declarations, Qin Dachuan found himself at a loss for words, any lingering resentment towards Qin Zhen dissipating entirely. A renewed vigor surged within him as he cast aside the mining tools he held, and, eyes gleaming with anticipation, remarked, let us dig together. We must hasten to complete this batch of minerals. I can hardly contain my eagerness. With a chuckle, Qin Zhen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grasping the tools, he did not immediately commence mining, but instead gazed towards the distant direction of the Qin family, a triumphant expression gracing his face. As he murmured to himself, oh, ancestors, even if you had many former lovers, if they are not of this era, how could your influence reach me? Chapter 149. A profound system and the escalation of Baisusu's affairs. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng, having fled in haste from Yin Wanqiu and her companions, let out a deep sigh. With the emergence of Tu Shanyi's affair, It seems our backyard will be in turmoil for several days. He resolved to take a leisurely stroll to the Ice God Palace, intending to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Mu Xuetong about his aspirations in life. Suddenly, a voice rang out unexpectedly. Ding! Congratulations to Tu Shan Yi for achieving a goodwill level of 100 with the host, and for completing the couple's ritual. The host has earned 2 opportunities for a random draw. Would you like to claim them now? The abrupt announcement startled Qin Changsheng, who had almost forgotten about the existence of the system after so many days of silence. Oh, system, you're still alive. I thought you had perished somewhere in the realm of female systems. Humph, came the system's surprisingly human-like voice. Do you take me for a mere novice? In the realm of systems, I wield a silver spear that pierces the heavens, earning the title of Little White Dragon in the Waves. I was merely reminiscing with some old acquaintances, which caused a slight delay. Accustomed to the system's teasing jibes, Qin Changsheng merely shrugged it off and said directly, now that you're here, it's fortuitous. With your celestial prowess, I wish to consult you. Among my thousands of ex-girlfriends, how many are still alive? Please provide me with a rough estimate so I can brace myself. After a moment of silence, the system's voice slowly emerged. Thousands. Please do not overestimate your charm. Allow me to share a small secret. In this world, only the true spirit can definitively identify a person. A true spirit is singular and unique. She is either her or she is not. Reincarnation is inherently filled with uncertainties. In this life, she may be enchanting. In the next, she may be innocent. And in yet another, she may be aloof. In essence, women are inherently multifaceted. At these words, Qin Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. This dog system was certainly implying something. Could it be that after years of striving, he had garnered fewer ex-girlfriends than a worldly emperor? He felt his status diminish significantly. Surely there must be a few hundred? He queried. What do you mean, system? Qin Changsheng could not help but ask. What do I mean? Quite simply, reading a myriad of books pales in comparison to traversing thousands of miles. And traversing thousands of miles is eclipsed by the experience of countless women. Ultimately, nothing surpasses the wisdom gained through personal insight. Host, go and seek your understanding. Qin Changsheng felt a surge of frustration. This insufferable system always spoke in half-truths, tantalizingly withholding complete revelations. He wondered which impertinent entity had designed it. It truly was a legacy of annoyance. Sensing the silence that enveloped his mind, Qin Changsheng felt somewhat resigned. It appeared that, much like his previous inquiry about time travel, he would glean little from this line of questioning. However, the sole consolation was that his opportunities for random rewards had accumulated to 7. He intended to save them until he reached 10, aiming for a tenfold draw. Based on his previous experiences playing the game with Little Pony, he was certain of a significant windfall, with at least a 9,999 probability of success. And as for seeking understanding? Nonsense. Wasn't it exhausting? He still believed that a state of repose was far more enjoyable. Surrounded by numerous enchanting companions and possessing unparalleled strength, one might wonder why there is a desire to stir up any further trouble in such blissful circumstances. The image of Mu Xuetong clad in a black camisole vividly materializes in his mind, causing a slight flush to warm his cheeks. With a swift motion, he vanishes from sight, oblivious to the gentle sigh that emanates from the depths of his consciousness. A sigh imbued with a complex array of emotions, be it disappointment, nostalgia, or solace, as the illustrious figures return from the tumultuous battles on the floating mountain. The tale of Qin Changsheng sweeps through the vast expanse of the Tianxian world like a tempest, inciting a renewed uproar. The situation has escalated dramatically over the past few days, solidifying Qin Changsheng's notorious reputation as a licentious fiend. For the human race, this development merely serves as fodder for idle gossip. After all, if Qin Changsheng dares to desecrate corpses, what is so peculiar about his dalliance with a white tiger? Moreover, the object of his rumored affection is none other than the beloved goddess of the demon realm, which brings a modicum of pride to humanity. However, an unspoken consensus has emerged. Traditional burials are gradually being replaced by cremations, and outings with pets have become less frequent. As for the demon realm, it has erupted in outrage. After all, Qin Changsheng not only defiled their goddess, but also forcefully slew the prodigious scions of the Spirit Lion clan and their formidable protectors on the floating mountain. This act is akin to a slap in the face to the entire demon realm. In a fervor of anger, enemies unite, clamoring for justice to be served upon Qin Changsheng and reclaiming the integrity of their goddess. Though, perhaps, that integrity is now irrevocably tarnished. Regrettably, no one has managed to procure a likeness of Qin Changsheng. It is said that, despite his self-inflicted wounds that caused him to fall from grace, his divine essence remains intact, eluding depiction except through extraordinary means. Qin Changsheng, I, the king of tigers, shall not rest until you are vanquished, scoffs the demon Lord Dapeng, lamenting the fact that a mere human could infiltrate their ranks unnoticed. That position of demon lord should rightfully belong to our clan leader. Oh, my dream goddess. A millennium ago, I caught but a fleeting glimpse of your silhouette, and since then, I have been consumed by thoughts of you, sacrificing sleep and sustenance. My hands restless in the stillness of the night, haunted by your exquisite form. Indeed, it is unfathomable that the goddess of my desires has fallen prey to a mere human. How delectable that must be. How infuriating it is that I have offered my heart to Baisusu, yet she willingly submits to a feeble human. In this era, where is the sincerity that begets sincerity? Only swiftness yields responses. Alas, to take a life is one matter, but to wound the heart is another. How despicable. You wretched creature, I challenge you to a duel. And thus, the air is filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Yet, amidst this turmoil, another narrative unfolds. Have you heard? The goddess Baisusu of the White Tiger clan has been captured by a human. Truly a disgrace to our demon kin. Such trivialities. This news is utterly commonplace, who remains unaware. Moreover, my dear friend, your information is rather outdated. The human realm has already published several volumes of illustrated tales. Is that so? What is the artistic style like? Is it lifelike? Does it evoke a sense of reality? Just thinking about it frustrates me. Why is our realm of demons so lagging in artistic merit compared to humans? Hush, my younger brother has procured a few volumes, and they are exquisite, truly vivid. If you desire them, I can offer you half price, ensuring you a sublime experience. What is the price? A flat rate. 10 wolf essence stones of the spirit realm or above. Goodness, you belong to the Ice Moon Demon Wolf clan as well. Do you not fear that you might be consuming the essence of your uncle or nephew? Ha ha ha. Kin of the same bloodline yields even greater potency. For direct lineage, I shall add 20% to the price. Very well, a deal it is. I shall prepare for the hunt. Within the realm of demons, displaying strength and engaging in battles among clans is commonplace. However, one generally refrains from confronting kin. Chapter 150, Silver Moon Sky Wolf, Silver Howl of Heaven. Demon Lord Peng Kuan in the Demon Realm, home to the Silver Moon Sky Wolf clan. A middle-aged man sat in a vast, empty hall. His silvery white hair, a mark of his noble bloodline within the Sky Wolf clan, contrasted sharply with the shrewdness reflected in his eyes, which seemed at odds with his imposing physique. He was none other than Silver Howl of Heaven, the chieftain of the Silver Moon Sky Wolf clan. At this moment, his brow was furrowed, his face ablaze with fury, clearly consumed by rage. Finally, his tense fist came crashing down. Crack! The jade table before him shattered into pieces, fragments scattering. Yet, he appeared oblivious to this destruction, gritting his teeth and bellowing with measured intensity. Qin Changsheng. Accompanying his outburst was an anguished wolf howl that reverberated throughout the hall, echoing endlessly. He had never anticipated that the person he had pursued for thousands of years, Baisusu, would not even allow him a mere touch, nor offer him a kind glance. Yet a mere human would provide resources and effort to aid the declining White Tiger clan in regaining its former glory, only to be met with such devastating news. How infuriating! The outside world mocked him as a sycophant. Yet, deep within, he never regarded himself as such. He was a battle wolf. No, wait. He suddenly recalled that while others may not comprehend the goddess Baisusu, he himself was not ignorant. Although separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, one might say they were, in a sense, cohabiting. How could such a pure and ethereal goddess, who kept others at arm's length, engage in illicit affairs with a mere human? Each time he delivered resources, their exchanges were cordial, and Baisusu often mentioned she was tired and needed to bathe. Sharing such a private matter with him must indicate some interest, right? Furthermore, he distinctly recalled witnessing Baisusu smile back at him from a distance, when he was entirely alone. Throughout the millennia, he had never heard of the goddess smiling at another demon. In contemporary times, The affairs surrounding Qin Changsheng have stirred considerable commotion, leaving no one unaware of the tumult. This must be a trial for oneself. Indeed, it is undoubtedly a test of character. The moment to demonstrate one's sincerity has arrived. Yet, what kind of trial is this? The infatuated Yin Xiaodian found himself engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The goddess, through her niece Bai Chu, disseminated this news, effectively positioning Qin Changsheng in opposition to her and the entire demon realm. Thus, the path became clear. All that was required was for him to infiltrate the human territory, capture Qin Changsheng, and present him before the goddess. Surely, she would regard him with newfound respect. Ha! He laughed triumphantly, applauding his own cleverness. As for whether he could contend with Qin Changsheng, who was at the pinnacle of semi-emperor status, he harbored no concerns. The demon realm boasted unparalleled strength among all realms. Had it not been for the internal constraints among the various clans, the demon realm would have long since unified. Within his own Tianlang clan, there were 3 semi-emperors at their peak. Furthermore, the human race possessed inherently frail physiques, rendering them no match for his kind. Were it not for the occasional emergence of an extraordinary individual among the humans, one who could dominate all, the human race would have vanished from the annals of history long ago. Even if Qin Changsheng was a fallen emperor, a semi-emperor at the peak remained formidable, especially considering they had 3 semi-emperors on their side. 3 against 2. The advantage lies with us. Go, summon the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Yin Xiaodian commanded. As you wish, replied the young wolf respectfully. Before long, the 2 elders of the wolf clan arrived at the great hall. The clan leader summoned us. What pressing matter is at hand? The Grand Elder gazed at the youthful leader of the Silver Moon Wolf clan with a complex expression. Their feelings towards him were a blend of admiration and resentment. They admired his exceptional talent, ranking among the top 3 in the entire wolf clan. Surpassing these elder figures in less than 10,000 years, defeating numerous clansmen to ascend to the position of clan leader. However, they resented that this newly appointed leader seemed somewhat lacking in intellect, having inherited certain traits from his mother. His mother, a Siberian husky, had unexpectedly united with the Silver Moon Wolf clan, resulting in the peculiar Yin Xiaodian. How to put it? Aside from that, he was somewhat infatuated with love. Moreover, he was irrationally enamored with the frigid white tiger. Instead of focusing on enhancing the strength of the wolf clan, he devoted all his efforts to pleasing the white tiger clan, leaving these old-timers exasperated. After all, he was the clan leader, and in the wolf clan, strength was paramount. In response to the inquiries from the 2 elders, Yin Xiaodian smiled mysteriously, an ominous aura emanating from him, and declared, "Of course, we are to engage in battle. This time, we shall march upon the human realm." Upon hearing this, the 2 elders of the wolf clan were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances filled with elation, even to the point of tears of joy. Their clan leader had finally matured. He had come to understand the call of bloodshed. No longer was he the foolish Siberian husky who revolved around the mother tiger. The Silver Moon Wolf clan, known for their ferocity and bloodthirsty nature, has awakened their primal instincts. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. The second elder exclaimed with great satisfaction, laughing heartily. However, the first elder suddenly furrowed his brow, remarking, "While it is commendable that the clan leader seeks battle, it would be unwise to recklessly assault the human race, as it contravenes the ancient covenant. And the humans are not to be trifled with. No worries, have confidence." The silver howl, with a dismissive wave of his hand, continued with unwavering assurance. "We are not launching a full-scale attack on the humans. Rather, the 3 of us, at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, will stealthily infiltrate the Qin family in the northern domain and capture Qin Changsheng alive." Upon hearing this, the 2 elders instantly comprehended the true intent of their leader's awakening. It was not merely a resurgence of primal instincts, but an act of vengeance against a romantic rival. Nevertheless, the fact that the clan leader is taking this initiative is indeed a positive development. Failure was not even a consideration for them. How could a mere newly established family pose a threat? Even if Qin Changsheng were the fallen emperor's descendant, they were still 3 in number, certain victory. Very well. Let us proceed as the leader suggests. The 2 elders nodded in agreement. Time is of the essence. They promptly made arrangements and hastened towards the direction of the Qin family. Unbeknownst to them, Their every move was being observed by a watchful adversary. The Golden-Winged Rock clan, the current lineage of the Beast Sovereign, had taken note of their actions. The Beast Sovereign Peng Kuan, gazing at the communication talisman before him, displayed a hint of disdain. He scoffed derisively. "Foolish wretch, a sycophant daring to sneak into the realm of humans. How embarrassing this public discourse must be for you. Haha. The goddess you have pursued for millennia has long since taken another form. How utterly laughable." Though he held the esteemed title of Beast Sovereign, the realm of beasts was not without its dissenters, and many powerful beasts, particularly Silver Howl of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, did not submit to his authority. Perhaps their strength came at the cost of intellect. After all, they had once engaged in a fierce battle with him, resulting in a stalemate that had left him humiliated, fostering a deep-seated resentment towards the Wolf clan. The recent scandal between the White Tiger clans by Susu and Qin Changsheng had provided ample amusement for him at Silver Howl's expense. Truly, what a disgrace. He had long discerned that by Susu's heart belonged to another. Fortuitously, his own beloved was the nine-tailed fox, Tu Shan Yi. Though of the fox lineage, she remained untainted and virtuous, showing no interest in any male beast. Moreover, as far as he knew, Tu Shan Yi spent the majority of her time soaking in the stone milk spring, making it impossible for her to be involved with anyone. Contemplating this, a thought crossed his mind. By now, Tu Shan Yi must have finished her bath. Chapter 151. Infiltrating the Qin family. Interrupted in intimate moments with Mu Xuedong at the Qin family, as the highest cultivator present, despite not bearing the Qin surname, Ouyang Chu naturally assumed the duty of vigilance. He closed his eyes to rest, yet his mind remained acutely alert, sensing even the slightest disturbance in the air. Since the last infiltration by the nine-tailed fox, he has not dared to relax even for a moment. It is one thing if something happens to others, but if anything were to befall Qin Changsheng's beloved, he would consider it a fate worse than death. Suddenly, a wave of disturbance rippled through the space, and he instantly sensed something amiss, his countenance darkening to an extreme. Humph. Do they all treat the Qin family as a mere tourist destination, or do they disregard this seasoned quasi-emperor at his pinnacle? With a swift motion, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, forcing the concealed presence of the 5 wolves into the open. Awo, the silver howling celestial wolves, including Yin Shao Tian and others, were compelled to reveal themselves, unable to suppress their howls to the heavens. Ouyang Chu, who had initially remained indifferent, focused his gaze and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Enemy attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 quasi-emperors at their peak, 2 in the late quasi-emperor stage. Is the Silver Moon Celestial Wolf clan deploying their elite forces to declare war against humanity?" Especially upon seeing the leading wolf, whose wise little eyes seemed to harbor profound wisdom beneath a facade of simplicity, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Could it be that this was the demon clan's long-conceived grand scheme? This matter was of grave importance, beyond his capacity to resolve. It was imperative to summon reinforcements. A message of urgency was dispatched. Only Qin Changsheng could make the final call. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng was hastily making his way to the Ice God Palace. Inside the Ice God Palace, in the study, Mu Xuedong sat at her desk, diligently attending to palace affairs. Sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating her figure, casting her stunning beauty in a glow that made her appear like a celestial being descended from the heavens. With a slight arch of her brow and a gentle bite of her lip, her long, raven hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders. Her gaze emanated an air of authority, her enchanting eyes blinking with a blend of confidence and grace. The regal demeanor of a queen, paired with her breathtaking beauty and intense focus, painted an exquisite portrait. This unique allure was simply beyond compare. Gulp. Qin Changsheng swallowed hard. This is his woman. He had not anticipated that her serious demeanor could be so captivating. He found himself yearning to indulge in her beauty once more. If Mu Xuedong appeared so enchanting while at work, then the legendary first beauty of humanity, the Yaochi Empress Qin Changsheng, whom he had yet to meet, must be utterly transcendent. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng could not help but chastise himself. How could he be reminded of Qin Changsheng at this moment? She was not even his ex-girlfriend. No matter how beautiful, what connection did she have with him? At the same time, as he grappled with the awakening of his roguish tendencies, Mu Xuedong felt a stirring within her, as if she sensed something amiss, and coldly admonished, "Who is it?" Though she could not detect any presence, she instinctively knew someone was nearby. After all, she had spent millennia in this study, and every blade of grass and tree in the surroundings was intimately familiar to her. "It is I." Initially, he had intended to tease her, but upon witnessing the tension radiating from Mu Xuetong, he feared he might frighten her, and thus reluctantly revealed himself. "Changsheng!" Mu Xuetong exclaimed, immediately leaping into Qin Changsheng's embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. The time since their last meeting had been considerable, and her longing for him had only intensified. Although she deeply missed him, she could not disregard the numerous disciples of the Ice God Palace. To her astonishment, he had traversed countless miles, disregarding the beautiful maidens at home, just to see her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she contemplated how to express her gratitude. Suddenly, Mu Xuetong sensed something amiss with Qin Changsheng, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue as she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Bah? Scoundrel! Xuetong! Do not say another word. I understand." Mu Xuetong gently placed her delicate finger upon his lips, then cast him a flirtatious glance. "Follow me." "No, I wish to stay here in this study." "Scoundrel! Is this appropriate? There are others outside." "Humph, do I need your guidance in my affairs?" "Be obedient and turn around," Qin Changsheng asserted with a certain dominance. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible barrier enveloped them. In response, Mu Xuetong rolled her eyes dramatically and playfully replied, "I know, truly a domineering man. Both lovable and infuriating. But I must change my attire." No sooner had she spoken than a flash of light enveloped her, completing her transformation. A stunningly alluring beauty emerged, capable of causing chaos in the realm. Qin Changsheng was left speechless. In this fantastical world, changing clothes was astonishingly convenient and instantaneous, and even with his imperial insight, he could scarcely discern the details. However, upon gazing at the fully transformed Mu Xuetong, he found himself utterly captivated. This was simply too enticing. Was she not transformed by Tu Shanyi? Clad in a black strap dress, adorned with a sheer black shawl, the dress clung to her perfect curves, accentuating her sensual figure and slender waist. Her long, fair legs were enveloped in delicate stockings, their alluring lines seemingly inviting. Most striking of all were her enchanting eyes, shrouded in a misty allure, rippling with spring waves. Gulp! Qin Changsheng swallowed hard, his mouth dry. "If I can endure this, what manner of man am I?" Just as he prepared to act, however, a sudden flurry of urgent messages from the Purple Mansion interrupted, indicating an emergency situation. With a resigned sweep of his consciousness, he furrowed his brow as his desires waned significantly. "Xuetong, I apologize, but I must attend to a minor matter. I shall return shortly." Without awaiting her response, he turned and stepped into the void, vanishing from sight, leaving Mu Xuetong gazing into the emptiness, utterly dumbfounded. Bah! Cat! To ignite such fervor and then depart so abruptly? How utterly irresponsible! However, she soon recalled the initial 3 minutes of a certain someone, a hint of perplexity gracing her features. After a meticulous appraisal of her alluring attire, enlightenment dawned upon her, and she murmured to herself, "Could it be that Qin Lang's old affliction has resurfaced, unable to withstand the allure of temptation?" Before it has even begun, a smile blossomed on her delicate visage, revealing a knowing grin as she softly remarked, "Hee hee." Seeking excuses, claiming to be preoccupied? Such a man with a sense of pride. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by Ouyang Chu's warning of an impending attack. The members of the Qin family swiftly reacted, presenting themselves one by one. A cerulean protective shield materialized instantaneously, enveloping the entirety of the Qin estate, serving the function of safeguarding the void mirror. Unfortunately, Silver Howl Tian and his cohort had already infiltrated the heart of the Qin family, rendering themselves ensnared within the same barrier. "Fools! How dare you invade my Qin family?" A thunderous voice resonated from the ancestral grounds of the Qin family. The second ancestor, wielding the void mirror, soared through the air like a deity of war. It was a critical moment for him as he was on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm, and the forceful interruption ignited his fury. Qin Yu and the elders concluded their seclusion, emerging to encircle Silver Howl Tian and his 5 companions. Chapter 152, The Dust Settles. Silver Moon Skywolf as the sentinel in the face of this predicament, Silver Howl Tian and his companions exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, they gazed hungrily at the void mirror in the hands of the second ancestor, guardians of the supreme imperial weapon. Indeed, as rumored, this newly ascendant family possessed the exceedingly rare guardian imperial weapon. Yet what of it? They were empowered by 3 peak quasi-emperors and 2 late-stage quasi-emperors, bearing the legacy imperial weapon of the Skywolf clan. Furthermore, the protective barrier of the guardian imperial weapon was to their advantage, isolating them from the world, allowing them to unleash their full might without detection by the human race. This guardian imperial weapon would soon belong to the Skywolf clan. A chorus of wolf howls erupted as they shed any pretense, unleashing their formidable power as if they were the sovereigns of the cosmos. The members of the Qin family were instantly overwhelmed by a tremendous force, akin to a mountain pressing down upon their chests, rendering them breathless. Those of slightly lower cultivation trembled, their faces paling in fear. Goodness! 3 peak quasi-emperor skywolves. The second ancestor and the others were equally astonished. Had a mere retreat triggered a full-scale assault from the demon race? Ouyang Chu's expression darkened, his demeanor grave. The pinnacle of their combat strength rested solely upon himself and Qin Yu. The others were utterly unfit to contend with the demon race's peak quasi-emperors. Even with partial authority over the Star Tower, his cultivation was too low and the tower's rank too elevated. He could merely momentarily suppress it. Unable to vanquish the physically formidable Skywolf clan in a short span. A howl rang out as Silver Howl Tian and his companions transformed into Silver Moon Skywolves, fully unleashing their peak prowess. To avert the protraction of dreams, it was prudent for Qin Changsheng to eliminate the present adversaries in his absence. At that moment, an unexpectedly enchanting and familiar voice resonated. "Oh, is that not from the Tianlang clan?" The figures of Yin Shao Tian and his companions faltered, turning in disbelief towards the source of the voice. There, gracefully approaching, was a captivating fox beauty of unparalleled charm. Could it be the 9-tailed celestial fox Tu Shan? What brings her to the Qin residence? Furthermore, her gait and the seductive allure in her demeanor unmistakably conveyed. A startling conjecture flickered in Yin Shao Tian's mind. Tu Shan, what brings a member of the Fox clan to the Qin family? He felt compelled to ascertain the truth personally. "I am here to find my husband. Of course I would be here," Tu Shan replied unabashedly. "And who might your husband be?" "Why, it is none other than Qin Changsheng." Upon hearing this, Yin Shao Tian was momentarily taken aback, then his body trembled with laughter, nearly collapsing in mirth. "Ha! How absurd! That foolish bird Peng Kuan, claiming to be a demon lord. With his head in the clouds, he must be dizzy. While the rest have moved on, Qin Changsheng has ascended to great heights, and yet that foolish bird clings to memories from millennia ago." If there were a recording stone at that moment, Yin Shao Tian would have eagerly captured every nuance of Tu Shan's expression and dialogue to share with that foolish Peng Kuan. He was nearly in hysterics. It was said that he was a sycophant, but Peng Kuan was the epitome of a simpleton. At that instant, Yin Shao Tian confirmed that the one rumored to be entangled with Qin Changsheng was indeed Tu Shan and not his goddess by Su Su. Surely, Peng Kuan, leveraging his position as a demon lord, had fabricated tales, swapping the true heroine with Bai Su Su. How infuriating! Such slander against his pure and virtuous goddess. He couldn't believe he had doubted her. Upon returning, he would certainly present her with 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones as an apology. Surely, the goddess Bai Su Su would forgive him. A foolish grin spread across Yin Shao Tian's face. What a commanding husky. Just then, Qin Changsheng's astonished voice emerged as he lazily stepped forth from the void. With his arrival, the tension among the Qin family dissipated entirely. He had rushed over upon receiving urgent news, only to find such an impressive husky before him. Though the creature bore a striking resemblance to the Silver Moon Sky Wolf, its clever little eyes betrayed its true nature. The genes of this husky were unfathomably potent. Who dares? How audacious! Yin Shao Tian seethed with rage. He had always loathed being compared to a husky. Qin Changsheng paid no heed, frowning as he addressed Ouyang Chu. "The urgent situation you speak of pertains to these little wolf cubs?" Before Ouyang Chu could respond, the late-stage Tianlang, filled with disdain, coldly retorted, "What audacity! Do you still believe yourself to be an emperor? Merely a short-sighted fool, self-destructive and indulging in momentary pleasures." Perhaps your rise to emperor was a mere stroke of luck in this prosperous era of abundant spiritual energy and complete loss. But your fall to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor indicates you are unworthy of the title. The late-stage Tianlang recognized Qin Changsheng instantly, delivering a chilling mockery. Oh! Qin Changsheng tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharpening. In an instant, the late-stage quasi-emperor who had just spoken was transformed into a mist of blood, his soul extinguished. What? Yin Xiaotian and the others were taken aback, their eyes filled with horror. One thought, and a quasi-emperor was obliterated? Was this the power possessed by one who had fallen in rank? Qin Changsheng had no desire for idle chatter. Mu Xuedong awaited him, clad in alluring attire. With a cold stare directed at the remaining 4 silver moon Tianlang, the might of the peak emperor erupted, causing the very heavens and earth to shift in hue. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, rending the void and distorting space itself. Submit, as the watchdog of the Qin family, or perish, as Qin Changsheng's words echoed. A terrifying energy ensnared Yin Xiaotian and the others, sending tremors through their souls, teetering on the brink of death. An emperor. Qin Changsheng was indeed a contemporary emperor. Had he not slashed himself and fallen from grace? The heavenly mandate mark remained unfused, yet here stood an emperor capable of unleashing his full might. In that moment, fear and trepidation filled the eyes of the silver moon Tianlang. Under the weight of such celestial authority, they trembled, scarcely daring to gaze upon him. I submit. The one with the lowest cultivation level was the first to prostrate himself, desiring to yield. Terrified by the gruesome demise of his companion, he was deeply shaken. Yin Xiaotian exchanged glances with the 2 elders, swiftly reaching a consensus. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. All must wait until our ancestral emperor of the Wolf clan emerges. I wish to submit. I too wish to submit. Yin Xiaotian and the 2 elders followed suit. Bowing low in submission, their faces were etched with dejection. Realizing that their imposing arrival had culminated in becoming the mere watchdogs of the Qin family, without a single strike thrown. As the dust settled, Tu Shan Yi disregarded the gazes of all present and leaped into Qin Changsheng's embrace, her voice laced with playful reproach and an allure that was utterly captivating. Vixen. The 3 women beside Nangong, Yin silently cursed. Scoundrels. Yin Xiaotian inwardly rebuked upon witnessing the scene. Suddenly, a bizarre thought flickered in his mind. If, instead of the current scenario, it were his goddess by Susu entwined with Qin Changsheng, clandestinely indulging within the confines of a room, would his role as a vigilant sentinel at the door not evoke a sense of participation? Upon the emergence of this absurd notion, he swiftly shook his head. Impossible. Utterly inconceivable. The goddess by Susu, so pure and immaculate. How could such a circumstance transpire? Chapter 153. The Bitterness of Yuan Nange. The cycle of fate, just as the thought flickered across Yin Xiaotian's mind. Qin Changsheng appeared to sense it, casting a penetrating gaze in his direction. The disparity in their cultivation levels was vast. If Qin Changsheng willed it, no thought could evade his perception. However, out of respect for the privacy of those around him, he usually restrained his divine consciousness from prying. It seems this mischievous hound is up to no good, Qin Changsheng mused silently. Release your primordial spirit and surrender your soul imprint. He commanded coldly towards Yin Xiaotian and the others of the Silver Moon Wolf clan. The technique of soul imprinting was a forbidden art that Qin Changsheng had stumbled upon in the hidden archives of the Jiang family. Capable of controlling others through a fragment of one's own primordial spirit. Regardless of distance or location, one could command life and death with but a thought. What? Yin Xiaotian and the others were taken aback, astonished that Qin Changsheng possessed such arcane knowledge. Yet, under the eaves of another, one must lower their head. Reluctantly, they relinquished a fragment of their primordial spirit. The sensation of their split primordial spirits was excruciating, eliciting cries of anguish. How? How? Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. The wolves quickly grasped his intent, and a wry smile emerged upon the cold visage of Yin Xiaotian, followed by a chorus of barks. Upon witnessing this, Qin Changsheng nodded, affirming that a watchdog must embody the essence of a watchdog, with an assault upon the Qin family that nearly jeopardized their very foundation. Sparing the Silver Moon Wolf clan from annihilation could be considered an extraordinary act of mercy. He then cast 4 soul imprints to his second ancestor, Qin Changsheng. Changping, henceforth, their lives and deaths shall rest in your hands. These mere few peak quasi-emperors of the Silver Moon Wolf clan were hardly worthy of being his servants. Upon receiving the soul imprints, Qin Changping was elated. As a mere pinnacle of the supreme realm, he now commanded for peak quasi-emperor and late-stage servants, granting him the capacity to traverse the vast expanse of the Tianxian great world with confidence. Furthermore, from this day forward, even in Qin Changsheng's absence, the Qin family would stand as an impregnable fortress. Unless faced with a full-scale assault from another faction, the Qin family would fear no force. Yin Xiaotian and the others were momentarily dazed. With their soul imprints now in the possession of Qin Changsheng, who was bound to a contemporary emperor, they felt somewhat reassured. Yet, their fates were now entirely at the mercy of a being of the supreme realm. Truly, this was akin to Spider-Man riding a horse while pulling Peter. After orchestrating everything, Qin Changsheng suddenly recalled something. Gazing into the wise little eyes of Yin Xiaotian, the stern command resonated: guard the gates of the Qin family. While slaying enemies is permissible, not a single item of the Qin household must be harmed. Upon utterance of these words, Yin Xiaotian appeared as though the innermost secrets of his heart had been laid bare, his face draining of color, engulfed in despair. Even the elder and second elder of the Wolf clan exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. How did Qin Changsheng discern the habits of the clan leader? Each time the clan leader Yin Xiaotian engaged in battle, the adversaries might not inflict significant damage, yet the surrounding environment invariably suffered, often reduced to a wasteland of ruins. Even their revered Silver Moon Sky Wolf clan's Grand Hall had undergone countless renovations. Qin Changsheng paid no mind to their reactions. Instead, he addressed the alluring Tu Shan, still clinging to him, saying, "Come down. I have pressing matters to attend to." A vixen is indeed a vixen, showing no regard for the circumstances. While he did not mind her attachment, the presence of so many onlookers necessitated that, as an ancestor, he maintain a semblance of dignity for his descendants. Most importantly, Mu Xuedong was waiting eagerly, her fiery spirit ignited. One must exhibit a sense of public duty and take responsibility for dousing flames when they arise. It was not that Tu Shan was lacking in allure. Rather, having just feasted, he wished to indulge in a change of flavor. One cannot be overly indulgent in one aspect while neglecting another. Pressing matters? Could it be an illicit affair? Tu Shan questioned with a look of skepticism. She found it hard to believe that aside from women, there could be any significant matters that required Qin Lang's personal attention. Perking her fox ears, she leaned in, her keen nose gently sniffing at Qin Changsheng. Inwardly alarmed, Qin Changsheng realized his oversight. How could he have forgotten the keen olfactory senses of this vixen? Moreover, not far away, Nangong Yin and her companions were glaring at him with simmering fury. Should Tu Shan expose him, the repercussions would be dire. After all, who could tolerate the notion of abandoning a sumptuous feast at home to indulge in a lavish banquet elsewhere? He hastily set Tu Shan down, exclaiming, all right, let us discuss this in my room." With that, he strode quickly towards his quarters. Tu Shan giggled, refraining from revealing anything, and skipped along after him. It seemed she had not exerted herself enough, as Qin Lang still possessed the energy to entertain other women. The trio of Nangong Yin exchanged knowing glances, falling into step behind him in silent accord. In the blink of an eye, the higher echelons of the Qin family had vacated the scene, leaving behind a throng of the younger generation and peripheral disciples, frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to close them for an extended period. Their ancestor was, in fact, an emperor, not the purported peak of a fallen quasi-emperor. The profound cultivation of their ancestor, with his far-reaching vision, symbolized not only the spiritual embodiment of the Qin family, but also their confidence in standing tall against all forces. Even the most ignorant among them understood what it meant for a living emperor to emerge. In this world, the Qin family stood supreme, a surge of honor, rooted in their bloodlines, quietly emerged from the depths of their hearts, enveloping their entire beings. They, too, were of the Qin lineage, with pride and dignity. Henceforth, the people of the Qin family would fear no one. As time passed, their initial shock began to subside, their expressions transforming into those of joy and exhilaration. The once silent Qin residents suddenly erupted into a fervent cacophony. Cheers, applause, and the sound of breaking air intertwined, resonating for several hours. In a corner, two figures stood silently amidst the crowd, observing the retreating silhouette of Qin Changsheng. He shone like a resplendent beacon, captivating yet distant. It was Yuan Nange and Emperorhood. They had accompanied the gravely injured Qin Changsheng to the Qin family and had lingered there for quite some time. However, to Yuan Nange's disappointment, Qin Changsheng seemed oblivious to the charming maidens around him, entirely preoccupied with his own affairs. Today, witnessing Qin Changsheng unveil his imperial prowess, she beheld his towering, radiant form. Particularly striking was the breathtakingly beautiful Tu Shan, who set aside her reserve to engage intimately with Qin Changsheng in front of a multitude. This only deepened her sense of inadequacy. Such a man was beyond the realm of her aspirations. Just as Yuan Nange succumbed to self-pity, a pair of delicate hands waved before her eyes. "Master, what are you thinking?" "Nothing much." Yuan Nange feigned indifference, her smile a blend of envy, bitterness, and acceptance. "Master, I know what you're thinking. It's about unrequited love, isn't it? Silly girl, you're still young. What do you know of love? You're merely infatuated with handsome men." At her words, Emperorhood instinctively lowered her gaze to the ample expanse before her, then glanced at her master's conspicuously prominent figure. Pouting, she declared, "I understand. I truly do." A fleeting glimmer of affectionate exasperation passed through Yuan Nange's eyes as she turned towards the grand entrance of the Qin residence. "Xiaoshi, let us depart." "Master, where to?" "Home. But I wish to linger at the Qin residence a while longer." "What purpose does that serve?" "I feel that I could fill the void of his absence of a little girl." "Silly girl. By your logic, I could also fill the void of a mature woman by his side." "Hee. Master, you've revealed your true thoughts." "Silly girl, let us go." Thus, Yuan Nange and Emperorhood quietly departed, leaving not a ripple in their wake. Shortly after exiting the Qin family estate, Yuan Nange glanced back at its direction, letting out a sigh. "Alas, from this day forth, I shall let fate take its course." She was wagering that if they were ever to meet again, she would not hesitate. "When fate begins, I see you in the crowd. When fate wanes, I see you in the crowd." Chapter 154, by Susu's Longing. An unexpected encounter among three women. In the demon realm, the White Tiger clan. In a secluded area, a graceful and stunningly beautiful woman sat quietly in a lotus position atop a massive stone platform. A sigh escaped her cherry lips, reverberating in the secluded space. As the sound of her sigh lingered, Susu rose from the stone platform. She had not anticipated the arduous challenge of breaking through to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status. Despite her prolonged preparations, she remained just a hair's breadth away from success. It was no wonder that beings at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status were so scarce in this world. Her ethereal voice resonated. Alas, perhaps next time. Calculating the passage of time, she mused that the great upheaval between heaven and earth must have concluded by now. She wondered if her dear niece, Chu, had encountered any calamities. A flicker of affection crossed Susu's eyes. Chu was her beloved niece. Both of her parents had perished during the chaos of the White Tiger clan, leaving the two of them to rely on each other. Coincidentally, they both exhibited ancestral traits, which deepened their bond. In a flash, she transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the territory of the White Tiger clan. However, upon entering her room, a familiar figure leapt into her embrace. "Auntie, I've missed you so much. Why have you been in seclusion for so long?" Chu pouted, her face a picture of discontent. After a brief delay, Susu affectionately ruffled Chu's hair. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her expression darkened, and she feigned anger. "Umph. You usually wish for me to leave you be. What has gotten into you today to say you miss me? Speak. Have you gotten into some serious trouble and are hoping Auntie will bail you out? Come on, Auntie, you always treat me like a child." "I'm perfectly well behaved." Chu retorted playfully. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief as she continued. "Auntie, if you give me the White Tiger dagger, I'll share with you some astonishing news that is truly worth your while." The White Tiger dagger, an imperial weapon passed down through their lineage, possessed immense power. Chu had long coveted it, but Auntie had always withheld it out of concern that she could not wield it properly. "Very well. Here is the White Tiger dagger. Let me see what grand news this little troublemaker has to offer." Susu held the dagger in her left hand, while her right hand gently flicked Chu's forehead. She was skeptical that her mischief-prone niece had any noteworthy news. "Auntie, listen carefully," Chu exclaimed. her face radiating pride, as if she had everything under control. A few days ago, I encountered Uncle Su. Bai Susu, initially dismissive, was about to interject when her voice abruptly faltered. Clang! The white tiger dagger slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, yet she remained oblivious. Choo-choo! What did you just say? Her heart raced, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, and her breath quickened, an uncontrollable tremor coursing through her body. The news was too sudden, too incredible to fathom. She doubted her own hearing or thought she was lost in a dream. Years ago, she had scoured the entire demon realm in search of him, believing he had perished in the belly of a beast. Consequently, after achieving great mastery in her cultivation, she had slaughtered every beast within a 30,000-mile radius of their last meeting place. Over the years, she has gradually grown accustomed to life without him, finding solace only in the quiet solitude of the deep night, where memories linger in the objects around her. Bai Choo-choo seemed to have anticipated her aunt's reaction. Speaking deliberately and earnestly, I have found Uncle Su, and his true name is Qin Changsheng. He resides within the realm of humanity. Bai Susu stood motionless, as if the air itself had solidified. She understood that Bai Choo-choo could not possibly deceive her regarding this matter, nor could she mistake the identity of the person in question. Thus, it became clear that Su Qian, Su Lang, was indeed still alive. Unable to contain her longing any longer, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She quietly closed her eyes, parted her lips slightly, inhaled sharply, and then exhaled, her voice resonating with an ethereal excitement. Su Lang, you are alive. How wonderful. Immediately, she grasped her niece's arm, urgency lacing her words. Choo-choo, quickly. Take me to see him. Upon hearing such news, Bai Susu felt an overwhelming desire to rush towards that long-lost, warm embrace, yearning to alleviate the torment of her yearning. I knew you would be eager, aunt. Let us depart at once. And so, the two set off with uncontainable haste. The ancestral imperial weapon of the Baihu clan lay quietly on the ground, unnoticed. At the border of the human realm, tension hung thick in the air as the armies of the human and divine races faced off, poised for conflict. Two extraordinary women stood suspended in the air, their gazes locked in an intense standoff, as though they had been at odds for an eternity. Luo Xian, you possess great audacity. Sneaking into the human realm alone is one thing, but now you dare to lead the divine army into our territory. What is your intent? The Empress of the Yaochi, Shui Changsheng, coldly inquired. Shui Changsheng, I have reiterated several times that I do not wish to engage in combat with you. My entrance into the human realm is not for slaughter, but to seek someone. Luo Xian replied with a hint of exasperation. Though she held the position of a supreme leader of the divine race, her divine lord had forbidden her from initiating large-scale conflict with humanity. Thus, she had brought only 10,000 elite guards to search for the reincarnation of Fang Yuan. Nonetheless, Shui Qingqing remained obstinate, unwilling to grant her passage into the depths of the human realm. Searching for someone? Shui Qingqing scoffed dismissively. She did not believe this absurd pretext. However, she continued, since you are looking for someone, tell me the family name and physical characteristics of this individual. Given our long-standing acquaintance from our youth on the battlefield of myriad races, I shall assist you in your search. I am afraid I cannot disclose his information. Luo Xian simply shook her head. Fang Yuan was her beloved. She wished to find him herself. At that moment, a disturbance rippled through the void above them, and two figures sped past overhead. Halt! Both Luo Xian and Shui Qingqing shouted in unison, unleashing attacks that forced the intruders to a standstill. How dare anyone pass above them? From the void above, two figures descended, Bai Susu and Bai Choo-choo. The moment they appeared, all three women gasped in unison. Bai Susu, Shui Qingqing, Luo Xian. Clearly, they were well acquainted, having crossed paths numerous times on the battlefield of myriad clans during their youth, each a paragon of their lineage. I see who it is, the infamous Bai Susu. Entangled with that scoundrel Qin Changsheng. Of all people to fancy, why choose a rogue? Luo Xian remarked, the corners of her mouth curling in derision. The rumors surrounding Bai Susu and Qin Changsheng had spread like wildfire, and even she, being of the divine clan, had heard of them. Having suffered defeat at his hands on multiple occasions in her youth, she felt a twinge of resentment as he flew past her once again. Luo Xian, how dare you insult my husband? You seek death. Bai Susu seethed, her fury palpable as she raised her hand, poised to strike. Wait, Where's my white tiger dagger? She lifted her empty right hand, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. Qin Changsheng, the Empress of Yaochi, observed the unfolding scene. Her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as a knowing smile graced her lips. Internally, she fervently urged, let them fight, let them fight. Suddenly, she gazed upon the two stunningly beautiful faces before her, and a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Luo Xian was also seeking Qin Changsheng? After all, a captivating beauty such as her would surely attract the attention of that infamous philanderer. But if that were the case, what would become of the myriad clan wars? How absurd. Chapter 155. The departure of the three women and Luo Xian's obsession lost in thought. Qin Changsheng suddenly chuckled softly. The ancient struggle for survival among the myriad clans, with countless extraordinary talents failing to resolve it, could it truly be settled in the bed of Qin Changsheng? Would it lead to an era of unity among the myriad clans, where they stood as one against the encroaching darkness, turning their previous rivalries into squabbles under Qin Changsheng's sheets? Remarkable. One man's influence altering the course of history. If her speculation were accurate, the current situation held intriguing potential. Among the three women, she was aware of the identities of the partners of the other two, while Bai Susu knew only her own, and Luo Xian, the most naive, was oblivious to it all. Qin Changsheng's laughter instantly caught the attention of Luo Xian and Bai Susu. In truth, none of them wished to engage in a fierce confrontation, particularly with Qin Changsheng observing closely, as they feared she might seize the opportunity for her own gain, not to mention the embarrassment it would bring them. Though Bai Susu was incensed, the absence of her white tiger dagger rendered her uncertain of her chances against the formidable Luo Xian. Thus, in unison, they demanded, Qin Changsheng, what are you laughing at? Upon realizing their mutual understanding, they simultaneously huffed and turned away. I merely thought of something amusing. Pay me no mind, continue your quarrel. Qin Changsheng expressed her interest with a playful tone, while discreetly retrieving the recording stone to capture this rare moment. Contemplating the fierce rivalry between the two women, she pondered how they might one day discover they were, in fact, as close as sisters. Alas, the unfolding events did not align with her expectations. Luoxian and the other woman had no intention of continuing their battle. Humph, what a waste of time. Chu-chu, let us depart. Bai Susu said, her beautiful eyes lifting slightly, unwilling to prolong their entanglement, as she grasped Bai Chu-chu's hand, ready to soar into the air. Wait, Luoxian suddenly exclaimed. Do you intend to stop me? Bai Susu's delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. I mean you no obstruction, but judging by your demeanor, you are likely seeking Qin Changsheng among the human race. Though I have never met him, I know that he is entangled with several beautiful women, a scoundrel indeed. Out of respect for our long-standing acquaintance, I advise you, Qin Changsheng is not a worthy man. Do not allow yourself to fall too deeply. Luoxian spoke earnestly. Despite their less-than-friendly relationship, she could not bear to see such a remarkable beauty as Bai Susu ensnared in a quagmire of despair. As her words faded, the temperature around them plummeted, an icy chill enveloping the air, as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. A glimmer of frostiness flickered in Bai Susu's eyes, her anger transforming into a chilling smile. Luoxian, very well, I shall remember your words. To insult my husband so, you truly deserve your fate. When I return, I will certainly visit the divine clan to see how much progress you have made over the millennia as the leader of your people. With that, she took Bai Chu-chu's hand once more, vanishing into the void. Sighing deeply, Luoxian stood alone, unable to comprehend how such a gifted woman as Bai Susu could be so blind as to choose Qin Changsheng, that scoundrel. Had she been in Bai Susu's place, she would have long blinded herself, unable to face the world. Though Bai Susu surpassed her in cultivation, she felt she had the upper hand in matters of the heart. Qin Changsheng was a man who played the field, while her own beloved had once been entirely devoted, his heart belonging only to her. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her expression darkened. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Susu's lover remained, while her own was Bai Susu's partner was a scoundrel. Which must mean that Miss Luo's beloved is quite the romantic. Could it be that your beloved is also a human, and you are indeed seeking him now? The voice of the Empress of the Yaochi, Qin Changsheng, suddenly echoed, seemingly laden with meaning. What do you mean, Qin Changsheng? Luoxian's eyes narrowed with a hint of wariness. The indirect inquiry into her beloved's identity made her suspect that Qin Changsheng aimed to uncover information about Feng Yuan's reincarnation, perhaps to leverage it against her. Seeing Luo Xian's evident anxiety, Qin Changsheng immediately grasped her thoughts, rolling her eyes and stating, "Fear not, for I am a person of considerable stature. I would never resort to underhanded tactics. I merely wish to ascertain the identity of the individual you seek. With countless members among my people, it is certainly more fruitful than searching for a needle in a vast ocean. You shall not glean this information." The matter concerning Feng Yuan was paramount to her, and she would not divulge it, especially since the human race and the divine race are not allied. Observing her resolute demeanor, Qin Changsheng ceased her verbal sparring and coldly declared, "Very well, it suffices. You may proceed alone. The divine army shall withdraw from human territory or else face annihilation." Recognizing the futility of further confrontation, Luo Xian addressed her aide, "Take them back. I shall be departing for a time." "Commander, understood. Let us go." With a wave of her hand, the entire divine army retreated in an orderly manner. The divine race's dominance among the myriad of factions was not without merit. Despite their overall power being inferior to that of the demon domain, they excelled in discipline and unity. Once the divine army vanished from sight, Luo Xian cast a cold glance at Qin Changsheng. Under the latter's scrutinizing gaze, she disappeared in the direction of the human realm. No matter how many years it takes, she is determined to find Feng Yuan's reincarnation and bring him back to the divine race, employing secret methods to restore his former memories. This obsession is hers alone, and none shall impede her. At the foot of Qin Mountain, in a relatively large city, Qin Changsheng was aimlessly wandering. Entangled with Yin Wanqiu, Tu Shanyi, and two other women, his intention to extinguish the flames at Mu Xuedong's place ultimately fizzled out. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that these women were currently at odds with each other. They were tantalizingly close, yet entirely off-limits. Moreover, they adamantly proclaimed that these days belonged solely to them, and he was not permitted to venture elsewhere, limited to the confines of the Qin family's influence. Strictly prohibited from indulging in frivolous pursuits. Left with no other choice, he could only step outside to clear his mind. On the broad street, bustling crowds filled the air with lively chatter. Stalls showcased a dazzling array of goods. "Come one, come all, take a look," shouted the street vendors, their calls ringing out in a cacophony of sales pitches. "You won't regret it, and you won't be deceived. Come and see. Rare treasures freshly unearthed from the secret realm. Just 100 top-grade spirit stones each. Only here, truly one of a kind." These were relics from the ancient epic, for merely 100 spirit stones. You could possess them, absolutely a tremendous bargain. At a stall overflowing with antiques, an elderly man clad in an ancient robe beamed with enthusiasm, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Haha, old Wang, you're quite the character, claiming ancient epic treasures. Weren't they from last week?" A nearby vendor chuckled, unable to contain himself. "Indeed. Old Wang boasts daily. Everyone knows he just bought this batch cheaply from the West Street last month, hoping to sell them for 100-fold profit. With 100 high-grade spirit stones, I could wed 3 enchanting wives." Faced with the jeers from those around him, old Wang's face flushed crimson, and he waved his hand in displeasure, exclaiming, "Go away. If you aren't buying, don't disturb my business." The onlookers merely chuckled, accustomed as they were to the daily banter. Passing by, Qin Changsheng offered a faint smile. It seemed that such trickery and deceit were ubiquitous, for the treasures claimed to be unearthed from ancient realms at the old man's stall bore no trace of spiritual energy and were clearly not valuable artifacts. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden frown creased his brow. From amidst a jumble of items on the stall, he sensed a familiar aura. Chapter 156, The Ancient Era of Emperor Qin. He gradually shifted his steps, weaving through the crowd until he reached the old man's stall. The elder's eyes sparkled. This customer, judging by his attire, was a prime target for a lucrative sale. He promptly seized the most exquisite jade pendant and, with fervor, proclaimed, "Young master, you are clearly a connoisseur. This jade pendant hails from an ancient secret realm and is said to bestow strength and enhance potential upon its destined bearer, and you, young master, are that fortunate soul." Disregarding the elder, Qin Changsheng began to sift through the items on the stall, eventually uncovering a dusty harmonica at the very bottom. The familiar sensation intensified. He picked up the harmonica and gently blew into it, causing the dust to vanish in an instant, revealing its pristine condition. Inspecting the side of the harmonica, he noticed the prominent character Qin engraved upon it. In that moment, he was engulfed in nostalgia, as a long-buried memory surged forth. "Brother Su, I must tell my aunt and sister that you spied on them while they bathed," a snot-nosed boy of about 10 years declared indignantly. Qin Changsheng's expression darkened. How dare this little rascal threaten him? In truth, he had not seen much at all, merely a fleeting glimpse through a haze, a flurry of white snowflakes. "Shoo! Keep your voice down. Don't let your aunt and sister hear. I'm terrified. Here, take this harmonica." "Hee. Thank you, Brother Su." From that day onward, the little snot-nosed boy exploited this excuse to extort Qin Changsheng several times, much to his chagrin. Moreover, ever since he confirmed his romantic relationship with the boy's sister, the impish lad had brazenly pocketed his aunt's undergarments, leading to several exceedingly awkward situations. By the way, this troublesome child bore a rather elegant name, Qin Shou. Qin Changsheng was now certain that this harmonica was indeed the very one he had gifted to Qin Shou, though only a few millennia had passed in his memory. The wear on the harmonica suggested it had endured through ages. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that the Qin trio he encountered back then, much like Lin Huan of Huan's sect, existed in a bygone era? "My dear sir, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. This harmonica is extraordinary. A treasure long shrouded in dust, perhaps an ancient imperial artifact." The voice of old Wang interrupted Qin Changsheng's contemplation. With a swift motion, 100 spirit crystals materialized in Qin Changsheng's hand. He spoke slowly. "Reveal to me the true origin of this harmonica, and these 100 spirit crystals shall be yours." Old Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Yet, he understood that offending one who could so effortlessly produce 100 spirit crystals was a perilous gamble. With a pained expression, he replied, "My lord, I too desire the spirit crystals, but I am unaware of the true origins of this harmonica. I have only vaguely heard from those who trade in antiques that this collection hails from an ancient secret realm, devoid of spiritual resonance, and is said to be connected to the late Qin Heavenly Emperor of the ancient epic." The late Qin Heavenly Emperor of the ancient epic. Qin Changsheng nodded thoughtfully, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving behind the 100 spirit crystals and a bewildered old Wang. "I've struck it rich. Sister Shuang, here I come, haha." Old Wang finally regained his senses, overwhelmed with joy. When Qin Changsheng reappeared, he found himself in the Qin family's library. The Qin family held education in the highest regard, and thus their library was a veritable treasure trove. Following the downfall of the Jiang family, they had acquired a substantial collection, with countless shelves standing tall like sentinels, and the tomes within resembling an endless ocean. Though the Qin Heavenly Emperor was the most recent of the celestial sovereigns, having surpassed the 9 heavens of the great emperor and garnered universal admiration, it was peculiar that he left no legacy behind, nor did he have any descendants, mysteriously disappearing at the end of the ancient epic. This absence precipitated internal strife among the emperors and, compounded by the invasion of foreign tribes, heralded the dawn of an era of decline. Consequently, little information regarding the Qin Heavenly Emperor's legend remains. Strangely, even his name is largely unknown. He simply referred to himself as Qin during his meteoric rise, later earning the title of Qin Heavenly Emperor. Before long, Qin Changsheng discovered the autobiography of the Heavenly Emperor. The title alone suggested that the Qin Heavenly Emperor was an insufferably arrogant narcissist. This book had once caused quite a stir, particularly the mysterious text on its final 3 pages, which was considered to contain the lifelong legacy of the Qin Heavenly Emperor. There had been exorbitant bounties offered, and numerous elite factions converged to unlock the secrets of those last 3 pages. Alas, an entire epic has passed without anyone succeeding, and the autobiography gradually faded into mere folklore. As Qin Changsheng slowly turned the pages, from the very first, he was struck with certainty that the Qin Heavenly Emperor was none other than that scoundrel Qin Shou. "With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. None in this world can compare to me." These 14 characters encapsulated the essence of the Qin Heavenly Emperor's life, reportedly his catchphrase. The subsequent verses further incited Qin Changsheng's disdain. How absurd! That scoundrel Qin Shou has transformed his poetic attempts at wooing maidens into his so-called original works. It is indeed a remarkable feat for him to have completed it without missing a single word. 100 pages of autobiography, with over 90 pages filled with the extravagant self-praise of the Qin Emperor, utterly devoid of substance. In the blink of an eye, Qin Changsheng turned to the final 3 pages, only to find them inscribed in simplified Chinese characters. This revelation left Qin Changsheng somewhat astonished. This brat's comprehension truly transcends the ordinary. After merely a few days of instruction, he had assimilated everything and mastered it thoroughly. So, my dear brother, if you were still among us, you would surely witness this moment. I, along with my sister and aunt, miss you dearly. Especially my sister, since your disappearance. She has been reduced to tears day after day. Though my aunt appears outwardly unaffected, I know she yearns for you as well. Despite the brevity of 5 years, you embodied both father and brother to me, imparting invaluable lessons in courage, fearlessness, composure, resilience, and optimism. Who would have imagined that I would become the unparalleled Qin Emperor? Haha, my sister's cultivation surpasses mine, though her name remains uncelebrated. Alas, my aunt's peculiar condition has rendered her unable to break through to the realm of the Emperor, and I have been left to provide her sustenance through various heavenly treasures. We have scoured the continent for any trace of you, but to no avail. My sister can no longer wait. She is determined to traverse the ancient path of the stars in search of you, or perhaps to uncover the possibility of your resurrection. My sister has departed, and my aunt's lifespan grows ever shorter. I consulted the diviner for one last prophecy. That old sage proclaimed that my aunt's glimmer of hope lies in the future. With no other option, I sealed her within the divine source, awaiting the days to come. My aunt, my sister, both are gone, leaving me to bear this solitude. I too shall seek out my sister, and you, dear Sue. We all miss you dearly. Upon finishing this poignant narrative, Qin Changsheng slowly closed the book, tears glistening in his eyes. He recalled that infuriating little brat, his sister, his aunt, and those cherished 5 years. He reminisced about the tender moments shared with his sister, as well as the awkward misunderstandings with his aunt. He even recalled the flurries of snowflakes. In that moment, he felt a sudden urge to sing the song from his past, the one about the unknown forest. Does it still hold a lingering affection for me? Does it still love me, unable to let go? Is there still a place in my heart I have yet to discover? Chapter 157. Aunt Qin Yun, and by Susu head towards the Qin family in his own memories. A mere few millennia had passed, yet unbeknownst to him, an entire epoch had elapsed on the timeline of others. A sense of crisis suddenly washed over Qin Changsheng as he delved into various ancient texts, only to find that throughout history, there was no trace of his existence. Even the last 3 pages of this autobiography of the emperor merely mentioned his secondary surname. Perhaps, in the past, he was but a mortal, unworthy of note. Perhaps he himself is an ancient taboo. He stood in place, lost in thought, for an extended period. Eventually, Qin Changsheng gazed into the boundless void, overwhelmed by emotion. He wondered how his siblings were faring in the celestial realm. For them, it had been far too long and far too arduous. I hope they have forgotten themselves and are living a brand new, blissful life. Qin Changsheng murmured to himself, Qin Shou, Jishi. I was merely a transient passerby on your lengthy journey through life, and I hope you do not dwell on me for too long. Oh, and what about my dear aunt, Qin Yun? Suddenly, an image of a kind-hearted older sister emerged in Qin Changsheng's mind, a beautiful woman reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding charm and voluptuousness. Her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, dignified and graceful, always adorned in elegant, soft long dresses, embodying intellect and nobility. It is easy to imagine the profound impact she had on him when he first encountered that composed and graceful woman, still brimming with allure. Regrettably, at that time, he had already established a romantic relationship with Qin Jishi, leading him to refer to her as aunt along with his siblings. Over the course of 5 years, Qin Yun flawlessly embraced the responsibilities of an elder, meticulously caring for the 3 of them, particularly during a rare and severe illness that befell Qin Changsheng. He experienced the true meaning of tenderness and consideration for the first time. Although there were moments of awkwardness when she attended to him, both parties seemed to share an unspoken understanding, refraining from mentioning it to Qin Jishi. Qin Yun, dear aunt, Qin Changsheng whispered. With a sudden flash, he vanished from the library. Even though he was unaware of the location of Qin Yun's seal, and his imperial consciousness could not penetrate the divine source seal, he still yearned to seek her out. At the foot of the mountains, two women appeared, seemingly hesitant and reluctant to proceed, gazing at the Qin family within reach. Bai Susu's heart, once filled with anticipation, now fluttered with trepidation and anxiety. A sense of apprehension washed over her. Chu, do you think I have aged? Are there any wrinkles? Is my attire inappropriate? Will he like it? My heart is racing so fiercely. Do you think he has forgotten me? In that moment, the once formidable Bai Susu, who had battled against the 10 major races of the demon realm, felt as lost as a young girl experiencing her first love. Such is the power of a cherished memory. As time passed, her longing only deepened. Bai Chu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Aunt, you are perfect in every way. Except for this love-struck demeanor, you rival that insufferable husky from the demon realm. Rest assured, you are still radiant and captivating. Uncle Changsheng will surely be spellbound, his eyes practically popping out. And with your beauty, Uncle Changsheng, being the LSP he is, would never let you slip away. Bai Chu pouted, recalling the moment she had leapt into Qin Changsheng's embrace, unexpectedly noticing his physical reaction. Humph, he dared to have impure thoughts about me. An invincible beauty of the Baihu clan. In an instant, a complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes, encompassing embarrassment and even a hint of excitement, yet devoid of any dissatisfaction. Chu, you mustn't speak ill of your Uncle Changsheng. Bai Susu reprimanded, her delicate face falling. Bai Chu, undeterred, approached and shook her aunt's arm, pouting, Auntie, you are biased. You can't bear to hear anyone speak a word against Uncle Changsheng. I am your most cherished darling. Besides, it was Uncle Changsheng who initiated the breakup and cast you aside. At her words, Bai Susu fell into an uncommon silence. Perhaps the pain of that period had etched itself too deeply. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Perhaps, at that time, Changsheng had his reasons. After all, we cannot coexist as humans and demons. But now, it is different. We stand at the pinnacle of power among our respective races, and no one can sever our bond. Her gaze was resolute, whether human or demon. As long as Qin Changsheng held her in his heart, she feared nothing. All right, Auntie, let us go, Bai Chu urged. The two women, one tall and one short, gracefully made their way towards the Qin residence. At the entrance of the Qin family, the guards had dwindled to 2. Yet 4 formidable silver moon sky wolves had taken their place. Among them, the largest tilted its head, its wise little eyes darting about with mischief, as if plotting something devious. Several thoughts exchanged silently among them. Alas, to think that I, the esteemed elder of the Silver Moon Sky Wolf clan, have sunk to this fate, standing guard here. How absurd. What could be done? Who would have anticipated that Qin Changsheng was a supreme emperor? That we were not slain on the spot was already a stroke of luck. Yes, for now, it was best to preserve our lives and await the fusion of the heavenly mandate seal. Once our ancestor, the illustrious Grey Emperor, awakens, then Qin Changsheng shall be as inconsequential as a mere chicken or dog, easily vanquished. Indeed, the Grey Emperor single-handedly faced 10 demon emperors, instilling fear throughout the demon realm with unmatched prowess, a power that has remained unrivaled since antiquity. Yet, records indicate that our ancestor has never slain a human. Would he strike against Qin Changsheng? Rest assured, he certainly would. What perplexes me even more is why our ancestor, possessing such overwhelming might, insists on being called Grey. It seems rather unassertive. Do not speculate on the thoughts of our ancestor. I believe the most pressing matter is to awaken the clan leader's fighting spirit. Yes, the clan leader? The clan leader? At that moment, their leader, Qin Xiaodian, remained oblivious, his ears drooping, eyes vacant, staring blankly ahead. In the initial days, he had been in relatively good spirits, merely awaiting the awakening of the Wolf clan's ancestral emperor. But upon reflection, staying here meant he would never see the perfect goddess Bai Susu again. His heart felt like ashes, devoid of energy, unable to muster enthusiasm for anything. Would returning to the demon realm lead the goddess to think he lacked devotion and perseverance, abandoning the pursuit after merely a few thousand years? Alas, uncertain of how the goddess is faring now, or whether she has thought of him. Chapter 158. The capricious Qin Xiaodian, where the women confront one another. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before him. One of them seemed to perfectly coincide with the image that haunted his dreams. Immediately, a familiar voice echoed. Aunt, I just received a message from Elder Ouyang Chu of the Qin family, stating that they are aware of our intentions and have instructed us to proceed directly. Excellent. Qin Changsheng rejoiced. Could it be that the white goddess is aware of his plight and has come to rescue him? Just as he was about to exclaim and step forward to greet her, the two graceful figures swiftly zipped overhead, darting straight into the Qin family compound, leaving Qin Changsheng in a whirlwind of confusion, with only the echoes of their conversation lingering in the air. Wait, Aunt, am I seeing things? Did I just catch a glimpse of that husky? What husky? The one who constantly visits our White Tiger clan to deliver cultivation resources and curry favor. The leader of the Silver Moon Skywolf clan. Oh, I don't know him, nor do I care. Hee. True, it's not important. Just thinking about meeting Uncle Changsheng soon makes me a bit giddy. Me too. Though their voices were soft, how could they escape the ears of Qin Changsheng, who stood at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship? The content of their dialogue struck him like a bolt from the blue. Unfamiliar and indifferent. He instantly froze, his body rigid with shock. Moreover, he comprehended the truth of the rumors surrounding the White Goddess and Qin Changsheng. They were indeed involved. His pure and pristine goddess had already taken on another's form. How? The two elders of the Wolf clan exchanged glances, realizing that their leader had rarely seen by Susu during his visits to the White Tiger clan, yet he returned each time in high spirits. What a disgrace for the Silver Moon Skywolf clan. Suddenly, snapping out of his daze, Qin Changsheng bolted towards the Qin family, crying out in despair, Susu, how can I live without you? Susu. Seeing this, the two elders hastily blocked his path. Leader, remain calm. Our lives are still in the hands of the Qin family. Indeed, leader, consider it from another perspective. From now on, you may be able to see by Susu every day. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's struggles ceased immediately. His face lit up with joy as he muttered to himself, right. How did I not think of that? The two elders have such clarity. I now belong to the Qin family, and Goddess Susu is Qin Changsheng's woman. Hence we are essentially family. Moreover, we will be cohabitating. My nose will be able to smell the goddess's fragrance every day. Witnessing the capriciousness of their clan leader, the two elders of the Wolf clan couldn't help but twitch their lips, rendered speechless. They exchanged glances, a mutual understanding sparking a singular thought between them. Upon their return to the Celestial Wolf clan, the foremost clan rule must be modified to intermarriage with the Husky clan is strictly prohibited. As Bai Susu and her companions stepped into the Qin residence, they were instantly detected by the formidable nine-tailed fox, Tu Shan Yi. Such overwhelming demonic energy. After a brief contemplation, Tu Shan Yi discerned that it was the arrival of someone from the White Tiger clan. Unfortunately, you have arrived too late. I have already secured the top position, she chimed with a laugh like silver bells. In a flash, she appeared in the courtyard. Tu Shan Yi, what brings you here? Bai Susu exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that this enchanting fox demon, renowned in the demon realm, had taken residence within the Qin family. A surge of immense foreboding gripped her heart. A dreadful suspicion arose within her, as a voice thundered in her ears. Our crystal is under attack. Our home has been invaded. Dear Sister Bai, with your astuteness, can you not fathom what I am doing here? You have arrived too late. Vixen. I am indeed a vixen. Does that not make Sister Bai one as well? Perhaps we shall form an alliance as sisters. For those few human confidants of yours are quite unwilling to let us approach Qin Changsheng. That is your concern. I shall not be hindered in my pursuits. No wonder you are the strongest of the White Tiger clan. Your words exude such authority. As the two women exchanged sharp retorts, standing nearby, Ouyang Chu felt a headache coming on. Alas, each one of them is a matriarch of the Qin family, and as a mere servant, he cannot afford to offend any of them. However, he had already sent urgent messages to Qin Changsheng twice. Why had he not returned yet? If he did not return soon, a conflict was imminent. The high-ranking members of the Qin family had all entered seclusion, and the only one capable of addressing such trivial matters, Qin Zhen, was still mining, leaving him, a servant to the second elder, in a precarious position to resolve this thorny dispute. Hearing the commotion outside, the members of the Qin family extended their consciousness to investigate. Yet, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, they quickly comprehended the gravity of the matter. This was a battle of celestial beings, a clash of matriarchs. They could not afford to intervene, nor did they dare to listen, promptly retracting their consciousness to meditate in silence. Only the women, including Nangong Yan, emerged in the courtyard to witness the much talked about by Susu and discern her true nature. In an instant, a triad of power stood firm. The entire Qin courtyard fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. A dreadful, silent aura of murderous intent permeated the atmosphere, rendering the air almost palpable with tension. They gazed at one another, scrutinizing every detail, scanning each other without omission. Despite their numerical advantage, the trio of Nangong Yin seemed to be at a disadvantage, akin to a small boat adrift in a vast ocean. It was not that they lacked strength. Rather, the opposing force's presence was overwhelmingly potent. In that moment, a stalemate ensued, with neither party daring to speak. In the central domain, before an ancient secret realm that had only recently emerged into existence, Qin Changsheng let out a deep sigh, the expression of disappointment unmistakably etched upon his face. He had scoured every ancient secret realm, yet he could not detect even a trace of Qin Yun's presence. It was likely that the formidable Emperor Qin Shaotian had ensconced her within a stable dimensional space. Although he now possessed the cultivation of a peak emperor, even surpassing Qin Shou's former prowess, he remained confined to the realm of imperial consciousness, incapable of uncovering any signs. Well, it is futile to search further. If fate intends for us to meet, we shall. Moreover, with Qin Yun's aunt at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor strength, even if she awakens in this world, the various means left behind by Qin Shou would suffice for her self-preservation. After contemplating all of this, Qin Changsheng finally noticed the communication talisman in the purple mansion, incessantly beeping. He delved into it with his consciousness, quickly grasping the unfolding situation. With a bitter smile, he murmured, "Ah, another formidable presence has arrived. It seems the backyard will soon be bustling." By Susu, two seemingly unrelated idioms suddenly sprang to his mind. Time flies like an arrow, and a flawless white jade. Marvelous. Alas, while Baisusu was mostly compliant with him, resembling a playful kitten, she was far less accommodating towards others. After all, she was the white tiger, the embodiment of slaughter and warfare. With her, one must not be as hasty as one might be with Tu Shanyi. That would be utterly unwise. Chapter 159. The Dark Moon Immortal Domain. Qin Shou's Crisis and Reunion. Qin Changsheng sighed deeply once more. He could already envision the scene of the Qin family's women encountering one another, leaving him uncertain whether to return. Previously, observing others with multiple wives and lovers seemed so delightful, yet when it came to his own reality, it was nothing short of a headache. After all, he had only managed singular relationships before. Now, the complexity of managing multiple connections had increased exponentially. It was one thing to share a bed. Even embracing two women at once felt like an unattainable luxury. He was admittedly not skilled at charming women. His past experiences had mostly involved being pursued or falling in love at first sight, with matters progressing naturally. It was truly vexing. Shaking his head, Qin Changsheng waved his hand, completely burying the passage to this ancient secret realm. It would be best not to disturb the ancient spirits. He then tore through the fabric of space and stepped into the void. At the moment he sealed the ancient secret realm, it seemed to trigger a profound restriction, and a flash of light flickered before vanishing into the vast cosmos. In the Dark Moon Immortal Domain, on an unknown planet, devastation and ruins lay scattered everywhere, as if the world had just endured a cataclysmic disaster. The celestial Emperor Qin Shou bore grievous wounds, his clothing tattered and bloodied, yet he still leaned on his sword, refusing to fall, his brow set with determination and cold resolve. He had lost track of how long he had been battling, oblivious to the passage of time. All he knew was that this planet lay in ruins, surrounded by countless fallen foes. However, despite his countless victories over enemies, the void surrounding him remained filled with adversaries, some of whom were not inferior in cultivation to him. Qin Shou surveyed his surroundings, a sense of desolation and despair creeping upon him. He was unwilling to succumb to a fate of senseless death. He had yet to find his sister, and he had yet to locate Su, his elder brother. Since traversing the ancient path of the starry sky in search of his sister Qin Jishu, he had discovered that the flow of time in this celestial domain differed from that of the heavenly profound world. After 30,000 years, he had ascended from the 9th heavenly layer of an emperor to the late stage of a true immortal, yet he had received no news of his sister. Unexpectedly, a month ago, he had been betrayed by his dearest friend within this celestial domain, who lay in ambush against him. After an unknown duration of battle, he was utterly exhausted, his celestial power depleted. The root cause of all this turmoil stemmed from his inadvertent disclosure of the Tao Te Ching. Suddenly, a beam of light surged from the infinite void, piercing his consciousness. In that instant, he experienced a profound awakening and glimpsed a fragment of the cosmos. He beheld a figure who could sever epochs with a single sword, extinguishing all life with but a thought. The heavens roared, and the great Tao returned to the void. This was the power of time and space. As the ages shifted, beings underwent reincarnation. Only one stood eternal, unique amidst the ages, singular within the universe. He did not exist in the future nor in the past, yet traces of him lingered in both realms. He could not clearly discern that figure, yet it gradually overlapped with a silhouette etched in his memory. The figure was entwined with the great Tao, resonating with its essence. He had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, yet felt his comprehension of the Tao elevate to a new echelon. Closing his eyes and then reopening them, he found himself at the mid-stage of an immortal king. Ha ha! Qin Shou erupted into maniacal laughter. He had always known that Su, who could effortlessly wield the supreme Tao scripture, could not merely be immortal. Yet, how could such a transcendent being undergo reincarnation? Moreover, it appeared that he was contending with a terrifying entity. Could it be that Su was a descendant of that figure? Or perhaps a manifestation of the Tao? Humph! How cryptic! A chilling voice echoed from the heavens. Qin Shou, cease your struggles. Even if you break through to immortal king, what of it? Surrender the Tao Te Ching, and I shall spare your life. Humph! Qin Shou emitted a derisive chuckle and retorted, Yuan Wushang, your ancestors once fought valiantly on the battlefield for humanity, yet now, you have transformed into a pawn of the alien race, colluding with them to target me. Huh! What face will you have to meet your forebears in death? Silence. That remark seemed to strike a nerve, and Yuan Wushang's tone grew resentful. The celestial domain is unjust. Humanity is unjust. My ancestors have fought for generations within this domain. Yet what have they received in return? Ha ha ha, absurd. Qin Shou, do not resist stubbornly. Just surrender the Tao Te Ching, and the king has promised to spare your life. Confronted with this situation, Qin Shou's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Having broken through to the initial stage of the immortal king, he sensed a glimmer of vitality and laughed heartily, exclaiming, Ha ha, come, let us fight. As long as life endures, the battle shall continue. In response, Yuan Wushang offered no reply, but merely stepped back a pace and respectfully stated, My lord, I beg your pardon. Suddenly, a ripple traversed the void, and a shadow enveloped in a dark, eerie aura emerged, its eyes as black as an abyss, revealing it to be a pinnacle ruler from a foreign realm. An ancient voice resonated, Humph! A bunch of useless fools. In the midst of battle, you've allowed the opponent to break through to the immortal king. It seems I must intervene personally. The foreign ruler approached Qin Shou slowly, each step accompanied by the shattering of space itself. As he drew near, a foul stench of decay spread, engulfing everything in a profound silence. Qin Shou's countenance shifted drastically. He had not anticipated the appearance of a foreign pinnacle ruler within the domain of the immortal realm. Although he was exceptionally gifted, his time spent in the immortal realm was far too brief, rendering him no match for such an ancient and formidable being. A sinister laugh echoed from the dark foreign ruler as he raised his hand to strike at Qin Shou, plunging the entire void into darkness. No, I have yet to find my sister. I cannot die here. Qin Shou bellowed in defiance, unleashing the full force of his immortal energy, determined not to fall in this place. Yet, having just ascended to the immortal king, how could he contend with an eternal pinnacle ruler from a foreign realm? Just as he was about to be utterly consumed by the dark, eerie power, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted in the void, instantly dispelling the darkness and decay, restoring luminosity to the space. A celestial and melodious voice resonated throughout the universe, declaring, I am still here. Who dares to harm my brother? As the golden light faded, an extraordinarily beautiful woman emerged from the void, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. In that instant, the world was astounded, and the cosmos trembled. An unparalleled and magnificent force manifested, sweeping through every corner of the void. All enemies, including the foreign pinnacle ruler, were silently eradicated before they could even comprehend the threat. Sister. Qin Shou stood frozen in place, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 160. The women moved. Qin Changsheng's profound declaration of affection. When Qin Changsheng stepped forth from the void once more, he found himself in a rather precarious position, precisely at the center of a triangular standoff. Instantly, 10 eyes brimming with a palpable killing intent turned towards him. However, upon recognizing Qin Changsheng, their gazes softened and turned warm. Yet, whether due to an innate fear of Baisusu's aura or for other reasons, the typically unruly Tu Shan surprisingly refrained from advancing. Baisusu's pupils constricted sharply, leaving her momentarily frozen. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Although she had braced herself mentally, the sight of that familiar face rendered her utterly speechless. A solitary tear cascaded from the corner of her eye. She struggled to swallow. Yet no sound escaped her lips. Indeed, he was still alive. After a prolonged moment, Baisusu regained her composure, her lips trembling slightly as she choked out, "Su Lang, is it truly you?" "It is I," Qin Changsheng affirmed with a nod. "Then, could you enlighten me as to why you so resolutely severed our ties? After years of separation, why did you never seek me out?" At the mere mention of their breakup, Baisusu's countenance flickered with a momentary shadow of despondency and heart-wrenching sorrow. She had longed to confront him directly. The reasons for Qin Changsheng's abrupt departure had been so peculiar that she could scarcely believe them. Yet, before she could fully recover from the shock of being abandoned, he had vanished entirely from her life. In her desperation, she had instigated a cataclysmic upheaval in the demon domain, yet she found no trace of him. And this absence became her haunting obsession. Throughout the years, she had attempted to harbor hatred, yet she could never truly manage it. Instead, her longing deepened. Regardless of his response, her love for him remained unwavering, and she was willing to face any challenge alongside him. Yet, she yearned to understand the rationale behind their parting. Upon hearing her words, Qin Changsheng trembled, realizing that this was the first time a former lover had broached the subject. The moment of life and death had arrived. It was time for him to exhibit his thespian prowess. With the spirit of an Oscar-winning actor overtaking him, his eyes instantly conveyed profound regret and anguish. As if tormented by the unbearable memories of the past, remorse ever present, he gently retreated to a corner, turning away to reveal a desolate and solitary silhouette, hinting at the boundless fragility and helplessness within. "I was wrong for loving you all too much." His voice resonated with sadness and resignation, gently touching the hearts of all his former lovers present. "When I met you, I was but a mere mortal. And how fortunate was I to share my existence with such exquisite beings as yourselves. Yet, I am aware that, like the moon that waxes and wanes, flowers that bloom and wither, our paths would inevitably diverge. You are all celestial maidens soaring through the heavens, while I, alas, cannot ascend. Thus, I cherished every fleeting moment spent with you, yet the deeper my affection grew, the more acutely I felt my own inadequacies. That profound sense of powerlessness akin to a sharp blade, deeply embedded in my heart. Hence, I always departed when my love for you was at its zenith. Your sorrow mirrored my own heartache. Nevertheless, love is a mysterious force, unwavering and profound. Each time I found myself at my most vulnerable, a fairy would appear, once more breaching the walls of my heart, and I would fall in love anew. I admit, I was greedy. I wished to possess the love of each of you, yet dared not hope for it. But I assure you, when I fell in love with each of you, it was with my whole heart. My greed was my downfall. I truly deserve my fate." At this juncture, Qin Changsheng raised his hand and struck his own face with a fierce blow. "Qin Lang, no. Please, don't." A few startled exclamations echoed in the air as several women simultaneously rushed to Qin Changsheng's side, preventing him from inflicting harm upon himself. Their hearts felt as though they were being torn apart, filled with an endless sense of regret. They chastised themselves for their selfishness, having focused solely on their own heartbreak from the separation, while completely overlooking the profound anguish experienced by Qin Lang. It was he who bore the weight of deep affection, resolutely choosing to depart at the very moment he cherished them the most. What extraordinary courage and boundless love that displayed. Qin Changsheng gently pushed them away, a flicker of melancholy flashing in his eyes, as if the relentless passage of time had etched deep scars upon his soul. A single tear trickled down, soon followed by more, gradually blurring his vision. With a voice trembling with emotion, he continued, "Longing is but a word without proof. Do not waste tears upon flowery paper. When I unexpectedly attained the opportunity to become an emperor, I envisioned how desperately I wished to seek you out, to gaze upon your faces once more. In that fleeting moment, I even dreamed of growing old together, of sharing a lifetime. Yet, I dared not, fearing that you had already married, fearing that your souls had returned to rest, and most of all, fearing that you had come to loathe me. More importantly, I realized I had let down too many exquisite women and accrued an insurmountable debt of affection. I do not dare to hope for even a single glance from you again. I merely wish for you not to blame any of my women. They are all innocent. Only I bear the guilt. Humanity faces countless afflictions in life and death, yet only longing remains unhealable. I have become gravely ill. You may strike me or scold me as you wish. At this point, the women were already teary-eyed, reduced to weeping figures. Even the fierce Susu bit her lip, struggling to suppress her trembling body, though her sobs could not be contained. Oh, Qinlang, I am so sorry. Changsheng, we shall not quarrel any longer, from now on. We shall all be good sisters. In the face of all this, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flickered deep within Qin Changsheng's eyes. He awarded himself a score of 94 for this performance, reserving 6 points for the handsome and beautiful readers who might cheer him on. With today's events, it seemed that brighter days were on the horizon. The dream of sharing a bed was no longer an unattainable fantasy. However, at that moment, the one weeping the hardest, Wang Wanyan, suddenly found herself engulfed in a profound confusion. 500 years to become an emperor? Changsheng, have you acknowledged the heavenly path as your foster father? As time passed, the women's sobs gradually subsided. Yet, Susu, raising her still damp eyes, suddenly declared, "Since Changsheng has spoken his mind, I shall express my stance first. Regardless, I am determined to have him for this lifetime. However, in the hierarchy of wives and concubines, whether wife or concubine, I shall take the lead." With this proclamation, the women erupted into a flurry of protests. On what grounds? Indeed, on what grounds? Regarding figure, Sister Wanqiu is certainly not inferior to you. I cast my vote for Sister Wanqiu. Suddenly, the argument ceased abruptly, and all the women turned their gazes towards Qin Changsheng. If anyone could make a decision, it had to be Qin Changsheng. Faced with their stares, Qin Changsheng was utterly bewildered. Was the progression this swift? How had they transitioned to discussing sizes so quickly? Ahem. Qin Changsheng coughed a few times in resignation and said, "Let us deliberate further. It is getting late, and we should return to rest. The Qin family has some matters that require my attention." Ultimately, after Qin Changsheng's insistence, the women gradually returned to their rooms. Observing the now tranquil courtyard, Qin Changsheng let out a long sigh. It was so challenging. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level of your ex-girlfriend, Susu, has reached 98. You have received a random reward. Would you like to claim it? The system's voice suddenly echoed without warning. Oh no, decline. System, could you at least provide a reminder next time you appear? Furthermore, this affection reward seems too easily attained. I can't shake the feeling that I'm exploiting the system. Ding. The system exists to serve the host. Imposing excessively high prerequisites is unnecessary. The goal of the system is to help the host provide a home for every girl, to foster numerous offspring, and to propagate the supreme bloodline of Huaxia across the myriad realms. At this point, the system's voice took on a more human tone, expressing frustration. Host, the rewards for the third stage will undoubtedly exceed your imagination. Why have you not yet sired any children? I have no idea. I feel as though my Taiji Yin-Yang transformation technique has reached a significant level, yet there has been no progress. Qin Changsheng was equally perplexed. Alas, in my previous life, I was a physician. Drawing from my extensive experience, allow me to share a secret as to why one may not conceive. What secret? How dare you? You wretched system. Have you been spying? Qin Changsheng raged internally, deeply dissatisfied. Ding. Host, please refrain from malicious accusations. This system is a positive energy system, possessing a high standard of professional ethics, and would never engage in unscrupulous acts. Is that so? How do you know? Qin Changsheng inquired, his face a mask of skepticism. The system's unwavering assertions caused him to waver, yet he was determined to guard his privacy. TSK, you humans are so predictable, recycling the same few tricks without any innovation. I could guess them all. You swear. Qin Changsheng remained somewhat unconvinced. I swear by the System Management Bureau that I would never engage in any act of spying on the host. Is that sufficient? Truly, one should not project the thoughts of a petty person onto a gentleman. Very well. Qin Changsheng nodded, choosing to ignore the system. At present, he had accumulated 8 random rewards. After 2 more, he would attempt a tenfold draw. A wave of fortune, obliterating all. In the central domain, within the Wang family. At the center of the grand hall, a young man of remarkable demeanor sat upon the exalted throne. He was none other than the ancient emperor's descendant, Wang Zitong. His gaze was profound and piercing, shrouded in enigmatic thoughts. The former ancestors of the Wang family and the current head stood respectfully beside him. Esteemed ancestor, you have awakened for quite some time. Why do you hesitate to annihilate the Qin family and reclaim the Tianyin absolute body, thereby securing your ascent to the throne of the emperor? Though the tone of the Wang ancestor was reverent, a palpable anxiety lingered in his eyes. He had anticipated that the legendary ancient emperor would, upon regaining his strength, sweep through the Qin family with overwhelming force. Seizing the Tianyin absolute body and utilizing secret methods to ascend as emperor. They had hoped that the Wang family would once again bask in the glory of the ancient imperial lineage, rather than merely possessing a hollow title. However, to his astonishment, the esteemed Wang Zitong seemed unhurried, spending his days sipping tea and gazing into the distance, showing no intention of attacking the Qin family. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Could it be that the ancestor lacked absolute confidence? After all, the Qin family was fortified by 2 peaked quasi-emperors. Wang Zitong cast a sidelong glance, as if he could see through the thoughts of the elder. He refrained from answering the Wang ancestor's inquiry and instead posed a question of his own. Tell me, is it true or false that beneath the emperor, all are but ants? The Wang ancestor was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such an inquiry from his forebear. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully replied, though I have never encountered an emperor nor personally felt their divine might, the legend states that when the domain of the emperor manifests, all other laws yield. The widespread circulation of this saying indicates its truth. Upon hearing this, Wang Zitong smiled faintly and continued to question, have you pondered why so many emperors fade into obscurity, gradually forgotten in the annals of time, while my name, Wang Zitong, resonates through the ages, leaving an indelible mark? At this, both the Wang ancestor and Wang Bo were momentarily rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, why had their esteemed ancestor, merely a peak quasi-emperor, managed to etch such a formidable reputation into the relentless flow of time? Could it be that ancestor Wang Zitong possessed the strength of an emperor? Yet, how could that be possible? To confront an emperor, to defy an emperor. With disbelief etched upon their faces, they gazed at their remarkably youthful forebear in astonishment. Seemingly satisfied with their incredulous expressions, Wang Zitong leisurely articulated, you are not mistaken. Although I am merely a peak quasi-emperor, I have reached the limits of that realm. However, constrained by the circumstances of the time and the emergence of the formidable Yutian emperor, I found myself evenly matched with him. Alas, he had too many powerful allies. And thus, I reluctantly ceded the opportunity to ascend to him. At this juncture, his tone faltered slightly, a fleeting flush gracing his countenance. He had told a small falsehood. In reality, he had been 80,000 miles away, having merely caught a distant glimpse of the invincible Yutian, lacking even the courage to engage, and had fled in disarray, subsequently sealing himself within the divine source. However, in the presence of my juniors, I must embellish my words. The richness of spiritual energy during the primordial era and the potency of its techniques are incomparably superior to those of the present world. Even back then, I could defy an emperor, albeit one in the twilight of his years, which indirectly attests to my formidable strength. Thus, the peak of the quasi-emperor realm appears no different from you before me. Should I wish it, I could crush them as easily as one would squash an ant. In my eyes, Qin Changsheng and Ouyang Chu are nothing more than mere fowl and clay dogs. The Wang family's ancestors, Wang Jia and Wang Bo, inhaled sharply, their eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. It turned out their concerns were unwarranted. The ancestor was not intimidated by the Qin family, but rather approached the situation with confidence, dismissing them entirely. After all, a Qin Changsheng who has already ruined his own prospects, and an aging Ouyang Chu could hardly stand as opponents to the ancestor. Everything lay within the ancestor's control. Wang Zitong slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the boundless void as he continued. The reason I have not yet obliterated the Qin family is twofold. Firstly, the time has not yet come. The furnace of the heavenly Yin absolute body yields its greatest effects only on the day of the heavenly Yin, allowing me to transcend the third tier of the Emperor realm directly. Secondly, this world is not as simplistic as you might believe. I prefer not to emerge too early and become a target for all. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo could not help but inquire, Ancestor, is it possible that there are beings capable of surpassing you at this moment? Certainly not, Wang Zitong replied, shaking his head. Due to the constraints of the heavenly Tao, emperors cannot manifest, thus I am invincible in this realm. However, this only applies to the beings of this world. My concern lies with the dark forbidden zones. The dark forbidden zones? Indeed, particularly the ancient devil abyss and the emperor's tomb of calamity. As I mention these, a rare gravity settles upon my demeanor, filled with apprehension. These two zones are the most ancient. They emerged at the tail end of myth only to be instantaneously obliterated by a supreme existence. Yet, during the primordial era, they surged back to life, only to be quelled by that monstrous Yaochi Emperor. What astonishes me is that now, upon his reemergence, I hear those two names once more. I am certain that within these forbidden zones lurk dark emperors, possibly even remnants of ancient alien races. If even figures like the Yaochi Emperor could not entirely quell the dark turmoil and uncover the deeply hidden anomalies of those otherworldly fiends, how could I? I surmise that the dark forbidden zones, having remained dormant for so long, must be brewing something significant, likely to unleash a dark upheaval that sweeps across this golden era. At such a time, it is highly probable that those otherworldly fiends will step into the limelight, and the machinations of the ancient dark hands will surface. Therefore, at this pivotal moment, I do not wish to stir unnecessary complications and become the proverbial early bird. I shall patiently await the day of the heavenly Yin, at which point I will act to ascend to the third tier of the Emperor realm. By then, even if the dark forbidden zones unleash their full force, my abilities will be sufficient for self-preservation. Moreover, there exists no conflict between him and the dark forbidden zone. His aspirations are directed towards the celestial ancient path of ascension, while the dark forbidden zone covets the myriad lives of the heavenly profound world. Upon hearing the words of the Ancestor, the elder of the Wang family and Wang Bo fell into silence, clearly possessing only a vague understanding of the dark forbidden zone. This zone symbolizes decay, embodies the uncanny, yet simultaneously signifies the coveted longevity that even the emperor yearns for. Chapter 162. The anticipation of Qin Changsheng deep within the primordial devil's lair. An atmosphere of eerie stillness enveloped the entire space, as if it were a forbidden, forgotten realm. The darkness was as thick as ink, suffocating in its intensity. In the midst of this silence, a faint and hoarse voice suddenly emerged, akin to a call long lost to the passage of time. "Brother, have you awakened?" "I have," responded another aged voice. "Ah, who would have thought that in the face of the great army's onslaught, only we two brothers remain, yet all has been worth it." Hee. Indeed, for countless years, the fractured consciousness I have birthed has completely taken control of everything. The ancient scheming has finally come to fruition. The elderly voice brimmed with arrogance and pride. Over the years, he relied on the bizarre, dark, immortal forces from another realm, significantly weakening the overall strength of the heavenly profound world, also known as the Xiantian star. Now, it merely awaits the manifestation of the heavenly Tao and the reopening of the Emperor's path, at which point he shall seize control of the Xiantian star, usurp the heavenly Tao, and thoroughly uncover the secrets of this celestial body. Countless extraordinary beings have emerged from the Xiantian star, akin to fish crossing a river, numbering beyond reckoning, and now they occupy half of the pinnacle figures within the celestial domain. This has led the higher echelons of the other realm to believe that the Xiantian star is likely the ancestral star of this universe, harboring ultimate secrets. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, the space-time position of the Xiantian star appears to fluctuate unpredictably, making accurate location impossible. Only on two fortuitous occasions did individuals from the other realm find themselves ensnared in spatial turbulence, and thus gain entry to the Xiantian star. At present, the conflict between the celestial domain and the other realm has reached an impasse, with neither side able to vanquish the other. Therefore, unraveling the secrets of the Xiantian star has become of utmost importance. Should the two brothers gain complete mastery over the Shintian star and assist the other realm in conquering this universe, their return to the other realm would herald eternal glory. He, fifth brother, command the puppets of the fallen mountain range to choose an opportune day to instigate another dark upheaval, further weakening the strength of the myriad clans. After all, at this point, the quasi-emperors have become largely ineffective. We must quickly ascertain whether any prodigious individuals have re-emerged among the myriad clans. Upon mentioning these prodigious beings, the voice of this remnant from the other realm trembled slightly, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He could not help but recall that unparalleled ruthless individual from ancient times, as well as the two figures sealed within the annals of history from the era of celestial antiquity. Their powers were simply too terrifying. Flattening the forbidden zone was as effortless as taking a leisurely stroll, effortlessly obliterating the resources they had painstakingly amassed. Fortunately, they had concealed themselves deeply enough. Otherwise, they would have been unearthed long ago. Perhaps such figures have long since risen in the realm of immortals, becoming a profound source of concern for otherworldly domains. Very well, brother, another responded. Immediately, the area once again fell into a profound silence, as if no living being had ever graced its presence. Time fleetingly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had slipped away. During this period, the world underwent remarkable transformations. The phenomenon of the merging of myriad races gradually emerged, as various beings and tribes, emboldened by curiosity, stepped into one another's territories to engage in exchange and learning. Naturally, those who recklessly ventured into foreign realms often met with misfortune, be it a sudden blow or becoming a meal. For the ordinary human race, the ancestral grudges had long been forgotten, replaced by an insatiable curiosity towards the newcomers. For a time, large-scale conflicts among the races did not erupt. Instead, an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony prevailed. However, beneath this calm veneer, it felt as though a storm was brewing. In the demon realm, an extraordinary incident that sent shockwaves throughout the continent occurred. The chief of the Silver Moon Wolf clan and several elders mysteriously vanished, leaving everyone astonished. 3 peak quasi-emperors and 2 late-stage quasi-emperors had simply disappeared without a trace. The Silver Moon Wolf clan was among the most formidable powers in the demon realm, particularly their leader, Qin Changsheng, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, whose strength rivaled that of the demon lord, Peng Kuan. Yet, despite this, not a whisper of their fate had circulated. They had vanished entirely. Other elders of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, in a state of panic, hurried to seek out the demon lord Peng Kuan, hoping he could unveil the whereabouts of their leader. Although the demon lord Peng Kuan had a general idea of Qin Changsheng's fate, at that moment, he had no inclination to engage with the wolf clan. All he desired was solitude, to weep in silence. It turned out that the rumors surrounding Bai Susu and Qin Changsheng had not yet been substantiated. However, the relationship between his dream lover, Tu Shan-yi, and Qin Changsheng had been confirmed and publicly exposed. It was said that a prodigy from the demon realm had witnessed the scene. The renowned beauty of the demon realm, Tu Shan-yi, openly displaying affection with Qin Changsheng on the streets of the human territory. This news ignited a frenzy throughout the demon realm, surpassing even the commotion caused by the earlier events involving Bai Susu. Furthermore, the human race had published a biographical novel, complete with illustrations, which sold out on the very first day. Of course, the demon lord Peng Kuan had secretly attempted to purchase a copy, but alas, he was unsuccessful. Consequently, he resorted to incapacitating a junior member of the Golden Winged Rock, which enabled him to secure a copy, leaving him quite satisfied as he departed. According to the recollections of the demon lord Peng Kuan's maid, that night in his chamber was filled with anguished cries and laughter. Occasionally, incomprehensible words echoed through the air, such as, "Wu-wu, you are so fastidious, promise me?" And "Wu-wu, Qin Changsheng, will you?" Followed by "Wu-wu, I genuinely wish for your happiness, even if Qin Changsheng is not worthy." The tears of the demon lord Peng Kuan flowed uncontrollably, akin to a creature quietly licking its own wounds. However, the illustrations were simply too captivating and lifelike, compelling him to stay up late, viewing them time and again, accompanied by exclamations of astonishment. The following day, as the maid tidied the room, she discovered that the entire bedsheet was in disarray. It turned out that the demon lord was indeed a person of deep emotions and passions. Meanwhile, on Qin Changsheng's side, the recent days had seen the courtyard descend into chaos due to the arrival of Bai Susu. Regrettably, it was precisely Bai Susu's formidable aura that had transformed him into a mere resident of an empty chamber. Ultimately, it remained unclear what agreement the women had reached. Yet Bai Susu had truly become their leader. Furthermore, the women had cryptically informed him that they would present him with a surprise that very night. This revelation ignited a fervor within Qin Changsheng, prompting him to sing the well-loved song from his past life. After waiting for so long, I have finally awaited today. After dreaming for so long, I have finally realized my dream. As the stars and moon awaited, Qin Changsheng eagerly anticipated the onset of night. He reclined on his bed, ready to await the enchanting arrival. Chapter 163, Surprise. Within the room, silence reigned, while the moon outside remained hazy. He restrained his senses, deliberately avoiding awareness of his surroundings. Craving the thrill of the unknown. Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks shattered the tranquility of the room. Qin Changsheng sprang up, his gaze fixed intently upon the door, his heart racing with excitement. Who could it be? How many might there be? Master, it is time for dinner. A sweet, melodious voice rang out from the doorway, tinged with a hint of shyness, clearly indicating that summoning the courage to utter such words had taken considerable effort. Wang Wanyan. In an instant, Qin Changsheng deduced the identity of the voice's owner. Yet, why did she refer to him as master? Was it possible that, with a gulp, Qin Changsheng swallowed hard, completely unprepared for what was to come? How delightful! Indeed, she was a 500-year-old young lady, embodying the essence of youth and playfulness. A smile crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of joy and longing, as if a portal to a different world slowly opened, and the gears of fate began to turn. He stepped forward and gently opened the door. As the door creaked open, Qin Changsheng found himself holding his breath, his pupils dilating in wonder. The sight before him was utterly mesmerizing, rendering him unable to look away as he involuntarily swallowed once more. Wang Wanyan stood before him, adorned in a white silk camisole that accentuated her delicate collarbones and fair skin, the bow on her strap adding an exquisite touch of allure. The youthful pink design lent her an even more charming appearance, while the cool moonlight cascading upon her form enhanced her soft and enchanting allure. Qin Changsheng stood in a daze, utterly astonished. Who had taught her such modern adornments? He pondered momentarily and soon deduced that it must be Yin Wanqiu's influence, for he had personally tailored similar garments for her in the past. Old Yi, may I serve you this evening? Wang Wanyan suddenly bowed, and in a melodious tone that evoked the image of a delicate maid, oppressed by authority and helplessly offering herself. Her cheeks were flushed with a deep crimson, betraying her apparent shyness. This dialogue and the entire ensemble were taught by Sister Wanqiu, who had confidently asserted that Qin Long would be overwhelmed with joy. Having not yet developed an intimate relationship with Qin Changsheng before their separation, he now felt somewhat embarrassed assuming this role. As she bowed, a waft of fragrance enveloped him. Despite his seasoned experiences on the battlefield, Qin Changsheng felt a dryness in his throat in the face of this situation. How could he refuse an invitation from such a captivating beauty? He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tumult within his heart. Suddenly, a grave concern struck him. Is it just you? Qin Changsheng exclaimed abruptly. After speaking, he peered outside, still hopeful of spotting a few enchanting ladies who might surprise him. Wang Wanyan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the meaning, yet dutifully replied, reporting to the master. It is but me. Sighing deeply within, Qin Changsheng felt a tinge of disappointment. To replicate the legendary affection of A Huang and Nuing seemed a formidable challenge. Yet, it was indeed perplexing. They were all good sisters. Why could they not share and joy together? The pleasure of one pales in comparison to the delight of many. What a vexing situation. However, given the circumstances, he could only acquiesce. With hands clasped behind his back, he instantly assumed the role of the master, his expression turning solemn as he rebuked. A mere maid dares to secretly disturb the master's quarters in the dead of night. Is this not a degradation of morality? A distortion of humanity? Wang Wanyan was momentarily bewildered, questioning her situation. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. To her astonishment, the imposing Qin Long harbored such peculiar inclinations in private? It seemed rather intriguing. Following his lead, she responded playfully, reporting to the master, indeed. It's just that the maid has missed you too much, losing control of her emotions. Humph, thinking further is futile. Since you acknowledge it, do you admit your guilt? I do admit my guilt. Then are you prepared to accept punishment? I am willing to be punished. Any punishment at all? Yes, master, I am willing. Humph. In that case, come in and let me see your sincerity. With that, Qin Changsheng turned with effortless grace, striding toward the edge of the bed. Meanwhile, Wang Wanyan's cheeks flushed deeper, her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. This exchange was overwhelmingly shameful. Wang Wanyan gently closed the door to the room. Her cheeks flushed as she approached Qin Changsheng. The distance was brief, yet it felt as interminable as a lifetime, draining her of all her strength. In the blink of an eye, they stood mere inches apart, the sound of their breaths palpable in the air. An atmosphere of exquisite tension gradually enveloped the room. Wang Wanyan's delicate fingers instinctively fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her mind a blank canvas. Thoughts in disarray as she traversed the space. Suddenly, Qin Changsheng spoke. Perceiving her anxiety, he rose to his feet, attempting to take her hand in a gesture of reassurance. After all, it was quite normal for a 500-year-old maiden to feel nervous about her first experience. Yet, Wang Wanyan appeared as if startled, her petite frame quivering slightly, on the verge of tears. Although she had prepared herself, the moment had arrived, and fear and confusion gripped her heart. In light of this, Qin Changsheng remained calm, respecting the choices of every woman. Yet internally, he was frantically lamenting. How could this be happening? The atmosphere has been perfectly set. What is going on? After what felt like an eternity, Wang Wanyan's trembling ceased, her gaze firm as she resolved to take that step forward. If she loved the man before her, then this moment was inevitable. A few breaths later, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, echoing throughout the Qin household. Wang Wanyan, covering her flushed face, dashed out of the room, leaving Qin Changsheng in a state of bewilderment, staring after her retreating figure, utterly dazed. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving him utterly disheveled. What on earth was happening? He never anticipated that Wang Wanyan would be such a person, so timid yet so easily frightened. Chapter 164. The Outbreak of Dark Turmoil. Qin family to the rescue. Wang Wanyan's scream not only left Qin Changsheng's heart feeling as if it had plummeted into an abyss, but it also cut through the quiet of the night like a blade, resonating throughout the Qin family estate. However, they quickly realized that it was the voice of one of their ancestral matriarchs, Wang Wanyan, emanating from the old ancestor's chamber. With the matriarch present, what safety concerns could there possibly be? Indeed, the matriarch, despite her age, still possessed a vigorous spirit, engaging in such lively antics at this late hour. Yet, the uproar raised many questions. What on earth had transpired? It was best for the younger generations to refrain from meddling in the affairs of their elders. Hadn't they seen the family head, Qin Zhen, and Qin Dachuan toiling day and night in the mines? Rumor had it they had lost several pounds in the process. How tragic. The others exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their energies to avoid drawing the matriarch's attention, lest they embark on an irreversible path into the mines. Only Tu Shan Yi and a few other women sensed the commotion of Wang Wanyan fleeing the room. Nangong Yin, Tu Shan Yi. Oh, what a pure-hearted little girl she is, giggling away. Yin wants you, lamenting, remarked, alas, my sister Wanyan is still too thin-skinned. Her efforts have been in vain. Bai Susu, frowning deeply, muttered to herself, I exchanged a month of Qin Changsheng's time for the position of the eldest sister. But if you fail to seize the opportunity, then you cannot blame me. Sighing with an air of melancholy, Qin Changsheng was just about to adjust his trousers when a thunderous roar erupted from the north, shattering the tranquil darkness like a clap of thunder. A repugnant aura of decay, thick and suffocating, began to spread rapidly. Qin Changsheng instinctively turned his gaze. Was this the direction of the demon domain? Had the dark turmoil erupted in the forbidden zone at this moment? Among the 10 dark forbidden zones, 2 were in the demon domain, and judging by the location, it seemed to originate from the Fallen Mountain Range, which was situated toward the back among the 10 forbidden zones. This ancient dark forbidden zone was finally revealing its fangs, ready to engulf the world. The Fallen Mountain Range lacked a dark emperor. At most, there were several fallen quasi-emperors at their peak. While they could not shake the very foundation of the demon domain, they were formidable enough to cause significant upheaval. The myriad races had once established an ancient covenant. Whenever the forbidden zones instigated a dark turmoil, regardless of the fierce struggles among the races. They were compelled to unite and confront the dark forbidden zones together. After all, the myriad races were merely vying for survival, while the dark forbidden zones aimed solely at annihilation. Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow. He had no desire to act recklessly at this moment, fearing it might alert the enemy. He had already placed a fragment of his consciousness around the ancient devil's abyss and the outskirts of the grave of emperors, hoping to lure the source of darkness, that singular or several remnants of otherworldly beings, into the open, or to await their voluntary appearance. Then, he would envelop the time domain instantaneously, striking with thunderous force to eradicate the ancient calamity once and for all. Otherwise, he would be treading the same path as the previous epochs. And once he ascended to the immortal domain, would the heavenly Xian great world once again plunge into unending dark turmoil? Although he refrained from intervening, it was time for the fangs of the Qin family to be revealed to the world. They must let it be known that the Qin family was not solely represented by him and Ouyang Chu, but also by countless prodigious talents. Disciples of the Qin family, heed my command. All those above the Saint Realm shall proceed to the fallen mountain range to exterminate the demons. Qin Changsheng's voice resonated throughout the Qin family, igniting the fervor of all the combative spirits within. Damn it, I've longed to make a name for myself. In recent days, with the aid of boundless resources, unparalleled techniques, and the Star Tower, alongside the baptism of bloodline awakening, the disciples of the Qin family had already ascended several significant realms. They were eager to flex their muscles and engage in a grand endeavor. However, the caution stemming from the ancestral clan's unfortunate annihilation of their grandmother's lineage, coupled with the recent exposure of their ancestors' romantic entanglements with beauties from other races, had left them hesitant, fearful of inadvertently stepping on a landmine. Now, with the dark turmoil at hand, it was precisely in line with their intentions. After all, could their formidable ancestor possibly be involved with those inhuman, monstrous beings of darkness? Such a possibility was utterly inconceivable. Honor the command of our esteemed ancestor. Honor the command of our esteemed ancestor. Excited voices echoed in response, transforming into fleeting beams of light that vanished into the horizon. Once the Qin family departed, Qin Changsheng felt a sudden chill in his lower half and glanced down in alarm. Goodness, his trousers were still unfastened. He slowly adjusted his attire before disappearing into the void. Although he refrained from direct intervention, he was nonetheless compelled to ensure the safety of the Qin family's combatants. At the moment the dark turmoil erupted in the fallen forest, every pinnacle power across the continent sensed the disturbance, their gazes turning toward the demon realm. Some responded with cold indifference, unaffected by the chaos. Others hesitated, recognizing that the demon realm bore the brunt of the assault, deeming it unnecessary to expend their strength aiding other races. Yet, there were also those who rallied with fervor, charging headlong into the maelstrom. Thus, at this moment, the world trembled. In the demon realm, deep in the night, the restless demon Lord Punkuan was engrossed in the illustrations of a novel, immersing himself in the narrative. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, followed by a shudder as if gripped by profound fear. Goodness, the dark turmoil, he exclaimed in shock. Who would have thought that this era's chaos would emanate from the demon realm? All races above the spirit realm were summoned to battle. He summoned his entire demonic power and bellowed across the demon realm. He then led the Golden-Winged Rock clan toward the fallen mountains, bearing the weight of responsibility as the demon lord of this generation. In his chamber, only a yellowed novel remained. Surrounding the fallen mountains, darkness enveloped the area, a suffocating silence prevailing. The vitality and flesh of living beings, delightful. A dark quasi-emperor emitted a sinister laugh, then opened his mouth to inhale. In an instant, most of the robust creatures within 100 miles perished, their life essence transformed into radiant streams, soaring toward his mouth to be devoured. Only the frail and weak remained, their lives prolonged, awaiting the next merciless harvest. This was the origin of the dark turmoil, corrupted beings of darkness, while possessing a semblance of peculiar immortality, were ultimately different from beings of other realms. They lacked true eternal life. Instead, they enacted dark turmoil at intervals, relying on the harvest of vitality and flesh to sustain their existence and acquire a semblance of longevity. However, this approach bore a flaw akin to consuming longevity elixirs. With diminishing returns, The next harvest required increasingly greater quantities of life essence. Thus, each subsequent dark turmoil grew more terrifying. This was also the reason Qin Changsheng concealed his strength, intent on eradicating this ancient blight once and for all. At this juncture, the earth fractured, and the cries of the suffering filled the air. A strikingly beautiful cat girl clutched her younger brother tightly, her face etched with despair as she gazed up at the dark quasi-emperor, pleading in terror, "Please, do not harm my brother. Consume me instead. That will suffice." Cackling with delight, the dark quasi-emperor shook his head, preparing to speak once more. Suddenly, a streak of gunfire sliced through the air with startling swiftness. In an instant, the dark quasi-emperor had yet to utter a scream before the bullet pierced through him, obliterating him into a plume of dark smoke that vanished between heaven and earth. Such filthy and depraved beings deserve their fate. Qin Yu's cold voice echoed as he emerged from the void, clad in a flowing azure robe, exuding an aura of celestial grace, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. "Sister, is he human?" The younger brother in the cat girl's arms timidly inquired, lifting his gaze. "Indeed, he is our great benefactor." The cat girl, tears streaming down her face, gazed adoringly at the figure in the sky. She had never anticipated that in this dire moment, the first to appear would not be the formidable demon clan, but a mere human. In that instant, Qin Yu's majestic form etched itself indelibly into the hearts of the cat girl's siblings. "Quickly kneel and pay your respects to our benefactor." The cat girl, regaining her composure, hastily pulled her brother to bow before Qin Yu. Qin Yu paid little heed to their reverence. His gaze was fixed upon the scene before him, his eyes ablaze as an overwhelming fury enveloped him. The once tranquil and serene demon village now lay strewn with corpses, resembling a hell on earth. He beheld a youngling, not yet a month old, weeping in its mother's embrace, oblivious to the lifeless, cold body of its mother. He witnessed an elderly bull demon, staring vacantly at his fallen kin, eyes wide open in death. He also observed low-ranking cultivators charging fearlessly at the dark beings, only to be reduced to lifeless husks in the blink of an eye. Kill, kill, kill. Though the devoured were not of the human race, Qin Yu felt a profound empathy, recalling the dark turmoil that had once engulfed humanity. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he let out a fierce roar and surged towards the dark entities. "Is that Qin Yu?" The demon lord Peng Kuan and others finally arrived, recognizing the most illustrious young representative of the human race. Qin Yu's mastery of the spatial path was astonishing, having reached an extraordinary level, enabling him to arrive at the fallen mountain range ahead of them. This young man, it seemed, was the most likely candidate for destiny's favor. Could it be that this era heralded the resurgence of humanity? A wave of concern washed over Peng Kuan as he pondered the future of the demon race. Most critically, upon seeing Qin Yu, he was reminded of Qin Changsheng, and in turn, of the goddess Tu Shan Yi. Upon recalling Tu Shan Yi, thoughts of Qin Changsheng and Tu Shan Yi inevitably surfaced, leading to reflections on the ancient roots of a gnarled tree, entwined in camaraderie. Alas, his heart was enveloped in a profound desolation, leaving him breathless. At that very moment, two sharp voices pierced through his reverie, interrupting his musings. "Humph!" A loathsome aura attack. Tu Shan Yi and Bai Susu raced forth, plunging into the heart of the dark beings. As he beheld the ethereal goddess Tu Shan Yi gracefully soaring into the enemy ranks, the demon lord Peng Kuan felt momentarily entranced by her exquisite beauty. Especially captivating was the alluring charm of her mature femininity, stirring within him a sense of restlessness, as if she had become even more enchanting, more irresistible. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Peng Kuan regained his composure. This was not the time for frivolous romantic musings. After all, he was a formidable warlord, the current sovereign of the demon domain. Though discord reigned among the demon factions, he knew he must rise to the occasion. A torrent of formidable demonic energy surged from within him, instantly reducing several dark supremes to ashes. He bellowed, "Brave sons of the demon race, follow me into battle. We must not allow the darkness to spread further." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the battlefield before him, revealing a complex array of emotions. With the passage of time, an increasing number of humans emerged from the opposing front, most of whom appeared to be members of the Qin clan, their attire suggesting a unified front. Despite the ancient covenant mandating cooperation among the myriad races to resist the encroaching darkness, many seemed intent on merely tending to their own interests, eager to exploit the chaos to undermine the strength of the demon domain. Unexpectedly, the foremost defenders of the demon domain were none other than the humble Qin clan, descendants of Qin Changsheng. However, where was the venerable Qin Changsheng himself? If his instincts served him right, he would likely still be engaged in some frivolous pursuit. Alas, what a disgrace, dragging the moral standards of the human Qin clan into the abyss. In an instant, Peng Kuan's thoughts spiraled, and he shook his head. Immersing himself back into the fray, he channeled his wrath towards the dark beings, unleashing his fury upon them. Haha, how could the dark chaos transpire without me? Chu Jingtian. A robust and commanding voice resonated as the foremost human expert, Chu Jingtian, materialized from the void. You wretched dark fiends. It would have been wise to remain in your forbidden realm. With the Emperor absent, none dared invade your domain. But since you have emerged, prepare for annihilation. Before his words had fully faded, a devastating blade of energy surged from his hand, sweeping across the battlefield and eradicating countless dark beings in an instant. Haha, what a thrill. Chu Jingtian laughed heartily. This marked his inaugural confrontation with the dark entities. Indeed, it was the first encounter for all the myriad beings present, as it had been 300,000 years since the last dark upheaval. According to historical records, a dark upheaval erupted, sweeping across the globe, resulting in rivers of blood among myriad races, while the heavens wept and countless formidable beings perished. However, many supreme powers, in an effort to preserve their own strength, chose to remain passive, ultimately failing to quell the chaos. A third of the living beings from various races fell victim to this carnage, a scene of unspeakable horror that shocked the senses. Perhaps the dark entities achieved their goals, or perhaps they continued to breed for future harvests. In any case, the dark beings retreated to their forbidden zones. This, however, led to the severance of various supreme lineages, resulting in a complete disconnection among the younger generations. After 200,000 years of recuperation, vitality gradually returned, culminating in a resurgence 100,000 years ago. This time, Chu Jingtian was resolute in ensuring that the tragedies of the past would not befall the mortal realm once more. He had long aspired to emulate his predecessors, wielding a blade alone to eradicate the forbidden zones. Yet, lacking in strength and bearing the responsibility of being the pillar of humanity, he dared not take reckless risks. However, as he gazed upon the other members of the Qin family, a sense of reassurance enveloped him. With the presence of Elder Qin, humanity was safeguarded, and he could now engage in battle without reservations. Haha, I Luo Wenshan have arrived. A prominent figure entered, his name seemingly ordinary. Yet it sent a jolt of energy through the crowd. God Master, Luo Wenshan. An enigmatic being, he had always maintained an equal footing with anyone, and over the years, none could ascertain the depths of his power. He was indeed unfathomable. Such a grand spectacle could not be complete without the presence of the demon lord, Imo Qianyu. Yet, this declaration caused a frown among those present. This old demon was notoriously selfish. What could have compelled him to join? Was he perhaps aiming to secure a fragment of fortune for the demon race? Following this, numerous renowned figures made their appearances, swiftly purging the dark entities from the scene. Yet, the dark beings from the fallen mountain seemed inexhaustible, continuously emerging from the depths. Chapter 166. A glimpse into the future, Gu Mingyao's longing kill. At this moment, no one faltered, nor did anyone retreat. The most brutal battle since the fall of the empire had officially commenced. The myriad races would not perish, and the fight would continue. The earth trembled, and all of creation quaked, as if heralding the imminent end of darkness. Accompanied by surging spiritual power, the weapons of quasi-emperors and emperors awakened, exuding an unparalleled might that made the heavens shudder, all directed towards the dark entities for suppression. The ancient clan, a place shrouded in mystery. As the most enigmatic among the myriad races, no one knew the origins of the ancient clan. It was known only that they were exceedingly ancient, predating even the long-extinct Witch clan, their depths unfathomable. A woman stood atop a mountain peak, seemingly integrated with the very fabric of the universe, her gaze piercing through the barriers of time and space. Fixed upon the direction of the fallen mountain in the demon domain, her long, Dark hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying with the wind. Even clad in a loose ceremonial robe, her extraordinary beauty and the graceful stature beneath the robe could not be concealed. It is indeed the high priestess of the ancient clan, Gu Mingyao. At this moment, a trace of worry and even a hint of despair lingered in her brow. Mingyao, should our clan venture forth to quell the dark turmoil? Inquired Gu Yuetian, the clan leader, as he approached her from behind, his voice gentle. Although Gu Mingyao is his biological daughter, she holds the esteemed title of High Priestess, placing her in a position of higher authority than her father. Thus, addressing such a grave matter as suppressing the dark upheaval necessitates her counsel. Upon hearing his words, Gu Mingyao merely shook her head in silence. Gu Yuetian seemed to glean some understanding, his expression turning grave in an instant. A chilling aura enveloped the air, casting an ominous stillness over the space. After a considerable pause, Gu Yuetian took a deep breath and cautiously asked, Mingyao, what have you seen in the prophecies? After a few moments, Gu Mingyao slowly turned, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fear and despair, as if haunted by a nightmare that left an indelible mark upon her soul. She regarded her father before revealing everything. From the prophecy, I have glimpsed a fragment of the future. Gu Mingyao's voice was laden with gravity, her brow furrowed with unshakable sorrow. The celestial realm faces annihilation. Darkness shrouds the earth, and all living beings are ensnared in endless suffering and despair, awaiting their devouring. I employed the sacred artifacts to foresee again, yet the outcome remained unchanged. I attempted calculations in search of a glimmer of hope, but no matter how I calculated, I could not reverse the tide or alter the course of fate. After a brief pause to gather herself, she continued, Father, while other races may be unaware, you should know that the fallen mountain range is merely a puppet zone, at most housing some peak quasi-emperors. With the current strength of the myriad races, suppression should not pose a challenge. What is truly terrifying are the ancient demon abyss and the burial grounds of the emperors. The fallen mountain range serves only as their vanguard, a mere test to weaken the strength of the myriad races. In the era of the fallen emperors, over the span of 1,000,000 years, there were two dark upheavals. More crucially, during that time, aside from the self-detonated souls that completely perished and the emperors who fell into the forbidden zones, dozens of emperor corpses mysteriously vanished. If the prophecy holds true, these corpses may have been turned into puppets by remnants from other realms, meaning the myriad races must contend with at least dozens of emperor puppets alongside the unfathomable remnants from beyond. The myriad races are in peril. At this point, Gu Mingyao's complexion had turned pale, her hands clenched tightly together, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. The weight of helplessness and despair ensnared her deeply, rendering her breathless. After a long pause, she suddenly found clarity, her tone shifting to one of urgency. No, there is still hope. By using myself as a beacon, igniting my essence, and sacrificing myself to open a passage, I can summon our ancestors. If even one ancestor who has tread the ancient starry path returns, then everything can be resolved. Father, am I not correct? I am the spirit of our generation, and I must be able to achieve this, mustn't I? In this moment, Gu Mingyao appeared exceedingly joyful, as if the nightmarish ordeal was finally drawing to a close. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yuetian offered no reply, his eyes gently closed, tears cascading down his cheeks. After a considerable pause, he exclaimed with a trembling voice, No, Mingyao, I cannot permit you to proceed with this. As a father, he would never stand idly by while his daughter sacrificed herself, even for the sake of the world. If the world were truly destined for destruction, then let it perish together. After all, the act of self-sacrifice to open a spatial passage not only required his daughter's willing heart, but also his consent as the clan leader to preside over the altar. As long as he opposed it, the ceremony could never be completed. No, Father, I implore you, grant me this one wish, allow me this moment of folly. Gu Mingyao's tone was tinged with desperation, her eyes reflecting a hint of longing as she murmured, After all, this is his world. I do not wish for its annihilation, for it carries his essence. At her words, Gu Yuetian felt as though struck by lightning, rendered immobile. Li Chia, a wretched boy whom he had once despised with fervor. He had once claimed to have lost a sheep, then gotten lost himself, inadvertently stepping into the territory of the Gu clan. Gu Yuetian, in a moment of kindness, had taken him in, only to unwittingly invite a wolf into his fold. That boy had repaid his kindness with betrayal, silently stealing away the heart of his precious daughter. Even worse, he had cast her aside. His daughter, who had once been the object of affection for every young man in the entire Gu clan, had been forsaken. Now, upon hearing his daughter's words and noticing the token of love she carried, the heart-shaped knot gifted to her by that insufferable boy, he suddenly comprehended the depths of her feelings. His daughter could not forget him. She was even willing to sacrifice herself for a fleeting hope to preserve the world that once held him. All of this was for him, a man whom Gu Yuetian considered heartless and ungrateful, one who initiated affection only to abandon it in the end. Ah, Mingyao, is it truly worth it? Gu Yuetian sighed in resignation. It is worth it. Yet he is but a mere mortal, likely reincarnated countless times, having long forgotten you. But I cannot forget him. Intoxication stirs my longing, emotions entwined by fate. Now that the realms had opened, why not seek him among the human race? Even if he has been reincarnated, what good would it do to add to one's woes? Even if one were to find his reincarnated essence, he would no longer be the same. Have you considered that the ceremony is merely a legend? Even if you sacrificed yourself, it may not activate the spatial passage. It matters not. Gu Mingyao shook her head, then turned to face the direction of the human realm. She murmured, without his world, I care for nothing anymore. I no longer wish to live. Chia, wait for me. I shall come to you shortly. P.S. Recently, I am unsure if my skills have faltered or if envy has plagued me, having revised this numerous times. I am utterly exhausted. I know my skills are exceptional, alas. Once again, I implore all princes and princesses, those capable, to bestow a gift. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all readers for their support. Chapter 167. Suppressing the dark turmoil. The dreaded Qin Yu Gu Mingyao's voice grew softer, her eyes shimmering with profound affection, both sorrowful and breathtakingly beautiful. She gently caressed the heart knot hanging around her neck, a token he had crafted with his own hands. The sole memento left by him. A tear cascaded down her delicate face, exuding endless sadness and longing. Gu Yuetian, witnessing this poignant scene, felt as if his heart were being cleaved. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with clan affairs, never realizing the depth of his daughter's feelings for that scoundrel Li Chia, a pain that pierced her very soul. Had he known, he would have never introduced them. Who could have anticipated that such an ordinary mortal could effortlessly capture a woman's heart and hold it for centuries, even millennia? Let him perish. But to take the woman's heart as well. Cursed be he. In that moment, Gu Yuetian's hatred for Li Chia intensified, and he contemplated finding time to seek out his reincarnation, to deliver 100 blows, 100 times. He even considered declaring a feast for the entire clan, slaughtering sheep and indulging in lamb at every meal. Mingyao, I shall take my leave, Gu Yuetian suddenly declared. He could not bear to see his daughter in such despair, yet felt powerless, so he opted to depart, granting her some space, allowing time to heal all wounds. Gu Mingyao replied absently, her gaze still fixated on the direction of the human realm, lost in thought. At that moment, the battle between the myriad races and the dark beings raged on. The heavens and earth trembled, various sacred artifacts, supreme treasures, and semi-emperor weapons intertwined, as countless drops of blood rained down. The ground split apart, thunder roared, and the conflict ignited towering flames and boundless energy storms. The ferocity of the battle was unimaginable, with countless lives extinguished. The battlefield lay in ruins, strewn with corpses. Even the top experts found themselves overwhelmed. Though many formidable allies had arrived to assist, they constituted only a fraction of the myriad race's elite forces. Faced with the accumulation of darkness spanning 1,000,000 years, it was challenging to vanquish them in a short span of time. This battle raged for 3 days and nights. As time progressed, the reinforcements from the myriad races multiplied, leading to the near annihilation of the dark beings. Only a handful of defeated remnants struggled to flee back to the fallen mountains' forbidden zone. Before everyone, a peaked dark semi-emperor let out a furious roar of defiance. Why? Why are you all so united this time, resisting so fiercely, even willing to sacrifice yourselves to protect those weak blood foods? If we each take a step back and allow us to feast sufficiently to replenish our essence, would it not be better for all? Before his words could fully escape his lips, they were abruptly silenced as a world-obliterating spear of light pierced through his dark form. Humph! You should have long since faded into the annals of history, seeking this illusory false immortality. What purpose does it serve? Qin Yu stood at the edge of the forbidden zone, his gaze indifferent, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. The dark peak quasi-emperor, far from being extinguished, let out a chilling cackle. We are indomitable. We are eternal. Qin Yu, of the Qin family, is it? I shall remember you. When the next wave of darkness erupts, I will ensure that your clan experiences the depths of despair. It was evident that this dark quasi-emperor had gleaned the opponent's name from the recent battle. After casting a penetrating glance at Qin Yu, he swiftly retreated with the surviving denizens of darkness into the depths of the forbidden zone. Humph! A faint smirk curved Qin Yu's lips, revealing a trace of disdain. To annihilate the Qin family? What a fanciful delusion. With their ancestors watching over them, the Qin family stood as steadfast as a mountain. He was acutely aware that the ancestor was likely concealed nearby, refraining from action in order to lure out the remnants of the otherworldly beings hidden within the dark abyss. Yet, despite the slaughter of the dark creatures from the fallen mountain, the masterminds behind the ancient demon lair and the burial emperor's cursed land remained ominously silent. Indeed, their prolonged concealment spoke volumes. It was their caution that had allowed them to survive under the scrutiny of formidable individuals for countless epochs. They had bided their time, waiting until many powerful beings vanished into the vast cosmos and the strength of the myriad races waned, before daring to instigate the dark upheaval. After all, the temptation of eternal life through descent into darkness was far too great. As time passed, the disparity in power between the myriad races and the forbidden zone only widened. It was no wonder the ancestor sought to eradicate the darkness in this era. As Qin Yu sensed the ominous and uncanny aura emanating from the depths of the forbidden zone, his expression grew grave. Like everyone else, he dared not pursue further. After all, the forbidden zone was the embodiment of an emperor, tainted by the malevolent, and any rash incursion by a quasi-emperor could spell disaster. Only beings of the caliber of their ancestor could traverse the forbidden zone at will and quell all threats. As the dark beings retreated into the depths of the forbidden zone, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from all the creatures outside. They had triumphed. Though the losses were severe, it was all worth it. The dark upheaval, which had instilled fear for eons, had now been decisively quelled, providing a much-needed boost of morale to all. Yet, the higher echelons of various races wore furrowed brows, burdened by heavy thoughts. Firstly, they understood that the fallen mountain was merely one of the lesser dark zones. If the most ancient zones were to simultaneously ignite a dark upheaval, the consequences would be unimaginable. Secondly, the most radiant figure in this suppression battle was none other than Qin Yu, a young man not yet 40, standing at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. Such a prodigy had never been seen in the annals of history. Even in the ancient era, there had been no tales of such extraordinary individuals. Even those ancient prodigies, anomalies, and young sovereigns who had emerged from their slumber in the depths paled in comparison. From this battle, it is evident that Qin Yu possesses a formidable foundation. His mastery of the gun path and the void is remarkable, and his martial skills are impressively solid, far from the instability typical of a hastily cultivated young prodigy. In moments of fury, mysterious Tao rhythms swirl around him, and his power rivals that of the leaders of his clan. In this era of imperial contention and destiny, who can possibly impede him? Could it be that the title of the destined emperor has already been claimed by the human race? Moreover, there exists another figure in the Qin family, Qin Changsheng, that insatiable rogue. Currently at the pinnacle of semi-emperor status, he brazenly entangles himself with numerous extraordinary beauties of the human race, and has even ensnared two dreamlike figures from the demon domain, treating the Hehuan sect as his own plaything. Should another emperor arise from the Qin family, would not countless beauties of various races become part of Qin Changsheng's harem? What of one's own wives, concubines, and daughters? Would they not be in peril? In that moment, the high-ranking members of various clans bore grave expressions, their gazes flickering, lost in contemplation. Particularly, the divine Lord Luo Wenshan resolved firmly that in this lifetime, he would not allow Qin Yu to merge with the destined path to ascendancy. Otherwise, his exquisite daughter, Luo Xian, would undoubtedly fall into the clutches of Qin Changsheng. Once, a mere Feng Yuan nearly severed the bond between father and daughter, and it was only by fortune that the wretched lad fell into the abyss of 10,000 gods. meeting his demise. Although he had never encountered that insufferable boy, he harbored a profound enmity toward any commoner daring to covet his cherished daughter. Regardless, a father's love for his daughter is unwavering. If she must marry, it must be to a paragon of the divine race. Otherwise, should Qin Yu ascend to emperor. With Qin Changsheng as his formidable ally, his daughter's renowned beauty would undoubtedly attract Qin Changsheng's attention. Regarding Qin Changsheng, a semi-emperor of such stature, yet so heedless of his status, frequently pursuing the world's most stunning women, they speculated that he had severed his own path, leaving him with no possibility of reclaiming his former grandeur. Thus, in his despondency, he indulged in the pleasures of beauty, flitting between the enchanting and the alluring. Such occurrences might be tolerable for others, but should they transpire within one's own family, involving cherished wives or daughters, no, this must not be allowed. Luo Wenshan covertly resolved to rally all the outstanding members of the divine race, willing to spare no effort in targeting Qin Yu on the path to imperial ascendance. Hours later, as the fallen mountain range fell silent and the remaining solitary dark beings were vanquished, the crowd began to disperse. However, as they departed, most high-ranking members of various clans cast meaningful glances at Qin Yu. To this, Qin Yu was fully aware but remained unconcerned. Let them ponder endlessly. Little do they know that their ancestor is a peak emperor, having even battled celestial beings. Soon, the surroundings of the fallen mountain range descended back into tranquility. At this moment, the all-encompassing consciousness of Qin Changsheng let out a deep sigh. He had not anticipated that the remnants of the foreign realm were so deeply concealed. Even the two strands of divine sense he had left in the ancient devil's abyss and the buried emperor's desolation had failed to detect any commotion. Truly, it was a malignant tumor of the ages. It seemed he would have to wait until the emergence of the imperial path. He could not believe that the accumulated destiny marks of the Golden Era, forged over 1,000,000 years, would allow the adversary to watch idly as someone integrated them, giving rise to a formidable contemporary emperor. Having concluded his thoughts, Qin Changsheng's figure flickered and vanished into the void. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The news of the suppression of the dark turmoil spread like wildfire across the globe, inciting a tremendous uproar. In the streets, taverns, and academies, people gathered in droves, discussing the news with excitement and astonishment. Who would have thought that I, Wang Laohu, would witness the dark upheaval in my lifetime? What a life well lived! Exclaimed a burly man with a bushy beard. Indeed, though it is said they emerged victorious, the cost was steep, with rivers of blood spilled and countless fiendish beings consumed. Alas, it is rumored that the Qin family's high-ranking members mobilized entirely, becoming the most dazzling figures in this suppression campaign. Yes, I too have heard of it. I never imagined the Qin family's power to be so terrifying, likely surpassing most supreme imperial clans. Especially that Qin Yu, with a single spear, slaying dozens of dark quasi-emperors. He is truly the foremost prodigy of this era. The Qin family has rightfully retained its reputation as the moral paragon of the northern domain for many consecutive years, disregarding their own safety to swiftly retreat from the demonic domain and quell the dark turmoil. For that courage alone, I am in awe. Many raised their thumbs in acknowledgement of the Qin family. An all-out mobilization, a moral exemplar? Is that really the case? A bald middle-aged man chuckled, voicing a dissenting opinion. What do you mean by that? Have you forgotten there is still one member of the Qin family? Hiss. At this revelation, the crowd gasped collectively, and the surrounding discussions quieted significantly. Brother, lower your voice. The Qin family is formidable now. We must not mention that person. Someone pulled the bald man aside, whispering a warning. Humph. Others may fear Qin Changsheng, but I do not. Death is merely the worst that could happen. The middle-aged man showed no fear. Oh, do you have a grudge against that ancestor of the Qin family? Of course, I harbor a deep-seated enmity. Care to elaborate? On the night of my concubine's wedding, she fell ill and passed away. I intended to follow the customs for a grand burial, but on that very night, her body vanished. Given how close this is to the Qin family, who else could be responsible if not Qin Changsheng? Think of my concubine's beauty. I have yet to have the chance to lament her loss. Upon hearing this, an uproar ensued, as many were shocked to learn that Qin Changsheng had descended into such madness. They began to denounce him vehemently. I heard from my uncle's cousin's brother-in-law's neighbor's friend that after he allied with the Qin family, he has been doing quite well. He claimed to have heard with his own ears that on the night of the dark turmoil, not only did Qin Changsheng refrain from intervening, but screams from a woman also emanated from his chamber, suggesting he was quite engaged in revelry. It is quite unbelievable. The clansmen are all striving diligently. Yet Qin Changsheng remains unfazed. Indeed, it is said that he is the reincarnation of a gluttonous spirit, particularly when it is rumored that, aside from the descendants of the Qin family, every woman of notable beauty associated with their influence finds herself unable to escape his attention. Such is the prowess of this man. I vehemently opposed his withdrawal from the literary circle years ago. Let me elaborate further. The narrative has veered off course, primarily due to the plethora of scandalous tales surrounding Qin Changsheng. In essence, while everyone condemns him, they simultaneously aspire to be like him. In the face of it all, Qin Changsheng scoffs, dismissing their malice and the tarnishing of his reputation. Do you think I care? Do you believe I derive joy from this? The joy I experience is beyond your comprehension. At this moment, Qin Changsheng is once again ambushed by Wang Wanyan, in the same location and with the same routine. However, this time she dons a pure white princess gown. Her flawless visage is adorned with a hint of bashfulness, exuding an ethereal charm. She dances gracefully before Qin Changsheng, her skirt flowing gently, reminiscent of rippling water. A long white ribbon is tied in her cascading hair, fluttering like a butterfly as she sways, adding an enchanting allure to her presence. Upon completing her dance, Wang Wanyan immediately adopts a pitiful expression and softly states, "Master, I apologize for the previous servant's ignorance. I have come to take her punishment. I wonder if this dance meets your satisfaction?" Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with interest. It appears we have another cosplay, this time a princess. Truly, the youth possess open minds. Well, it's rather average. The sincerity seems somewhat lacking. Qin Changsheng, now accustomed to such encounters, replied with a smirk. Then, what should be done, dear princess? That depends on your sincerity, dear princess. Surely, you wouldn't wish for your servant to vanish from existence, would you? Wang Wanyan murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. P.S. Apologies for the input method issues. Please don't misinterpret. Any recommendations on input methods? Additionally, I humbly request gifts. Kind gentlemen and ladies, a small donation would be greatly appreciated just for this week. To surpass 300, merely to reach the rankings, sob. Chapter 169. The fulfilled Wang Wanyan. Qin Changsheng was taken aback. Could it be that the confidence he had previously mentioned was derived from a combination of medication and physical therapy? However, Yin Wanxiu indeed possesses a unique insight in this regard. Another piercing scream echoed through the Qin residence. Wang Wanyan covered her face, fleeing in a panic. She left Qin Changsheng in a state of disarray, utterly astonished. Goodness, not again. When will this end? Flirting and then fleeing. What a fickle woman. He could not help but recall a famous saying from his previous life. The younger brother's venture barely began before he met an untimely demise. It was truly infuriating and difficult to accept. That night, Qin Changsheng repeatedly jolted awake from his dreams, murmuring insistently, "No, she must be ill." A deceitful woman, indeed. Time flew by, and before he knew it, another month had passed. During this period, Wang Wanyan, whether due to fright or some other reason, had not once sought out Qin Changsheng in his chamber. The other ladies seemed to have reached a tacit agreement, refraining from any indiscretions, leaving Qin Changsheng feeling somewhat lonely. Yet, being a gentleman who abhorred forcing others, he found himself at a loss in the face of their reticence. In his sorrow, he resorted to daily visits to Tianyin Pavilion and Songshan Courtyard, immersing himself in music and revelry to numb his senses. What a heartbroken wanderer he was. On this particular night, under the dark and windy sky, Qin Changsheng had spent the morning racking his brain, regaling the ladies with a historical tale. He spoke of Cao Cao's audacious conquest of Singapore, Zhuge Liang's overthrow of the flat earth theory, and Guan Yu's careless loss of California. As his tales garnered enthusiastic applause from the ladies. In the afternoon, they continued with music and dance, engaging in an artistic critique at Tianyin Pavilion. Thus, feeling a bit mentally drained, he prepared to enter the realm of dreams. Just as he was drifting off, a soft creak echoed through the room. The door was gently pushed open, and a petite, sneaky figure tiptoed inside. Naturally, Qin Changsheng was not oblivious to this intrusion. However, he feigned indifference. continuing to pretend to be asleep. It was needless to guess. It must be that girl, Wang Wanyan. Humph. Working the night shift, is she? Here we go again. Yet, he was well versed in the tale of the boy who cried wolf and would not fall for the same trick repeatedly. He possessed dignity and strongly condemned such capricious behavior of teasing and fleeing. But this time, what trick was that little girl up to? He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. What if she took him by surprise and got straight to the point? Should he resist or acquiesce? Such a difficult choice. As Qin Changsheng wrestled with his internal conflict, the lithe shadow had already approached his bed. Clad in a black constable's uniform, tailored to perfection, it hugged her alluring form, illuminated by the moonlight, enhancing her enchanting allure. Goodness! Qin Changsheng's senses were on high alert, wondering what was about to unfold. At that moment, he felt a shiver of excitement coursing through him. Changsheng, are you asleep? Wang Wanyan's soft voice broke the silence. Faced with the moment, she seemed to waver in uncertainty. Qin Changsheng remained silent, fearing that he might scare off the hunter once more. Changsheng, little Changsheng? As Qin Changsheng remained silent, Wang Wanyan gently patted her chest, releasing a long sigh of relief. Beneath the black attire of the constable lay a different realm altogether. The delicate spaghetti-strap nightgown paired with black stockings accentuated her graceful figure, blending ethereal charm with alluring beauty, sculpting a perfect silhouette. Her skin, as white as snow, appeared even more enchanting against the backdrop of the black stockings. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Wang Wanyan slipped into Qin Changsheng's bed, curling up like a little kitten in his broad embrace. The scent of masculine pheromones wafted towards her, causing her heart to race like a startled deer. Through the thin fabric of her nightgown, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her delicate body quivered slightly. She had not anticipated that Qin Changsheng would be sleeping in the nude. Humph, truly a rogue. Faced with the tempting prey, or rather, the hunter, Qin Changsheng found his thoughts wandering. Especially with the gentle fragrance emanating from her, reminiscent of a soft breeze gliding over a serene lake. It was utterly intoxicating. Her skin, tender and warm, sent his heart racing uncontrollably. Unable to maintain his facade any longer, he abruptly opened his eyes. With a gentle yet firm embrace, he pulled Wang Wanyan closer. What? Pretending to be asleep? Wang Wanyan gasped, her face paling in shock. Hee, with a lecherous rogue at home, one must always be cautious, Qin Changsheng chuckled, feeling her warmth. He continued, what are you trying to achieve with this attire tonight? Moreover, in the dead of night, you quietly slip into the bed of a respectable man. What is your intention? Upon hearing his words, Wang Wanyan leapt from the bed, raising the handcuffs in her grasp. Her previously bashful face transformed into one of icy resolve. Resembling a true constable, from her elevated position, she fixed her gaze upon Qin Changsheng and declared, having received reports from the citizens of Chuyang, I, as one of the 4 great constables, am here to apprehend you, the lecherous ghost of the human race, Qin Changsheng. Oh, Qin Changsheng's eyes sparkled. This young lady possessed remarkable talent for performance, effortlessly embodying various roles with finesse. In a previous life, she would undoubtedly have been a sought-after star. However, he too was not to be outdone. Quickly assuming his role with an evil grin, he mockingly retorted, Hee, a constable? I am so terrified. You claim I am a lecher. Does that make me one? Do you have any evidence? Humph, today I am the evidence. What? Wang Wanyan lightly waved her finger, and with a tearing sound, her nightgown was shredded. Immediately, a voice filled with humiliation and determination rang out. Today, I shall feed the tiger with my own body. I refuse to believe you can resist this temptation. What? You are too insidious and cruel. Who could escape such a trap? Who would not falter? Qin Changsheng's complexion turned pale, his face filled with terror. Hee, lecher, do not hesitate any longer. I will capture you on the spot. Wang Wanyan gently shook the shackles in her hand. Upon witnessing this, Qin Changsheng could no longer contain himself, his expression reflecting a sense of defiance as he declared, truly, the most venomous of hearts resides within women. How brazenly you engage in entrapment. The most critical aspect was that, faced with such an overt scheme, I found myself utterly powerless to counter it, unwittingly stepping deeper into the abyss of sin. I am wronged. As he spoke, a ferocious dog lunged forward, eager to feast. Today, I yearn to experience the taste of a divine captor. Ah, a lascivious rogue, now caught red-handed. The The sound abruptly ceased. Our gazes met, each filled with unspoken emotions. At this moment, everything was conveyed without words. Thus, the count of Qin Changsheng's women increased once more. Chapter 170. The Return of Qin Zhen from the Mines. Prelude to a matchmaking event next, we entered a scene that brought much delight to everyone. The single souls could indulge in their daydreams. Indeed, let it be mere fantasy. For nighttime reveries often lead to abrupt awakenings when confronted with unwelcome knowledge. The specific details. Oh dear, my diary has swelled by an additional 100,000 words. Wait, allow me to read it aloud with fervor for my brethren. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Soft sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently illuminating the bed. Qin Changsheng stretched lazily, feeling invigorated. Life was becoming increasingly promising. He turned to glance at the still slumbering Wang Wanyan, feeling a surge of affection, clearly exhausted from the previous day's toils. Ah, Qin Changsheng mused, she is indeed a master of words, yet her practical skills are woefully lacking. He tenderly caressed her forehead, his fingers brushing through her hair, a warmth blossoming in his heart. His mastery of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang transformation technique had reached a remarkable level, making it quite the challenge for a novice like her. As if sensing his touch, Wang Wanyan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her beautiful eyes slowly opened. Oh, my esteemed divine captor has awakened. Will you apprehend this lascivious rogue? Qin Changsheng could not help but tease. My condition is not optimal today. Let us battle another time. Wang Wanyan remained true to her nature as a master of words. There is no day more fitting than today. Do not resist, scoundrel. 3 hours passed. Qin Changsheng observed the now deeply sleeping Wang Wanyan and, feeling satisfied, stepped outside. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. As he sensed a familiar aura approaching, he was compelled to investigate further. The next day, 2 dusty figures emerged from the northern mine of the Qin family, distinctly recognizable as Qin Zhen, the family patriarch, and Qin Dachuan. Despite their apparent exhaustion, their eyes sparkled with an unmistakable joy. At long last, we have finished. Having been the family's outstanding members since childhood, they had never before delved into the mines. This first-hand experience had revealed to them the arduous nature of the task. Though this batch of spirit ore seemed scant, they had toiled for a full 2 months to extract it, having missed numerous remarkable events of the human race. They lamented their inability to participate even in the dark turmoil. Ugh! Qin Dachuan suddenly turned and spat in disdain. This cursed mine, I shall never return. If I do, I would rather die. Upon returning, I shall distance myself from my ancestors, marry a beautiful maiden, and live a blissful life akin to that of celestial beings. Mining. Such toil is unbefitting for someone of my stature. Observing this, Qin Zhen empathized, patting Qin Dachuan on the shoulder, and remarked, Dachuan, the hardships have finally passed. Trust me, after suffering comes sweetness, and good days are on the horizon. Indeed, Qin Dachuan softly agreed. After sharing in each other's trials, the last remnants of resentment between him and Qin Zhen dissipated. Qin Zhen, after all, was a commendable head of the Qin family, his dear cousin. As Qin Zhen beheld Qin Dachuan's expression, a teasing smile bloomed on his face. Dachuan, I have been quite concerned about your lifelong matters. The identity of this potential partner is rather extraordinary. I can sense an air of nobility and elegance in her words. You must seize this opportunity. Zhenggu, I can't shake the feeling that she is from a different era, which seems rather unreliable. Surely there are ordinary women with humble appearances? Qin Dachuan expressed his unease. What do you intend to do then? Qin Zhen's expression grew stern, disappointment evident. You should aim higher. You are the most outstanding disciple of our Qin family and deserve anyone. Do you not trust me? What about our ancestors? They would never align with those ancient beings. Consider it from another perspective. We have faced numerous setbacks and tribulations for the sake of a perfect ending, have we not? Believe me, this time it is destined to be a match made in heaven. That woman has waited for an entire epoch. For what? Surely not to vie for destiny to become an emperor, but for you, Dachuan. This is fate. You are her destined child. Overwhelmed by Qin Zhen's fervent words, Qin Dachuan felt dizzy. I must gather my wits. After a long pause, he steadied himself, clenched his fists, and spoke resolutely. Zhenggu, you are right. In this life, how can one be restrained, hesitating, and looking back? I have made my decision. If I am to marry, it must be the best. Otherwise, I would dishonor the struggles of the past. As for those haughty women of today, I dare not entertain thoughts of them. Thus, this ancient prodigy is my final chance. And I shall seize it. Zhengge, let us return. I can hardly wait. Ha ha. Seeing that the other party finally came to a realization, Qin Changsheng burst into hearty laughter, embracing the other's shoulders as he exclaimed, "Now this is the essence of a disciple from the Qin family. Indeed, if one is to marry, one must select the finest." Suddenly, the communication talisman in his embrace began to emit a series of beeps. Qin Changsheng glanced down, raising an eyebrow and casting a teasing glance as he remarked, "Dechun, see? I told you, this is destiny. We just emerged from the mineral vein. And the other party has also awakened from the realm of divine slumber, claiming they will soon make their way to the Qin residence. Ha ha ha. All these coincidences are preordained. Come, let us return home for the matchmaking." Thus, the two men, brimming with anticipation, embarked on their journey home. Along the way, snippets of their conversation floated through the air. "By the way, Brother Zhen, I still do not know the name of the other party." "Qin Yun. Ah, the surname Qin? Is it the same as ours?" "Indeed, this is what we call kinship upon kinship. Just hearing the name suggests she is an elegant and gracious beauty, perfectly suited to be a bride. Then it all falls upon you, Brother Zhen. No worries, no worries. I knew you would take care of it. Ha ha, Dechun. Rest assured, I will ensure your wedding is celebrated in grand style." Chapter 171. Qin Yun's Longing, Journey to the Qin Family in a Mysterious Dimension. A stunning woman enveloped in a flowing cerulean gown emerged gracefully. Each smile and gesture radiated an enchanting elegance, a captivating contradiction that drew one in. What a mesmerizing beauty she was, reminiscent of a luscious peach. Her long hair cascaded like black silk, framing a mature figure with exquisite curves. Her presence was as gentle as a spring breeze, stirring the heart and soul. The harmonious blend of maturity and allure, elegance and fullness, exuded a unique charm that was utterly irresistible. Yet, at that moment, Qin Yun wore an expression tinged with an ineffable melancholy. The slight droop of her eyes betrayed an unshakable sorrow and longing, as if she were reminiscing. She parted her lips, and a voice as melodious as a flowing stream emerged. "May we endure through the ages, sharing the beauty of the moon from afar. Zhi, Xiao Xiao, are you all well over there? And dear Xiao Ke." At the mention of Xiao Ke, an unexpected blush crept onto her captivating face, as if recalling some mischief. However, beneath that rosy hue lay a profound sense of longing and regret. The sorrow stemmed from the realization that, during those most joyous days, they had not progressed further. "I was born before you, yet you have aged while I remain. I resent your late arrival, and you lament my early birth," she murmured softly. Thus, Qin Yun stood for a long while before the dimension that had slumbered for an epoch. She sensed that her days were numbered, perhaps only a year left to sustain her existence. Although the diviner had once foretold that her vitality lay in future generations, leading Qin Shou to seal her within the divine source, she was acutely aware of her own physical condition and harbored no faith in the diviner's prophecy. She surmised that the diviner concocted an unassailable lie out of fear that Qin Shou would obliterate the celestial mechanism pavilion. Reluctant to bring sorrow to Zhi and Xiao Shou, she tacitly acquiesced to the arrangement. In recent days, her spirit had awakened, allowing her to commune with the outside world and learn of the wonders of the Qin family star tower. A sudden inspiration struck her. Perhaps she could once again glimpse Zhi and Xiao Shou within the star tower, or even catch sight of him. Furthermore, given the star tower's extraordinary nature, it likely did not belong to this realm, possibly offering a thread of information about the celestial domain and the status of the siblings. Then, she could depart with peace of mind. Perhaps, in the afterlife, she might encounter Xiao Ke again, thus alleviating any sense of rivalry with Zhi over a man. She chuckled at her own fanciful musings, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for her whimsical thoughts. Fortunately, her spirit's foray unexpectedly connected her with Qin Changsheng, the head of the Qin family, who warmly invited her to visit. Despite a subtle sense of unease regarding Qin Changsheng's enthusiasm, she rationalized that a man of such prominence and approachability must possess a good character. Moreover, sharing the surname Qin bestowed a sense of familiarity upon her. Although she recognized that he bore no relation to her lineage, as the Qin bloodline had dwindled to just herself and her brother, neither of whom had established families, she resolved that she must visit the Qin family and the Star Tower. Consequently, she accepted Qin Zhen's invitation and planned to stay at the Qin residence for a while. After an indeterminate passage of time, she let out a deep sigh. Casting one last glance behind her, she soared into the air, heading towards the Qin family's direction. Not long after her departure, a figure descended from the heavens, Qin Changsheng. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a stirring within his heart, as if fate's threads guided him to this place. He gazed at the now-vanished dimensional space, lost in contemplation. This aura seemed reminiscent of Aunt Qin Yun. Could it be that Aunt Qin Yun had awakened and emerged from the divine source? He recalled the autobiography of the celestial emperor penned by Qin Shou, his brow furrowing in concern. Qin Yun had been sealed within the divine source due to her imminent demise, now that she had awakened. If she lingered too long in the mortal realm without a means to prolong her life, she could very well perish. The thought of never seeing that hauntingly beautiful figure again ignited a fierce urgency within Qin Changsheng. No, he must find her. He refused to believe that with the primordial creation scripture and daily guidance, he could not help her break through to the rank of emperor and extend her lifespan. Even in the most challenging of circumstances, there exists the Taiji yin-yang transformation technique. Contemplating this, Qin Changsheng felt an inkling of anticipation. No, he shook his head, striving to dispel such fanciful notions. His sole desire was to ensure Qin Yun's survival, with absolutely no ulterior motives. It must have been the influence of last night's role-playing. Yes, it is all that mischievous Wang Wanyan's fault. Nevertheless, the Taiji yin-yang transformation technique should, in theory, extend one's lifespan. A healer's heart is akin to that of a parent. Qin Changsheng silently recited this mantra in his mind before sending a message to Wang Wanyan, vanishing into the vast expanse of nothingness. The celestial profound world is infinitely vast. Even at the pinnacle of emperor status, he cannot claim omniscience. After all, the celestial profound world had previously hosted numerous emperors, immortals, and even more terrifying entities. If a mere emperor could attain all-knowing powers, this world would have ceased to exist long ago. Thus, he could only disperse his consciousness, relying on luck in his search. Meanwhile, Qin Yun had arrived at the vicinity of the Qin family's grand entrance. She was immediately struck by the towering star tower and the now colossal ancient tree of life, leaving her utterly astonished. As the aunt of the ancient epics Qin Tiandi, she had witnessed countless treasures, yet even the ancient tree of life, a primordial spirit, surpassed all she had encountered in her lifetime. Moreover, there was the star tower, whose aura seemed to emanate from the primordial chaos, exuding an overwhelming presence. During the ancient era, she had the fortune to behold a celestial artifact, yet its aura paled in comparison to that of the star tower. She found herself momentarily speechless. What lineage does the Qin family possess? How could mortals wield such extraordinary treasures? When her gaze fell upon the gatekeepers, three-peaked silver moon sky wolves, her pupils widened in shock. Is the Qin family truly this extravagant? Peak emperors guarding the entrance? In that instant, anxiety crept into her heart. Recalling the unusual warmth of Qin Zhen, the head of the Qin family, the grand entrance seemed akin to a gaping abyss, eager to swallow her whole. Initially, she believed that with the trump card left to her by Qin Shou, she could conquer the world, but now, uncertainty gnawed at her. Could it be that the rumors were indeed true? Was the Qin family's fervent invitation to the Daughters of Destiny merely a means to furnish Qin Changsheng's harem? How could Qin Changsheng be so audacious and reckless as to engage in such scandalous acts? If this were the previous epoch, she would have demanded Qin Shou castrate such a lecher 100 times. However, soon enough, Qin Yun resolutely decided that regardless of the circumstances, she must enter the Star Tower, for it was the only place where she could encounter her old friends. If Qin Changsheng truly harbored any lewd intentions towards her, she would not hesitate to employ any means necessary, willing to perish alongside him in the underworld. Chapter 172, A Reunion with Old Friends. The last days of Dechun. As she pondered deeply, a cacophony of footsteps approached, and Qin Zhen, accompanied by the cheerful Dechun, made their way towards her. The Qin family's mind was not far from their residence, allowing them to arrive before Qin Yun. "Welcome, Miss Qin. This truly is a momentous occasion," Qin Zhen began. But his voice trailed off abruptly. At that moment, Qin Yun emerged from her reverie and turned her gaze towards them. Upon lifting her head, a sharp intake of breath escaped Qin Zhen's lips. In that instant, he understood the essence of enduring grace and noble elegance. clad in a simple yet form-fitting garment. Her figure was accentuated exquisitely, evoking a profound sense of awe among Qin Zhen and the others. An overwhelming aura of authority enveloped the scene. How remarkable for a woman of ancient times to possess such vitality, Qin Zhen mused. Such a woman, Dechun, seems ill-suited for you. Dechun? He glanced back to find that Dechun was entranced, utterly motionless. After all, who could resist the allure of such a captivating beauty? It was beyond the reach of a naive bachelor like Dechun. Damn it! Qin Zhen scolded internally, feeling a mix of frustration and embarrassment. To be caught in such a predicament on the first meeting. It's a wonder she would think well of us. With a swift kick, he jolted Dechun from his stupor. Upon regaining his senses, Dechun's face flushed crimson, and he could hardly articulate a coherent apology, merely repeating, "Miss Qin, I'm so sorry, so sorry." He even slapped himself in a fit of self-reproach. Witnessing this, Qin Yun stifled a laugh, entirely overturning her previous assumptions. With a family head like this and the bumbling giant behind him, the Qin family could not possibly be malicious. She paid little mind to their reactions, as she was quite confident in her own beauty and form. In the past, suitors would line up from the southern heavenly gate to the Hall of Judgment to pursue her, but with the presence of the heavenly Emperor Qin, none dared approach within a yard of her. She and her brother understood that her heart would belong to but one person in this lifetime. Yet, her enchanting smile rendered Dechun utterly speechless once more. Ahem. That is, Miss Qin, I apologize. My kin can be quite thoughtless and impolite. Qin Zhen shot Dechun a stern look before turning to Qin Yun with a warm smile. Dear family head, you are being too kind. I appreciate the sincerity, but perhaps in the future, a little more composure would serve well. Qin Yun replied, shaking her head gently. Her gentle and cultivated nature, coupled with her need for the Qin family's assistance, kept her from feeling anger. Feigning irritation, Qin Zhen chastised Dechun. Did you hear that, Dechun? Your self-control is abysmal. I hereby assign you the duty of guiding Miss Qin for the next few days. Did you hear me? Understood, family head. Dechun replied promptly. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Zhen discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Dechun, then turned to Qin Yun and said, My dear Qin Yun, I must apologize. The Qin family possesses numerous forbidden areas, such as the ancestral chambers, which is why I have entrusted Dechun to guide you. Dechun is a person of simple disposition, unwavering in his loyalty to love, and throughout these years, he has yet to encounter someone he truly adores. Moreover, he is quite the culinary talent. Faced with Qin Zhen's incessant prattle, Qin Yun furrowed her brows, perplexed by the excessive praise he bestowed upon a clan member in her presence. However, her thoughts were consumed by the anticipation of encountering familiar faces within the starry tower, and she did not dwell on it for long. Bowing respectfully, she replied, I appreciate the assistance of the Qin family head and Dechun. Oh, no need for such formality, it is my duty. Please, after you. Qin Zhen responded, gesturing for her to proceed, and together they entered the Qin residence, oblivious to the happenings behind them. Dechun discreetly gave Qin Zhen a thumbs up, tears welling in his eyes as he murmured, Brother Zhen, I adore you. From this day forth, you shall be my dear brother. If this truly comes to fruition, on the day of our wedding, I shall bow before you. Wiping away his emotional tears, he hurriedly followed suit. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Qin Yun found herself immersed in the wonders of the starry tower. Once again awestruck by its extraordinary phenomena, not only did ancient and primordial figures reemerge, but even those from the most distant ages seemed to manifest, including some formidable and unfamiliar phantoms, leading her to suspect they might belong to the lost era of celestial antiquity or even mythological epics. Initially, she had not encountered the phantoms of Qin Shou and Qin Jishi and was defeated, resulting in her expulsion from the challenge. At long last, through her relentless efforts, she stumbled upon the illusions of Qin Shou and Qin Jishi. In that moment, she was utterly immobilized, tears cascading down her cheeks. Little Shou Jishi, Auntie misses you dearly. Have you found a way to resurrect little K? Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, darkness enveloped her, and she was transported out once more. Meanwhile, outside the starry tower, Qin Zhen conversed quietly with Dechun. Dechun, it has been several days. What progress has been made? Qin Zhen inquired, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. He had hoped that, by providing Dechun this opportunity, it would facilitate their connection. Yet, It appeared that Chun had merely been staring blankly at Qin Yun without making any advances. Brother Jun, the situation is looking exceedingly promising. Chun replied with a goofy grin. Promising, you say? Do you think I haven't noticed? Over the past few days, Qin Yun has been diligently challenging herself in the Starry Tower, while you simply wait idly. Can't you show a bit of initiative? Qin Yun expressed his frustration. However, I believe this is quite wonderful. Waiting is a form of happiness in itself. Chun countered. Qin Yun sighed and continued. Chun, I have finally discerned the reason for your prolonged bachelorhood. Your approach is flawed. In pursuing a lady, one must take initiative, subtly ascertain her interests, and then inquire if she is single. You must bridge the gap, addressing her as sister or little sister rather than merely calling her by her name. Do you comprehend, Chun? Chun, shaking his head, admitted his confusion. I knew you would not understand. When Miss Qin Yu emerges to witness my performance, I shall leave everything to you, Brother Jun. At that moment, a striking figure was teleported into view. Miss Qin, may I inquire if you are currently unattached? Qin Jun boldly posed the question. Qin Yu, still immersed in the recent visions from the tower, casually replied, yes. At this, Qin Jun discreetly signaled an okay gesture behind her back. He then feigned nonchalance and asked, might I inquire if you have someone special in your heart? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu looked at him with a hint of confusion, wondering why he posed such a question. However, the thought of someone special did flash in her mind, a dashing and audacious young scholar. Perhaps there might be someone. Observing her expression, Qin Jun felt a pang of anxiety. Trouble. It appeared she had someone in her heart. Yet, as she hadn't provided a definitive answer, there remained hope. With the right approach, no obstacle is insurmountable. Given the current stature of the Qin family, aside from the ancestors, who could not be pursued, sensing the atmosphere shifting, Qin Jun quickly intervened. Chun, come here. Miss Qin, now that you've grown acquainted over these past few days, it seems awkward to address each other as young lady and young man. How about we change our forms of address? May I ask how old you are, Miss Qin Yu? Oh, head of the Qin family, you're too polite. I am actually much older than you might think, she replied with a light chuckle. No matter. In the realm of cultivation, age is of little consequence. Thus, let us refer to one another as siblings. Chun, do not hesitate to call her sister. Sister Qin, Chun sweetly exclaimed, his eyes brimming with joy. With such familiarity established, Qin Yu furrowed her brow, pondering if Qin Jun was indeed attempting to match her with Chun. Just then, an unexpected voice chimed in. Oh, Chun, you just returned from mining. When did you acquire an additional sister? The speaker was Qin Changsheng. Having searched the entire human realm for Qin Yu without success, he had broken through the void to return, only to overhear Chun calling her sister. But as he turned to see the enchanting figure, he was momentarily stunned, filled with disbelief. Aunt Qin Yu, Suke? The two exclaimed in unison, both filled with astonishment. In that instant, time seemed to halt, the world around them fading away, leaving only the two of them in a realm devoid of all else. Unbeknownst to them, two individuals were trembling as if plunged into an icy abyss. And they appeared to have heard the most terrifying news imaginable, particularly Qin Dachuan, who was quaking uncontrollably, as though mourning a profound loss, engulfed in despair. He had nearly become the uncle of his revered ancestor. Chapter 173. The Thrill of Qin Yun. The weeping Dachuan as the instigator, Qin Jun was also filled with trepidation. Could it be that the head of the family was destined to become a mine owner? Yet, who could have anticipated that the ancestor had an aunt? Wasn't she a paragon of the ancient era? How could she possibly be connected to their ancestor? He was utterly perplexed. At that moment, Qin Changsheng emerged from his stupor, overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. Indeed, it was as if he had traversed a treacherous path only to find what he sought effortlessly, and upon a sudden glance, the figure appeared amidst the dim lights. After searching far and wide without success, he had never expected to find her right in his own home. At this juncture, Qin Yun seemed as though she had been struck by lightning, her eyes shimmering with indescribable excitement and delight. She could scarcely believe her own eyes. The one who existed solely in her dreams stood before her, just as she remembered from their first encounter. Little Kay was still alive. Ji Shi and Qin Shou had ascended to the higher realms, while she remained sealed within the divine source. It was likely that little Kay had endured a solitary existence filled with hardships over the years. Her lips parted slightly, as if to utter words. Yet her voice was stifled, rendering her joy a silent one. Tears streamed down her cheeks, no longer able to be contained. In Qin Changsheng's eyes, his aunt Qin Yun was bounding towards him with exuberance. He swore it was merely a simple walk, yet it seemed more fitting to describe it as a joyful leap. Just then, an ill-timed voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your ex-girlfriend Qin Yun's affection for you has reached 100. You have earned a random reward. Would you like to claim it now? Goodness! Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Qin Changsheng's heart nearly leapt from his chest. Dog system. Please refrain from causing chaos. How could she possibly be classified as an ex-girlfriend? He roared in his mind. Understood. The system's mischievous voice replied. You understand nothing. That is my beloved and respected Aunt Qin Yun. Do not speak foolishly. When the harlot still seeks to uphold her reputation, the host dares to claim with a clear conscience that you have never indulged in fantasies? What nonsense is this? Fantasize? I am a scholar, steeped in the classics. That is merely a form of imagination. I am a normal man, and sometimes I cannot help myself. It is perfectly natural. The system replied with a tone dripping with disdain. Oh, system, what tone is that? Do not label me indiscriminately. Qin Changsheng's face flushed slightly. Though the dialogue seemed lengthy, it transpired in but an instant. At that moment, Duan, Qin Yun could not restrain herself and embraced Qin Changsheng tightly in her arms. As for Qin Changsheng, at that moment, he felt as though the sky had darkened and he could scarcely draw breath. Meanwhile, Qin Yun seemed to unleash emotions that had long been suppressed. Murmuring softly, Xiao Ke, am I truly not dreaming? Ji Shi, Qin Shou has departed, and I am left all alone. I miss you both dearly. Xiao Ke, fate has been kind to me, allowing me to see you in the twilight of my life. I am utterly content, even if this is but a dream, a mere illusion. Aunt, Qin Changsheng's voice buzzed, attempting to remind her that he was on the verge of suffocation. Yet, Qin Yun appeared oblivious, continuing her reverie. Do not call me aunt. Address me as Yun'er. I have longed to hear you utter that name for what feels like an eternity. When you were in love with Ji Shi, I silently wished you well, but now that you have parted ways, and in this dreamlike state, I yearn for you. Xiao Ke, how I detest that we are not together, to share our days with one another. At this moment, she laid bare her innermost feelings, opening her heart completely. Upon hearing her words, Qin Changsheng's body stiffened, as if struck by lightning. It dawned on him that Qin Yun perceived herself as part of an illusion, and she was coveting his beauty. If even such a stunningly graceful beauty dared to speak, what was there for him to hesitate about? Seize the moment while the flowers bloom. Do not wait until there are none to pluck. He reluctantly raised his head and whispered, Sister Yun'er. He found it somewhat hard to breathe. Hearing the name that only graced his dreams in the dead of night, Qin Yun trembled, her awareness returning. Was this not an illusion? Realization struck her as she became conscious of her previous actions. In her excitement, she had inadvertently revealed her innermost secrets, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She hastily pushed Qin Changsheng away, lowering her head to adjust her slightly disheveled attire. The pushed away Qin Changsheng appeared somewhat dazed. But you just said you missed me. How fickle women can be. Once they have taken advantage, they swiftly turn away. Meanwhile, a sudden loud thud shattered the awkwardness of the moment. Qin Zhen and Qin Dachuan had knelt on the ground, trembling and devoid of hope. Although they had not dared to look up at their ancestors' enchanting presence, Qin Yun's murmurs had clearly reached their ears. Initially believing her to be merely their ancestor's aunt, they thought they would only face some reprimand, perhaps hang for a while, or toil in the mines for a few days. However, they had unwittingly stumbled upon a colossal secret. Aunt had transformed into the lover yet to be claimed by their matriarch. Those beasts, oh, those wretched beasts. Yet, they could only indulge in such thoughts privately. The most pressing concern was their own lives and futures. The petty nature of our ancestors has turned them into lifelong minors. With a sudden weakness, they sank to their knees. Qin Changsheng furrowed his brow, instantly comprehending their thoughts, and said with irritation, What nonsense are you imagining? I share no blood relation with Aunt Qin Yun. It is merely a coincidence that we both bear the surname Qin. Indeed, there is no blood relation, Qin Yun interjected, almost as if under a spell. This remark immediately captured Qin Changsheng's attention, his gaze laden with significance. Under such scrutiny, Qin Yun's fair cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, and she lowered her head, unwilling to meet his eyes again. Observing this, Qin Changsheng shifted his gaze towards the two kneeling before him. At that moment, Qin Changsheng recalled the 2 months spent mining, envisioning shadows racing beneath the setting sun. Unable to contain himself any longer, he broke into a heart-wrenching cry, exclaiming, "Oh, ancestral spirit, I can no longer endure this. I shall remain single for the rest of my life. I refuse to partake in blind dates any longer. All this trouble stems from that scoundrel Qin Changsheng. Despite my numerous refusals, he insisted on introducing me to others. Ancestral spirit, I swear I can't bear a lifetime in the mines. Woe is me." His lament was utterly heartrending. Upon hearing this, Qin Changsheng finally grasped the situation. It was yet another blind date. These two fools may not possess much, but their standards seem to rise with each occasion. With so many women in the world, why do they always gravitate towards the ancestral grandmother? What kind of unworthy descendants are these? Just as he contemplated how to reprimand them, Qin Changsheng could no longer restrain himself. "Qin, you vile thief. You have gone too far. The fragile vessel of friendship has capsized." With that, he launched a powerful punch, catching Qin off guard and leaving him with a significant black eye. "Changsheng, let us keep this civil. We mustn't act impulsively before our ancestral spirit," Qin said weakly, aware of his fault. "Curse your ancestors," Changsheng retorted. "You old dog, I see you harbor ill intentions." With that, he threw another punch. "Hey, Changsheng, are you serious? I'll fight back." Qin, feeling agitated, could not hold his temper. Just days prior, they had called each other brothers. And now he was being insulted. Who could tolerate that? "You scoundrel, I will never forgive you." The two engaged in a brawl, refraining from using their spiritual powers, fighting as if they were street thugs. What disgrace. Qin Changsheng's expression darkened, disapproving of their shameful behavior. He strode forward, delivering 2 swift kicks that sent both men flying several dozen miles away, hoping to have them out of sight and out of mind. However, Qin, having landed far from the scene, quickly scrambled to his feet, giving Qin Changsheng a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Changsheng, I didn't expect you to be so clever in a critical moment, thinking of this tactic to escape." To my astonishment, Qin Changsheng did not respond. Instead, he delivered a punch squarely to my right eye, muttering, "I am so clever." Suddenly, a cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted. Ultimately, after an indeterminate span of time, the two of them returned, disheveled and limping. Meanwhile, on Qin Changsheng's side, after sending the two flying, the atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. Qin, still preoccupied with her earlier thoughts, kept her head down, resembling a ripe peach that stirred a certain someone's heart with an insatiable itch. After a while, Qin Changsheng tentatively inquired, "You know?" Qin Changsheng was overjoyed, repeating her name several times. "You know, Sister Yin?" Hearing this cheeky boy press his advantage, Qin Yun's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, yet she softly replied, "All right, stop calling me that. It's rather embarrassing." With that, she resumed her previous demeanor, transforming into a noble and graceful big sister figure. After all, she had come to a realization. With her life nearing its end, she decided to completely liberate herself and follow her heart in these final days. Furthermore, with Shi absent, she deemed it her responsibility to look after this troublesome boy. This was a boon for Suke. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but recall the unexpected encounter when she saw Shi and Suke engrossed in their game, causing her face to flush once more. However, a question suddenly struck her, and she curiously asked, "Little K, how is it that you, a mere mortal with no cultivation aptitude, have survived until now? Were you perhaps also sealed within the divine source?" Qin Changsheng stammered, at a loss for how to explain. Should he confess that he had traversed the river of time to the ancient era and engaged in a passionate romance with Qin Shi? No one would believe such a tale. Moreover, he was uncertain about the entire situation, suspecting it was the handiwork of that troublesome system. Noticing his hesitation, Qin Yun understood that he harbored some unspeakable secrets. However, being empathetic as always, she refrained from pressing him further, trusting that he would eventually share the truth in due time. "Little K, you have grown up," Qin Yun remarked, gently caressing Qin Changsheng's cheek, filled with nostalgia. You should know whether I've grown or not." Qin Changsheng chuckled. Smack. He received a light strike to the back of his head. Recently, he had only been hitting others. This was his first time receiving a blow. Qin Yun, slightly flustered, huffed, "Even if I agree to some of your unreasonable requests, you must behave properly and not speak to me like that, or else." All right, I will listen to my aunt. No, to Yinner, Qin Changsheng replied, rubbing the spot where he was struck, as if transported back to the ancient era. This scene utterly astonished the few women who had just extended their divine consciousness, all speculating about the identity of this imposing beauty. Yunner, it is not convenient to talk here. Let us go inside. Having spoken, without awaiting a response, he grasped Qin Yun's delicate hand and proceeded towards the chamber. Inside the room, what? You are the esteemed ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Changsheng? Qin Yun rose abruptly, her countenance a portrait of disbelief, her voice elevated by several decibels. Indeed, Qin Changsheng acknowledged with a subtle touch to his nose, conceding the point. After all, his reputation was notoriously tarnished, and he found himself unable to refute her claims. Qin Yun stood frozen, grappling with the reality before her. The kind-hearted and forthright young man she once knew had transformed into the modern-day scoundrel, the insatiable Qin Changsheng, surrounded by 7 or 8 stunning paramours. How was she to reconcile this? Upon witnessing her astonishment, Qin Changsheng's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of melancholy, as if lost in reminiscence or perhaps self-reproach. In truth, I once loved Ji and you, Yunner, deeply. Yet, I understood that I was but a mere mortal, unworthy of the hope of eternal companionship with you. Thus, I resolutely chose to part ways. After our separation, I was so consumed by longing for you both that I abstained from food and drink for 7 days and nights, until I fainted from hunger. Upon regaining consciousness, I inexplicably found myself in another era. In my despondency, I encountered several beautiful souls and by chance fell in love with them, but each relationship ultimately ended in heartache, for they all reminded me of you and Ji. Yunner, can you ever forgive me? At his words, Qin Yun merely shot him a sidelong glance. Having cultivated to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor level in the previous era and lived for countless years, she was well aware of such trivial manipulations and held no belief in Qin Changsheng's fabrications. Yet, she was unfazed. From the very first moment they met, she sensed that he, too, had been yearning for her, and that was sufficient. There are some individuals who ignite a spark of joy at first glance, devoid of reason. Moreover, she had come to understand that rumors were merely whispers of the outside world. She was acutely aware of the true character of Qin Changsheng. Given their lengthy acquaintance, during which she remained unblemished, she recognized him as someone worthy of lifelong devotion. However, confronted with Qin Changsheng's earnest confession, she felt a playful urge to tease him. Oh, several beautiful souls. Just how many are we speaking of? She inquired, feigning curiosity. Well, perhaps a few thousand, give or take, he stammered. What? Qin Yun's delicate lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with incredulity. This time, she was genuinely astonished. Yet, almost as if a thought crossed her mind, she sighed softly and remarked, Ah, how you have suffered. They have only endured one separation, while you have experienced countless partings. Ah? Qin Changsheng was utterly taken aback. What she said was so reasonable. He found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Truly, she was a wise older sister. For this reason alone, when it came time to address Yunner's longevity issues, he would opt for the most reliable method, the Taiji Yin-Yang transformation technique. 3 days remain until the grand competition, and I humbly beseech all princes and princesses to bestow a few gifts. Thank you. Chapter 175. The unashamed ones prepare for a tenfold draw. Recalling the Taiji Yin-Yang creation method, Qin Changsheng suddenly remembered something of great significance and inquired, Sister Yunner, I have perused Qin Shou's autobiography, in which he mentioned your lifespan. How do you feel about it? Upon hearing this, Qin Yun was taken aback, astonished as she replied. Did Xiao Shou truly include such matters in his autobiography? Noticing the seriousness in Qin Changsheng's expression, she realized she could not conceal the truth from him. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, and her voice grew somewhat subdued as she shook her head, saying, Encountering you is my greatest fortune. I do not concern myself with matters of lifespan. How can that be? Sister Yunner, your figure is so ample. I still dream of having 100 or 80 robust little ones with you. Qin Changsheng exclaimed, a sense of urgency creeping into his tone. Instantly, Qin Yun's cheeks flushed with crimson. Assuming the authoritative demeanor of a senior, she promptly twisted Qin Changsheng's ear. Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? 100 or 80? Do you think I am some sort of rabbit capable of such prolificacy? Isn't that akin to a big white rabbit? Qin Changsheng glanced up, his eyes mischievous. Ouch, That hurts, Yunner. I was wrong. Please stop twisting. Qin Changsheng yelped, reveling in the warmth of the moment. Just one child would suffice. Despite the Qin family's vast estate, it is my second and third brother's offspring that fill the halls. I have yet to even take a wife or concubine. What? At this revelation, Qin Yun was momentarily stunned, a peculiar sense of delight blossoming within her heart. She had assumed that Qin Changsheng, as the esteemed ancestor of the Qin family, had long since married and fathered children, surrounded by a multitude of descendants. If that were the case, his words held truth. He had been waiting for her, and Jishi all along. Changsheng, how arduous it must be. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a surge of emotion, her heart racing. An utterly absurd notion took root. Perhaps, in the final year of her life, she could leave a legacy for Changsheng. Lost in her reverie, Qin Changsheng abruptly interrupted her thoughts, saying, Yunner, extend your hand. What for? Although puzzled, Qin Yun obediently complied. To examine your health. Ah, you possess medical skills? Yunner, you underestimate me. I am proficient in many things. Come to my bed tonight, and I shall demonstrate. Bah, you mischievous boy, always lacking seriousness. At that moment, Qin Changsheng held her delicate hand, fervently calling out in his mind, System, dear brother, I implore you. I urgently require assistance with a pressing matter. Ding. Host, what is the matter? Huh? Why are you so prompt this time? Qin Changsheng was taken aback, as the system responded without delay. Hee, I just finished a round of Do Di Zhu. Do Di Zhu? Is that serious? Huh, what relevance does that have? System, please assist in determining how much longer Qin Yun has to live, and if there are any methods to prolong her lifespan. The system remained silent for a while before finally speaking in a slow and somber tone. The outlook is grim. The deadline has arrived. Even the elixir of immortality can no longer extend life. It is difficult, difficult, difficult. The repetition of the word difficult left Qin Changsheng quite alarmed, prompting him to urgently inquire, is there any way to save him? Even if it means shattering my body, I shall strive to extend his life. The system's voice resonated with a profound meaning. There is no need for self-sacrifice. Mere exhaustion will suffice. It is quite simple. The Taiji Yin-Yang transformation technique will do. Dual cultivation not only gradually increases the lifespan of the other, but also enhances their innate qualities, allowing them to transcend the Emperor realm and inexplicably add countless years to their life. Really? Qin Changsheng exclaimed with joy. False, came the derisive voice of the system. Look at you, host. Your eyes light up at the mere mention of dual cultivation. The primordial transformation power will refine him daily, and a month is all it will take. Goodness. Qin Changsheng found himself at a loss for words, having been looked down upon by this insolent system. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and asked, wouldn't it be more effective to assist with the Taiji Yin-Yang transformation technique? Begone. The system fell silent, unable to tolerate such shamelessness any longer. Changsheng, are you ready? Qin Yun inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she noticed his deep contemplation. Yunner, your question carries great weight, but as long as you cooperate wholeheartedly, living for another epoch will be a trivial matter. Changsheng, are you truly adept at diagnosing pulses? Of course, I am an emperor. Emperor? Yunner, let me introduce you to Wanqiu and Susu. All right, I shall keep a watchful eye. In the days that followed, Wanqiu and the others became acquainted with Qin Yun through Qin Changsheng's introductions. To Qin Changsheng's astonishment, their interactions were remarkably harmonious this time, even by Susu, who usually referred to herself as the eldest sister, rarely called Yun's sister. They frequently went shopping together, appearing as close friends. Qin Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at Qin Yun's affable nature as a caring elder sister. During this period, he utilized the primordial transformation power each night to refine Qin Yun's meridians and internal organs. Initially, Qin Yun remained indifferent, suspecting that he was merely attempting to take advantage of her. However, as the extraordinary power coursed through her, it felt as if she were being reborn. Vitality rapidly spread throughout her body, restoring her energy to its peak state as if she had entered a second life. This left her utterly astonished. Could it be that this was destiny? Was Qin Changsheng the glimmer of hope that the celestial calculator had foreseen? After some time, Qin Yun fully experienced a monumental transformation within her body. Not only had she broken free from the shackles of a quasi-emperor's lifespan, but she also sensed that her innate qualities had reached an unimaginable level. All of this ignited a profound curiosity within her regarding Qin Changsheng's true identity. Yet, she ultimately refrained from asking. She knows that, regardless of the secrets Qin Changsheng harbors, he will always remain the one who has taken root in her heart. Once everything was accomplished, Qin Changsheng deliberately chose an auspicious day to bathe and burn incense. He had amassed 10 rewards and was ready for a tenfold draw. Drawing from his past gaming experiences, he understood that single draws rarely yielded miracles, but a tenfold draw was sure to result in a grand explosion of fortune. System. I wish to claim my rewards 10 times. In his mind, Qin Changsheng exuded confidence. Wealth brought with it a bold spirit. Very well, host. Please be patient as the random draw commences. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. The 9 Heavens Xin New Scripture. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. The Great Dream Floating Stupa Method. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. The Primordial Scripture. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. The 9 Curves Yellow River Array. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. A Primordial Tao Body. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. The Celestial Return to Ruin's Divine Ability. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. The Cultivation Level of the Celestial Emperor. Note. Usable in the Celestial Domain. But currently, the world is limited by the heavens, only accommodating the peak realm of the Great Emperor. Forcible use will shatter the heavenly path and annihilate all. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. A pink lace bellyband from the Celestial Emperor Pei Xianin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random reward. A pair of large shorts from Taoist Zunyu. Chapter 176. Celestial Emperor Pei Xianin and Taoist Zun Yu's enlightenment. A cascade of system reward notifications rang out, akin to the most exquisite melodies, reverberating around Qin Changsheng. Haha, indeed a grand explosion. All are techniques, formations, and divine abilities of the celestial tier or above. If anyone from the Qin family can comprehend even a fraction of this, it would be enough to dominate the entire continent, freeing me from the role of a mere caretaker. Upon hearing he had obtained the cultivation level of a celestial emperor, Qin Changsheng was overjoyed. A celestial emperor, the sovereign of the celestial domain. This heralded an invincible rhythm. Haha, this is what a system should be. Unlike those trivial systems from the novels I read in my past life, which required daily check-ins and tasks, offering meager rewards, mine is simply effortless and unparalleled. However, when the last 2 rewards were announced, he was utterly dumbfounded. In disbelief, he watched as a pink lace bellyband gracefully descended from the air, landing perfectly in his hands. A faint warmth emanated from it, as if it had just parted from someone. The delicate sensation glided through his fingers, imparting an unusual tactile experience. Simultaneously, a subtle fragrance wafted from the bellyband, both alluring and mysterious. Unable to restrain himself, Qin Changsheng inhaled deeply, savoring the intoxicating aroma. Yet, a profound confusion arose within him. Again, Pei Xuanin's bellyband. Who is this Pei Xianin? Twice in succession, he randomly acquired the same undergarment from his counterpart. Could it be that there is some grand cosmic connection at play? Most importantly, how utterly tedious it must be for the other party to have transformed not 1, but 2 of these garments into celestial artifacts. Such a waste of 2 precious opportunities for random rewards. This undergarment, a mere trinket, could it possibly serve a purpose in battle, perhaps to elicit laughter from the adversary? Qin Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps it was not entirely devoid of utility. As he became lost in his musings, another pair of oversized shorts descended from the heavens, poised to land in his hands. Heavens! Qin Changsheng swiftly dodged the impending descent of the shorts. Gazing at the ground where the unmistakably masculine undergarment lay, he fell into deep contemplation. A Taoist master? What realm does this represent? It would be one thing if a woman were to invest her energy and cultivation solely in her appearance, but for a Taoist master, a man of such stature, to devote his efforts to the crafting of oversized shorts is rather absurd. Frustrated by the waste of his valuable random reward opportunity, Qin Changsheng stepped forward and stomped on the shorts several times. Even if the aura unintentionally emanating from this garment surpassed that of a celestial artifact, he would never consider using it, feeling only a wave of disgust wash over him. After all, it appeared as though these shorts hadn't been washed in 800 years. Wait. Qin Changsheng suddenly sensed something amiss. These shorts felt oddly familiar. He sank once more into profound contemplation. Meanwhile, in the Xian celestial domain, within a spacious and well-lit study, fragrant aromas wafted through the air. The Empress Pei Xian was intently recreating a cherished piece of calligraphy left to her by him, the only memento of their time together. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her chest. Instinctively, she looked down to find that the undergarment she had just reconstituted had inexplicably vanished once again. Fury surged within her heart. Pei Xian rose swiftly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes, her intent murderous. As the Empress of a celestial domain, she wielded unparalleled authority and power. Yet her heart had long been claimed by that ungrateful man. She would not permit anyone to dare defile her in any manner, even the slightest. The only individuals capable of executing such a feat without her knowledge were most likely the old rogues from the thieving sect and the empty sect. Although she found it hard to believe that they possessed such capabilities, it was the only possibility remaining. Taking a deep breath, she issued a cold command to those outside. Immediately notify all true immortals and above to pursue the thieving sect and empty sect with all their might. I shall ensure their utter obliteration within the celestial domain. Her furious voice resonated throughout the Xian celestial domain. Thus began a tumultuous upheaval that would last for a decade. At this very moment, a similar occurrence was unfolding elsewhere, in the ultimate void. In this realm devoid of starlight and vitality, an eternal darkness envelopes all. The myriad paths of silence, countless regulations, and innumerable chains of cosmic order seem to wither away, returning to nothingness. At the very heart of this darkness, two factions appear to be in confrontation. Three enigmatic ancestral beings cluster together, their expressions cold and penetrating as they fixate on the young man at the center. This young man is none other than the former emperor of the universe, now known as the Supreme Taoist. His true name remains unknown, and he is simply referred to by the character Yu. Their powers are both peculiar and formidable, as if they could reshape time and space in an instant. Countless rifts in time and space manifest amidst the standoff. Yet the young man at the center displays no hint of fear. Instead, he stands with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who would assert they are undefeated? Not even in the primordial era do I see my equal. In an instant, his demeanor shifts dramatically, his eyes filled with terror, completely abandoning the calm that preceded. He suddenly feels a chill, realizing that his treasured undergarment, honed through countless years, has vanished. This was a supreme Tao artifact, nurtured since his youth, rivaling even the innate spiritual treasures. Now, it has been stolen from him. What the hell? You play dirty, employing such tricks. The Supreme Taoist exclaims in fury. This undergarment has a remarkable origin, entwined with immense karmic significance. What do you mean by this? One of the enigmatic ancestors furrows his brow, asking in confusion. They all vividly recall the Supreme Taoist's treachery, now suspecting what scheme he might be concocting. Wait, cease hostilities. I shall traverse the river of time to uncover the truth. He realizes that, given the strength of his adversaries, they could not have accomplished this theft. Disregarding them, he closes his eyes, sending a fragment of his consciousness forth into the river of time. The three enigmatic ancestors, uncertain of his intentions, remain vigilant and cautious. With the strength of the Supreme Taoist, navigating the river of time is a trivial endeavor. However, this time, as he steps in, the river surges with tumultuous waves, halting him at this very moment in the future, as if a great terror looms there. What? Even I, the Taoist, cannot traverse the river of time at this moment? The Supreme Taoist is utterly astonished. Yet, from the dim corners of the river, he catches a glimpse of something, leading to immediate enlightenment. Ah, I see now. The object returns to its rightful owner. It was merely a pair of undergarments. How miserly. In an instant, this fragment of consciousness collapses. The essence at the heart of the darkness suddenly opens its eyes wide, the expression easing considerably, gazing into the boundless void. A slight smile graces his lips as he murmurs to himself, is he about to awaken? At the very moment the supreme Taoist steps into the river of time, a memory suddenly surfaces in Qin Changsheng's mind, as if long forgotten but now vividly recalled. Hey, little stone, why are you bare-bottomed? Is there no one at home? He shouted at a small boy, little Shirtu. I exchanged my underpants for beast's milk. The boy, known as little Shirtu, raised the beast's milk high in his hands, seemingly filled with joy. Goodness, with such a fondness for beast's milk, your village will soon be impoverished. Here, I have a brand new pair of underpants that I've only worn for a month. Take it. He then removed his underpants and handed them to little Shirtu, cautioning him. Remember, take good care of these underpants. Don't exchange them for beast's milk again, understood? I understand, Brother Changsheng, little Shirtu replied in a sweet voice, as if sealing a pact. Chapter 177. The Concerns of the Young Qin clan members. A meeting. Goodness. Qin Changsheng awoke from his memories, staring in astonishment at the underpants on the ground. This was indeed the very pair he had given to little Shirtu. What a stroke of bad luck. However, little Shirtu has become a Taoist master, and he bears the surname Yu? Could he possibly be the unparalleled ruthless figure, Emperor Yu of the ancient era? At that time, he had merely referred to the other as little Shirtu, unaware of his surname, and his girlfriend back then was. No way. The implications of this are staggering. Qin Changsheng glanced at the underpants, which had withstood the passage of countless years without fading, and steeled himself to destroy them. Yet, to his dismay, he realized that with his current strength, he could not even leave a mark, let alone obliterate them. Reluctantly, he decided to temporarily store them in the purple mansion space. Perhaps one day, in the face of a crisis, he could throw out this Tao artifact-sized underpants to turn the tide of fate. Of course, he would keep the pink lace belly pouch as well. One never knows when an opportunity to reconnect with its owner might arise. With that thought, he set aside his musings and began to examine the other rewards. Aside from the cultivation level of an immortal emperor, there seemed to be nothing of use to him. The Hongmeng creation scripture encompasses all paths, and thus rendered these celestial-level techniques unnecessary, leaving them to fill the Qin family's scripture repository. As for the innate Tao body, he would find an opportunity to fuse it with his second brother, Qin Changsheng, who had the poorest aptitude. It would be a pity if he were to perish prematurely. Having arranged everything, Qin Changsheng slowly made his way outside. With no pressing matters at hand, he planned to enjoy some music at the pleasure house. Days passed by. During this time, Qin Jun and Qin Dachuan were on edge, anxiously awaiting the severe punishment from their ancestor. To their astonishment, the ancestor did not resort to hanging them up for a beating or sending them off to mine minerals indefinitely. Instead, he simply stated, "This shall not happen again. Consider it noted. We will settle the accounts when the Qin family is stable." They left with tears in their eyes, bowing deeply to the ancestor's chamber before departing. In truth, it was not that Qin Changsheng refrained from punishing them. Rather, there were two reasons. Firstly, they were indeed unaware of the circumstances and had inadvertently assisted Qin Changsheng in locating Qin Yun ahead of time. Moreover, the Qin family is currently in a period of rapid development. As the head of the family, Qin Jun naturally bears the responsibility of leadership, while Qin Dachuan, being one of the most outstanding descendants, should not be hindered during his prime for cultivation. A minor admonition in the past may have sufficed, but now, it seems unnecessary to make a significant fuss. However, the matters concerning Qin Jun and Qin Dachuan could not be concealed from others and swiftly spread throughout the Qin family. In an instant, countless younger members lamented, their spirits dampened. Alas, we initially thought that staying away from the world and refraining from indulging in its pleasures was a form of oppression, fearing the wrath of some ancestral figure. Little did we know that even finding a wife is fraught with pitfalls. Indeed, sixth brother, I have also reached the age to marry. Previously, we dared not act within the human realm, and now that the barriers have diminished, I had hoped to find a cat-eared maiden or a fox spirit. But who would have thought our esteemed ancestor? Oh, it is beyond words. I had not sought a creature of the demon race, but with the ancient prodigies awakening from their seals, I thought I might find a perfect partner. Yet, our ancestor is so formidable that even the beauties of antiquity leave me too intimidated to gaze upon them. A group of eligible young men gathered, exchanging their grievances. Humph. Do not place the blame on our ancestor. Can't you find an ordinary-looking woman of modest talent to be your partner? As the saying goes, To marry is to choose wisely. Even the most exquisite beauty is but a mere shell without virtue. One of the Qin descendants retorted. Little did he know that his words seemed to strike a nerve, provoking a chorus of wails from the others. Woe is me. I merely wish to marry a fair-skinned, stunning beauty with long legs, unconcerned with her aptitude. Who knew our esteemed ancestor shares such an aesthetic? Sixth brother spoke to my heart. I too desire a celestial beauty. Yet, oh, to marry a calamity upon the nation is my dream. In the past, when our Qin family was modest, I dared not even imagine it, but now, as our family flourishes, surely I deserve to wed a peerless beauty. Alas, the situation now is disheartening. Indeed, the cautionary tales of the head of the family and Dachuan are still fresh in our minds. They were, after all, a family head and a core disciple. If we were to offend our esteemed ancestor, would we not find ourselves mining until our demise? As this thought echoed, a profound silence fell upon the gathering. After a lengthy pause, one brave soul spoke. This cannot be the solution. For the sake of our love, why not consult the elders or the second ancestor? This suggestion reverberated through the assembly like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, igniting a flurry of responses. Yes, excellent idea. Let us go seek the second ancestor. Thus, a throng of youthful hearts set forth toward the ancestral temple, driven by their quests for love. In the conference hall, the Qin family convened yet another urgent meeting. Numerous elders and high-ranking members gathered, their expressions grave, sitting tensely as none dared to break the silence. After all, everyone is well aware that our esteemed ancestor possesses the cultivation of a grand emperor. They are not mere juniors, regardless of what is said in private. The ancestor is magnanimous and does not hold petty grievances. However, should the ancestor overhear, and one of such advanced years end up like Qin Changsheng, hanging from a beam, it would be utterly humiliating, akin to a form of self-inflicted demise. Alas, a sigh escaped the lips of the second ancestor, seated at the highest point. This meeting proved to be more challenging than engaging in direct warfare with the myriad of clans. Elder 17, what do you propose? With silence enveloping the room, the second ancestor pointedly designated Elder 17 to speak. Elder 17 rose unsteadily, caught off guard by the second ancestor's choice. Casting a furtive glance into the void, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he slowly articulated, I believe that the marriages of the younger generation should unfold naturally. Their inability to attract beautiful brides has nothing to do with our ancestor. They ought to reflect on their own efforts. Are they striving enough? Are they handsome enough? Yes, precisely. At this juncture, Elder 17 animatedly continued, seemingly having found his rhythm. It's not that they cannot pursue goddesses. Rather, a mature woman offers greater value. In our time, we endured hardships, marrying village peasants, and old age, even wed a widow, bringing along 2 children as part of the deal. At this moment, Elder 8's eyes blazed with fury, as if wishing to slay Elder 17 with a mere glance. How dare this old fool use such outdated experiences as an exemplary case, attributing it to conditions of the past? Yet, in the throes of his fervent discourse, Elder 17 remained oblivious and continued, Consider this. If the youngsters seek those lofty, sheltered maidens, they will face competition from potentially hundreds or thousands of illustrious suitors. However, if they pursue a mature woman, she may merely compare them to her husband, thereby drastically reducing the difficulty of the endeavor. In conclusion, the failure of these unworthy descendants to find partners is entirely unrelated to our ancestor. It is solely a matter of their misguided targets. Indeed, that is the crux of the issue. Elder 17 nodded vigorously, applauding his own cleverness. Chapter 178, The Ancestor's Wedding? Prince Wang emerges from seclusion. What? The second ancestor was utterly astounded. Elder 17, known for his cleverness in youth, had somehow retained such unique reasoning in his old age. This is the Qin family, not the esteemed Chao family of the central domain, renowned for their virtuous wives. Yet, the thought of a mature woman evoked memories of a bygone day, a silhouette against the setting sun, his lost youth. Indeed, I find Elder 17's remarks exceedingly astute. At this moment, Elder 3 suddenly interjected, instantly garnering a chorus of agreement. Well said. Absolutely. Seconded. The second ancestor regained his composure, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and raised his arm gently. Halt. Suddenly, the room fell into a profound silence. After all, The authority of our esteemed ancestor had long been ingrained in the hearts of every member of the Qin family, though he had recently ceased to oversee family matters. Today was meant for deliberation, for you to propose a solution, not for idle banter. Moreover, our elder brother is not present. Feel free to express your thoughts without restraint. Upon speaking, he activated the void mirror he governed, instantly enveloping the entire conference hall in a radiant shield. Now, even if our elder brother, at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, were to attempt eavesdropping, he would find it impossible to overhear our discussions. Observing this, the assembly collectively exhaled in relief. Well, I shall speak candidly. My great-grandson has mentioned to me on several occasions his desire to pursue the Holy Maiden of the Medical Fairy Valley, contemplating a proposal but hesitating for fear that she might be our ancestor's beloved. One elder declared. Indeed, I share a similar sentiment. My great-grandson, now in his 50s and having achieved a favorable position, wishes to marry a woman of both beauty and talent. I have advised him countless times, yet he remains obstinate. Alas, the crowd erupted into a chorus of voices, pouring forth the concerns of the younger generation. Perhaps we should compose a notice seeking kin, featuring our ancestor's portrait prominently, and conduct a thorough search to locate all the grandmothers? Suggested one. Upon hearing this, the second ancestor shook his head, responding, that would not be appropriate. Firstly, our elder brother, being an emperor, cannot be accurately captured on mere parchment. Only special treasures can convey an emperor's essence. Secondly, parading around with his image, especially in pursuit of a wife, might provoke our formidable grandmothers. At this pronouncement, the attendees nodded in agreement, abandoning the notion. Or perhaps we could arrange for our ancestor to marry outright, hosting a grand wedding and inviting all factions from the celestial Qian world, with invitations specifying the inclusion of special artifacts to depict our ancestor's likeness. The Grand Elder suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, the second ancestor's eyes brightened. It seemed to be an excellent idea. The Grand Elder truly was the family's beacon of wisdom. Moreover, our elder brother had wandered for countless years. It was time he established a family of his own, providing closure to the women left behind. Thus, the title of a scoundrel could potentially be shed, and the sole blemish on the Qin family's moral standing might be entirely erased. Indeed, a tripartite benefit. The second ancestor nodded in satisfaction, but was abruptly struck by a grave concern. Who would broach the subject of the wedding with our elder brother? Although he held the title of second ancestor, he had always harbored a deep-seated fear of Qin Changsheng, even doubting his own qualifications compared to the third brother, having been reprimanded by him in the past. With a sweeping glance over the assembly, the second ancestor inquired, so, who shall convey the news of this wedding to our elder brother? As this question lingered in the air, the attendees bowed their heads, feigning contemplation. Suddenly, they all felt a mutual understanding and turned their gazes towards an individual seated in the corner. Qin. Such matters, at this juncture, naturally warrant the family head's intervention. Under the expectant gazes of the assembled crowd, Qin chuckled softly, rising from his seat and striding towards the door without a backward glance. Who would wish to be the head of this fractured family? In any case, he had not resigned. Being frequently in contact with the ancestors, he was acutely aware that they were nothing but consummate emotional deceivers, and at this stage, marriage was the furthest thing from their minds. He still bore a debt to the ancestors. Discussing such matters now would be akin to walking into a trap, hastening his own demise. Qin, this time, I must trouble you. A voice imbued with authority and an unmistakable tone of command echoed from behind him. Qin, with a sense of resignation, turned to face the second ancestor seated at the head of the table, expressing his disillusionment. Meanwhile, in a chamber within the rear courtyard of the Qin residence, Qin Wanxiu regarded Wang Wanyan with a peculiar gaze, observing her discomfort. Sister Wanxiu, why are you looking at me like that? It feels strange, Wang Wanyan queried, puzzled. Qin Wanxiu leaned in closer, her face alight with intrigue, whispering conspiratorially, Wanyan, tell me, have you been inciting some of the younger members of the Qin family to pressurize the elders? Not at all. Sister Wanxiu, you are accusing me unjustly, Wang Wanyan pouted, refusing to concede. Qin Wanxiu maintained her intense gaze until, after a few moments, Wang Wanyan could no longer endure the scrutiny and finally admitted, all right, I confess. I did speak with my sister and some young people about this, but it was also in line with their wishes. After all, I am a woman of longevity now. We must unite and prevent Changsheng from indulging in his rampant flirtations and debauchery any longer. That is why I encourage them to create a stir, ideally compelling Changsheng to grant us a formal recognition or, better yet, a wedding. This way, even if his former girlfriends were to return, they would be the later arrivals. At this, Yin Wanqiu playfully tickled Wang Wanyan's sides, laughing. Hee hee, the little girl has grown up and has begun to devise schemes. Hee hee, sister, please stop tickling me. I admit my fault, all right? The room soon filled with their laughter and playful banter, accompanied by a medley of peculiar sounds. Unbeknownst to them, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Yin Wanqiu's eyes. Indeed, she had only bribed the eldest elder. On this day, a light rain fell gently from the heavens, shrouding the earth in a hazy mist that imparted a sense of oppression. Unusually, 7 dark red stars appeared in the sky, arranged in a mysterious formation. An extraordinary energy permeated the air, as if a sliver of the universe's secrets had been unveiled. It was the day of the eclipse, the day when the Yin energy was at its peak throughout the year. Hee hee, at long last, this day has arrived. A sinister laughter echoed from deep within the secret chamber, reverberating throughout the Wang family estate. A young man clad in a black robe emerged slowly, his gaze profound and piercing, as if the entirety of the world held no significance in his eyes. Congratulations to the venerable ancestor for soon attaining the path of the emperor. The elder of the Wang family and the head of the clan, Wang Bo, knelt upon the ground, their bodies trembling with excitement. The legendary ancestor, capable of challenging the might of emperors, was finally ready to reveal his fangs and step onto the stage. This signified that henceforth, the Wang family would restore its former glory and reclaim its position atop the vast realm of Tianxian. Wang Zitong remained unresponsive, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes seemingly piercing through layers of space, gazing towards the Qin family in the northern region. The Qin family, boasting 2 peaked quasi-emperors, mere chickens and dogs, easily vanquished. Let us commence the slaughter, starting with the Qin family. I declare that from this day forth, this world shall bear the name Wang.